My girlfriend awakened an S-grade talent, and amid the envious gazes of the crowd, she disdainfully dumped me, mocking me for being trash. Everyone thought my world had collapsed, but the moment I awakened, the entire sky changed color for me. When my talent level shook the entire venue, that ex-girlfriend who once discarded me like worthless trash came running to beg me. I resolutely walked toward her, who was ridiculed by the entire school as an F-grade loser. My name is Lu Chenhuan, a transmigrator, arriving in an era of beast girls where ferocious beasts run rampant. Here, males awaken as beast masters at the age of 18, while females become beast girls, contracting and fighting together to carve out a living space for humanity. Today is the very day of my awakening. On the playground, the glow of the awakening array flickered continuously, and announcements of successful awakenings followed one after another. When the announcement An Ning has awakened successfully, S-ranked beast girl, Blazing Pegasus, rang out, the crowd instantly erupted in excitement. An Ning is my girlfriend in this world, who has now awakened as an S-level beast girl, a rare talent even in Tianhai City. I was secretly happy for her, but she walked straight toward me with a cold look in her eyes. "Suke, let's break up." Her words hit me like a bucket of cold water, and my smile instantly froze. Break up? I didn't understand. Exactly. An Ning raised her head proudly. I have awakened as an S-level beast girl, you're no longer worthy of me. Only S-level beast tamers are worthy of me. The surrounding classmates buzzed with discussion, some expressing pity, others gloating. I frowned and said, I haven't even awakened yet, and you're already in such a hurry to cut ties? What if I awaken with an even better talent? Better than you? Is that even possible? An Ning's tone was full of contempt. I laughed instead, my smile tinged with mockery. An Ning, you're too ambitious. Do you really think ratings are everything? In these turbulent times, there are plenty of examples of geniuses dying young. It's not you breaking up with me, it's me breaking up with you. Your opportunistic mindset isn't worthy of me, Suke. So what if you're S-rank? I don't care for it. As soon as I finished speaking, a crisp cheer rang out from the surrounding crowd. I turned to look and saw a red-haired girl wearing a crop top, cargo pants, and a beauty mark under her right eye clapping for me. She was the infamous delinquent school belle of our school, Lu Chenhuan, known for her fiery temper. An Ning sneered upon seeing this. Oh, isn't this the famous school belle Lu who awakened an F-rank trash talent? What, you really think trash can make a comeback? Lu Chenhuan clenched his fist and gave me a smile. Major Su, you go ahead and awaken. Let me teach this foul-mouthed woman a lesson on your behalf. Lu Chenhuan was true to her word, chasing An Ning all over the playground, her delicate fists landing on An Ning time and again. Witnessing this scene, my impression of her changed dramatically. The longing for this world in my heart grew even stronger. After being a corporate slave working the 996 schedule for so long, this kind of fantastical world is what I truly yearn for. Without any hesitation, I walked toward the awakening platform and placed my hand into the awakening device. A surge of electric current coursed through my body. The awakening array instantly burst into radiant light, and a massive pillar of light shot up into the sky. The whole world seemed to dim because of it. Everyone, including the quarreling An Ning and Lu Chenhuan, was captivated by this sudden and strange phenomenon. My consciousness entered a chaotic void, with the calls of ancient behemoths echoing in my ears. Then, the heavens and earth transformed, as ancient mythical beasts roared toward the sky on the magma-erupting land, prostrating themselves in submission in my direction. A majestic voice echoed in my heart, God of beast taming, all creatures submit. Awaken! I suddenly opened my eyes to see the awakening device shaking violently before me, the screen flashing with countless garbled codes. In the next moment, a jade-green energy merged into it, and the instrument returned to normal. Current evaluation level, SSS. Congratulations, you have successfully awakened as an SSS-Rank Beast Tamer. Then, my exclusive information panel materialized before my eyes. Beast Tamer, Suke Realm, First Stage Insight Talent. Divine Tier Contract Beast, no innate skills. Insightful Divine Eyes, Source of Evolution, God of all Beasts, Tyrant. The corners of my mouth curled up, web novels truly don't lie to me. The great time traveler will never remain unknown. Ordinary beastmasters are lucky to have one good talent, yet I possess four, and each one is a divine skill. At this very moment, the awakening device's alert tone broadcast outward, Suke, awakening successful, SSS-level beastmaster. The once noisy playground instantly fell into dead silence, then erupted into even greater uproar. Holy shit! In the history of Daxia, an SSS appeared only once. What's an S-class like An Ning's awakening? Suke is even more badass. Everyone's eyes were filled with awe. An Ning, who was in the midst of a fight with Lu Chenhuan, froze in place, her eyes filled with disbelief as she muttered under her breath. Suke awakened as an SSS-rank beastmaster? How is that possible? It's over, I'm the joke now. The news of Suke awakening as an SSS-rank beastmaster spread across the campus in an instant, even startling the principal and the head teacher. They rushed down the high platform with great excitement, and Principal Wang Jiangwo's face was full of surprise, a once-in-a-century SSS grade. My Tianhai No. 1 high school will now become famous throughout human history. I withdraw the glow of the magic circle, and my figure becomes visible. An Ning and Lu Chenhuan also stopped their actions and looked in my direction. I used the insightful divine pupil to check their information. Beast Girl, An Ning talent, S-grade Blazing Fire Skyhorse defect. Lack of exercise prevents full utilization of strength. Beast Girl, Lu Chenhuan, talent, F-grade Starving Mole. Flaw. Her body contains SSS-grade Devouring Glutton energy, but prolonged energy deficiency prevents activation. Lu Chenhuan's profile astonished me. She was actually a hidden SSS grade. Principal Wang Jiangwo and Dean Lu Lingfeng approached me. With a kindly expression, Wang Jiangwo inquired, Student Su, as an awakened SSS grade Beast Tamer, what are your plans next? I don't hide it, the most important thing is to form contracts with Beast Girls and increase my strength. Lu Lingfeng pondered for a moment and said, we will report to the capital and help you find an SS-level contract partner. I cut in directly, no need, Principal, I already have the right person in mind. My gaze turned to Lu Chenhuan and An Ning. Wang Jiangwo and Lu Lingfeng suddenly realized, thinking I was going to choose my ex-girlfriend An Ning. An Ning's eyes instantly lit up, and she excitedly ran toward me. Brother Su K, SSS-Rank you and S-rank me are a perfect match. If we form a contract, we'll definitely become a legendary pair. However, I coldly pushed her away and said indifferently, who said the person I want to form a contract with is you? The one I want to form a contract with is Lu Chenhuan. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was shocked. Chapter 4, Heaven and Earth bear witness, Sun and Moon sing in unison. Lu Chenhuan? Did I hear that correctly? Upon hearing Su K's words, everyone present was utterly stunned. Lu Chenhuan? Why would Su K choose F-rank Lu Chenhuan? Exactly. Lu Chenhuan may be the school beauty, but her talent is too low. Forget SSS rank, even A or B rank Beast Masters probably wouldn't give her a second glance. Has Su K lost his mind over her looks? Even Wang Jiangwo's eyes widened in disbelief as he kept punching Lu Lingfeng beside him. Old Lu, am I hearing things? That kid actually chose Lu Chenhuan? Lu Lingfeng was equally stunned, his mind reeling from the shock. Huan? Su K, are you sure? An Ning, who had just been pushed aside in front of Su K, looked utterly incredulous. Lu Chenhuan? Su K, you're joking, right? She's just an F-rank beast maiden. How could she possibly be worthy of an SSS-rank Beast Tamer like you? Only me and S-rank is the best choice for you. I get it, you're just saying this to spite me, aren't you? Believing she had seen through Su K's thoughts, An Ning immediately adopted a pitiful expression. Su K, it was wrong of me to break up with you, but it was just a moment of impulse. I swear, I'll never bring up breaking up again. As long as we renew our contract, I'll obey your every command. As she spoke, An Ning deliberately bit her lower lip and flashed Su K a seductive glance. Once a Beast Master and a Beast Girl form a contract, breaking it comes at a tremendous cost. Big bro, it's not worth it to give up your bright future just to spite me. Yet Su K remained utterly unfazed by An Ning's seductive gaze. Piss you off? You're way overestimating yourself. Just an S-rank beast maiden? Do you really think you could stir up much of a storm in my heart? Hearing Su K's words, An Ning grew impatient. You look down on an S-rank like me? But you'd look up to an F-rank like Lu Chenhuan? Lu Chenhuan is only F-rank. Her ceiling is set. No matter how outstanding you are, pairing with her makes you a trash combo. An SSS-rank Beast Master paired with an F-rank Beast Girl? Aren't you afraid the whole world will laugh at you? It wasn't just An Ning. Lu Chenhuan, who had just snapped out of her daze, hesitantly spoke up to Su K. Su K, I know you're resentful after breaking up with An Ning just now and want to spite her on purpose. And since I helped you, you feel grateful towards me, which is why you're saying this. Though I hate to admit it, she's right, you're a once-in-a-century genius SSS-rank Beast Master, the future hope of humanity. You don't need to contract a lowly F-rank Beast Girl like me. I know my place. As an F-rank, I'll only hold you back. Lu Chenhuan lifted her head at this point, her expression earnest as she looked at Su K before her. Su K, I appreciate your kindness. Thank you. But you deserve someone better. Lu Lingfeng chimed in from the side. Yes, Su Quebec. Though Huan is my daughter, I too hope you'll form a contract with her. But her aptitude is simply too low. As an SSS-tier Beastmaster bearing humanity's hopes, you shouldn't let your emotions cloud your judgment now. Don't sacrifice your future prospects to contract with an F-tier. Wang Jiangwo chimed in at the perfect moment. Su K, even if you refuse to contract with An Ning due to personal feelings, there's no need to bind yourself to an F-rank like Lu Chenhuan. With your talent, the capital could easily assign you an S-rank beast maiden. Yet despite everyone's dissuasion, Su K flatly refused. A mere SS rank? How could she compare to Lu Chenhuan? Lu Chenhuan was a hidden SSS rank. How could her future achievements possibly be compared to those of an SS rank? Moreover, judging by the attitudes of An Ning and Lu Chenhuan at this moment, Lu Chenhuan's character was also exceptional. Faced with the temptation of an SSS-class beast master like himself, Lu Chenhuan's first thought wasn't to eagerly seek favor like An Ning. Instead, she genuinely considered whether they were compatible, thinking about the future of both herself and the human race. Where else could one find such a treasure? Ignoring the strange looks from the crowd, Su K strode directly to Lu Chenhuan's side. He bent down, his expression serious as he looked at Lu Chenhuan.
Lu Chenhuan, I'm not joking. I choose you as my contract partner. Lu Chenhuan looked up at Su Quebec.
The brilliant sunlight cast a warm glow, making Suke's sharply defined features appear even more handsome.
Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but stare in awe. Are you willing?
Staring into Suke's clear, earnest eyes, feeling the palpable surge of his hormones up close, a wave of inexplicable nervousness washed over Lu Chenhuan. She desperately wanted to accept Suke, but her last shred of reason screamed no.
Suke, I'm not worthy of you. As an F rank, I'll only hold you back and make you a laughingstock.
The once dominant Lu Chenhuan was now transformed into a delicate young girl, her eyes lowered, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Seeing her like this, Suke felt even more certain of his choice. Without further explanation, he drew closer to Lu Chenhuan, his gaze fixed intently upon her. No one gambles with their future.
I chose you, I have my reasons.
Even if it weren't for me, for the sake of all humanity, I wouldn't choose a contract partner recklessly. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan felt a jolt in her heart. She lifted her eyes and looked earnestly at Suke before her.
Do you trust me?
Facing Suke's clear, earnest eyes that unwavering resolve to choose her despite everyone's doubts, Lu Chenhuan clenched her jaw, drew a deep breath, and stared straight into his eyes before nodding firmly.
I do. If even you, an SSS-ranked Beast Tamer, aren't afraid, what is there for me, Lu Chenhuan, to fear? Lu Chenhuan's fear vanished, and she resumed her formidable demeanor.
A contract formation materialized in the air above her forehead. Suke, once we seal this contract, you may face ridicule and doubt from the entire world.
I'll ask one more time, are you absolutely certain? Lu Chenhuan paused at this point, then declared with unwavering resolve.
If you are certain, then even if we face 1,000 pointing fingers, or walk through mountains of blades and seas of fire, I will never abandon you.
Observing the unprecedented solemnity on Lu Chenhuan's face, Suke offered no reply.
Instead, he extended his right hand, bit his finger until it bled, and gently pressed the blood onto Lu Chenhuan's fair, smooth forehead.
A peculiar force surged from his palm into Lu Chenhuan's contract formation as he spoke slowly.
With blood as the guide, with soul as the oath, in this life and this world, we shall be bound together forever. Lu Chenhuan, standing before him, trembled slightly as the energy touched her forehead.
Then, she raised her voice to echo Suke's vow. Honored by your acceptance, I now uphold this pact.
Though we face mountains of blades and seas of fire, though cycles collapse and cause and effect inverts, we shall never forsake each other. With sun and moon as witnesses, heaven and earth as proof, this heart shall never waver. As their voices fell in unison, the contract formation before them erupted in brilliant light, soaring skyward to illuminate the world. Heaven and earth bear witness, sun and moon sing in unison.
Chapter 5, Who's the real good for nothing? That's still up for debate. It worked? Suke and Lu Chenhuan actually formed a contract.
Gazing at the soaring contract formation, everyone present froze in shock.
An SSS tier Suke actually chose an F tier Lu Chenhuan as his contract partner?
He hasn't given his future a single thought. Even Principal Wang Jiangwo, standing nearby, couldn't help but sigh and beat his chest in frustration.
Ah, young people are so hot-blooded and impulsive.
What a golden opportunity for Tianhai First High to make a name for itself throughout the ages. Just like that, it slips away.
A Beastmaster and their Beast Maiden are an inseparable pair.
Even an SSS tier Beastmaster paired with an F tier Beast Maiden with zero potential would be a match no one would bet on. It was a complete waste of Suke's perfect talent. But now the die was cast. Once a Beastmaster and Beast Maiden formed a contract, breaking it would demand an immense price one neither party could bear. Yet Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the very parties involved, paid no heed to the world's judgment. Instead, they stared at each other with peculiar expressions.
Is this the difference of forming a contract?
After the contract was successfully formed, Suke could clearly sense a strange feeling of spiritual connection rising within him, as if the two had known each other for a very, very long time. But just as Suke was about to speak, An Ning beside them snapped back to reality, her beautiful eyes filled with utter disbelief. Her finger pointed at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who had just completed the contract, her jaw trembling.
Suke, you actually rejected me in S rank and turned around to form a contract with an F rank waste? Have you lost your mind? Forming a contract with such a worthless person, aren't you afraid the whole world will laugh at you? But before An Ning could finish speaking, Lu Chenhuan's hand came down hard across her face. An Ning, who do you think you're calling a loser? You're really pushing your luck. Got the guts to try again?
An Ning wanted to retort, but the memory of being humiliated in front of everyone welled up, leaving her only able to vent her frustration with a bitter growl.
What are you so cocky about? Just wait until I contract a top-tier Beastmaster. Then you, a worthless F rank, will finally understand the difference between us.
As she spoke, An Ning shot a glare at Suke, who stood by coldly observing the entire scene, her jaw clenched.
And you, Suke, you'll regret what you did today.
I hope you'll still be this cocky after I've completed my transformation.
Then you'll see even if you're an SSS rank Beastmaster, bonding with an F rank Beast girl makes you nothing but trash. Currently, An Ning and Lu Chenhuan had only awakened to the first realm of spirit awakening, capable of manifesting only basic beast transformation traits.
Once they advanced to the second realm of form condensation, they would be able to partially transform their combat organs, unleashing terrifying killing power. At that point, the difference in innate talent would become even more starkly apparent. Suke watched An Ning's unwilling expression, a smirk curling the corners of his mouth. Useless? Who's the real loser remains to be seen. Do you truly believe you'll surpass Lu Chenhuan in the future? An Ning's lips curled into a cold sneer. He's only an F rank. Why couldn't I defeat him? If I can't even beat a worthless F rank, then I'm worse than trash myself. Hearing An Ning's words, Suke immediately burst into laughter. Well said. After the awakening period ends, to quickly adapt to the combat styles of Beast Masters and Beast Maidens, the geniuses of the entire Tianhai region will undergo a month-long training camp. Then you'll see who the real losers are. Suke knew better than anyone just how terrifying Lu Chenhuan's true talent was. With his god-tier Beastmaster talent, he was confident he could quickly train Lu Chenhuan up to SSS rank. As for the mere S-rank An Ning, Suke had never given her a second thought. Had she not initiated the breakup, he might have considered their past affection and bound a contract with her. But since she'd ended things, they were now strangers. Then we'll see each other at the youth training camp. An Ning could no longer bear to stay. With a cold snort, she turned and walked away. Watching An Ning's retreating figure, Lu Chenhuan's gaze gradually dimmed beside him, losing the proud vitality he'd radiated moments before. S-tier talent, really? Can I win? Though she claimed not to care, the thought of An Ning's terrifying S-tier talent sent her heart pounding. Her earlier advantage over An Ning stemmed purely from her superior physical conditioning, and An Ning's recent awakening she hadn't yet mastered true combat techniques. But once they entered the youth training program, where Beast Masters and Beast Maidens fully honed their combat abilities, the gap in their innate talents would widen infinitely. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's gloomy expression, Suke knew she still hadn't shaken off her inferiority complex about her F rank. He reached out and gave her shoulder a light pat. Don't worry, you still have me. I'm an SSS-Rank Beast Master. With me by your side, anything is possible. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's previously gloomy expression brightened once more. He nodded firmly. MHM. Just then, Lu Lingfeng cleared his throat beside them and addressed the pair. Ahem, ahem. Though this may be an inopportune moment, as Huanhuan's father, I must briefly say a few words. In this world, forming a contract is equivalent to marriage. Suke, since you've chosen to disregard societal prejudice and enter into a contract with Huanhuan, you've effectively become my son-in-law. From a father's perspective, I don't want you to abandon Huanhuan after leading her on. Rest assured, uncle. Facing Lu Lingfeng's admonition, Suke responded with unwavering resolve. He had awakened as a god-tier Beast Tamer, capable of forming infinite contracts. Unlike others who could only replace their original partner to form a new contract, he could have countless more. He could have billions. Given that, why should he become the kind of faithless bastard who abandons his wife and child? Only children make choices. I want it all. Lu Lingfeng, unaware of Suke's inner thoughts, nodded in satisfaction at his response. In that case, I've prepared a banquet at my residence today. Bring along. Mid-sentence, Lu Lingfeng suddenly remembered Suke was an orphan. Clearing his throat, he amended. Just come straight to my house and we'll eat together. From now on, we're family. Yes, uncle. Suke readily accepted Lu Lingfeng's invitation. Lu Lingfeng, however, furrowed his brow. At this hour, why are you still calling him uncle? Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, blushed slightly and stamped her foot, pouting playfully. Dad, what are you saying? Lu Lingfeng declared with a smug expression. Am I not right? It's time to change how you address him. By the way, you two should change your terms of address too. Calling each other by name all the time just feels too formal. Watching the three of them enjoying each other's company, Wang Jiangwo cleared his throat awkwardly. Though it might be a bit awkward to speak up now. Then don't say it. The three of them chimed in unison. Chapter 6, Lu Chenhuan, you'll see. After agreeing to Lu Chenhuan's invitation for dinner, Wang Jiangwo finally cleared his throat and interjected into their conversation. Su and Lu, congratulations on successfully forming your contract. To celebrate your successful contract, I personally decide that whatever resources you require, feel free to ask me. Hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, Suke's eyes lit up. He genuinely had resource needs. Lu Chenhuan possessed a unique physique as an SSS-tier devouring heaven tyrant, but prolonged energy deprivation had left her unable to unleash her full potential. This prolonged state of starvation had depleted the energy within her body, causing her innate talent to diminish. Repairing these flaws would require a gradual, step-by-step approach to slowly replenish her reserves. With this realization, Suke activated his Insight Divine Eye and looked at Lu Chenhuan once more. Beast Girl, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, Stage 1 Awakening. Talent, F-Class Hungry Mole. Beast Tamer, Suke. Innate skills, Beast Transformation, Claw Strike. Flaw, contains SSS tier swallowing heaven tyrant energy within her body. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, she cannot fully activate her SSS tier talent. Remediation plan: consume 500 Tier 1 Beast Cores to replenish the energy deficiency from the early stages, enabling evolution into a D-rank gold devouring rat. The insightful divine eye not only perceives all flaws but also provides corresponding solutions for repair or exploitation. Seeing the repair plan appear above Lu Chenhuan's head, Suke hesitated not a moment. He addressed Wang Jiangwo, who was rushing over.
Nothing too demanding, Principal Wang.
First, arrange for 500 Tier 1 Beast Cores for me.
First tier Beast Cores? 500? Hearing Suke's request, Wang Jiangwo's eyes instantly widened. Young man, do you know what 500 first tier Beast Cores represent?
Beast Cores originated from the ferocious beasts that invaded the world. They could replenish and restore spiritual energy for beast masters or beast maidens, making them a crucial resource in this world. Tier 1 Beast Cores come from Tier 1 beasts. Though these beasts are low tier, the sheer number of low-level Beast Tamers makes Beast Cores a highly sought-after consumable. 500 first-tier Beast Cores weren't expensive, but they were extremely rare. Facing Wang Jiangwo's complaints, Suke regarded him with a faint, ambiguous smile.
What's the matter, Principal Wang? Are you already going back on your word so soon? If you can't even produce 500 first-tier Beast Cores, what else can I possibly expect? Hearing the veiled criticism in Suke's tone, Wang Jiangwo's face flushed with anger.
He slammed his fist on the table.
Su, what on earth are you implying? A mere 500 first-tier Beast Cores?
I'll cover them all myself. Even if the school's warehouse doesn't have enough, I'll pay out of my own pocket to get them for you.
Watching Wang Jiangwo's solemn and earnest expression, Suke's face broke into a smile. Alright, then I'll be waiting for your good news, Principal Wang.
Absolutely. You go ahead and enjoy your reunion dinner at Director Lu's place. I'll get everything ready. I'll have everything ready before the youth training begins.
Wang Jiangwo didn't inquire about Suke's purpose for the 500 Tier 1 Beast Cores.
After all, as an awakened SSS tier Beast Tamer, Suke surely had his own special uses for them.
Watching Wang Jiangwo's retreating figure, Suke's heart stirred slightly.
He understood all too well that in a small place like Tianhai, top-tier awakened individuals were rare, and the school rarely received any resources from higher-ups. Except for the S-rank Beast Tamer who awakened 18 years ago, bringing some glory back to Tianhai First High, the school had gradually declined since then.
The resources in the school warehouse were actually quite limited.
A drop of kindness deserves a spring of gratitude. Suke murmured softly as he watched Wang Jiangwo's slightly stooped figure. Just then, Lu Chenhuan hesitated beside him before blinking and tugging gently at Suke's sleeve.
Brother Su, shall we head home for dinner? Hearing the change in Lu Chenhuan's address, Suke snapped back to attention and offered her a warm smile. Alright, let's listen to our Huan.
Hearing Suke call her Huan, Lu Chenhuan's ears instantly flushed crimson all the way to her neck. Her hand, clutching Suke's sleeve, tightened unconsciously.
Seeing Lu Chenhuan's bashful, girlish demeanor, the onlookers surrounding them all exchanged envious glances.
Who knew our school's tough girl had such a girlish side? That Suke sure is living the high life.
Envy?
He traded his future for it. An SSS tier beast master like Suke willingly gave up his prospects to contract an F tier beast girl? His future's ruined. Sigh, I don't know whether to envy him or pity him.
Listening to the murmurs of her classmates, Lu Chenhuan's heart tightened. Her once bright eyes darkened once more.
Suke seemed to sense Lu Chenhuan's low spirits and reached out to gently pat her half-exposed, snow-white shoulder.
Huan, trust my judgment. Don't let others' opinions weigh you down.
Suke's gentle voice lingered in her ears, and Lu Chenhuan's once dull eyes regained their sparkle as she nodded firmly.
Lu Lingfeng, watching from the side, wore a complex yet relieved expression.
His gaze drifted into the distance as if recalling something.
Did you see that? Huan seems to have found the right person.
Moments later, Lu Lingfeng snapped back to reality, quickly wiping away the unnoticed glistening at the corner of his eye before addressing Suke and Lu Chenhuan.
Come on, let's go home for dinner. Suke looked up at Lu Lingfeng, then turned to glance at Lu Chenhuan beside him. He gave a slight nod. Let's go home for dinner.
Lu Chenhuan beside him nodded softly.
All right. With that, Lu Lingfeng led the way, guiding the two of them toward the school exit. Lu Chenhuan, standing beside Suke, watched as he lifted his foot to follow Lu Lingfeng.
After a moment's hesitation, she gently slipped her arms around his elbow, carefully resting her head against his shoulder as she walked briskly alongside him.
Witnessing this heartwarming scene, the students on the playground felt their molars grinding with envy. Regardless of what the future held for Suke and Lu Chenhuan in this moment, they were undeniably an enviable golden couple.
In an unnoticed corner, within the stairwell of an academic building, An Ning watched it all unfold from the shadows. His fists clenched so tightly, the knuckles turned white.
Damn it! All of this was supposed to be mine. It's all that Lu Chenhuan's fault. She snatched the SSS tier Suke who was meant for me. Lu Chenhuan, you'll pay for this.
I'm going to contract an S-rank beast master right now and show you all how wrong your choices were.
Watching Suke and Lu Chenhuan's retreating figures, An Ning gritted her teeth.
She pulled the communicator from her waist, selected a number, and dialed.
Hey, Zhao Fei, it's me, An Ning. I've awakened an S-rank beast maiden the Blazing Pegasus. I want to bind a contract with you. Chapter 7, come, let's enter the bridal chamber today. Brother Su, why did you choose me someone with only an F rank?
On the way home, Lu Chenhuan wrapped her arms around Su-Kei's hands and whispered softly. Don't tell me it's purely because I helped you teach An Ning a lesson and you developed feelings for me. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Lu Lingfeng beside them also turned to look at Su-Kei. Yeah, Su-Kei, why did you specifically choose Huan as your contract partner? With your SSS-Rank Beast Master talent, what kind of contract partner couldn't you find? Lu Lingfeng was genuinely curious about Su-Kei's decision. He knew Su-Kei's character and didn't believe him to be impulsive. Meeting the curious gazes directed at him, Su-Kei broke into a smile. How could any other contract partner compare to Huan? Huan is the finest beast girl I've ever encountered. He spoke the truth. A beast girl with SSS tier talent was a once-in-a-century occurrence. How could any S or SS tier beast girl compare to Lu Chenhuan? But to Lu Chenhuan's ears, it sounded like Su-Kei was deliberately trying to console her. She shot Su-Kei a reproachful glance. Brother Su, I'm serious. Please stop joking around. Su-Kei gazed at Lu Chenhuan's pouting expression, his own face breaking into a smile. I'm not joking. I'm telling the truth. Lu Lingfeng, standing nearby, burst into laughter upon hearing Su-Kei's response. You've got some serious skills with the ladies, kid. Well then, tell me what exactly is so great about my Huan? Su-Kei looked down at Lu Chenhuan, who blinked her big eyes and waited intently for his answer, and replied with a smile. Great personality, great potential, everything about her is great. You're just trying to comfort me. Hearing Su-Kei's response, Lu Chenhuan rolled her eyes, reverting to her usual domineering demeanor. Fine, I'll accept that you think I have a good personality, but what the hell do you mean by talent? If F-grade talent counts as good, then what do you call geniuses like An Ning and the others? Facing Lu Chenhuan's rebuttal, Su-Kei didn't hide anything. He gave her a devilishly charming smile. Because you're not actually F-rank. My innate skill allows me to see through the essence of all things. I knew you weren't F-rank, which is why I contracted with you. Ha! Hearing Su-Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan, who was linked arm in arm with him, and Lu Lingfeng standing nearby, were both stunned. Not F-rank? Then what rank are you? At that moment, both of them were half believing, half doubting Su-Kei's words. After all, Su-Kei had awakened as an SSS-grade Beast Tamer. Possessing some special talent was only natural. Seeing the questioning looks on their faces, Su-Kei laid his cards on the table. Huan, you're not an F-rank hungry mole. Your true potential is actually that of an SSS-rank heaven devouring Taotie. Put. Before Su-Kei could finish speaking, Lu Chenhuan shot him a huge, dismissive wide eye. You're just trying to comfort me. I'd believe you if you called me an AB grade, but SSS grade? What the hell is that? Even Lu Lingfeng beside them couldn't help but shake his head. Exactly. SSS rank beast girls? Human history has only ever seen two. How could Huan possibly be SSS rank? It wasn't that they didn't believe him, it was that the possibility was simply too remote, practically impossible. Su-Kei didn't expect them to believe him now. He preferred action over words. Once he'd elevated Lu Chenhuan's potential, the results would speak for themselves. As they spoke, the three arrived at the gate of Lu Chenhuan's home. Thanks to Principal Lu Lingfeng's position, the school had provided him with a two-story villa complete with a small courtyard. Pushing open the door, they saw rows of bean sprouts and Chinese cabbage growing inside. Seeing the vegetables in the yard, Su-Kei was somewhat surprised. Did your father grow all these? As a prominent figure at the school, Su-Kei knew Lu Chenhuan had lost her mother at a young age and was raised solely by her father, Lu Lingfeng. This was widely speculated to be the reason behind her rebellious nature. No, Huan planted them herself. Lu Lingfeng's answer surprised Su-Kei even more. He hadn't expected Lu Chenhuan, with her outwardly rebellious personality, to actually grow vegetables. As if sensing Su-Kei's confusion, Lu Chenhuan hesitated before her eyes softened with a nostalgic look. That's because Mom used to love growing vegetables too. When I'm growing vegetables, it feels like Mom is right beside me. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Su-Kei's heart trembled. For the first time, he felt the girl before him looked so lonely. He reached out and pulled Lu Chenhuan straight into his embrace. Huan, I'll be with you from now on. You don't have to live in the past anymore. Lu Chenhuan's delicate frame trembled against Su-Kei's embrace. Instead of struggling, she buried her face into his chest, her voice unexpectedly choking with emotion. You said it yourself, liars are little dogs. Yeah, I did. Liars are little dogs. Lu Lingfeng, watching from the side, saw this scene and a look of relief flashed in his eyes. He quietly slipped away, entering the house and heading toward the kitchen to start preparing the meal. The two remained embraced for an unknown length of time until the sun dipped below the horizon. The aroma of cooking wafted from the kitchen as Lu Lingfeng, wiping his apron, called out to them. Dinner's ready. The sound snapped them back to reality. Lu Chenhuan quickly pulled her head out of Su-Kei's embrace, her face flushed with embarrassment. Dinner's ready, dinner's ready. Suke gazed at Lu Chenhuan, her cheeks flushed like a tempting red apple, and instinctively reached out to gently pinch her cheek.
Lu Chenhuan blushed even deeper.
But in an instant, she regained her composure, reverting to her usual domineering demeanor.
How dare you, Suke?
We've only just met today, and you already think you can touch me like that.
Give it a few more days, and you'll be all over me, groping and fondling. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's fierce words, Suke suddenly realized he was dealing with a fierce woman.
Feeling momentarily overwhelmed, he scrambled into the room as if fleeing.
Let's eat first. Let's eat first. Watching Suke scramble into the room, Lu Lingfeng wore a look of satisfaction as she served food for both of them.
During the meal, Lu Lingfeng poured Suke a glass of his treasured vintage wine, aged for many years. Suke, this is my daughter's red wine, aged for 18 years. Today, seeing Huan finally find her place, it's time to drink it.
Come, let's toast. Suke didn't hesitate, clinking his bowl against Lu Lingfeng's. Here, drink up. With that, Suke downed the entire bowl in one gulp. What a rush! Watching Suke's actions, Lu Lingfeng felt even more satisfied. He lifted his own bowl and downed it in one gulp. Don't look down on me, you hear? How could I just stand by and watch my own daughter's red wine go to waste?
Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, filled her own bowl to the brim and downed it in one gulp.
After several bowls of wine, all three showed signs of slight intoxication. Lu Lingfeng even reached out and patted Suke on the shoulder.
Suke, this is your home from now on.
Home? Hearing Lu Lingfeng's words, Suke, an orphan since childhood, stared blankly. Yes, home. Our home. Beside them, Lu Chenhuan, feeling the effects of the alcohol, wrapped an arm around Suke's neck and whispered with a chuckle in his ear. How come I never noticed before how handsome you are? Watching Lu Chenhuan's dazed eyes, Suke gently pressed his hand against Lu Chenhuan's forehead. Huan, you're drunk. I'm not drunk. Lu Chenhuan grabbed Suke's outstretched hand and grinned at him. You've even signed a contract with me. You don't really think you can leave me now, do you? Let me tell you this, once this contract is sealed, you'll be mine for life. It was bound to happen sooner or later anyway. Come on, let's consummate it tonight. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan's fiery lips pressed against his. But uncle is right here beside us. Suke reached out and pressed down firmly on Lu Chenhuan's irresistibly hot lips. I can leave. Lu Lingfeng, witnessing the scene, hurriedly braced himself against the wall and made his way toward the exit. I'm drunk. I need to step outside for some air. You don't need to mind me. I'm drunk, I can't see or hear anything. Thud. The crisp sound of a head hitting the concrete floor echoed from outside. Chapter 8 made me play along again. Early morning. When Suke awoke in bed, a snow-white jade-like hand as smooth as lotus root had somehow draped itself around his neck. Suke turned his head to see Lu Chenhuan sleeping beside him, her body turned sideways. One leg was draped over his own, and her arm was wrapped around his neck. Morning sunlight streamed through the window, bathing Lu Chenhuan's fair face in light. Her cheeks glowed like crystal, her long lashes gently lowered, making her resemble an angel who had accidentally fallen to earth. For a fleeting moment, Suke felt as though time itself had frozen in that instant, as if this single moment could last forever. This was the very essence of peaceful, serene days. Gazing at Lu Chenhuan's exquisite features, Suke instinctively reached out to brush away a stray strand of hair from her temple. The instant Suke's hand touched Lu Chenhuan's cheek, she jolted awake. She hastily pulled the quilt up to cover her chest, her face flushing with embarrassment. Brother Su, how did you end up in my bed? Suke wore a mischievous grin. Where else would I sleep? This look on your face is quite different from last night's bold and daring demeanor. Don't tell me you don't want to take responsibility now? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's face flushed crimson like a ripe red apple. Hold on, let's think together, what exactly happened last night? I remember something was about to happen last night, then Dad seemed to fall down, so we rushed out to help him up. After that, I can't remember. We didn't actually do anything, did we? Suke watched Lu Chenhuan's slightly panicked expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Truthfully, I don't know what happened last night either. My memory's a blank. But with you being so fiery, who knows what might have happened? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan instinctively bit her lower lip. She understood that since she and Suke had formed a contract, intimacy was inevitable sooner or later. Yet the suddenness of it all left her clearly unable to process it immediately. After all, they hadn't been particularly close before, they'd only just formed the contract yesterday and hadn't really gotten to know each other deeply yet. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's dazed expression, Suke chuckled. Just kidding. I, Suke, am not the type to take advantage of someone in a vulnerable state. If I ever want you, it will be because you willingly choose to be mine. I won't touch you until you're ready. After helping my uncle to bed last night, I carried you over, you were all over me and you passed out the moment you hit the mattress. Suke possessed absolute confidence in himself. Since he and Lu Chenhuan had forged a contract, her becoming his woman was only a matter of time. He felt no urgency about it now. On the contrary, for Suke, the top priority was to strengthen both their abilities and prepare for the upcoming youth training as quickly as possible.
Listening to Sukei's words, Lu Chenhuan stared at him blankly, her impression of him shifting even further.
You really are one of a kind.
Just then, the communicator Sukei had placed nearby rang. Sukei reached out to answer it, and Principal Wang Jiangwo's voice came through.
Su, did you have a pleasant evening last night?
On the day of the awakening ceremony, many beast masters and beast maidens would seize the opportunity to choose their partners, making that night the most action-packed day across the entire Tianhai region. Ignoring Principal Wang Jiangwo's teasing, Sukei cut straight to the point.
Principal Wang, calling me this early in the morning surely isn't out of concern for my nightlife, is it? Hearing Sukei's inquiry, Wang Jiangwo's voice came through from the other end. You're the only one who gets me.
The 500 first-tier beast cores you requested are ready.
Just letting you know, come pick them up anytime. Then I'll come now. Sukei wasn't one to waste time, promptly setting a pickup time. He then stood up, dressed, and addressed Lu Chenhuan. Huan, wait here for me.
I'll go get something from Principal Wang and be right back.
Hearing Sukei's instructions, Lu Chenhuan tossed aside the blanket and stood up immediately.
You mean those 500 first-tier beast cores you promised the principal yesterday, right?
Let's go get them together. Mid-sentence, Lu Chenhuan noticed Sukei staring blankly at her chest.
She quickly lowered her head, realizing her t-shirt had been pulled down halfway during last night's restless movements. Her face flushed, and she hurriedly pulled the fabric back over her chest.
You talk a good game about being a proper gentleman, but your body tells a different story, huh?
I'm starting to wonder if you were even drunk and incapacitated last night. That's why you didn't touch me.
Slander. Outright slander. Sukei declared his innocence with righteous indignation.
Lu Chenhuan cast a coy glance at Sukei, then hopped off the bed and slipped her arm through his.
Come on, let's go meet Principal Wang together.
We should go together, but shouldn't we put on our shoes first? Also, you just stepped on my ingrown toenail. Soon, accompanied by Lu Chenhuan, Sukei returned to Tianhai First High School and arrived at the principal's office.
Well, Su and our Lu have arrived together?
Upon seeing Sukei enter, Wang Jiangwo promptly rose from his seat, a smile lighting up his face as he handed Sukei a ring. Here, Sukei, take this. It's the 500 first-tier beast cores you need.
Sukei's gaze lingered on the ring Wang Jiangwo offered. A storage ring? Storage rings were extremely rare spiritual artifacts. Even in the entire Tianhai region, few people possessed one. Sukei hadn't expected Wang Jiangwo to gift him something so precious.
While 500 first-tier beast cores were rare, the storage ring's value clearly far exceeded them. Even Lu Chenhuan beside him gaped in astonishment, her expression utterly incredulous. Wang Jiangwo, however, observed their expressions with his hands behind his back, maintaining an air of nonchalance.
500 first-tier beast cores? That's several large bags worth. Are you two planning to carry them back like this? A storage ring makes things much more convenient, and it won't draw attention either. Sukei hesitated. But storage rings are so expensive. Before Sukei could finish, Wang Jiangwo cut him off. Expensive? Good things should be used by good people. I might have used it when I was younger, but now that I'm old, it's of little use to me. Rather than letting it gather dust in my possession, it's better to give it to someone who needs it more. Besides, a mere storage ring is nothing to me. Hearing Wang Jiangwo's words, Sukei no longer hesitated. He accepted the storage ring and bowed deeply to Wang Jiangwo. Thank you, Principal. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, followed suit with a clasped fist. Thank you, Principal Uncle. Alright, if there's nothing else, you two should get back to your duties. Just remember to assemble for the youth training in 3 days. Wang Jiangwo waves dismissively at Sukei and Lu Chenhuan with an air of nonchalance before turning away. Seeing this, Sukei and Lu Chenhuan wasted no time. They bowed once more to Wang Jiangwo, then turned and walked away hand in hand. Wang Jiangwo watched their retreating figures with the corner of his eye. He secretly turned his head, and only when he was certain they were completely gone did he relax, closing the door and bursting into loud laughter. Made the old man put on another show. That felt damn good. Chapter 9, Absorbing the Beast Core, Enhancing Potential. After receiving the Beast Core from Wang Jiangwo, Sukei led Lu Chenhuan straight back to his rented apartment. The rental was subsidized by the Great Xia government, one of those clustered low-income housing units. Though cramped, it at least provided Sukei with a place to call home. Looking at the old, cramped apartment where the wall plaster had peeled off most of the hallway walls on every floor, and even the bathrooms were shared, Lu Chenhuan's eyes showed a hint of pity. Brother Su, have you always lived in a place like this? The environment Sukei lived in was something Lu Chenhuan, who had grown up in a privileged family, could never truly comprehend. Sukei, however, remained utterly calm. After the Beast era descended, many lost their homes and families, becoming displaced. For an orphan like me, having a place to call home is already a blessing. Sukei paused at this point. So for someone like me, awakening as a beastmaster is merely the beginning. My ultimate goal is to drive those beasts that invaded humanity completely out of Blue Star, restoring a clear and bright world. A true man born under heaven cannot merely look out for himself and seek comfort in a corner. Listening to Sukei's words, Lu Chenhuan beside him felt his heart tremble. His gaze toward Sukei grew even more profound.
Brother Su. Seeing Lu Chenhuan staring blankly, Suke instinctively ruffled her hair, opened the door, and pulled her inside.
Enough of that. Let's go inside first. I'll enhance your aptitude. Enhance my aptitude? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's beautiful eyes instantly widened, filled with astonishment and disbelief. Can one's aptitude for supernatural abilities actually be enhanced? Suke watched Lu Chenhuan's incredulous expression as he closed the door behind them. Of course. I mentioned earlier that your true potential is actually that of an SSS-grade heaven devouring tyrant. However, due to the defect within your body, what manifests is merely an F-grade hungry mole. I requested these 500 Tier 1 beast cores from Principal Wang specifically to enhance your aptitude. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's heart couldn't help but swell with emotion. He hadn't imagined that the beast cores Suke had requested from Principal Wang Jianguo were actually meant for him. Though Lu Chenhuan harbored deep doubts about whether her innate talent could truly be enhanced, Suke's gesture touched her profoundly. Brother Su, is it truly possible, as you say, that my aptitude can be enhanced? Facing Lu Chenhuan's self-doubt, Suke remained utterly confident. Of course. Tell me, ever since you can remember, have you always felt like you were never truly full? Woken by gnawing hunger in the dead of night? Sneaking out to scavenge for food? Lu Chenhuan's heart skipped a beat as Suke's words hit home, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yes, but how did you know? Facing Lu Chenhuan's confusion, Suke didn't hide anything and spoke directly. Remember when I told you I possess the innate ability to see through the flaws of all things in this world? I used that very ability to perceive the defect in your body. Through that, I understood your specific condition and deduced a method to repair your flaw. Seeing Suke's earnest expression, Lu Chenhuan gradually began to believe his words. Yet her heart remained deeply unsettled. Noticing her unease, Suke understood that actions spoke louder than words. With a flick of his mind, he activated his storage ring, and 500 gleaming first-tier beast cores appeared on the dining table before him. Actions speak louder than words. Here, take a look. Ha! Hearing Suke's command, Lu Chenhuan felt her mind buzzing as she pointed at the beast cores as thick as her thumb. Show off? Brother Su, you mean you want me to swallow this thing? It's so big and hard. I'm afraid I can't swallow it. And there's so many of them. Won't they burst me open? Suke gently ruffled Lu Chenhuan's silky hair, flashing a devilish grin. How will you know you can't swallow it if you don't try? You might just fall in love with the feeling. As for bursting? You're the legendary swallowing heaven tyrant, the unrivaled devouring black hole. How could you possibly burst from being too full? Do you trust me? If you do, swallow it. Alright, I trust you. Staring at the gleaming beast cores on the table, Lu Chenhuan closed his eyes, grabbed a core as thick as his thumb, and shoved it straight into his mouth. Crush it! Suke's command rang out from the side. Lu Chenhuan instinctively followed Suke's command, crushing the beast core in her mouth with a single bite. To her surprise, the seemingly hard core shattered instantly. The pure energy contained within flooded her mouth, its sweet and crisp taste making her eyes light up. Delicious. I never imagined this beast core could taste so good. Lu Chenhuan, drawn by the beast core's energy, now found himself struggling to contain his desire. A faint, greedy red glow flickered in his eyes as he stared at the beast core. This must be the energy of the swallowing heaven tyrant. Observing the faint crimson glow in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, Suke reached his conclusion. He rubbed Lu Chenhuan's head affectionately. If it tastes good, eat more. It's all yours. Upon hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan could no longer restrain her craving. She grabbed another beast core and shoved it into her mouth. Once she tasted its deliciousness, she no longer satisfied herself with eating them one by one. Instead, she began grabbing handfuls and shoving them into her mouth, uttering words of praise for the flavor as she ate. Delicious. Watching Lu Chenhuan's cheeks bulge with stuffed food, Suke couldn't help but blink. Who knew you could stuff so much in your little mouth, kid? But Lu Chenhuan was utterly immersed in the deliciousness of the beast cores before her, like a starving kitten seeing a mountain of cat food. She heard nothing of Suke's words. As Lu Chenhuan consumed the beast core, waves of pure spiritual energy rose from within him, swirling around his body like a shimmering silk brocade. The refined spiritual energy transformed into a shimmering mist, drifting toward Suke's palm. Beast maidens could advance their cultivation by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, the energy of the sun and moon, and the power of beast cores. Beast masters, however, relied on contracts with beast maidens to extract their surplus spiritual energy, condensing soul crystals within their own bodies for cultivation. Suke, his mind utterly focused, seized the moment as Lu Chenhuan transformed her spiritual energy. He freely absorbed the overflowing power emanating from her body. Both their cultivation levels surged relentlessly. Just then, Lu Chenhuan, perhaps overwhelmed by the excessive energy absorbed, began losing control of her human form. Her ears gradually lengthened and sharpened, sprouting dense, jet-black fur. Her teeth stretched into adorable little fangs. Is she beginning to manifest her beast girl form due to the energy replenishment? Suke's mind was still racing when, before his eyes, tiny golden sparks began to rise from the follicles of Lu Chenhuan's fur. A peculiar golden rune appeared on her forehead, while the fur on her ears and hair shifted from jet black and crimson to a radiant gold. A powerful aura erupted from Lu Chenhuan's body. Her profile data changed at that very moment. Chapter 10, Fairy, I need your help to cultivate. In the dilapidated public housing unit, as Lu Chenhuan swallowed the 500 first-tier beast cores, a dazzling golden light erupted from her body, nearly blinding Su-Kei standing before her. A powerful surge of energy erupted from her body, sending terrifying shockwaves that hurled all the surrounding furniture flying. In Su-Kei's eyes, Lu Chenhuan was now bathed in golden light, her profile undergoing a complete transformation. Beast Girl, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, Second Tier Materialization. Talent, D-Rank Gold Devouring Rat. Beast Master, Su-Kei. Talent Skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense. Flaw, contains SSS grade Swallowing Heaven Taotie energy within her body. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, she cannot fully activate her SSS grade talent. Though Lu Chenhuan's flaw persists, his talent has leaped 2 tiers from its previous F rank to D rank. Her cultivation realm has also leaped from the initial stage of spirit awakening directly to the second stage of form condensation. It must be noted that for ordinary beast maidens, rapidly advancing from stage 1, awakening to stage 2, forming requires significant resources. Even an S rank like An Ning would need at least half a month to a month of concentrated resource infusion to achieve this leap. After all, while resources are limitless, the amount of spiritual energy a beast girl can absorb is finite. Without Lu Chenhuan's monstrous gluttonous constitution, consuming 500 beast cores would likely cause her to explode on the spot. Having devoured all 500 beast cores, Lu Chenhuan belched contentedly. That felt amazing. It's been ages since I've eaten this satisfyingly. But as Lu Chenhuan snapped back to her senses, her pupils contracted sharply as she noticed the changes in her own body. She wiggled a pair of golden beast ears, staring in disbelief at her reflection in the full-length mirror. Her entire body now radiated a golden glow. The golden fur and hair were so dazzling they nearly blinded her own eyes. I've advanced. My talent has actually improved too. I've truly evolved from an F-rank worthless hungry mole into a D-rank gold devouring mole. Though she hadn't reached SSS directly, this was already earth-shattering news to Lu Chenhuan. Because it meant everything Su-Kei had said was true, she really wasn't a worthless failure. Lu Chenhuan's eyes brimmed with excitement, tears welling up in her eyes. Brother Su, my aptitude has improved. My aptitude has truly improved. I'm better now. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lu Chenhuan rushed forward and wrapped her small arms around Su-Kei. Feeling the soft, warm paws on his back with claws safely retracted warmed Su-Kei's heart. He gently wrapped his arms around Lu Chenhuan's slender waist, running his fingers through the soft hair framing her ears as he stroked her adorable beast ears, offering gentle reassurance. Yes, you're better now. Everything will be fine from now on. Hearing Su-Kei's tender words, Lu Chenhuan could no longer hold back. She buried her face in his chest and began to sob softly. Thank you. Thank you, Su Quebec. Lu Chenhuan had always believed that awakening an F-rank talent meant her life was already set. She'd find some other F or E-rank Beast Tamer, marry him, raise children, and fade into obscurity. It was Su-Kei's arrival that repeatedly created miracles and hope for her. It could be said that her entire future had been transformed by the man before her. Su-Kei simply patted Lu Chenhuan's back gently, reaching out to softly stroke her ears in comfort. After an unknown amount of time, Lu Chenhuan's emotions gradually calmed. Feeling Su-Kei's warm hand continuously rubbing her beast ears, she hesitated before speaking. Brother Su, could you please stop rubbing? Ears are a very sensitive spot for beast girls. Oh. Su-Kei's body jerked at her words, clearing his throat awkwardly. I didn't know. I was just trying to comfort you. Does comforting someone involve rubbing their ears for nearly half an hour? Brother Su, you're not a beast ear enthusiast, are you? You're still rubbing? At that, Su-Kei quickly withdrew his hand, chuckling awkwardly. No, it's just a habit. It just happened. Seeing Su-Kei's guilty expression, Lu Chenhuan shot him a playful glare before a seductive smile suddenly curved her lips. Brother Su, if you really want to continue, I suppose it's not impossible. You could even take the opportunity to make other requests. I wouldn't be opposed to considering them. You've done me such a huge favor, I've been racking my brain over how to repay you. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan's hands transformed back into slender jade fingers. Like a water snake, they slid up Su-Kei's neck, her warm lips slowly drawing closer as her voice grew soft and seductive. Brother Su. Gazing at those tempting lips and feeling the warm breath tickling his skin, Su-Kei instinctively swallowed hard, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. You little vixen, you're the one offering yourself up. If I didn't make some demands now, it would only show I'm clueless about romance. Seeing the sly grin on Su-Kei's lips, Lu Chenhuan gently bit her lower lip, wrapped her arms around his neck, and breathed warmly into his ear. Go ahead. Whatever you ask for now, I'll grant it. Su-Kei's smile widened. Then I'll ask. And you're not allowed to refuse. Lu Chenhuan murmured softly. Go ahead. I promise not to refuse. Su-Kei nodded. I want you to sit down and help me cultivate. Help you cultivate? Hearing Su-Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan playfully jabbed his chest. You rascal, making it sound so romantic. But before she could finish, Lu Chenhuan realized something. Wait, you said sit down? Not lie down? Of course not lying down. Su-Kei looked utterly righteous. If I don't sit down and absorb the spiritual energy radiating from your body with our palms facing each other, how am I supposed to cultivate? Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan's eyes widened in shock. You mean actual cultivation? With such beauty before us, you talk about cultivation? Su-Kei's expression was one of righteous indignation. Then what? Sit down. Compared to the easily obtained beauty, Su-Kei coveted the spiritual energy emanating from the 500 beast cores Lu Chenhuan had refined. That was the very foundation of his existence in this world. Power was the ultimate law of survival in this world. Seeing Su-Kei's solemn and righteous expression, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Reluctantly, she sat down and began assisting Su-Kei with his cultivation. Yet a lingering worry gnawed at her heart. Brother Su, with so much energy flowing out, can you really absorb it all? I will absorb it all. Su-Kei immediately seized Lu Chenhuan's hands. The contract array in his palms ignited, beginning to freely absorb the spiritual energy overflowing from Lu Chenhuan's body as she refined the beast core. Like countless strands of brocade, the vast spiritual energy surged madly into Su-Kei's body, where he refined it all. As this spiritual energy was refined, the aura surrounding Su-Kei surged upward with frenzied intensity. Second tier of contemplating the subtle, fifth tier of contemplating the subtle, seventh tier of contemplating the subtle. Boom! A deep, muffled sound erupted from within Su-Kei's body. His eyes snapped open as his aura surged violently. Second realm, spirit binding. Chapter 11, peril ahead, smooth sailing along the way. What the hell is that noise? The moment Su-Kei broke through, numerous tenants in the low-income housing complex turned their heads toward his floor. Earthquake? The sheer force of Su-Kei's breakthrough sent terrifying shockwaves rippling through the entire building, causing it to shake violently. Some beast masters and beast maidens who had just completed their contracts and were moving about in the affordable housing units rushed out of their rooms in their underwear, their faces frozen in terror. Tenants from the same floor who knew Su-Kei rushed out into the hallway, staring toward the source of the commotion, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. That noise, it sounds like it's coming from Xiao Su-Kei's room? An elderly man with silver hair, rolling out in his wheelchair, frantically pushed forward, slamming his wheelchair against Su-Kei's door while urgently shouting, Su-Kei! Su-Kei! Hearing the commotion outside, Su-Kei, who had just achieved a breakthrough, had no time to savor the moment. He hurriedly pulled Lu Chenhuan to her feet and opened the door, only to collide with the silver-haired old man who, having lost control due to excessive speed, was hurtling toward his crotch. Old Wang! Su-Kei froze in shock as he watched the frantic old Wang hurtle toward him. Old Wang, seeing Su-Kei was unharmed, first let out a long sigh of relief, then his face twisted with terror. Xiao Su-Chou, get out of the way. This old man can't stop. Get out of the way, or you'll go from being little Pang to little Pang. The other tenants gathered around also snapped to attention, urgently shouting for Su-Kei to get out of the way. But in that instant, Su-Kei's aura surged violently. His spirit-binding realm cultivation erupted, a flash of golden light darting from his eyes. With a flick of his mind, he shielded Lu Chenhuan before him. Huan. Lu Chenhuan darted aside, unleashing her condensation realm cultivation. Her palm instantly transformed into a golden claw, snatching the speeding wheelchair with lightning-fast speed. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. What lightning-fast reflexes? Is that Xiao Shuchue and the beast maiden he just contracted? But some retired beast masters and beast maidens instantly realized something was amiss. Something's off. Su-Kei and that girl's aura feels wrong. They're not in the same realm, they're in the second realm. After sensing the aura emanating from the pair, the entire corridor erupted in commotion. They really are at the second realm. That commotion earlier was caused by Xiao Su-Kei and the others breaking through their realms. Old Wang's face was frozen in shock as he sensed the aura emanating from Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan up close, his eyes wide with disbelief. Su-Kei, you've broken through? Facing the stunned gazes of the crowd, Su-Kei made no attempt to conceal it. He stepped forward to Lu Chenhuan's side and nodded lightly. Yes, what just happened? Hearing Su-Kei's confirmation, the crowd erupted in a roar of commotion. A bearded man leaning on his cane swallowed hard. Truly worthy of an SSS tier talent, that breakthrough speed is impressive, huh? Many children of beast masters and beast maidens from the affordable housing complex attended Tianhai First High School. Combined with their close-knit community, gossip spread like wildfire, so most were well informed about Su-Kei's awakening and contract. That F-rank girl must have ridden your coattails to level up too. What a shame. With your exceptional beastmaster talent, you ended up contracting an F-rank, sigh. Everyone turned to look at Lu Chenhuan beside Su Quebec. While they admired her beauty, there was a stronger sense of pity. In their minds, Su-Kei had awakened an SSS tier talent, promising a bright future. Yet, driven by impulsiveness, he had contracted an F-tier beast, effectively ruining his own prospects.
It could be said that Suke had once been humanity's greatest hope for restraining the ferocious beasts, yet now he had become the laughingstock of the entire city. Feeling the stares, Lu Chenhuan's face, which had been glowing with triumph after her breakthrough, instantly dimmed. Suke sensed Lu Chenhuan's low spirits and immediately stepped in front of her, addressing the crowd of old neighbors gathered before them. Dear neighbors, thank you for your concern for Su Quebec. But Huan isn't as weak as you imagine. On the contrary, she's incredibly strong. This breakthrough was made possible by her blessings. She gave me the opportunity to achieve it. If you truly respect me, please refrain from criticizing Huan in the future. In fact, disrespecting her is disrespecting me. Seeing Suke's earnest expression, the neighbors were momentarily stunned before nodding in unison. Old Wang even patted Suke's hand. You've always been sensible, kid. We believe in you. Whatever decision you make, we'll stand behind you. The surrounding neighbors eagerly jumped at the chance to agree. Exactly. That girl's so pretty, forming a contract with her would be a match made in heaven. Suke, if you have time, bring the girl over for a meal sometime. At these words, Suke's expression finally softened. Thank you all. As he spoke, Suke took Lu Chenhuan's hand and addressed the group. I have another decision to share with you all. I may be moving away from here. I hope you won't worry about me. Hearing Suke's words, the group fell silent for a moment, but soon their expressions shifted to understanding. It's only natural. All beast masters who successfully awaken leave this place to head to the battlefields that truly belong to them. After all, the battlefield between humanity and the beasts is where you truly belong. Old Wang chuckled. Besides, with your exceptional talent, you'll surely be selected for Tianhai's intensive training. No need to waste time here with us old fogies. Go pack your things and head out. Suke heard this, pulled Lu Chenhuan back inside, quickly packed his belongings into his storage ring, then pushed open the door. What they hadn't anticipated was that their neighbors in the hallway had spontaneously gathered together at some point, each holding bags of varying sizes. Xiao Suke, this is our homemade fermented rice wine. When you're far from home and miss us, take a sip. You've always had a taste for the spicy stuff. Here's some homemade chili oil, take it with you. Old Wang even pushed his wheelchair forward, extending a pair of silver bracelets toward Suke. Xiao Suke, since you and the girl successfully formed a contract, it's like you're married now. These silver bracelets were left by my late wife. Consider them your wedding gift. The girl's a good one. You'd better treat her well. Suke reached out to accept the gifts offered by the crowd, tears welling in his eyes. He bowed deeply to everyone. Thank you all. I, Suke, will never forget your kindness. Orphaned from childhood, it was these neighbors who had consistently supported him, piecing together the fragments of his childhood. Lu Chenhuan beside him also bowed deeply. After expressing their gratitude, Suke and Lu Chenhuan hoisted the large and small packages and slowly departed. As they reached the staircase corner, Suke saw the lingering, reluctant gazes of the crowd who had accompanied them to the landing. He bowed deeply once more. Take care, everyone. Hearing this, the residents in the stairwell felt tears welling up in their eyes. Xiao Suke, the road ahead is perilous. May the journey be smooth. Remember to come back and visit often. Suke held Lu Chenhuan's hand and nodded gently. I will. Sunlight streamed through the stairwell's old window, bathing them in light and stretching their departing shadows long and thin. Chapter 12. Wait, how did your aura improve? On the way back with Lu Chenhuan, Suke quietly focused his mind to check his information panel. Beast Tamer, Suke. Rank, Second Tier Spirit Binder. Talent, God Tier. Contract Beast, Gold Devouring Rat. Innate Skills, Insightful Divine Eyes, Source of Evolution, God of all Beasts, Tyrant, Spirit Binding. Divine Inside Eyes, can probe supernatural abilities, physical constitutions, and even flaws in all things. Source of Evolution, aids contracted beast girls in leveling up and evolving their abilities while receiving substantial energy backflow. God of all Beasts, allows unlimited contracts with beast girls. Tyrant, consumes spiritual energy to trigger a full-scale berserk state in all contracted beast girls, boosting all attributes by 100% upgradable. Bound Spirit, consumes spiritual energy to generate a binding contract, restraining beast maidens from rampaging. To be unlocked. Suke couldn't help but smile with satisfaction as he examined his information panel. After absorbing the overflowing spiritual energy from Lu Chenhuan, his cultivation level had risen accordingly. Moreover, he had gained a new innate skill, Spirit Bind, corresponding to his current cultivation level. Binding Spirit, consumes spiritual energy to create an energy contract that restrains beast girls from rampaging. Suke was quite familiar with this skill. It had been taught at school, and most beast masters awakened this innate ability after breaking through to the spirit binding realm. Its purpose was to prevent beast girls from going berserk or entering a frenzied state due to improper use of their abilities. However, the instant Suke's mind focused on this skill, the text in his information panel suddenly distorted, as if interfered with by an invisible force. Detected new innate skill. Converting to God tier talent. The next moment, the description of the spirit binding talent changed. Binding Spirit consumes spiritual energy to form an energy contract, restraining beast girls from rampaging and binding hostile targets. Watching his talent skill transform, Suke's mouth opened slightly in surprise. It can do that? His newly acquired talent skill could actually be modified and amplified? This spirit binding could not only restrain his own beast girls but also bind enemy targets. Truly absurd. Truly, it lived up to the reputation of a god-tier beastmaster's talent. Lu Chenhuan, who was arm in arm with Suke, seemed to sense his mental disturbance and turned her head curiously to look at him. Brother Su, what's going on? You seem really surprised. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Suke didn't hide anything. Well, I just advanced and awakened my second-tier innate skill, Spirit Bind. Hearing Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan's beautiful brows furrowed slightly. Is that really something to surprise you, Brother Su? Suke paused briefly before addressing Lu Chenhuan. Do you recall the introduction to the spirit binding skill we studied back in high school? I do. Lu Chenhuan nodded lightly. It generates energy chains to restrain the rampant spirit energy within beast girls, preventing their consciousness from going berserk. A beast girl bound by spirit binding can unleash her abilities to the fullest without restraint. Suke nodded. Is that so? Correct. But my spirit binding not only prevents our own beast girls from going berserk, it can also be applied to enemy targets, forcibly restraining them. Listening to Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan's mouth fell open in surprise. Ha? It can do that too? Every second in battle was crucial. One could imagine how such a mutated binding spirit technique, unleashed at a critical moment, could instantly decide the outcome of the battlefield. You can actually alter innate skills? Is an SSS tier beastmaster's talent really that insane? Lu Chenhuan felt her astonishment towards Suke reach new heights. Brother Su, how much more about you do I not know? Seeing Lu Chenhuan's stunned expression, Suke decided to reveal all his innate skills to him outright. After all, they would be fighting side by side for a long time to come. Understanding each other early on would only improve their coordination. As Lu Chenhuan listened to Suke's explanation, her mouth gaped wider and wider, her eyes brimming with utter disbelief. Brother Su, you possess this many innate skills? With this newly awakened spirit binding, that makes 5 innate skills? And every single one is this insane? Lu Chenhuan had suspected Suke's talents were extraordinary, but never imagined they'd be this absurd. Not only can you see through the flaws of all things, but you can also contract an infinite number of spirit beasts, and even amplify everyone's power by consuming your own spiritual energy. Brother Su, you're seriously impressive. But mid-sentence, Lu Chenhuan suddenly realized something. Wait, Brother Su, is there no limit to how many beast girls you can contract? You're not lying to me? Suke smiled and nodded lightly. Of course not. Hearing Suke's admission, Lu Chenhuan's expression froze momentarily. He shot Suke a meaningful look. Then why didn't you contract S-rank An Ning back then? Why did you contract me, an F-rank instead? At this, Suke's lips curled into a cold smile. An Ning? She's not worthy. Anyone worthy of contracting with me, Suke, must be at least SSS rank like you. Anything below SSS? I wouldn't give it the time of day. Naturally, I also have no interest in SSS rankers of poor character. At this point, Suke suddenly turned to Lu Chenhuan with a faint, ambiguous smile. What? Worried now that you've heard I can contract others? Suke gently ruffled Lu Chenhuan's golden hair, his expression tender. Don't worry. I won't casually contract a second beast girl, and I certainly won't abandon you because of it. I'm not some fool who has to choose between 2 options, I want them both. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan playfully punched his chest. Who knew you bastard had such a rosy picture in your head? Take this punch from me. Amidst their playful scuffle, a familiar dry cough echoed from nearby. Suke and Lu Chenhuan snapped back to reality, realizing they had somehow ended up in front of Lu Chenhuan's courtyard. Lu Lingfeng stood there, hands behind his back, pacing near the doorway and watching them. Father, why are you out here? Lu Chenhuan's cheeks instantly flushed crimson at the sight of Lu Lingfeng before the gate. She hastily withdrew her hand from Suke's chest. Lu Lingfeng cleared his throat before speaking. Principal Wang just visited our home and delivered the youth training invitations. He asked me to remind you both to assemble early tomorrow morning for the training. As he spoke, Lu Lingfeng pulled 2 invitation letters from his robe. They contained a sincere invitation and an introduction to the youth training program. Is youth training finally starting? Suke and Lu Chenhuan immediately stepped forward to take the letters, but Lu Lingfeng suddenly frowned. Huan, why did you dye your hair blonde? His eyes widened in shock. Wait, how did your aura strengthen? How did you reach the second stage of chi condensation? And Suke, how did you reach the second stage too? It's only been a day, how could such earth-shattering changes occur? Could dyeing your hair yellow actually help advance your cultivation? Chapter 13, On the Eve of Youth Training, News of Peace. After Suke and Lu Chenhuan explained, Lu Lingfeng finally grasped the situation. So you're saying Huan consumed 500 beast cores she swiped from old Wang, and that's how she advanced? Exactly. Lu Chenhuan nodded proudly. Not only did her cultivation realm advance, but her innate talent improved too.
I'm no longer an F-rank hungry mole, I'm a D-rank gold devouring rat now. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lu Lingfeng's eyes widened even further. Your aptitude has improved too? Though it sounded like merely climbing from F-rank to D-rank, the shock this caused Lu Lingfeng was unprecedented. For in the history of the human beast girls, no one had ever heard of aptitude actually improving. Suke, you bastard actually didn't lie, you really did enhance Huanuan's aptitude. Even though it was only a jump from F to D rank, it brought immense hope for future advancements. If one could advance from F to D, then surely advancement from D to B, A, or even S was possible. Lu Lingfeng's eyes blazed with excitement as he grabbed Suke's shoulders tightly. You really can enhance a beast girl's potential. As expected of an SSS-Rank Beast Tamer, you're something else. Suke waved his hand lightly. I didn't enhance Huanuan's potential. She was born with SSS tier talent, but a hidden flaw within her body prevented her from fully unleashing her power. I don't care about that. The fact remains her potential has been enhanced. Lu Lingfeng felt his heart overflow with joy and surprise. Just tell me what she needs to further enhance her potential. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, also turned her curious gaze toward Suke. She too was curious if Suke's words were true, what conditions would be needed to further enhance her potential. Without hesitation, Suke activated his insight divine eye and looked at Lu Chenhuan. Beast girl, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, second tier materialization. Talent, D-rank gold devouring rat. Beast master, Suke. Talent skills, beast transformation, gold devouring claws, metal defense. Flaw, contains SSS tier swallowing heaven tyrant energy within. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, unable to fully activate SSS tier talent. Remediation plan, consume 10 complete second tier ferocious beasts to condense a life-bound beast core. Upon seeing the insights revealed by his divine insight eyes, Suke immediately stated the repair plan. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Lingfeng and Lu Chenhuan beside him both froze momentarily, their expressions odd. Consume 10 second tier ferocious beasts whole? Condense a life-bound beast core? Lu Lingfeng, in particular, twitched at the corners of his mouth. Those beasts are stinky and tough, how could anyone eat them? Lu Lingfeng turned to look at Lu Chenhuan. Huan, could you stomach that? Lu Chenhuan hesitated for a moment. I can handle 500 beast cores. 10 ferocious beasts should be no problem, right? I'm talking about the meat stinking. I've never tried it, so I can't comment. But judging by today's beast cores, it might be delicious. Watching Lu Chenhuan's utterly entranced expression, Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but rub his forehead. One more thing, where did you even get these 10 second tier ferocious beasts? Generally, the carcasses of second tier ferocious beasts hold no value. After being killed, their beast cores are extracted on the spot, and the bodies are discarded immediately. An intact second tier ferocious beast carcass? I doubt you'd find even one in the entire Tianhai city. Hearing Lu Lingfeng's concern, Suke remained utterly unfazed. Isn't the green training about to begin? The training program includes field combat exercises. We can just hunt a few then, right? Seeing Suke's unruffled expression, Lu Lingfeng's lips twitched. Second tier beasts are vicious and possess formidable killing power. Do you really think you can just kill them whenever you want? Suke's eyes remained unfazed. Whether we can kill them or not, we won't know until we try. Suke was never one to shy away from battle. He didn't believe any second-tier beast could withstand the combined might of himself and Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan beside him wore an equally confident expression. With Brother Su, an SSS-tier beast tamer, leading the charge, we have nothing to fear from mere second-tier beasts. Seeing the unshakable confidence on their faces, Lu Lingfeng refrained from further discouraging them. Alright, young men, keep that confidence up. Head home for dinner now and prepare for tomorrow's training. Soon, with Lu Lingfeng bustling about, the aroma of food wafted through the air as the three gathered once more to eat together. Since tomorrow's youth training camp was approaching, Lu Lingfeng refrained from urging Suke to drink excessively this time. However, overjoyed by Lu Chenhuan's improved aptitude, he couldn't help but raise a few cups himself. So happy. Truly happy. Huan won't be called a good for nothing anymore. However, halfway through the meal, Lu Lingfeng seemed to remember something and addressed Suke. Oh, Suke, old Wang brought me some news when he came over. Your ex-girlfriend, An Ning. I hear she's formed a contract with Zhao Fei from Tianhai No. 2 High School, another S-rank beastmaster. She's even bragging about making things tough for you during the youth training. You and Huan better watch your backs. Hearing Lu Lingfeng's warning, Suke wore a look of utter indifference. A mere S-class? Not worth my caution. Lu Chenhuan beside him snorted coldly. So what if she's S-rank? If she dares lay a finger on Brother Su, I'll beat her teeth out. Lu Chenhuan, her confidence restored by her improved aptitude in cultivation, now radiated a domineering aura as she stood protectively beside her husband. Seeing the confident expression on Lu Chenhuan's face, Lu Lingfeng's own face softened with satisfaction. The Huan I used to know is back. That's wonderful. Suke, thank you. Suke waved his hand lightly. No need to thank me, uncle. It's what I should do. But upon hearing this, Lu Lingfeng's expression darkened. You brat, how many times have I told you? Stop calling me uncle. Suke froze at the rebuke, then picked up the wine cup beside him. My mistake, father-in-law. Father-in-law. Lu Chenhuan, seated nearby, propped her chin on her hand against the table. Watching the scene unfold, the corners of her eyes curved upward, her smile forming a crescent moon. After an unknown amount of time, perhaps realizing he'd had a bit too much to drink, Lu Lingfeng murmured his intention to leave. Let me just use the restroom, then I'll be back to drink with you, you little rascal. He stumbled toward the door, his words slurred. Lu Chenhuan made a move to steady him, but Lu Lingfeng brushed her hand away. Don't touch me. Your old man here hasn't had that much, I'm perfectly clear-headed. As he spoke, Lu Lingfeng deliberately hopped up and down to prove his sobriety. Then he tripped over the threshold in front of him, his old face hurtling toward the concrete ground outside. Thud. Ouch. The dull thud reverberated in Suke and Lu Chenhuan's ears, sending a jolt through their nerves. Father-in-law. Chapter 14, Ugh, there's someone in the car. Early morning, Lu Lingfeng stood at the doorway with a band-aid on his head, seeing Suke and Lu Chenhuan off. Suke, Huan, the youth training camp lasts about a month. You'll be staying at the camp for meals and lodging. Take good care of yourselves. Especially you, Su Quebec. I'm entrusting this precious girl to you, don't you dare let anyone bully her. Suke blinked, glancing at Lu Chenhuan beside him. He thought that given Lu Chenhuan's current state, it would be a miracle if she didn't pick on others once she entered the training camp. Still, Suke gave his verbal assurance. Rest assured, father-in-law. With me here, no one will bully Huan. The moment she faces danger, I'll shield her with my own body. That's the spirit. Lu Lingfeng nodded in satisfaction at Suke's assurance, but immediately sensed something was off. Wait, where exactly do you plan to shield Huan? In front of you? That's basically using her as a human shield. What else? Am I supposed to charge ahead as a warrior just because I'm a beast master? Even though Huan and I are close, that's one thing and this is another. Where's your face, kid? You're not even putting on a show anymore, huh? Just as Lu Lingfeng was about to step forward to punch Suke, the Tianhai No. 1 high school bus pulled up to the curb. Wang Jiangwo stood by the window, waving at Suke and Lu Chenhuan. Lu, get on the bus. We're leaving. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan smiled warmly as she linked arms with Suke and boarded the bus. Behind them, Lu Lingfeng paused his actions and nodded slightly. Go ahead. Have a safe trip. He watched Suke and Lu Chenhuan climb into the car, waving reluctantly as he stared blankly at the receding vehicle. He remained rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the receding vehicle even after it vanished from sight. Inside the vehicle, as Suke and Lu Chenhuan boarded, the gazes cast upon them varied. The news of Suke and Lu Chenhuan's contract had rocked the entire Tianhai First High School, and those present were quite familiar with the pair. Yet in their gazes, curiosity dominated. They wondered how someone like Suke, who had awakened an SSS tier talent, could possibly contract an F-tier beast girl and ruin his own future. Yet, with Wang Jiangwo present, no one dared voice dissent. Wang Jiangwo seemed to sense the collective unease and addressed the group. Regardless of your past identities or personal grudges, during this youth training camp, you represent Tianhai No. 1 High School. Do not bring shame upon our school. Hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. But Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, wore a look of confusion. Principal uncle, what about An Ning? Isn't she also from Tianhai No. 1 High School? Why isn't she on this bus? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Wang Jiangwo sighed softly. An Ning has formed a contract with Zhao Fei from Second High. She's already applied to transfer her enrollment and join Second High. Hearing this, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. As a rare S-rank beast girl, An Ning would undoubtedly receive smooth approval for her transfer request from Second High. He simply hadn't expected her to be so ungrateful after hooking up with Zhao Fei from Second High. She immediately switched her enrollment. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, let out a cold snort. Don't let me run into such an ungrateful person during youth training. If I do, I'll beat them up every single time. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, the surrounding students couldn't help but twitch their lips. An F rank going after an S rank? Even with an SSS-Rank Beastmaster backing him up, it seemed utterly absurd no matter how you looked at it. After all, the gap in innate talent was simply too vast, far beyond what combat skill alone could bridge. But at that moment, Wang Jiangwo, standing before them, sensed something. His expression turned startled and uncertain as he looked at the two. Suke, Lu Chenhuan, you've broken through? The other students in the car were all at the first tier, their cultivation levels too low to sense the anomaly in Suke and Lu Chenhuan. But Wang Jiangwo was no ordinary man. He instantly recognized the truth of their breakthrough. Hearing this, everyone in the vehicle instinctively turned their gaze toward Suke and Lu Chenhuan. They broke through? No way. It's only been 3 days since the awakening ceremony. How could they have broken through already? Yeah, 3 days? How could they possibly break through in that time? Especially since Lu Chenhuan is still an F rank.
Facing the strange gazes from everyone in the car, Suke remained calm. Yes, thanks to Huanuan's help, I managed to break through to the second tier. Hearing this, the entire car erupted in chaos. What? He really broke through? It's only been 3 days, hasn't she just set a new record for breaking through in human history? Now that you mention it, it seems Lu Chenhuan and the others might actually have a chance to beat up An Ning and Zhao Fei. All I can say is, she truly lives up to her SSS rank. If An Ning finds out about this, won't she regret breaking up with Suke even more? Everyone stared at Suke and Lu Chenhuan with utter shock. They never imagined Suke and Lu Chenhuan could break through an entire tier in just 3 days, successfully ascending to tier 2. Wang Jiangwo, however, wore not just shock but genuine delight on his face. Ha ha ha. With you two breaking through to tier 2, our school finally has a shot at the youth training program. Entering the youth training program with second tier strength would deliver an overwhelming blow to other schools in the early stages. Wang Jiangwo now looked at Suke with genuine admiration. Suke, I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Regarding Suke and Lu Chenhuan's breakthroughs, the old fox Wang Jiangwo already had a vague suspicion in his mind. He just didn't know about Lu Chenhuan's leap from F rank to D rank. If he did, he'd be even more stunned. Lu Chenhuan sat beside Suke, taking in the stunned and envious gazes directed at her from the others in the vehicle. Her eyes lingered on Suke's gentle expression, stirring something within her. Most of the Beast Tamers in the car were A or B rank geniuses. Under normal circumstances, someone like her, a mere F rank, wouldn't even have been granted the chance to board. It was only because of the youth beside her that she had gained the chance to train alongside them and even more, the capital to astonish them. Regardless of whether she had once been SSS tier, Lu Chenhuan knew one thing for certain: without Suke, she would have remained in F tier forever, an F tier who drew scornful glances. This realization deepened Lu Chenhuan's gratitude toward Su Quebec. She gently squeezed his hand and nestled her head obediently against his shoulder. Suke, thank you. Feeling the soft hair brush against his ear, Suke turned his face slightly and took a gentle breath. The lavender fragrance wafting to his nose made the corners of his mouth curve upward in a faint smile. So grateful? How about repaying me tonight? Stop it, there are people in the car. Don't worry, I'll keep my voice down. They won't hear us. Mid-sentence, Suke trailed off. For he had spotted the small B-shaped pistol holstered at Wang Jiangwo's waist. Chapter 15, The Unrestrained Genius Beast Tamer. The youth training bus cut through the bustling streets, heading toward a forested area. Before long, it came to a halt on a clearing within the woods. We're here. Following Wang Jiangwo's instructions, everyone disembarked and stared in astonishment at the scene before them. This is the training camp? In the center of the forest, a vast clearing had been cleared. Several watchtowers stood tall, and rows of tents had been set up early. Before the watchtower, a bald man with a gleaming scalp and a menacing knife scar across his face stood alongside his partner, a beast girl half a head shorter than him, clad in a form-fitting outfit. Both wore wicked grins as they watched the disembarking group. Welcome to the Young Talent Training Camp. Pleased to meet you all. We are your instructors for this session, Pang Mang and Su Lu. Seeing the intimidating Pang Mang, many students instinctively shuddered, already envisioning the hardships of their youth training days ahead. Suke, however, didn't spare Pang Mang or Su Lu a glance the moment he stepped off the bus. Instead, he immediately scanned his surroundings, searching for any signs of potential second-tier ferocious beasts lurking nearby. After all, his other purpose for joining the camp was to find a second-tier ferocious beast for Lu Chenhuan to level up. The carefree Lu Chenhuan followed Suke's gaze, curiously scanning the surroundings. Her eyes brimmed with anticipation for her new life ahead, showing not the slightest concern for Pang Mang or Su Lu. Seeing Suke and Lu Chenhuan completely ignore them, Pang Mang and Suke, standing before the watchtower, couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. These two youngsters are quite interesting. Having served as youth training instructors for many years, they had seen countless newcomers. Most, upon first arriving at the youth training camp, carried some degree of fear toward the wilderness. Children sheltered behind protective walls for over a decade inevitably felt trepidation when facing the harsh wilderness. But Suke, having lived 2 lifetimes and faced death head-on, was naturally incomparable to these ordinary students just starting out. As for Lu Chenhuan, he was pure tiger fearless. Just then, a terrifying beast's roar echoed from deep within the valley, sending countless forest birds scattering into the sky. The newcomers in front of the school bus flinched at the sound, instinctively retreating toward the doors. Suke's eyes, however, lit up with excitement as he stared intently toward the beast's location. Lu Chenhuan also felt a surge of anticipation, seemingly recalling the delicious taste of the beast core she had consumed earlier. A flash of red light flickered in her eyes as she unconsciously licked her lips. Watching Suke and Lu Chenhuan's reactions to the beast, Pang Mang and Su Lu's eyes filled with even more admiration. These two new recruits are promising. Looks like we've got some promising prospects in this youth training session. The two approached with expressions of praise. These two students are impressive. Facing ferocious beasts, their first reaction wasn't fear but anticipation. Their courage is commendable. Su Lu spoke with genuine interest as she turned to look at Suke and Lu Chenhuan.
You two when the ferocious beast roared just now, why didn't you retreat? Suke responded calmly upon hearing the question. Both Huan and I are already at the second stage, why should we avoid it? Lu Chenhuan nodded along beside him, pecking like a chick. Exactly. We're both at the second stage now. That beast is so far away, what's there to fear? Besides, you guys are here. The sky won't fall. Hearing their words, Pang Mang and Su Lu couldn't help but pause. Second stage? It's only been 3 days since your awakening. Are you kidding me? They hurried forward, extending their senses to examine Pang Mang and Su Lu. Their pupils suddenly contracted. It really is second tier? Shock filled their eyes. To break through the first stage of spirit awakening and microcosmic perception just 3 days after awakening? What kind of terrifying talent is this? They immediately turned to Wang Jiangwo beside them. Principal Wang, who are these two? Wang Jiangwo's chest had already puffed out so high it seemed ready to burst. Naturally, they are students of Tianhai First High School. No, Principal Wang, what we meant was, their personal records. Hearing this, Wang Jiangwo promptly pulled a stack of documents from his briefcase and handed them to Pang Mang and Su Lu. Look at my memory, I almost forgot to give you the files. The two didn't bother chatting with Wang Jiangwo. They snatched the files, pulled out Suke and Lu Chenhuan's records, and their eyes widened in realization. So these are the SSS tier Beastmaster Prodigy and his F tier worthless contract beast girl that have been the talk of all Tianhai lately. The story of Suke awakening SSS tier Beastmaster talent yet binding an F tier beast girl had already become the talk of Tianhai City, a laughingstock for many during their leisure hours. But to break through to the second tier in such a short time? That's a miracle unprecedented in the entire history of human beast taming. At that moment, Pang Mang and Su Lu looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan with eyes filled with shock and delight. Entering the camp at tier 2? That's unprecedented in our youth training history. No wonder you two youngsters were so cocky, turns out you had this kind of confidence. Pang Mang's gaze toward Suke grew increasingly admiring. He couldn't help but step forward, clap Suke on the shoulder, and address the other students. Regardless of the reason, it is this fearless spirit of Suke and his comrades that you must learn from. For us beast masters and beast maidens, confronting ferocious beasts will be an essential part of our future. Only by cultivating an undaunted mindset and a cool head can you survive on the battlefield. You are all prodigies selected from thousands of new students at Tianhai Academy. None of you are inferior to the others. Now, cast aside your fears and assemble. Hearing Pang Mang's words, the surrounding crowd exchanged glances, gritted their teeth, and began to assemble. Beast masters and beast maidens, line up separately. Roll call begins now. Pang Mang and Su Lu then began calling out names from their documents. Lu Chenhuan felt a pang of reluctance, but she still separated from Suke and formed two separate lines. Suke listened quietly as Pang Mang called out names, simultaneously activating his insight divine eyes to scan the profiles of the surrounding beast masters and beast maidens. Few had been selected from Tianhai First High for the youth training program, only 30 in total. Among them, besides himself and Lu Chenhuan, there were 8 A-rank freshmen and 20 B-rank freshmen, all currently at stage 1. Perhaps fueled by youthful arrogance and a desire to show off, many exchanged glances filled with hidden defiance, each desperate to prove themselves in this training program. Many even regarded Suke as a target for competition. After all, nothing felt more challenging or more likely to cement one's reputation than outperforming an SSS tier candidate during the training. Suke, however, held little interest in them. His mind was occupied with a single thought: how to swiftly gather the 10 second tier ferocious beasts needed for Lu Chenhuan's consumption. Chapter 16, Wanhuan, let's go. Once roll call concluded, the youth training program officially began for everyone. Principal Wang Jiangwo had slipped away unnoticed, quietly driving off in a bus. Pang Mang and Su Lu led the group into the watchtower, briefing them on the layout. The tent area over there will be your living quarters. The open space in the center is your training ground. Over the coming period, we'll teach you targeted training in cultivation, combat, and team coordination, guiding you swiftly into your roles as beast masters and beast girls. At this point, Su Lu turned to glance at the group. Oh, and I assume you've all formed contracts and found your partners by now? Surely no one's still single? After the awakening ceremony, the first task for beast masters and beast maidens was to swiftly find their contract partners to prepare for the upcoming battles. Reporting to the instructor, all contracts have been established. Following the principle of choosing partners they knew well and were close to, most beast masters found their contract partners within their own school except for outliers like An Ning. After receiving affirmative responses from everyone, Su Lu nodded with satisfaction. All right. Since there are no special cases with contracts from other schools, our upcoming training tasks will be much more convenient. As they spoke, Pang Mang and Su Lu led the group to the training grounds. Since you all come from different classes, we need to elect a youth training captain to lead everyone during the upcoming training. This captain must possess both strength and wisdom to earn the respect of the group. Is there anyone willing to step forward? As he spoke, all eyes instinctively turned toward Suke and Lu Chenhuan. In terms of strength, Suke and Lu Chenhuan undoubtedly stood out as the most powerful figures present.
After all, both had already ascended to the second tier, far surpassing everyone else. However, Su-Kei was reluctant to be the one to step forward. For him, the primary purpose of coming to the youth training camp was to find a second-tier ferocious beast to enhance Lu Chenhuan's aptitude, thereby rapidly boosting both their strengths. But Pang Mang and Su Lu didn't share this view. They looked at Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan with admiration. Su-Kei, Lu Chenhuan, you two possess the greatest strength. Judging by your composure when disembarking earlier, your mental fortitude is also the most stable. Why not have you each serve as the captain for the Beastmasters and Beast Maidens during this youth training? What do you think? Lu Chenhuan shrugged indifferently at the suggestion. I don't mind. I'll follow brother Su's lead. Su-Kei frowned as he looked at Pang Mang and Su Lu. May I decline? Of course you can. Su Lu nodded lightly, her expression a mix of amusement and amusement as she looked at Su-Kei. But being captain grants extra points in the youth training evaluation. Not only will it give you an advantage in the upcoming Kyoto exams, but you'll also receive priority resource allocation. Are you sure you want to decline? Hearing Su Lu's words, Su-Kei opened his mouth, then cleared his throat. Honestly, the bonus doesn't really matter. The thing is, I feel like no one else but me can be the squad leader. Su-Kei coveted both the advantage in the capital exam and the priority access to resources. That way, gathering the promotion materials for Lu Chenhuan would be much easier. But upon hearing Su Lu mention the scoring bonuses and resource advantages, the other Beast Masters and Beast Maidens present immediately grew restless. A muscular teenager in a tank top immediately spoke up. Hold on. Instructor, isn't judging strength solely by cultivation level a bit too simplistic? A Beastmaster team's strength isn't just about cultivation level, it's also about coordination and the gap in innate talent between partners. Su-Kei may have a higher cultivation level, but his contracted beast girl is only F rank. If it came down to an actual fight, he might not necessarily defeat us or rank teams. The youth, Lu Yun, both he and his partner were a rank. Hearing their captain mention resource advantages, he couldn't help but step forward. Exactly. No sooner had Lu Yun finished speaking than his contracted partner, Wu Shuang, stepped out from the crowd. F rank is universally recognized as a useless talent. What difference would a higher realm make? Any one of us rankers could easily beat them. Other rank Beastmaster teams began to show interest. As for the B rank teams, most were just spectators since they had no chance anyway. It didn't matter to them who became captain. Facing the crowd's skepticism, Pang Mang beside him nodded his shaved head in satisfaction, a savage grin spreading across his lips. Young man, it's good to have that competitive spirit. Here's the deal, if you're so sure, step up and fight. Whoever wins gets the captaincy. And this challenge stands forever. Whenever you feel wronged, you can challenge me anytime. The taunting undertone in Pang Mang's words stirred the crowd further, their gazes toward Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan growing increasingly hostile. But Su-Kei, the man at the center of it all, couldn't care less. He knew better than anyone just how powerful Lu Chenhuan was right now. Huan, what do you think? Observing the restless glances around them, Lu Chenhuan's face regained its usual pride, her lips curling into a cold smile. Since Brother Su wants to be captain, no one can take that position away from him. If they refuse to submit, beat them into submission. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's reply, Su-Kei's lips curved into a faint smile. This was the confident, spirited Lu Chenhuan he knew. Alright. Su-Kei grabbed Lu Chenhuan's hand and pulled him straight to the center of the clearing. Anyone who wants to compete for captain, come on out. Come forward? Hearing Su-Kei's confident words, the crowd couldn't help but gasp. Talking so big? Think breaking through your realm means you can take on all of us? Yet each of them possessed the pride of their own genius, especially Lu Yun, who had spoken earlier. He stepped forward alongside his contracted partner, Wu Shuang. We two are more than enough to handle you both. Even if you've broken through, Lu Chenhuan's innate limitations are undeniable. You'll never defeat us. Shuang, let's teach them a lesson, show them that innate limitations cannot be overcome. As Lu Yun finished speaking, Wu Shuang beside him suddenly glowed with a silvery moonlight. Beast ears emerged, and her palms transformed into a pair of wolf claws. This was Wu Shuang's awakened beast transformation talent, Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Beast girls at the Spirit Awakening realm awaken their fundamental beast transformation traits, temporarily channeling spiritual energy to wield them as combat abilities. An A-rank Spirit Maiden's spiritual power far surpassed that of an F rank, and with the enhancement from Lu Yun and A-rank Spirit Tamer, the two were now brimming with confidence. Silver Moon Fall. The instant Wu Shuang entered her beast form, she unleashed her innate skill, charging towards Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan. Meanwhile, Lu Yun behind her seized the moment to assume a two-handed bow stance. Spiritual energy gathered around him, coalescing into a long bow of energy. He drew it back, channeling power into an arrow, and aimed it at Lu Chenhuan and Su-Kei. A combat-type beast master? Interesting. Watching Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's actions, Su-Kei's lips curved into a faint smile. Huan, let's go. Chapter 17, Who else? The instant Lu Yun and Wu Shuang launched their attack, Lu Chenhuan entered her beast transformation state. Beast ears emerged, golden fur appeared at her temples, and the aura of a second stage condensed form erupted violently. Her claws shot out as she charged forward from Lu Yun's front with lightning speed. Lu Yun simultaneously activated his Insight Divine Eye, scanning the profiles of Lu Yun and Wu Shuang.
Beast Master, Lu Yun. Realm, First Tier Observation. Talent, a grade. Contract Beast, Howling Moon Celestial Wolf. Innate Skills, Divine Bow, Critical Strike. Weakness, excessively long casting animation for spell skills extremely vulnerable to close quarters combat. Beast Girl, Wu Shuang. Realm, First Tier Awakened Spirit. Talent, a rank Howling Moon Wolf. Beast Master, Lu Yun. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Swift Step, Silver Moonfall. Weakness, excessive strength concentration in limbs, favoring offense over defense vulnerable to injuries in waist and head regions. Glancing at Wu Shuang and Lu Yun's info panels, Suke instantly formulated a counterplan. Huan, Lu Yun has a long casting animation. You're fast enough, attack him first. Lu Chenhuan had now advanced to D rank and reached the second stage of form condensation. With her full power assault on Lu Yun, Wu Shuang would be utterly unable to intervene. If Wu Shuang tried to seize the opportunity to attack Suke, the timing would be impossible. Not to mention, with Tyrant and Spirit Binder at his disposal, Suke could counterattack at any moment. Upon receiving Suke's command, Lu Chenhuan hesitated not a moment. She immediately shifted her target, redirecting her attack toward Lu Yun. She instantly transformed into a golden streak of light hurtling toward Lu Yun, moving so swiftly that a trail of afterimages streaked behind her. So fast. Lu Yun and Wu Shuang watched the scene unfold, their pupils contracting sharply. Wu Shuang instantly grasped Lu Chenhuan's intent to seize the initiative against Lu Yun. Worried for Lu Yun's safety and disregarding Suke, he immediately turned and lunged toward Lu Chenhuan. Lu Yun was sweating profusely with anxiety, watching the spirit arrow slowly take shape in his hand. He wished he could activate a speed booster. Damn arrow, form already. But Lu Chenhuan's speed was too swift. Before the arrow in Lu Yun's hands could fully materialize, he had already darted before Lu Yun and brought his claw crashing down. The blow shattered the unformed arrow before him, sending a wave of dizziness through Lu Yun. He collapsed instantly. Witnessing this, everyone present in the arena stared wide-eyed. It hasn't even been 2 seconds. And a rank Beastmaster Lu Yun is already down? The evenly matched battle we imagined never happened. This is completely one-sided. Now only the Beast Girl remains on Lu Yun's side. But if the Beastmaster is incapacitated, the Beast Girl might enter a berserk state. The outcome could still be uncertain. Sure enough, the moment Wu Shuang saw Lu Yun fall, her eyes instantly filled with bloodshot veins as she let out a frenzied roar. How dare you harm my brother Lu Yun? In the blink of an eye, Wu Shuang's aura surged violently, her speed skyrocketing as her rationality began to slip. She charged toward Lu Chenhuan. Witnessing this, Suke couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Is this the feral state of a beast girl? It was his first time witnessing a beast girl's fury. In this state, their speed and power surged dramatically, but they gradually lost their sanity. If not stopped in time, they could easily attack their own allies indiscriminately. If this frenzied state persisted too long, they could even degenerate into monstrous beings, neither human nor beast. Huan, her head and waist are weak points. Stop her. Upon hearing Suke's command, Lu Chenhuan immediately turned and charged toward the enraged Wu Shuang. Swift strides. Just as she was about to close in on Lu Chenhuan, Wu Shuang abruptly activated Swift Step, her speed surging once more. In an instant, she leapt before Lu Chenhuan, her claws transforming into a silver streak that emitted a piercing sonic boom as she lashed out at Lu Chenhuan's waist. Silver Moonstrike. Witnessing this, the crowd in the arena couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They believed that against Wu Shuang in this state, such a sudden combo strike would be utterly unavoidable. Su Lu, watching from the sidelines, nodded in silent approval. The Howling Moon Celestial Wolf is clearly an agility-type beast girl. To seamlessly chain her innate skill in this state, Wu Shuang possesses remarkable combat talent. Let's see how that little minx Lu Chenhuan counters this. If Lu Chenhuan and Suke couldn't handle this and got injured here, the chances of others challenging them next would skyrocket. The best approach is to leverage rodent-like agility and evade the strike. Yet facing Wu Shuang's terrifying strike, Lu Chenhuan neither dodged nor flinched. She leapt straight up, unleashing her gold-devouring claws. Her front paws transformed into a golden streak of light as she swung them toward Wu Shuang's head. Seeing the unconscious Lu Yun, Wu Shuang's mind was consumed by hatred. She was willing to trade injuries, determined to bring Lu Chenhuan down with her. Yet the instant her silver moonstrike struck Lu Chenhuan's waist, a golden glow erupted from her midsection, instantly metallizing her skin. Her claws struck the surface, sparks flying. Not only did it fail to harm Lu Chenhuan, but the impact sent a numbing shock through Wu Shuang's palms, drawing a steady stream of blood. How can an F-rank possess such terrifying defense? This was Wu Shuang's final thought before Lu Chenhuan's blow struck her head. Darkness engulfed her vision as she collapsed beside Lu Yun. Watching the scene unfold, Pang Meng, standing nearby, couldn't help but utter a low whistle of admiration. Young people are great, they just pass out instantly. Unlike Pang Meng, who still had the wit to quip, the surrounding students who witnessed this scene were filled with disbelief. 3 seconds? Or 4? From the start of the fight to Lu Yun's defeat it was barely 4 seconds. These were two A-rankers who had even activated Berserk. A complete, crushing victory. The crowd had expected Suke and Lu Chenhuan to be formidable, but not this formidable. Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's coordination had been flawless. The onlookers believed they themselves would have been defeated long ago if they'd been in their place. Even fellow A-rank Beast Masters and Beast Maidens would have been severely wounded, if not killed outright, by Wu Shuang's single strike in rage mode. Yet Lu Chenhuan achieved a crushing victory in mere seconds, without suffering a single scratch. And did you notice? Suke barely lifted a finger. He just pointed out Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's weaknesses. Consider this, as fellow Beast Masters, they typically wield innate abilities. Yet in this battle, Suke merely spoke. Not once did he lift a finger. He clearly deemed Lu Yun and the others unworthy of his direct intervention, possessing absolute confidence in his contracted Beast Girl's victory. The gazes now fixed upon Suke and Lu Chenhuan held no trace of the earlier disdain, only utter dread. Meanwhile, after stunning Wu Shuang, Lu Chenhuan planted her foot squarely on Wu Shuang's back. With a look of pride, she flung her golden hair high into the air. Who else? Chapter 18, is that your horse nature showing? Seeing Lu Chen standing triumphantly atop Wu Shuang's back, and Suke gazing indifferently at everyone present, the crowd fell into stunned silence. No one dared to step forward. Clap! 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 At that moment, Su Lu clapped softly from the side, approaching Lu Chenhuan and Suke with a look of admiration. Excellent! You both did very well. Suke, that ability to see through others' weaknesses, is that your innate skill? Suke didn't deny it, merely nodding slightly. Your weakness analysis and battle command were both excellent. Seeing this, Su Lu's admiration deepened. She then turned to address the other students watching from the sidelines. Is anyone else willing to step in and challenge? If not, then the captain position is settled. At this, everyone shook their heads in unison. Lu Chenhuan's combat prowess had been terrifying. Even Suke, a beast master, hadn't had to lift a finger before the fight was over. For the rest of them to step in would be nothing short of courting disaster. Seeing everyone abandon the challenge, Lu Chenhuan instantly released her beast transformation. Bouncing over to Suke's side, she hooked her arm through his, beaming with pride. Brother Su, did I do okay just now? Watching Lu Chenhuan's eager expression, Suke smiled and gently tapped her delicate nose. Our Huan did wonderfully. I'll give you a special reward tonight. Hearing these words, those around them instantly drifted off into their own thoughts, their faces flushing crimson. Instructor Pang Meng, however, hurried over, crouching beside Lu Yun and Wu Shuang. He projected his spiritual energy outward, probing the two before nodding approvingly. The young lady controlled her force perfectly, stunned them without causing brain damage. Someone carry them out. After handling the situation, Pang Meng turned his attention back to the group. All right. Since you've just arrived today and a captain has been chosen, I'll now outline the arrangements for the upcoming youth training program. The training curriculum is straightforward. First, we'll conduct a 2-day review session to reinforce your understanding of Beast Master and Beast Maiden cultivation methods. Next comes combat training. Beyond honing your basic physical fitness and battle reflexes, you'll be dispatched to the wilderness for live combat drills. Experience the real struggle against ferocious beasts firsthand, growing stronger through the fight. As part of this, the training camp will host hunting competitions. You'll compete against students from other Tianhai middle schools. The week will be weeded out through a process of survival of the fittest, gradually eliminating those who fail to meet the standards. Hearing that the training camp actually had an elimination system, everyone's hearts instantly sank. Observing their reactions, Pang Meng's face lit up with satisfaction. Finally, as the training nears its end, the entire camp will hold a grand competition. The top performers will receive generous resource rewards and, more importantly, gain entry to the Imperial Capital's grand examination. Of course, rewards aren't limited to the top spot. Outstanding performers may also catch the attention of the military department, earning selection into its ranks, gaining opportunities to earn glory through combat and defend our homeland. As Pang Meng detailed these prospects, a flicker of hope for the future ignited in the eyes of every listener. Whether it was participating in the Imperial Capital exams or joining the military, these were lifelong aspirations for many Beast Masters. After all, the moment they chose to become Beast Tamers, they had already prepared themselves to defend the human race and fight on the battlefield. Suke's face was also filled with yearning. Having arrived in this world, he would never live a mediocre life like he had in his previous existence. This time around, he would live a life of brilliance and fully experience this extraordinary era. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan beside him seemed to recall something and murmured softly to Suke. Brother Su, the instructors just mentioned will be competing against other academies. Doesn't that mean we have a good chance of encountering An Ning and the others? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke simultaneously recalled the warning Lu Lingfang had given him before leaving. An Ning had formed a contract with Zhao Fei, the S-class student from second middle school. There was a strong possibility she would use this opportunity to target him. What? Our fearless Huan scared? Suke shot Lu Chenhuan a mischievous grin. Are you scared of An Ning and Zhao Fei teaming up against us, or scared she'll show up and steal your manhwa back? Seeing the mischievous grin on Sukei's face, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but pout. Not at all. I just genuinely dislike people like An Ning. Her disgusting attitude, I don't even want to see her again. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's reply, Sukei reached out and gently poked her delicate little nose. Don't worry. She can't steal me away. I'd never go back to someone like her. What nonsense. That's not what I meant at all. Lu Chenhuan's voice trailed off, her tone growing weaker. She couldn't even bring herself to look up at Sukei, burying her face directly into his chest. Gone was the haughty arrogance she'd displayed moments before. Su Lu, watching from the side, couldn't help but let a sigh escape her lips. Youth is truly wonderful. After leading everyone on a brief tour of the youth training camp, it was soon time for lunch. To ensure the students could train without distraction, the camp had established a dedicated cafeteria. To Sukei's surprise, students from all major camps ate together in the same cafeteria. To distinguish between the different school teams, the youth training camp had deliberately divided them into separate large camps based on school names. Sukei and his group were in the large camp. This sucks. Now I'll run into that annoying An Ning even sooner. After spending several days with Sukei, Lu Chenhuan's dislike for An Ning had only deepened. Sukei, however, remained largely unfazed, constantly strategizing how to grow stronger through this training camp. Soon, led by instructor Pang Meng, the group arrived at the cafeteria. As they entered, Lu Chenhuan clenched her delicate fists and prayed fervently not to encounter An Ning. Yet, as the saying goes, what you fear most is precisely what you attract. The moment they stepped inside, a familiar, mocking voice rang out from the side. Well, if it isn't our campus beauty, Lu. A worthless F rank, and she actually has the nerve to show up for youth training? At those words, every pair of eyes in the cafeteria instantly turned toward Sukei and the others in the 1st Battalion. The unmasked mockery and gawking stares burned like fire on their faces. Standing amidst the 2nd Battalion, An Ning clearly had no intention of letting Sukei and his group off the hook. She continued, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Sukei, really? As a former SSS tier Beast Tamer with boundless potential, you actually brought an F tier loser to the youth training? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at? Seeing An Ning's sharp, cutting expression, Lu Chenhuan's heart burned with rage. He sneered coldly. An Ning, even if my talent is low, I'd never be like you, forgetting your roots, abandoning first high that nurtured you for years, and throwing yourself into second high's embrace. So what if you awakened an S-ranked Pegasus? You're still just a guy with no horse to ride. What? Is your equine nature kicking in? Had enough of being ridden by my brother Su, now you want someone else? Then seeing me and brother Su forge a contract, you get all itchy and restless, craving the feel of your old master's ride, barking and neighing like a mad horse? Chapter 19, Brother Su, look, he's backing down. After Lu Chenhuan spoke, the entire cafeteria fell silent. In that moment, everyone felt the full force of Lu Chenhuan's devastating attack. Top-tier mockery. What is top-tier mockery? This mental assault hit them like a ton of bricks. You. An Ning, who had always been relatively well-behaved, had never endured such humiliation before. She was so furious her face turned crimson. Lu Chenhuan. You're shameless. I'm shameless? Watching An Ning's furious expression, Lu Chenhuan's lips curled into a cold sneer. Didn't you start calling me names? Why would I say anything to you? You really think awakening S-rank makes you superior? How many geniuses have perished at the demon suppression pass? If your mental fortitude is weak, what good is raw talent? You might not even survive. Lu Chenhuan, who had initially intended to avoid An Ning, now saw no way out. His logic was crystal clear, and he unleashed his full verbal assault. Even the crowd present couldn't help but nod in agreement with Lu Chenhuan's words. Even Pang Meng and Su Lu couldn't help but show admiration in their eyes, watching Lu Chenhuan with appreciation. But as An Ning endured Lu Chenhuan's merciless taunts, a tall, slender boy with a center-parted hairstyle stepped forward from beside her and gave Lu Chenhuan a cold snort. You're Lu Chenhuan, right? I have no idea where a F rank loser like you gets the nerve to mock an S rank. And the demon suppression pass? A bottom feeder like you doesn't even have the qualifications to enter it. As she looked at the lanky, center-parted boy, a mocking smile involuntarily curled at the corners of Lu Chenhuan's lips. Oh? Where'd this little chick come from? You're defending An Ning like that you must be Zhao Fei, the guy she just made a contract with, right? I've heard of you. Seems your family and the An family are old acquaintances, and then you became her bootlicker because you were infatuated with An Ning's looks. But since An Ning was with my brother Su before, you could never get close enough to fawn over her. What? Now that you've licked up the leftovers from my Su brother, you think you've struck gold and are guarding your food? Little do you know that the tree-lined path you imagine is already bustling with traffic. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's ruthless mockery, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but twist their mouths. They gained a clearer understanding of Lu Chenhuan's sharp wit, instinctively moving away from her and silently vowing never to engage in a war of words with her. But An Ning and Zhao Fei were already caught in the crossfire. As they caught the mocking glances from those around them, Zhao Fei grew frantic. Lu Chenhuan, what nonsense are you spouting, you worthless F-rank? Ning isn't what you think she is. She gave up her enrollment at first high to join us at second high. That alone proves how much she cares about me. Care? Hearing Zhao Fei's words, Lu Chenhuan burst into laughter, leaning her head against Sukei's shoulder. Ask An Ning, is it because she cares about you? It's obvious she transferred to second high and made a contract with you out of spite because Brother Su rejected her. She's targeting both me and Brother Su. What? As the fall guy, it's one thing to be blind to reality, but have you grown so hard-hearted you're even deceiving yourself? Lu Chenhuan's retort was like Arthur wielding Black Cleaver. It silenced Zhao Fei and shattered his defenses. Watching the frost settle on Zhao Fei's face, An Ning's heart skipped a beat. She immediately shouted at Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan, no matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you're an F-rank waste. And I'm the high and mighty S-rank, the honored guest even the principal of second high eagerly welcomes. I am now the lofty genius of second high. It's beneath you, a first high failure, to speak to me. When the whole world witnesses my legend, even the people of first high will blame themselves for letting a genius like me slip through their fingers. Facing An Ning's haughty attitude, Lu Chenhuan's lips still curled in scorn. An Ning, I admit transferring schools did give you a quick start. But what about your parents? You'd transfer schools and change your academic records just to get back at Brother Su. Who's to say you won't turn your back on us for personal gain, join the beast camp, and become a traitorous villain? Forgetting righteousness for profit, climbing the ladder of power. A petty person like you, no matter how gifted or good-looking, is still just a petty person. Lu Chenhuan finished speaking and gave An Ning a thorough once-over, the scorn on his lips deepening. Besides, you're not even as good-looking as me. Lu Chenhuan, you. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's flawless verbal assault, An Ning flushed crimson and nearly lost her footing. Zhao Fei, who had regained his composure, swiftly shielded An Ning behind him, glaring fiercely at Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan, you're asking for it. As the words left his mouth, the aura of a first-tier observing microcosm 7th rank erupted from Zhao Fei, sending the surrounding crowd reeling as their clothes fluttered wildly. He was about to strike Lu Chenhuan. But as Zhao Fei prepared to strike, Sukei's narrowed eyes flickered. He stepped forward, unleashing his second-tier spirit-binding aura so powerful it sent nearby tables flying. He stared coldly at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei, barking like a dog is one thing, but you actually want to lay a hand on your own kind? Exactly. If you want to fight, let's fight. Who's afraid of who? Lu Chenhuan, standing beside Sukei, instantly released his own second-tier spirit-binding aura. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Sukei, he looked at Zhao Fei and An Ning with a look of eagerness, rubbing his hands together. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Sukei and Lu Chenhuan, Zhao Fei and An Ning's eyes widened in shock, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Second tier? How is that possible? The other students and instructors from the surrounding camps, sensing the aura emanating from Sukei and Lu Chenhuan, also looked on in shock. Second stage? How did Sukei and Lu Chenhuan reach second stage? It's only been 3 days since the awakening ceremony. How could they already be at the second stage? That speed must be setting a new record for breaking through to tier 2 among humans, right? In that instant, everyone's gaze toward Sukei and Lu Chenhuan changed completely. Even Zhao Fei, who had been so arrogant moments ago, now hesitated. Though his S-tier talent was formidable, facing Sukei and Lu Chenhuan who were a realm above him, especially knowing Sukei was SSS tier, he couldn't claim absolute certainty of victory. In contrast, Sukei and Lu Chenhuan radiated absolute confidence, showing no fear whatsoever. If they fought now and lost, their reputations would be ruined forever. Yet if they backed down, showing cowardice before the battle even began, that would be an even more indelible stain on their lives. Zhao Fei now found himself in a bind. Advancing was impossible, retreating equally unthinkable. Beside him, An Ning watched Zhao Fei's indecision, then compared him to Sukei's unbridled confidence, feeling increasingly regretful about his earlier decision. Fortunately, Pang Meng and the 2nd Battalion instructors stepped forward at that moment, barking orders at them. Private duels are strictly forbidden during training. If you wish to prove yourselves, do so during the hunting competition and the grand trials. Now, line up and get your meals. With the instructor's intervention, Zhao Fei, who had been on the verge of acting, caught his breath and quickly took the opportunity to back down. You're lucky today, the instructor stepped in. Don't let us cross paths during the hunting competition or the youth training grand tournament. If we do, I'll make you regret everything you did today. Hearing Zhao Fei's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but chuckle, tilting her head up at Sukei. Brother Su, look, he's backing down. Chapter 20, Auntie, stop shaking. Thanks to the instructor's intervention, the conflict between An Ning and Sukei was halted. However, perhaps having witnessed Lu Chenhuan's formidable mental prowess, many instinctively kept their distance from Sukei and Lu Chenhuan. Zhao Fei and An Ning dared not provoke Lu Chenhuan again, quietly staying within their own groups to get their meals. Lu Chenhuan couldn't care less about this. Back in school, she'd always been a thorny rose that kept others at arm's length, long accustomed to such treatment. Yet she cast a worried glance at Sukei, her voice cautious as she asked, Brother Su, if everyone avoids you because of me, would you be upset? Sukei heard her words and stroked Lu Chenhuan's golden hair with an indulgent expression. Having the person I care about most by my side makes me happier than I could ever be. How could I possibly be upset? You're so naughty. Hearing Su-Kei's gentle tone, Lu Chenhuan gave him a sly smile. Brother Su, you're so good at making girls happy. Did you learn that from that little green tea? Su-Kei stroked Lu Chenhuan's head with unwavering tenderness. I'm not flattering you, every word comes straight from my heart. Hearing Su-Kei's reply, Lu Chenhuan's eyes crinkled into crescent moons. To think I stumbled upon such a treasure as Brother Su. That little green tea really has no taste. As they spoke, it was finally Lu Chenhuan and Su-Kei's turn at the food window. Seeing the large bowls of delicious food inside the window, Lu Chenhuan felt her mouth water. She swallowed hard and turned to the cafeteria lady serving the food. Auntie, I heard the youth training camp feeds you until you're full, right? Back home, she'd suppressed her cravings for fear of Lu Lingfeng's disapproval. Now that she'd heard the training camp offered unlimited meals, she wasn't about to pass up the chance. The cafeteria auntie froze at her words, casting a surprised glance at the petite and delicate-looking Lu Chenhuan. What nonsense are you talking about, kid? Would we ever let you go hungry in our youth training camp? Pang Meng, standing beside the line, burst out laughing. Exactly. Do you think we're some stingy department? Once you're here, we won't let you go hungry. Eat your fill. Hearing their responses, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up. Wonderful. Finally, a place where I can eat my fill. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, those around her cast curious glances her way. How can this girl talk like that? Has she never had enough to eat at home before? How pitiful. The cafeteria auntie looked at her with righteous indignation. How could parents be so heartless? Little one, eat your fill, you won't go hungry here. Watching the cafeteria auntie's generous expression, Su-Kei, standing behind Lu Chenhuan, gently pressed his forehead. He knew Lu Chenhuan's gluttonous tendencies better than anyone. He could already picture what was about to unfold. Sure enough, when the cafeteria auntie asked Lu Chenhuan what dishes she wanted, Lu Chenhuan casually pointed at 5 or 6 dishes in front of her. This one, and this one too. One bowl of each. Oh, and bring a bowl of rice too. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, the cafeteria lady felt her hand holding the ladle tremble. Ha! Even Pang Meng beside him widened his eyes in shock. Lu Chenhuan, don't joke around with the auntie. With your tiny stomach, can you even finish all that food? Food may not be expensive, but wasting it is shameful. But to everyone's surprise, Lu Chenhuan nodded eagerly. I can handle it. I can handle it. Su-Kei cleared his throat behind him and addressed the cafeteria lady. Huan is genuinely starving, you have to trust her. Alright, just bring Huan her food. If there's any waste, I'll pay for it. After hearing Su-Kei's assurance, the cafeteria lady brought out the serving tray piled high with food, though she still looked skeptical. Remember, no waste, okay? There's no way we'll waste it. Lu Chenhuan eagerly snatched the tray from the lady's hands the moment she brought it out, setting it down on the nearby dining table. I'm digging in. Surrounded by 7 overflowing bowls of food, Lu Chenhuan's face beamed with satisfaction. She swiftly grabbed a ladle and began scooping food into her mouth at lightning speed. The usually delicate little girl seemed to transform into a ravenous glutton at that moment, devouring the food in huge mouthfuls, completely abandoning any semblance of ladylike manners. That much? Can she really finish it all? Surrounding classmates shook their heads in mockery at the sight of the 7 overflowing bowls, convinced Lu Chenhuan was putting on a show rather than genuinely capable of finishing it all. An Ning, watching from afar, sneered in disdain. Poof. Even eating requires putting on a show. I'll be damned if I don't see how you manage to finish 7 huge bowls, enough for dozens of people. But within moments, the laughter died. Because in less than 2 minutes, the entire feast had vanished as if swept away by the wind. After finishing, Lu Chenhuan let out a satisfied burp and stretched blissfully. That was filling. The people around him stared at the empty bowls, frozen in place. Even Pang Meng couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead, staring at Lu Chenhuan as if she were a monster. 7 full bowls of food, and that girl actually polished them all off? And her figure hasn't even changed? Where did it all go? Only Su-Kei knew that Lu Chenhuan's true form was an SSS tier heaven devouring Taotie. Having prepared himself mentally, his expression remained relatively calm. A glutton capable of swallowing the heavens, what's a few bowls of food? Feeling a twinge of guilt under Pang Meng's scrutinizing gaze, Lu Chenhuan blinked her eyes nervously. Did I eat a bit too much? Is the training camp burdening me too much? Hearing this, Pang Meng slapped his thigh. What nonsense are you spouting, girl? A hearty appetite is a blessing. As long as you don't waste it, eat your fill. The cafeteria can totally handle it. Hearing Pang Meng's words, the cafeteria lady serving food at the window trembled. If they ate like this every day, she might not be able to handle it. The student at the window quickly spoke up in alarm. Auntie, stop shaking. My chili pork is shaking down to just chili peppers. After meals, students from all camps were recalled to their respective bases to begin the first lesson of their youth training. Training. Whether you're a beast master or a beast girl, cultivation is a mandatory lesson in this world. Only through relentless cultivation can one advance swiftly, elevate their realm, and earn the right to stand on their own 2 feet in this world. Pang Mang stood before the training grounds of Camp 1, hands clasped behind his back, surveying the crowd gathered within. I trust that during the time since forging your contracts, you've each experimented with cultivation methods. Now, who can tell me what the correct cultivation methods are for Beast Masters and Beast Maidens? Chapter 21 100% Spirit Power Conversion. Hearing Pang Mang's question, the students of the 1st Battalion exchanged glances. Lu Yun, who had previously lost the captaincy contest to Su Kei, instantly raised his hand and stood up. Instructor, I know this. Whether it's a Beast Maiden or a Beast Master, casting innate skills consumes spiritual energy. Therefore, the foundation of cultivation is spiritual energy. Beast girls absorb the essence of the sun and moon, along with spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, into their bodies to condense their own beast cores. Meanwhile, Beast Masters extract the excess spiritual energy from Beast Maidens through mutual contracts to condense their own soul crystals. After the Beast Master forms their soul crystal, the Beast Maiden can then absorb spiritual energy for cultivation through the Beast Master's soul crystal, creating a virtuous cycle. Listening to Lu Yun's explanation, Pang Mang nodded with satisfaction. That's a fairly detailed summary. Though it only covers the early cultivation methods of Beast Masters and Beast Maidens, the core principle remains unchanged. Both rely on absorbing spiritual energy. Beast Maidens refine it, while Beast Masters extract its surplus. What about advancement? Do you know how to advance? Hearing Pang Mang's question, Lu Yun stood up again, his face radiating confidence as he spoke. I know about that too. For Beast Masters and Beast Maidens to advance, they need not only sufficient cultivation levels but also certain opportunities. These opportunities appear unpredictably, manifesting as trial quests in one's personal information panel. They vary for each individual, some involve collection, others combat training. The difficulty also differs based on one's innate aptitude. Hearing this, Pang Mang nodded with even greater satisfaction. Seems our classmate Lu Yun has done his homework thoroughly. But in this regard, I imagine our newly advanced classmates Su Kei and Lu Chenhuan might have more experience? Did you receive any prompts when you advanced? Lu Chenhuan froze upon hearing Pang Mang's words. Not really. It just happened out of nowhere. It wasn't nearly as mystical or difficult as you guys described. Lu Chenhuan had never seen any trial tasks or prompts. All he knew was that he'd leveled up after feeling completely satisfied. That simple? Seeing Lu Chenhuan's dazed expression, everyone's eyes widened in surprise before turning to Su Kei. Su Kei, what about you? You didn't just advance out of nowhere too, did you? Facing their questions, Su Kei nodded naturally. Yeah, I advanced out of nowhere. Huh? Hearing Su Kei and Lu Chenhuan's answers, everyone present felt utterly baffled. Captain, you two aren't hiding something, are you? They couldn't believe advancement could be that straightforward. It was common knowledge that promotion required trials and tasks. They were certain Su Kei and Lu Chenhuan were holding something back. What else could it be? If it weren't this straightforward, how could we have advanced to the 2nd tier so quickly? Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but curl her lips in a slight frown. Seeing the genuine expression on Lu Chenhuan's face, everyone's gaze immediately shifted to Su Kei. Could it be because Su Kei is an SSS-ranked Beast Master? Is advancement this easy for SSS-ranked Beast Masters in the early stages? With few SSS tier examples in human history to reference, the crowd couldn't grasp what truly set SSS apart. They simply attributed it all to Su Kei's innate talent. Su Kei, however, harbored a faint suspicion. Perhaps enhancing Huanuan's aptitude was our trial all along? Or perhaps Huanuan's cultivation base was already quite high to begin with, and this so-called advancement is merely a return to her original state, hence no notification? But these were merely speculations in his mind, holding little weight. The true situation would only become clear when Lu Chenhuan's next aptitude enhancement occurred. Seeing that he couldn't glean any useful insights from Su Kei and Lu Chenhuan, Pang Mang promptly shifted the topic, resuming his explanation of the secrets to the cultivation of Beast Masters and Beast Maidens. There are indeed tricks to the cultivation of Beast Masters and Beast Maidens. The more attuned and in sync both parties are, the faster the spiritual energy can be channeled through the contract. Therefore, during your time in the youth training program, your focus shouldn't merely be on solidifying your cultivation and combat techniques. More importantly, you must cultivate the level of mutual understanding between both parties of your contract. Now, first replicate your cultivation process so I can assess the extent of your spiritual energy conversion. At Pang Mang's command, the group of Beast Masters and Beast Maidens sat down, though somewhat embarrassed, palms pressed together, and began their practice. Lu Chenhuan blinked her eyes, then grabbed Su Kei's hand and began her practice. Pang Mang and Su Lu then stepped forward to observe and offer guidance one by one. Pang Mang took charge of instructing the Beast Masters, while Su Lu focused on advising the Beast Maidens. Not bad. You two have good synergy. Your spiritual energy conversion rate is at 50%. You two aren't quite in sync yet. Your spiritual energy conversion speed is too slow, only 30%. You both need to get more familiar with each other and get into the groove quickly, or it'll hold back your growth.
Since many Beast Masters and Beast Maidens had only recently formed their contracts, most pairs on the field lacked sufficient coordination. Their spiritual energy conversion rates were generally below 50%. You still need to get more familiar with each other and fight side by side a few times. That will greatly improve the situation. But when the pair approached Suke and Lu Chenhuan, they both halted abruptly, eyes widening in disbelief. 100% spiritual energy conversion? After witnessing the terrifyingly high spiritual energy conversion rate between Suke and Lu Chenhuan, both Pang Meng and Su Lu were utterly stunned. How could such an absurdly high spiritual energy conversion rate even exist? Even as fourth-tier practitioners, Pang Meng and Su Lu themselves couldn't achieve 100% spiritual energy conversion. Theoretically, true 100% conversion rates didn't exist. No matter how perfect the coordination, some degree of asynchronous delay was inevitable. Those exceeding 70% were already considered exceptionally well synchronized, while pairs reaching 80% were rare as hen's teeth, each one capable of shining brilliantly in battle. No wonder they advanced to Tier 2 so quickly. These two youngsters are truly full of surprises. The longer Pang Meng and Su Lu watched Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the more they felt they'd struck gold. Exchanging glances, they saw the same astonishment in each other's eyes. With these two on our side, who knows? Maybe this youth training ranking will see our first high school create an unexpected miracle. Instructors for each training camp were typically selected from senior alumni of their own school. This fostered a strong sense of belonging to their respective camps and made them more dedicated to their students. Our school's been stuck at the bottom for so long. This time, we might finally turn things around and climb out of the bottom three. Before Pang Meng could finish speaking, Su Lu shot him a withering glare. Can't you show a little backbone? With these two little ones, I say we'll at least make the top 5. Chapter 22, Another Hidden SSS Beast Girl. Since Suke and Lu Chenhuan had already achieved 100% spiritual energy conversion efficiency, Pang Meng and Su Lu had nothing to instruct them on. The surrounding students were also deeply immersed in their cultivation. Though they noticed Suke and Lu Chenhuan's exceptional abilities, they didn't dwell on it or probe further. It wasn't until the evening session ended that Pang Meng and Su Lu began reviewing everyone's cultivation methods and shortcomings, pointing out each person's flaws and areas needing improvement. But when it came to Suke and Lu Chenhuan, they were simply skipped over. Seeing the two overlooked, Lu Yun asked curiously, "Instructor, don't our captain and the others have anything they need to pay attention to?" Su Lu shot Lu Yun a withering look. If you could achieve 100% spiritual energy conversion like them, then you wouldn't need to pay attention either. Hearing Su Lu's words, the entire 1st Battalion fell silent. 100% spiritual energy conversion? Are they even human? I don't think there's a single Beastmaster or Beast Maiden in the entire human race who's achieved 100% spiritual energy conversion, right? The expressions on everyone's faces as they looked at Suke and Lu Chenhuan only deepened their belief that the two were monsters. Truly worthy of being our 1st Battalion's captain, either creating miracles or on the path to creating them. The more time the students of 1st High spent with Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the more they admired them. Lunch is served. As today's classes concluded and the sun dipped below the western hills, it was time for Lu Chenhuan's favorite moment, the food show-off session. Having learned their lesson from noon, the cafeteria staff prepared several large bowls of stir-fried dishes just for Lu Chenhuan this time. As soon as he approached, they and their partners struggled to hand the heavy serving bowls to him. Even after witnessing the midday spectacle, the Youth Academy students were still stunned by the sight of Lu Chenhuan's flashy meal display in the afternoon. An Ning and Zhao Fei, having witnessed Lu Chenhuan's terrifying verbal assault and his second-tier combat prowess alongside Suke at lunch, wisely kept their distance and refrained from provoking the pair. Suke, now free from distractions, took advantage of Lu Chenhuan's meal show to secretly activate his insight divine eye, scanning the records of everyone in the cafeteria. Beast Tamer, Zhao Fei. Rank, 1st tier observation. Talent, S-rank. Contract Beast, Blazing Celestial Steed. Innate skills, Battle Inspiration, Swiftness, Lullaby. Weakness, excessively long casting animation for spell skills, extremely vulnerable to close quarters combat. Reading Zhao Fei's profile, Suke's lips curved into a faint smile. This Zhao truly lived up to his reputation as an S-rank Beastmaster possessing 3 initial skills, one of which, Lullaby, was clearly overpowered. But his weaknesses mirrored most Beastmasters, fragile base stats and overly long casting animations that made him vulnerable to interruptions. After briefly glancing at Zhao Fei's profile, Suke shifted his attention to the other diners, scanning their information. Yet aside from Zhao Fei and An Ning being S-rank, the majority of Tianhai's other talented Beast Masters hovered between A and B rank, barely worthy of Suke's attention. Just as Suke was about to withdraw his attention, his brow furrowed slightly as he stared blankly at a girl sitting alone in the corner, eating her meal. The girl possessed fair skin, wore an icy blue gown, and had hair and eyebrows entirely silver white. Long, slender lashes cast shadows over her lowered eyes. With no one nearby, she quietly ate her meal. Yet in Suke's eyes, a spark of delight flared. For within his vision, this girl's information was equally extraordinary. Beast Girl, Long Ruashua. Realm, 1st tier awakened spirit. Talent, F-rank Iceworm.
Beast Master, none. Innate skills, Beast Transformation, Frost Flakes.
Flaw, contains SSS-Rank Frost Dragon energy within, but due to the Dragon Crystal Core being corrupted by time-eroding toxin, 99.99% of the energy dissipates, preventing the manifestation of dragon form.
Another hidden SSS-Rank Beast Girl? And she doesn't even have a contract partner? Su-Kei's gaze flickered as he watched the quiet, silver-haired girl eating her meal. Lu Chenhuan, who was busy wolfing down her meal nearby, seemed to sense something. She lifted her head, following Su-Kei's gaze, and spotted Ruashua sitting alone in the corner, quietly eating with a small spoon. Oh, Su-Kei, you're sneaking glances at other beauties while I'm eating? Lu Chenhuan's heart tightened upon seeing Ruashua's beauty, which was every bit as striking as her own.
A grain of rice still clung to the corner of Lu Chenhuan's mouth as her face twisted into a pout of hurt.
Su-Kei, is it because you don't like me looking so unladylike? Do you only like those delicate, bookish types?
At this point, Lu Chenhuan sniffed, scooped up a heaping spoonful of chili fried pork, and shoved it into her mouth.
So sad, I'll have another spoonful.
Watching Lu Chenhuan's cheeks puff out, Su-Kei reached out and gently ruffled her golden hair, his expression filled with affection.
Of course not, silly Huan. I love you no matter what. It's just that this girl seems a bit unusual. She's a hidden SSS rank like you, harboring a massive flaw within her.
Lu
Chenhuan's cheeks puffed out as she stared wide-eyed at Su-Kei's explanation. A hidden SSS rank like me? After all the evidence she'd seen, Lu Chenhuan was starting to believe she really was SSS tier. Hearing Su-Kei mention another SSS tier like herself sent shockwaves through her heart. Lu Chenhuan promptly opened her wide mouth and slurped down the entire bowl of rice before her.
Wiping her mouth with a tissue, she flashed Su-Kei a grin, revealing her pearly white teeth.
Su big brother, wait for me a moment. I'll go find out about this girl.
Lu Chenhuan shoved his hands into his pockets and headed toward Ruashua. However, instead of approaching her directly, he sat down beside a pair of beast masters and a beast girl not far from her, smiling as he struck up a conversation. Perhaps due to the midday commotion, the pair of beast masters and beast maidens responded quite warmly to Lu Chenhuan, chatting with him eagerly. Soon, Lu Chenhuan returned with his hands in his pockets, giving Su-Kei a smug nod.
Got it. That girl's name is Ruashua. She's the school beauty of Third High. But according to her classmates, this Ruashua is a connection getter, the daughter of Lang Qianqiu, the richest man in Tianhai City. She got into this youth training program through her dad pulling strings.
Ha?
Pulled strings to get in?
Hearing this, Su-Kei frowned slightly.
That's right. Lu Chenhuan, standing before Su-Kei, nodded.
I hear this Ruashua, like me, awakened the lowest tier F grade ice worm ability. Because she awakened as an F rank, aside from a few E rank beast masters lusting after her beauty, virtually no beast masters were willing to form a contract with her.
Lang Qianqiu refused to accept his daughter's future ending there, so he spent a fortune securing Ruashua a spot in the youth training program.
He hoped not only that she would grow through the training but also that someone would take notice of his daughter. But the training camp was teeming with prodigies. Virtually every beast master already had a contracted beast girl of their own.
It was utterly impossible for anyone to consider breaking their own contract for an F-rank beast girl.
Lu Chenhuan sighed softly as she reached this point. So, in this youth training camp where pairs joined together, Ruashua stood out as even more alone. She faces even more disdainful glances.
Chapter 23, Let me take a look. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Su-Kei's brows furrowed slightly.
He hadn't realized there was such a backstory behind this girl named Ruashua. Lu Chenhuan, standing beside him, also felt a pang of emotion. Sometimes having your family place such high expectations on you isn't necessarily a good thing.
As an F rank herself, Lu Chenhuan understood Ruashua's plight better than anyone.
That kind of societal prejudice was enough to shatter a person's inner pride completely. But as this thought crossed his mind, Lu Chenhuan suddenly furrowed his brow and looked at Su-Kei with a skeptical expression. Brother Su, I recall you mentioning that there's no limit to the number of beast girls you can contract.
You're not smitten with this girl just because she doesn't have a contract partner, are you?
Seeing Lu Chenhuan's suspicious expression, Su-Kei spread his hands in an open gesture.
I admit, the thought did cross my mind. Of course, it's not that I like her. I just want to give every F-rank school beauty who's been mocked a home. Put. You scumbag. Hearing Su-Kei's shameless confession, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll her eyes.
I knew you weren't thinking straight. Watching Lu Chenhuan's adorable expression as she rolled her eyes, Su-Kei reached out with an indulgent smile and ruffled her hair.
Just kidding.
I only used my talent to see through her flaws. I was just curious.
If our Huan doesn't like it, I won't force you to accept other beast girls. Yet, as she met Su-Kei's earnest gaze, Lu Chenhuan suddenly fell silent.
After a long pause, she drew a deep breath and looked back at him with equal seriousness. Brother Su, if you're actually interested in that Ruashua, you could form a contract with her too. Even though you say I'm SSS tier, I know deep down that you had plenty of better options back then. You didn't have to choose someone like me, a starting F tier who needs constant patching up.
Right now, I'm actually holding you back.
If forming a bond with another beast girl could help you, I'd be willing to do it. Watching Lu Chenhuan stare at him with wide, tear-filled eyes, Suke's lips curved into a faint smile.
Huan, you don't need to feel this way. In my heart, you've never held me back.
In fact, my recent breakthrough in cultivation was achieved because of you.
You shouldn't have to compromise like this.
Though he could form more contracts, Suke was a man who valued relationships deeply.
Without Lu Chenhuan's readiness, he would never casually bind himself to a third party. Hearing Suke's concern, Lu Chenhuan's eyes brimmed with emotion.
A misty haze gathered in her gaze as she suddenly embraced Suke, burying her face against his chest and murmuring softly.
Brother Su, you're so kind.
Suke instinctively wrapped one arm around Lu Chenhuan's slender waist while gently running his fingers through her golden hair, feeling a bit embarrassed.
Huan, we're still in the cafeteria. There are people watching. Lu Chenhuan snapped back to reality at his words, quickly pushing Suke away.
She cleared her throat twice, feigning toughness as she addressed him.
I know we're in the cafeteria.
What's the matter, scared?
I'm not embarrassed, so why are you? As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan followed Suke's gaze to watch Long Ruashua walk away with her tray.
She reached out and pinched the flesh on Suke's arm. You jerk. You say you don't care, but where are your eyes wandering?
Tell me, was that on purpose or an accident? Suke looked utterly righteous. Deliberately accidental. You never wear skirts for me to see, so what's wrong with me looking at others?
Lu Chenhuan rolled her eyes at his words.
What a loser. A skirt can mess with your head that much? Come on, back to the tent. I'll show you something different.
As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan hooked her arm through Suke's and pulled him toward the exit. Witnessing this suggestive scene, An Ning, who'd been secretly watching Suke from afar, clenched her jaw so hard she nearly snapped her chopsticks in two.
Damn it! All of this was supposed to be mine. It's all that scheming Lu Chenhuan's fault. She ruined my chance with Suke. Zhao Fei, standing nearby, noticed An Ning's sullen expression and tentatively addressed her. Ning, why are you upset again? Is it because those two useless fools, Suke and Lu Chenhuan, are getting in your way again?
Before Zhao Fei could finish, An Ning cut him off sharply.
Shut up. You coward. You actually chickened out in front of that F-rank loser Lu Chenhuan today?
I'm so disappointed in you.
Next time I get into a conflict, I don't want anything like this happening again. Zhao Fei, scolded, cleared his throat awkwardly and nodded frantically.
Today, I only held back because of the instructor.
Don't worry, Ning. Next time they act so ungrateful, I'll knock their heads off.
That night, as she lay beside Suke, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but blush bright red, listening to the sounds of cultivation drifting from nearby tents.
Brother Su, these people are shameless. They can't even wait until they finish their basic training.
Suke, who had drawn Lu Chenhuan into his embrace and was gently stroking her hair, remained calm.
It's normal.
Many beast tamers and beast girls have just formed contracts, and they're at that age where romantic feelings are just beginning to blossom. If they taste forbidden fruit once, it'll be extremely difficult to control their behavior.
Besides, aren't they just practicing? Only by connecting their hearts can they strengthen their bond and improve their spiritual energy conversion rate, right? Do you think everyone has 100% spiritual energy conversion rate like us? Suke's face twisted into a mischievous grin as he looked at Lu Chenhuan. Huan, hearing all this talk, aren't you feeling a bit restless and itchy to get started?
Seeing Suke's mischievous grin, Lu Chenhuan's face flushed even redder, like a crimson cloud of embarrassment spreading across her cheeks. In the dim light, she looked even more irresistibly tempting. Seeing her flushed cheeks, Suke wickedly brushed his lips close to her ear and breathed softly against her skin.
Little minx, didn't you say you'd show me something different today? How about letting me take a peek right now? Feeling the warm breath from Suke's nostrils swirl around her ear, listening to that irresistibly husky voice, Lu Chenhuan's ears instantly flushed all the way to her neck. She gently bit her lower lip, her tightly clasped legs fidgeting nervously. Su, you're so naughty. I was just saying that offhand. But I took it seriously. Suke buried his face in Lu Chenhuan's hair, whispering like a seductive demon. Lu Chenhuan clamped her legs even tighter. Then, as if making a decision, she drew a deep breath and hesitantly reached a hand into her bosom. Fine. I'll let you take one look. Just one look. Then, she pulled out an old pocket watch. Chapter 24, Lu Chenhuan's Origins. I took off my pants, and this is what you show me? Seeing the pocket watch Lu Chenhuan pulled from his breast pocket, Suke couldn't help but twist his lips. But contrary to Suke's expectations, Lu Chenhuan didn't bicker with him as usual. Instead, she gazed at the pocket watch in her hand, a look of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. This pocket watch was given to me by my mother. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan opened the watch. Behind the slowly turning hands, an aged portrait photo came into view. It was a beautiful woman who radiated an air of intellectual grace and dignity, embodying virtue and poise. Seeing the photo, which bore a striking resemblance to Lu Chenhuan in her eyes and brows, Suke instantly guessed the woman's identity. Is this mother? Hearing Suke's address for the woman in the photograph, mist swirled in Lu Chenhuan's eyes as she sniffed softly. Yes, this is my mother, Chenyu.
Seeing Lu Chenhuan's tearful expression, Suke gently cradled her head against his neck, softly patting her snow-white shoulder.
It's okay, Huan. If your mother could see you growing up so happily from heaven, she'd be delighted too.
Suke, an orphan himself, understood all too well the pain of losing loved ones at a young age. Lu Chenhuan was mentally resilient and quickly regained her composure, running her fingers lightly over the pocket watch in her hand.
Do you know why I cherish this pocket watch?
Why? Because the chest is closest to the heart. Every time I feel this pocket watch against my chest, it's as if Mom is still right here with me.
Listening to Lu Chenhuan's confession, Suke tenderly stroked her golden hair.
Lu Chenhuan, however, seemed to have opened up, continuing to speak to Suke.
Do you know why I especially despise people like An Ning who lead others on and then abandon them?
Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Suke's eyes clouded with confusion as he looked at her curiously.
Why?
Truthfully, Suke was also curious about why Lu Chenhuan had risked everything to stand up for him back then. Lu Chenhuan glanced at the pocket watch in her hand, took a deep breath, and then delivered a revelation that left Suke stunned.
Because Lu Lingfeng isn't actually my father.
Huh?
Suke's brows immediately furrowed as his eyes filled with confusion. Uncle isn't your father? Then who is your father?
Lu Xiaofeng.
Lu Xiaofeng? The S-class Beast Tamer who appeared in Tianhai City 18 years ago?
Suke sucked in a sharp breath at the news, utterly unprepared for Lu Chenhuan's background.
But I thought Lu Xiaofeng was my uncle's older brother?
That's correct.
Memories surged in Lu Chenhuan's mind as she clenched her teeth. Back then, Lu Xiaofeng was secretly dating my mother.
They promised to bind themselves with a contract after awakening. But the moment he successfully awakened and discovered his S-rank beastmaster talent, he ruthlessly abandoned my mother. He turned around and went to the capital to bind himself to another S-rank beast maiden. Unfortunately, he didn't know she was already carrying me. Faced with his abandonment, mother was heartbroken and fell gravely ill. Yet she endured the hardship and gave birth to me. That illness left her with lasting health complications. It was then that my current father, Lu Lingfeng, found us. Father had always harbored a secret affection for mother, but due to Lu Xiaofeng's presence, he never dared to speak his feelings. Seeing mother struggling to make ends meet, he stepped forward to offer care for both of us. At that time, my mother's lingering illness made even caring for me extremely difficult. For the sake of me, still in swaddling clothes, she agreed to let father take care of us. Though father admired mother, he never crossed any boundaries. But due to her lingering illness, mother passed away when I was just old enough to remember.
Lu Chenhuan let out a mocking laugh at this point.
It's ironic, really my mother's final words to me before she died were to tell me not to hold a grudge against that bastard Lu Xiaofeng.
But how could I not resent him?
If not for him, mother wouldn't have met that fate, and I wouldn't have become a child without a home.
Hearing the venom in Lu Chenhuan's voice, Suke finally understood the root of her rebelliousness.
It was the absence of love, the refusal to endure further hurt, that had forced him to cloak himself in thorns like a rose, barring anyone from drawing near. So that's why you couldn't stand seeing An Ning start something and then abandon it.
Yes. Lu Chenhuan nodded firmly.
I simply couldn't stand that kind of abandonment. I know Lu Xiaofeng's decision back then might have been for the sake of the human race's future, but if he had insisted on bringing my mother along even without forming a contract, just staying by his side, she would have understood. At least she'd be happier than she is now.
But he chose to abandon us.
That's unforgivable. Watching Lu Chenhuan's adorable, teeth-gritting expression, Suke gently rubbed her head.
So, you're afraid I'll abandon you too, aren't you? MHM. Lu Chenhuan sniffled softly, her emotions unhidden. I am. So promise me, no matter what happens, you won't abandon me, okay? Lu Chenhuan's small mouth puckered as tears welled in her eyes. I can be very generous. Even if you contract with someone else, I won't mind at all. As long as you don't leave me behind, I'll follow you forever.
At this moment, Lu Chenhuan bore none of the formidable presence she'd displayed earlier in the day, debating scholars with such intensity. She resembled nothing more than a helpless, fragile little white rabbit. Seeing her tear-filled expression, Suke's heart ached. He reached out and gently wiped the glistening tears from the corners of her eyes.
Silly Huan, how could I ever abandon you? Have you forgotten what I said?
I'm not some fool who has to choose between two options. I, Suke, want it all.
As soon as Suke finished speaking, Lu Chenhuan playfully punched his chest.
You jerk.
Suke chuckled, rubbing Lu Chenhuan's ear.
Alright, I was just joking.
But I'm not joking.
Lu Chenhuan grabbed Suke's hand as he rubbed her ear, took a deep breath, and looked at him with unusual seriousness.
Brother Su, I'm serious.
That day in the public housing, I saw those poor souls who lost their homes to the beast invasion.
I saw your reluctance to leave. I know there must be things you want to protect too.
As an SSS tier beast master, your shoulders bear not just our relationship, but the future of the human race. If your contract means humanity gains another SSS tier beast maiden, I'm willing to let go of my possessiveness toward you.
But I beg you don't abandon me because of it.
By this point, Lu Chenhuan's voice grew faint and choked with emotion.
Is that alright? Listening to Lu Chenhuan's painfully understanding words, Suke let out a soft sigh. He simply pulled Lu Chenhuan closer to him and held her tightly. Silly Huan. How could I ever abandon such an adorable, silly girl like you? Chapter 25, Youth has its perks. As the first rays of dawn touched the earth, another day of intensive training commenced. In the martial arts arena, Pang Meng stood with his hands behind his back, his expression cold as he surveyed the crowd. We've already revisited the fundamentals of cultivation yesterday. Today's training focuses on combat. Hearing Pang Meng's words, the crowd gathered on the training grounds instantly perked up. Suke and Lu Chenhuan pricked up their ears, listening intently. Su Lu, standing beside Pang Meng, glanced at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were listening intently. Suke, Lu Chenhuan, you two just fought during yesterday's captain selection. Share any profound insights you gained. Lu Chenhuan, as the main striker, you go first. Lu Chenhuan froze at the request, blinking rapidly as she tilted her head earnestly. Well, my feeling is, it was too easy to win. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang in the team couldn't help but roll their eyes. Perhaps realizing his remark was off base, Lu Chenhuan quickly changed the subject. Of course, it's still because Brother Su commanded so well. Without Brother Su, I might not have had such a clear battle plan. This fight wouldn't have been nearly as easy to resolve. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, everyone around nodded in agreement. Yesterday's battle was witnessed by all. Suke's outstanding command skills remained unforgettable. Just a few simple orders had completely stifled Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's ability to maneuver. Su Lu nodded in agreement, then turned to Suke. Suke, tell us how you feel about it. Suke met Su Lu's expectant gaze, paused briefly, and voiced his most profound realization. After yesterday's battle, my biggest realization is that the combat coordination between Beastmasters and Beast Maidens actually has significant issues. Listening to Suke's words, Pang Meng and Su Lu's eyes both lit up involuntarily as they turned to look at him. Suke, go on. Suke didn't mince words, laying out his perspective directly. When beast girls are fighting, the beast tamers providing control or support from behind are actually putting themselves in great danger. Take yesterday, for instance. I had Huan take down the Beastmaster, Lu Yun, first. With him out of the picture, the remaining beast girl, Wu Shuang, posed a much smaller threat. Listening to Suke's words, Su Lu couldn't help but clap her hands in admiration. Excellent. Suke, you've summarized this very well. Su Lu then turned her gaze to everyone in the training ground. This is precisely the greatest weakness all students currently face. Compared to beast maidens, most beast masters themselves have relatively weak defenses, making them prime targets for enemy attacks in combat. Therefore, Pang Meng, standing nearby, turned his gaze toward the beast masters in his own team. As beast masters, beyond your daily training, you must also strengthen your physical toughness and agility to enhance your self-defense capabilities. Pang Meng was right. While some beast masters might possess stronger offensive capabilities than their contracted beast girls, their defensive prowess certainly couldn't match that of mutated beast girls. And beast girls must learn to constantly monitor their beastmaster's safety while engaged in battle, maintaining optimal distance to respond to any unexpected situations. Listening to Su Lu and Pang Meng's words, everyone present couldn't help but nod in agreement. Only through direct combat experience could one truly grasp these critical battlefield insights. Even Suke silently acknowledged the truth in their words. Indeed, the youth training camp is essential. Without centralized training, throwing inexperienced recruits into battle would be nothing short of suicide. As he pondered this, Pang Meng's lips curled into a savage grin as he looked at the group. From this moment on, our youth training enters its second phase, physical conditioning. Whether you're beastmasters or beast maidens, you're all about to face hellishly intense training. Cheer for it. Seeing the grimace on Pang Meng's face, everyone's heart sank. Now, we begin with running. Carry 100 gene of weight and run a 10-kilometer cross-country course. As Pang Meng's words fell, 30 sandbags, each weighing 50 kilograms, materialized before him. He waved his massive hand at the group. Come on, grab your bags and get moving. Gazing at the massive sandbags, despair flashed in everyone's eyes. Yet they knew this was an inescapable fate, and one by one, they reluctantly stepped forward. Suke, since you and Lu Chenhuan are second tier, your weight doubles 200 pounds. Any issues? A mocking smile played on Pang Meng's lips as he watched Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the team leaders, step forward first. No problem. Suke hoisted the sandbag onto his shoulders and took the lead alongside Lu Chenhuan. Back in school, Suke had consistently ranked first in physical fitness tests. Now, having advanced to Tier 2, a 200-gene sandbag held no challenge for him. Behind them, the others watched this scene with pity in their eyes. Gritting their teeth, they hoisted their sandbags and followed the two leaders. Initially, the formation managed to keep pace, but as time wore on, many beast masters and beast maidens began to struggle physically, gradually falling behind. As for the leaders, Suke and Lu Chenhuan, though slightly out of breath, showed little sign of slowing down. At the front of the line, Pang Meng and Su Lu called out mercilessly to the stragglers behind them. Run faster. Your captain can carry 200 pounds and still run this fast. Don't you feel ashamed carrying a measly 100 pounds? If you don't finish before lunch, you'll be starving until afternoon.
Hearing Pang Mang and Su Lu's words, the lagging members gritted their teeth, picked up their pace, and caught up with the group. After all, youth training meals were served collectively.
Missing the timing meant going hungry.
During this physical training period, both morning and afternoon sessions guaranteed high-intensity drills.
Running on an empty stomach? That could literally kill you.
10 kilometers at a normal running pace, it might only take an hour to an hour and a half. But now, everyone was carrying heavy loads on their shoulders. An ordinary person carrying such weight wouldn't last long before collapsing. Even the beast masters and beast maidens, constantly weaving through the mountains and forests with sandbags strapped to their backs, were gradually feeling the strain. As time passed, heavy breathing echoed in everyone's ears, and sweat soaked through every piece of clothing.
Su-Kei, running at the front, glanced at Lu Chenhuan beside him.
Her collar was soaked through, and her small face was flushed red with exhaustion. He called out with concern.
"Huan, how are you holding up?"
Lu Chenhuan turned to look at Su-Kei, who was running alongside her. Her face was glowing with happiness as she gasped for breath.
"With Brother Su by my side, I'm not tired at all. On the contrary, I've never been happier." Hearing Lu Chenhuan's passionate declaration, the exhausted teammates trailing behind rolled their eyes in exasperation. What kind of time is this for such flirtatious talk? Aren't they tired?
Su Lu, however, who was keeping pace alongside the group, wore a broad smile.
Youth is truly wonderful. Chapter 26, The Poison of Time's Corrosion. As time dragged on, more and more people began falling behind.
The 100-pound sandbags on their shoulders felt like 1,000 pounds to everyone. What was even more disheartening was that the leaders, Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan, had already disappeared from sight. Lu Yun and Wu Shuang, barely holding onto second place, couldn't even catch a whiff of Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan's exhaust fumes.
Are those two even human? Aren't they carrying 200 pounds? How come they seem to be handling it easier than us with just 100?
Fortunately, Su Lu and Pang Mang would occasionally stay alongside the group, encouraging those who were falling behind. Without their support, the others would have found it even harder to persevere.
Meanwhile, bolstered by their formidable physiques, Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan had already covered most of the distance.
Along the way, navigating the intricate mountain trails, they encountered members from other camps. It suddenly dawned on them that the training content for this youth training session must be identical across all groups. Not only that, but Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan also encountered An Ning and Zhao Fei, who were panting heavily as they trudged along carrying sandbags. Though panting, An Ning and Zhao Fei wore expressions of sheer stubbornness.
"Oomph. I refuse to believe we'll lose this youth training to that F-tier loser Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan. They just got lucky. Right now, they barely surpass us in cultivation level. Once we catch up, we'll definitely beat them to a pulp. Forget everything else, just this weighted run alone? That F-rank Lu Chenhuan won't last. He'll be done for halfway through."
Lost in thought, An Ning glanced at Zhao Fei beside her, gasping for breath and exhaustion.
With a look of disgust, she kicked him. "Snap out of it. Don't embarrass our S-rank.
When we run into them in the cafeteria, we'll show off right in front of that little Lu Chenhuan." But before An Ning could finish speaking, two massive sandbags appeared in her field of vision. Seeing the sandbags, which were easily twice as big as both herself and Zhao Fei, An Ning's eyes widened in shock.
"Whose sandbags are this huge? They look like at least 200 pounds. We can barely manage 100 pounds. How are we supposed to move 200? Amidst An Ning's shock, Lu Chenhuan and Su-Kei's figures appeared in view. And Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan showed no sign of slowing down whatsoever.
Carrying those 200-pound sandbags, they moved with remarkable agility. Witnessing this, the competitive urge that had begun to stir within An Ning vanished instantly.
Wait, how is that even possible? How can they carry such huge sandbags?
Zhao Fei, standing nearby, sensed the displeasure in An Ning's tone and tentatively spoke up.
"Ning, how about I ask the instructor to get you a 200-pound sandbag too? Get lost."
An Ning stared at Zhao Fei's clear yet foolish gaze, wanting to kick him twice. She instinctively wanted to pull Zhao Fei away, but feared straying from the path would make it harder to return later.
Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan, watching from afar, naturally spotted An Ning and Zhao Fei.
Lu Chenhuan, with her fiery temper, was about to stride over and offer a warm greeting upon seeing An Ning, but Su-Kei pulled her back.
"Huan, don't waste time with them. Let's finish running quickly, rest up, and then go eat."
For Su-Kei, completing the training quickly and improving his strength was paramount. As for An Ning, as long as she didn't come looking for trouble, there was no need to waste time on her.
Lu Chenhuan pursed her lips at his words, then nodded at Su-Kei while shouldering the sandbag. "Alright, I'll listen to Brother Su." But the fiercely proud Lu Chenhuan couldn't resist one last act of defiance.
Just as they were about to part ways at the intersection, she deliberately jumped up in front of An Ning, sandbag still in hand, and planted a kiss on Su-Kei's cheek. Feeling the warmth on his cheek, Su-Kei freed one hand to affectionately rub Lu Chenhuan's cheek.
"You little rascal."
Watching Lu Chenhuan's provocative gesture, An Ning felt like her lungs were about to explode with rage. She glanced at Zhao Fei beside her, who was struggling to walk while carrying the sandbag, and impatiently kicked him. Look at that brat Lu Chenhuan, she can still jump up and hug people while carrying sandbags. She's flaunting her stamina and her feelings for Suke right in my face. Zhao Fei, who'd been kicked for no apparent reason, wore a look of utter grievance. Lu Chenhuan's kissing Suke, why'd you kick me? You want to jump up and kiss me while carrying a sandbag too? Go ahead, I'm not opposed to it. Hearing Zhao Fei's pitiful tone only made An Ning's anger surge. You don't understand romance at all. Get lost. After missing An Ning and Zhao Fei, Suke and Lu Chenhuan encountered fewer and fewer people. As they neared the finish line, anticipation flashed in Lu Chenhuan's eyes. We'll reach the end soon. We can finally rest properly and have a hearty meal. We probably won't run into anyone else now. Yet before Lu Chenhuan could finish speaking, her voice trailed off abruptly. Suke beside her also furrowed his brow slightly, spotting a familiar figure at the distant road junction. Long Ruashua. At that moment, Long Ruashua was struggling alone, dragging a sandbag step by step toward the intersection. It was clear she had already fallen behind the group. Though her pace was painfully slow, her eyes burned with unwavering resolve. Wait, is this girl's physical condition really that poor? Watching Long Ruashua's strained efforts, even Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but show a look of pity. Suke beside him frowned deeply, recalling the description of Long Ruashua's flaw. Infected by the time-eroding toxin, causing her energy to dissipate. Due to the interference of this so-called time erosion toxin, Long Ruashua's current constitution was likely below even F grade. Long-term erosion could even shorten her lifespan. What is this time-eroding toxin? Lu Chenhuan, overhearing Suke's mutterings, asked curiously. Suke held nothing back, revealing everything he'd observed through his insight divine eye regarding Long Ruashua's flaws to Lu Chenhuan. As Suke explained, Lu Chenhuan's gaze toward Long Ruashua grew even more sympathetic. That poor girl, with such a weak constitution, being forced to endure this brutal training camp. It's truly heartbreaking. At this point, Lu Chenhuan pursed her lips as if making a decision. She turned her head and blinked at Suke. Brother Su, how about we help her out? Take her in and help purge whatever poison she's carrying? Watching Lu Chenhuan's earnest gaze fixed on him, Suke rubbed his temples. We'll see. We'll see. Although Long Ruashua's potential was tempting, and Lu Chenhuan had indicated she'd accept him contracting other beast girls, Suke still didn't fully understand Long Ruashua's character. He needed more time to observe her. If she turned out to be a sycophant like An Ning, no matter how tempting her potential, Suke would never contract her. Over there, Long Ruashua seemed to have noticed Suke and Lu Chenhuan's gaze, yet she maintained her stubborn, taciturn demeanor, laboriously dragging the sandbag step by step forward. She resembled a solitary blue dragon. Chapter 27, since we're here, might as well finish our meal. As the 1st Battalion members huffed and puffed, carrying their sandbags to the finish line one by one, Suke and Lu Chenhuan lay back on theirs, hand in hand, basking contentedly in the sun. Captain, when did you two arrive? Seeing Suke and Lu Chenhuan looking so content, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang swallowed hard. Only about half an hour before you guys, I'd say. Hearing Suke's nonchalant tone, Lu Yun's mouth twitched involuntarily. They had thought they were already fast enough, but never imagined Suke and Lu Chenhuan could outpace them by 2 hours while carrying 200 gene sandbags. The other rank beast masters and beast maidens who had rushed up behind them all gave Suke a thumbs up. Our captain is truly formidable. At this moment, the group was gradually coming to recognize Suke and Lu Chenhuan in their hearts, increasingly convinced that the two were worthy of being their captain. Though students trickled in steadily, instructors Pang Meng and Su Lu were still en route. They were escorting stragglers, ensuring everyone's safety. As noon approached, everyone gradually assembled. At Pang Meng's instruction, they performed a simple set of crunches and leg lifts, a grueling exercise euphemistically called muscle relaxation. Fortunately, when lunchtime rolled around, Pang Meng spared them further torment and led the group toward the cafeteria. Perhaps due to the immense energy expenditure of the physical training, the students from all the camps were ravenously hungry as they made their way to the cafeteria, their eyes brimming with hunger for the food. But Lu Chenhuan, usually a glutton, was unusually preoccupied, lacking his usual hunger for food. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's troubled expression, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. What's on your mind, silly girl? Hearing Suke's question, Lu Chenhuan offered no pretense. I'm thinking about that girl we met this morning, the one named Long Ruashua. She's struggling so much, will she make it in time for dinner? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's concern, Suke frowned. It's a bit iffy. Unlike the physically agile Lu Chenhuan, Long Ruashua's constitution was truly poor. Describing her as a sickly weakling wouldn't be an exaggeration. Judging by their chance encounter today, it seemed highly unlikely Long Ruashua could make it back before mealtime ended. Lu Chenhuan fell silent upon hearing Suke's analysis. But she quickly regained her composure, beaming as she pulled Suke into the cafeteria. Upon entering, Lu Chenhuan scanned the surroundings before pursing her lips. She really didn't come. Spotting Lu Chenhuan enter, the cafeteria auntie warmly greeted her. Hey, kid, come over here and serve yourself.
Due to Lu Chenhuan's special status, the cafeteria had granted her a unique privilege: she didn't have to queue. She could simply walk in, grab a bowl, and leave. Lu Chenhuan didn't hesitate, grabbing a bowl and heading out. Before leaving, however, she called out to the cafeteria auntie. "Auntie, you know our youth training schedule, right? Aren't you worried I might fail the physical training and miss out? Then all these dishes you've cooked would go to waste." Hearing Lu Chenhuan's concern, the cafeteria auntie honestly replied, "With your huge appetite, eating several big bowls in one sitting, you failing the physical training?" Lu Chenhuan laughed heartily at the woman's compliment. "Thanks for the compliment. Auntie, do you have disposable lunchboxes and chopsticks? Give me a set." The cafeteria auntie paused for a moment, then nodded at Lu Chenhuan and pulled out a set of disposable chopsticks and a box from under the counter. "Need to take some leftovers home, kid? Here you go. No need to thank me. You're welcome." Lu Chenhuan took the disposable set, thanked the cafeteria lady, and carried her food tray to her seat. Suke watched the disposable utensils in Lu Chenhuan's hand and quickly understood her intention. "You're saving a portion for Lang Ruashua, aren't you?" According to the rules of the youth training camp, their company's instructors would never save her a meal. As for her fellow trainees, Lang Ruashua seemed to get along with no one, and it was unlikely anyone would risk offending the instructors to save her a portion. Lu Chenhuan nodded lightly. "Right. As someone from Camp 1, bringing food to Camp 3 shouldn't be against the rules, right? Besides, even if their instructor gets annoyed, they can't tell me what to do." Listening to Lu Chenhuan's stubborn yet kind-hearted tone, Suke reached out and gently tickled her nose. "You little smarty pants." After receiving Suke's praise, Lu Chenhuan puffed out her cheeks proudly. She then opened the disposable lunchbox, scooped a generous portion from her own serving bowl, added some rice, closed the lid, and finally began to eat heartily. Sitting far away, still slightly out of breath, An Ning watched Lu Chenhuan stuffing her face with such nonchalance. She clenched her chopsticks in frustration. "Glutton! How can such an unrefined glutton always outshine me?" But despite her fury, after yesterday's incident, An Ning dared not provoke Lu Chenhuan again anytime soon. Instead, she angrily grabbed Zhao Fei's hair beside her and started yanking it out strand by strand. Zhao Fei, meanwhile, wore a look of utter despair, clueless as to what he'd done wrong this time. Soon, Lu Chenhuan swept through her meal like a whirlwind, clearing her tray completely and drawing frequent sideways glances from the surrounding students. But after finishing her meal, Lu Chenhuan didn't leave immediately. Instead, she sat quietly in the cafeteria, waiting. Suke, equally unhurried, stayed by her side, waiting quietly as well. After about 40 minutes, the students gradually left the cafeteria, and even the cafeteria staff began clearing trays and washing dishes. Noticing Lu Chenhuan and Suke still seated at the table, their meal containers in hand, the cafeteria auntie spoke up with concern. "Hey, kids, who are you waiting for?" Lu Chenhuan grinned at the question. "Waiting for a friend." "Oh." The auntie continued scrubbing, looking somewhat perplexed, and said nothing more. Suke watched Lu Chenhuan from the side with a half-smile. "How can they be friends when they probably don't even know you?" Lu Chenhuan shot Suke a withering look. "Well, won't we become friends once we meet?" Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke felt both amused and exasperated. "My dear Xian, how can you be so sure she'll come to the cafeteria? What if?" Before he could finish, a thud echoed from the cafeteria entrance, the sound of something heavy hitting the floor. A silver-haired girl, covered in dust and sweat, dragged a sandbag to the cafeteria entrance and leaned against it, panting heavily as she looked inside. It was the long-awaited Lang Ruashua. By the time she'd dragged the sandbag to the 3rd Battalion, the entire camp was deserted, leaving only an empty field. Realizing she'd been abandoned, she dragged the sandbag step by step to the cafeteria, only to find the cafeteria auntie already washing dishes. A couple seemed to be sitting inside, watching her with amusement. It seemed as though no one had ever truly cared about her. Watching this scene, Lang Ruashua's icy blue eyes dimmed once more. She turned to leave, dragging the sandbag behind her. But just then, a sun-kissed blonde girl holding a disposable lunchbox called out to her. "Lang Ruashua, right? Since you're already here, why not finish your meal before leaving?" The girl's radiant smile seemed to transform into boundless sunshine in that instant, as if melting the frost and snow from her hair. Chapter 28, Luring Lang Ruashua. Watching Lang Ruashua sit quietly at the table, chewing slowly and deliberately from her disposable box, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but chuckle. People really are different when it comes to eating, huh? You look pitifully adorable while eating, while I just look pitifully hungry. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's praise, Lang Ruashua lowered her head shyly, her silver-white eyelashes fluttering as she blinked. She quickly finished her meal, carefully stowed away the lunchbox, and softly thanked Lu Chenhuan and Suke seated before her. "Thank you both." Hearing Lang Ruashua's thanks, Lu Chenhuan gave her a hearty pat on the shoulder. "Don't mention it. Your constitution is delicate, you shouldn't be held to the same standards as others. Your instructor should have considered that saving you food is only right." Suke nodded in agreement beside him. "Exactly. Even in youth training, they should tailor their approach to each individual. They can't deliberately marginalize or ignore you just because your situation is unique. Hearing Suke and Lu Chenhuan's reassurances, Ruashua pressed her lips together in silence. So you guys know about my F rank too? Seeing Ruashua's self-conscious expression, Lu Chenhuan spoke up in her usual blunt manner. Look at you, so unsure of yourself. So what if you're F grade? Who is an F grade? See how no one dares look down on me? With Brother Su here, even an F rank can make miracles happen. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's spirited demeanor and catching Suke's sharply defined, handsome features out of the corner of her eye, envy flickered in Ruashua's icy blue eyes. I truly envy you for having a beast master who doesn't look down on you. The news of F rank Lu Chenhuan forming a contract with SSS-Rank Suke had already caused a stir throughout Tianhai. Yesterday, on their very first day in camp, they had publicly humiliated S-ranks An Ning and Zhaofei. Even if Ruashua hadn't followed the news closely, she was still aware of the two. Too bad for me, another F rank, who only gets scornful looks from everyone. Noticing the envy in Ruashua's eyes, Lu Chenhuan's eyebrows arched slightly. A hint of mischief flashed in his eyes as he grinned at her. So? Jealous? Yes, I am. Ruashua made no attempt to hide her envy. Seeing the sly glint in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, Suke's heart skipped a beat. He had a pretty good idea what this tigress of a woman was up to and quickly reached out to pull her back. Huan. But Lu Chenhuan had already seized the moment to bring her face close to Ruashua's, her voice laced with temptation as she spoke. Ruashua, you don't need to envy me. If you want, you can have a life like mine too. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua froze for a moment before responding with a bitter smile. Lu, please don't joke with me like this. How could I ever be as celebrated as you? Forget about SSS tier legendary beast tamers like Su, even A or B tier tamers wouldn't consider contracting with me. In their eyes, I'm just a clown who got in through connections. During training, they never treated me like one of their own. They even made a point of mocking me with snide remarks right to my face. Look at yourself. This training camp isn't some place where just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can get in. As Ruashua spoke, her eyes glistened with unshed tears, her sapphire gaze brimming with heartbreaking vulnerability. Suke beside her sighed softly. Her father's intentions were undoubtedly for her future. He spent a fortune pulling strings to get her into the academy. But he overlooked how an F rank like Ruashua would be met with such strange stares here. Even though Ruashua possessed looks that rivaled Lu Chenhuan's, in this world where strength reigns supreme, few would sacrifice their prospects to form a contract with her. Without a beastmaster to back her, F rank Ruashua was more like an invisible outcast in the youth training camp. Seeing the glistening tears at the corners of Ruashua's eyes, her expression faltered slightly. As another F rank, she understood Ruashua's plight all too well. Were it not for Suke, her own situation would likely be no better than Ruashua's. Thank you both. Ruashua's voice trembled slightly. Thank you for letting me experience a rare warmth just as I'm about to leave the training camp. Hearing Ruashua's words, Suke and Lu Chenhuan both frowned simultaneously. You're leaving? From their chance encounter that morning and her determination to carry the sandbag to the cafeteria to prove herself, Suke sensed Ruashua wasn't one to give up easily. What choice do I have? In this academy brimming with prodigies, my F rank status only widens the gap between me and everyone else. Staying here serves no purpose except to become a laughingstock. Ruashua lowered her eyes as she spoke, her gaze filled with gloom. Seeing the gloom in Ruashua's eyes, Lu Chenhuan, standing beside them, grew impatient and shoved Suke. Su, she's really pitiful. Why don't you consider helping her? Rest assured, whatever decision you make, I'll support you. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke's brow furrowed slightly before he nodded. From his brief interaction with Ruashua, he sensed she was a bit cold, yet possessed a pure and stubborn nature, a promising prospect worth nurturing. Moreover, Lu Chenhuan had already expressed his support, leaving Suke with little to hesitate about. If he didn't make a decision now, once Ruashua left the training camp, the odds of finding another beast girl with SSS tier potential would be slim. Meanwhile, Ruashua, listening to Lu Chenhuan and Suke's conversation, flashed a look of confusion in her eyes. Help me? Suke, having made his decision, looked at Ruashua with earnestness, his voice tinged with a hint of allure. What if I told you there's an opportunity right before you, one that could alter your destiny, help you defy fate, enhance your potential, and transform you into an enviable powerhouse like Huan? Would you take it? Hearing the allure in Suke's voice, Ruashua's eyes clearly flickered with interest, but she shook her head immediately. Impossible. How could someone as weak as me, a mere F rank, ever have a chance to defy fate? Why not? Suke's voice brimmed with confidence. Because you aren't an ordinary F rank. You were born an SSS rank, towering above all others. It was only because of a hidden flaw within your body that your potential couldn't manifest, leaving you to be mocked by everyone. SSS rank? Hearing Suke's words, Ruashua's eyes grew even more uncertain. How could I possibly be SSS rank? Why not? Suke's hand tapped lightly on the nearby dining table as he stared intently at Ruashua. I ask you, do you often feel cold in your limbs, unusually weak, or even frequently get sick with fevers? How did you know? After hearing Sukei's analysis, Ruashua's sapphire blue eyes widened abruptly.
She stared at him in utter disbelief. Observing the shock and doubt in Ruashua's eyes, Sukei wore a look of absolute certainty. Because the defect within your body is corroding you, causing energy to leak out and already affecting your physical form. And I happen to be the one who can resolve these issues for you. Chapter 29, the contract is forged, everyone is shocked. Seeing Sukei's unwavering confidence, Ruashua's resolve wavered. In this world where strength reigns supreme, who wouldn't desire formidable power? Moreover, Sukei's description of the symptoms matched her own condition almost perfectly. Just then, Sukei dropped another bombshell. If I'm not mistaken, your father must have sought doctors for you. According to their diagnosis, your innate essence is deficient, and you might not even live past 30. Ruashua was utterly stunned by Sukei's words. How do you know all this? She hadn't expected Sukei to know such private matters. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, watched the shock in Ruashua's eyes and let a sly smile play at the corners of his mouth. Of course. Don't you know who Brother Su is? He's an SSS tier Beast Tamer, a rank never before seen in human history. He can see every flaw in your body. Since Sukei hadn't yet signed a contract with Ruashua, Lu Chenhuan only referred to him as an SSS tier Beast Tamer. But that was enough to convince Ruashua. Sukei gave a slight nod, his gaze fixed on Ruashua, whose resolve was now wavering. So, I can help you. Help me? How? By now, Ruashua had nearly come to trust both Sukei and Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, saw the moment was ripe. A sly gleam flashed in his eyes as he grinned at Ruashua. If you form a contract with Brother Su, he can use his innate ability to generate a repair plan and fix the defects within your body. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua's small mouth fell open in surprise, her sapphire blue pupils fluttering slightly. A contract? But I heard that a beastmaster can only contract with one beast maiden. If the contract is broken, wouldn't there be severe backlash? Su, would you really be willing to take such a huge risk for a stranger like me? Of course not. Lu Chenhuan shot Ruashua a disapproving look before scanning the cafeteria. Seeing the cafeteria lady still washing dishes in the back kitchen and no one else around, he lowered his voice to speak to Ruashua. Because Brother Su can form contracts infinitely. As long as you're willing, he can form a contract with you anytime without any restrictions or backlash. An unlimited contract? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Ruashua's mouth fell open again. She stared at Sukei in utter disbelief. Is that really possible? The one-to-one binding contract between a beastmaster and a beast maiden was already a universally acknowledged limitation among all humanity. Yet Ruashua never imagined Sukei could break through this restriction. Of course. Sukei looked at Ruashua with unwavering confidence. Huan and I have no reason to deceive you about this. If you don't believe me, just try forming a contract with me and you'll see for yourself. The formation of a contract is witnessed by the heavenly way itself, leaving no room for deception. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, seized the moment and gently coaxed her. Ruashua, such a golden opportunity is right before you, don't let it slip away. Do you truly want to leave the training camp as a failure? Are you content to let those who mocked you whisper behind your back, saying they were right all along that you're nothing but a failure? Are you truly content to live out your life in obscurity? Right now, this chance to change your destiny is right before you. Seize the chance with Brother Su, and from now on, your destiny will be in your own hands. No one will ever dare to look down on you again. From now on, you'll have the chance to join me and Brother Su in writing a legendary chapter in human history. Watching the confidence on Sukei's face and listening to Lu Chenhuan's persuasive words, Ruashua clenched her fist slightly. This is so intense. She clenched her teeth, and an icy blue magical formation appeared on her forehead, its faint glow flickering within the cafeteria. Bring it on! An unprecedented resolve now burned in Ruashua's eyes. Seeing Ruashua directly activate the contract formation, Sukei couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Ha? You agreed? Aren't you going to think it over? Sukei hadn't expected Ruashua to bypass deliberation entirely, immediately activating the array to bind a contract with him. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, promptly kicked Sukei in the shins. Su, the lady's offering herself willingly, what are you dithering about? Marriage, no, forming a contract. Snapping out of his daze, Sukei wasted no time. He looked at Ruashua before him with complete seriousness. All right. Since you don't mind, Ruashua, I see no need to be coy. As he spoke, Sukei extended his right hand, bit his finger to draw blood, and pressed it firmly onto the azure magic array before Ruashua's forehead. With blood as the guide, with soul as the oath, in this life and this world, we shall be bound together forever. Feeling the energy surge across her forehead, Ruashua's body trembled slightly before she raised her voice to echo Sukei's oath. Honored by your acceptance, I now uphold this covenant. Though mountains of blades and seas of fire may come, though cycles of rebirth collapse and cause and effect turns upside down, we shall never forsake each other. With sun and moon as witnesses, heaven and earth as proof, this heart shall never waver. As their voices fell together, the contract array before them erupted in brilliant light, soaring skyward to illuminate the world. Heaven and earth bear witness, sun and moon sing in unison. Boom! A terrifying energy fluctuation rumbled and hummed through the cafeteria, startling everyone in the youth training camp. What the hell is that noise? The cafeteria auntie, who was scrubbing dishes in the inner kitchen, felt the tremors from outside and hurried out with her tray. Upon witnessing Suke and Ruashua sealing their contract, her eyes widened in disbelief. What? Forming a contract? How could forming a contract cause such a huge commotion? Wait, isn't that the guy who's married to that useless beast girl? It wasn't just the cafeteria lady. At that moment, everyone in the entire youth training camp was drawn to the dazzling pillar of light shooting skyward, all turning their heads to look. That aura, that commotion, it sounds like someone's forming a contract. That direction? The cafeteria? Who would be forming a contract during training? At that moment, the instructors and students of Camp 3 all thought of one person. Ruashua? Could that useless Ruashua have formed a contract with someone? But the roster for the training camp was finalized ages ago. Every Beast Master and Beast Maiden already has a contract. Who could she possibly have made a contract with? Would anyone actually want a F-rank loser? Unable to contain their curiosity, the crowd immediately rose and rushed toward the cafeteria. It wasn't just the third camp students from numerous youth training camps were now streaming toward the cafeteria. An Ning, who was preparing for her midday rest, grabbed Zhao Fei and hurried along with the crowd. In a wooden cabin within the youth training camp, a place no student had ever visited, a middle-aged man with a full beard of stubble opened his eyes at that very moment. Chapter 30, You're not even worthy to tie their shoes. In the cafeteria, as the glow vanished from Ruashua's forehead, it signaled the complete formation of the contract between Suke and Ruashua. Even now, Ruashua's eyes remained filled with disbelief at the successful formation of the contract. It worked? It actually worked? Ruashua never imagined Suke could forge a contract with her without first dissolving his bond with Lu Chenhuan. But just then, a righteous shout rang out from nearby. You ungrateful little bastard. You can't just dump someone because they eat a lot, then go and make a contract with a third party. As the words fell, the cafeteria auntie raised her tray high and swung it toward Suke. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan swiftly reached out, yanking Suke away and shielding him behind her. Seeing Lu Chenhuan shield Suke, the cafeteria auntie felt her heartache even more. Lu, what on earth are you thinking, protecting this faithless scoundrel? Seeing the cafeteria auntie's furious expression, Lu Chenhuan felt a warmth in his heart, but he still spoke up for Suke. Auntie, it's not like that. You've misunderstood Brother Su. Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding what? He's already formed a contract with another girl. What exactly am I misunderstanding? Just then, a crowd of Youth Academy students had gathered outside the cafeteria, peering in with curiosity. Aren't those Suke and Lu Chenhuan, the pair causing such a stir in Tianhai lately? The one in front of Suke, that's Ruashua from the 3rd Battalion, right? I heard she's another F-grade failure who got into the academy through connections. Why are they together? Seeing the lingering light aura still not fully dissipated around Suke and Ruashua, the surrounding students couldn't help but piece together the truth. Could Suke have dumped Lu Chenhuan to form a contract with Ruashua? At that moment, no one could fathom that Suke could contract Beast Maidens without limit. They simply assumed he had abandoned Lu Chenhuan and turned to form a contract with Ruashua instead. I heard breaking a contract costs a huge price. Isn't it worth it for an F-rank beast girl? Amidst the chatter, An Ning's eyes lit up. She grabbed Zhao Fei and pushed through the crowd toward the entrance. At that moment, An Ning burst into laughter. Lu Chenhuan, never thought you'd end up like this. What? Abandoned by Suke, huh? An Ning sneered coldly, her gaze fixed on Suke. Suke, I never imagined your judgment would remain as poor as ever. I hear Ruashua is also the bottom feeder of the 3rd Battalion, just another F-rank connection. What's the deal? Got a thing for losers? Going out of your way to contract a worthless F-rank? Listening to An Ning's mockery, Lu Chenhuan's lips curled into a cold smile. What? You think everyone's a power-climbing, fickle little like you? Faced with Lu Chenhuan's sudden escalation, An Ning froze for a moment before immediately retorting with scorn. What the hell are you doing, defending Suke now? If Suke hadn't broken his contract with you, how could he have contracted someone named Ruashua? Faced with An Ning's taunt, Lu Chenhuan's voice faltered. She wanted to defend Suke, yet feared exposing his secret. But Suke knew that the moment he contracted Ruashua, the secret that he couldn't contract just one beast girl would be impossible to hide. With that realization, Suke stepped directly in front of Lu Chenhuan, his expression calm as he surveyed the crowd before him and the furious cafeteria lady beside them. Since everyone has seen it, I won't hide it anymore. I, Suke, can actually contract more than one beast girl. Suke didn't claim unlimited contracts, he merely revealed he could bind more than one beast girl.
As for the exact number, he left it unspecified, letting everyone speculate. Hearing Su-Kei's words, the surrounding crowd instantly fell into stunned silence. What? You can contract more than one beast girl? This has never happened in the history of beast taming. Is this the unique ability of an SSS-Rank Beast Tamer? Some voiced their confusion at this point. But if he could contract more than one beast girl, why didn't Su-Kei choose An Ning, a fellow Tianhai first high student with S-rank talent back then? An Ning may not match Su-Kei's SSS rank, but she's still better than Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's F rank. As the words fell, all eyes turned toward An Ning, their gazes tinged with peculiarity. Upon hearing that Su-Kei could contract more than one beast girl, An Ning froze in place, shaking her head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Su-Kei, you're lying to me, right? After Su-Kei revealed his talent, Lu Chenhuan beside him saw no need to hold back any longer. He sneered at An Ning. An Ning, do you really think you're so special? Why would Brother Su lie to you? Brother Su can contract more than one beast girl. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's mockery, An Ning's jaw trembled as she stared at Su-Kei in utter disbelief. But why? Why didn't you tell me sooner, Su-Kei? You clearly could have contracted more than one beast girl. Why didn't you choose to contract me back then? Su-Kei's eyebrows arched slightly as he looked at An Ning with a faint, ambiguous smile. You think I, Su-Kei, would set my sights on any trash? Hearing Su-Kei's words, An Ning nearly roared. Am I really worse than these two F-rank losers? Watching An Ning storm toward him, raging with fury, a cold smile touched Su-Kei's lips. You're right. You really are no match for Huan and Ruashua. In terms of both character and talent, you're not even worthy of tying their shoelaces. Hearing this, An Ning felt her body sway. The world spun before her eyes, and she nearly lost her footing. Fortunately, Zhao Fei caught her in time, preventing her from collapsing. But Zhao Fei's face was dark as well, whether from Su-Kei's merciless mockery or An Ning's lingering obsession, it was unclear. Su-Kei, you're truly blind. An Ning forced herself to steady Zhao Fei, her eyes burning with hatred. You must have deliberately contracted two F-rank useless trash just to get back at me, right? To prove that even with F-rank trash, you can nurture them to surpass me? Just wait. I'll make you see that F-rank is trash. No matter how hard you try, they'll always be trash. Once my cultivation catches up, I'll make you regret every decision you ever made. Zhao Fei, let's go. An Ning shouted, her anger flaring at Zhao Fei's frozen stance. Zhao Fei, are you deaf? Help me out of here. Snapping out of his daze, Zhao Fei quickly responded with an "oh" and hurriedly helped An Ning away, both of them looking disheveled. Just then, a middle-aged man in an instructor's uniform pushed through the crowd and strode toward Su-Kei and Ruashua. Chapter 31, The Tide Turns. Watching the instructor push through the crowd to stand before him, Su-Kei's eyes narrowed slightly. You are. It was Ruashua beside him who promptly addressed the instructor with respect. Greetings, instructor. Seeing this, Su-Kei instantly understood. The man before him must be the instructor of the 3rd Battalion. Sure enough, the instructor addressed Su-Kei directly. Hello, I'm Zhao Yang, the instructor of the 3rd Battalion. Greetings, Instructor Zhao. Su-Kei knew to show proper respect to these youth training camp instructors. What brings you here, Instructor Zhao? Is it about Ruashua? Hearing Su-Kei guess his purpose so quickly, Zhao Yang couldn't help but see a flicker of admiration for the young man before him. But he quickly suppressed it. Yes. Su, as you know, our academy primarily trains beastmasters and beast maidens in paired units. Now that Ruashua has formed a contract with you, for the sake of future training convenience, she should be assigned to your 1st battalion. Hearing Zhao Yang's words, Su-Kei instantly understood his true intent. Zhao Yang disliked Ruashua holding back their 3rd battalion and was seizing this chance to transfer her to his 1st battalion. After all, for them, keeping a frail F rank like Ruashua in the 3rd battalion only lowered everyone's training efficiency and slowed down the pace of competition operations. Though Su-Kei disliked the idea of Ruashua staying in the 3rd battalion, where she felt unvalued, he still turned to her out of respect. After all, changing battalions was a matter of great consequence. Ruashua, what about you? Hearing Su-Kei address her by name, Ruashua's body trembled slightly. She lifted her gaze to meet Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan's concerned expressions, contrasting sharply with Zhao Yang's icy indifference. In that instant, her decision was made. I do. I'm willing to stay by Su's side from now on. Seeing the resolute look in Ruashua's eyes, Su-Kei nodded in agreement before turning to Zhao Yang. Alright, since Ruashua has made her decision, I have no objections. But Instructor Zhao, you might need to discuss this with our instructor Pang. Hearing Su-Kei and Ruashua's words, Instructor Zhao Yang's face instantly lit up with delight. No problem, no problem. Leave it to me. Ruashua had originally gotten in through connections anyway, making her dispensable to the 3rd Battalion. Now that she'd formed a contract with Su-Kei, it presented the perfect opportunity to get rid of her. As long as the parties involved agreed, once this was reported up the chain, even if Pang Mang and the others objected, there was nothing they could do. Alright, since you've all agreed, I'll take Ruashua to process the paperwork right now. Zhao Yang couldn't hide the delight on his face, as if shedding Lang Ruashua's burden was the greatest relief imaginable. Watching this unfold, Lang Ruashua felt even more disillusioned with the 3rd Battalion. Su, I'll go handle the paperwork first. Lang Ruashua addressed Su Ke before following Zhao Yang toward the youth training camp's administrative office. Lu Chenhuan, standing beside Su Ke, watched Zhao Yang lead Lang Ruashua away. With a look of contempt, she spat on the ground beside her. Trash instructor, unworthy of being a teacher. Having heard Lang Ruashua recount her experiences, Lu Chenhuan already harbored little regard for the 3rd Battalion's instructors. Now, witnessing Zhao Yang so eager to shed Lang Ruashua at the first opportunity, his anger flared even more intensely. So what if she's F grade? Does that mean she doesn't deserve a normal life? Brother Su, we have to prove to them that even F-rank useless trash can create miracles beyond their wildest imaginations. Watching Lu Chenhuan's little face flushed with anger, Su Ke affectionately pinched her nose. Alright, we'll do as our Huan says. At the youth training tournament, we'll show them what we're made of. Su Ke understood better than anyone that beneath their F-rank labels, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua possessed terrifying innate talent. Even if they couldn't fully recover, they were still leagues above the rest of the youth academy. Let's go. Upon hearing Su Ke's response, Lu Chenhuan immediately pulled him up and led him away. The crowd gathered around the cafeteria remained stunned long after Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan had departed. So Su Ke can actually contract more than one beast girl? Is this the extraordinary talent of an SSS-Rank beast master? Good heavens, why didn't I get that kind of talent? What a waste. Su Ke had the chance to contract 2 beast maidens, yet he squandered it all on 2 F-rank useless trash. If you ask me, this guy's just a shallow bastard. He's blinded by beauty and doesn't give a damn about his future. Sooner or later, he'll realize that F-rank is F-rank. Even with his SSS-rank beast master skills, they're still useless mud you can't prop up against a wall. Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, already far away, naturally didn't hear the crowd's murmurs. But given Su Ke's understanding of human nature, he knew there would be no shortage of skepticism and ridicule. Yet the path to becoming a true powerhouse was never free from doubt and ridicule. Lu Chenhuan, clutching Su Ke's arm, gritted her teeth and kicked a pebble in front of her, shattering it into flying fragments. A bunch of snobs who judge people by their appearance. We'll make them understand sooner or later what it means when the tide turns. Lu Chenhuan's voice faltered mid-sentence, as if dissatisfied with her own words. 30 years is too long. 3 years. 3 years of fortune shifting. Don't underestimate F-rank. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's words, Su Ke couldn't help but smile affectionately, ruffling her golden tresses. Silly girl. Stop thinking about all that nonsense. We have training this afternoon. Go back to the camp for your midday rest first. Okay. Lu Chenhuan obediently nodded, linking arms with Su Ke as they walked back to the tent. She then lay down fully clothed, using Su Ke's arm as a pillow for her afternoon rest. Su Ke, meanwhile, held Lu Chenhuan in one arm while resting his head on the other, gazing thoughtfully at the tent ceiling. Now, with Lang Ruashua added to the contract, he had bound 2 SSS potential genius beast girls. Next, he needed to focus on training and find opportunities to rapidly elevate their qualifications. That way, they could achieve strong results in the grand competition and qualify for the capital's major exam. Once they passed the grand examination and entered the capital, cultivation resources would become far more abundant. Restoring Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan to SSS tier would be significantly easier, and his own strength would rise more rapidly as a result. Lunchtime passed quickly, and soon it was time for afternoon training. Just as everyone gathered for the training session, the silver-haired, blue-eyed Lang Ruashua was led into the ranks by Su Lu. Seeing Lang Ruashua's peerless beauty, which rivaled Lu Chenhuan's, many students from the 1st Battalion who hadn't gone out to watch the commotion during lunch wore puzzled expressions. Who's this? Why did our instructor bring her in? I think I saw her in the cafeteria. She's supposedly the school flower from 3rd High, but I heard she wasn't exactly popular over in the 3rd Battalion. Some students who had joined the midday spectacle were about to share the gossip when Su Lu cut them off with a sharp tone. Quiet, everyone. This is Lang Ruashua from the 3rd Battalion. Since she just formed a contract with Su, she's transferring from the 3rd Battalion to our 1st Battalion for training convenience. From now on, you're classmates. At this announcement, the crowd erupted in an instant. Chapter 32, truly the future son-in-law of the Lung family. What? Did I hear that right? Our captain's contract partner? But didn't Captain Su and Captain Lu just complete their contract? How could he contract another? I heard she's also an F rank. Did Captain Su and Captain Lu break up? But they were practically glued together just now. It doesn't seem like it. As the confused students gossiped, some who had rushed over during lunch finally couldn't hold back. Well, you guys don't know this, but our Captain Su, being an SSS tier genius Beast Tamer, can contract more than one beast maiden. The commotion in the cafeteria today was actually the sound of Captain Su and this Lang Ruashua forming their contract. What? Our Su can make multiple contracts? Why didn't that talent come my way? What a shame. Team leader Su's talent is exceptional, but his taste in contracts is, rather, unique. Then why didn't he accept An Ning's request to form a contract with her back then? Captain Su said today he doesn't settle for just any trash.
Compared to raw talent, it seems he values character more. Whoa! In an instant, the training grounds erupted with murmurs of astonishment. Everyone turned to Su-K with expressions that were anything but straightforward. Ever since joining the camp, Su-K had consistently delivered unexpected surprises. The others' attitude toward him had gradually shifted from initial disdain to growing respect. Su Lu didn't linger, simply waving to Long Ruashua. "Alright, Ruashua, return to your squad. Ruashua, over here." As Su Lu's words fell, Lu Chenhuan waved excitedly at Lang Ruashua. Hearing this, Lang Ruashua turned her gaze toward the Beast Girl squad where Lu Chenhuan stood. She promptly rose and joined the formation, falling into step behind Lu Chenhuan. Then, glancing at Su-K standing nearby, she shyly lowered her head. "Thank you. Thank you all." Lu Chenhuan, standing before Lang Ruashua, turned and patted her shoulder. "Don't mention it. Since you've contracted with Brother Su, we're family now. Rest assured, since you've joined our 1st Battalion, as your captain, I'll never treat you unfairly like those heartless bastards in the 3rd Battalion. From now on in the 1st Battalion, Brother Su and I have your back." Faced with Lu Chenhuan's warmth, Lang Ruashua gently clutched the hem of her robe and nodded. "All right." Seeing Lang Ruashua integrate into the team, Su Lu cleared her throat and resumed announcing the new training regimen with Pang Meng. The afternoon training intensity wasn't much different from the mornings, but the scope narrowed to daily drills like weighted frog jumps, high knees, and push-ups, continuing to build everyone's physical endurance. Even with the morning's experience fresh in their minds, the sight of those heavy sandbags still plunged the group into silence. Yet every recruit entering the youth training camp possessed their own pride. Led by Su-K and Lu Chenhuan, they shouldered their respective sandbags and commenced the drills. When Lang Ruashua saw Su-K and Lu Chenhuan's sandbags twice as large as hers, her pupils involuntarily contracted. Though they'd seen them earlier, the distance had prevented close inspection. Only now did she realize Su-K and Lu Chenhuan's sandbags were twice as heavy as hers and the others. Noticing Lang Ruashua's confusion, Lu Chenhuan smiled and explained to her. "That's because Brother Su and I are at the 2nd tier, so we need to increase our training load a bit." Hearing Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Lang Ruashua felt even more astonished. As a student from the 3rd Battalion who rarely socialized, she had no idea Lu Chenhuan and Su-K had already reached the 2nd tier. Learning their cultivation levels now, she couldn't hide her astonishment. Noticing her reaction, Lu Chenhuan chuckled and said to Lang Ruashua, "Don't be envious, Ruashua. With Brother Su guiding you now, you'll soon be able to advance your cultivation just like me. Your days of hardship are over starting today." Hearing Lu Chenhuan's encouragement, hope reignited in Lang Ruashua's eyes as she nodded firmly. "I will work hard and never bring shame upon you." Not far away, Su-K watched the scene unfold, a faint smile touching his lips. Lu Chenhuan getting along harmoniously with Lang Ruashua was something he was very pleased to see. This would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Now that Lang Ruashua has contracted with me, I can tailor a repair plan based on her deficiencies. Let me see, what conditions are needed to repair Lang Ruashua's deficiencies? As he pondered, Su-K activated his insight divine eye and turned his gaze back to Lang Ruashua. Beast Girl, Lang Ruashua. Realm, 1st tier awakened spirit. Talent, F-rank iceworm. Beast Master, none. Innate skills, Beast Transformation, Frost Flakes. Flaw, contains SSS-grade Frost Dragon energy within, but due to the Dragon Crystal Core being corrupted by time-eroding toxin, 99.99% of the energy dissipates, preventing the manifestation of dragon form. Repair solution, locating the ancient artifact Cambrian Ice Core may suppress the corrosion, restore energy, and store dragon breath. Reading the repair solution in the information panel, Su-K's brow furrowed slightly. Cambrian Ice Core? If his memory served him correctly, this seemed to be an extremely rare mineral crystal, a crystalline nucleus formed from the ice crystal energy of the Cambrian period, the first geological epoch of the Paleozoic era. Buried in the frigid seas of the far north, it could rapidly condense ice elements from the air. It was an energy crystal highly sought after by ice attribute beast girls and beast tamers alike, commanding a price beyond measure on the market. This first repair plan is that powerful? Su-K stared at Lang Ruashua's repair plan, his brow furrowed as he pondered how to locate this Cambrian ice core. Just then, Su-K seemed to sense something. Mid-training, he turned his head toward the shadow of a large tree in the distance of the martial arts field. Within that shadow, a middle-aged man in a crisp suit, his hair slicked back in a pompadour, leaned quietly against the tree, gazing toward the martial arts field where they stood. From the shape of his eyebrows and eyes, the man bore a striking resemblance to Lang Ruashua 3 or 4 parts alike. Seeing this, Su-K's eyes narrowed slightly. Could this man be Lang Ruashua's father, Lang Qianqiu, Tianhai City's wealthiest man? Su-K was correct. The man was indeed Tianhai's wealthiest man, Lang Qianqiu. Upon learning at noon that his daughter had formed a contract with someone at the youth training camp, Lang Qianqiu immediately boarded a flight to the camp. Upon learning that the one who had contracted with Lang Ruashua was an SSS tier Beast Tamer, Lang Qianqiu was overjoyed, practically jumping for joy.
He didn't even pause to drink his tea before rushing straight to Camp 1. To him, it didn't matter which camp Ruashua was in. As long as she could contract with a powerful beast master, her future would be secure, and he, as her father, could rest easy. At that moment, Lu Chenhuan seemed to catch Sukei's gaze upon him, raising an eyebrow slightly. This youngster able to keep his eyes open while training. Impressive. Truly worthy of being the future son-in-law of the Long family. Chapter 33, This Father Approves. Training time was always tedious and grueling. Even simple frog jumps became unbearable for many under the 100-pound weight. Those with poorer physical conditioning would collapse instantly while squatting with sandbags, exhausted and crying out in pain. Captain Sukei and Lu Chenhuan, however, gritted their teeth and completed every exercise normally, their stamina far surpassing the average. As for Ruashua, whose constitution was relatively weaker, though her pace was slower and she gasped for breath after every movement, she too gritted her teeth and never uttered a single complaint. Sukei secretly admired Ruashua's tenacious spirit, convinced he hadn't misjudged her. This girl may seem delicate on the surface, but she has a resolute spirit. She's someone worth investing in. Simultaneously, a plan for a remedial program tailored to Ruashua began to take shape in Sukei's mind. Before long, amidst the collective groans of exhaustion, the afternoon training session drew to a close. Very good. Everyone did well in today's training. Despite the hardship and difficulty, no one gave up. You've upheld the honor of first high. Today's physical training ends here. Go prepare yourselves for tomorrow's combat training. When Peng Meng and the others announced the end of training, many collapsed onto the open ground beneath them without a care for their appearance, panting heavily as they wiped sweat from their foreheads. Finally over. My old back and legs feel like they're about to snap. Guess we won't be able to pull off tonight's reward session. Sukei, the team captain, however, tossed aside his sandbag the moment training ended. He strode straight toward Lu Chenhuan, drenched in sweat, and Ruashua, who was clutching her legs and gasping for breath. He gave them both a thumbs up. Huan, Ruashua, you both did great today. Lu Chenhuan beamed beside him. This is nothing, little kiss. As for Ruashua, you managed to push through to the end without a single complaint. That's truly remarkable. Well done. Hearing Sukei and Lu Chenhuan's praise, Ruashua froze, her expression complex. This was the first time she'd been praised since joining the youth training camp. Thank you, brother Su and sister Huan. Ruashua took a deep breath and looked up at Sukei and Lu Chenhuan with gratitude. Just then, a tall figure appeared near the three of them. All three turned their heads simultaneously, discovering Lu Chenhuan, who had arrived beside them unnoticed. Dad, you're here. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's figure, Ruashua's gaze grew complex. Lu Chenhuan laughed heartily. Hearing that my daughter has formed a contract with a beast master, how could I, as her father, not come to see? His eyes then turned to Sukei, filled with amusement. You must be Sukei, the beast master who's been making waves in Tianhai City, the one rumored to have awakened an SSS tier talent? Sukei nodded with neither humility nor arrogance. That's me. Sukei greets Uncle Lang. The kid's got manners. Observing Sukei's composed demeanor, satisfaction flickered in Lu Chenhuan's eyes before he turned his gaze to Lu Chenhuan standing nearby. You must be Lu Chenhuan, the first contract partner of that Sukei lad. Like Ruashua, you possess F-ranked talent, correct? Before arriving, Lu Chenhuan had used his connections to thoroughly investigate Sukei and Lu Chenhuan's backgrounds, learning that Sukei could contract more than one beast girl. Yes. Facing Lu Chenhuan's inquiry, Lu Chenhuan nodded with equal composure. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan wore a satisfied look. She then turned back to Sukei and addressed him with solemn seriousness. Sukei, thank you for not rejecting my Ruashua and for forming a contract with her. But I wish to know, why did you choose Ruashua as your contract partner? As he posed this question, Lu Chenhuan's expression turned stern, all traces of his earlier smile vanishing from his eyes. Sukei, I expect you to answer this question honestly. Do not deceive me. I am well aware of how low Ruashua's talent is, which makes your choice even more puzzling. Can you tell me? As a merchant, Lu Chenhuan had keenly observed Sukei and sensed he wasn't the easily seduced man of rumor. Lu Chenhuan believed Sukei must have his own reasons for this decision, and he needed to know them. He refused to let his daughter's future be jeopardized by this. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's solemn expression, Sukei knew he couldn't deceive him. So Sukei decided to come clean. Uncle Lang, to be honest, my reason for contracting Ruashua isn't solely because of her character and intellect. It's also because I recognize her extraordinary potential for the future. Extraordinary potential? Hearing Sukei's explanation, Lu Chenhuan's brows instantly knitted together. Sukei, what do you mean by that? Are you implying Ruashua possesses extraordinary potential that the world cannot yet see? Yes. Sukei nodded lightly, his expression serious as he looked at Lu Chenhuan. Since you're Ruashua's father, I won't keep this from you. The true talent hidden within Ruashua's body isn't an F-grade ice worm, it's an SSS-grade frost dragon. What? Even Lu Chenhuan, renowned for his composure, couldn't help but gasp aloud upon hearing Sukei's words.
Noticing the stares from classmates nearby, Lu Chenhuan instantly realized his outburst. He quickly pulled the three of them away from the crowd. He lowered his voice and looked at Suke with solemn urgency. What the hell is going on? Suke, tell me now. Suke glanced at Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan, who were both staring intently at him, then turned his gaze back to Lu Chenhuan. Uncle Lang, I believe you conducted some background checks before coming here and are aware of my innate ability to perceive flaws in all things. It was precisely with this ability that I discerned Ruashua's true talent and the immense flaw hidden within her. As Suke explained, Lu Chenhuan instinctively swallowed hard, his eyes flashing with excitement as he slapped his thigh in astonishment. SSS tier. I never imagined Ruashua was SSS tier. I knew it. I knew Ruashua's constitution wasn't that simple. But Lu Chenhuan quickly regained her composure, turning to Suke with a flushed face and gripping his arm tightly. Son-in-law, since you chose to contract Ruashua, does that mean you know how to repair the flaw within her body and help her return to SSS grade? Seeing the urgency on Lu Chenhuan's face, Suke's lips curved into a confident smile. Of course. Suke paused before continuing. However, the stubborn ailment within Ruashua's body is difficult to eradicate. My strength alone might not suffice. I'll need your assistance, uncle. Hearing Suke's response, Lu Chenhuan was overcome with excitement. I knew it. My future son-in-law won't disappoint me. No problem, son-in-law. As long as it helps Huan improve her aptitude quickly, just name your requirements. Even if you two want to consummate your marriage tonight, this father of yours gives his blessing. Chapter 34, Ruashua, why not come watch tonight? Father, what kind of lewd talk is that? Sister Huan is still here. No sooner had Lu Chenhuan finished speaking than Ruashua's cheeks flushed crimson. She stamped her foot playfully in mock reproach. Lu Chenhuan, however, chuckled. It's fine, it's fine. Little Ruashua, don't be shy. Your sister Huan doesn't mind. If I truly cared, I wouldn't have allowed you to sign a contract with Brother Su in the cafeteria. For me, the most important thing is helping Brother Su grow stronger and having more people protect him. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but give her an admiring look. You have excellent taste, son-in-law. This girl has such a broad perspective. As she spoke, a trace of nostalgia flickered in Lu Chenhuan's eyes. Back in the day, if only I had someone as understanding as you. Mid-sentence, noticing Ruashua's tightly furrowed brows beside him, Lu Chenhuan realized he'd strayed off topic. Snapping back to focus, he turned his attention back to Suke. Now then, son-in-law, you mentioned needing my assistance earlier. What kind of help do you require? Suke didn't hide or evade, speaking up immediately. To be perfectly honest, the reason Huan's SSS tier talent hasn't manifested is because her body has been corrupted by the time-eroding toxin. This toxin causes her energy to constantly leak out, even damaging her fundamental essence. She suffers from cold sensitivity and insomnia, and it might even shorten her lifespan. As she listened to Suke's analysis, Lu Chenhuan's eyes grew even more trusting toward him. My dear son-in-law, your analysis is spot on. Continue. Suke continued. To repair Ruashua's internal defect now, we must first suppress this erosion and restore the primordial dragon power within her. For this phase, we need to find a Cambrian ice core to suppress the time erosion toxin, store dragon breath, and restore her energy. Cambrian ice core? Upon hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's brows furrowed slightly. That thing seems incredibly rare, a scarce crystalline relic from the Paleozoic era. Even on the major exchanges, it's extremely difficult to find. Suke nodded lightly. Precisely because of that, I need your help, uncle. Our youth training program still has some time left before it concludes, and we can't leave. If we wait until after the training ends to search for it, it will undoubtedly significantly delay Ruashua's cultivation progress. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. My dear son-in-law, what are you saying? Ruashua's matters are naturally my matters too. You two focus on your training. Leave the Cambrian ice core to me. Facing Lu Chenhuan's promise, Suke bowed his fist in acknowledgement. Then thank you, uncle. Lu Chenhuan burst into hearty laughter. You youngster, you're too polite. No need for thanks, we're family, after all. Alright, you two go rest first. I'll personally go search for that Cambrian ice core. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan turned to Ruashua, his face beaming with warmth. Ruashua, Suke is a capable young man. Listen to him more in the future. Your father is off now. With that, Lu Chenhuan strode swiftly away from the martial arts arena. As he departed, he discreetly sought out Pang Meng and Su Lu, giving them a few instructions before secretly slipping something into each of their hands. Then he vanished completely. Ruashua watched Lu Chenhuan's retreating figure. As she noticed the peculiar glances from fellow students in the surrounding area, her fingers fidgeted uncomfortably, twisting the silver strands of hair that fell across her chest. Brother Su, Sister Huan, I'm sorry. Because of my contract with him, I've caused you trouble again. Lu Chenhuan patted Ruashua's shoulder gently. What trouble?
Since you've contracted with Brother Su, we're family now. You're my best sister from now on.
As she spoke, a sly gleam flashed in Lu Chenhuan's eyes. She lowered her voice, raising an eyebrow at Lang Ruashua, the tear tattoo at the corner of her eye dancing before Lu Chenhuan's gaze. Together, we'll serve your Brother Su. Hearing this, a blush instantly spread across Lang Ruashua's face. She shyly lowered her head, her slender silver white lashes concealing the flustered look in her eyes. Sis Huan, Brother Su and I just formed our contract.
Isn't it a bit too soon to talk about this? Not too soon at all. That process is actually quite quick.
Watching Lu Chenhuan tease the innocent young girl relentlessly in front of Lang Ruashua, Suke couldn't help but give Lu Chenhuan a sharp smack on the head. Huan, stop saying all that wolfish talk in front of Ruashua and teasing her like that.
It just makes you look like you know everything.
Watching Lu Chenhuan clutching her head and looking at Suke with a pout, Lang Ruashua blinked her eyes, seemingly spotting a loophole in Suke's words.
Doesn't Sister Huan understand?
Oh, her? She's all talk. If you actually put her in a real battle, she wouldn't dare.
Hearing the mockery in Suke's tone, Lu Chenhuan pouted in displeasure. Who said I wouldn't dare? How about we have a real fight tonight? Facing Suke's challenge, Lu Chenhuan's face was utterly fearless. Bring it on. Who's afraid of who? You really think this lady won't lay a finger on you? Fine. I'll be waiting. Suke's lips curled in a taunting smile as he stared at Lu Chenhuan. Listening to their exchange, Lang Ruashua's face flushed even deeper crimson beside them.
Her fingers twisted her hair so frantically they left after images.
Feeling uneasy, she tried to change the subject. Brother Su, Sister Huan, maybe we should just go eat first? Hearing Lang Ruashua's suggestion, Lu Chenhuan cleared her throat and addressed Suke. Ruashua's right. The world may be vast, but eating comes first. Let's eat first. After dinner, I'll have the energy to show you just how formidable this lady can be. As Lu Chenhuan spoke, she glanced at Lang Ruashua, whose blush had spread all the way to her ears. A mischievous thought seemed to strike her, and she teased Lang Ruashua with a playful tone. Ruashua, how about you watch the show tonight and act as the referee? You'll experience it sooner or later anyway. Might as well get a preview? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's teasing words, Lang Ruashua flushed completely, lowering her head even further, unable to meet the gaze of either Lu Chenhuan or Suke. Suke, however, watched them both with a look of indulgent amusement. Alright, Ruashua, don't listen to Huan. She's just teasing you for fun. Come on, let's go grab some food first. With that, Suke led the way, guiding the two toward the cafeteria. After the midday contract incident, Suke and his companions had already made a name for themselves throughout the youth training camp. As the trio approached, heads turned to watch them, eyes filled with unreadable expressions. But the trio had long grown accustomed to such peculiar gazes. As long as no one foolishly came to provoke them, Suke and his companions simply ignored it. After finishing their meal, the trio returned to their camp tents as night had already fallen. Glancing at the adjacent tent next to his and Lu Chenhuan's, Suke blinked and turned to Lang Ruashua beside him. Ruashua, is that yours? Lang Ruashua nodded slightly, feeling a bit embarrassed. Dad had someone arrange it this afternoon. He said it would be more convenient this way. Convenient? Convenient for what? Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, eyed the two tents practically pressed together and shot Lang Ruashua a mischievous look. You little minx, you wouldn't actually be thinking of acting as our referee, would you? Chapter 35, now, don't you dare move. The moon shone brightly amidst sparse stars, while crows flew southward. The sound of creaking echoed through the silent night sky. Beneath the night sky, many tents had long since extinguished their lamps. The sensual aura generated by cultivation spread across the earth. Inside the tent, Lu Chenhuan shed her usual mischievous and stubborn demeanor, lying docile as a little rabbit in Suke's embrace. Her fingers traced circles on his chest. Suke felt the tickling sensation on his chest, gazing at Lu Chenhuan with a faint, amused smile. What's this? Our fearless war god Huan, weren't we supposed to have a fight tonight? What exactly are you doing now? Planning to use sweet talk to win me over before surrendering without a fight? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan paused her hand movements. She then puckered her lips and lightly punched his chest, pouting playfully. Suge, what are you talking about? Am I, Lu Chenhuan, the sort to surrender without a fight? Do you really think I'm afraid of you? But Suke merely let a wicked smile spread across his lips. He freed one hand to gently lift Lu Chenhuan's chin with his fingers, his gaze locked on her breathtakingly beautiful face. In the dim light, her already exquisite features seemed shrouded in a hazy mist, stirring a powerful desire within Suke. He drew his nose closer, a wicked smile playing on his lips. Aren't you afraid? Feeling the warm breath so close, Lu Chenhuan felt her heart pounding wildly, as if it might leap out of her throat. Yet Lu Chenhuan lifted her chin high like a stubborn little swan. Of course I'm not afraid. The only thing I fear is that you might need to lean on the wall to walk afterward. Oh? So cocky? Faced with Lu Chenhuan's threat, Suke's smile only deepened. Then why haven't you declared war on me yet? That's because
Lu Chenhuan paused, his eyes darting frantically before he steeled himself to speak.
Because I'm afraid that girl Lang Ruashua is eavesdropping next door.
Hearing this, Sukei's eyebrows furrowed slightly.
No way. From what I know, Ruashua isn't the type to do that, is she? Want to see for yourself right now? Lu Chenhuan wasted no time, grabbing Sukei's arm and pulling him to his feet. Perhaps sensing their movement, a rustling sound came from Lang Ruashua's tent next door, followed by the sharp thud of a head hitting the corner of a table. Ouch! What the hell is that noise? Hearing the commotion next door, Lu Chenhuan frowned. Little brat, you really were eavesdropping? Hearing the commotion from Lang Ruashua's tent, Lu Chenhuan's almond-shaped eyes widened in annoyance. She promptly pulled Sukei toward the exit. Sukei, feeling both amused and exasperated, rubbed his forehead as he followed Lu Chenhuan out of the tent. He then knocked on Lang Ruashua's tent flap. Ruashua? Ruashua? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's urgent calls from outside, Lang Ruashua emerged wearing a blue dinosaur pajama set, its oversized hood trailing behind her. Yawning sleepily, she looked at Lu Chenhuan and Sukei. Brother Su, sister Huan, it's so late, aren't you sleeping? Is there something you need? Lu Chenhuan looked at Lang Ruashua suspiciously. You're asking us? I'm asking you, were you eavesdropping on our camp just now?
Lang Ruashua lifted her elfin, exquisite face to look at Sukei and Lu Chenhuan, her expression utterly innocent.
No way. I was fast asleep. I only woke up when I heard you knocking on my tent. Really? Lu Chenhuan stared at Lang Ruashua's innocent face, his expression still doubtful. Honest. I swear. Lang Ruashua held up 3 fingers, nodding her head like a chick pecking at grain. Then did we hear wrong?
Lu Chenhuan leaned closer to Lang Ruashua.
Lang Ruashua nodded frantically. Definitely.
It must be because you and Brother Su are under too much pressure, causing you to hear things.
Oh, I see. Lu Chenhuan nodded with a look of sudden understanding.
Then, catching Lang Ruashua off guard, she pressed a finger against the girl's flushed forehead.
The sudden pain made Lang Ruashua yelp instinctively. Ruashua, I never expected someone who looks so innocent on the outside to lie without even blinking an eye. Didn't you hear me? How did you get that bump on your forehead? That.
Seeing her lie exposed, Lang Ruashua fidgeted nervously, twisting her hair in her hands.
Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but chuckle at Lang Ruashua's flustered state. Ruashua, you really don't need to be so sneaky. If you want to hear or see, you can get up close and personal. After all, we're family now.
Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruashua froze for a moment before shifting uncomfortably.
That wouldn't be right. Such private matters. What's wrong with it? Before Lang Ruashua could finish speaking, Lu Chenhuan pulled her closer. Come on, we're inviting you to be our judge right now. See for yourself who's stronger between me and Brother Su. Hearing this, Lang Ruashua grew even more flustered. Her fingers tightened and she blinked rapidly. Still not appropriate. It's perfect. Lu Chenhuan grabbed Lang Ruashua and yanked her toward the entrance of his and Sukei's tent.
He then pulled Sukei aside to an open space and addressed him with a serious expression.
Brother Su, I, Lu Chenhuan, hereby formally declare war on you and challenge you. Come. Let's have a thrilling contest. Ha! Seeing Lu Chenhuan strike a fighting stance, both Sukei and Lang Ruashua beside him couldn't help but freeze in surprise. When you say fight, you mean this kind of fight? What else could it be? Is there some other kind of fight? We have combat training tomorrow. Isn't it only logical we get acquainted tonight? Lu Chenhuan was utterly unapologetic in his stance. Su, you're not backing down, are you? Seeing Sukei's speechless expression, Lu Chenhuan's eyes darted around before he cleared his throat. Here's what we'll do, let's add a wager. The loser must unconditionally agree to one condition set by the winner. Ruashua will be watching, no backing out. Sukei's eyes lit up at Lu Chenhuan's words. You're the one who said it. Of course. Lu Chenhuan was brimming with confidence at that moment.
I've got plenty of skills under my belt now. I don't believe a mere beast master like you can do anything to me.
Take this punch. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan leapt forward in a single bound.
Spiritual energy surged around him as beastly ears and claws mutated from his body.
Retracting his nails, he lunged toward Sukei. Watching Lu Chenhuan charge toward him, a faint smile touched Sukei's lips. You little brat, trying to turn on your master?
He stepped forward, and as she charged, he extended a finger and tapped lightly.
Bind spirit. In an instant, Lu Chenhuan's body froze solid.
Sukei, seizing the moment, drew her waist close to his own. His lips gently pressed against her forehead as he spoke softly.
Silly girl, you've lost. Now, don't you dare move. Chapter 36, let the battle begin. At dawn, a refreshed Sukei tugged at the blushing Lu Chenhuan as they knocked on Lang Ruashua's tent. Ruashua, time to get up for training.
Lang Ruashua, already dressed in her training gear, stepped out of the tent and blinked at Sukei and Lu Chenhuan. Brother Su, sister Huan, you're up so early. After yesterday's exhaustion, you still managed to get up this early.
Hearing Lang Ruashua's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyes widened instantly. You little eavesdropper again? Ruashua hastily held up 3 fingers in a raised gesture. No. I didn't. I swear. You guys had such intense training during the day yesterday, then fought again at night. Of course you'd be exhausted. Hearing Ruashua's analysis, Lu Chenhuan nodded guiltily before clearing her throat. You're right. But I still feel like having walls with ears isn't ideal. It makes it hard to learn and communicate with you properly. Anyway, our relationship is what it is, we're family. No need to keep things formal. Here's what we'll do, you move in with us. The 3 of us living together will make learning and exchanging ideas much easier. Lu Chenhuan nudged Suke with his elbow as he spoke. Brother Su, don't you agree? Suke looked at her fondly and reached out to ruffle Lu Chenhuan's hair. You little rascal. Ruashua hasn't even known us for long, and you want her to move in and share our bed? So what? Lu Chenhuan pouted. I haven't known you, Brother Su, for very long either, and yet we still share the same bed, don't we? As long as you meet the right person, what does the length of time matter? Listening to Lu Chenhuan's twisted logic, Suke reached out and gave her a sharp smack on the head. You silly girl, instead of focusing on improving your strength, your mind wanders all day. Come on, let's head to today's training session together. The training camp lasted about a month, aiming to maximize everyone's abilities in a short time. Every day's training was crucial. As he spoke, Suke grabbed Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua by the arms and strode briskly toward the martial arts training ground. Seeing the 2 breathtakingly beautiful faces beside Suke, one fiery and passionate, the other cold and exquisite, the Beast Tamers gathered at the training ground couldn't help but let out sighs of envy. What a heavenly life! How enviable! Though they knew Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were merely low-tier beast maidens with F-rank potential, their stunning looks still sparked envy. Handling 2 at once and keeping things this harmonious? Our captain really is something else. Can't even imagine how blissful this guy must be, coming home to 2 beauties every day. Seeing the envious tears welling in their Beast Tamer's eyes, the Beast girls couldn't help but reach out and pinch their tamers hard. Jealous? Then why didn't you dare contract with them back then? Do you even have Captain Su's courage? Just jealous? Hearing their Beast girls' sarcastic remarks, the Beastmasters all fell silent once more. Indeed, as the Beast girls had said, though the tamers were deeply captivated by Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's beauty, they knew deep down that if asked to sacrifice their futures to contract with 2 F-rank Beast girls, none present believed they could do it. Fortunately, Pang Mang and Su Lu appeared at that moment, ordering everyone to fall into formation as they prepared to begin a new round of training. As mentioned yesterday, today's test is practical combat training. Each of you will select a partner for hands-on drills. Strive to rapidly enter the combat state of a Beastmaster. For Beastmasters and Beast Maidens alike, foundational training was crucial, but combat proficiency was the core. That's why, on only the 3rd day of training, they were thrown straight into combat scenarios to facilitate their development. Today will be filled with combat drills from morning till night. After each battle, you'll rest briefly before facing your next opponent. This will help you quickly adapt to different combat styles. Under Pang Meng's instructions, the entire 1st Battalion students were divided into 15 teams based on Beastmaster Beast Girl pairings. They then selected their combat partners through a self-selection process. Unexpectedly, however, everyone instinctively avoided Suke and his 2 companions when selecting opponents. Seeing this, Pang Meng's eyebrows arched slightly. It seems you're all quite reluctant to choose Suke and his group as your training partners. Hearing Pang Meng's words, AB rank Beastmaster couldn't help but grimace as he spoke up. Captain Su and his team are 2 tiers above us in cultivation level and they're a trio. How are we supposed to choose? The other Beastmasters and Beast Maidens nearby chimed in agreement. Exactly. They're so strong, choosing them would just be asking for a beating. Hearing the murmurs, Instructor Pang Meng furrowed his brow, his expression turning stern. Strong? Are you afraid of strength? This is youth training, we won't go all out. If you're afraid now, what will happen when you face far stronger beasts on the battlefield? Will you cower then too? If every Beastmaster and Beast Maiden Senior were as cowardly as you lot, humanity's territory would have been devoured by those vicious beasts long ago. Hearing Pang Meng's stern lecture, the crowd in the arena couldn't help but lower their heads, their faces flushed with shame. Instructor, it's not entirely their fault. Suke stepped forward, smiling at the assembled crowd. Here's the deal, during our training sessions, both Huan and I will deliberately hold back one realm. And I won't deploy 2 Beast Maidens at once, I'll only select one to fight you. Hearing Suke's words, the crowd's eyes lit up. With Suke's explanation, they immediately gained the confidence to challenge him. After all, what they had feared was Suke's formidable cultivation level and the combined strength of his 3 beast girls. If he lowered his own realm and only deployed 1 beast girl, they believed victory was within reach. After all, those participating in the youth training were A and B rank geniuses, proud, exceptional talents who refused to believe they could lose to Suke paired with an F rank beast girl. Pang Meng, standing nearby, heard Suke's words and looked slightly surprised. Then, with an approving expression, he patted Suke on the shoulder. All right. We'll do it your way, kid.
Now, your captain is willing to lower his rank by 1 tier and face you with only 1 tier combat power. Who among you is willing to challenge him? At these words, the crowd couldn't help but start rubbing their hands together in anticipation. After all, Suke was currently riding high on his success. Defeating him would undoubtedly make one the center of attention. Lu Yun, who had previously fought Suke, led Wu Shuang forward, unable to contain his excitement. He immediately stepped forward. Me. I want to fight Captain Su again to prove myself. Lu Yun looked at Suke with eager anticipation. Captain Su, are you willing to accept the challenge? Suke remained calm and confident. Why wouldn't I? Bring it on. Chapter 37, Dead Bow, quickly condense. Hearing Suke accept Lu Yun's challenge, all eyes instantly turned toward them. While they admired Suke, a hint of quiet resentment lingered in their hearts. In their minds, Suke and Lu Chenhuan's strength stemmed from their cultivation realms. But if Suke and Lu Chenhuan were to lower themselves to the same realm as everyone else, the outcome would be far from certain. As someone who had already fought Suke once, Lu Yun served as the best benchmark for gauging their true strength. Noticing the surrounding stares, Instructor Pang Meng remained unperturbed. Excellent. After the training over the past few days, your reflexes and endurance have both significantly improved. This battle will serve as a perfect demonstration for the other students. At this point, Pang Meng turned his gaze toward Suke. Suke, since you stated you would only select one partner for the battle, please now choose your combat beast girl. Suke, unhurried and composed, turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him. Huan, Ruashua, who's going? Faced with Suke's invitation, Lang Ruashua initially shook her head in refusal. Brother Su, I've never been in actual combat before. This battle concerns your honor, so I won't hold you back. Hearing Lang Ruashua's words, Suke wore a smile, his tone brimming with encouragement. How could that be holding you back? If you don't try, how will you know you can't do it? Besides, I'll be right here. You need to believe in yourself. Yet, faced with Suke's invitation, Lang Ruashua still shook her head. Brother Su, I truly lack confidence. Why don't you and Sister Huan go first? I'll observe from the sidelines. Hearing Lang Ruashua's words, Suke couldn't help but silently shake his head. Lang Ruashua was sensitive. Having endured too much contempt at third middle school, she had lost all confidence in herself. Her current state mirrored Lu Chenhuan's back then. Both felt they were merely lucky to have found a contract partner, never truly believing their innate abilities could change. To change this situation, the only way was to genuinely elevate her aptitude, allowing her to believe she wasn't worthless and rebuild her confidence. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, also sensed Lang Ruashua's hesitation and spoke up directly. Brother Su, I'll fight first to set an example for Ruashua. She can join after she gets the hang of it. Suke nodded in agreement with Lu Chenhuan's suggestion. Hand in hand, they walked to the center of the training ground and faced Lu Yun, who was already itching to fight. Come on. Lu Yun wasted no time, stepping alongside Wu Shuang to face Suke. Pang Meng instructed everyone to clear the area. Su Lu produced a stopwatch and waved it toward Suke and Lu Yun. The battle begins. Xuan, let's go. As soon as Su Lu's words fell, Lu Yun's eyes flashed with determination. He and Wu Shuang instantly launched their attack. Wu Shuang instantly entered her beast transformation state. Wolf-like bristles appeared on her face, her animal ears stood erect, and she activated Swift Step, dramatically increasing her speed as she charged toward Suke first. Behind her, Lu Yun gathered energy in both hands, drew his divine bow, and aimed at Suke. Simultaneously, Lu Yun moved swiftly, positioning himself to use Wu Shuang's charge as cover. As the divine bow in Lu Yun's hands continuously gathered energy, he glanced at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, his lips curving into a confident smile. This time, we won't miss. Having learned from their previous battle and Suke's analysis, Lu Yun now clearly understood the weakness of Beast Master's defenses. This realization had fundamentally altered her combat strategy. First strike the enemy's Beast Master. He refused to believe that Suke and Lu Chenhuan, weakened by their lowered cultivation levels, could still be his opponents with his and Wu Shuang's flawless coordination. Yet facing Lu Yun and Wu Shuang's assault, Suke's gaze remained utterly serene. Huan, target Wu Shuang first. Exploit her weakness. Lu Chenhuan understood instantly entering her beast form. Golden beast ears emerged as she suppressed her cultivation to the first stage of condensation, charging directly at Wu Shuang. Witnessing this, Lu Yun, moving swiftly nearby, couldn't help but let a smile spread across his lips. Just as I expected. After I changed my battle strategy, Lu Chenhuan prioritized defense for Suke's safety and chose to attack the beast girls first. This maximizes the advantage of my ranged sniping. Lu Yun's fighting spirit surged within him. Last time, Lu Chenhuan had cut him off before he could even unleash his skills, leaving his A-rank combat power completely unexpressed. This time, he would show everyone what true A-rank power looked like. Xuan, hold them off. As Lu Yun's command echoed, Wu Shuang charged directly toward Suke's position, silver light dancing upon her beast claws. Silver Moon Fall. Wu Shuang, activated with Swift Step, moved with blinding speed.
In the blink of an eye, she closed in on Lu Yun, her silver moon spirit energy slicing through the air. Facing Wu Shuang's assault, Suke's gaze remained serene. An unprecedented, overwhelming aura surged around him, as if an ancient beast master king had descended. Tyrant activated. All contracted beast maidens entered berserk mode, gaining a 100% boost to all attributes. As Tyrant activated, Lu Chenhuan's speed surged dramatically. His muscles swelled instantly, unleashing a terrifying velocity twice as fast as Wu Shuang's swift step. He instantly closed the distance to Wu Shuang. The gold devouring claws struck out toward Wu Shuang's waist. This was the weakness Suke had analyzed last time. Boom! A deep, crisp sound exploded. Though Lu Chenhuan deliberately held back, the tyrant's immense power propelled the strike, sending Wu Shuang flying backward. He slammed heavily into the ground beside them, instantly incapacitated. Not far away, Lu Yun, still gathering his strength, watched the scene unfold, his eyes widening in shock. What? He hadn't anticipated that Suke's tyrant would grant Lu Chenhuan such overwhelming enhancement, a 100-fold instant boost in speed, strength, and agility. A rank Wu Shuang was mercilessly crushed. Gazing at the unfinished divine bow in his hands, Lu Yun recalled the last time he'd been knocked unconscious. Despair clouded his eyes. It's over. Yet to his surprise, after knocking Wu Shuang down, Lu Chenhuan didn't immediately attack to interrupt Lu Yun. Instead, he stood there staring intently at his own palm, seemingly lost in thought as he savored the power surge the tyrant had bestowed upon him. Perfect opportunity. Spotting this opening, Lu Yun frantically retreated while channeling spiritual energy forward with all his might. Death bow, form now. Finally, as Lu Chenhuan lifted his golden eyes to look at him once more, the divine bow in Lu Yun's hands fully materialized. He drew the bowstring taut, and the arrow formed from condensed spiritual energy roared forth with a terrifying sonic boom, hurtling toward Suke. Lu Yun, seeing the arrow fly, burst into unrestrained laughter. Captain Su, you forced me to fire this arrow. The outcome is decided. Feel the power of the archer god. Watching the arrow come hurtling toward him, Lu Chenhuan narrowed his eyes and instantly darted before Suke. Chapter 38, Total Domination. Buzz. A piercing sonic boom shattered everyone's eardrums as a terrifying streak of light shot toward Suke with lightning speed. Witnessing this overwhelming assault, every heart in the arena surged with tension. So powerful. Lu Yun truly lives up to his reputation as an A-rank Beast Tamer. This charged strike actually triggered a sonic boom. This strike has surpassed the energy realm of a Stage 1 contemplator. Even an average Stage 2 practitioner could stand against it. Even Pang Mang, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes in recognition. Lu Yun's strike is indeed formidable. Though it has a long wind-up, once unleashed, it has the potential to turn the tide of battle. The question is whether Lu Chenhuan and Suke, who've lowered their cultivation to Tier 1, can withstand it. While Suke could easily block it at his current realm if he gave it his all, if he and Lu Chenhuan chose to block it using their second tier power, it would essentially mean victory for Lu Yun. What a pity. When Lu Chenhuan was dealing with Wu Shuang just now, he clearly had the chance to interrupt Lu Yun, yet he inexplicably spaced out at the crucial moment. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, the divine arrow, condensed from spiritual light, now approached Suke. Lu Chenhuan materialized before Suke, arms crossed in front of her, golden eyes flashing with light. Metal defense activated. The next instant, the skin on Lu Chenhuan's arms flashed with dazzling golden light, instantly metallizing. Clang! A violent explosion erupted before Lu Chenhuan, sending massive energy ripples surging outward. The blast kicked up clouds of dust and sent those nearby reeling backward. Did it work? Amidst the crowd's stunned disbelief, a golden figure darted out of the dust cloud. With lightning speed, it streaked toward Lu Yun, its beastly claws reaching out to grab him only to halt mere inches from his throat. Feeling the cold, sharp metallic presence against his throat and gazing into the icy golden eyes before him, Lu Yun felt cold sweat pour down his entire body. In that split second, he had truly felt the presence of death descending upon him. Had Lu Chenhuan wished it, he would already be dead. We've lost. Having expended most of his spiritual energy on that attack, Lu Yun now faced Lu Chenhuan at close range with no chance to counter. Hearing Lu Yun's admission of defeat, Lu Chenhuan retracted his claws, shedding his beast form. He then pounced toward Suke, who was emerging unhurriedly from the dust, and threw himself joyfully into Suke's arms. Brother Su, we won again. Suke gently stroked Lu Chenhuan's delicate nose, his eyes brimming with affection. You little rascal. You had the chance to end this fight outright, but you had to test just how powerful Lu Yun's strike really was. What a waste of time. Lu Chenhuan blinked her eyes guiltily at the rebuke. How else could I gauge my defensive strength? Hearing Lu Chenhuan and Suke's exchange, the surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. So that's why Lu Yun landed that strike earlier. Our captain was holding back. I knew it. The captain clearly spaced out for a few seconds just now. He shouldn't have made such a rookie mistake. Turns out he was intentionally giving Lu Yun an opening. Lu Yun, the man at the center of it all, listened to their exchange with a bitter smile. So this strike was the chance you gave me. Too bad. Even with the chance, I still lost. At that moment, Lu Yun finally grasped the vast gap between himself and Suke and his group.
Those around them, having witnessed Suke and Lu Chenhuan's combat prowess, could no longer harbor any hope of defeating them. Team Leader Su and Team Leader Lu are too formidable. Especially Team Leader Su's buff skill at instantly double Team Leader Lu's combat power. Who could possibly withstand that? Team Leader Lu is fierce too. With such formidable physical strength and agility, is he really only F rank? Honestly, I feel like even our ranks can't match him. After this battle, the arena buzzed with praise for Suke and Lu Chenhuan. Standing nearby, Long Ruashua watched the scene unfold, her eyes brimming with disbelief. Is this the true power of brother Su and sister Huan? She never imagined that Suke and Lu Chenhuan, suppressing their cultivation levels, could achieve such an effortless victory against 2A rank opponents like Lu Yun. It was nothing short of a ruthless crushing. Had Lu Chenhuan not deliberately tested the power of Lu Yun's strike, Lu Yun wouldn't have even gotten a chance to attack. At this moment, Lang Ruashua gained a completely new understanding of Suke and Lu Chenhuan's strength. She also gained a fresh understanding of Suke's beast taming abilities. Especially when Suke had just unleashed Tyrant as his contracted beast maiden, Lang Ruashua had actually sensed that surge of power. Even though she wasn't in combat mode at the time, an overwhelming sense of invincibility had welled up within her. It was the confidence born from a comprehensive surge in power. Seeing the outcome of the four-way battle, Pang Meng strode forward and addressed the surrounding crowd. Alright, Su and Lu have set an excellent example for everyone's training. You should now have a profound understanding and appreciation of practical combat training. Alright, the rest of you may now select your own combat partners and continue with your practical training. Before Pang Meng's words had fully faded, Su Lu spoke up again from the side. By the way, this training focuses on honing combat skills, not on winning or losing. Please stop at the right moment. Of course, don't be overly afraid of getting hurt. I can heal you all. In just a moment, you'll be ready to rejoin the fight. As she spoke, Su Lu helped the injured Wu Xuan to her feet. Antlers slowly materialized atop Su Lu's head, and emerald green light streamed from her hands, spreading toward Wu Xuan's waist to begin the healing process. Instructor Su is also a healing-type beast girl. Watching Su Lu's actions, Suke's eyes flickered as his insightful divine eye activated once more. Beast girl, Su Lu. Rank, 4th tier, penetrating the void. Talent, B rank stream spirit deer. Beast master, Pang Meng. Innate skills, beast transformation, healing, blood burning, spirit deer stomp, penetrating the void. Weaknesses, support-oriented abilities, limited combat prowess, vulnerable neck and abdomen during beast form. Suke's mind stirred upon seeing Su Lu's information, but he quickly withdrew his gaze. Earlier in the cafeteria, I roughly scanned with insight divine eye. Many instructors in the youth training camp possess healing abilities likely to allow students to exert their full strength during training. As he pondered this, Suke noticed Lu Chenhuan had slipped away beside him. Now standing before Lang Ruashua with an excited expression, he addressed her. So, Ruashua, did you embarrass us F-rankers? Watching Lu Chenhuan's smug expression, Lang Ruashua nodded rapidly like a chick pecking at grain. Awesome. Sis Huan and Brother Su, you two are just too strong. Of course. With Brother Su around, even a stone could be turned into gold. Lu Chenhuan nudged Lang Ruashua's elbow with hers, her tone laced with temptation. So, Ruashua, wanna give it a try in a real fight? It's not like there's any real stakes. What's there to be afraid of? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruashua found herself unexpectedly hesitating. Chapter 39, Frost Dragon Horn. The combat training session flew by. After a morning of rotating matches, nearly every Beastmaster and Beast Maiden had faced off against at least 2 opposing teams. Except for Suke. After the battle with Lu Yun, almost no one dared to choose Suke as an opponent. That kind of all-around crushing defeat would shatter any opponent's confidence. Lu Yun and Wu Xuan, however, after receiving treatment from Su Lu, took on another A-rank Beastmaster team. Through near-perfect coordination, they successfully proved their worth. Yet this only deepened everyone's understanding of Suke's power, making them even more hesitant to challenge him. Pang Meng, witnessing this, naturally felt displeased. Why haven't you chosen Suke's team again after watching you fight for so long? Did you forget what I said earlier? How could a Beastmaster retreat out of fear of a stronger opponent? Opportunities like this to train with the best without risk don't come often. If you waste it now, you won't get another chance like this. Perhaps Pang Meng's words had an effect. As lunchtime approached, another squad of A-rank Beastmasters and Beast Maidens from the 1st Battalion hesitated briefly before issuing a challenge to Suke. Seeing the challenge, Suke was more than happy to accept. Bring it on! As he spoke, Suke turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him. Huan, Ruashua, who's going? Hearing Suke's words, Lang Ruashua fell silent once more, only to be shoved forward by Lu Chenhuan beside her. Little girl, it's just training. What are you afraid of? Su and I already fought the title match. You go up now, even if you lose, it won't matter. Besides, with Brother Su's help, you might not lose. Have some confidence. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's encouragement, Lang Ruashua lifted her sapphire blue eyes to meet Suke's gaze. But? No buts. Before Ruashua could finish her sentence, Suke smiled warmly and gently patted her shoulder.
Ruashua, with me here, you have nothing to fear. Besides, it's just training. At worst, we lose. That's better than being utterly helpless against ferocious beasts in the future due to a lack of combat experience. Are you content to live in fear forever, not even knowing the gap between yourself and others? Hearing Suke's encouraging words, a fighting spirit gradually ignited in Ruashua's eyes. Brother Su is right. It's just a loss. Without truly fighting, I'll never know the gap between myself and these geniuses. I'll live my whole life in fear and cowardice, trapped in the unknown. Fight. From childhood, Ruashua had endured the torment of the time-eroding toxin. Years of relentless icy pain had forged her extraordinary resilience. With just a little encouragement from Suke, she rallied once more. So what if they're geniuses? As Brother Su said, I might be a genius too. Ruashua gritted her teeth and walked directly to Suke's side, clenching her fist slightly. Seeing Ruashua's readiness, a satisfied smile touched Suke's lips as he lifted his gaze to the two figures before him. Beast Master, Chenhuan. Realm, first tier, observing the subtle. Talent, a grade. Contract Beast, Swift Wind Leopard. Talent skills, Inspire, Intimidate, Healing. Weaknesses, low combat effectiveness, prolonged casting animations, extreme vulnerability to close quarters combat. Beast Girl, Wenfei. Realm, first tier Spirit Awakening. Talent, a rank Swift Wind Leopard. Beast Master, Chenhuan. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Enhanced Claw Strike, Justice of Slaughter. Weakness, excessive strength concentration in limbs, favoring offense over defense, vulnerable to injuries in waist and head regions. Glancing at Chenhuan and Wenfei's information panels, Suke's eyebrows involuntarily arched slightly. From Chenhuan's stats, he was purely a support-oriented Beastmaster. As for Wenfei, she was an agile-type beast girl similar to Wu Shuang, sharing comparable weaknesses, offensive-oriented with weak defenses, vulnerable in the waist and head. For Lu Chenhuan, whose innate talent had been enhanced and who possessed considerable combat experience, taking them down with his own coordination would be child's play. But for Ruashua, this battle might prove slightly more challenging. Especially for Ruashua, an F-rank beast girl with only a single ice shard ability, it was even harder to handle. At that moment, everyone else turned their heads toward Suke and Ruashua's position, anxiously wanting to know the outcome of this battle. After all, Ruashua's F-rank reputation had reached their ears, and the ability she had awakened was an iceworm barely even worthy of being called a beast. They were all curious, could such a seemingly weak ability, paired with Suke's support, create a miracle? Chenhuan and Wenfei, witnessing Suke deploy Ruashua, couldn't hide the delight in their eyes. They had zero confidence facing Lu Chenhuan, but with the seemingly frail Ruashua stepping in, their chances of victory skyrocketed. Battle begins. As Pang Meng's words fell, Wenfei before Chenhuan instantly entered her beast transformation. Jet black beast ears sprouted, beautiful leopard-like markings spread from her neck across her chest, her hands became claws, and she crouched low, her body streaking forward with a fierce leopard's roar as she lunged toward the visibly frail Ruashua. Mid-leap, a mark appeared atop Wenfei's head, like a wellspring of power bestowing an enhancement upon her. Meanwhile, Chenhuan, positioned behind Wenfei, seized the moment to swiftly move into position and begin casting skills to buff her. First came the Inspire buff. Under its effect, Wenfei's speed and strength surged dramatically. Her eyes blazed with a bloodthirsty hunger as she charged toward Ruashua. Little bug, taste my claw. Facing Wenfei's assault, Ruashua didn't hesitate, immediately activating her beast form. Unlike others who grew beast ears, two small fleshy bumps swelled on her forehead. Her skin smoothed and glistened, overlaid with layers of frost. Seeing Ruashua's transformed state, Wenfei burst into laughter. Are those little bumps on your forehead the antennae your little bug hasn't grown yet? How adorable. The others present exchanged meaningful glances. They had heard earlier that Ruashua had awakened as a worm, but they hadn't quite believed it. How could there be such a weak insect-type beast girl? Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they couldn't help but look down on her. Only Suke, observing the fleshy bump on Ruashua's forehead, narrowed his eyes slightly. A bunch of blind fools. That should be the horn of an unhatched frost dragon. Ruashua's true potential was far beyond what these ordinary AB-rank beast masters could ever imagine. The moment Ruashua revealed her beast form, the air temperature around her plummeted instantly. In the blink of an eye, it dropped below freezing, and layers of transparent ice crystals began to form around her. This was Ruashua's fundamental ability, ice shards. After transforming, Ruashua's entire demeanor seemed altered. As Wenfei charged toward her at full speed, Ruashua's sapphire blue eyes held nothing but cold indifference. Chapter 40, We Surrender. Enhanced Claw Strike. As a leopard-type beast girl, Wenfei excelled in agility. Fueled by Chenhuan's encouragement, her speed surged even higher. Seeing Wenfei charging toward her, Ruashua, standing before Suke, instinctively swallowed hard, feeling a surge of tension. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, noticed Ruashua's unease. Cooping her hands around her mouth like a megaphone, she shouted encouragement at the top of her lungs. Go, Ruashua. You're the best. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's encouragement, Ruashua's gaze grew steadily more determined. If Sister Huan can do it, so can I. I absolutely cannot hold Brother Su back. Even if I lose, I'll lose with dignity. Her resolve sharpened as she focused. The ice shards enveloping her body hummed and surged upward, stabbing toward Wen Feifei as she charged. The shards, hard and sharp, transformed in an instant into countless piercing ice spears that whistled toward Wen Feifei. Little ice shards? Interesting. Warmth spread across Wen Feifei's face as she sneered, utterly dismissive of Ruashua's icy attack. She was a noble A-rank beast girl, how could she possibly be harmed by the ice crystals of a lowly F-rank? Wen Feifei certainly didn't believe all F-rank beast girls were freaks like Lu Chenhuan. Right now, she only wanted to quickly eliminate Ruashua, who was clearly vulnerable and weak, before turning her attention to Su Ke. Clatter! A torrent of ice shards slammed into Wen Feifei with lightning speed. Each crystal was as hard as stone. Even in her beast form, clawing frantically to dodge, the sheer volume of shards formed a dense net, striking her repeatedly. A sharp pain seared her skin, and a flicker of anger flashed in Wen Feifei's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she charged madly toward Ruashua's position, enduring the relentless barrage of ice shards. Watching this scene, Su Ke's eyes narrowed in contemplation. At this moment, Ruashua resembled more of a ranged mage. Though her ice shard skill had a wide area of effect, her F-rank talent severely limited its lethality. If Wen Feifei could simply plow through the shards and reach Ruashua, the battle would essentially be lost. Moreover, the ice shards originally crystallized around Ruashua from her beast transformation were nearly depleted. With her spiritual energy depleted, the speed at which she could recrystallize new ice shards had noticeably slowed. Tyrant! Seeing this, Su Ke hesitated not a moment, immediately activating Tyrant's Blessing. Since Ruashua had chosen to step forward, he couldn't let her fight alone. As Su Ke activated Tyrant's Blessing, Ruashua's entire state instantly transcended. Her absorption of spiritual energy surged dramatically, causing temperatures within a 10-meter radius to plummet. Countless ice shards recondensed, emitting a bone-chilling glare. The sheer volume and spread of the ice shards had doubled compared to before. Empowered, confidence surged in Ruashua's sapphire eyes. She unleashed the ice shards once more, directing countless crystalline fragments toward Wen Feifei. Again? As the overwhelming avalanche of ice shards descended, Wen Feifei's eyes brimmed with impatience. Long-range mages are such a pain. With less than 10 meters separating her and Ruashua, Wen Feifei's speed surged again. She prepared to endure the damage head-on and quickly take down Su Ke. Yet when the shards struck her body, Wen Feifei's pupils abruptly contracted. Ice crystals, they've grown stronger? Her senses told her that this wave of ice shards far surpassed the previous attack in both hardness and sharpness. If the earlier crystals were like pebbles, these new ones rivaled steel. Squeak! In a moment of inattention, a fine cut was sliced across Wen Feifei's face. So sharp! Feeling the stinging pain on her cheek, Wen Feifei's pupils contracted sharply as she shouted. Chenjun, heal her! Chenjun, following behind her, unleashed a healing spell without hesitation. A jade-green energy link connected them, beginning to mend Wen Feifei's wound. But the ice shards were too numerous. In the blink of an eye, Wen Feifei's entire body was covered in wounds of all sizes, the pain contorting her face. Yet the shame gnawing at her heart cut deeper than the physical agony. Her clothing had been shredded by the ice shards, torn into countless ragged strips barely clinging to her body. The surrounding students gaped in astonishment, whether from the shock of the ice shards' power or the shock of glimpsing Wen Feifei's barely their figure. Damn it! Warmth surged through Wen Feifei's face as shame and fury boiled over. The mark of slaughter atop her head ignited instantly, causing her speed and strength to surge once more. She lunged madly toward Ruashua. Wen Feifei understood clearly, after receiving the Tyrant's Blessing from Shu Chua, Ruashua's combat power had risen by more than one tier. If she continued to engage in a drawn-out battle with Ruashua, defeat was inevitable. The only way out now was to force a close encounter, trading injuries to break the stalemate. Ruashua's true form is that of an insect. She must be incredibly fragile. If I can just get close enough, she'll fall. Su Ke, standing behind Ruashua, watched as Wen Feifei risked her life to press forward. He couldn't help but nod in silent approval. This Wen Feifei is quite the character. To think of a way out of this desperate situation so quickly, disregarding her own safety to trade injuries, not bad. Under the relentless assault of countless ice shards, even Chenjun's frantic healing couldn't keep pace. In the blink of an eye, Wen Feifei's body was covered in wounds, yet she had simultaneously closed the distance to Ruashua. The onlookers surrounding them gasped at the sight. If Wen Feifei truly closed in on Ruashua, the tide of battle could turn in an instant. Ruashua understood this danger. While unleashing her ice shards, she attempted to retreat. Yet her speed couldn't match Wen Feifei's relentless assault. Now, with Ruashua within arm's reach, a smug, savage grin spread across Wen Feifei's lips. Ruashua, you've finally let me close in. Now, it's my turn to take the stage. But before Wen Feifei's thoughts could fully form, they dissolved into sheer terror.
For she saw Suke raise his hand toward her position, his lips parting slightly. Bound spirit. The next instant, her movements froze as if time itself had halted, leaving her utterly immobilized. Cold Ruashua, standing before her, seized the moment to retreat. Ice shards flared around her as she launched a furious counterattack. Deterrence. At this critical moment, Chenhuan swiftly unleashed his innate skill, deterrence. An invisible shockwave rippled forward, attempting to interrupt Lang Ruashua's spell. To his astonishment, neither Lang Ruashua nor Suke was affected in the slightest by the deterrence. Soon after, a torrent of ice shards instantly engulfed Wenfei, who stood frozen in place. To prevent any unexpected developments, Lang Ruashua continued frantically gathering more ice shards. Witnessing this, Chenhuan raised his hand in haste. We surrender! We surrender! In an instant, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. Chapter 41, Brother Su is so bad. What? Chenhuan and his crew actually surrendered. Wow, an F-rank beast girl actually dominated a rank Wenfei the entire time with Suke's buffs? Yeah, Wenfei couldn't even get close the entire match. She got played to death, outmaneuvered to death. What playmaking? This is pure stats. Su's buff skill is insane, turns any weakling into a powerhouse. So frustrating. This playstyle is unbearable. If I were in their shoes, my mindset would have already blown up. Witnessing Suke and Lang Ruashua's mercilessly dominant playstyle, the crowd on the field felt a collective chill. Compared to Lu Chenhuan's overwhelming melee bursts, Lang Ruashua's sustained ranged pressure was the most frustrating kind. Thankfully, Team Su can only deploy one beast girl at a time. Otherwise, with both ranged and melee damage maxed out simultaneously, who could possibly withstand that? Incredible! Both Su and his contracted beast girls are too strong. Who says this is F rank? I'd believe it's S rank. Amidst the endless stream of praise from the surrounding crowd, Lang Ruashua, standing before Suke, stared at her own hands in utter disbelief. I actually defeated an A rank beast girl? I did it! Tears welled up in Lang Ruashua's eyes. She released her beast form and threw her arms around Suke, wrapping her hands tightly around his waist. Burying her face in his shoulder, her voice slightly choked, she said. Brother Su, I did it. With our teamwork, I defeated an A rank. Suke glanced at Lu Chenhuan, who stood nearby, not showing jealousy but rather a look of heartfelt satisfaction. He gently wrapped his arms around Lang Ruashua's slender waist, running his fingers through her silvery hair in a soothing gesture. Yes, you did. With our teamwork, 2 A-class opponents conceded defeat. You've successfully proven yourself. Hearing Suke's words, Lang Ruashua could no longer hold back her tears. They streamed down her cheeks like dazzling diamonds, rolling over Suke's shoulder. Thank you, Brother Su. The others around them watched Suke and Lang Ruashua embrace beside the small mountain of ice shards. Their gazes refracted through the ice crystals, casting a rainbow-hued halo over the pair. At that moment, everyone thought, how beautiful. Truly a perfect match. How enviable. Watching the crowd's expressions of admiration, Wenfei covered in wounds, drained of spiritual energy, and buried beneath the ice glared with wide eyes, her face flushed crimson. Hey, hey! Doesn't anyone have any peanuts to feed me? Chenhuan! Chenhuan, you bastard, hurry the hell over here. Chenhuan, not far away, seemed to sense Wenfei's fury. He immediately quickened his pace, rushing over to dig through the ice to rescue his wife. Watching Chenhuan reach out to chip away at the ice, Lang Ruashua beside him finally realized something. She waved her hand urgently, and the mountain of ice shavings rapidly melted away. Seeing Wenfei lying in the icy water, covered in wounds, Chenhuan immediately picked her up with a look of heartache, continuously channeling healing energy to mend her injuries. Just then, Su Lu appeared beside them. She knelt down and placed her hand on Wenfei's body. The wounds that had been healing slowly began to close at an astonishing speed. Throughout the healing process, Su Lu couldn't help but nod in admiration. The sharpness of those ice shards far exceeded my expectations. They could inflict such deep wounds. Impressive. Keep honing your skills under Suke's guidance, and you'll likely achieve a top ranking in the final youth training competition. Hearing Su Lu's praise, Lang Ruashua, her head resting on Suke's shoulder, felt even more gratitude toward him. She knew full well that without Suke's help today, she would never have stood a chance against Wenfei. Thank you, Brother Su. Lang Ruashua bit her lip lightly, seemingly making up her mind about something. She then gave Suke a soft peck on the cheek to express her gratitude. Just then, Lu Chenhuan appeared before them, having arrived unnoticed. Watching Lang Ruashua, who had just kissed Suke's cheek, her face flushing crimson as she buried her head back into his shoulder, he couldn't help but whistle softly. What a lovely scene of mutual affection. Seems I've arrived at an inopportune moment. Noticing the hint of jealousy on Lu Chenhuan's face, Suke extended his free hand toward her. No, you've come at just the right time. Come on, Huan, squeeze in with us. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan rolled her eyes. Watching too many idle dramas? You really think I'd give in to your whims? Though she grumbled, her feet carried her steadily towards Su Quebec. He swiftly pulled her close, enveloping both her and Lang Ruashua in his arms, one on each side.
Witnessing this scene, the surrounding first high beastmasters watched with envy, so intense tears practically dripped from their mouths. A woman on each arm? He's the ultimate role model for us guys. Team leader Su is the godfather of us all. Idol. Team leader Su is now my idol. Even Pang Meng, supervising the battle nearby, couldn't help but whistle in admiration. The kid's not exactly young, yet he's got quite the charmed life with the ladies. If only I'd had that kind of treatment back in the day. What if you had that treatment? Before Pang Meng could finish his sentence, Su Lu's familiar, large face loomed up before him. Startled, Pang Meng froze. Ha? Honey, when did you get here? Did you cure that little brat when Fei? But instead of answering his question, Su Lu narrowed her eyes dangerously and fixed them on Pang Meng. You still haven't answered my question. What's so special about you getting this treatment? Seeing the dangerous expression on Su Lu's face, Pang Meng cleared his throat nervously. I couldn't possibly have that privilege. I'm not that Suke kid who can contract 2 beast girls. Besides, even if I could, I wouldn't. Everyone knows I, Pang Meng, am famously devoted to one woman. As he spoke, Pang Meng deliberately turned toward Suke's direction and sighed dramatically, feigning deep regret. If you ask me, Comrade Suke's conduct isn't exactly proper. I can't stand 2 timers like that. He should learn from me staying true to one partner. Listening to Pang Meng's words, Lu Chenhuan, who was nestled in Suke's embrace, gave him a mischievous grin and poked his chest playfully. Brother Su, they're saying you're all over the place. Suke, upon hearing this, lifted his head high. Who said that? How could I, Suke, ever be indecisive? I've always been single-minded. I only like the pretty ones. Get lost. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan pouted and tried to push him away, only to be held tighter as he tightened his grip, a mischievous grin spreading across his lips. Little girl, you boarded my ship and now you think you can just walk away? Neither of you are getting away. Feeling the strength in Suke's arms, Lu Chenhuan struggled briefly before going limp, feigning resignation. How did I, Lu Chenhuan, end up with such a shameless bastard? As for Ruashua, she kept her head buried in Suke's shoulder the entire time, her neck flushed crimson from the roots up. Su big brother is so naughty. Chapter 42, Lu Chenhuan, you dare hit me? After a morning of training, Su Lu briefly helped everyone recover before the group headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The moment Suke's battalion entered the cafeteria, instructors and students from other battalions instinctively turned their gaze toward them. News of Suke contracting Ruashua yesterday had already spread throughout the entire training camp. Everyone was curious about this legendary beastmaster who had simultaneously contracted 2 F-rank beast maidens. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, each arm linked through Suke's, reacted differently to the scene. Ruashua lowered her head shyly, while Lu Chenhuan stood like a proud little tiger, her head held high with arrogance. Witnessing this scene, many beastmasters couldn't help but cast envious and jealous glances at Suke. Such a life, surrounded by heavenly beauties on both sides, was the very stuff of their wildest dreams. Yet deep down, they knew this remained mere fantasy. Though captivating, they dared not emulate Suke's audacity in consecutively contracting 2 F-rank beasts. What a waste! With Suke's talent, pairing 1 F-rank ornament for visual appeal with an S-rank or higher would have been perfect. 2 F-ranks? That's just a shame. Today's live fire drills across all major camps must have given him a taste of his own medicine. He got thoroughly beaten. Not necessarily. They've got 2 beast girls on their side, giving them a natural numerical advantage. Besides, no one's broken through to stage 2 yet, so they shouldn't pose a threat for now. But once someone breaks through to the second tier, that's when they'll be in real trouble. Amidst the buzzing discussions, Suke remained utterly unfazed. Suke knew full well that in this world, the only thing that could silence others was absolute strength. The hunting competition in grand trials hadn't even begun yet. The people from other camps hadn't truly witnessed his strength, so their doubts were understandable. When the time came, he would silence them with his strength. But just as Suke was thinking this, Lu Yan from his own camp sneered at those questioning Suke. You ignorant fools, you have no idea how powerful squad leader Su is. When you face him, you'll realize just how ridiculous you look. Yet to his surprise, some listened to Lu Yan's sneer with nothing but contempt. Powerful? How powerful can he be with just 2 F-rank contracts? No vision or perspective whatsoever. What a waste of SSS tier talent. Exactly. He's clutching at the trash our 3rd battalion discarded like it's a treasure. What a fool, blinded by beauty. Suke had no intention of engaging with him, but upon hearing the last few remarks, his eyes narrowed instantly. A cold glint flashed in his gaze as he turned toward the source of the voices. A youth with dyed yellow hair, permed curls, and a slick, cocky demeanor stood there sneering at him with utter disdain. Beside him stood a short-haired, eyeliner-wearing delinquent girl. Shen Tsong-yoon. Cold Ruashua's fists clenched instantly at the sight of the figure mocking her and Suke. As for Suke, a murderous intent began to rise within him. That Shen Tsong-yoon who leads the pack isolating and bullying you in the 3rd battalion? Through his heart-to-heart with Ruashua, Suke learned she was frequently isolated and bullied in the 3rd battalion, and the ringleader was none other than their battalion leader, Shen Tsong-yoon.
Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, cared not a whit for the consequences. Her second stage chi formation aura erupted instantly, propelling her like a bolt of lightning to Shin Songyun's side. A resounding slap landed squarely across Shin Songyun's face. Smack! The crisp sound reverberated through the cafeteria, followed by Lu Chenhuan's cold voice. Shin Songyun, you try making another peep? Shin Songyun, stunned by the sudden blow, was momentarily dazed. But he quickly snapped back to his senses, clutching his instantly swollen cheek as he glared viciously at Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan, you dare hit me? With a mouth like yours, why wouldn't I? Lu Chenhuan's second-tier aura now radiated unrestrainedly. If you're not satisfied, come at me. Feeling the second-tier condensed aura emanating from Lu Chenhuan, Shin Songyun's mouth twitched uncontrollably as rage burned within him. Yet he knew full well that Lu Chenhuan now held a clear advantage in cultivation level. Even though the other was only F rank, rushing into a fight now might not end well for him. With that realization, Shin Songyun gritted his teeth and turned to Pang Meng and Su Lu. Instructor, students from your 1st Battalion openly challenged me to a private duel in the cafeteria. Aren't you going to do anything about it? To his surprise, Pang Meng immediately frowned, glaring at Shin Songyun with righteous indignation. What private fight? Did the discipline department issue a formal challenge? It was just a slap. They didn't even use skills to provoke you. If you're unhappy about it, you could have slapped them back. Hearing Pang Meng's words, Shin Songyun's eyes widened in shock. He never expected such a reaction from Pang Meng, an instructor. He quickly turned to look at Zhao Yang, the instructor of his 3rd Battalion. Instructor Zhao. Zhao Yang immediately stood up and stepped forward, his expression cold as he fixed his gaze on Pang Meng and Su Lu. Pang Meng, Su Lu, keep your 1st Battalion students in line. Don't think that because you've greased the wheels with money and connections, your special privileges give you free rein to act however you please. If you continue this behavior, don't blame me for taking action. But to everyone's surprise, Pang Meng showed no fear at Zhao Yang's threat. Zhao Yang, before you speak, why don't you first reign in your own 3rd Battalion? If they hadn't provoked and insulted others first, how could Lu Chenhuan have possibly struck back? Exactly. Su Lu, standing nearby, wore a cold sneer on her lips. Kids' business should be settled by kids. If your 3rd Battalion has the guts, come fight back. I won't lift a finger. Or are you just too scared to fight, so you run to your parents? Hearing Su Lu's blatantly biased taunt, Zhao Yang instantly clenched his fists. He let out a cold laugh and turned to look at Lu Chenhuan, who stood there with an air of smug pride. But you only reached the 2nd tier by luck. Once Shin Songyun and the others reach the 2nd tier too, they'll show you what true cruelty looks like. Songyun, let's go. With that, Zhao Yang grabbed Shin Songyun's arm and pulled him away. Behind them, Lu Chenhuan stuck out her tongue at their retreating backs, mimicking Zhao Yang's tone as she swayed her head. Songyun, let's go. You're just a coward, yet you try so hard to look tough. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's mockery from behind, Zhao Yang stumbled slightly, his fist clenching instantly. But he forced down his rage, gritting his teeth as he spoke to Shin Songyun beside him. Songyun, hurry up and raise your cultivation level. During the team hunting competition, I'll make them pay. Shin Songyun's jaw was clenched tight, his eyes burning with hatred. Rest assured, instructor. I'll make them pay dearly. Chapter 43, The Astonishing Effects of the Cambrian Ice Core. After the lunchtime cafeteria incident, the trainees at the academy gained a clearer understanding of Suke and Lu Chenhuan. Suke, miracle maker. Lang Ruashua, the well-connected insider with powerful backing. Lu Chenhuan, the fierce woman. Given that everyone was currently only at the 1st-tier cultivation level, Suke and his group were absolutely untouchable. For the time being, aside from the students of Camp 1 who remained somewhat friendly towards Suke and his group, those from other camps generally kept their distance as much as possible. Suke was perfectly content with this situation. After all, in Suke's mind, his true targets were the countless fierce beasts and monstrous creatures lurking beyond the demon suppression pass. These youthful, hot-headed disputes meant nothing to Suke. Cold Ruashua, however, felt deeply grateful for Lu Chenhuan's act of bravery in stepping forward to defend her, and their relationship grew increasingly harmonious. After lunch, the three walked back to their camp tents together for their customary midday rest, preparing for the afternoon training session. However, just as they were about to join the afternoon training after their rest, Lang Qianqiu's presence interrupted their plans. Escorted by bodyguards, Lang Qianqiu carefully held a jade box in her hands and presented it directly to Suke. Son-in-law, I just had my people procure this Cambrian ice core from the exchange. See what you can do with it. Uncle, you're so quick. Suke glanced at Lang Qianqiu with surprise, took the jade box from his hands, and opened it. A cold, deep blue ice core, radiating a chill, appeared before his eyes. The instant the ice core touched the air, the surrounding temperature plummeted. Even the moisture in the atmosphere condensed into ice, clattering to the floor. The moment he held it, a bone-chilling cold radiated outward, seeping through his hands straight to his heart, freezing Suke's fingers until they ached. This is the Cambrian ice core. Seeing this Cambrian ice core for the first time, Suke couldn't help but marvel at it. Not only can it condense ice elements from the air, but it can also store elemental power. Truly a valuable item for ice attribute beast masters and beast maidens. Of course, its greatest benefit to Lang Ruashua was suppressing the erosion of the time-eroding toxin within her body, aiding in storing dragon breath and restoring her SSS tier potential. Suke now removed the Cambrian ice core from its jade box. From his storage ring, he retrieved a necklace he had prepared long ago. Threading it through the ice core's crevices, he addressed Lang Ruashua. "Turn around." He then gently encircled Lang Ruashua's snow-white neck with his hand, carefully fastening the ice core necklace upon her chest. The moment the Cambrian ice core touched her skin, it suddenly emitted a luminous white glow that surged into Lang Ruashua's body. Witnessing this, Lang Chenhuan's eyes lit up beside them. He knew about the Cambrian ice core, a prized treasure coveted by many ice attribute psychics. Yet typically, one had to channel their own spiritual energy to activate it. He'd never heard of it reacting simply by being worn close to the body, as it did with Lang Ruashua. "How is it, Ruashua? What do you feel?" Lang Chenhuan looked at Lang Ruashua with an anxious expression, eager to know how the Cambrian ice core was benefiting her. Instead of answering immediately, Lang Ruashua closed her eyes, immersing her mind in earnest as she carefully sensed the distinct qualities of the Cambrian ice core. "The sense of weakness within my body seems to be diminishing. That agonizing pain tormenting me is also fading. My rate of absorbing spiritual energy is accelerating." Hearing Lang Ruashua's reply, Lang Chenhuan beside her suddenly burst into tears, her shoulders trembling slightly. "It really works." Suke beside him nodded lightly. "Absolutely. Ruashua was severely corrupted by the time erosion toxin earlier. With the aid of this Cambrian ice core, her innate talent will quickly recover and improve. Of course, the most crucial point is that this Cambrian ice core can help store the dragon essence within Lang Ruashua's body. Not only can it suppress the corrosion, but it can also be unleashed as an offensive weapon at the right moment." Listening to Suke's words, Lang Chenhuan nodded repeatedly. "Enough, enough. As long as it can help suppress the erosion and lessen Ruashua's suffering, that's already good enough." All these years, hearing Lang Ruashua's cries of pain keeping her awake night after night, Lang Chenhuan knew better than anyone how unbearable her suffering was. "Thank you, Su Quebec." Lang Chenhuan bowed deeply to Suke with solemn expression. Seeing this, Suke hurriedly supported him. "Uncle Lang, please don't do that. It's not proper for an elder to bow to a junior. Besides, since I've formed a contract with Ruashua, it's only right that we stand as one, sharing both hardship and joy. This is simply my duty." Hearing Suke's words, the look of satisfaction on Lang Chenhuan's face deepened. "This son-in-law of mine is indeed someone I can entrust my future to. I haven't misjudged him. All right, Ruashua. Since you've brought the items, you two should go train now. Father won't disturb you." With that, Lang Chenhuan led his bodyguards away. Suke, accompanied by Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, hurried toward the martial arts training ground. At the martial arts training ground, a new round of training had already commenced, with a dazzling array of skills being demonstrated. Surprisingly, Pang Meng and the others paid no attention to Suke and his companion's tardiness. Upon seeing them arrive, they merely nodded in acknowledgement before returning to their supervisory duties. Due to their exceptionally impressive performance that morning, almost no one dared to choose Suke's group as training partners that afternoon. Suke didn't let this lead to complacency. After exchanging greetings with Pang Meng and the others, he led Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua to a nearby open space, sat down, and looked at them. "While we have time, let's try cultivating now and see how Ruashua's enhancement is progressing." Both women nodded in agreement, supporting Suke's idea. They sat in a circle, palms pressed together, closed their eyes, and began attempting to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Having trained exhaustively the previous day, all three had retired early upon returning to camp and hadn't attempted group cultivation. Now, as their minds immersed themselves, they instantly sensed a difference. Within their perceptions, both Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua had each formed a sizable beast core within their bodies. In the dim depths of their consciousness, these cores shone like two brilliant moons, voraciously absorbing the surrounding celestial energy. Before them, a massive, unformed soul crystal rose like a great sun, pulsing like a heart as it absorbed the overflowing energy from the two beast cores. The beast cores and soul crystal formed a triangular alignment, linked by energy bonds that resonated in unison. Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua now discovered with astonishment that they could simultaneously draw cosmic energy for cultivation by leveraging each other's beast cores and soul crystals. This meant that when they cultivated together, they received triple the enhancement. For Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, it was even more than triple. Suke's soul crystal, still incomplete, held 10 times the power of their beast cores. As the three cultivated, they felt the surrounding celestial and earthly chi transform in an instant into countless surging tides, rushing madly toward them. Their cultivation levels surged at a visible pace. Meanwhile, Pang Meng and Su Lu, overseeing the training session on the martial arts field, furrowed their brows. Why does the spiritual energy in the heavens and earth feel so thin? Chapter 44, D-Class Evolution, Reciprocal Bond. Training time always flew by.
Seeing Suke and the others immersed in cultivation, Pang Meng and Sulu didn't force them to continue fighting. After all, judging by their performance this morning, Suke and his team demonstrated decent coordination in combat, with no obvious areas needing improvement. Most crucially, the gap in strength between the Youth Academy trainees and Suke's group was too great to push them to new heights. After an afternoon of cultivation, Suke and his companions clearly felt substantial progress in their cultivation realms. Suke and Lu Chenhuan had both advanced from the initial stage 2, level 1 to stage 3, level 3, with their soul crystals within their bodies solidifying significantly more. 3 heads are better than 1. Feeling the solidity within his soul crystal, Suke couldn't help but utter a low, admiring sound. Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement beside him. Who would have thought? If I'd known 3 people could cultivate this fast, we should have slept together last night to practice. Ruashua, why don't you join us tonight and cultivate together on the same bed? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua's face flushed crimson. But we've only known each other for less than 2 days. Isn't this a bit too fast? Too fast? What's too fast? Hearing Ruashua's words, Lu Chenhuan frowned, his expression solemn and earnest. Ruashua, you just obtained this Cambrian ice core, a rare chance to grow stronger. Are you really content to let others keep mocking you? Lu Chenhuan gave Ruashua a once-over from head to toe, then grinned mischievously. Besides, Ruashua, you've already formed a contract with Brother Su. You'll end up sleeping together sooner or later. What's there to be shy about? Don't you want to grow stronger? Or do you look down on Brother Su? Facing Lu Chenhuan's skeptical gaze, Ruashua hastily shook her head. No. It's not that I don't want to grow stronger, and I certainly don't look down on Brother Su. It's just that. Before Ruashua could finish, Lu Chenhuan cut her off. Then it's settled. As long as you're willing in your heart, it's a done deal. Tonight, come to our camp. We'll train together. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke beside them also wore a warm smile. Don't worry, Ruashua. I, Suke, am not one to force anyone. If you're unwilling, you can leave any time. I won't insist. Facing Suke's gentle smile, Ruashua bit her lower lip lightly. I'm not unwilling. I really like Brother Su and Sister Huan. Hearing this, Suke reached out and gently ruffled Ruashua's hair. It's fine. Let's try it tonight first. If it doesn't feel right, we can talk about it later. All right. Hearing this, Ruashua took a deep breath and made her decision. Seeing this, Suke nodded with satisfaction. After Pang Meng and the others announced the end of training, the 3 of them headed straight for the mess hall. After dinner, they returned to their tents. Ruashua entered her own tent, tidied up briefly, and changed into her adorable dinosaur pajamas. Blushing, she walked into Suke and Lu Chenhuan's tent. Seeing Ruashua enter, Lu Chenhuan's face lit up with a smile. Oh, our little Ruashua looks pretty adorable in that pajama set. Let me pinch it. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan reached out and pinched Ruashua's cheeks, still retaining a hint of baby fat. Suke watched the 2 of them with a look of indulgent affection. Alright, Huan, stop pinching her. You'll scare Ruashua. Lu Chenhuan rolled her eyes at the remark. Take your hands off Ruashua's head first. Cold Ruashua, who was being fussed over by the 2, looked bashful, blinking her big eyes constantly. Paired with her adorable dinosaur pajamas, she looked even cuter. Fortunately, the trio hadn't forgotten today's primary mission. After briefly composing themselves, they climbed onto the bed, sat facing each other, interlocked their fingers, and began their cultivation practice. Having become familiar with each other during the day, the trio on the bed quickly entered a deep state of communion. Their spiritual senses intertwined, rapidly absorbing the surrounding celestial and terrestrial energies. Ruashua's absorption speed has increased again. Feeling the energy fluctuations emanating from Ruashua's beast core, Suke couldn't help but feel deeply gratified. It seemed the insightful divine ice description was accurate. The Cambrian ice core could suppress erosion, allowing Ruashua's previously suppressed bloodline to slowly awaken. As the 3 cultivated, the night slipped by unnoticed. By dawn's first light, as the first rays of morning spread across the eastern sky, the energy surging around Ruashua held by Suke and Lu Chenhuan suddenly erupted. Uncontrollably, she entered a beast transformation state. Suke and Lu Chenhuan instantly snapped their eyes open, staring at Ruashua. Snap! Snap! As her silver-white hair fluttered wildly, the surrounding temperature plummeted rapidly. Silver scales, each radiating a deep blue glow at their centers, began sprouting from Ruashua's arms. They spread frantically down her forearms, creeping toward her chest. In the blink of an eye, most of Ruashua's body was covered in scales, forming a dazzling armor that shielded her within. Cold Ruashua, who had been meditating with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them. Her sapphire pupils transformed into vertical slits, radiating a dangerous glare. Amidst the glint of the scales, the fleshy bump on her forehead appeared even more pronounced. Seeing this, Suke's eyes instantly lit up with delight. Has her innate talent advanced? As he spoke, Suke's insightful divine eyes swiftly turned toward Ruashua. Beast Maiden, Ruashua. Realm, Stage 1 Awakening. Talent, D-rank Ice Ring Snake. Beast Master, Su K. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Crystal Storm, Extreme Cold Domain.
Flaw, contains SSS-grade Frost Dragon energy within her body, but due to the Dragon Crystal core being eroded by time-eroding toxin, 90% of the energy dissipates, preventing her from manifesting her true dragon form. Su K couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the information displayed about Ruashua. Not only has Ruashua's innate talent advanced, but her skills have evolved too. Her original ice shards have transformed into Ice Crystal Storm, and she's gained an aura-type skill Arctic Domain. Moreover, the energy dissipation rate had dropped from 99.99% to 90%, reducing the loss by nearly 10%.
Ruashua, too, sensed the change within herself.
Overwhelmed with excitement, she leapt straight off the bed.
My talent has advanced. From F rank to D rank.
Brother Su didn't lie to me, my talent truly has the potential to advance. Beside her, Ruashua nodded repeatedly, her eyes brimming with satisfaction, as if she were witnessing the moment her own talent had been transformed and elevated by Su K.
Just then, a notification popped up in Su K's information panel. Congratulations! Beastmaster has successfully elevated 2 F-rank Beast Maidens to D rank, receiving a feedback bonus. Congratulations! Beastmaster has unlocked the passive skill, Symbiotic Bond.
Bond of Unity, the Beastmaster achieves a spiritual connection with their contracted partner, enabling them to wield all of the partner's skills.
Chapter 45, Divine Skill Bond of Unity, New Repair Plan. Seeing the notification flash across his interface, Su K's eyes lit up. The feedback reward has finally arrived. Earlier, when he had boosted Lu Chenhuan's aptitude, he hadn't received any notification.
At the time, Su K had mistakenly assumed that the cultivation-related feedback referred to the feedback mentioned in his innate skill, thinking it was rather obscure. But now it was clear that wasn't the case at all. The lack of notification earlier stemmed from Su K only elevating Lu Chenhuan's aptitude to D tier, which hadn't met the conditions for the reward. Now that both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua had been elevated to D rank, the reward for the backflow had arrived. Su K immediately checked his information panel. Beast Tamer, Su K. Realm, 2nd tier Spirit Binder. Talent, God tier. Contract Beast, Gold Devouring Rat. Innate skills, Insightful Divine Eyes, Source of Evolution, God of all Beasts, Bond of Unity, Tyrant, Spirit Binding. Divine Insight, can probe psychic abilities, physical constitutions, and even flaws in all things. Source of Evolution, aids contracted beast girls in advancing their level and supernatural abilities while receiving substantial energy backflow. God of all Beasts, allows unlimited contracts with beast girls. Bond of Unity, the Beastmaster and contracted beast share a psychic link, enabling the Beastmaster to wield all the contracted beast's skills. Tyrant, consumes spiritual energy to trigger full-scale fury in all contracted beast girls, boosting all attributes by 100% upgradable. Binding Spirit, consumes spiritual energy to create an energy contract that restrains beast girls from rampaging and can bind hostile targets. To be unlocked. Reading the synchronized bond skill description, Su K couldn't help but marvel inwardly. I actually gained an extra passive talent skill, and it's such a ridiculously overpowered one. Just how broken is this skill? Let me explain. The greatest weakness of a Beastmaster is their lack of defense. If they lose contact with their Beast Maiden, they become an easy target for opponents to exploit as a vulnerability and strike first. But with this skill, he could unleash all his contract partner's abilities alongside his own. Far from being a weakness, it essentially created a max-level beast girl. Any enemy daring to close in would pay dearly. Awesome! Now that Su K possessed the symbiotic bond, his confidence in facing ferocious beasts soared. This means I can hunt ferocious beasts in the wild solo with Ruashua, targeting the 2nd tier beasts she desires. The generous rewards from advancing from F rank to D rank made Su K even more eager to see what talents Chenhuan and Ruashua would unlock next. Right, there's Ruashua too. Let's first see what her next talent advancement requirements are. As he pondered, Su K activated his Insight Divine Eye once more, scanning Ruashua and swiftly analyzing her flaw. Defect, contains SSS tier Frost Dragon energy within her body, but due to the Dragon Crystal core being eroded by time erosion toxin, 90% of the energy dissipates, preventing her from manifesting her true dragon form. Remediation plan, consume Aurora Jellyfish nightly to gradually dissolve the time eroding toxin. After half a month, undergo hibernation at 50C to awaken partial dragon lineage genes. Su K's brow furrowed slightly as he studied Ruashua's repair plan. Aurora Jellyfish, hibernation at -50 degrees Celsius 2 repair conditions? On the surface, Ruashua's plan seemed slightly more intricate than Lu Chenhuan's. The key difference lay in the scarcity of materials required for Lang's solution versus the sheer volume needed for Lu's. It must be said, truly worthy of an SSS tier talent, conditions like these aren't easily gathered by ordinary people. But now that she had a direction, her next course of action became clearer. First, find those 10 2nd tier ferocious beasts for Lu Chenhuan to show off. Second, locate this so-called Aurora Jellyfish for Ruashua to consume nightly. After half a month, induce Ruashua to hibernate at -50 degrees Celsius.
Then, both their innate talents would surge once more. But before Suke and the others could fully celebrate, after Ruashua ascended to a D-rank ice ring snake, the beast core within her solidified once more. Vast quantities of heavenly spirit chi surged rapidly towards Suke's camp. Hum! A faint rumble erupted from within the tent as a violent surge of power erupted from Ruashua's body. In the blink of an eye, it shattered the tent's roof, unleashing terrifying cultivation power that rippled outward in all directions. Second stage condensation. After a night of intimate bonding in this morning's talent advancement, Ruashua had now stepped into the realm of second-tier condensation. The moment Ruashua broke through, students in distant tents nearby jolted upright from their beds, hastily pulling back their tent flaps and rushing outside. What the hell is that noise? That aura sounds like someone broke through to the second stage? Who is it? Since Suke's tent was surrounded by classmates from the 1st Battalion, they quickly confirmed and reached a conclusion. That direction sounds like Su's team's tent. But aren't both squad leader Su and squad leader Lu already at the second tier? How could they possibly break through again? What if it's Ruashua? The moment this conclusion dawned on them, a chill ran through every one of them. No way! How long has Ruashua been under Su's guidance that she's already advanced to tier 2? Exactly. An F rank? That cultivation speed is absurd. I'm still nowhere near advancing from a rank, and she's already gained another F rank? Could it be that team leader Su has some kind of talent that helps his contract partners level up quickly? I'm so jealous. I wish I could be team leader Su's contract partner. But you're a freaking beast master. For a moment, everyone's minds were in an uproar. Even instructor Pang Mang, standing outside the camp tent, couldn't help but marvel at the direction where Suke and his two companions were stationed. Truly worthy of his legendary SSS tier beast master status. That little rascal Suke never ceases to surprise. He might just break the curse of contract F rank and deliver an astonishing shock to the world. Sulu shot him a disapproving glance. Stop daydreaming about all that nonsense. Focus on how our first high can stand out in this training competition. Suke and his crew might level up fast, but Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's innate limits are set. The hunting competition's coming up soon, and they'll likely face targeted attacks from S-rankers like An Ning and Zhao Fei, plus the third camp. But to everyone's surprise, Pang Mang wore a look of utter indifference. Don't forget, Suke has the natural advantage of numbers and a higher cultivation level. 3 against 2 they might not lose. And after spending time with him, I believe this kid will deliver results beyond our expectations. Mid-sentence, Pang Mang seemed to recall something. He pulled a communicator from his chest and dialed a number. Hello, Chairman Lang. What is it, Pang Mang? Calling this early? You better have a good reason. Nothing much. Just wanted to tell you your daughter has broken through. What? My daughter broke through? A delighted voice came from the other end, followed by the sound of someone scrambling to their feet. But then came the sharp thud of a head colliding with something heavy. Ouch. Chapter 46, Aurora Jellyfish Acquired. As the assembly gathered, all eyes turned toward Suke and his two companions approaching the martial arts field. Feeling the heart-stopping aura emanating from Ruashua, the crowd erupted in murmurs. It really is Ruashua breaking through. Captain Su is just too strong. All the beast girls under him managed to break through their boundaries in just a few days. Truly, she lives up to her reputation as an SSS-Rank Beast Tamer. As Suke and his group approached, every student couldn't help but express their congratulations to Ruashua, celebrating her successful breakthrough. Feeling the warmth of their enthusiasm, Ruashua smiled and thanked them in turn. Pang Mang, standing at the front of the group, furrowed his brow slightly. For some reason, I can't shake the feeling that something about Ruashua's aura has changed. Sulu beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, it's not just her breakthrough. It feels like she's undergone a complete transformation. Though neither had seen the former F-rank Lu Chenhuan, they had both witnessed the F-rank Ruashua firsthand. Their keen senses now detected the distinct difference in her. However, they didn't dwell on the matter. After ordering everyone back to their positions, they commenced another round of physical training. Following the youth training curriculum, physical conditioning and combat drills alternated. This approach built endurance and agility while ensuring practical combat practice wasn't neglected. After breaking through her cultivation realm, Ruashua proactively requested to match the training intensity of Suke and Lu Chenhuan. The trio then led the rest of the team into today's drills. Having gained prior experience, the team quickly adapted to this training regimen. With both her aptitude and cultivation level enhanced, Ruashua could barely keep pace with Suke and Lu Chenhuan's intensity. Suke and Lu Chenhuan naturally lavished praise on her for this result, bolstering Ruashua's confidence and filling her with hope for the future. Her current state was worlds apart from her previous condition in the 3rd Battalion, now radiating vitality and self-assurance. After the morning's weighted runs came the afternoon's physical training. Ruashua remained full of drive, making the 200-pound sandbag seem like nothing, leaving Pang Mang and Sulu both stunned. How can just advancing a realm make her seem like a completely different person? Was that sickly little girl I saw earlier just a figment of my imagination? It wasn't just Pang Meng and the 1st Battalion cadets. From afar, Lu Chenhuan, who had been secretly observing everything, wiped away a tear at the corner of his eye, deeply moved by Ruashua's transformation. No one knew that Lu Chenhuan had been secretly monitoring Ruashua's every move in the youth training camp. He had witnessed all the injustices she endured in the 3rd Battalion. But for her future, even if his daughter faced injustice, Lu Chenhuan could only hold back his tears and hope Ruashua would persevere. In his heart, the mere opportunity to enter the youth training camp was already a tremendous stroke of luck. Even if she suffered injustices along the way, it was far better than having her future prospects destroyed. The only thing that truly pained him was that Ruashua, who had already been somewhat depressed, became even more withdrawn after entering the youth training camp. Many times, watching her isolated, lonely figure from afar, Lu Chenhuan could not hold back his tears. But Sukei's arrival brought a ray of light into Ruashua's once gloomy existence. Like a beam of sunlight piercing through her darkened sky, it gradually transformed her into a more confident and open-hearted person. Therefore, even knowing Sukei had a contracted partner, Lu Chenhuan grew increasingly pleased with him. Sukei noticed Lu Chenhuan observing from the shadows. He gave a nod in her direction before leading Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan back to their training. After Pang Meng and Su Lu announced the end of training, Lu Chenhuan hurried over to Sukei's group, her face lit with delight as she examined Ruashua from head to toe. "Ruashua, you've truly broken through. Thanks to brother Sukei." Ruashua, her face beaming with joy, excitedly rushed forward and clasped Lu Chenhuan's hand. "Dad, this isn't the only good news. Not only did I break through, but my innate talent level also rose from an F-rank iceworm to a D-rank ice ring snake." As she spoke, Ruashua excitedly displayed her beast transformation before Lu Chenhuan. Seeing Ruashua's transformed state, completely different from before, Lu Chenhuan's eyes brimmed with excitement. "My daughter's aptitude has truly improved. Excellent. Absolutely fantastic." At this point, Lu Chenhuan grabbed Sukei's hand, his face radiating excitement. "Son-in-law, thank you so much." Seeing Lu Chenhuan nearly kiss him in his excitement, Sukei quickly withdrew his hand and cleared his throat. "We're all family. This is the least I could do. Actually, I have some new things here that I need uncle to help me find." Hearing Sukei's words, Lu Chenhuan waved his hand dismissively. "No need for formalities among family. Whatever you need, dear son-in-law, just ask." Seeing Lu Chenhuan's magnanimity, Sukei didn't hesitate to voice his needs. "Ruashua has temporarily suppressed the erosion of the time erosion toxin using the Cambrian ice core, but it only suppressed 10%. To further dissolve the toxin's erosion, we need to find something called the Aurora jellyfish for Ruashua to consume for half a month." Aurora jellyfish? Hearing Sukei's request, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but pause in surprise. That material seems rather scarce. Even I haven't heard much about it. However, Lu Chenhuan's expression quickly regained its composure. "Rest assured, son-in-law. Since this material is crucial for suppressing Ruashua's corruption, I will gather it for you within 3 days." As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan glanced at Lu Chenhuan standing beside Sukei. "By the way, Miss Lu, is there anything I can assist with?" Seeing the concern on Lu Chenhuan's face, Lu Chenhuan waved her hands repeatedly. No, Uncle Lang, you don't need to worry about me. We have our own plans." Compared to Ruashua's complex repair plan, Lu Chenhuan's was far simpler. She only needed to make a few minor adjustments during the hunting competition to achieve her goal. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's response, Lu Chenhuan nodded lightly. After offering Ruashua some practical advice for daily life, he departed. Meanwhile, Sukei and the others continued their growth plan, training by day and cultivating by night. Through diligent mutual cultivation, their cultivation levels advanced rapidly. Sukei and Lu Chenhuan both rose from the 3rd tier of the 2nd stage to the 5th tier, while Ruashua followed closely behind, reaching the 3rd tier. To Sukei's surprise, by the following evening, Lu Chenhuan arrived at their camp with the Aurora jellyfish, a full 18 specimens prepared. After briefly thanking Lu Chenhuan, Sukei instructed Ruashua to consume the Aurora jellyfish at night, following the guidance recorded by his insight divine eye. Gazing at the jellyfish radiating multicolored light, Ruashua furrowed her brow but gritted her teeth and swallowed it. True to expectation, after swallowing the Aurora jellyfish, the erosion of the time erosion poison within Ruashua's body was significantly neutralized, reducing the energy leakage by approximately another 2%. Witnessing this, Ruashua's confidence soared. Her gratitude towards Sukei deepened, and overcome with emotion, she threw her arms around him. "Thank you, brother Su." Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan seized the moment to play a mischievous trick, giving Ruashua's pert behind a discreet shove. The renewed pressure of her closeness sent a flutter through Sukei's heart. "Ruashua, don't just thank me with words, show some real gratitude. How about giving brother Su what he wants tonight?" Chapter 47, Lung Mist only barks like a dog. Under the grueling physical and combat training, the group was pushed to their limits for nearly half a month. As they grew more familiar with each other, the training intensified, even requiring them to scale cliffs barehanded with added weights, pushing their physical limits to the extreme. It was also during this period that their cultivation and aura solidified.
The greenhorn naivety in each student's eyes faded, replaced by confidence and resolve. As for combat training, given Suke and Lu Chenhuan's formidable strength, no one foolish enough to challenge them dared to step forward. The trio of Suke were happy to enjoy their leisure time, using it to focus relentlessly on cultivation and rapidly elevate their cultivation realms. As the group's training neared completion, the hunting competition was scheduled by the training camp. Under the midday sun, Pang Mang and Su Lu addressed the group after a morning of training. Everyone, after this period of training, you've all reached a level where you're essentially ready to graduate, both in physical fitness and practical combat coordination. But to become heroes who protect our human race, you must undergo a baptism of blood and fire. Today, you're granted an early break. Rest if you need to, or bond with your comrades. Tomorrow, assemble at the main gate. Hearing Pang Mang and Su Lu's words, the mood among the crowd on the training grounds shifted. Some cheered with excitement, others looked worried, but most were filled with curiosity and anticipation for tomorrow's hunting competition. After all, these students had been sheltered within Jinghai City for 18 years, never truly seeing what ferocious beasts look like. Their hearts were filled more with curiosity about the unknown. Among them, Suke and Lu Chenhuan felt the strongest anticipation. For them, this hunt was not merely a challenge, it was an opportunity for Lu Chenhuan to enhance his innate talent. If they could help Lu Chenhuan unlock her potential, the combat strength of their trio would rise to a whole new level. Yet just as the group was dispersing, two intense spiritual energy fluctuations suddenly surged from the direction of the 2nd Battalion in the distance. Feeling those fluctuations, many faces paled involuntarily. Second tier? Someone's breaking through to 2nd tier. Look at that direction, it's coming from the 2nd Battalion. 2nd Battalion? Could it be S-ranked Xiao Fei and An Ning? At this, everyone present instinctively turned their gaze towards Suke and his group. Suke and An Ning's romantic entanglement had long been the talk of the entire youth training camp. As the hunting competition draws near, if An Ning and Xiao Fei have truly broken through to the 2nd tier, the threat they pose to Suke and his group will be immense. After all, both An Ning and Xiao Fei are S-rank, while Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua remain F-rank in everyone's estimation. Facing opponents of equal rank like An Ning and Xiao Fei, the outcome is far from certain. Yet Suke, the center of everyone's attention, remained calm and composed. Suke had never regarded An Ning as a threat. Especially after this period of cultivation, the three of them had made substantial progress in their cultivation realms. Suke and Lu Chenhuan were both at the 10th level of the 2nd tier, just a half step away from breaking through to the 3rd tier. Ruashua was also at the 9th level of the 2nd tier, rapidly catching up to their pace. For Suke, the paramount concern was how to secure 10 2nd tier ferocious beasts in tomorrow's hunting competition. Brother Su, are you worried? Ruashua, observing the distant look in Suke's eyes, asked with concern. Suke turned to look at Ruashua, who was arm in arm with him, a look of affectionate amusement on his face. Worried about what? With the three of us working together, what is there to worry about? I'm just considering tomorrow's plan. We might need to venture deep into the competition's heartland, and who knows what unexpected situations might arise then. Hearing Suke's response, Lu Chenhuan gently rested her head against his shoulder. Brother Su, there's no need to worry so much. As long as the three of us stick together, even if we face mountains of blades or seas of fire, we'll just push through it together. Ruashua nodded along beside them, her head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. Charge through. Seeing the two women so understanding, Suke's smile grew even wider. Alright, enough of all that. Let's go eat first. After dinner, we'll practice for a while, then get a good night's rest to prepare for tomorrow's hunting competition. Following Suke's instructions, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua nodded, each linking an arm through his as they headed toward the cafeteria. As they approached the cafeteria, they happened to spot An Ning and Xiao Fei surrounded by the 2nd Battalion members. Spotting Suke's group entering, An Ning stomped over in her high heels, dragging Xiao Fei right up to Suke with an air of haughty pride. Suke, Xiao Fei, and I are now 2nd tier too. Facing An Ning's provocation, Suke remained utterly unfazed. Oh. The moment he spotted them, Suke had already activated his insight divine eyes, confirming their breakthrough. Seeing Suke's unflappable demeanor, An Ning couldn't help but snort coldly. Don't pretend you don't care. I know you're panicking inside. With the hunting competition approaching, Xiao Fei and I have both advanced to tier 2. The pressure on you must be skyrocketing. After all, Xiao Fei and I are genuine S-rankers, while Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua are merely F-rank. Having been taught a lesson by Lu Chenhuan several times before, An Ning no longer dared to mock Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua as useless. Yet, when mentioning their F-rank status, her face still brimmed with pride and disdain. How do you know they're only F-rank? Suke wore a cold sneer on his face. Yet to everyone's surprise, upon hearing Suke's words, An Ning burst into a dismissive laugh. Suke, what are you talking about? Isn't aptitude determined at the moment of awakening? Do you seriously think they could break through human genetic limits and improve their aptitude? Just then, Lu Chenhuan spoke up with a cold sneer. What's the big deal, An Ning? Just breaking through to the 2nd tier? Have you forgotten what you were like before?
If you're so full of yourself, why don't we spar right now? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's taunts, An Ning's fists clenched instantly, but Zhao Fei quickly pulled her back. Ning, it's mealtime now. Private fights are forbidden in the training camp. Besides, the hunting competition is tomorrow. There'll be plenty of chances to show them what you're made of then. Zhao Fei cautiously glanced at Ruashua beside Su Ke before lowering his voice to address her. Ning, have you forgotten Ruashua's connections? If we start a conflict now and it affects tomorrow's competition, it'll be a loss rather than a gain. The hunt involves the entire camp. Teams will likely cross paths frequently. We'll give them a taste of their own medicine then and wipe away all the humiliation we've endured. Hearing Zhao Fei's words, An Ning shot a hostile glance at Ruashua, who was glaring back at her. She snorted coldly. You're lucky I'm in a good mood today. I don't feel like picking a fight with you lot. See you at the hunt tomorrow. With that, An Ning haughtily dragged Zhao Fei away. Behind them, Lu Chenhuan flipped them off. Lung Mist is nothing but a barking dog. Chapter 48. On the eve of the competition, storm clouds gather. After dinner, Su Ke led Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua back to their camp, immediately commencing that day's cultivation session. Through relentless practice over recent days, their cultivation bases had solidified. Su Ke's soul crystal was nearing completion, while the beast cores within Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua had grown significantly. Feeling that Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan were but a half step away from entering the third tier, Ruashua, holding hands with both of them, gazed at them with eyes full of envy. Brother Su, you and sister Huan are both about to step into the third tier. Su Ke looked at Ruashua with a doting expression. Don't worry, Ruashua. Your cultivation isn't far behind ours. You'll catch up soon enough. Tonight, consume the last aurora jellyfish. After the hunting competition concludes, seek an opportunity to hibernate and complete your transformation. You might even surpass Sister Huan in advancing your aptitude first. As Su Ke described this, a look of eager anticipation for the future flashed in Ruashua's eyes. She nodded softly. Mei-chum, I'll follow Brother Su's advice. With that, the three refocused their minds and plunged back into cultivation. However, just as dusk fell and the three had withdrawn their movements, two more breakthrough auras emerged from the direction of the distant camps. Feeling the direction of the breakthroughs, Lu Chenhuan's brow furrowed slightly. More breakthroughs. Seems to be coming from the direction of the third camp. The camps breaking through all seem to have it in for us. With the hunting competition approaching, are they trying to pile pressure on us together? Ruashua bit her lower lip lightly, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. Her relationship with the third camp was already strained. If it truly was someone from the third camp who had broken through, she feared it might cause trouble for Su Ke during the competition. Su Ke, however, remained utterly calm. It's just a mere second-tier breakthrough. Nothing to worry about. We're all on the verge of breaking through to Tier 3. There's no need to concern ourselves with such minor players. Su Ke's ambitions had never been confined to the small realm of Tianhai. His true goal was to shatter the demon beast hordes that pressed against the human race's demon suppression pass. After completing his cultivation, Su Ke took Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua out for their final meal before the hunting competition, which also confirmed who would break through that afternoon. 3rd Battalion Captain Shin Songyun and his beast companion. Su Ke was somewhat surprised by this outcome. He hadn't expected Shin Songyun, an A-rank cultivator, to match An Ning and Zhao Fei's breakthrough speed. However, perhaps learning from his previous mistake, Shin Songyun didn't flaunt his achievement in front of Su Ke and the others like An Ning had done. Instead, he kept a sinister, watchful eye on their direction, seemingly plotting how to sabotage the two during the hunting competition. Su Ke paid little heed to these petty schemes. If they merely thought about it, that was one thing. But if they dared to actually target him during the hunt, he would show them no mercy. It was Ruashua who felt uneasy after confirming Shin Songyun's group had advanced. After dinner, Su Ke led the two women back to their camp. As night fell, he instructed Ruashua to consume the 15th aurora jellyfish. As Ruashua consumed the aurora jellyfish, it seemed to stir the residual energy from the previous ones she had taken. Wispy streams of ink black mist slowly rose from the top of her head, spreading out into the surrounding air. Observing this eerie spectacle, Su Ke's gaze grew pensive. This must be the erosion of the time erosion toxin. Having now consumed all 15 aurora jellyfish, the time erosion toxin within Ruashua's body had been largely dissolved, and the energy no longer dissipated as rapidly as before. With this realization, Su Ke immediately activated his insight divine eye to examine Ruashua. Defect, contains SSS-grade frost dragon energy within, but due to the dragon crystal core being eroded by the time erosion toxin, 70% of energy leaks out, preventing the manifestation of the dragon form. After half a month of continuous aurora jellyfish consumption, the energy leakage rate within Ruashua's body had dropped from 90% to 70%. Her absorption rate of heavenly spirit chi had also accelerated nearly threefold compared to before. This was precisely why Ruashua's cultivation realm had advanced so rapidly to the second tier, 9th layer. Now, only one more hibernation is needed to fully unlock Ruashua's potential.
However, with the hunting competition imminent, the hibernation schedule must be postponed.
Sufficient time for hibernation will be reserved after the competition concludes. Huanuan's aptitude enhancement schedule will also commence during this tournament.
At this moment, Sukei's heart was filled with anticipation for tomorrow's competition.
Alright, since we'll be facing real combat tomorrow, we won't practice tonight.
Get a good night's sleep, rest up, and we'll march out tomorrow. After saying this, Sukei ordered the lights to be turned off and everyone to sleep. But just as Sukei extinguished the light, a rustling sound came from beside the bed. Sukei turned his head, gazing into the dim night as Ruashua dressed in a dinosaur pajama set carefully slipped into the bed beside him. Seeing this scene, Sukei felt both amused and exasperated.
Ruashua, why are you here?
Although Ruashua had been sharing a tent with him and Lu Chenhuan since the beginning, she had always slept alone in her own bed. Now, she was actually moving closer to him of her own accord, which surprised Sukei. Lu Chenhuan, who was nearby, quickly turned his head to look at Ruashua.
Oh? What's this? Has our Ruashua finally come around?
Even your big brother Su hasn't figured it out yet.
But to everyone's surprise, Ruashua only spoke softly. No, I'm facing the beasts tomorrow, and I can't sleep. I thought I'd come over.
As she spoke, Ruashua bit her lower lip lightly in the night's darkness.
If you don't want me here, I can go back. As she spoke, Ruashua shifted her body slightly, preparing to leave. But in the next instant, a pair of strong hands suddenly wrapped around Ruashua's slender waist, pulling her back. You're already here. Might as well stay.
Then Sukei yanked her hard, and two massive pressures descended from above. Unlike the bustling youth training camp, two figures appeared at the edge of the dimly lit forest outside Fengming Valley, not far from the Tianhai youth training camp. They watched the camp, encircled by watchtowers, from a distance. One of them, a slightly lanky man, adjusted his glasses, which reflected faintly in the night. I hear Tianhai City has produced one SSS tier talent and two S tier talents this time.
Qingyao, the higher-ups have issued orders we must use this youth training opportunity to eliminate them all.
The other figure, a woman with short hair and a rather curvaceous figure, leaned lazily against a nearby tree and waved her hand dismissively.
Got it. But are you sure this won't draw the attention of the Great Xia High Command?
The man glanced toward the distant training camp and let out a cold laugh. This operation targets geniuses across the land, not just Tianhai. Even if the Great Xia High Command is furious, they won't pin it solely on us.
Besides, how many times have the Great Xia High Command hunted down the divine cult? Proceed with tomorrow's plan.
Chapter 49, From now on, follow my orders. At dawn, all personnel from the main camp assembled at the entrance of the training grounds and set off toward Fengming Valley, a nearby area known for its fierce beasts. As they approached the valley entrance, a middle-aged man unfamiliar to all present stepped forward.
Greetings, everyone.
I am Li Shangdong, the director of this training camp. Today, you will engage in your first real combat with ferocious beasts, a hunting competition. This competition will also serve as a measure of your individual capabilities.
Scoring will be based on the quantity and quality of the beasts you hunt.
There are 9 major camps with 271 students, yet only 150 advancement spots available. Whether you choose teamwork or solo operations is entirely up to you. With that, Li Xiangdong waved his hand decisively. Now, instructors and squad leaders, lead your teams into the mountains. As Li Xiangdong's voice faded, the instructors of each camp immediately led their respective students toward the valley. But upon reaching the valley entrance, the instructors halted in unison, pointing toward the teleportation array before them and addressing the group. Everyone, to prevent malicious individuals from exploiting the hunting competition to harm our human geniuses, the Trial Valley has been specially equipped with a teleportation array. Access to the valley is strictly through this array. This teleportation array has a cultivation restriction. Those above the 3rd tier cannot enter it. Hearing the instructor's explanation, the students collectively felt a wave of relief wash over them. Observing the students' slightly relaxed expressions, the instructors immediately frowned. But do not grow complacent. The Trial Valley is vast and teeming with ferocious beasts, creatures that devour humans and harbor an innate hatred toward our kind. The slightest misstep could cost you your life. Moreover, these beasts devour their own kind to grow stronger. Many second-tier beasts dwell here, and it's possible that near third-tier entities have already been bred. Do not underestimate the danger. Hearing the instructor's warnings, the expressions of all the students froze in unison. Numerous second-tier beasts? Near third tier? Apart from special cases like Sukei and his group, most students present were only at the first tier. Facing such terrifying beasts, escape was their only option. For a moment, some faces betrayed signs of retreat. At that moment, the instructors pulled jade talismans from their robes and distributed them. To ensure your safety, these are single-use teleportation talismans. Crush them in an emergency to instantly teleport out of the valley. Of course, these talismans can only be used once. Once activated, it will be considered an early withdrawal from the competition. Think carefully before using them. Sukei took the jade talisman handed to him by Pang Mang, his eyes flickering.
With these teleportation talismans, the safety of the contestants was now safeguarded, granting them at least one chance to recover from mistakes. Everyone, this is the teleportation array to enter the valley. Step onto it, and except for those bound by soul-linked contracts, all of you will be randomly teleported to any location within the valley. Within the valley, surveillance arrays set by our great human cultivators will monitor your movements at all times. The trial steel will also rank and award points based on your performance within the valley. Listening to Pang Meng and the others' explanation, Suke and Lu Chenhuan turned their gaze to the massive steel standing outside the valley. At this moment, the steel was blank, bearing no recorded achievements yet. Alright, enter the formation now. The competition begins. With the overview of the hunt competition concluded, Li Xiangdong declared the contest open. One by one, Beast Masters and Beast Maidens joined hands and stepped into the formation. A flash of light followed, and both figures vanished. Huan, Ruashua, are you ready? Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua exchanged glances, nodded lightly, then joined hands and walked toward the formation together. Watching Suke and the others walk hand in hand toward the formation, a faint smile appeared in Li Xiangdong's eyes. So this is Suke, the SSS tier genius beastmaster everyone's been buzzing about in Tianhai lately. Leading two beauties into the valley together, quite a sight indeed. Young Master Lang, your daughter has quite the luck. Beside Li Xiangdong, Lang Qianqiu appeared at some point, hands behind his back, watching the trio's retreating figures with a smile. More than lucky, it's downright divine. Meeting this young man is a blessing Ruashua earned through 3 lifetimes of good deeds. Hearing Lang Qianqiu's words, Li Xiangdong's eyebrows arched slightly. Oh? Young Master Lang, you hold such high regard for this kid? Even if he's naturally gifted, contracting 2 F-rank beast girls is practically cutting off his own future. Is he really worth your admiration? Lang Qianqiu snorted derisively. Oldly, you just don't get it. You'll see soon enough. Lang Qianqiu kept Suke's enhancement of both Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan's aptitudes under wraps. His goal was to thoroughly humiliate those who had once doubted and looked down upon Lang Ruashua. Today's hunting competition was under near total surveillance, the perfect stage for him to show off. Observing Lang Qianqiu's enigmatic confidence, Li Xiangdong's brow furrowed slightly as he turned his gaze toward the surveillance array. At that moment, as the teleportation array flickered with light, pairs of Beast Masters and Beast Maidens were transported into the valley, marking the beginning of the true trial. In the valley, amidst the barren wilderness, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua's figures flickered and appeared upon the desolate land. Wasteland? The moment the trio materialized on the barren land, Suke swiftly surveyed the surroundings, quickly forming his assessment. He addressed Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua. Huan, Ruashua, Fengming Valley has complex terrain. Surrounding us are towering mountain ranges layered with verdant peaks, interspersed with basin-like wastelands. We must be extra cautious. Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, who were also experiencing their first real-world combat in the wilderness, instinctively swallowed hard. They moved closer to Suke, preparing to link arms with him. Unexpectedly, Suke swiftly withdrew his arm and addressed them with a stern expression. The wilderness isn't like the training camp or Tianhai. We must remain vigilant at all times to guard against any unexpected incidents. Holding hands at a time like this serves no purpose other than hindering us when danger strikes. Seeing Suke's stern expression, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua bit their lower lips in slight disappointment. Understood. Suge, don't be so stern. Suke remained stern, his earlier gentleness completely gone. We Beast Masters and Beast Maidens are warriors awakened to protect humanity. From this moment on, you must learn to embrace this new identity. In this perilous wilderness, beyond being lovers, we are first and foremost comrades in arms fighting side by side. From this moment on, follow my commands without question. Chapter 50, The Ferocious Beast Hunt. Watching Suke swiftly get into the zone and begin surveying the surroundings with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua in tow, Li Xiangdong, standing before the surveillance formation, couldn't help but whistle in admiration. Young Master Lang, your son-in-law has remarkable composure. He's quickly gotten into the groove and established a clear course of action. Compared to the other Beast Masters and Beast Maidens who had lost their bearings after entering the valley, even bickering over differing opinions, Suke's leadership was clearly superior. Lang Qianqiu's face broke into a smile upon hearing this. Of course. Just look at my daughter's discerning eye. In this hunting competition, my daughter and her team will undoubtedly take first place. Not necessarily. Just then, an unfamiliar bald middle-aged man appeared beside them. My Zhao Fei and his contract partner are both S-rank. They're the true prodigy duo. With them around, Suke and his crew stand no chance of winning. Upon seeing the newcomer, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Zhao Guang? The man was none other than Zhao Fei's father, Zhao Guang, the current head of the Zhao family. Oldly, did you invite this annoying guy? Seeing Zhao Guang appear, Lang Qianqiu frowned with evident distaste. Li Xiangdong waved his hands helplessly. No, he insisted on showing up to watch his son's match. You know how it is, I'm just a lowly youth training coordinator. Once the money was on the table, there was no stopping him. Hearing this, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but roll her eyes. Put. No wonder I said he had no self-awareness. Turns out he's just a clueless fool. Facing Ling Qianqiu's contempt, Zhao Guang didn't back down an inch. You big shot Ling, so perceptive? Didn't you buy your way in too? Acting all high and mighty now.
Seeing the two about to come to blows, Li Shandong frowned.
Enough, stop arguing. Watch the match first. The results will speak for themselves.
Far beyond the valley, nestled within a forest, two figures lurked in the shadowy recesses of the trees.
Qingniao, are you certain you're ready? The woman named Qingniao nodded softly. Before the tournament began, we secretly sent agents into Fengming Valley.
They've already injected the gene-enhancing potions into those ferocious beasts as planned. Now we just need to set the stage to lure all those geniuses together, then wipe them out completely.
But Owl, are you certain those potions are flawless?
Facing Qingniao's question, the man codenamed Owl pushed his glasses up his nose and flashed a confident smile.
Those are gene-enhancing potions personally developed by the divine cult. How could there be a problem? Those worthless trainees think they're safe behind their protective arrays. We'll teach them a lesson they won't forget.
If that SSS tier genius Beastmaster and the other two S-rankers perish during this training session, I'm sure the divine cult will reward us handsomely. As they spoke, the pair slipped back into the shadows, watching the movements within the surveillance formation from afar.
A ferocious beast.
Su Ke, about to approach a thicket, hurriedly retreated. Lu Chenhuan beside him instantly entered his beast form, golden beast ears emerging as he shielded Su Ke and Lang Ruashua behind him. Lang Ruashua also instantly transformed, ready to unleash an ice crystal storm at any moment. A massive grey wolf, drool dripping from its jaws, appeared within their field of vision.
Ferocious beast, grey wolf. Tier 1.
Innate skills, roar, pounce, pack call. Weakness, excessive strength concentrated in limbs, favoring offense over defense, vulnerable to injuries in waist and head regions, with nose being particularly fragile. The moment the grey wolf appeared, Su Ke activated his insight divine eyes, absorbing all its information.
Huan, target its waist and head, especially the nose. This grey wolf is a pack predator. We must prevent it from activating its pack call skill. Got it. Ruashua, you protect Brother Su. The moment Lu Chenhuan heard Su Ke's command, she hesitated not a second.
Her claws flashed with golden light as she lunged at the grey wolf.
With lightning speed, her claw slammed onto the unsuspecting wolf's snout. Awoo.
The next second, the wolf managed only a single, bitter howl before collapsing stiffly onto the ground beside them.
Nice work.
Seeing Lu Chenhuan dispatch a first-tier ferocious beast with a single swift strike, Su Ke couldn't help but praise her aloud. Su Ke then stepped forward swiftly, pulling a dagger from his storage ring.
He plunged it directly into the grey wolf's abdomen, slicing it open. He extracted a tiny beast core and tossed it to Lu Chenhuan. For you, Huan. Remember, whenever possible after slaying a beast, dissect its corpse. These beast cores aren't just valuable for selling, they can also restore spiritual energy in critical moments.
Watching the blood-soaked beast core in Lu Chenhuan's hand, Lang Ruashua beside him couldn't help but flinch slightly, feeling a wave of nausea rise instinctively. Lu Chenhuan, however, sniffed the blood-soaked core in his hand. A strange crimson gleam flashed in his eyes as he unconsciously licked his lips. But he quickly regained his composure, suppressing his inner urges. Reluctantly, he wiped the beast core clean and tucked it into his pocket. The hunting competition exists to slay ferocious beasts and earn higher points. We need to adapt quickly and keep moving forward. After handling everything, Su Ke led Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua forward. Su Ke and his group weren't the only ones encountering ferocious beasts. Throughout the valley, numerous people had clashed with these creatures. Yet not everyone handled the situation as smoothly as Su Ke's group. Many, facing life or death crises for the first time, panicked and fumbled. Injuries were already beginning to mount. Some, after battling the beasts, vomited from the physical strain, their eyes no longer reflecting the ambitious resolve they'd carried in. Zhao Fei and An Ning, however, combined their efforts to swiftly dispatch a first-tier ferocious beast. An Ning's eyes now brimmed with confidence. Few others could have dispatched a first-tier beast as effortlessly as we did, right? I wonder if that Su Ke guy is faster than us. Zhao Fei, let's keep hunting beasts. We can't let that Su Ke guy outpace us in this competition. Outside the valley, Li Shandong watched the group's performance through the monitoring array. His eyes softened with nostalgia, as if he were seeing his own youth training days. Watching these youngsters perform is like seeing ourselves back then. Su Ke's first beast hunt was surprisingly steady and decisive. He's got an extraordinary temperament. Zhao Fei and An Ning are also doing well. Shen Songyun and Ma Lanhua from the third camp are performing excellently too. It seems Tianhai has produced some promising new talents this time. As they spoke, the results began to slowly appear on the boundary marker in the valley. Chapter 51, The Beast's Call, the pack assembles. Brother Su, I have an idea. Since we're here for the points, there's no need to be so cautious. We can simply wait for the Grey Wolves to initiate their pack summoning, call all their companions here, and take them all out at once. That way, we'd save the time cost of searching for the beasts ourselves. Before the thicket, Lu Chenhuan chewed thoughtfully while addressing Su Ke earnestly.
Suke glanced at Lu Chenhuan's bulging cheeks and the half-eaten beast core in her hand, his lips twitching. Huan, are you that impatient? Suke knew the beast core held great appeal for Lu Chenhuan, but he hadn't expected her to flaunt half of it away so soon after obtaining it. Even Long Ruashua beside them blinked in surprise, turning to look at Lu Chenhuan. Sis Huan, are you trying to get Brother Su to get you more beast cores? What nonsense! Before Lang Ruashua could finish her sentence, Lu Chenhuan spoke up with a righteous yet vague tone. I'm doing this for our competition. Only by hunting more ferocious beasts can we earn better scores. Brother Su, just tell us, are you in or not? Observing the hesitant yet hopeful expression in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, Suke paused briefly before making his decision. From our earlier test, those grey wolves aren't particularly strong. And Ruashua's Ice Crystal Storm is an area of effect skill. I think we can give it a shot. After the previous battle, Suke had gained a rough understanding of the beast's strength. First-tier beasts were no match for Lu Chenhuan and her team now. Even if there were more of them, with Lang Ruashua's area of effect skill suppressing them, it was definitely worth a shot. Alright. Seeing Suke's approval, Lu Chenhuan rubbed her hands together excitedly and tossed the remaining half of the beast core into her mouth. Now, let me find another grey wolf. With permission granted, Lu Chenhuan shed her timidity. She strode deliberately toward the forest, even whistling loudly to draw the beast's attention. Watch your head. Suke, who had been keenly observing their surroundings, called out upon spotting a snake as thick as a water pipe, covered in silver spots, hanging above Lu Chenhuan's head. Ferocious beast, silver-spotted snake. Tier 1. Innate ability, venom, death coil. Weaknesses, affected by physique, impaired vision, vulnerable to attacks to the head, soft spot and tail. Huan, target its weak points and tail. Got it. Having sensed the threat early, Lu Chenhuan immediately activated his beast transformation. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leapt into the air, swiping a claw at the silver-spotted snake. The silver-spotted snake, already intent on killing, whipped its tail menacingly and lunged straight for Lu Chenhuan's neck. As they closed in, Lu Chenhuan seized the moment, aiming precisely for the silver-spotted snake's vital point. His claw slammed down, smashing the snake onto the ground, killing it instantly. Without hesitation, Lu Chenhuan plunged his beast claw into the silver-spotted snake's abdomen, rummaged around inside, and extracted the beast core. You silver-striped snake, I never intended to trouble you, but you came running right into my trap. After extracting the beast core, Lu Chenhuan's expression darkened slightly. That grey wolf vanished into thin air just when we were looking for it. Suke, however, remained utterly calm. Don't panic. Since the grey wolf is a pack-dwelling predator, its companions must be nearby. With patience, we'll find them sooner or later. As he spoke, Lang Ruashua's sapphire eyes flashed sharply, fixing on a patch of thickets. Brother Su, sister Huan, over there. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan quickly followed Lang Ruashua's gaze. Upon spotting a grey wolf crouched in the shadows of the bushes, her eyes lit up. You little rascal, hiding here. Fueled by excitement, Lu Chenhuan's feet burst into motion as he lunged toward the grey wolf's position. But unexpectedly, the grey wolf's first reaction upon seeing Lu Chenhuan's charge wasn't to fight back, it turned and fled. Seeing this, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. This grey wolf possesses some cunning. After witnessing Lu Chenhuan's attack, it lost all desire to fight and only wants to flee. Unfortunately for the wolf, Lu Chenhuan, who was but a half step away from advancing to the third tier, was no match for its speed. He instantly caught up, slamming a paw into its midsection, sending it crashing to the ground. Thanks to Lu Chenhuan's deliberate restraint, the wolf wasn't killed outright. Instead, it lay on the ground, whimpering and struggling. Lu Chenhuan strode forward swiftly, pinning the wolf's hind legs under his foot. Gripping its sharp, pointed jaws, he grinned savagely. You're supposed to be able to call your pack, summon your brothers and sisters? Go on, call them. But the wolf, whether terrified out of its wits or not, merely lay on the ground whimpering pitifully, making no attempt to summon its pack. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan froze for a moment before looking up at Suke. Not calling? Brother Su, does this grey wolf not possess the pack summoning skill? Suke glanced at the information transmitted through his insight divine eye and shook his head slightly. It's not that it can't, it just hasn't activated it. Probably doesn't want to. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan instantly grew furious. Doesn't want to? After I went through all that trouble to catch it for you, you just won't call? As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan raised her claw still in its pre-beast mode state and delivered a resounding slap across the grey wolf's face. I don't care. Bark. 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 As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan delivered slap after slap across the grey wolf's muzzle, swelling its jaws from the force. Her ferocious expression matched the savage glint in her eyes. Setting aside the ancient enmity between beasts and humans, at that moment, Lu Chenhuan resembled nothing less than a wicked little witch villain. Finally, under Lu Chenhuan's relentless interrogation, the grey wolf couldn't hold back any longer. A strangely rhythmic howl pierced the sky. Woo woo. In an instant, the surrounding mountains and forests fell silent. Then, one by one, howls with the same airy rhythm echoed from all directions. Woo. Woo woo.
In an instant, the entire mountain forest was filled with the sound of howling. The piercing cries penetrated human eardrums as great figures darted through the trees, swiftly heading toward the direction of Suke and his companions. Feeling the rustling sounds all around, Lu Chenhuan crushed the skull of a gray wolf beneath his foot. He reached into its chest cavity, extracted the beast core, and licked the blood still wet on its surface, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A feast is coming. Outside the valley, before the surveillance formation, Li Xiangdong's expression darkened as he watched Lu Chenhuan and the others' actions.
Suke and the others are. They're deliberately summoning the wolf pack.
Even Ling Qianqiu beside him couldn't help but show a slight change in expression.
If the wolf pack gathers, there'll be at least 100 of them, and they'll have a second-tier alpha wolf leading them. This is far too dangerous. Why are they taking such a risk? Chapter 52, and I'll be cheering you on from the rear.
Deep within the mountain forest, a beast master and his beast girl from the 4th Battalion stood back to back, scanning their surroundings with utmost caution. Both were panting heavily as they wrapped bandages around their wounds, their faces still plastered with band-aids.
You don't truly grasp how terrifying these beasts are until you face them in real combat.
Just one first-tier wild boar nearly sent us both to the afterlife.
If I hadn't reacted fast, we'd probably be crushing teleportation scrolls to escape right now.
If even a stage 1 beast is this tough, we need to be extra cautious moving forward. Avoid encountering more than 2 stage 1 beasts at once. After quickly finishing bandaging their wounds, the two stood up, ready to intensify their exploration.
Just then, a series of piercing wolf howls echoed through the mountains and forests.
Soon after, shadowy figures began darting frantically through the distant woods.
Witnessing this scene, the two Beast Tamer's eyes widened instantly. Holy! Who triggered that beast pack? This many? At least 100?
We barely handle one first-tier beast.
This many? We're asking for death.
The two men stared at the dense swarm of gray shadows charging toward the forest from the distance, despair etched into their eyes. We've barely even entered the forest and already stumbled into a beast horde.
This is terrible luck. Let's get the hell out of here.
As they spoke, they reluctantly crushed the teleportation talismans in their hands. A flash of green light erupted, and their figures vanished instantly from the spot.
The next second, their figures materialized outside the valley's formation.
Seeing them appear, the 4th Battalion instructor's face instantly turned green.
Ha! How did you two get out?
As the first camp to produce eliminations, the 4th camp instructor Chen San felt his hands tremble uncontrollably, itching to slap them across the face.
Did you encounter something you couldn't resist? Would holding out a little longer have killed you?
Seeing their instructor's darkening expression, the two students hurriedly explained, their voices trembling with near tears.
Instructor, it's not that we didn't want to hold on. If we'd stayed any longer, we really would have croaked. Ha! Hearing their words, Chen San's brow furrowed involuntarily. Is it that bad? Where are you?
The two students, unwilling to delay, promptly reported their location to Chen San.
Fengming Sloping Valley?
Chen San scanned the surveillance array based on their description, hoping to spot any other classmates who might be in the valley with them. Just then, Li Xiangdong's voice came from nearby.
No need to look.
They really are unlucky they just happened to run into Suke and his group.
Suke? That genius beast master from the 1st Battalion who contracted an F-rank worthless beast girl?
Upon hearing this, Chen San immediately turned his gaze toward the surveillance array showing Battalion 1. His expression shifted slightly.
A pack of gray wolves? They've only just entered the mountains. How did they encounter a gray wolf pack already? The gray wolf pack was a force that struck terror into every rookie in Fengming Valley.
During this early training phase, when students from different battalions hadn't yet formed groups, rookies traveling in small pairs or threes had virtually no chance of survival if they encountered them. Chen San glanced at his fellow trainees from the 4th Battalion, his eyes now filled with understanding.
Now I finally understand your misfortune.
That gray wolf pack is massive, at least 100 strong, and led by a second-tier wolf king lurking in the shadows. If you don't crush your teleportation talisman in time, once surrounded, your chances of returning are slim to none. Instructors from other battalions turned their heads toward the monitoring array displaying Battalion 1's situation, their eyes brimming with amused mockery. Seems your Battalion 1 star prodigy isn't exactly blessed with luck. Barely into the mountains, and already they've stumbled upon such a troublesome pack of gray wolves.
They're not just unlucky.
Li Xiangdong glanced at Pang Mang and Su Lu, who were also staring intently at the surveillance array, a meaningful smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
This wolf pack was deliberately lured here by Suke and his crew. Deliberately?
At that moment, Chen San and the instructors from nearby camps instantly widened their eyes. They had been focused on their own camp's beast tamers and beast girls, completely unaware of the astonishing move Suke and his group had just made. Pang Mang and Su Lu, who had been watching Suke's group the entire time, smiled bitterly.
Indeed.
Suke and his group deliberately grabbed a gray wolf and slapped it across the face, forcing it to emit a pack call that summoned all the nearby wolves.
Ha! Deliberately summoning the pack? Are they out of their minds? Even if they want to boost their hunting points quickly, shouldn't they avoid such reckless risks? That's pure overreach, they're courting death.
For a moment, all the instructors from the other camps shook their heads in unison. Seems Suke really is, as the rumors say, talented, but not the sharpest tool in the shed. No one held out hope for Suke and his two companions, doubting that just the three of them could possibly handle a pack of hundreds of wolves. Far too aggressive. Looks like they'll be the first to be eliminated from this group of geniuses. Standing beside Li Shandong, Lu Chenhuan watched the scene unfold, unconsciously clenching his fists as worry filled his eyes. Beside him, Zhao Guang wore an expression of pure excitement. Lu Chenhuan, looks like your son-in-law isn't the sharpest tool in the shed. How dare he provoke this pack of grey wolves before even finding his teammates? If you ask me, the Suke's temperament is all wrong, too eager for quick success. He should learn from my Zhao Fei. Look, he's hunting beasts one by one, carefully avoiding attracting others' attention. Steady and methodical. Now that's what a true powerhouse looks like. Faced with Zhao Guang's taunts, Lu Chenhuan had no energy to argue back. His gaze remained fixed on the figures of Suke and his two companions within the surveillance formation, fearing they might meet with misfortune. Pang Meng and Su Lu shared his concern. As instructors of the 1st Battalion, they had witnessed Suke and his team's extraordinary potential firsthand during this period, placing immense hope in the trio. Trust them. Suke always surprises us, this time will be no different. In that moment, everyone's gaze briefly shifted away from the surveillance feeds of other students, all eager to witness how Suke and his companions would confront this terrifying wave of ferocious beasts. At that moment, under the collective gaze, Suke and his two companions stood on the slope of Shegu Mountain. Their eyes brimmed with confidence as they watched the grey figures darting through the forest toward them. As the backbone of the trio, Suke immediately formulated their battle strategy. Ruashua, activate the extreme cold domain. Focus the ice crystal storm for a group attack. Huan, you support Ruashua and guard against any stragglers sneaking in for ambushes. And I'll be cheering you on from the rear. Chapter 53, The Cunning Wolf King. Seeing Suke swiftly formulate the battle plan, the others who had been watching from outside the formation couldn't help but nod in agreement. Though a bit aggressive in his approach, Suke remains unflappable under pressure, a competent beastmaster indeed. Though they couldn't hear Suke's voice within the formation, the visuals allowed them to discern his rapid deployment of combat plans. He's fearless under pressure, which shows good mettle. But they're facing a massive pack of grey wolves, including a hidden second-tier wolf king lurking in the shadows. Surviving this assault unscathed seems unrealistic. Exactly. Especially since Suke's contracted beast girls are only 2F rank, making it even harder. Though the others were somewhat impressed by Suke's performance, they still didn't believe he could genuinely command Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to defeat the wolf pack. The numerical disparity was already overwhelming, and Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were merely the 2F rank beast maidens with the lowest talent. No matter how one looked at it, a miracle seemed impossible. Now, under everyone's gaze, the dense pack of wolves had encircled Suke and the two others at the valley's center. Staring at the gruesome corpses of their fallen comrades at their feet, the wolves growled lowly and steadily closed in on the trio. Over 100 grey wolves pressed together, like a vast woven grey blanket, slowly closing in on Suke and his companions. The other ferocious beasts in the vicinity had long since fled in terror, vanishing from this perilous zone. Suke, his expression equally cautious, watched the advancing wolves with a heavy gaze. He spoke to Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan. Be careful. These wolves are probing, looking for an opening. The moment the first one strikes, the entire pack will charge. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him nodded softly at Suke's warning, their expressions equally grave as they fixed their gaze on the approaching wolves. Suke, meanwhile, was calculating the distance. Ruashua's ice crystal storm is most effective within 50 meters. We should wait for the wolves to draw closer around 10 meters before unleashing it. That maximizes the area of effect and minimizes any stragglers escaping. 50 meters. 40 meters. 30 meters. 20 meters. As the pack closed in, every heart outside the valley clenched in suspense. They had no idea that Ruashua's ice crystals, after her advancement, were the most effective weapon against such large numbers of low-level creatures. Everyone was sweating bullets for Suke and his group. Why isn't that guy using his teleportation talisman? Does he really think he can take on this many grey wolves head-on? Are you kidding? With this many wolves charging together, even if he wins, he'll be exhausted to death. And don't forget the grey wolf king lurking in the shadows. That thing's rumored to be cunning beyond belief. It can mask its aura and blend in as an ordinary wolf. If it gets close enough, you're toast. Inside the valley, Suke narrowed his eyes, scanning the surrounding pack. He secretly activated his insight divine eyes, searching for the Wolf King's trail. Little guy, let me see you. Where are you? Unlike ordinary beast tamers who were easily deceived by the Wolf King, Suke possessed the insight divine eye. He could instantly spot the concealed Wolf King amidst the crowd based on the information displayed in his interface. Soon, Suke located his target. It was a grey wolf, its form indistinguishable from the others. In fact, it appeared somewhat crippled, limping along within the pack, utterly ordinary. To emphasize its weakness, it even lowered its head to sneeze occasionally while moving, getting pushed aside by the other wolves with disdain.
It was clearly the perpetually sickly, bullied character. Ferocious Beast, Grey Wolf King. Tier 2. Innate skills, Roar, Pounce, Pack Call, Wolfpack Command, Stealth. Weaknesses, excessive strength concentrated in limbs, favoring offense over defense, vulnerable to injuries in waist and head regions, with nose being particularly fragile. This Wolf King is a real actor. Suke stared at the Wolf King, his eyes flashing with astonishment. Without the insight divine eye, who could have imagined that this seemingly frail grey wolf was the hidden big boss, the Wolf King among the pack? If this creature closed in, unleashing its full second-tier power, an ordinary beastmaster might not even have time to react before meeting their end. The grey wolf seemed to sense Suke's gaze. To avoid giving away its true nature, it appeared to limp even more as it moved. Suke, wishing to avoid alerting the Wolf King and causing it to flee prematurely, pretended not to recognize it as the leader. He allowed the Wolf King to blend into the pack as it slowly approached him. As they drew nearer, the distance between them grew increasingly perilous. 15 meters. 13 meters. 10 meters. Finally, when they were less than 10 meters away, the entire pack seemed to receive the same command. Instantly, they surged forward simultaneously, accelerating toward Suke and his companions. In an instant, the entire pack erupted, sweeping through the forest like a massive grey tidal wave, crashing toward Suke and his companions. Seeing this, Suke's gaze remained calm as he spoke directly. Now! Ruashua, move! Huan, provide support and cover. As Suke's words fell, Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan instantly entered their beast forms. Golden beast ears emerged from Lu Chenhuan's sides, her entire body shimmering as if encircled by golden iron, solid as rock. Meanwhile, the air around Ruashua abruptly cooled. Scales emerged across her body, forming an incredibly sturdy armor-like layer as countless ice crystals instantly crystallized around her. Tyrant! Suke wasted no time activating Tyrant. In an instant, both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's attributes doubled, their aura surging beyond their previous peaks. They stood like two war goddesses descended from the heavens. Then, centered around Ruashua, countless indestructible ice crystals rose from her surroundings, forming a vast, frigid net of fire that spread out to engulf the surrounding wolf pack. Crackle! Empowered by Suke's Tyrant, Ruashua unleashed her full second-tier, 9th rank cultivation. She transformed into a terrifying human-shaped launcher, relentlessly sweeping ice crystals at the surrounding grey wolves. The wolves' once proud thick fur was instantly pierced by the sharp ice shards, turning them into sieves. In the blink of an eye, the 20 or 30 wolves charging at the forefront were all blasted to pieces, collapsing lifelessly to the ground. The Wolf King, concealed within the pack, watched as a third of his forces vanished in an instant. His eyes widened in shock. Possessing considerable intelligence, it instantly recognized the danger posed by the 3 humans before it and urgently tried to command the pack to retreat. But at that very moment, Suke also saw through the Wolf King's intent. Don't let the pack retreat. Got it. As Suke's words fell, a flash of light danced in Ruashua's icy blue eyes. Her hands instantly spread apart, and her silver hair billowed high. Frostbite Domain. Chapter 54, You Wolf King, Talk Big. Holy? Instantly killed them? Instantly took down over 30 grey wolves upon meeting? Is this even human? Outside Fengming Valley, the crowd watching the surveillance array stared wide-eyed, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. At that moment, everyone was utterly stunned by Ruashua's performance. Such a wide-area attack with terrifying destructive power, is she really just an F-rank beast girl? Li Xiangdong, in particular, stared wide-eyed at Lang Qianqiu beside him, utterly incredulous. Young Master Lang, are you certain your daughter only scored an F during her awakening test at 3rd middle school? That level of lethality even an S-rank might not match it. Comparing her to An Ning, also a second-stage beast girl, yet still struggling to take down each ferocious beast alongside Zhao Fei, everyone felt it was like comparing apples and oranges. Even Lang Qianqiu was utterly stunned. He had anticipated some improvement in Ruashua's strength after her rank advancement, but never imagined it would be on this scale. This was clearly like trading a musket for a cannon. However, Lang Qianqiu quickly regained his composure, his chest puffing out proudly. Of course. Who do you think I am, Lang Qianqiu? Even if my daughter awakened in F rank, it wouldn't be just any ordinary F rank. Seeing Lang Qianqiu's chest puffed out so high it looked like a 36D, Zhao Guang beside him couldn't help but roll his eyes. Cut it out, stop pretending. It's definitely because of that SSS-Rank beast master named Su Quebec. His innate talent granted your daughter a temporary boost, unleashing these superhuman abilities. I know full well that F-rank beast girls usually only possess one innate skill, making their combat options extremely limited. Once those grey wolves retreat out of striking range, the tide of battle might just turn. However, the moment Zhao Guang finished speaking, the surveillance array showed Ruashua's silver hair whipping wildly as her aura surged dramatically. Extreme Cold Domain. As Ruashua spoke, her innate skill, the Extreme Cold Domain, abruptly unfolded in that instant. In an instant, a brilliant blue halo radiated outward from the center of Ruashua's feet, rapidly expanding in all directions. Within the next second, it completely enveloped the entire 50-meter radius around her. Within the halo, the temperature plummeted once more. The entire wolf pack seemed cursed, their movement and attack speeds becoming painfully sluggish. Then, ice crystals frantically coalesced around Ruashua once more, shooting toward the grey wolves now burdened by the slowing debuff. In an instant, countless grey wolves perished under the barrage of ice shards. Their blood splattered across the ground, instantly freezing into crimson blossoms that bloomed amidst the mountain forest. Witnessing this scene, the crowd watching from outside the formation was utterly stunned. A second innate skill? And a domain type one at that. Li Xiangdong, in particular, stared wide-eyed, his face etched with utter disbelief. A domain type innate skill? How is that possible? Domain type innate skills were extremely rare talents, the most prized assets on the battlefields between humans and ferocious beasts. Such area of effect abilities that influence both allies and enemies were absolute game-changers in the savage beast battles. Lang Qianqiu burst into excited laughter, mocking Zhao Guang directly. Who said my Ruashua only has one skill? Look, she has two. Not just two, but one of them is an extremely rare domain type innate skill. Faced with Lang Qianqiu's taunts, Zhao Guang merely stared wide-eyed, shaking his head repeatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could an F-rank beast girl awaken two innate skills? And one of them is a domain type? Simply possessing this domain type skill alone meant that even if Lang Ruashua was only F-rank, the Great Xia military would take notice and select her for battlefield training. It wasn't just Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu, Pang Meng and Su Lu, the instructors of the 1st Battalion, were equally stunned beyond belief at this sight. We clearly remember that during the previous live fire drills, Lang Ruashua never displayed a second innate skill. Exactly. And I recall her beast form back then looked completely different from now. You wouldn't recognize her as the same person. What on earth happened to cause such a drastic transformation in Lang Ruashua? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the dense pack of wolves was instantly decimated by more than half, leaving only the elderly, weak, and infirm straggling behind. Witnessing so many of their comrades vanish in an instant, the wolves lost all their earlier fighting spirit. Howling, they turned to flee. Yet under the suppression of Lang Ruashua's frigid domain, their escape was painfully slow. The cunning Wolf King, witnessing the sudden decimation of his pack, dared not reveal himself. He blended in with the weak and injured, quietly following the retreating herd. But how could Suke possibly let the Wolf King escape? Finally, I've encountered a second-tier ferocious beast Wolf King, and you think you can just run? Huan, lock onto that slightly limping grey wolf. He's the Wolf King in disguise. Judging from the earlier skirmish, these ordinary grey wolves posed no threat to Lang Ruashua. Lu Chenhuan saw no point in wasting time here. Intercepting the Wolf King was the optimal course of action. Upon hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up. Finally, it's my turn to show what I'm made of? A second-tier Wolf King with a limp? Come to me. Having watched Lang Ruashua hog the spotlight all this time, Lu Chenhuan was bursting with pent-up frustration. Now, at Suke's command to deal with the Wolf King, she shot past Lang Ruashua's side. Claws extended, she lunged toward the Wolf King with blinding speed. Seeing that Suke and Lu Chenhuan had pierced through its disguise and instantly locked onto it, the Wolf King's eyes flashed with terror. Its second-tier cultivation erupted violently. Its limb vanished, its wolf form shed, and it sprinted at its absolute fastest speed, pushing through the pack toward the exit. Yet under the suppression of Lang Ruashua's frigid domain, how could the Wolf King's escape speed possibly match Lu Chenhuan's pursuit? In the blink of an eye, Lu Chenhuan had already closed in behind the Wolf King. His claws raised high, golden energy rapidly spreading, he struck out at the Wolf King. Little Wolf King, come and get it. Seeing no way to evade Lu Chenhuan's strike, the Wolf King abandoned its flight. Instead, it opened its jaws wide and unleashed a thunderous roar. Roar! A terrifying sonic wave erupted from the Wolf King's jaws, emitting a soul-shredding shriek intended to disrupt Lu Chenhuan. But Lu Chenhuan remained utterly unaffected, a smile instead spreading across her lips. You Wolf King, you've got some nerve, trying to intimidate this lady with your breath? Take this claw. Seeing Lu Chenhuan utterly unaffected by his roar, the Wolf King's expression darkened. He swiftly extended his forepaws to intercept and block her advance. But it was too late. Lu Chenhuan's claws, bathed in golden light, struck like a divine weapon. They shattered the Wolf King's forepaw clean off. As the golden light flickered, the claws swept down its neck, slicing open a horrifyingly large gash. Blood gushed forth as the Wolf King stumbled backward, eyes wide with terror. Second-tier Wolf King, dead. Chapter 55, the game begins. Thud. Watching the Wolf King collapse stiffly to the ground, the crowd outside the valley fell silent. Incredulity flashed in every pair of eyes. The Wolf King? That was a second-tier Wolf King? A second-tier Wolf King was instantly killed by Lu Chenhuan, the one beside Suke? Had the Wolf King fought Lu Chenhuan back and forth before finally succumbing to a hard-fought strike, the crowd might not have been so shaken. But from the moment this Wolf King appeared to the moment it was slain, less than 2 or 3 seconds had passed. The entire process was nothing short of an instant kill. Now, everyone's gaze turned to Pang Meng and Su Lu of the 1st Battalion, their eyes filled with utter shock. What kind of monsters surround Suke and the 1st Battalion? Ruashua, who can wipe out entire wolf packs with area of effect attacks and unleash domain type skills. Lu Chenhuan, who can instantly kill a second-tier wolf king with a single strike upon meeting. Are these truly just F-rank beast girls? Why do they feel more formidable than any S-rank I've ever seen?
Even Zhao Guang, who had relentlessly mocked Ling Qianqiu from the start, now fell silent.
The combat prowess displayed by Suke's trio surpassed any newcomer Zhao Guang had ever witnessed. Not just Zhao Guang, even Li Xiangdong began to doubt. Can F-rank beast girls truly possess such power?
Li Xiangdong was no stranger to second-stage F-rankers, but compared to Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, they were worlds apart. Those F-rank beast maidens who barely advanced to Tier 2, hampered by inherent flaws, possessed few innate skills and limited spiritual energy reserves. Their combat prowess was only marginally stronger than Tier 1A rank or B rank opponents. Facing fellow Tier 2 ferocious beasts proved grueling, with numerous fatalities recorded. Yet Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were utterly crushing these beasts. Li Xiangdong even began to suspect their combat prowess might already rival that of third-tier beasts. If I recall correctly, Lu Chenhuan's awakening records listed her as an F-rank hungry mole, while Ruashua was an F-rank iceworm. But Lu Chenhuan's beast form awakening is all golden and glittering, it looks nothing like some mole. And Ruashua's beast form? It bears absolutely no resemblance to any iceworm. What kind of insect has scales this thick? As he pondered, Li Xiangdong's eyes narrowed slightly. After this competition ends, I'll return to the training camp to review Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan's previous training videos. The sharp-eyed Li Xiangdong immediately sensed that such drastic changes in Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua must stem from some unknown cause.
Perhaps it's connected to that SSS tier genius beast master named Su Quebec.
As he pondered, the rankings on the massive boundary marker towering before the valley suddenly surged to first place for Suke's trio.
Ranking points. Top 1, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, 15400. Top 2, Zhao Fei and Ning, 400. Top 3, Shen Songyun, Zhang Jejia, 300.
Gazing at the points ranking etched upon the boundary marker, everyone couldn't help but feel a pang of admiration.
The gap between Suke's first place and An Ning's second is enormous. Their total is barely a fraction of Suke's.
Killing a Tier 1 ferocious beast typically earned 100 points, while a Tier 2 beast multiplied that by 50, reaching 5,000 points. After the recent wave of Grey Wolf kills, Suke's team's points skyrocketed, crushing Zhao Fei and An Ning's team by nearly 40 times.
Looks like the outcome of this hunt is already decided. As long as Suke's team doesn't make any mistakes, first place is theirs for the taking. Who would have thought Suke, accompanied by 2 F-rank beast girls, could rake in such a massive haul of points in such a short time? It was risky, but it was totally worth it.
Frankly, judging by the combat prowess Suke's team has displayed, it's not just the hunting competition. I suspect the championship of the youth training tournament is already a foregone conclusion. Of course, Zhao Fei and An Ning, deep within Fengming Valley, remained oblivious to all this. Having swiftly disposed of the 4th ferocious beast, Zhao Fei and An Ning now wore confident smiles. We found and took down 4 beasts in such a short time. Based on the youth training camp's scoring system, we should have 400 points now.
400 points in under 10 minutes? That must be close to breaking the youth training record for Tianhai City, right?
As for Suke, he's probably still leading his 2 useless F-rankers around, struggling to keep up with the beasts.
Once we understand these beasts' combat patterns better, we'll rack up points even faster. At this rate, we'll absolutely maintain first place in the youth training rankings.
At that moment, An Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter, imagining the moment he'd meet Suke and his crew and utterly crush them underfoot with his points tally.
Zhao Fei, keep going. It wasn't just Zhao Fei and An Ning.
On a nearby slope, Shen Songyun yanked his dagger from a beast's belly, his gaze dark and menacing. Suke, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, I'll make you understand that strength gained through connections isn't true strength.
True strength is forged in blood and fire. Deep within the mountains, a man codenamed Owl watched the images transmitted through the surveillance array. He gently pushed his glasses up his nose.
This kid named Suke has delivered quite the surprise. Despite only contracting 2 F-rank beast girls, he managed to unleash such overwhelming power with his assistance.
Even Ruashua unleashed a domain-type skill.
If such a genius is allowed to continue growing, he will undoubtedly become the foremost threat to our divine cult in the future.
He must die.
The owl spoke, then pushed his glasses up his nose once more.
Bluebird, are you ready over there?
Of course. Bluebird shifted sideways from the shadows, watching Li Xiangdong and the others with keen interest as they studied the surveillance array with rapt attention.
Soon.
These old fools are about to learn what bone-chilling agony feels like. A surprise is about to arrive. As he spoke, Qingyao fixed his gaze on a massive chasm within the surveillance array. Extending a jade-like finger, he snapped his fingers lightly.
3, 2, 1. Game on. As the Bluebird's voice faded, a terrifying rumble shook the entire Fengming Valley.
Then, a dazzling pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the clouds and illuminating the world before all. At that moment, every soul in the valley turned their gaze toward the very center.
Chapter 56, An Omen Descends, Storms Gather.
What the hell is that noise? Outside Fengming Valley, Li Xiangdong and his group, who were watching the students' competition through the surveillance formation, all stared wide-eyed.
This earth-shaking commotion is even reaching us out here.
At that instant, Li Xiangdong and the others all fixed their gaze upon the dazzling pillar of light that shot skyward from the valley.
Even through the teleportation array, its brilliance was blinding. What is that pillar of light? What on earth is happening in the valley?
Li Xiangdong and his companions immediately scanned the direction the pillar of light pointed toward within the surveillance array.
That is,
within their field of vision, at the heart of the valley, a colossal rift gaped open. From its depths, a blindingly brilliant pillar of light shot skyward, piercing the heavens and splitting the very sky and earth. That's the Phoenix Cry Grand Rift. Seeing the terrain within their field of vision, everyone's brows furrowed slightly. As Beast Tamers and Beast Girls hailing from Tianhai who had undergone the green training, they were naturally well acquainted with this Fengming Valley.
Zhao Guang couldn't help but offer his analysis. The Phoenix Cry Grand Rift is the most complex terrain within Phoenix Cry Valley. It harbors numerous high-tier ferocious beasts and is extremely dangerous. Such an anomaly occurring in the Fengming Rift Valley now can only mean either a supreme treasure has emerged or some immense opportunity has been born. Whatever it is, it will surely draw these students like moths to a flame. Beside him, Lang Qianqiu gave a slight nod, adding to Zhao Guang's words. Even though they know immense risks lurk within.
Yet Li Xiangdong, the head of this youth training program, narrowed his eyes as he watched the images transmitted through the surveillance array, his expression growing grave.
Noticing Li Xiangdong's expression, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but voice his confusion.
What's wrong, old Li? You seem concerned about this anomaly. Li Xiangdong gave a slight nod.
Yes. The Phoenix Cry Valley has stood across our Tianhai for countless years without ever showing any abnormalities.
Yet it stirs now, just as our Tianhai region has produced 2 S-rank and 1 SSS-rank prodigies. I can't help but feel suspicious.
Suspicious about what? Cold Qianqiu, standing nearby, burst out laughing. Could it be you're worried someone slipped into Fengming Valley early using other means to cause trouble? This is a restriction formation personally laid by our great human cultivators.
Even if someone did sneak in and evade the boundary markers detection, their cultivation couldn't exceed the 3rd tier. They wouldn't be able to stir up much trouble. Zhao Guang nodded in agreement as he listened to Lang Qianqiu's words.
Exactly.
General Li needn't worry. This anomaly must originate from beneath the Fengming Grand Rift itself, certainly some rare treasure or opportunity emerging. For these students, it's not a bad thing, it might even be a blessing. Besides, they still have teleportation talismans. Even if danger arises, they can protect themselves. Hearing their words, Li Xiangdong felt slightly reassured, yet he still frowned as he gazed toward the canyon, straining to discern what was unfolding within. However, whether influenced by the light pillar that had just appeared above the chasm or not, the images above the chasm were now distorted, making it impossible to discern the events unfolding within. Seeing this, Li Xiangdong's frown deepened. He shifted his focus away from the center of the rift and turned his gaze back to the others scattered throughout Fengming Valley. At that moment, students scattered throughout the valley simultaneously lifted their heads, gazing toward the central fissure. What the hell is that? Lu Yun, who had just subdued a 2nd-tier ferocious beast, turned his head toward the pillar of light shooting skyward above the rift. His eyes lit up. Could this be the legendary once-in-a-century great opportunity? Wu, standing beside him, also wore a look of longing in his eyes. Legend has it that when a rare treasure descends upon the world, it creates such earth-shaking omens.
Could it be that we've stumbled upon one now?
I've heard that back in the day, a predecessor from Tianhai obtained a rare treasure within a secret realm that enhanced their bloodline potential. It awakened a new domain like talent skill, propelling them to soar to new heights. If we could seize such an opportunity first, even facing S-tier powerhouses like An Ning and Zhao Fei, we might just stand a chance. Let's go check it out. High on the mountainside, Zhao Fei and An Ning witnessed this scene, their eyes sparkling with excitement. Such a rare celestial phenomenon must signal the emergence of some extraordinary treasure or opportunity. Zhao Fei, let's hurry over. Let's seize this opportunity before Su Ke and his crew just to piss him off. Not just them, every student wandering Fengming Valley now had eyes aglow with anticipation, rushing toward the Fengming Grand Rift. All were prodigies from Tianhai. Even knowing the potential dangers, none would willingly abandon this opportunity. After this incident, the nature of this hunting competition might just change. Outside the valley, the azure bird watched from the shadows, cold laughter filling its eyes. They likely believe this is an opportunity to alter their fate, unaware that what awaits them is the Reaper's scythe. On the mountainside, Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, who had been picking through the gray wolf's carcass, lifted their heads and gazed toward the dazzling pillar of light shooting skyward in the distance. That location, is it the direction of the fissure at the valley's center? Lu Chenhuan's beautiful eyes widened instantly. Such an extraordinary phenomenon? Could it be that some rare treasure or opportunity has emerged? Could it be some extraordinary treasure? Unlike the others, whose minds were clouded by thoughts of rare treasures, Su Ke remained remarkably composed, swiftly analyzing the situation. Whatever the cause, such a massive disturbance will surely draw everyone in the valley to the center.
If I recall correctly, the Rift Valley is home to many high-tier ferocious beasts extremely dangerous. But his journey to Fengming Valley was specifically to hunt second-tier or higher beasts. Even without this disturbance, the Fengming Grand Rift Valley was a destination he had to visit. Whether it's to join the commotion or to see the source of this anomaly, we still need to go. Besides, our classmates from First High will surely be heading there too. Meeting up with them would be a good chance to keep an eye on them. After all, he'd trained with these students for so many days and been reverently called captain for so long that some affection had naturally developed. If he had the chance to meet them, lending a hand wouldn't be out of the question. After weighing his thoughts, Suke motioned for Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to stow the over 100 beast cores they'd scavenged and the Grey Wolf King's corpse into his storage ring. He then urged Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to hurry onward. Huan, Ruashua, come on. Let's go join the fun. Chapter 57, The Severed Horizon. Guided by the celestial phenomenon, the group hurried toward the direction of the rift. Following closely behind Suke, Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan blinked in surprise as figures began appearing one after another within their field of vision. Looks like this phenomenon has drawn quite a crowd. Maybe we'll run into some of our fellow trainees from the 1st Battalion. Whatever happens, at least we'll have each other's backs. Suke, however, remained calm, neither agreeing nor disagreeing with their remarks. Sometimes, having too many people around isn't necessarily a good thing. Especially in situations like this, where an opportunity seems to have descended upon the world. Humans themselves can become the greatest threat. Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua blinked their eyes, somewhat perplexed. Before long, a massive fissure appeared on the horizon within their sight. From afar, it looked as if the entire ground had been cleaved in two by some colossal force, revealing a gruesome wound. Beyond that wound, numerous figures were now gathering on either side. Witnessing this scene, Suke hastened his pace, leading Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua toward the commotion. As they drew nearer, the spectacle of the Phoenix Cry Grand Rift grew clearer before their eyes. They could distinctly see the razor-sharp cliffs on either side, carved with such precision they seemed the work of divine hands, rising from the sunken horizon. Below these cliffs lay a steeply sloping mountain forest, at the heart of which raged a turbulent river. At the very junction where the forest met the river, a dazzling pillar of light shot skyward. Outside the rift, students from various camps who had already arrived were all peering down the cliffs, seemingly trying to discern what exactly lay below. Suke scanned the area and immediately spotted his fellow students from the 1st Battalion gathered together. He hurried over. Captain Su and Captain Lu are here. As Suke appeared with Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, the students of Camp 1 swarmed around them. Through their time together, the members of Camp 1 had come to deeply respect Suke, genuinely acknowledging him as their leader. Suke wasted no time, immediately scanning the crowd for Lu Yun and Wu Shuang. Lu Yun, you two first. Any discoveries? Lu Yun stepped forward promptly, smiling at Suke as he spoke. A little, but not much. Oh? Then share your thoughts. Hearing Suke's inquiry, Lu Yun promptly poured out everything he knew, like beans spilling from a bamboo tube. We didn't arrive much earlier than your team, Su. We intended to go down and investigate, but the terrain of this fissure is too complex to find a safe path. Plus, we faintly sensed the presence of several high-tier beasts lurking within the chasm. It felt a bit too risky. As Lu Yun spoke, Suke stepped forward to the cliff's edge, leaning over to peer into the vast chasm below, his mind racing with analysis. This rift stretches for thousands of kilometers, spans 100 or 2 in width, and varies wildly in depth reaching 1 or 2,000 meters. The terrain is extremely complex. The presence of numerous second-tier ferocious beasts down below matches Lu Yun's assessment. Second-tier beasts? Hearing the term slip out in Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan instinctively swallowed hard. I want to eat. Earlier, when Suke retrieved the corpse of that second-tier wolf king, Lu Chenhuan had already found herself salivating. But Suke hadn't had time to show it off to her, so he'd simply stored it in his storage ring for safekeeping. Now, hearing that second-tier beasts were nearby, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but feel the urge. Suke, however, remained remarkably composed as he addressed the group. Everyone, stay calm. This kind of Fissure Valley terrain won't remain this steep forever. Those beasts must need a way out to hunt. If we search the surrounding area, we'll definitely find a path down. Spread out and quickly locate the entrance down below. Under Suke's command, the entire camp swiftly mobilized, dispersing to search for the entrance. Meanwhile, members of the other nearby camps also recognized the situation and began searching for their own descent routes, mimicking Suke's group. Suke, meanwhile, narrowed his eyes and surveyed the students from the various camps. Perhaps due to their slower arrival, or perhaps because some students were still preoccupied with the hunting competition tasks, the total number of students from all camps combined was now less than half of the usual count. From his own camp, Bifan, Shenzhen, Wenfei, and many teammates had yet to arrive. Even many camp captains were still absent. Just then, the piercing neigh of a celestial steed echoed through the air. Instantly, An Ning and Zhao Fei materialized beside the fissure. Gazing up at the pillar of light piercing the sky, both were filled with unmistakable excitement. This phenomenon must mean a rare treasure has emerged.
Watching Suke still directing everyone to search for the mountain exit, a cold smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of An Ning's mouth.
Suke, you're still wasting time searching for an exit?
With a treasure like this emerging, every moment we get ahead gives us an extra chance.
We're heading down first.
As the words fell, An Ning instantly shifted into her beast form, grabbing Zhao Fei and leaping toward the cliff's edge. Zhao Fei, clearly caught off guard, felt the ground vanish beneath his feet. Instantly losing his balance, he let out a piercing scream and frantically clutched Ning Ning's hoof.
Ning, I'm not a beast girl. We'll fall to our deaths like this.
No! Their figures plunged into the forest below the cliff, vanishing from sight. Witnessing this scene, Suke couldn't help but press his hand to his forehead. A fool who cares nothing for his companion's safety. Before unlocking the ability to hover mid-air, such reckless stunts could easily lead to unforeseen dangers. Yet in a way, such reckless daring could also unlock greater opportunities. An Ning had acted so recklessly and aggressively because she refused to lose to Suke from the bottom of her heart. Suke, however, was not only considering the bigger picture but also harboring a vague sense that this anomaly felt somewhat abnormal. To prevent any mishaps, it was best to proceed cautiously. Meanwhile, Shin Song-yoon of the 3rd Battalion and members of other battalions followed Suke's lead. Before long, a delighted shout came from a member of the 6th Battalion in the distance.
Found it! There's a path down here.
Hearing this, all the major camp members rushed toward the path.
Sure enough, upon approaching, they could see the terrain gradually leveling off.
A crooked little path wound its way along the cliff edge, twisting down into the forest below. Seeing this, many beast masters and beast maidens couldn't help but hurry down the path, fearing they'd miss out on whatever opportunity lay ahead if they fell behind. Seeing this, Suke wasted no time, leading his entire squad down the path. Before long, a dense, sprawling forest came into view before the group.
Chapter 58, The Terror of Death. Why hasn't the light trail above the rift vanished yet? These students just entered the area covered by that light trail and immediately lost contact?
Gazing at the surveillance array where over half the screen was obscured by a hazy glow, Li Xiangdong felt a sense of foreboding.
Something's off. This light seems to block detection. Hearing Li Xiangdong's concern, Lang Qianqiu beside him couldn't help but burst into laughter.
If some extraordinary treasure truly emerged, it wouldn't be impossible for it to block external detection.
Don't worry so much, old Li. But that's not what I'm worried about.
I fear this light trail might be something akin to a barrier, one that not only blocks detection but also prevents spatial teleportation. As Li Xiangdong finished speaking, Lang Qianqiu's words trailed off abruptly. Everyone nearby couldn't help but show slight changes in their expressions.
That seems unlikely, right?
If spatial teleportation were blocked, the students who entered the Fengming Grand Canyon would be in grave danger. The Fengming Grand Canyon was already a territory frequently haunted by high-tier ferocious beasts, brimming with danger. If teleportation were restricted at this moment, it would unleash unprecedented chaos. Especially if prodigies like Suke and Ning or Zhao Fei were to meet with misfortune, even Li Xiangdong wouldn't be able to shoulder the weight of such responsibility. For a moment, everyone felt cold sweat trickling down their backs, a sense of unease settling over them.
It shouldn't happen.
It's impossible for such a coincidence to occur. Lang Qianqiu and Zhao Guang, whose daughter and son were within Fengming Valley, felt their hearts tighten.
Whether it's coincidence or not, we'll find out soon enough.
Li Xiangdong narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze fixed intently on the scenes bathed in the halo of light.
The Fengming Grand Canyon is fraught with danger, teeming with second-tier and higher-tier beasts.
Based on past experience, someone will be eliminated and teleported out within 10 minutes. Even if we extend the time limit slightly, if no one appears within 15 minutes, it signifies danger. Emergency measures must be taken. As he spoke, all eyes returned to the monitoring array's display. Yet unlike before, their moods were no longer lighthearted. These trees are so tall and massive. Within the Rift Valley, many gazed at the towering trees reaching into the clouds, unable to suppress their admiration. These ancient trees were so tall and vast that their dense foliage nearly obscured the valley, blocking out even the sunlight and leaving the area dimly lit.
The company captains, already in position, couldn't help but issue a warning. The Fengming Rift is no place like the outside world.
Word has it that many high-tier beasts lurk within.
Everyone, be extremely cautious.
Heeding their captain's warnings, the group perked up, carefully scanning their surroundings as they advanced cautiously.
Suke and Lu Chenhuan also led their battalion forward, ever vigilant for danger.
Yet after 4 or 5 minutes of walking, they encountered no beasts, causing everyone's guard to drop.
We've been here quite a while now and haven't seen any beasts. Could the rumors from outside be wrong?
Exactly. High-tier beasts are highly alert.
It's impossible we've been in here this long without spotting any. Some even began to appreciate the surrounding scenery. Look, as we go deeper, these ancient trees seem different.
They appear to be entwined by another kind of plant.
I know. It's the slant leaf fig mentioned in the books, a type of strangler vine. It parasitizes these giant trees, slowly draining their nutrients until it completely replaces them.
Some curious beast masters and beast maidens even reached out, their hands drawn toward the strangler vines. But at that moment, Suke's pupils involuntarily contracted. For on the Strangler Vines, he unexpectedly saw an information panel.
Ferocious Beast, Strangler Vine. Tier 1.
Innate skills, growth, extension, strangulation.
Weaknesses, excessively bulky, unable to leave soil beneath roots, fear of fire. Watch out.
The moment the warning appeared in his information panel, Suke immediately shouted to the Beastmasters and Beastgirls. But the others didn't react at all, instead looking at Suke with curious expressions. What should we be careful of?
Yeah, why is someone from the 1st Battalion giving orders to the 7th Battalion? What's so scary about touching a tree? Hey, I'm not listening, I'm touching it. But just then, the seemingly harmless Strangler Vines suddenly extended their branches as the group approached. They rapidly descended from above, striking toward the unsuspecting backs of the unsuspecting group. Watch out.
This time, it wasn't just Suke who shouted. The squad leaders from all the surrounding squads couldn't help but cry out in warning. The group instantly sensed something was wrong and spun around. But it was already too late. Long branches pierced through their backs like blades, skewering them clean through. They didn't even have time to activate their teleportation talismans. Fire! They fear fire! Suke shouted urgently. Several fire attribute Beastgirls and Beastmasters immediately unleashed their skills. The searing flames ignited the strangling vines the moment they touched, causing countless branches to flail wildly like human limbs, emitting agonized sizzling sounds.
Within moments, the nearby strangling vines were utterly annihilated.
But the 6 dead Beastmasters and Beastgirls could never be saved. Seeing the gaping, blood-soaked holes in the chests of those 6 Beastmasters and Beastgirls, the surrounding crowd showed signs of retreat for the first time. This marked the first fatalities among Beastmasters and Beastmaidens. Those who had entered earlier had largely treated this competition as a trial. No one had imagined dying here. Yet the deaths of these 6 Beastmasters and Beastmaidens laid bare this brutal truth. The Rift Valley held countless dangers below. The slightest misstep could truly mean life or death.
Many now hesitated about continuing forward.
Seeing his 3rd Battalion comrades hesitate, Shin Song-yun couldn't help but bark out a stern command. This was merely a minor setback.
What's the matter? Are you all already cowed by a mere 1st-tier ferocious beast? Our only loss this time was due to insufficient vigilance.
Moving forward, as long as we stay vigilant, keep our heads down, and stick together, we can definitely prevent something like this from happening again.
Hearing Shin Song-yun's words, many found them reasonable.
Thinking of the tempting opportunity ahead, they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Thus, after about 5 minutes, the group entered the deeper reaches of the dense forest. Now deep within the forest, the surrounding light grew increasingly dim. The eerie silence only deepened the fear in everyone's hearts.
Why haven't we encountered any high-tier beasts since that ambush? This doesn't make sense.
Just then, heavy footsteps echoed from the surrounding area.
Chapter 59, The Eerie Human Corpse. Where are those footsteps coming from? They're so heavy they don't sound human.
Within the valley, members of the various camps instinctively huddled together, cautiously scanning their surroundings. Fear had made them jump at every sound, especially after witnessing the death of a Beastmaster, heightening their wariness and dread. Suke, however, remained as calm as ever. With his insight divine eyes, he could probe enemy information at any moment, so he had no worries about being ambushed.
Huan, Ruashua, stay close to me.
And everyone in the 1st Battalion stay put.
Follow my orders.
The members of the 1st Battalion already respected Suke as their captain, and after witnessing the recent events, their trust in him deepened.
They nodded eagerly. We're all with you, Captain Su.
Members from other battalions glanced at Suke with a hint of wavering loyalty. But the captains of the other battalions saw their teammates' loyalties wavering, especially Shin Song-yun, captain of the 3rd Battalion. His face darkened as he spoke.
Why are you staring at Suke? Is he your squad leader? Do you really think if something happens, the 1st Battalion will care about the 3rd Battalion's survival?
In dangerous situations, they might even use us people they barely know as cannon fodder.
Follow my lead. Obey my every command. I will lead our 3rd Battalion to create a miracle.
As Shin Song-yun's words fell, captains from other surrounding battalions issued similar warnings, each guarding their own units while keeping a wary eye on one another.
Suke witnessed this scene and couldn't be bothered to engage with them. He wasn't some meddling do-gooder.
If they trusted him and he had the spare capacity, he wouldn't mind lending a hand.
But as for those suspicious outsiders watching his every move, Suke couldn't care less about their fate. Just then, the footsteps around them quickened once more.
The rustling footsteps sent everyone's hearts racing.
The students from the 1st camp instinctively huddled closer to Suke and his group.
I heard nearly all the beasts in Fengming Grand Canyon are 2nd tier.
Judging by the numbers, if there really are that many 2nd tier beasts, we're screwed today. But just then, a flock of birds flew overhead, soaring out of the forest. To everyone's astonishment, the footsteps seemed to be coming from the birds' beaks. It seemed to be a species of bird capable of mimicking human footsteps. Their clattering calls echoed like heavy footsteps pounding on the heart. False alarm. Seeing this, everyone's hearts, which had been hanging in suspense, instantly relaxed. I told you so. It's rare to hear of large groups of high-tier beasts dwelling in the Fengming Grand Canyon. We really scared ourselves for nothing. Unlike the others' relief, Sukei's gaze fixed on the birds grew increasingly grave. Beast, Windbird. Tier 1. Innate abilities, noise, pounce, swarm call. Weakness, though agile, their bodies are extremely fragile. Getting close enough allows for easy defeat. Something doesn't feel right. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, seemed to sense Sukei's unease and asked him with a puzzled look. What's wrong, Brother Su? Sukei nodded toward the Windbringer birds now streaking toward the forest's edge. Those birds are first-tier ferocious beasts, Windbringer birds. Hearing this, lying Ruashua beside him couldn't help but widen her eyes. Brother Su means these seemingly ordinary birds are also first-tier ferocious beasts? Yes. Sukei nodded lightly. Beasts should naturally harbor hostility toward humans. But judging by their state, they seem completely unconcerned with us below, focused only on flying out of the forest. And their formation is disorganized. Judging by this state, it seems more like fleeing. Listening to Sukei's analysis, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him both couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. What could possibly make these birds, who hold air superiority, flee so desperately? Could there be something terrifying lurking at the heart of this rift? Sukei nodded slightly. It must be. And along our entire journey, aside from those immobile plant-type ferocious beasts, the strangling vines, we haven't encountered any other ferocious beasts. As for so-called high-tier ferocious beasts, we haven't seen a single one. This doesn't match Pang Mang's earlier description of the Fengming Grand Rift Valley. Just then, Lang Ruashua blinked her beautiful sapphire eyes and spoke up. Could it be that those beasts were also drawn away by the strange phenomenon we just witnessed? After all, certain rare treasures hold immense appeal for beasts too. That's possible. Sukei nodded lightly. But there's another possibility. That the strange phenomenon wasn't caused by any heavenly treasures, but rather a sign of great calamity. Something within it must have terrified those windbird creatures, driving them to flee without regard for their lives. And the disappearance of those high-tier beasts is connected to this. Listening to Sukei's analysis, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, standing nearby, fell into a rare silence. If Sukei's words proved true, the young prodigies who entered the valley today likely faced grave danger. Yet they knew well that mere unfounded speculation wouldn't sway the collective desire to seek treasure. In any case, you must stay close to me and proceed with utmost caution. With that, the group cautiously pressed on toward the direction of the light pillars shining from the center of the fissure. Yet after walking for about 2 or 3 minutes, their footsteps halted once more. For from the forest ahead wafted an intensely pungent, blood-soaked stench. Human corpses lay scattered haphazardly among the surrounding bushes, at least 20 or 30 of them. At this sight, everyone's expressions changed slightly. These are the bodies of our fellow humans? Yet these human corpses had been savagely devoured, flesh torn from bone, their garments shredded beyond recognition. Judging by the uniform color of the clothing fragments, they did not appear to be students from the Green Training Camp, but rather members of some other organization. At this sight, the expressions on everyone's faces darkened. Why are there other human corpses here? They remembered clearly that only Zhao Fei and An Ning, driven by their greed for treasure, had descended into this fissure valley earlier. No one else had come down. Sukei crouched down and examined the wounds beneath the corpses with his fingers. Judging by the decay of the wounds, these bodies haven't been dead long. What's bizarre is that they all show varying degrees of desiccation, as if drained of blood and devoured. More importantly, Sukei sensed the lingering spiritual energy fluctuations still present on the corpses. Among them, half are second-tier beast masters and beast maidens. Hearing Sukei's words, everyone's expressions changed involuntarily. Chapter 60, The Failed Teleportation Talisman. Half of these 20 or 30 corpses are second-tier? After hearing Sukei's analysis, the expressions of everyone present instantly darkened. Even in our entire training camp, we only have 5 or 6 second-tier beast masters and beast maidens, right? And half of these were second-tier? And all of them are dead? The group now felt that this expedition to the Rift Valley no longer brimmed with hope as before, but instead hung heavy with dark clouds. After a long moment of contemplation, someone spoke up. I'm withdrawing from this Rift expedition. From the moment we entered the Rift until now, everything we've encountered has been utterly unnatural. Now we've discovered the corpses of second-tier beast masters and beast maidens here. I've decided to withdraw. With the first person's proposal, a second and third quickly followed suit. Exactly. We're out too. We came to Fengming Valley for the hunting points, but this Rift Valley expedition has completely soured the whole trip. My life comes first. I'm out too. With the first voices raised, nearly half the group began to consider retreat. Sukei was unsurprised by this outcome and respected the decision of those in his camp who wished to withdraw. All right. Since you wish to leave, I won't force anyone. Who else wishes to leave? You may depart now. Shin Song-yoon of the 3rd Battalion, however, clearly looked displeased as his team members prepared to leave. We're almost at the finish line, why would you want to quit now? Aren't you curious what kind of strange phenomenon has emerged? Put another way, even if no rare treasure or opportunity has appeared, if some high-tier ferocious beast shows up, with all of us here each with a skill we could beat it to death. Killing a high-tier beast nets 5,000 points, aren't you tempted? Shin Songyun's words caused some to waver, but many remained firm in their decision to leave. Compared to the dangers up here, we'd rather head out. Exactly. Rather than living in constant fear up here, we'd be better off returning to hunt those low-tier beasts below. It might be slower, but it's safer. Seeing so many stubbornly clinging to their stance, Shin Songyun and several other squad leaders from different camps couldn't help but speak up with some irritation. Cowards! Get out of here! In an instant, the green training squad split into two factions, one determined to press onward, seeking fortune in peril, while the other chose to cut their losses and leave. But just as they were about to part ways, a piercing hee-haw echoed from the distance. Then, at the edge of the distant woods, a figure galloped toward them atop a fiery red steed, its hooves blazing. It was none other than Zhao Fei and An Ning, now in their beast forms. Both An Ning and Zhao Fei were covered in blood, their eyes filled with terror. They watched the large group approaching, their eyes filled with terror. Run! Run! Seeing this scene, everyone froze in shock. Especially the members of the 2nd Battalion. Isn't that squad leader Zhao and squad leader An? How did they get so badly injured? And they're telling us to run? Only Su Ke reacted instantly. Everyone, prepare for combat. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him, along with all members of the 1st Battalion, instantly entered combat readiness, their spiritual energy surging outward. Several other battalions nearby, having also reacted, hurriedly entered combat readiness. Whatever had left 2nd tier, S-rank An Ning and Zhao Fei in such a sorry state couldn't be weak. Whoosh! An Ning, carrying Zhao Fei, now streaked toward the crowd at breakneck speed, crashing directly into the throng and nearly toppling over. Run! Both seemed to have exhausted every ounce of strength, their consciousness growing hazy as they struggled to shout the warning to the others. Fortunately, members of their 2nd Battalion quickly caught them, preventing their fall. Seeing this, the students who had already been thinking of leaving felt an even stronger urge to flee and turned to go. But just then, the familiar sound of footsteps echoed once more in everyone's minds. Those blasted windbirds again? Ignore them. Just as the group prepared to continue their retreat, a series of figures emerged from the surrounding woods. These creatures bore the fierce, hound-like features of hunting dogs, their bodies covered in mottled spots. They swiftly encircled the group, trapping them in the center. Hyenas? Seeing this, the expressions of the group shifted slightly. By now, over 1,000 hyenas had gathered around them, blanketing the entire forest with a dense sea of spots. Each exuded the aura of a first-tier ferocious beast. Of course, with over 140 beast masters and beast maidens present, mere first-tier beasts like hyenas wouldn't have been cause for alarm. What truly terrified them was the presence of numerous second-tier auras among the pack. Even more terrifying was the fact that beyond the dense pack of hyenas, there were 2 or 3 dozen second-tier ferocious beasts whose forms were indistinct, yet whose auras were immense. When did they surround us? Witnessing this scene, everyone felt cold sweat soak through their clothes. Why didn't we notice them earlier? An even bolder thought began to take root in their minds. Could those windbirds that appeared earlier have been covering for the hyenas' movements? Sure enough, as the group looked up, the windbirds that had left the forest had somehow returned, circling high above their heads. At this sight, every heart sank instantly. How could these beasts be so cunning? This feels like an operation specifically targeting our youth training program. Was that so-called supernatural phenomenon deliberately meant to lure us here? Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from the surrounding woods, many instinctively took a step back. What kind of hellhole is this Fengming Rift Valley? We're done for. There's no turning back now. We'll just have to teleport out with tears in our eyes. Sigh, if only I'd known. Coming down here wasted precious time we could have spent hunting beasts for points. We didn't get a single feather, and now we're forced to teleport out. Even now, the group's minds were still fixated on the rankings of the hunting points competition. The thought of being teleported out early and eliminated filled them with a deep sense of despair. Leaving early might mean elimination, but it's better than staying in this hellhole with no idea if we'll live or die. Let's go! One by one, the students fished out teleportation talismans from their robes, ready to shatter them and depart. Watching this scene unfold, Su Ke's eyes narrowed slightly. Looks like you won't be leaving anytime soon. Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, startled at his words and immediately turned to look at Su Ke. Brother Su, how did you come to that conclusion? Su Ke narrowed his eyes as he stared at the battered Zhao Fei and An Ning. If they could have easily left using a teleportation talisman, why would Zhao Fei and An Ning have gotten themselves into such a mess? Sure enough, the next moment, many eyes widened instantly, terror flashing in their gazes as they let out shrieks. How could this be? The teleportation talisman failed? Chapter 61, Despair in the Midst of Chaos. It's over. How could the teleportation talisman fail? Deep within the ravine forests, some stared at the shards of their teleportation talismans clearly shattered yet emitting not a trace of teleportation energy, their minds shattering under the blow. I crushed it completely, why isn't it activating? Could it be that the instructor gave me a fake?
Others nearby, refusing to believe their misfortune, crushed their own teleportation talismans. When they too found them ineffective, it felt like the sky had fallen.
Why isn't mine working either? Could this entire batch be defective? Where did the training camp find such a shady manufacturer?
After discovering the talismans were useless, panic spread like wildfire as they gazed upon the dense swarm of hyena beasts closing in and the second-tier beasts lurking menacingly in the distance. The teleportation symbols failed.
Doesn't that mean we're toast? Exactly.
Thousands of first-tier beasts hunting us down, with 20 or 30 second-tier beasts lurking in the shadows.
What do we stand a chance against?
Only now did everyone grasp why Zhao Fei and An Ning had immediately ordered them to flee upon seeing the group.
Because there was no chance to teleport.
Zhao Fei and An Ning, supported by the others, had regained some strength.
Yet, gazing at the dense swarm of beasts surrounding them, they could only offer a bitter smile.
Never imagined we'd fall in such a minor training exercise. An Ning, in particular, shot a look of bitter resentment toward Suke and Lu Chenhuan's direction.
Damn it! We didn't even get to prove our strength to them. We didn't get to show that bastard Suke was wrong about his choice back then.
Only Suke remained focused, his insightful divine eyes darting rapidly across the surrounding hyenas.
Ferocious beast, hyena. Tier 1. Innate skills, roar, pounce, pack summon.
Weaknesses, excessive strength concentrated in limbs, favoring offense over defense, vulnerable to injuries in waist and head regions, with nose being particularly fragile. Suke swiftly analyzed the information before him.
These hyenas aren't much different from gray wolves, their weaknesses are strikingly similar. Dealing with them shouldn't be too difficult. The real challenge lies in those second-tier beasts lurking in the shadows at a distance. Since those beasts hadn't revealed themselves yet, Suke could only sense their presence at this moment, but hadn't detected their specific information. If they're only beasts at the gray wolf level, I wouldn't even need to use Tyrant to suppress them. Huan and Ruashua could handle them both. But Ruashua's skill has limited range and can't protect too many people at once.
She can only focus on those who are worth saving. From the very beginning, Suke's thoughts had been focused on the entire human race, how he could confront the demon beast hordes beyond the demon suppression pass in the future. If he could preserve more sparks of humanity within his capabilities, that too was possible. As each person harbored their own thoughts, a roar erupted from the distant beast herd. The surrounding hyenas suddenly surged with energy, charging toward the group.
Engage!
Witnessing this, everyone instantly shifted into combat mode. Spiritual energy erupted violently as they clashed with the ferocious beasts. Zhao Fei and An Ning, who had barely regained their composure, summoned their spiritual energy once more and plunged back into the fray.
Even Lu Yun and Wu Shuang couldn't help but roar.
Wu Shuang activated her Howling Moon Celestial Wolf state, while Lu Yun seized the moment to draw his divine bout of full tension, gathering power for a shot. Fortunately, the large number of beast masters and beast maidens who had descended into the rift allowed for mutual support, making it difficult for the hyenas to scatter them and disrupt their formation. Many ranged beast masters and beast maidens, protected by their melee allies, saw their safety significantly increased. In the blink of an eye, over 100 hyenas were slain. However, compared to the others' achievements, what truly stunned the group at that moment was something else entirely. That was the trio of Suke. The instant they engaged the hyenas, lying Ruashua unleashed her ice crystal storm. In a flash, she turned the 100 or so hyenas closing in on them into a sieve. Before their comrades in the surrounding camp could even utter a sound, the hyenas lay sprawled in pools of blood. What kind of terrifying combat power is this? Witnessing this scene, everyone's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite their coordinated efforts, the combined force of over 100 people was barely on par with the three-man team of Suke and his companions. Even Zhao Fei and An Ning, both covered in wounds at that moment, couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Wait, how can that weakling beside Suke be this strong? Such wide-ranging destructive power? This is F rank? If we'd had this kind of firepower earlier, we wouldn't be in this mess. Especially An Ning, the sense of disillusionment welling up inside her was utterly indescribable. Why does this F rank Lang Ruashua feel more formidable than me and S rank? And not just by a single tier. But An Ning quickly found an excuse for herself. This kind of destructive power must be because that bastard Suke used some underhanded method to boost her. But F rank has too many inherent limitations, her spiritual power can't possibly be as abundant as mine. This attack is definitely a flash in the pan, she won't be able to sustain it for long. Unlike An Ning and Zhao Fei, the rest of the group watched Suke's overwhelming combat prowess and their own well-coordinated teamwork, their spirits soaring. Perhaps, we really do have a chance to break through. But before anyone could relax, several second-tier hyenas hidden within the pack suddenly surged with spiritual energy. Ignoring the barrage of attacks, they charged straight into the ranks of those caught off guard. The Beastmasters and Beastgirls from the 4th, 6th, and 9th camps were caught off guard, their formations instantly shattered as the second-tier hyenas tore through their ranks. The arrival of the second-tier hyenas signaled an utterly overwhelming slaughter. Nearly 20 Beastmasters and Beast Maidens from the 3 camps were instantly ripped open across the chest before they could react. Several beast maidens had their intestines torn out from behind, letting out piercing screams. In an instant, the surrounding area was awash in intestines and blood. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding beast masters felt a chill pierce their very souls. Several beast masters and beast maidens were so terrified they wet themselves on the spot. The sheer terror of staring death in the face consumed every soul present. It wasn't just these three camps. Some second-tier hyenas lurking in the shadows had also targeted other camps, blending into the dog packs to charge in. Among them were the second and first camps. The moment the second-tier hyena from Camp 2 revealed its presence, it lunged directly at the already battered An Ning and Zhao Fei. Meanwhile, the second-tier hyena targeting the first camp hadn't even revealed its presence yet. It planned to hide within the pack and wait for an opportunity to approach Lang Ruashua, but Sukei's insightful divine eyes detected it early. Huanuan, the third dumb dog on the left front, take it out. Chapter 62, Truly My Woman, Sukei. You dumb dog, trying to ambush someone? Upon hearing Sukei's command, Lu Chenhuan immediately launched herself forward. Her full second-tier cultivation erupted as she charged toward the concealed second-tier hyena. The second-tier hyena, sensing Lu Chenhuan's offensive aura, instantly realized its concealment was futile. It unleashed its power, no longer hiding its cultivation level. With spiritual energy surging around it, it charged directly at Lu Chenhuan. Witnessing this, the surrounding beast tamers couldn't help but gasp in shock. After all, the scene of second-tier beasts slaughtering other camps was still fresh in their minds. The hyena's brutality had been witnessed by all, and many couldn't help but close their eyes. Even Lu Chenhuan's own teammates from Camp 1, fully aware of his formidable strength, couldn't help but feel a twinge of worry. For the savagery of beasts was beyond ordinary comprehension. Their innate ferocity was the kind that made one's scalp crawl at a single glance. But in the very next second, something astonishing happened. The moment the hyena's attack struck Lu Chenhuan, a golden light flared. His skin instantly hardened like metal. The hyena's sharp claws collided with it, only managing to spark a shower of sparks. Then, before the second-tier hyena could register shock, the gold devouring claw slammed into its throat. One fierce grab seized its windpipe, yanking it out with brutal force. Instant death. Witnessing this scene, everyone nearby stared wide-eyed. A second-tier ferocious beast, killed with a single strike? Is Lu Chenhuan this formidable? Even Shin Song-yun and the others from the 3rd Battalion, watching Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan beside Sukei from afar, couldn't help but wear complex expressions. But just then, another wave of gasps erupted from the nearby 2nd Battalion. Everyone immediately turned to look. Within their field of vision, another second-tier hyena had closed in on An Ning and Zhao Fei, engaging them in a frenzied battle. Already battered and bruised, An Ning and Zhao Fei struggled to keep up against the second-tier hyena's relentless assault. Wounds began to appear all over their bodies. Caught off guard, Zhao Fei even suffered a gruesome gash on his calf, blood gushing uncontrollably. Beside them, An Ning's beast form body was also torn open by several bloody gashes. She kept retreating, clearly on the verge of collapse. Thud. Finally, An Ning, her strength nearly spent, stumbled and fell heavily to the ground. The hyena, of course, wouldn't let this chance slip. Its eyes flashed with a savage red light as it snarled and lunged at the fallen An Ning, clawing viciously at her lower body. Her teammates from the 2nd Battalion, witnessing this helplessly, were each entangled by the overwhelming pack of hyenas and utterly unable to come to her rescue. Witnessing this, An Ning closed her eyes in despair. Is this where I end up? How pitiful a proud S-rank like me, unable to even escape the rookie training camp, doomed to perish here. As death loomed, memories of her time with Sukei flooded her mind, the moments they shared, and the overwhelming power of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, whom Sukei had helped cultivate. A pang of regret washed over her. If only I'd waited a little longer during my awakening. If I hadn't parted ways with Sukei, would things be different now? I wouldn't have risked everything to prove myself, and I could have grown even stronger with his help. But alas, time cannot be rewound. There are no ifs. Yet just as An Ning prepared to close her eyes and embrace death, a golden light suddenly streaked across the sky, descending before her. A claw shot out, piercing the throat of the second-tier hyena standing before Lu Chenhuan. Amidst the spattering blood, Lu Chenhuan's cold voice rang out from the side. An Ning, though I despise you, you're still an S-rank. How can you be so spineless? If it were me, I'd drag this vicious dog to hell even if it cost me my life. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's voice, An Ning finally opened her eyes. Staring at the second-tier hyena collapsing lifelessly before her, her pupils dilated. She turned to Lu Chenhuan with a complex expression. Lu Chenhuan? You saved me? Even now, An Ning couldn't believe she'd been saved by Lu Chenhuan, someone she'd always looked down on. Why? An Ning's eyes were filled with utter bewilderment. Lu Chenhuan, however, wore an expression of utter indifference. I chose to save you not because you are An Ning. It's because you are a rare S-class genius among the human race. Though you still fall short compared to Su Dage or a peerless genius like me, you are nonetheless a talent not easily found. I didn't save you, I saved an extra sliver of hope for the future victory of the human race, and a sliver more chance for the warriors defending our territory to survive.
Hearing Lu Chenhuan's grand and heroic words, An Ning couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Is that really why you saved me?
Seeing An Ning's dazed expression, Lu Chenhuan frowned slightly before pulling several first-tier beast cores from his pocket and tossing them before him.
Stop babbling. Get yourself back in shape. Leading everyone to break out is the right thing to do. I don't have the time to keep dealing with you. With that, Lu Chenhuan leapt back into action, returning to Sukei's side. The once bold Lu Chenhuan now hung his head in guilt upon returning to Sukei's side. Brother Su, I acted on my own and saved An Ning and the others out of a saintly heart. Will you blame me? Sukei looked at Lu Chenhuan's guilty expression, his face breaking into a smile as he gently ruffled her hair. Silly girl, your heart is with the entire human race. How could I possibly blame you? From start to finish, I never once considered An Ning my rival. Whether she lives or dies makes little difference to me. On the contrary, the vision you demonstrated today brings me some comfort. In a sense, Sukei and Lu Chenhuan were alike. Their focus had never been on the petty struggles for fame and gain before them, but rather on how to grow and progress in the future to lead the entire human race in a counterattack against the demonic tribes and achieve a truly magnificent feat. After all, Sukei had lived 2 lifetimes. Having experienced life and death, he naturally refused to settle for mediocrity in his second life. Having come to this world with such difficulty, wouldn't it be a waste to live this lifetime without achieving something great? Even lying Ruashua nodded in agreement beside him. Don't worry, Sister Huan. Both Brother Su and I support your decision. Brother Su has always been extraordinary. Why would he worry about such a minor threat? In comparison, if saving her today means fewer human lives lost in the future, it would be worth it. Hearing their words, Sukei's eyes brimmed with satisfaction. You two truly are my women. Your perspective is far beyond what ordinary people possess. But there's one thing, An Ning's temperament is unpredictable. Saving her today might not necessarily be a good thing for our human race in the future. Before Sukei could finish, Lu Chenhuan interjected, her voice tight with resolve. Brother Su, there's no need to worry about that. If An Ning ever dares to harm the human race in the future, I, Lu Chenhuan, will personally take her head and bear the blame. Chapter 63, The Oppressive Presence of the Third-Tier Hyena King. Something's off. Sukei and many others who entered Fengming Rift Valley still haven't made a sound. The valley remains shrouded in light traces, making it impossible to discern what's happening inside. Outside Fengming Valley, Li Xiangdong and his group stared at the surveillance feed obscured by light trails, their hearts filled with ominous foreboding. Logically, with so many people entering the Fengming Rift Valley, it should have drawn the attention of those high-tier ferocious beasts and triggered an attack. Many trainees in the camp are still at the first tier. It's impossible for none of them to have encountered insurmountable dangers. Yet not a single person has teleported back from the rift so far. This is highly unusual. Although some had just teleported back using scrolls, after questioning by instructors from various camps, none were students who had entered the canyon. Most were those hunting beasts outside who had encountered insurmountable dangers and were forced to teleport back. Logically, the dangers within the rift should be far greater than outside. It's impossible that not a single accident has occurred by now. The only plausible explanation is that this light trail is suspicious, possessing the ability to block spatial teleportation. As Li Xiangdong's analysis unfolded, every face in the room paled instantly. Among those who entered the rift were elite forces from numerous camps who wouldn't be alarmed. Zhao Guan and Lang Qianxiu, in particular, instantly became a bundle of nerves, pacing back and forth. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Yet deep down, they knew that based on the current situation, Li Xiangdong's explanation was most likely the truth. If that's truly the case, we must activate emergency measures, forcefully dismantle the restrictive magic array left by our human ancestors, and enter the valley to rescue them. Removing the ancient human array was no trivial matter. If malicious forces exploited the breach, it would spell disaster. But Li Xiangdong couldn't afford to think about that now. 1 SSS tier threat and 2 S tier threats? I can't afford to gamble with my life. Everyone, follow me to remove this restriction formation and enter the mountains to rescue them. When the human ancestors first established this formation, they had anticipated unforeseen circumstances. Consequently, they left behind a method to release the restrictions and knowledge possessed by every successive head of the youth training camp. With no time to consider the consequences, Li Xiangdong promptly bit his fingertip, stepped forward, and pressed his blood-soaked finger onto the teleportation array before him. He swiftly inscribed the barrier. The others nearby also rallied their spirits, ready to enter the mountains and rescue the trapped individuals the moment Li Xiangdong lifted the array's restrictions. Deep within the gloomy forest, the brutal battle raged on. The corpses of fallen hyenas piled nearly as high as mountains. A pungent, blood-soaked stench permeated the forest, while rivers of blood spread beneath their feet, staining everyone's trouser legs crimson. Compared to the mountain of hyena corpses, the number of fallen classmates was relatively small, yet still around 40 or 50, representing nearly a third of their group. Fortunately, after Lang Ruashua's indiscriminate ice crystal storm attack, the hyenas were nearly wiped out. Only the weak and infirm remained, still scrambling about. Lu Chenhuan even had the presence of mind to gather the corpses of those second-tier beasts, extracting their beast cores and arranging them beneath him.
Yet the group's mood remained tense.
For behind these hyenas lurked other second-tier beasts, their terrifying auras looming menacingly. These beasts possess nascent sentience and some intelligence.
Sending these hyenas to surround us earlier wasn't just to test our strength, it was primarily to wear us down. Now that the hyenas are nearly wiped out, it's time for them to strike. As Suke analyzed the situation, 2 to 3 dozen second-tier beasts slowly emerged from the shadowy woods, their eyes fixed menacingly on the group. Witnessing this scene, the remaining students, fewer than 100, felt their hopes of survival instantly crushed.
2 or 30 second-tier beasts? How can we possibly survive?
Earlier, just 5 or 6 second-tier hyenas had wiped out a third of the training camp's fresh recruits.
Now, with 20 or 30 second-tier beasts joining forces, survival seemed utterly hopeless.
But just then, Suke's calm voice poured another bucket of cold water on the already dire situation.
That's not all.
As he spoke, a colossal hyena over 4 meters tall, its eyes glowing crimson, materialized before their eyes.
An information panel simultaneously appeared before Suke's eyes. Beast, King of Hyenas. Tier 3. Innate skills, roar, pounce, pack call, rage, tear.
Weaknesses, excessive strength concentrated in limbs, favoring offense over defense, vulnerable to injuries in waist and head regions, with nose being particularly fragile, loses rationality during berserk state, making it easier to defeat with proper control. As the Hyena King appeared, everyone's hearts sank instantly upon sensing its aura far surpassing any other Tier 2 ferocious beast.
What the hell is this? A third-tier beast? Aren't only third-tier or higher beings allowed in Fengming Valley? This is blatant cheating. They said no entry, but never said beasts couldn't evolve within the valley.
Gazing at the third-tier Hyena King with its bloodshot eyes, the group completely lost their will to fight. Zhao Fei and An Ning, who had barely regained some stamina by absorbing beast core energy, saw this scene and despair flashed in their eyes.
Damn it, that thing caught up to us.
After recklessly leaping into the Fengming Grand Canyon and barely defeating a second-tier ferocious beast together, the pair had unfortunately encountered the Hyena King's pack. It was then they discovered with horror that their teleportation talismans were restricted, preventing their return to the outside world. Wounded, they fought their way out, desperately trying to escape the Fengming Grand Rift Valley.
Yet, they never imagined they would ultimately be cornered by the Hyena King.
We're screwed.
Everything's screwed.
Zhao Fei's eyes were filled with utter despair. With 20 or 30 second-tier beasts working together, plus a third-tier beast holding the fort, I see no way we can survive. It wasn't just Zhao Fei and An Ning, every other student from the main camp felt utter despair in that moment. Only the members of the 1st Battalion, gathered around Suke and Lu Chenhuan, felt a profound sense of security. Team Leader Su and Team Leader Lu always managed to pull off miracles.
They'll do it again this time.
Though deep down, they didn't truly believe Suke and the others could defeat this third-tier ferocious beast, believing was their only choice now. As for Suke, when he saw the third-tier Hyena King appear, a hint of amusement flashed in his eyes.
This Fengming Valley restricts those above Tier 3 from entering, but it doesn't forbid breaking through to Tier 3 while inside, does it? Seems my earlier worries were indeed unnecessary. In that case, I might as well choose this Fengming Valley as my breakthrough location. Chapter 64, Is This Even Human? Roar! With the Hyena King's thunderous roar, 2 to 3 dozen second-tier beasts of various species and appearances surged forward in unison, charging toward the group in the forest. Seeing this, a chill gripped everyone's hearts as they instinctively gathered toward Suke's position. After all, the earlier battle had proven that only Suke and his group possessed the capability to effortlessly handle second-tier beasts. Everyone else was useless in this moment. Suke narrowed his eyes, observing the second-tier beasts charging at the group with frenzied roars, and the Hyena King glaring menacingly. A dangerous gleam flashed in his eyes. This Hyena King is cautious enough.
It sent its underlings to wear us down first instead of charging in immediately. Judging by the current situation, this Hyena King was the mastermind behind this attack, with these second-tier beasts serving as its underlings. As for why beasts of different species would unite under a single Hyena King, Suke had no idea. Judging by the current situation, it was most likely due to the Hyena King's overwhelming strength and the formidable pack of hyenas under its command, compelling these second-tier beasts to submit. Now that they had nearly wiped out its subordinates, they were bound to face the Hyena King's boundless wrath.
Huan, devour these beast corpses now.
Ruashua and I will hold off the other second-tier beasts while gathering food for you to enhance your potential. Facing the third-tier Hyena King and 2 to 3 dozen second-tier beasts now before them, this was the quickest solution Suke could devise. Our cultivation is already just half a step away from advancing to Tier 3. We can use this battle to break through right here.
Hearing Suke's instructions, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up with excitement.
Alright, we'll follow Brother Su's lead. After fighting all this time, I'm starving too. As the words fell, Lu Chenhuan, disregarding her dignity, planted her foot squarely on the corpse of a second-tier hyena. She extended her gold devouring claws to seize the hyena's leg, wrenching it off with a single tug before sinking her teeth into it.
Witnessing Lu Chenhuan's desecration, the Hyena King in the distance burned with fury. With a thunderous roar, half of the second-tier beasts instantly turned their attack, charging toward Suke and his companions. Extreme Cold Domain. Seeing this, Ruashua hesitated not a moment. She instantly activated the Extreme Cold Domain. Centered beneath her feet, the ice blue domain rapidly spread outward. In an instant, an area roughly 50 meters in diameter was completely enveloped. All beasts within the domain saw their movement and attack speeds drastically slowed, as if they were moving at a snail's pace. Witnessing this, Zhao Fei, An Ning, and the other students nearby instantly widened their eyes in astonishment. A domain-type skill? Wait, isn't Ruashua just an F-rank beast girl? How could she have a second skill? And a domain-type control skill at that. When Ruashua first unleashed the Extreme Cold Domain earlier, only Li Shangdong and the other screen watchers had witnessed it. Thus, no one had any idea she possessed a second innate domain-type skill. At that moment, witnessing Ruashua unleash her Extreme Cold Domain, the sheer shock in everyone's hearts was beyond words. Ice Crystal Storm. The moment the frigid domain unfolded, Ruashua unleashed the Ice Crystal Storm, striking indiscriminately at the ferocious beasts that had dared to enter the domain. Already slowed by the negative debuff of the frigid domain, the second-tier beasts found themselves utterly unable to evade the dense, swarming hail of ice crystals. However, second-tier beasts were inherently tough and resilient. While Ruashua's Ice Crystal Storm excelled at area of effect crowd control, its lethality couldn't match Lu Chenhuan's single-target hunting prowess. Though the beasts were covered in wounds, none were fatally injured in the immediate aftermath. Yoo-hoo! At that moment, a sick deer within the herd stamped its hooves and let out a piercing cry to the heavens. A peculiar rhythm emanated from its entire body. Instantly, the slow effect on the second-tier beasts weakened considerably. They roared furiously and charged toward Ruashua. Unfortunately, the effects of the Extreme Cold Domain were too potent, and the Ice Crystal Storm relentlessly pounded them. Those second-tier beasts attempting to close in were mercilessly beaten, sharp ice crystals piercing their skin, blood streaming freely from their bodies. Witnessing this scene, Suke's lips curled into a cold smirk. Ruashua's Ice Crystal Storm was formidable. Empowered by the Cambrian Ice Core's potent ice elemental cohesion, her offensive output was maximized. The more an opponent tried to close in on Ruashua, the heavier the blow they received. Yet there was one fatal flaw: while Ruashua's attacks covered a wide area, her targeting ability was weak. Being neither agile nor swift herself, she couldn't pursue enemies with the precision of Lu Chenhuan if they escaped her attack zone in time. Therefore, she must lure opponents into her attack range. Once within range and trapped by the frigid domain, escape becomes no simple feat. The beasts were now immobilized, reduced to sitting ducks. At that very moment, beside her, as Lu Chenhuan devoured the corpse of the second-tier hyena beneath her, strange energies began emanating from her body, an aura of ancient annihilation. Under the influence of this aura, the surrounding beasts briefly felt a soul-shaking tremor and oppressive pressure. Not far away, the third-tier Hyena King also sensed the terrifying aura emanating from Lu Chenhuan. Though unaware of her actions, its instincts screamed that if it didn't stop her, it would meet a gruesome end. Roar! The Hyena King let out another howl. In that instant, the other beasts attacking the camp abruptly halted their assaults on the trainees and instead charged toward Lu Chenhuan. Trainees from other camps felt the pressure around them suddenly ease. The second-tier beasts that had been charging at them all turned and lunged toward Lu Chenhuan instead. Their eyes widened in shock. No way! Why did these beasts suddenly stop attacking us and go after Lu Chenhuan instead? Huh? What is Lu Chenhuan doing? Eating hyena sashimi raw? Is this even human? Could it be that team leader Lu was deliberately sacrificing himself to draw the Hyena King's hatred? For a moment, everyone stared at Lu Chenhuan, blood dripping from her mouth, filled with both dread and overwhelming concern. Though we don't know why Lu Chenhuan's actions drew such intense hatred, can they withstand the assault of so many second-tier beasts? Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua had become the last lifeline of hope for survival. If they failed, the consequences would be unimaginable. In an instant, all 30 second-tier beasts lunged toward Suke and his companions. Witnessing this, Suke's gaze remained unflinching as he extended a hand and pressed forward lightly. Tyrant! An overwhelming, supremely domineering aura erupted from Su Quebec. The frigid domain beneath Ruashua's feet instantly expanded by half, and an icy crystal storm violently coalesced. Chapter 65, Run for Your Life. The instant Suke unleashed Tyrant, Ruashua's frigid domain instantly expanded, freezing and slowing down all the surrounding second-tier ferocious beasts that had closed in to interrupt Lu Chenhuan's attack. The ice crystal storm then coalesced and erupted with even greater ferocity, sweeping across the surrounding second-tier beasts like an ice crystal machine gun, sending them howling in agony. Countless blood-filled holes pierced their bodies, blood trickling freely. In a single exchange, these second-tier beasts were instantly riddled with holes, losing most of their mobility. Realizing Ruashua's overwhelming combat prowess, they desperately tried to retreat from her line of fire. Yet, trapped within the frigid domain, even movement was difficult. How could they possibly evade? Witnessing this scene, students from other nearby camps stared wide-eyed. How can Suke and Lang Ruashua be this formidable together? So many second-tier beasts, and they're nearly all crippled in a single exchange? Recalling the terror these second-tier beasts had instilled in them earlier, the sheer disparity left them speechless. Yet some murmured discontentedly. If they're this powerful, why didn't they step up when we were suffering earlier? Exactly. Why did they let so many of our comrades die? But before these words could fully leave their mouths, Lu Yun, standing nearby, snapped back angrily. Didn't step in? Were you all blind when we were clearing out those hyena packs earlier? Besides, Captain Lang's attack may have a wide range, but its mobility is clearly flawed. If we hadn't drawn their aggro to force them to attack us, how could we have inflicted such devastating damage? You scum! Team leader Su and the others exhausted every tactic to draw that aggro, and here you are making snide remarks? Wu Shuang, standing beside Lu Yun, glared coldly at those who had spoken up. Team leader Su and the others risked their lives to draw the attention of that tier 3 hyena king. If any of you keep whining, I'll scratch you to death right now. But just then, seeing his men on the verge of annihilation, the third tier hyena king could no longer hold back. With a thunderous roar, he charged forward, unleashing a furious bellow as he plunged straight into Lang Ruashua's frigid domain. In an instant, nearly all the surrounding beasts shifted their attacks towards Suke and his team. Shin Song Yun of the 3rd Battalion, observing the beasts now fully distracted by Suke's group, saw an opportunity. Everyone, with all these beasts drawn to Suke and his group, if we don't take this chance to escape, what are we still wasting time here for? Exactly. If not now, then when? In that instant, many from the main camp snapped to attention, their eyes flashing with resolve. Without waiting for any organization, the group turned and fled frantically down the path they had come, scattering like birds and beasts. Witnessing this scene, Lu Yun and the rest of the first camp members couldn't help but stamp their feet in frustration. Hey, you ungrateful bunch! Team leader Su and the others worked so hard to draw the monsters away. Can't you at least stay and help them? Just up and leave like that? Not a shred of loyalty. But no one responded. Seeing that the first wave of escapees hadn't been hindered by the Hyena King, no one had the energy to argue with Lu Yun and his group. They only wished they had wings to fly away. Even An Ning and Zhao Fei, watching Suke's group being surrounded and attacked, flashed a complex look in their eyes. Then, with decisive resolve, they too turned and hurried away. Witnessing this, Lu Yun and his companions felt a deep inner conflict. Psychologically, they too wanted to seize the chance to leave. Yet morally, since entering the Rift Valley, their group had been under Suke's protection. Compared to others from the main camp, they had suffered virtually no casualties. Watching Suke and his men fall into an ambush and then simply walking away felt unbearably cruel. At that moment, Suke sensed their hesitation and addressed the 1st Battalion directly. Lu Yun, Wu Shuang, this Rift Valley is fraught with danger. Take the members of the 1st camp and leave immediately. Staying here won't help us, it'll only slow us down and distract us. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang hesitated no longer. They bowed deeply to Suke and his 2 companions. Captain Su, take care of yourselves. With that, they turned and led the members of the 1st Battalion toward the exit of the fissure. Meanwhile, as the Hyena King charged toward them, a cold smile spread across Suke's lips. Ignorant of its own mortality. Extreme cold domain. In an instant, the frozen realm expanded outward, radiating from Suke's feet as its center. In the blink of an eye, a domain even wider than cold snows instantly enveloped the Hyena King. Under the combined effect of the dual domains, the Hyena King's speed slowed to a crawl, like slow motion in a movie, almost frame by frame. Lu Yun, still fleeing for his life, glanced back at Suke with lingering unease. Seeing the expanding frigid domain radiating from Suke's feet, he rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Am I hallucinating? How come I see team leader Su unleashing a domain skill too? Wu Shuang, standing nearby, quickly turned to look at the extreme cold domain spreading out beneath Suke's feet. He too froze in place, dumbfounded. I think I'm hallucinating too. Just then, the Hyena King seemed to sense the danger. Enraged, it let out a frenzied roar. Its mobility slightly restored, it bellowed into the forest. Roar! A howl, strikingly similar yet sharper, echoed simultaneously, responding to the King Hyena's call. The next second, a female hyena slightly smaller than the king but radiating nearly equal power burst from the woods, lunging toward Suke and his companions. Damn it! There are 2 of them! A pair of 3rd-tier ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang were startled. There was no time to watch the fight, they immediately turned and ran. As for the other students from their camp ahead, sensing the arrival of the second 3rd-tier ferocious beast, they mustered every ounce of strength to bolt headlong, cursing themselves for not running fast enough. Run for your lives! Slow down and you might not make it. 2 3rd-tier beasts. No instructor warned us how dangerous Fengming Grand Canyon was before we entered. If I'd known, I never would have come down here out of curiosity. Faster! Run faster! As everyone fled at full speed, the figures in the forest vanished in a flash, leaving only Suke's trio and a pack of attacking beasts. Suke, observing the appearance of the second-third tier hyena, maintained his usual calm expression. They're hiding themselves well. Who knew there was a second-third tier hyena lurking here? But today, not a single one of you will escape. Chapter 66, Save Team Leader Su and the Others. Boom! Beyond Fengming Valley, a thunderous roar shook the heavens and earth as a colossal formation shattered explosively, scattering countless fragments of energy across the landscape. The formation is broken. Witnessing this, all the instructors gathered before the formation, along with Lu Chenhuan and the others, felt a collective weight lift from their hearts. Nearly half an hour had passed since Suke and the others entered the Fengming Grand Rift Valley. Yet, not a single person had teleported out. Everyone knew without thinking that something had gone terribly wrong. Zhao Guang and Lu Chenhuan, in particular, were sweating cold beads of anxiety, deeply worried about Zhao Fei and Ruashua still trapped within the canyon. Seeing the formation deactivate, Li Xiangdong wasted no time. He addressed the surrounding crowd immediately. Let's go! Everyone, follow me into the mountains to rescue them. Before his words had even finished echoing, Li Xiangdong led the charge, soaring into the air and streaking toward Fengming Valley. Behind him, Zhao Guang, Lu Chenhuan, and the entire group of youth training camp instructors followed without hesitation. They all rose and rushed after Li Xiangdong into the valley, determined to save everyone before death claimed them. Several streaks of rainbow light shot forward, instantly vanishing into Fengming Valley. In the blink of an eye, the valley's entrance was deserted. As Li Xiangdong and his companions entered the valley, the owl and blue bird concealed in the shadows rose to their feet, a faint smile playing at the corners of their beaks. To save the captives, Li Xiangdong and his team actually broke the Fengming Valley's magical restrictions and entered the mountain themselves. But they could never have imagined that all of this was precisely within our expectations. Now that the restrictions on Fengming Valley are gone, any being can come and go as they please. Let's go. We'll follow them inside and see what the commotion's about. As they spoke, the bluebird swiftly covered itself in feathers, transforming into a large azure bird. The owl leapt directly onto its back. With a clear cry from the bluebird, the man and bird spread their wings and soared into the depths of Fengming Valley. We're free! Finally free! Never before has the air outside felt so refreshing. Thank God I made it out alive. Outside the Fengming Grand Canyon, students from all the camps poured out in a swarm from the entrance they had come through, their eyes brimming with the joy of having survived against all odds. Some were so overcome with emotion they kissed the ground before them, expressing their profound relief at having survived the ordeal. Only the members of the 1st Battalion, emerging last, wore somber expressions. Especially Lu Yun, who snapped at the others in a sour tone. Thank God? You should be thanking Team Leader Su. If it weren't for Team Leader Su and the others taking out the hyena pack and drawing the hyena king's attention, do you think any of you would have survived? Lu Yun's voice grew angrier as he spoke, his eyes welling up with tears. I should have died too. I ran away. I hate myself for not being strong enough to fight alongside Su and the others. In the face of danger, I wasn't even worthy of lending a hand. Hearing Lu Yun's words, the other cadets in the camp fell silent. Lu Yun was right. If not for Suke, they all would have ended up as food in the bellies of those high-tier beasts. And as for Suke, none believed they had any hope against 2 third-tier ferocious beasts attacking simultaneously. Even if Suke and his team performed exceptionally well in this hunt, these were 2 third-tier beasts. As mere second-tier hunters, they could barely handle one beast at most. Facing 2 third-tier beasts, no one could see any way they could possibly win. Just then, several streaks of rainbow light shot swiftly toward them from the distant forest valley. The next second, Li Xiangdong, Lu Chenhuan, and the others instantly appeared before the group. Zhao Guang, in particular, was overcome with emotion upon seeing Zhao Fei's pitiful state. Tears welled up in his old eyes as he rushed forward to grasp Zhao Fei's hand. Fei, how did you end up like this? What exactly happened to you and Ning in the Rift Valley? Lu Chenhuan glanced around frantically, not seeing Suke or Ruashua anywhere. His eyes filled with worry as he turned to Zhao Fei and the others. Exactly. Where are Ruashua and Suke? Instructors from the 7th and 9th battalions also rushed over. And what about the trainees from our 7th and 9th battalions? Have they not emerged yet? Faced with this barrage of questions, Zhao Fei momentarily froze, unsure where to begin. It was Li Xiangdong beside him who remained relatively composed. Suppressing his own emotions, he addressed Zhao Fei. Take your time. Don't rush. Just then, Lu Yun couldn't hold back any longer. What do you mean, don't rush? If we don't hurry, squad leader Su and the others will be dead soon. We're talking about a whole pack of second-tier beasts and 2 third-tier beasts. Hearing this, Li Xiangdong's heart skipped a beat as he turned to look at Lu Yun. What do you mean, a large group of second-tier ferocious beasts and 2 third-tier ones? Explain yourself. Lu Yun sniffed, his slightly red nose twitching, tears welling in his eyes as he spoke. After entering the Rift Valley, we encountered a coordinated beast ambush. Worse, some unknown force disrupted our teleportation talismans, and many classmates were lost in the melee. Later, we were confronted by 2 or 3 dozen second-tier beasts and 2 third-tier hyenas. Team leaders Su and the others, trying to save us, used some method to draw all the beasts' attention toward them and were surrounded and attacked. Lu Yun's eyes filled with pleading as he looked at Li Xiangdong. Generally, please hurry into the Fisher Valley to save Team Leader Su and the others. If you delay any longer, it will be too late. In Lu Yun's heart, Suke and the others had deliberately provoked the Hyena King by feeding Lu Chenhuan hyena meat to save everyone. It was all for the sake of protecting the group, and he felt profoundly guilty. Hearing Lu Yun's words, Li Xiangdong, Lang Qianxiu, and the others felt a sudden buzzing in their heads. What did you say? 2 or 30 second-tier beasts and 2 third-tier hyenas are all attacking Suke and the others? Lang Qianxiu, in particular, felt his mind go completely blank. His teeth chattering, he stared at Lu Yun and demanded. Lu Yun, right? Where are Suke and Ruashua now? Tell me. Lu Yun didn't hesitate, pointing directly at the path leading down the mountain as he addressed Lang Qianxiu. Senior Lang, take this path down and head east for about 10 minutes straight. East, you say? Upon hearing Lu Yun's words, Lang Qianxiu showed no hesitation. His spiritual energy surged around him as he leapt in a single bound, crashing down into the fissure below. Behind him, Li Xiangdong's pupils contracted at the sight. He hurriedly called out. Young Master Lang, wait for me. If we're saving people, we save them together. As he spoke, Li Xiangdong leapt forward in a single bound, transforming into a streak of rainbow light as he plunged toward the forest below the chasm. Behind them, Pang Mang and Su Lu, instructors of the 1st Battalion, exchanged a glance before swiftly following their comrades into the abyss. Chapter 67, Class B Predator, Eternal Hunger Domain. Roar! 2 terrifying beast roars shook the heavens and earth within the forests of the Fengming Grand Rift Valley. Beside Suke and Lang Ruashua, the 3rd-tier Hyena King and his mate bared their fangs as they approached the trio. Ahead of them, the 2 or 30 second-tier beasts from earlier had all been riddled with holes by Lang Ruashua's ice crystal storm. Lu Chenhuan was now feasting heartily on the corpses of the second-tier beasts at his feet. With no audience to restrain him, Lu Chenhuan now fully unleashed his beastly form. His jaws stretched wide as he devoured the bloody feast in huge gulps. A strange glow slowly rose from all around Lu Chenhuan, as if he had transformed into a primordial devouring demon. Delicious. So delicious. Now fully immersed, Lu Chenhuan's eyes blazed crimson, casting an eerily seductive glow across her face. The 2 third-tier Hyena Kings, sensing the aura emanating from Lu Chenhuan, bristled with fear, as if perceiving an utterly terrifying presence. Yet under this pressure, the 2 third-tier Hyena Kings not only refused to retreat but let out deep, guttural growls. Gritting their teeth, they charged toward Lu Chenhuan, intent on interrupting her meal. Yet, trapped within the dual icy domains of Suke and Lang Ruashua, they were relentlessly pelted by shards of ice. The Hyena Kings and their little darling moved with agonizing slowness. Watching this scene, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly. Even in this state, they still recklessly charge at Huan Huan? Both hyenas had reached the 3rd stage, possessing a level of sentience beyond lower-tier beasts. They couldn't possibly be blind to the situation before them. Once Lu Chenhuan completed her talent ascension ritual, annihilation awaited them. But with Luo Ruashua and myself blocking their path, they had no chance of getting anywhere near Lu Chenhuan. Yet even so, the 2 hyenas didn't immediately choose to flee to buy themselves a better chance of survival but instead opted to stay and fight to the bitter end, determined to interrupt Lu Chenhuan's meal. Why on earth? And that pillar of light in the center of the rift, what exactly is it? As these thoughts raced through his mind, Suke instinctively lifted his gaze toward the pillar of light in the distant forest. His pupils instantly contracted. No, where is the pillar of light? In his field of vision, the brilliant pillar of light that had once illuminated the entire chasm had vanished without a trace. Something's off. Huan, eat quickly. But Lu Chenhuan had already entered a frenzied state of gluttony. She needed no prompting from Suke, devouring the carcasses of the beasts before her with wild abandon. Finally, the instant the 10th beast's corpse vanished into Lu Chenhuan's stomach, a colossal aura erupted from her lower abdomen. Roar! As if some internal constraint had been released, powerful energy instantly flooded Lu Chenhuan's entire body, compelling her to let out a piercing howl to the heavens. Then, her beast transformation began to evolve further. Her tail in beast form began evolving into bronze chain blades, her body enveloped in a chaotic aura. The fangs on both sides extended downward, gleaming with a bloodthirsty hunger. An unprecedented surge of immense power erupted from her very being. Within Suke's field of vision, Lu Chenhuan's information panel underwent a dramatic transformation. Beast Girl, Lu Chenhuan. Tier 2 Condensed Form. Talent, B-rank Predator Prototype of the Taotie. Beast Master, Suke. Talent Skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Domain, Chain Blade Assault. Flaw, harbors SSS-Rank Swallowing Heaven Taotie energy within. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, unable to fully activate SSS-Rank talent. After devouring 10 second-tier ferocious beasts, Lu Chenhuan's innate talent directly evolved into B-rank Predator Prototype of the Taotie. Additionally, he gained 2 new innate skills, Eternal Hunger Domain and Chain Blade Assault. Perpetual Hunger Domain, life force continuously drains from all living beings within a 100-meter radius. The drained essence is automatically absorbed.
Chain Blade Assault swings chain blades from the tail to attack, capable of locating enemies and teleporting to close range. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's transformed potential and 2 new innate skills, Suke's heart swelled with joy. Finally advanced and leaped 2 tiers to become a B-rank predator. Plus 2 powerful new innate skills, including a team-based domain type ability.
Most crucially, this domain skill could stack with Lang Ruashua's extreme cold domain.
With these 2 domain skills synergizing, enemies trapped within would suffer unbearably, like swallowing nearly defeated before they could even fight.
Moreover, the instant Lu Chenhuan's talent advanced, a notification flashed across Suke's information panel. Congratulations!
The Beast Tamer has successfully upgraded a D-rank Beast Maiden to B-rank, granting the backflow effect.
Congratulations to the Beast Master for acquiring the Beast Master's space.
Beast Master's Realm, a uniquely generated isolated space capable of temporarily housing living beings. Seeing his backflow reward, Suke's eyes lit up with even greater delight.
Beast Master's space? It's actually a space-type reward.
Judging by the description, it resembled a storage ring, except this space was clearly controlled by his own will, couldn't be lost, and could even hold living creatures.
It could deliver unexpected advantages in critical moments. Amidst Suke's excitement, Lang Ruashua beside him sensed Lu Chenhuan's transformation.
Envy flickered in her eyes as she looked at Lu Chenhuan.
Sis Wan, you finally succeeded in advancing? What rank is your current talent?
Grade B. Lu Chenhuan, her eyes now flashed with crimson light following her successful evolution, wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. She surveyed the pile of second-tier beast corpses before her and the 2 hyenas charging toward her, then licked her lips. Brother Su, Ruashua, withdraw your frigid domains.
I'll handle these 2 dumb dogs.
Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke and Lang Ruashua, who had just snapped back to their senses, immediately withdrew their extreme cold domains.
They had absolute confidence in Lu Chenhuan. The next instant, the Hyena King and his mate felt long-lost freedom return as their bodies regained mobility.
Exchanging a glance, they let out a piercing howl and charged straight at Lu Chenhuan. They intended to vent all their pent-up frustration upon Lu Chenhuan. As the Hyena King and his mate charged toward him, Lu Chenhuan's lips curled into a cold smile.
So eager to rush to your deaths? I'll grant you your wish. Eternal Hunger Domain.
In the next instant, a grey domain erupted from beneath Lu Chenhuan's feet, instantly engulfing the surrounding 100-meter radius.
The 2 hyenas trapped within began to lose vitality at an alarming rate. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan flicked his tail.
The chain blades shot out like death-dealing ropes, slashing toward the Hyena King's chest with a clatter.
Chapter 68, Chain Blade Teleportation, Blood Debt Repaid in Blood. SHHHHH. Under Lu Chenhuan's full power burst, the bronze chain blade shot toward the Hyena King at a terrifying speed.
Facing this attack, the Hyena King showed no sign of fear. Instead, it let out a sinister, terrifying growl and lashed out with a claw at Lu Chenhuan's tail chain.
Meanwhile, the female hyena seized the opening and lunged directly at Lu Chenhuan's position.
Yet within Lu Chenhuan's eternal hunger domain, the 2 beasts' vitality rapidly drained. Both their reflexes and judgment deteriorated sharply. The king hyena's claw missed Lu Chenhuan's chain blade tail entirely. In the next instant, the chain blade pierced the Hyena King's chest with lightning speed, tearing straight through it. Roar! Feeling the terrifying lethality of Lu Chenhuan's chain blade tail, shock flashed in the Hyena King's eyes. It couldn't comprehend how a mere second-tier being like Lu Chenhuan could so effortlessly pierce through its third-tier beast defenses.
Seeing its mate gravely wounded, the female hyena erupted into fury. A terrifying surge of spiritual energy burst forth from its body. Already close to Lu Chenhuan, it lunged forward, claws extended, aiming straight for his abdomen. At such close range, it could already envision Lu Chenhuan's gruesome fate, a cruel, bloodthirsty glint flashing in its eyes. But at that very moment, the chain blade tail piercing the Hyena King's chest suddenly blazed with light. It violently yanked Lu Chenhuan toward the king, pulling him across at near teleportation speed. The female hyena, lunging with lethal intent, struck nothing but air. Her hard claws slammed to an abrupt halt, gouging a terrifyingly long, narrow trench into the ground. The next instant, Lu Chenhuan materialized before the king hyenas. His gold-devouring claws flashed as he lunged, aiming straight for the beast's midsection. Since advancing to be rank in talent, Lu Chenhuan's strike was faster and fiercer. As spiritual energy surged, a terrifying sonic boom exploded before the Hyena King. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's powerful, devastating strike, the Hyena King's eyes widened instantly. Sensing a life or death crisis, it frantically swung its claws to block Lu Chenhuan. But at such close range, the blow was unavoidable. Splat! A gruesome gash tore open the Hyena King's abdomen, crimson blood spurting forth. Inflicted with such a deadly blow, the Hyena Hound King visibly raged. Bloodshot veins instantly filled its eyes, its body erupted with blood energy, and its muscles swelled explosively, transforming it into a hellish, soul-devouring beast. Suke watched from the sidelines, a sharp gleam flashing in his eyes. He knew the King Hyenas had activated its innate skill, Berserk, preparing for a desperate last stand. Rage was a rare, high-tier skill that temporarily drained one's vital essence to unleash latent potential, granting explosive power surges. At that very moment, the female hyena, whose earlier attack had missed its mark, turned and lunged once more toward Lu Chenhuan. Huan, be careful. Watch your positioning. Su Ke couldn't help but shout upon witnessing this. However, he did not intervene to help Lu Chenhuan. When she had declared she would handle these two hyenas, this battle had become more of a trial for her. Lu Chenhuan intended to use these two third-tier hyenas as practice targets. Don't worry, brother Su. They're just two beasts. Watch me handle them. Facing the onslaught of two third-tier hyenas in a frenzy, Lu Chenhuan held nothing back. The eternal hunger domain expanded once more. In an instant, countless strands of flesh essence were drawn from the corpses of the second-tier beasts trapped within the eternal hunger domain, coalescing into dense streams of energy that surged madly toward Lu Chenhuan's body. The next second, it all condensed into the tier mole at the corner of Lu Chenhuan's eye. Nourished by this powerful spiritual energy, Lu Chenhuan's previously stagnant second-tier, 10th rank cultivation suddenly shattered. An unprecedented aura of power erupted from her body. Third-tier blood ignition realm. Boom! Lu Chenhuan's breakthrough into the third-tier blood-burning realm sent spiritual energy surging outward like a tidal wave, instantly reducing the towering ancient trees nearby to dust. Feeling the overwhelming terror radiating from Lu Chenhuan, even the hyena king who had activated his berserk state and lost a sliver of his sanity felt a soul-shaking dread and fear in that moment. Yet unexpectedly, they still charged at Lu Chenhuan with reckless abandon. Seeing this, a sinister smile curled at the corners of Lu Chenhuan's lips. Still not running after seeing me break through? So eager to die? Then I'll grant your wish. The next instant, Lu Chenhuan vanished from his spot. At that moment, deep within the fissure, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu, who had been racing frantically through the forest, shuddered involuntarily the instant Lu Chenhuan's cultivation broke through. Their gazes snapped toward the direction of Su Ke and his two companions. That aura. Has someone broken through to the third tier? Though it feels like stage 3, such vast and terrifying energy completely surpasses the scope of stage 3. Could it be that another ferocious beast advanced through some special means? Feeling this terrifying surge of cultivation energy, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu grew even more anxious. They pushed themselves to their absolute limits, racing frantically towards Su Ke and the others. Meanwhile, Pang Meng and Su Lu, left so far behind they couldn't even see the tail lights of the departing vehicles, were equally consumed by worry. Su, you mustn't come to harm. You're the hope for the entire Tianhai region and the future of the human race. Meanwhile, at the heart of the mountain forest battlefield, under Lu Chenhuan's terrifying cultivation suppression, the two hyenas were utterly overwhelmed. Even their berserk state shattered under Lu Chenhuan's onslaught. Their chests and abdomens were pierced by sharp claws, their bodies drenched in blood. They collapsed powerlessly at Lu Chenhuan's feet, gasping for breath. Already weakened by the suppression of the eternal hunger domain, the two beasts were steadily losing vitality. Now that Lu Chenhuan had broken through to the third tier, their chances of victory were utterly gone. Victorious, Lu Chenhuan raised his foot and crushed the hyena king's sharp snout beneath it, his eyes cold and unyielding. You slaughtered my human kin. Now, it's time to pay with blood for blood. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan bent low, unleashing his gold-devouring claws. He tore through both beasts' chests, yanked out their still-beating hearts, and crushed them in his hands. Boom! The beating hearts dissolved into a mist of blood, condensing into two streams of pure life energy. Lu Chenhuan greedily inhaled them through her nostrils, allowing the essence to flow into her body. The moment these energies entered her body, they transformed into nourishment for her cultivation, causing her power to surge explosively once more. Third tier, second layer. Third tier, third layer. Third tier, fourth layer. In an instant, Lu Chenhuan's cultivation broke through the fourth tier, her aura now incomparably more formidable than before. Su Ke and Lang Ruashua, whose minds were linked to Lu Chenhuan's, also experienced explosive breakthroughs in their cultivation at that very moment. Chapter 69, the 7th tier breakthrough stage, ferocious beast. That figure, it's Su Ke and the others. From afar in the distant mountains, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu watched Su Ke and the others' figures, their eyes lighting up. They're still alive. Those lying on the ground are two third-tier hyena beasts and the second-tier beasts Zhao Fei mentioned. They're all dead. Killed by Su Ke and his group. Domain-type skill. Another domain-type skill. Lu Chenhuan actually wields a domain-type skill too? Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu, who had rushed over in a panic, just caught the moment Lu Chenhuan reached out, ripped out the hearts of the two hyenas, crushed them in his hand, and absorbed the pure energy into his mouth. Witnessing this, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu felt their scalps tingle, their eyes widening in horror. Two third-tier ferocious beasts and a whole pack of second-tier ones, slaughtered just like that? So the one who just broke through to third-tier cultivation was this little girl under Su Ke's command. But this Lu Chenhuan seems unnervingly twisted. It's as if she's already succumbing to the beast's influence prematurely. Seeing the bloodthirsty hunger in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, even Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu felt a chill run down their spines. According to records, a beast maiden's personality could be influenced by her awakened beast nature, but that typically occurred after breaking through to the 5th tier, the demon-slaying stage.
For someone at such a low cultivation level to already show signs of beast nature affecting her personality was something neither Li Shangdong nor Lang Qianqiu had anticipated.
However, seeing Suke and the others safe, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu both exhaled long sighs of relief.
The earlier tension and worry faded, and their footsteps gradually slowed. But at that very moment, two terrifying bursts of energy erupted from Suke and Lang Ruashua. The third-tier aura swept through the surrounding mountains and forests, creating a vacuum around the trio. Third tier, fourth level. Third tier, third layer. Feeling the aura erupting from Suke and Lang Ruashua, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu both widened their eyes in shock.
Lu Chenhuan just broke through, and now Suke and Lang Ruashua have followed suit?
And judging by their energy, there was almost no loss in the energy of their new realm. By conventional wisdom, beast masters and beast maidens can convert each other's spiritual energy cultivation. However, the conversion rate typically ranges between 30% and 40%, with even 50% being considered exceptionally low loss. Precisely because of this loss, simultaneous advancement between a beast maiden and her beastmaster was rare. A gap of several days was almost always present. For Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua, a 100% spiritual energy conversion rate was simply unimaginable. Truly, only an SSS tier beastmaster could achieve 100% spiritual energy conversion with their contracted beast girl, instantly elevating their own cultivation when their partner ascends. As fellow beast masters, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but feel profound envy toward Suke at that moment. Judging by the terrifying aura of cultivation radiating from Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, even if you claimed they were S-rank, plenty of people would believe it.
However, the seasoned Li Shangdong quickly noticed something amiss. Something's off. Lu Chenhuan's beast transformation state is different from before. It seems he's altering his innate genetic traits with Suke's assistance?
Noticing this, Li Shangdong cast a suspicious glance at Lang Qianqiu beside him.
Young Master Lang, tell me honestly, has Lang Ruashua's innate genes undergone changes too? Don't even think about hiding it from me. The youth training camp has training videos. I can check your daughter's beast transformation footage and spot the signs. After witnessing Suke create so many miracles, Li Shangdong no longer believed that Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua under Suke's tutelage were merely ordinary F-rankers. F-rank beast girls possessing domain-type skills? Both of them? Are you kidding me? Upon hearing Li Shangdong's words, Lang Qianqiu realized some things couldn't be concealed from him. Yet, considering Suke and the others' privacy, she hesitated before addressing Li Shangdong.
Old Li, you shouldn't be asking me about these things. You should be asking that kid Su Quebec. All I can tell you is that with that kid Suke's help, Ruashua really has changed. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's words, Li Shangdong's mind had already formed a vague judgment. His gaze flickered with sharpness as he watched Suke and the others in the distance. Seems that Suke's hidden talent is far more powerful than I ever imagined. He's actually able to alter a beast maiden's fundamental beast transformation state. And it's even more likely he altered her innate talent rank. If he truly could alter a beast girl's innate rank, that would be earth-shattering news. The immutability of a beast girl's fundamental talent rank was an unshakable law in the minds of all. If this fundamental law were broken, it would send shockwaves through the entire human race. Even without the imperial capital examinations, the high-ranking officials of the Great Xia would personally come to take Suke away. Should such a talent become available to all of humanity, it would represent an unprecedented, monumental advancement for the human race. Yet it would also draw the covetous gaze of foreign beast clans. Should they learn of Suke's power, they would likely spare no expense to hunt him down, igniting a great war. At this moment, Li Shangdong gazed upon Suke and the figures of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, his eyes brimming with admiration. That our race has produced such a genius is a blessing for humanity. Young Master Lang, let's go. We must join Suke and the others immediately. But just as Li Shangdong's words fell, a terrifying shockwave erupted from the nearby mountains and forests. In an instant, surrounding boulders and towering trees were reduced to dust, completely flattening everything within a 3-kilometer radius. Under the force of this shockwave, Suke and his two companions who had only just broken through to the third tier were caught off guard. They were sent flying backward before they could even react. That's... Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu immediately turned their heads toward the center of the shockwave. The center of that pillar of light that shot skyward earlier. Within their field of vision, the dazzling pillar of light surging skyward slowly coalesced. At the junction of the fissured mountain forest and the great river, it transformed into a brilliant jade-white gemstone. That gemstone hung upon the body of a white tiger. Its head and chest were encased in metal armor, while a pair of massive black gold wings spread across its back. The white tiger stood tens of meters long, as tall as 2 or 3 stories, poised beside the mountains and forests along the great river. It turned its body, gazing down from afar at Suke, Li Shangdong, and the others. An overwhelmingly terrifying aura radiated from its entire being, enveloping the entire Rift Valley. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from that black gold white tiger, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu's expressions changed instantly. 7th tier. A 7th tier breakthrough realm beast. A 7th tier breakthrough realm white tiger beast lurking in this Rift Valley.
Chapter 70, The Legend of the Sky-Splitting Tiger God. The moment the 7th tier breakthrough realm ferocious beast white tiger appeared, both Li Shangdong and Leng Qianqiu's pupils dilated wildly. They immediately darted towards Su Ke and the others at breakneck speed. In that instant, Su Ke activated his Insight Divine Eye, revealing the white tiger's information. Ferocious beast, hollow white tiger. Tier, 7th. Innate abilities, Beast King's Roar, Power Strike, Fiercer in Battle, Sky-Splitting Impact, Celestial Wing Dance, Elemental Slash, Stellar Phantom. Flaws, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast, severely injured and unable to fully recover its strength. Temporarily restored its realm through special means. Fears prolonged combat exhaustion. The wounded chest area is its fatal weakness. Status, contractable. Gazing at the void-splitting white tiger's lavish stats panel, Su Ke's pupils involuntarily contracted. Compared to the previous Wolf King, Hyena King, and those second-rate Karami beasts, the shattered void white tiger's stats were nothing short of extravagant. Most crucially, this cracked white tiger's original strength was actually 9th tier. In an instant, Su Ke formed a rough hypothesis about the cracked white tiger's origins. Originally, this cracked white tiger had been an exceptionally formidable 9th tier beast. During some great battle, its chest had been pierced by an enemy, forcing it to retreat to the Fengming Valley to slowly recover its strength. But now, through some unknown means, its cultivation had temporarily recovered to the 7th tier. As for the pillar of light that had earlier shone upon the Rift Valley, it was the radiance emanating from the gemstone hanging upon the cracked white tiger's chest. Perhaps it was an anomaly triggered by the split-chest white tiger's awakening and the gem's emergence. Or perhaps it was a miracle deliberately conjured by the beast manipulating the gem. Both possibilities existed, but in Su Ke's mind, he leaned more toward the latter. Even Li Shangdong and his group had arrived, proving that the anomaly they encountered within the Rift Valley had already affected the outside world. It was highly likely that the cracked white tiger had deliberately done this, obscuring the outside world's investigation of the Fengming Great Rift Valley and disrupting the spatial transmission of the teleportation talisman. As for the purpose, it's a formation. This beast deliberately guided us to dismantle the restriction formation set by our human ancestors. Li Shangdong stared at the imposing white tiger of the rift, and the answer instantly crystallized in his mind. The ancient human sages had established a cultivation restriction formation capable of preventing any being above the 3rd tier from entering Fengming Valley and equally preventing any such being from leaving. Given the prowess of that ancient sage, it would be extremely difficult for this wounded cracked white tiger to force its way out of the array. Even if it managed to break through, having expended vast amounts of spiritual energy, it would have no chance of escape once surrounded and attacked. Therefore, it deliberately used the gem to emit an anomaly, luring students entering the valley for trials. Then, it sealed the space around the rift, rendering the students' teleportation talismans useless. This caused us to worry and forcefully dismantle the formation. Once the formation was broken, this creature seized its chance to escape. As the seasoned head of the youth training camp, Li Shangdong instantly pieced together today's events and grasped the truth. This is bad. It's a 7th tier beast. If it's released and starts rampaging, the entire Tianhai region could be affected. With panic rising within him, Li Shangdong immediately pulled out his communicator and spoke urgently. This is Li Shangdong of the Tianhai Naval Headquarters. A 7th tier ferocious beast has appeared in Fengming Valley. Requesting reinforcements. Requesting reinforcements. Without waiting for a response, Li Shangdong stowed his communicator and addressed Leng Qianqiu beside him. Young Master Leng, Su Ke, and the others are yours. Get them out of here immediately. I'll hold off this 7th tier ferocious beast. Hearing Li Shangdong's words, concern flashed in Leng Qianqiu's eyes. But old Li, you're only 6th tier, and your beast companion. Cut the crap. Li Shangdong's eyes burned with urgency as he barked at Leng Qianqiu. No one in Tianhai can stop it except me. Get them out of here immediately. Notify the city defense department to activate the emergency alert. Put the entire city on high alert. Seeing the unquestionable resolve in Li Shangdong's eyes, Leng Qianqiu knew this was the only choice. He immediately dashed towards Su Ke and the others. But at that very moment, the cracked white tiger clearly noticed Leng Qianqiu's movement. A cold, almost human-like sneer spread across its mouth as it let out a deep, terrifying growl. With a flap of its wings, its massive body shot upward like a colossal meteor, hurtling directly toward Su Ke and the others. Its speed was so immense it tore the surrounding void itself, producing a series of piercing sonic booms and leaving 2 long, jagged rifts in the air. The turbulent air currents generated by its massive wings flapped like terrifying tornadoes, violently whipping up surrounding sand and stones into the sky and toppling towering trees in the vicinity. That beast intends to attack Su Ke? Seeing this, Li Shangdong slammed both feet into the ground, punching a massive crater into the earth. His body shot forward like a cannonball, roaring toward Su Ke and his companions as he glared viciously at the void-cracking white tiger. You beast! I am your opponent. With me here, you won't harm a single soul. As Li Shangdong suddenly intercepted his path, the cracked white tiger narrowed its massive eyes slightly. A cold smile curled its lips as it spoke in human language. Li Shangdong, the Tianhai garrison commander? You don't even have a beast companion. What do you have to stop me? Hearing the white tiger's words, Li Shangdong's heart sank even deeper. This beast's sentience has actually developed to this extent it can speak human language. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside Suke stared wide-eyed at the white tiger. A ferocious beast that speaks human language? Brother Su, do you know what tier this is? Without Suke's insightful divine eyes, they couldn't immediately discern the cultivation level of this white tiger of the cracked void. Suke offered no concealment, narrowing his eyes as he declared. A 7th tier ferocious beast, the cracked white tiger. And this isn't just any 7th tier beast, it's a 9th tier beast that fell to this rank after sustaining injuries. Hearing Suke's words, Li Shangdong, who stood blocking their path, couldn't help but feel a jolt of shock. Fallen from 9th tier? Could this ferocious beast be the legendary Sky Splitter Tiger, the very one that clashed with the legendary Fire Phoenix years ago, causing the Fire Phoenix to perish and stain this land with its blood? Your innate skill can actually discern this beast's origins? As Li Shangdong watched the sky-splitting white tiger Chiao flap its wings and soar toward them, his entire body tensed, bracing for a formidable foe. If it really is that legendary sky-splitting tiger Chi Jiao from back then, I doubt I can hold it off for long. But regardless whether for you, for Tianhai, or for the trainees, I'll give everything to stop it. Suke, take the others and run. The farther, the better. Go! Li Shangdong practically shouted the last sentence. Chapter 71, Joining Forces Against the 7th Tier. Hurry up! As Li Shangdong's words fell, Lang Qianqiu arrived beside Suke and the others, grabbing Ruashua and pulling her toward the exit. Ruashua, son-in-law, you too must come with me. The moment Lang Qianqiu saw that 7th tier hollow white tiger, only one thought occupied his mind: to safely evacuate Suke, Ruashua, and the others. Yet Suke hesitated for a moment before addressing Li Shangdong. Generally, we might actually have a chance to stop this hollow white tiger. Hearing Suke's words, Li Shangdong's eyes widened instantly. You fool! What nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? If this beast is truly that sky-splitting tiger god from years ago, 10 of me wouldn't be enough to fight it. Yet Suke remained utterly composed in the face of Li Shangdong's words. Precisely because it is that tiger deity from years past that we have a chance. Suke understood clearly that, given the power the sky-splitting white tiger had displayed, Li Shangdong was the only one present who stood a chance of stopping it. If even Li Shangdong couldn't stop it, then with his own current 3rd tier cultivation, there was no way he could escape the 7th tier sky-splitting white tiger. Moreover, based on his analysis of Li Shangdong's weaknesses, the 6th tier cultivator might still have a chance to win. Hearing Suke's words, Li Shangdong's heart refused to believe it, yet a glimmer of hope still rose within him. What if, just what if? Deep down, Li Shangdong knew the harsh truth: the human race's elite forces were largely concentrated at Jinyao Pass and the capital. If he truly couldn't stop this 7th tier cracked white tiger, then no one in Tianhai would stand a chance against it. The only recourse then would be to hold the line at all costs, waiting for reinforcements from the capital or demon suppression pass. Watching the cracked white tiger rapidly closing in, Li Shangdong gritted his teeth and spoke. Suke, before that cracked white tiger closes within 100 meters of us, I'll give you one chance to persuade me. If you fail, you must follow Lang Qianqiu. Suke wasted no time, responding immediately. Generally, this cracked white tiger has been lying dormant in this valley for so long precisely because it suffered severe internal injuries during its battle with the Fire Phoenix here years ago. Furthermore, according to the information revealed by my insight divine eye, its current 7th tier cultivation realm is temporarily enhanced through some means. It won't last much longer. Li Shangdong's heart stirred upon hearing this. Are you telling the truth? It's a matter of life and death, absolutely true. Suke's mind was unusually clear at this moment as he rapidly analyzed the situation for Li Shangdong. Besides, General Li, consider this: if this cracked white tiger were truly at full strength, why would it go to such lengths scheming to break the erase restraints on you? It can't break itself? The only explanation is that it has no spare energy left and doesn't want to waste its spiritual power here. Listening to Suke's analysis, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu beside him couldn't help but flash sharp glints in their eyes. You kid, you've got some sharp insights there. Now, I believe you can see through the flaws of this cracked white tiger. Although Li Shangdong had already recognized Suke's ability to discern others' combat weaknesses through previous analysis of student battle records, he hadn't anticipated Suke could transcend tiers to uncover the flaws of a 7th tier ferocious beast. Seriously injured, using some secret technique to temporarily boost its strength? If that's the case, then there might still be a chance. After receiving Suke's information prompt, hope surged anew within Li Shangdong as he gazed at the cracked white tiger, its wings flapping as it swooped toward him. If that's the case, count me in. After a moment's hesitation, Lang Qianqiu stepped forward and stood beside Li Shangdong, flashing a smile. Old Li, looks like we're fighting side by side again. Li Shangdong looked at Lang Qianqiu with a smile. It's my honor to fight alongside our young master Lang. What time is it now, and you're still joking about my past? Lang Qianqiu glanced at Ruashua standing beside Suke, his eyes softening with affection. Then, turning his gaze back to the menacing white tiger charging toward them, his expression hardened once more.
Whether it's for Ruashua or the human race of Tianhai, I have no choice but to fight today. Boldly, let's join forces and defeat this beast, creating a legendary tale. The cracked white tiger, charging toward Suke and his companions, witnessed this scene and couldn't help but let a savage grin spread across its jaws. Do you truly believe the strength of an ant could shake a mighty tree? In an instant, the cracked white tiger's form loomed overhead, its massive silhouette like a giant blanket obscuring the sky above the five, plunging the world into shadow. Then, with a single flap of its wings, terrifying spiritual energy surged to the edges of its wings as it plunged toward the ground with a deafening roar. Boom! A terrifying sonic boom ripped through the void, unleashing a raging gale that swept across the land, bearing down on them with unstoppable force. Shatter Void Impact. He had unleashed his innate skill, sky-splitting impact, the moment he advanced. Xianxiu, protect Suke and the others. I'll break through. Li Xiangdong bellowed, his muscles instantly swelling as his clothes shattered. A fiery red armor emerged from his body. It was the battle armor forged from the fur and scales of beasts after reaching the 4th tier. Then, he slammed his feet into the ground, propelling himself like a cannonball. He charged headlong into the howling gale, fists raised to meet the oncoming storm. Behind him, Suke addressed Lang Qianqiu without hesitation. Uncle Lang, don't waste your energy protecting us. Hurry and follow General Li to distract that cracked white tiger. If he falls, we're doomed. Suke understood the cracked void white tiger's formidable power. Without Li Shangdong's life-bound beast companion present, defeating it alone would be nearly impossible. Assistance was essential. Hearing Suke's words and watching Li Shangdong charge alone toward the rending gale, Lang Qianqiu swiftly made his decision. His beast armor flared as he leaped forward, joining Li Shangdong in their assault on the rending void white tiger. Suke narrowed his eyes and addressed Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him. Huan, Ruashua, let's activate our domains together to lend General Li and Uncle Lang a hand. Though their cultivation was weak, they could still contribute their modest strength through their innate domain-type abilities. Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua nodded in unison. Instantly, their spiritual energy erupted, unfurling the extreme cold domain and the eternal hunger domain. Thanks to their cultivation growth, Lu Chenhuan's domain now covered a radius of 500 meters, while Lang Ruashua's extended to about 300 meters. At that moment, Suke directly activated Tyrant, amplifying the effects of both domains. In an instant, the domains expanded to cover 1,000 meters, engulfing the attacking cracked void white tiger within their grasp. Chapter 72, The Agile Insect. Xianqiu, didn't I tell you to protect them? Seeing Lang Qianqiu charging forward, a flash of anxiety flickered in Li Shangdong's eyes. Old Li, you're being foolish. If you get killed by this beast, how am I supposed to protect them all by myself? Cold Qianqiu's eyes now held unwavering resolve as he resolutely followed behind Li Shangdong. Li Shangdong's gaze flickered as he heard this. Fine. First, we evade this rift-shocking assault. Then we'll flank it from both sides. Boom! As the words fell, the terrifying ripping gale swept toward them. With a howling roar, the spiritual force collided violently with the two. Maximum defense. Frozen current split strike. Facing the gale force winds bearing down on them, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu simultaneously unleashed their innate abilities. A massive shield rose before Li Shangdong, forming the most impenetrable defense. Behind him, Lang Qianqiu swept her hand, unleashing a terrifying ice stream that instantly fragmented into countless ice threads, striking out at the gale winds. At that very moment, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's domains expanded, enveloping both Li Shangdong and the cracked white tiger within their reach. Under the slowing effects of the frigid domain, the whirlwind gale's rotation even slowed slightly, granting Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu more opportunities to evade and defend. Domain-type skills? Seeing that Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's domains could actually affect him, the colossal form of the cracked white tiger paused in surprise before a mocking smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. The bloodline aura contained within this domain is no simple matter. Too bad your strength is far too weak. The effect you have on this sovereign is negligible. At this moment, the cracked white tiger paid Suke and his companions no mind whatsoever, instead focusing all its attention on Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu charging toward it from below. First, deal with these two ants. Then, turn around and take that little brat named Suke away. As a former 9th rank fiend beast, the cracked white tiger's insight far surpassed that of Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu. It instantly recognized the extraordinary nature within Suke. Though the demon god cult offered a deal to kill this brat, my instincts tell me keeping him alive is the wiser choice. The cracked white tiger shot a glance at Suke, who was currently activating Tyrant to help Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua expand their domains. Its eyes flickered. Then, turning its gaze toward Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu charging toward it, its eyes brimmed with murderous intent. You chose the path to hell when heaven beckoned. Now that you've forced your way in, don't blame me. By this point, Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu had forced their way within 100 meters of him, relying on agile positioning and the impenetrable armor covering their bodies. Then, the white tiger of the void spread its claws across its chest and swung them fiercely toward Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu as they closed in. Elemental Slash. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning gathered from the white tiger's chest, crackling with static.
In the blink of an eye, they transformed into two terrifying bolts of lightning, slashing down fiercely toward Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu below. Crack! The terrifying lightning bolts sliced from the cracked white tiger's chest, tearing the surrounding void apart. Countless arcs of electricity crackled and roared as they thundered down from the sky. The next second, purple thunder crashed before Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu, violently striking Li Xiangdong's ultimate defense. Boom! Beneath Li Xiangdong's defenses, the terrifying lightning bolts instantly transformed into a sea of thunder, engulfing them. Under this devastating strike, the massive shield before Li Xiangdong shattered instantly, engulfing both him and Leng Qianqiu within the thunderous sea. Ultimate flash. At the critical moment, Li Xiangdong grabbed Leng Qianqiu, and their figures blurred into afterimages, vanishing from their original positions in an instant. The next second, they reappeared less than 30 meters apart on either side of the cracked void white tiger. General Li, Uncle Leng, your chest. The moment Li Xiangdong closed in on the cracked white tiger, Su Ke immediately shouted the warning. Hearing this, the two attacked the wounded chest of the cracked white tiger from left and right. Damn it! Seeing both men closing in simultaneously and targeting its wounded chest first, a flash of anger flickered in the white tiger's eyes. Don't even think about getting close to me. As the words left his mouth, the cracked white tiger's massive wings flapped violently, crossing and whirling rapidly. As the black gold wings hummed in motion, countless bolts of black gold spiritual light erupted like a storm, weaving into a dense, sprawling net that shot toward Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu. But at that very moment, Li Xiangdong's figure flickered again, vanishing from his original spot as an afterimage. The next instant, he materialized less than 10 meters in front of the cracked white tiger's chest. Aurora Slash! The instant Li Xiangdong materialized before the cracked white tiger, a massive sword materialized in his hand, slashing viciously toward the beast's chest. Agile Insect! Li Xiangdong's extreme blink caught the cracked white tiger completely off guard. Damn it! It instinctively tried to defend, only to discover its speed had inexplicably slowed once more. Under the dual domains of Leng Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan, the cracked white tiger's speed slowed while its vitality gradually ebbed away. Such an effect would normally be negligible to it, but at this critical moment, it proved crucial. Despite having enough time to defend, it was always just a fraction too slow, utterly unprepared. Boom! The instant the cracked white tiger mobilized its spiritual energy, Li Xiangdong's greatsword struck viciously against its chest. Already gravely wounded, its wounds instantly burst open, blood gushing forth. Damn it! The instant Li Xiangdong's blade struck its chest, the white tiger's spiritual energy finally coalesced into an incredibly hard barrier. Simultaneously, it let out a furious, thunderous roar that sent both Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu, who hadn't managed to break through the attack yet, flying backward, spitting blood. The cracked white tiger's eyes now burned with fury. Damn it! To be wounded by a bunch of ants like you. If this were my prime, you'd already be dead. You said at my peak, Li Xiangdong retorted, his confidence soaring after landing a successful strike. He wiped the blood from his lips with his free hand. You're nothing but a spent force now. Even if you've artificially boosted your cultivation, it won't last long. Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, the cracked white tiger's enormous eyes instantly narrowed. You actually know about this? It turned its gaze toward Su Ke below, who was commanding the tyrant, its eyes flashing with endless coldness. Seems this brat poses a greater threat than I imagined. But this sovereign was once a 9th-tier Gueshu. Even with my cultivation fallen, I'm still no ordinary mortal like you lot. As the words left its mouth, the cracked void white tiger let out a furious roar that shook the heavens. The world darkened as the power of the stars gathered frantically, coalescing into a colossal, kilometer-tall phantom. Chapter 73, A Desperate Last Stand. Celestial Phantom. All eyes fixed on the colossal specter spanning the heavens and earth. This is a stellar phantom summoned by a 7th-tier Starfall Realm cultivator. But this one is far more powerful than other 7th-tier illusions. Su Ke stared intently at the phantom, narrowing his eyes. This star shadow bears some resemblance to the emulate heaven and earth technique from the mythological novels of my past life. As the stellar shadow unfolded, the figure of the cracked void white tiger gradually blurred, merging directly into the stellar shadow. Witnessing this, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu instantly clenched their fists. Even at their peak, neither had ever reached the 7th tier. Facing this stellar phantom, they were momentarily at a loss for effective combat strategies. They didn't even know where the cracked void white tiger was. Does this mean we must shatter the starlight projection to find the cracked void white tiger within? But just then, Su Ke below urgently called out. General Li, Uncle Lang, the cracked void tiger is concealed within the ankle of the stellar illusion. As the insight divine eye activated, every flaw in the heavens and earth became clear to him. Su Ke could instantly discern the exact location where the cracked void white tiger was concealed within the illusory form. Hearing this, Li Xiangdong and Leng Qianqiu's eyes lit up instantly. They charged directly toward the ankle. Seeing their approach, the cracked white tiger's shadow-concealed form shifted position in an instant. Lower leg. Knee. Yet no matter how the cracked white tiger shifted its position, Su Ke could pinpoint its location with precise accuracy the instant it moved. Realizing it could no longer conceal its form, the cracked white tiger erupted in fury. Do you really think this stellar phantom can only evade? Die.
As the words left his mouth, the colossal stellar phantom of the cracked white tiger swung its claws down with brutal force, slamming toward Li Shangdong, Leng Qianxiu, and the others below. Boom! Propelled by the colossal stellar energy within the phantom, each strike seemed to possess the power to move mountains and fill seas, causing even the void itself to tremble. Extreme blink. Facing the terrifying assault of the stellar phantom, Li Shangdong hesitated not a moment.
Grabbing Leng Qianxiu, he vanished from their position.
The next instant, the star shadow's massive paw landed squarely on their afterimages, stomping a crater nearly 100 meters deep into the broad fissure. Witnessing the sheer terror of that strike, Suke and Lu Chenhuan's brows twitched violently. At that moment, Suke finally understood why the third-tier Hyena King had charged relentlessly without fear of death against their attacks earlier. They must have been sent by the White Tiger of the Rift Valley. Retreating would only lead to a quicker death. Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu, who had flashed before the spectral White Tiger, also saw the sheer power of the strike and their brows furrowed in shock. Yet they had no choice but to join forces, simultaneously striking at the cracked void White Tiger concealed within the Starlight Phantom. The Phantom moved with astonishing agility. Sensing their approach, it lashed out with its massive tail, shattering the void as it swung viciously toward the two. Its terrifying speed sent chills down their spines.
Li Shangdong could only grab Leng Qianxiu and flash away once more.
Thus began a stalemate. The Phantom relentlessly attacked, while Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu continuously dodged.
This can't go on. We have to find a way to take it down.
Facing one perilous attack after another, Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu's composure began to waver.
But just then, Suke's voice rang out again.
General Li, Uncle Lang, don't panic.
Keep holding out like this.
This cracked void White Tiger is wounded. Trust me, in a war of attrition, it absolutely cannot outlast you. In Suke's analysis, the cracked White Tiger's weaknesses were becoming more pronounced. Corroded by Lu Chenhuan's eternal hunger domain, its vitality was slowly draining away, and its attack speed was gradually slowing. The cracked White Tiger sensed this too, its gaze toward Suke now filled with pure hostility.
You noisy little insect.
I was planning to deal with you later, but now it seems you'll have to die first. As the words left its mouth, the cracked void White Tiger abruptly abandoned its assault on Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu, instead swiping its claw directly toward Suke's position. The colossal phantom, forged from starlight energy, instantly engulfed the world before Suquebec's terrifying spiritual energy fluctuations surged downward, violently unleashing their fury upon him. Seeing this, Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu's expressions changed instantly.
Damn it! That beast is going after Suke.
They hadn't anticipated that the cracked White Tiger would abandon its assault on them both at this moment, instead targeting the relatively weaker Suke first. But Suke's eyes were sharp and clear as he addressed Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu directly. This beast has two weak points now. Besides its chest, the junction between its wings and spine also shows a weakness indicator.
Don't worry about us. Attack it now.
Suke understood clearly that Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu were too far away to rush back in time.
Any attempt to retreat would only squander this prime offensive opportunity. Afterward, the cracked White Tiger would continue exploiting this point to pin them down.
At that moment, the cracked White Tiger wore a cold, mocking smile.
Are you truly willing to abandon such a gifted beastmaster and two beast maidens?
It too was gambling betting that Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu would come to their aid. However, Li Shangdong made a decision that caught the White Tiger completely off guard. He raised his greatsword and seized the moment to slash at the split White Tiger's chest. Beside him, Leng Qianxiu's eyes brimmed with tears, but seeing Li Shangdong strike, she unleashed her own spirit energy, launching herself toward the cracked White Tiger's wing. Facing their combined assault, the White Tiger's eyes flashed with savage intent. Since you two care so little for this little brat's life, I'll make sure he dies. To take such a talented human beastmaster down with me in death killable wouldn't feel shortchanged. With that, the cracked White Tiger recklessly commanded the stellar illusions to assault Suke.
Suke narrowed his eyes and addressed Lu Chenhuan. Huan, come with me to block this wave of attacks. Ruashua, take cover behind us.
Lang Ruashua, a ranged control mage, realized that in this situation, only she and Lu Chenhuan, both capable of using beast maiden skills, could hold the line.
Yes.
Before Suke's words had fully faded, Lu Chenhuan and Suke simultaneously stepped forward. A shimmering aura enveloped them as they activated their innate skills.
Metal defense.
In an instant, all the vitality previously absorbed from the cracked White Tiger through the eternal hunger domain coalesced.
Suke and Lu Chenhuan transformed into two small golden figures, confronting the cracked White Tiger's lethal strike.
Above, Li Shangdong and Leng Qianxiu's attacks also struck the Star Void Tiger's stellar phantom.
A desperate gamble, a last stand. Chapter 74, the final ace up the sleeve Cambrian Ice Core. Boom!
Between heaven and earth, the 1,000-meter-tall stellar silhouette of the Void White Tiger slammed down fiercely towards Suke's location. In that instant, the entire world before Suke and his companions was shrouded in darkness, engulfed in a grim, gray haze. Amidst terrifying energy fluctuations, Suke and Lu Chenhuan unleashed surging spiritual energy. Harnessing the life force previously channeled from the cracked white tiger, they maximized their metallic defenses and charged toward the starry silhouette.
Ice Crystal Storm.
Ruashua, unwilling to stand idly by, channeled her spiritual energy to continuously condense an ice crystal storm. She hurled it at the stellar phantom crashing down from the sky. Yet, under the vast disparity in cultivation, these feeble ice crystals proved utterly incapable of withstanding even a fraction of the cracked white tiger's terrifying assault. The moment they touched the phantom, they were instantly crushed into powdered spiritual energy, dissipating helplessly into the void. High above, Lu Chenhuan witnessed this scene, her eyes brimming with tears. With a fierce shout, she charged madly toward the cracked void white tiger.
Limit Flash.
Li Shangdong's form flickered wildly at that very moment, closing in on the cracked void white tiger at breakneck speed, determined to breach its true form. But whether provoked by Suke or driven by sheer fury, the cracked white tiger now attacked them with relentless ferocity, determined to crush all three of them like insignificant ants. Die! In the blink of an eye, their attacks collided. The colossal claws of the stellar phantom slammed down upon Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who stood at the forefront.
Ahaha!
Under the crushing force, every bone in Suke and Lu Chenhuan's bodies creaked and groaned, as if they would shatter at any moment. Yet, relying on the formidable defense of their metallic armor, they put up a final, desperate resistance. Blood streamed unceasingly from their 7 orifices, glistening crimson against the golden armor like 2 weeping divine statues. Mid-air, Li Shangdong and Lu Chenhuan, witnessing this scene, burned their own vital essence like madmen, each frantically attacking the weak point Suke had described. But the cracked white tiger was utterly determined to kill Su Quebec, completely disregarding the imminent damage to itself. It controlled its phantom form to stomp viciously on Suke. Once Suke was dead, freed from the damned domain restrictions and the constant warnings of its weaknesses, Lu Chenhuan and Li Shangdong would find it much harder to restrain themselves. Facing this terrifying pressure, Suke and Lu Chenhuan's bodies creaked and groaned, their limbs trembling uncontrollably, yet they still stood their ground.
Ruashua, we can't hold on much longer. You must leave now.
After withstanding the terrifying strike from the cracked void white tiger, Suke and Lu Chenhuan finally grasped the true extent of the power gap between them. They urgently called out, trying to save Ruashua. Ruashua gazed at the 2 men covered in blood, her eyes brimming with tears.
Leave? Where could I possibly go? Brother Su, we are one heart and one mind. If you two are gone, where could I possibly go? In life we stand together, in death we fall together. With tears streaming down her face, Ruashua did not retreat but instead stepped forward. Seeing this, Suke's expression changed instantly. Ruashua, what are you doing?
Physically speaking, Ruashua leaned toward being a frail ranged mage. With the ice crystal storm unable to halt this stellar phantom, stepping forward was tantamount to suicide. Yet to his astonishment, Ruashua showed no fear of certain death, only profound calm.
Brother Su, have you forgotten I still have one final card up my sleeve?
As she spoke, Ruashua removed the Cambrian ice core from her snow-white jade-like neck and held it up gently.
This Cambrian ice core can store the dragon's breath within me.
After this past month, it has accumulated quite a bit. Even if I risk the danger of energy overflowing again, I might still be able to protect you all.
I refuse to hide behind you forever. I want to protect everyone too.
As she spoke, spiritual energy surged from Ruashua's hand, instantly shattering the Cambrian ice core in her grasp.
In that instant, a terrifying surge of energy erupted from within. Dragon breath.
As the white tiger of the cracked void, manipulating the stellar illusions, sensed this aura, his expression changed abruptly.
How could this girl possess the aura of the dragon clan? The next second, Ruashua spat forth a mouthful of essence blood.
Her scales blazed with light as a terrifying illusory form surged violently from behind her. It was a frost dragon, its entire body covered in ice blue scales, its eyes frozen solid, its expression utterly cold and indifferent.
A frost dragon. The very frost dragon that once froze the entire world for an entire era. The moment this phantom appeared, the pupils of the cracked void white tiger contracted violently. The enormous stellar phantom above it also revealed a look of terror in its pupils. But immediately, a look of venomous hatred flashed across its eyes. So what if it's a frost dragon? You're merely a reincarnated form now. After sealing yourself away for so long, do you truly think you can stop me at the 7th tier? Die.
In that split second, the cracked void white tiger's body erupted with blazing starlight.
Channeling all its spiritual energy, it stomped down. Below, the frost dragon witnessed the strike, its eyes cold and indifferent.
It opened its massive jaws, channeling the dragon's breath from the Cambrian ice core, and collided fiercely with the star void tiger's stellar projection.
Boom! In an instant, 2 colossal, savage energies collided, unleashing a terrifying explosive shockwave. For a moment, the 2 forces stood evenly matched. Witnessing this scene, both the cracked white tiger and Li Shangdong's group were utterly stunned. A 3rd tier being can actually match a 7th tier's full power strike? Cold Chenhuan, in particular, stared in utter disbelief. Is this the true potential of Ruashua's innate talent?
In that instant, Lu Chenhuan finally believed beyond doubt that Ruashua possessed a hidden SSS tier talent.
However, dragon breath was finite. Their confrontation lasted only seconds before the Ice Core's reserves were completely depleted, leaving the Stellar Phantom free to attack once more. Facing the Starry Void's renewed assault, Ruashua let out a clear shout. Ignoring the burning of her own vital blood and spiritual energy, she frantically squeezed and mobilized her latent potential from within her body. Her essence blood burned wildly, her flesh visibly aging at a rapid pace. The Frost Dragon's form solidified once more. It opened its massive jaws, unleashing a dragon's roar that shook the heavens and earth. A breath of dragon's energy, even more terrifying than before, erupted forth. Roar! Under the force of this dragon's breath, the Star Tiger's illusory form froze solid. Its claws froze mid-air, its entire body permeated by the cold. Cracks began to spread from its claws across its entire form. Now's our chance. Li Shangdong and Leng Qianqiu seized the moment, instantly igniting their vital energy and spiritual roots to unleash their most powerful strike upon the cracked white tiger's true form. Infused with the dragon's icy breath, the cracked white tiger's movements seemed frozen. Facing this terrifying assault, it was utterly powerless to evade. In an instant, 3 blasts of spiritual light erupted across the heavens and earth, their terrifying explosions reverberating throughout the cosmos. Crash! The colossal stellar projection of the cracked void white tiger shattered inch by inch, dissipating into boundless spiritual energy that vanished into the void. Chapter 75, Emergency Repair, Dragon's Slumber. Thud! Li Shangdong's greatsword and Leng Qianqiu's attack instantly pierced the cracked white tiger's chest and the space between its back wings, unleashing a torrent of terrifying spiritual energy into its body. In that instant, the terrifying spiritual energy surged into the already gravely wounded body of the cracked white tiger, causing it to let out a piercing howl of agony. Under the assault of Ruashua's frost dragon breath and the relentless life-draining of the eternal hunger domain, countless spiritual energies surged from the cracked white tiger's body, wildly spilling out into the surrounding heavens and earth. Boom! Finally, overwhelmed by the barrage of attacks, the cracked white tiger let out a wail of unwillingness. Its massive body exploded, scattering into a sky-filling mist of blood that rained down upon the land. Witnessing this, Li Shangdong and Leng Qianqiu couldn't help but flash excitement and exhilaration in their eyes. We did it! Together, we took down a 7th-tier void-splitting white tiger. We've slain the sky-splitting tiger god that once struck terror into the hearts of countless humans and beasts. But before they could celebrate, they heard Su Kei's anguished cry from below. Ruashua! They immediately looked in the direction of the cry. Within their field of vision, Ruashua was now skin and bones, her breath faint and thread-like. Behind her, the illusory dragon shattered inch by inch as her entire body plummeted straight toward the ground. Su Kei soared forward, catching Ruashua in his arms. Ruashua! Ruashua, what's wrong? Don't scare me! Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, swiftly flew over as well, joining Su Kei in supporting Ruashua. Seeing this, Li Shangdong and Leng Qianqiu's expressions turned grim. Leng Qianqiu, in particular, swiftly darted down, dashing to Ruashua's side. Ruashua! Ruashua! At that moment, Ruashua's vital energy was depleted, her fundamental essence nearly exhausted. Looking at Su Kei, Leng Qianqiu, and Lu Chenhuan, who were all watching her with concern, she managed to force a faint smile. As long as you're all right, as long as everyone is safe. Is that Tiger King dead? Dead. Dead. Su Kei, cradling Ruashua, nodded repeatedly. As she listened to Su Kei's words, a flicker of relief appeared in Ruashua's eyes. If I can help brother Su and father, even if I die, it will be worth it. No. No. You won't die. Su Kei, holding Ruashua in his arms, shook his head repeatedly. With me here, I won't let you die, Ruashua. His insight divine eyes frantically scanned Ruashua's body, desperately seeking any glimmer of hope to alter her fate. Defect, current target has consumed excessive vital energy and essence, approaching a near-death state. I know the flaw. Quick, give me a solution. I need a plan. Under Su Kei's full concentration, the insight divine eye seemed to gain X-ray vision, relentlessly scanning Ruashua's chi blood meridians and internal organs. Finally, Su Kei identified a repair solution. Repair plan, locate a Cambrian ice core and administer it. Condense the scattered dragon breath within oneself to activate the dragon clan's innate ability and enter hibernation for recovery. Hibernation. Cambrian ice core hibernation. The moment the repair plan was analyzed, Su Kei hurriedly looked up at Leng Qianqiu, who stood utterly flustered. Uncle Leng, the Cambrian ice core. I need the Cambrian ice core. Go find me a Cambrian ice core immediately. It can save Ruashua's life. Cambrian ice core? Hearing Su Kei's words, Leng Qianqiu seemed to recall something. He swiftly activated his storage ring and retrieved a Cambrian ice core. I have one. I have one. When Huan advanced last time, I was afraid it wouldn't be enough, so I kept one as a backup. Seeing the Cambrian ice core emitting a chill, Su Kei snatched it directly, placing it against Ruashua's chest and pressing it firmly. He hurriedly comforted her. Ruashua, don't be afraid. With this Cambrian ice core, you can reconstitute your dragon's breath and activate the dragon clan's innate hibernation ability. We still have so many beautiful things to experience together in our future. You won't die. You just need to get a good night's sleep. Is that so? Hearing Su-Kei's reassurance tinged with urgency, a flicker of relief crossed Ruashua's gaunt face. Brother Su, I believe you. I'm so tired. I'm going to sleep now. As she spoke, Ruashua slowly closed her eyes. Her slender silver-white lashes fluttered gently as they met, like an angel descended to earth, sinking into slumber. The dragon's breath and frigid air scattered throughout the surroundings seemed to be drawn by some force at that moment, slowly gathering before Ruashua. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, could not hold back the tears welling in his aged eyes. Ruashua! Ruashua! It's all my fault. I failed to protect you. Li Shandong, standing nearby, wore a complex expression. If not for Ruashua's extreme burst of power, we might all have perished in the jaws of that 7th-tier tiger god. Lu Chenhuan, who was supporting Ruashua, felt even more conflicted. At this moment, she finally accepted Ruashua completely in her heart. Su-Kei, however, retrieved a blanket from his storage ring and spread it on the ground. Cradling Ruashua, he carefully laid her fragile body upon it before turning to face Li Shandong and Lu Chenhuan. General Li, Uncle Lang, Ruashua's life is no longer in immediate danger, but she still requires a period of rest and recuperation. I'd appreciate it if you could help clear the surrounding area to prevent any further accidents. Listening to Su-Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, son-in-law. With me here, no one will get close enough to harm Ruashua again. As for you, Old Li, this incident is significant. Beyond the rift, countless classmates and soldiers from the city defense department are arriving. You should take this opportunity to evacuate and secure everyone, preventing panic from spreading. Li Shandong nodded lightly at Lu Chenhuan's words. He then rose immediately, spread his divine sense to scan the surroundings, and turned to dart out of the fissure. Su-Kei, Lu Chenhuan, and Lu Chenhuan, meanwhile, held their breath, refocused their minds, and quietly maintained their vigil nearby. At that moment, atop a distant hill beyond the fissure, the owl and the azure bird of the demon god cult lay concealed, their gaze fixed intently upon the fissure. Such terrifying battle energy, it seems they've really started. Who would have thought a 7th-tier cultivator could emerge from this tiny foaming rift? Li Shandong and his crew are going down here. The owl, in particular, bore a cold, icy glint in its eyes. If Li Shandong perishes in this turmoil, we'll be free to act as we please, striking at Tianhai with utter abandon. Beside him, the azure bird let out a cruel, cold laugh. With a 7th-tier beast on our side, turning Tianhai upside down will be child's play. But just as the two were plotting, a flash of light shot up from the fissure, and Li Shandong's figure instantly appeared outside the chasm. Witnessing this, the owl and the blue bird's eyes widened like copper bells. How is this possible? How is Li Shandong still alive? Chapter 76, The Skeptical Blue Bird and Owl. General Li has emerged. The Tianhai City Defense Forces, who had been rushing frantically toward the fissure from afar, couldn't help but surge with excitement the moment Li Shandong appeared. As for the cadets of the training camp, they had already been evacuated under the guidance of their instructors to prevent any further mishaps. Spotting Li Shandong's arrival, a middle-aged man in a trench coat, sporting a neatly trimmed crew cut, strode swiftly toward him. General Li? What's the situation? You just sent a message saying a 7th-tier ferocious beast appeared? What's the situation? Seeing the man approach, Li Shandong felt a wave of relief wash over him. General Du, you've arrived? The man before him was Du Shiqing, the commander stationed in Tianhai from the capital. Upon receiving Li Shandong's message, he had immediately led his own team and the Tianhai City Defense Forces to the scene. Looking at Du Shiqing's anxious expression, Li Shandong swallowed hard, took a deep breath, and spoke with unwavering confidence. We succeeded. We successfully slew that 7th-rank sky-splitting tiger god. The sky-splitting tiger god? Hearing Li Shandong's words, Du Shiqing beside him couldn't help but widen his eyes. You mean the legendary 9th-tier beast that fought Firewind in that earth-shattering battle here in Fengming Valley years ago, where both perished? Yes. Li Shandong nodded lightly. Exactly. In that battle years ago, the sky-splitting white tiger wasn't actually killed, it was only gravely wounded. Using secret arts, it hid within Fengming Valley all this time, lying dormant and recuperating. It seized the opportunity presented by this youth training session to strike, tricking me into unlocking the ancient sage's array seal, intending to stir up chaos. Fortunately, through the combined efforts of myself, Lu Chenhuan, and 3 Qingxuan trainees, we managed to slay it, preventing even greater calamity. As Li Shandong spoke, shock flashed in Du Shiqing's eyes. Young trainees? They joined forces with you to defeat the 7th-tier sky-splitting tiger god? Du Shiqing's face now wore a look of deep skepticism. What kind of youth training cadet could possibly survive a battle against a 7th-tier ferocious beast? Could it be that Su-Kei we saw on the boundary marker before entering the valley? Are you certain you're not joking, General Li? It had only been about half a month since the youth training program began. The trainees' cultivation levels were generally at the 1st tier. Even if there were exceptionally talented individuals, they could barely reach the 2nd tier at most. A second-tier beast master and beast maiden would be obliterated by a mere fart from a 7th-tier beast. How could they possibly team up with Li Xiangdong?
The only plausible explanation was Suke, the one with over 1.3 million points on the boundary marker before they entered the valley. In Du Shiqing's mind, he was more inclined to believe this was due to interference from the 7th-tier ferocious beast, causing the boundary marker to malfunction. He didn't believe Suke and his fellow greenhorns could genuinely earn millions of points, let alone help Li Xiangdong defeat his 7th-tier beast. Yet Li Xiangdong's eyes were filled with solemnity and earnestness. This is no joke. That sky-splitting tiger spirit was exceptionally powerful. Without Suke and his team's assistance, it would have broken free long ago and unleashed a bloodbath across the entire Tianhai. Suke, really? Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Du Shiqing's expression tightened. You mean that legendary Beast Tamer who's been causing such a stir in Tianhai lately? The one who clearly awakened SSS-tier legendary Beast Tamer talent, yet insisted on contracting an F-tier Beast Maiden? Rumors about Suke had already spread like wildfire throughout the entire Tianhai. As the commander of the capital's garrison, Du Shiqing was naturally no stranger to them. In fact, the moment he first heard the news, he had immediately reported it to the capital. He himself had even felt pity for Suke's genius. With such a bright future ahead, he could have waited for the capital to directly assist him in finding an S-rank Beast Maiden. Instead, he'd let his emotions guide him and contracted an F-rank Beast Maiden. Later, when he heard Suke could actually contract 2 Beast Maidens, yet both had chosen F-rank, Du Shiqing's opinion of Suke plummeted further. He deemed Suke overly sentimental and utterly useless. Now, upon hearing Li Xiangdong mention that Suke and his companions had actually helped Li Xiangdong defeat a 7th-tier sky-splitting tiger god, Du Shiqing was utterly shocked. Yes, that's him. Without hesitation, Li Xiangdong nodded in response to Du Shiqing's question and addressed him. Earlier, he and the 3 contracted beast girls alone took down 2 third-tier beasts and 2 to 3 dozen second-tier beasts. It shook the valley. To help us defeat the sky-splitting tiger god, Suke's contract beast maiden Lang Ruashua has entered a near-death hibernation state and requires rest here for some time. During this period, I kindly request General Du to station guards here and assist in retrieving the bodies of my cadets. Ensure no one with ulterior motives approaches the Fengming Great Rift Valley. I must return to handle the aftermath and submit a full report on this incident to the capital. Seeing the grave expression on Li Xiangdong's face, Du Shiqing nodded firmly. Rest assured, General Li. You may depart without concern. We will guard this place diligently and prevent any ill-intentioned individuals from approaching the Fengming Rift. If Suke and his group truly possessed the potential to assist in defeating 7th-tier beasts, as Li Xiangdong claimed, their potential was immeasurable. Even without Li Xiangdong's reminder, they demanded serious attention. Very well. Hearing Du Shiqing's assurance, Li Xiangdong showed no hesitation. He turned and dashed toward the training camp. As Li Xiangdong departed, Du Shiqing immediately waved his hand at the city defense officers behind him. Battalions 1 through 5, hold your positions here. The rest of you, follow me down into the rift to clear the battlefield. With that, Du Shiqing personally led his men into the Rift Valley, swiftly heading toward the center of the earlier battlefield. Meanwhile, in the distant hills and forests, the owl and the bluebird watched all this unfold from the shadows, their eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. Something's off. Why did Li Xiangdong leave? Judging by the state of the scene, this doesn't look like reinforcements arriving to aid the fight. It looks more like the aftermath of a battle. Could the sky-splitting tiger god have failed? Both owl and bluebird now wore looks of deep suspicion. Impossible. The sky-splitting tiger god is a 9th-tier great demon capable of slaying the fire phoenix. How could it fail in such a minor location? Exactly. Li Xiangdong is just a lowly 6th-rank beast tamer without even a beast girl. How could he possibly defeat the sky-splitting tiger god, whose power can temporarily reach 7th rank? The owl and bluebird felt as if their hearts were being clawed at by a cat. This won't do. We can't just stand here speculating. We must find a way down to investigate. But Du Shiqing has already led the city guard down there and stationed troops near the entrance. Looks like we'll have to sneak down using unconventional means. The owl and bluebird exchanged glances. Instantly, the bluebird entered its beast form, transforming into a massive azure bird. The owl crouched low, clinging to the bluebird's back. Together, they flapped their wings and silently glided down the opposite side of the hill. Their movements were extremely cautious, and coupled with their distance from the entrance, the soldiers guarding the Fissure Valley remained completely unaware. Only a petite beast girl corporal frowned, glancing in the direction the bluebird and owl had departed. Strange. Why does it feel like there's movement over there? Stay here. I'll go check. Chapter 77, 1 million points, shocks the entire realm. We're saved. Outside Fengming Valley, the students who had been swiftly let out by their instructors burst into cheers upon hearing Li Xiangdong's announcement that the crisis had passed. Given their mere first-tier cultivation, escaping Fengming Valley in such a short time was already a feat. Had that 7th-tier cracked void white tiger not perished and pursued them, they would have had no chance of escape. Now, upon learning the danger had passed, their faces all radiated the joy of having narrowly escaped death. Yet, thoughts immediately turned to Suke, the one who had rescued them from peril. This was especially true for the students of the 1st Battalion, who were closest to Suke and his group. Their hearts were filled with worry. I wonder how Suke and the others are faring inside. We only saw General Lee emerge, but there was no sign of Suke's group. I heard a 7th tier beast appeared after they entered the valley. I hope they're okay. Toward Suke, who had saved their lives, everyone now harbored a peculiar emotion and indescribable mix of respect and gratitude. With a weight lifted from their hearts, the group turned to survey the valley's surroundings, spotting the point's boundary marker still flickering with light.
Over 1,000,000 points?
Gasping at the points ranking displayed on the marker, others nearby turned to look and froze in place. Even An Ning and Zhao Fei, currently ranked 2nd with over 10,000 points, seemed like mere rookies compared to Suke and his group. Especially for Zhao Fei and An Ning, the individuals directly involved.
Upon seeing this ranking, they instantly understood the source of Suke's points. It seems Suke and his group must have slaughtered those 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts and a pack of 2nd-tier ones to accumulate such a massive score. Compared to the 5,000 points for a 2nd-tier beast, a 3rd-tier beast yielded a whopping 500,000 points. By taking down 2 3rd-tier beasts and a group of 2nd-tier ones, Suke and his group had amassed over 1.1 million points. This revelation instantly crushed the hopes of Zhao Fei and An Ning, who had believed their kills of 2 or 3 2nd-tier beasts in the fissure would secure them the top spot. An Ning, in particular, was filled with regret as she recalled Suke's earlier display of overwhelming power, leading Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to slaughter their way through the beasts. If I hadn't broken up with Suke back then, would I have been slaughtering beasts alongside him too? While these trainees were lost in their simple thoughts, news of Suke's battle had already spread rapidly throughout Tianhai City.
What? Suke and his contract partner not only earned over 1,000,000 points in the hunting competition, but also helped Li Xiangdong and the others take down a 7th-tier ferocious beast?
And it's supposedly the same sky-splitting tiger god that defeated the Fire Phoenix back then?
At Tianhai First High School, Principal Wang Jiangwo leapt to his feet in his office, worry etched across his face.
What about Suke and his group? Are they safe? Has anything happened to them?
No, Principal. We've only heard that Suke's newly contracted beast girl at 3rd High has fallen into a deep slumber.
Her condition doesn't seem good.
Upon hearing Suke was unharmed, Wang Jiangwo's heart finally settled, a look of relief washing over his eyes.
As long as he's alive, that's what matters. As long as he's alive.
Under the assault of a 7th-tier ferocious beast, it's a miracle he's still alive.
To Wang Jiangwo, Suke was Tianhai First High's last hope. He absolutely couldn't afford to lose him.
Especially after An Ning transferred to 2nd High, Suke had become Wang Jiangwo's sole anchor. Upon learning Suke was unharmed, Wang Jiangwo immediately burst into laughter.
I knew it. That kid Suke wouldn't let me down.
Earning over 1,000,000 points, surviving the attack of a 7th-tier ferocious beast unscathed, and even assisting Li Xiangdong in defeating that 7th-tier sky-splitting tiger god, truly the prodigy our school produced.
Oomph. Who says a F-rank beast girl has no future?
At that moment, Wang Jiangwo felt his confidence soaring to unprecedented heights. Suke's performance in this youth training camp is enough to shatter all known records in human history.
He's a shoo-in for this youth training program. They might even send someone from the capital to personally escort him there. Tianhai, City Lord's Mansion.
Inside the City Lord's residence, a burly man clad in tight-fitting armor, his muscles clearly defined and his frame imposing, trembled as he stared at the communication device in his hands. A 7th-rank sky-splitting tiger god has been slain. Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu led the assault, while Suke and his contracted beast girl provided crucial support. This Suke also slew 2 3rd-tier and dozens of 2nd-tier beasts during this tournament, earning over 1,000,000 points in one fell swoop.
City Lord Xiang Haonan stared at the information, his eyes filled with shock.
Beside him, the city lord's wife, Ruashua, also clad in battle gear and ready for combat, stared at the report, utterly dumbfounded. After receiving Li Xiangdong's message, the couple had immediately activated their defenses and changed into battle gear, preparing to confront the 7th-tier beast, the sky-splitting tiger god.
But they never imagined the sky-splitting tiger god would be slain by Li Xiangdong and Suke before even leaving the Fengming Ravine. This Suke possesses far greater potential than we imagined. Even with 2 F-rank beast girls, he still achieved such astonishing combat prowess, even assisting Li Xiangdong in defeating the sky-splitting tiger god. This won't do. We must report this to the capital immediately.
The high-ranking officials in the capital who had chosen to abandon or observe due to contracting F-rank beast girls must now make a swift decision. Such a prodigy must not be lost to a backwater like Tianhai.
Kyoto, Beastmaster Headquarters.
A gray-haired elder listened intently as reports poured in from his subordinates, his brow furrowed so deeply it formed a distinct V-shape.
This national youth training program has suffered losses of varying degrees across all regions, and through this, we've uncovered remnants of the demon god cult secretly sabotaging the effort. Demon god cult.
The old man stared at the documents piled on his desk, his eyes flashing with a dangerous light.
If you insist on stirring up trouble, then don't blame me. Just then, another subordinate hurriedly delivered a document into the office. Marshal, this is a dispatch from Tianhai.
Please review it.
Understood. You may leave.
The old man took the Tianhai document and sighed softly. If things go as expected, it should be another piece of bad news. This time, the demon god cult had systematically disrupted youth training programs across the entire Great Xia territory. Virtually every training site had suffered varying degrees of damage, with some even experiencing the complete annihilation of their trainees. The old man's hands trembled as he unfolded the dispatch and glanced at its contents. The next moment, he slammed his fist on the table and leapt to his feet. Such genius exists in this world. He quickly called back the subordinate who was about to leave. Hold on. Send an urgent message to Kyoto University. Order them to dispatch personnel immediately. They must personally escort this Suke from Tianhai to the capital for the major examination. Hurry! Chapter 78. Pang Mang and Su Lu in shock. Suke, how are you holding up? Panting heavily, Pang Mang and Su Lu arrived at Suke's location within the Fengming Rift Valley and instinctively called out. But then they saw Ruashua lying on the blanket and Suke and the others with sorrowful expressions. At this sight, Pang Mang and Su Lu instantly grasped what had happened. They approached slowly and gently patted Suke's shoulder. Take care. Hearing Pang Mang and Su Lu's words, Lang Qianqiu beside them couldn't help but widen her eyes. Grieve what? My daughter isn't dead, she's just in temporary hibernation. Hearing Lang Qianqiu's words, Pang Mang and Su Lu finally realized their mistake and immediately apologized repeatedly. We're so sorry, we're so sorry. It was a slip of the tongue. As long as she's alive, there's still hope. Pang Mang and Su Lu wanted to ask what had happened, but seeing Suke staring intently at the urn, they felt it was inappropriate to interrupt. Fortunately, Lang Qianqiu sensed their hesitation and stepped in to pull them aside, briefly explaining the recent events. Nothing much, really. General Li and I teamed up, with help from my daughter and son-in-law, and we took down a 7th-tier beast. Though he spoke modestly, Lang Qianqiu's chest, nearly bursting with pride, constantly reminded him of his triumphant satisfaction. Compared to Suke, Lang Qianqiu's state of mind was markedly better after learning his daughter was merely in hibernation. Upon hearing the full story, Pang Mang and Su Lu both stared wide-eyed, their gazes fixed on Suke and his companions, filled with utter disbelief. So you three not only took down 2 3rd-tier beasts and a pack of 2nd-tier beasts, but also helped General Li and Mr. Ling defeat a 7th-tier beast? Moreover, upon closer inspection, they realized that Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and the slumbering Lang Ruashua were all at the 3rd-tier cultivation level. Unbelievable. You always manage to pull off miracles for us. Pang Mang and Su Lu now regarded Suke and his companions with a distinctly different gaze. They had intended to lavish praise upon them, but seeing Lang Ruashua's current state, they felt such words were ill-timed and refrained for the moment. Instead, they remained by their side, silently observing Lang Ruashua's recovery. Strangely enough, the newly bestowed Cambrian Ice Core, though not energized by spiritual power, began spontaneously gathering the dragon breath and frigid energy scattered throughout the heavens and earth, flowing toward Lang Ruashua's body. Nourished by this cold energy and dragon breath, Lang Ruashua's emaciated, skin and bones body slowly began to recover. To enter hibernation after such severe injury, utilizing cold energy to restore her vital essence? Witnessing this scene, Pang Mang and Su Lu felt their understanding of the world profoundly shaken. Even the most powerful beast tamers required sustenance from grains and the energy of heaven and earth to replenish themselves. Never had they heard of one nourishing themselves with cold energy. Is she truly only an F rank? Gazing at Lang Ruashua's gaunt, pallid face, Pang Mang and Su Lu began to doubt her innate talent for the first time. And Lu Chenhuan, is she also F rank? What exactly did Suke, an SSS tier beast master, do to them to make them so extraordinary? As these thoughts swirled, Du Shiqing's city defense troops appeared in the distance. Surveying the gruesome battlefield around him, Du Shiqing's jaw dropped despite his mental preparation. As soon as Du Shiqing came into view, Pang Mang and Su Lu hurried forward to meet him, while Lang Qianqiu followed at a leisurely pace. General Du, you've arrived. Du Shiqing observed Lang Qianqiu approaching him, glancing at Suke and Lu Chenhuan standing guard beside Lang Ruashua. Just as he was about to ask, Lang Qianqiu pulled him aside. Let's talk over here. He then briefly explained the earlier events from his perspective as a participant. Nothing major, really. My daughter and son-in-law fought valiantly to save their comrades, slaying 2 3rd-tier ferocious beasts and a pack of 2nd-tier beast soldiers. They then assisted me and General Li in defeating this 7th-tier beast. Glancing at Lang Qianqiu's chest, which seemed to be bulging like a 36D bra, Du Shiqing cleared his throat. Your daughter and son-in-law are indeed formidable. Of course, Mr. Lang, you're quite powerful yourself, truly a worthy entrepreneur of our people. Alright, we understand. We'll now secure the nearby battlefield, eliminate any suspicious targets, and ensure the utmost protection for your son-in-law and daughter. Hearing Du Shiqing's words, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but exhale a long sigh of relief. Thank you all for your hard work. Once my daughter recovers, I will personally host a banquet in Tianhai to honor you all. As he spoke, Du Shiqing began directing his men to conduct a thorough search, clearing the nearby corpses and eliminating potential security threats. But at that moment, Du Shiqing seemed to sense something. He lifted his gaze toward the dense forest in the distance.
Demon god cults insects? Damn it! I knew someone was stirring trouble behind this incident. Shui. Upon detecting the aura of the owl and the blue bird, Du Shiqing roared and leapt forward, streaking toward the distant forest. Beside him, a female bodyguard followed his leap. In an instant, she transformed into a snow-white bird, letting out a piercing cry as she soared swiftly toward the direction Du Shiqing had been watching. The moment they drew near, Du Shiqing leapt onto the bird's back and soared away at breakneck speed. Meanwhile, the bluebird and owl who had just touched down in the distant woods frowned at the sight. Damn it, Du Shiqing found us after all. However, after briefly surveying the battlefield, the two had gathered the information they sought. Who'd have thought Li Xiangdong was so formidable? He actually teamed up with Ling Qianqiu to take down that cracked white tiger. That Su Ke is also formidable. Not only did he survive the aftershocks of a 7th tier battle, but he seems to have contributed significantly to the outcome. He was a 9th tier Guishu back in the day. How could he be so useless now? This Tianhai operation must be the mission with the lowest casualties. The cult's higher-ups will surely punish us for this. Having obtained the information, the two wasted no time. They immediately transformed into azure birds and swiftly retreated toward the horizon, one man and one bird. Behind them, Du Shiqing pursued relentlessly. As for the rest of the city defense forces, some followed Du Shiqing in pursuit of the blue birds, while others remained nearby to clear the battlefield and protect Su Ke and his two companions. But at that very moment, deep within the distant woods, a half-orange leopard cat cub, hidden among the thickets, seemed to be startled. Panicked, it scrambled about, stumbling and tumbling as it accidentally ran toward the direction of Su Ke and his companions. Spotting the tiny orange leopard cat barely the size of a palm, ears perked up, stumbling awkwardly as it walked. Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up. So adorable! Who knew there were such adorable little leopard cats in this ravine? Su Ke's eyes, however, narrowed slightly. Chapter 79, Stop Pretending, White Tiger of the Rift. When Su Ke saw the little leopard cat stumbling toward them, he didn't feel maternal affection like Lu Chenhuan did. Instead, his eyes narrowed instantly. For his insight divine eyes had actually detected the leopard cat's information panel. Ferocious beast, slender-tailed cat. Tier 2. Innate skills, Beast King Roar, Power Strike. Defect, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast, the sky-splitting tiger god. Suffered severe injuries that prevented full recovery and endured a major battle that depleted its vital energy, causing it to regress to its primal 2nd tier state. Status, contractable. Su Ke's lips curled into a cold smile as he studied the leopard cat's information panel. Who'd have thought it'd be this little rascal? The leopard cat was now no bigger than a palm, with a large head and tiny body. Its two big eyes sparkled like jewels atop its head, giving it an adorable, almost cute appearance. Even its wobbly gait emphasized its harmless nature. Who could have imagined this was the very sky-splitting tiger god that had caused such chaos? Seems this little bastard has more than one backup plan. The sky-splitting tiger god the slender-tailed cat now stumbled toward Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan as if terrified, mewing pitifully as if seeking protection. True to its expectations, a girl like Lu Chenhuan couldn't resist such an adorable creature. She opened her arms wide and reached out to grab the slender-tailed cat. Witnessing this scene, Su Ke's eyes flickered as his thoughts raced. Truth be told, the moment he first laid eyes on the slender-tailed cat, Su Ke had wanted to kick it to death. But upon seeing the contractable status displayed in its information panel, Su Ke changed his mind. If there was a free-to-use contract beast available, why waste the opportunity? Though Su Ke himself didn't understand why a human like him could contract a beast as a partner, the information panel's prompt couldn't be wrong. Su Ke was genuinely curious about how contracting this beast might affect him in the future. Whatever else might be unclear, at least in the Beastmaster realm, he had pioneered the ability to contract a ferocious beast. With this thought, Su Ke suppressed the killing intent surging within him. He made no move to stop the slender-tailed cat from approaching him and the others, allowing Lu Chenhuan to reach out and embrace it. As for the threat, based on Su Ke's understanding of the slender-tailed cat, such a vicious creature with a mind indistinguishable from a human's would only risk appearing here in this form to seek refuge. Its cultivation was now extremely low. Far from attacking, it dared not even reveal its true nature as a ferocious beast. Instead, it employed some unknown secret technique to mask its aura, disguising itself as an ordinary, cute creature of the forest to elicit human sympathy. Moreover, even if it did attack, Lu Chenhuan now at the 3rd cultivation stage could easily handle this 2nd stage slender-tailed cat. Sure enough, the moment it approached Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan, the slender-tailed cat feigned exhaustion, tumbling onto the ground and exposing its fluffy, white belly. A young girl like Lu Chenhuan couldn't resist such an adorable creature. Seeing this, she immediately reached out to pick up the kitten. To avoid giving away its ruse, the kitten even put on a terrified expression as Lu Chenhuan approached, yowling and scrambling to roll away. Its tiny, clumsy form was utterly laughable. The scene made Lu Chenhuan unable to hold back her laughter. She reached out, grabbed the back of the kitten's neck, the very spot that held its fate, and yanked it up. Little thing, where do you think you're going? After being caught, the kitten put on a show of struggling, mewing, and squirming. But it soon seemed to realize the futility of its efforts and gradually quieted down. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan grew even more fond of it. He held the little cat up and boasted to Suke. Brother Su, look what I caught this little cutie. Who'd have thought such a cute little creature could be found in these dangerous, deep mountains? This little one clearly got separated from its family. So tiny, barely bigger than a palm. I wonder where its mother is. Throughout Lu Chenhuan's description, the slender-tailed cat's large eyes glistened with tears, its pouty mouth conveying utter distress. Suke, who knew the whole story, watched the kitten's Oscar-worthy performance with a faint, amused smile. It is a bit pitiful. The kitten, immersed in its dramatic performance, caught Suke's ambiguous expression. For some reason, it felt a sudden jolt of fear and instinctively burrowed deeper into Lu Chenhuan's embrace. Lu Chenhuan, however, seemed oblivious to the kitten's unusual behavior. Hesitating, she addressed Suke. Brother Su, what do you think about us taking this poor little thing in? Since we'll be staying in this rift valley for Ruashua's recovery, having such a cute little companion around to pass the time would be quite nice. Lu Chenhuan, ever the restless and lively type, was naturally delighted at the prospect of such a delightful little creature to pass the time. Adopt? Upon hearing Lu Chenhuan's suggestion, Suke narrowed his eyes. He reached into Lu Chenhuan's arms, snatched the slender-tailed cat, and yanked it by the scruff of its neck, hoisting it directly before his face. Suddenly yanked into view, the slender-tailed cat instantly stiffened. It quickly put on a terrified expression, flailing its limbs wildly, a perfectly innocent, inexperienced creature as if afraid Suke would see through its act. Witnessing this, Suke's smile deepened as he addressed Lu Chenhuan. It's possible, but this little leopard cat looks a bit dirty. Huan, you and Instructor Pang stay here and watch over Ruashua. I'll take this little leopard cat to clean it up and be right back. With that, Suke picked up the slender-tailed cat and headed toward the riverbank nearby. Ruashua showed no suspicion, nodding eagerly as she watched Suke's departing figure, seemingly concerned for the kitten's safety. Oh, Brother Su, this kitten looks so tiny. Just wipe it down with a damp towel, don't dunk it in water. You might drown it. Don't worry. Suke waved at Ruashua and hurried toward the riverbank, the slender-tailed cat still in his arms. The little cat in his arms, however, put on a look of terrified confusion, frantically kicking its limbs about. Moments later, Suke arrived at the riverbank, still holding the kitten. He crouched down, placed the cat at his feet, and spoke to it coldly. Jump in and wash yourself. Don't make me do it. Hearing Suke's words, the tiny body of the slender-tailed cat froze for a moment. But it quickly turned to look at Suke with an innocent expression, seemingly not understanding what Suke was saying. Faced with the cat's performance, Suke remained as cold and indifferent as ever. Stop pretending, cracked White Tiger. I know it's you. At those words, the slender-tailed cat's tiny eyes widened instantly. Chapter 80, UF King covet my body? By the riverbank where cold winds howled, Suke's words cut like a March chill, stinging the slender-tailed cat's heart. But after its eyes widened, it promptly flopped onto the ground, rolling around cutely, continuing to stare at Suke with an innocent expression. Deep down, it still believed Suke was trying to trick it. Yet, faced with the incessantly adorable little cat, Suke's tone remained as icy as ever. Don't pretend you didn't hear me. I know you understand. If you don't respond now, I'll expose your identity as the cracked White Tiger immediately. Or I'll kill you right here. Rest assured, once they learn your true identity, Huan and the others won't blame me for killing an innocent. Faced with Suke's threat, the slender-tailed cat's cutesy antics froze mid-motion. Realizing its cover was blown, it dropped the act, scrambling to its feet and speaking in a woman's voice. When did you figure it out? Hearing the slender-tailed cat retain its ability to speak human language and in a female voice, at that Suke's eyes widened with surprise before he chuckled. The moment you showed yourself. Hearing Suke's reply, the slender-tailed cat lifted its adorable, wide eyes to look at him. How did you know? I thought my disguise was flawless. No one should have been able to see through it. Truthfully, even when it was still the cracked White Tiger, the slender-tailed cat had never truly believed it could force its way out. The reason for that great battle was, in truth, to prepare for its own escape. Regression for survival was its ultimate escape tactic. But he couldn't fathom how Suke, merely a second-tier cultivator who had just ascended to third tier, could possibly have seen through his disguise. Facing the slender-tailed cat's confusion, Suke remained composed. If I could see through your weaknesses when you were still at the 7th tier, then you, merely at the 2nd tier, are completely transparent to me. Besides, Crack White Tiger died far too hastily. Even if we defeated it together, it didn't need to die so cleanly. Not even its beast core remained intact. Because Lu Chenhuan was particularly fond of beast cores, Suke had instinctively tried to loot the beast core when the White Tiger of the Cracked Void died, but found nothing. All of this reeks of something amiss. I couldn't figure it out either. How could such a famed 9th tier beast die so carelessly, without even a backup plan? Until you revealed yourself, then everything made sense. Regression to survive, that was your ultimate strategy. Suke chuckled as he spoke these words. Setting aside how you concealed your aura, making you appear entirely devoid of any fiend beast's menace. Even if we'd suspected you were a young beast, such a low cultivation level wouldn't have warranted extermination.
After all, for us humans, the existence of some low-tier beasts is still necessary as trial subjects for future recruits. If I'm not mistaken, your plan is to first pretend to be a pet to gain our favor, then wait until we take you out. Once you're strong enough, you'll just run off, right? Listening to Sukei's analysis, the slender-tailed cat felt a chill run straight up its spine. The mighty sky-splitting tiger god, must have been cursed for 8 lifetimes to encounter a brat like you. A flicker of human-like sorrow flickered in the slender-tailed cat's eyes. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have had to come this far. But who'd have thought that meeting you would mean even my journey here gets discovered? I admit defeat. The sky-splitting white tiger had completely abandoned resistance. Alright, now that you found me, do as you please, beat me or kill me. Either way, I'm no match for you right now. Sukei's combat prowess was something the slender-tailed cat had experienced firsthand. Based on its understanding of Sukei, even 100 of its kind wouldn't be enough to stand against him now. Rather than struggle desperately, it was better to lie down and wait for death. Who said I intended to kill you? Seeing the cat's utterly defeated expression, a cold smile curled at the corners of Sukei's mouth. Hearing this, the slender-tailed cat instantly sprang to its feet, glaring at Sukei. You don't want to kill me? Then what do you want? I don't buy that a 9th-tier primordial beast holds no allure for you. Even if you just took my beast core, it'd be a hefty profit. Yet despite the cat's words, Sukei's expression remained as calm as ever. Your beast core and origin are indeed precious, but what's even more precious is your body. You want my body? Hearing Sukei's words, the slender-tailed cat's fur instantly stood on end. I'm still so young. And your taste is this perverted? Don't tell me you're a fujoshi too? Facing the slender-tailed cat's questioning, Sukei waved his hand dismissively. Aren't all beast masters fujoshi? Slim-tailed cat. But I'm still so damn young. Kill a cat, but never disgrace it. At that moment, the slender-tailed cat lifted its chin, glaring at Sukei with an air of haughty pride. I was once a mighty 9th-tier cracked void white tiger. How could I endure such humiliation? I'd rather die standing then. Before it could finish, Sukei turned to leave. Very well. I'll go explain your identity to General Du and the others right now. Before the words had fully left his mouth, the slender-tailed cat hurried forward in 2 quick strides, reaching out its tiny paws to cling tightly to Sukei's pant leg. Don't go. I think we can still talk. Sukei halted his movement, lowering his gaze to the tiny creature before him. So, you agree? Faced with Sukei's question, the slender-tailed cat tapped its tiny paw on the ground, looking somewhat flustered. It's not that I won't. But I'm still too young to transform into human form. If you want to devour my body, you'll have to wait until I've fully recovered my 7th-tier strength. Hearing this, Sukei's eyebrows involuntarily arched. Ha? You can transform into human form? Hearing this, the slender-tailed cat's eyes instantly widened as it looked up at Sukei. Ha? You didn't know? You didn't know that great demons who've reached the 9th stage of the Guechu realm can transform into human form? Sukei blinked his eyes and spread his hands helplessly. I've never encountered a 9th-tier beast, and the books barely mention them. How would I know? Hearing Sukei's words, the slender-tailed cat's mouth twitched, wishing she could slap herself a few times. The information about 9th-tier beasts transforming into human form had slipped out so easily to Sukei. Then why the hell are you drooling over my body? The slender-tailed cat snapped at Sukei, her voice dripping with irritation. Of course I want you to be my contract beast. What? Hearing Sukei's reply, the slender-tailed cat's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 81, The Majestic Half-Step Beast God, Lord Xia. Contract? You want to contract this majestic being? Are you full of it? You already have 2 beast girls, how could you possibly sign another contract? Upon hearing Sukei's words, the slender-tailed cat's first reaction was skepticism. Yet Sukei remained utterly calm in the face of this skepticism. That's none of your concern. I have my ways. If I can already contract 2 beast girls, adding 1 more ferocious beast isn't exactly a big deal. Hearing Sukei's reply, the slender-tailed cat instantly exploded. From the sound of it, 1 deal isn't enough. You want to bind this sovereign to your side for life? Unlike companionship, a contract was akin to signing a lifelong agreement. Breaking it would demand an immense price. Facing the cat's fury, Sukei remained utterly cold. Where'd you pick up that uncivilized behavior? Swearing like that, can't you speak properly? No. The slender-tailed cat was utterly displeased, radiating pure rebellion. You, a mere mortal, dare to seek a contract with one who was once a 9th-tier being? Oomph. I was once nearly a half-step beast god. This sovereign has dignity. Better to drown here today than lose my freedom and be bound by you for a lifetime. Yet facing the slender-tailed cat's tantrum and stubbornness, Sukei remained utterly calm. Such integrity, huh? Fine. I'll go tell everyone about your identity as the sky-splitting tiger god. I'm sure many will find you quite interesting. They might even dissect you in a lab to uncover the secret of your former 9th-tier status. Hearing Sukei's words, the slender-tailed cat shuddered violently. It leapt to his feet in a single bound, clutching his pant leg tightly with its tiny paws. Its large, tear-filled eyes fixed on Sukei, brimming with sorrow.
I was wrong. So what if I become your plaything for life? Fine, I'll agree. Faced with this utterly spineless cat, Suke rolled his eyes. Fine. Follow me for now. We'll sign the contract tonight when no one's around. Signing a contract with a ferocious beast was an unprecedented event. Suke didn't want the whole world to know about it. Hearing Suke's words, the slender-tailed cat nodded frantically, bobbing its head. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Whatever you say, master. Watching the slender-tailed cat's utterly unprincipled demeanor, Suke's lips twitched. He gave the cat an order. Jump into the river, clean yourself up, and follow me. Suke wasn't worried the cat would try to escape. After all, the cat's cultivation was currently weak. Should it show the slightest sign of trouble, Suke could easily subdue it in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the river banks were patrolled by city guards upstream and downstream. The cat had deliberately drifted towards Suke and his group, obviously newcomers, precisely because it feared being detected by higher-ranking officers. Little did it know that Suke, who appeared to be a rookie, was actually the most troublesome opponent. Not only had it failed to conceal itself, but it was now being forced to sign an unequal treaty. Still, the slender-tailed cat knew it had no real choice. Staying close to Suke was its only chance of survival. Once the contract was signed, they would become one in purpose. Suke would surely grow more attentive to its safety. The sole drawback was that it would be bound to this human for life, forever losing its freedom. The thought of a mighty half-step beast god reduced to such a state made Xiao Weimao cry out to the heavens. Truly, a tiger fallen from its perch is bullied by dogs. To think of me, the esteemed half-step beast god, Lord Xia. You even have a name? Blah blah blah. Watching the slender-tailed cat still wallowing in self-pity, Suke simply kicked it into the river. Gulp, gulp. Caught off guard, the slender-tailed cat gulped down several mouthfuls of water, bubbling and gurgling in the river. Moments later, it crawled out of the river, soaking wet and looking utterly miserable. You little bastard. Cut the crap. Dry yourself off and catch up. Ignoring the kitten's protests, Suke impatiently turned his head. Hearing this, the slender-tailed cat immediately switched to full-speed head-shaking mode, whirring like a tiny fan. It spun so fast it nearly broke the sound barrier, instantly flinging every last drop of moisture from its body. Then, in 2 swift bounds, it leapt to Suke's feet, scrambled up his pant leg, and burrowed into his pocket. Suke tucked it away as he walked toward Lu Chenhuan. Huan, here, take this, a clean little kitten. Seeing the refreshed slender-tailed cat, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up with delight as she reached out to take it. However, Lu Chenhuan, who had been watching Suke all along, couldn't help but ask him curiously. Brother Su, I think I saw you talking to yourself by the river earlier. Is something on your mind? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's concern, Suke smiled warmly and ruffled her hair. Nothing much. Just taught a little blind creature a lesson. A little brat who didn't know better? At this, Lu Chenhuan instinctively glanced at the slender-tailed cat in her arms. The slender-tailed cat immediately resumed its innocent expression, mewing and extending its paws playfully toward Lu Chenhuan. Lu Chenhuan chuckled softly at the sight, letting the matter drop. She reached into her embrace and pulled out a hair tie, teasing the slender-tailed cat with it. The cat, desperate to avoid suspicion, put on a show of cooperation, stretching its tiny paws to playfully tug at the ribbon like any curious kitten would. Only the occasional flash of impatience in its eyes betrayed its displeasure. What an adorable little kitten. Su Lu, standing nearby, couldn't resist the adorable kitten's charm. She hurried over and joined the crowd playing with it. Suke merely glanced at the scene casually before losing interest. He had no interest in playing with cats or dogs. His sole focus now was on cold Ruashua's swift recovery from her unconscious state. Lost in thought, Suke immersed his mind and began cultivating beside Lang Ruashua. Lang Ruashua had lost her primordial vital energy. Having formed a contract with her, they were now one in heart and mind. Their cultivation energies could be converted between each other. If he cultivated earnestly, he could also help Lang Ruashua recover faster. Within his spiritual sea, the beast core belonging to Lang Ruashua glowed dimly, absorbing spiritual energy at an extremely slow pace. Yet with Suke's assistance, its absorption rate gradually increased. Shortly after Suke settled down to cultivate, the beast core belonging to Lu Chenhuan within the sea of consciousness lit up. It rapidly absorbed the surrounding celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy, complementing Suke and Lu Chenhuan's spiritual energy. Huan. Suke opened his eyes to find Lu Chenhuan had sat beside him at some point, gazing at him with tender eyes. Big brother Su, you didn't even call me to practice with you. The three of us are one heart and one mind. We should overcome difficulties together. Hearing this, a tender expression flickered in Suke's eyes as he gently took Lu Chenhuan's small hand. Come, together. As he spoke, swirling streams of spiritual energy surged toward them from all directions, coalescing into a substantial tide of qi. The slender-tailed cat, still being teased by Su Lu, sensed the scene. A shrewd gleam flashed in its eyes as it leaped away from Su Lu's side. It scampered to Suke's feet, feigned a stretch, and sprawled down between the two. Chapter 82, So you have gender inferiority complex? Time spent cultivating always flew by. In the blink of an eye, night had fallen.
During the afternoon, Lu Chenhuan had made a visit, bringing tents and supplies for Suke and the nearby garrison soldiers. She even thoughtfully helped them set up the tents. Du Shicheng and Lin Shui returned cursing under their breath, furious at failing to capture any remnants of the demon god cult. After confirming Suke and his group needed no further assistance, Pang Meng and Su Lu exchanged greetings before hurrying back to the youth training camp. After all, there were also numerous matters requiring their attention at the training camp. As for Suke and Lu Chenhuan, after setting up the tent, they carried Ruashua inside. There, they continued their cultivation, absorbing the surrounding celestial and earthly energies. This not only enhanced their own cultivation but also accelerated Ruashua's recovery. As for the slender-tailed cat, it slipped into the tent, curling up at Suke's feet. There, it secretly absorbed the overflowing celestial energy radiating from them, quietly restoring its own strength. Only when night had fully descended, with the moon bright and stars sparse, did Suke and Lu Chenhuan snap out of their cultivation trance. Within her sea of consciousness, Ruashua's beast core still glows dimly. Lu Chenhuan gazed at Ruashua, lying nearby like a frost-covered beauty, and couldn't help but sigh softly. Without Ruashua, our cultivation progress has slowed by nearly a third, and the effectiveness of our practice has been greatly diminished. Suke gently touched Ruashua's gaunt face, his eyes flickering. Fortunately, through this Cambrian ice core in our cultivation, Ruashua's depleted vital energy and essence have gradually begun to recover. She's no longer as skin and bones as before. Lu Chenhuan, observing Ruashua's skin condition nearby, nodded lightly. It seems diligent cultivation does yield results after all. Then Brother Su, shall we continue our cultivation? Seeing the hopeful look in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, Suke felt a warm surge in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled Lu Chenhuan's hair. We will certainly continue our cultivation, but before that, I have one important matter to attend to. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan froze beside him, a trace of confusion flickering in her eyes. What important matter does Brother Su need to handle? Suke noticed the puzzlement in Lu Chenhuan's eyes, a faint smile touching his lips. He reached down and scooped up the slender-tailed cat curled at his feet. It? Staring at the slender-tailed cat in Suke's hands, Lu Chenhuan's eyes widened with even greater bewilderment. She regarded the kitten with a look of utter suspicion. Brother Su, what's so important about this little kitten? The kitten, caught off guard by Suke's sudden grasp, mewed pitifully while its four plump little paws flailed wildly. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan's heart melted with affection. She couldn't resist reaching out to stroke the fluffy little head. Yet Suke remained utterly composed in the face of the kitten's act, his voice cold as he spoke. Little tail cat, stop pretending. Huan will find out sooner or later anyway. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's brows furrowed involuntarily as she frowned at the slender tail cat. Skinny tail cat? Is that this little guy's name? Pretend? Pretend what? Could this little one's adorable appearance be an act? Exactly. Facing Lu Chenhuan's suspicion, Suke tossed the slender tail cat directly into Lu Chenhuan's hands. This little thing looks like a harmless kitten on the surface, but it's actually a second-tier ferocious beast, a slender-tail cat. A second-tier ferocious beast? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's brows furrowed. A murderous intent instantly flared in his eyes as he stared at the slender-tail cat. This little thing is a second-tier ferocious beast hiding its aura? Correct. Suke's expression toward the cat grew even more mocking. Not only is it a second-tier ferocious beast, but it's also a second-tier ferocious beast that degenerated from that seventh-tier cracked void white tiger earlier. What? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan flung the slender-tailed cat from his grasp onto the ground. A degenerate offspring of that seventh-tier beast? In an instant, murderous intent flared within Lu Chenhuan. Claws materialized from his palms, poised to strike the slender-tailed cat. The previous cracked white tiger had inflicted immense psychological pressure on Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua had even fallen into a deep slumber because of it. Lu Chenhuan harbored not a shred of affection for it. Killing the cat. Killing the cat. Seeing Lu Chenhuan strike, the slender-tailed cat could no longer feign innocence. With a wail, it darted behind Suke and clung tightly to his pant leg. It can talk? Really? Lu Chenhuan's anger flared at the sound. He strode forward, bending down to grab the cat. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's fury, Suke showed no intention of protecting the cat. He simply lifted his foot, revealing the cat's body. Suke, you bastard. You're not being fair. Seeing this, the slender-tailed cat's fur bristled in fright. With a swift leap, it shot onto Suke's shoulder, its earlier limping appearance nowhere to be seen. Suke, you bastard. You're not even trying to save me. That's immoral. If I die, where will you find a second beast contract? Contract? Hearing the slender-tailed cat's words, Lu Chenhuan, who had been seething with anger, quickly calmed down and turned to look at Suke. Brother Su, from what this cat says, it sounds like you want a contract with it? Lu Chenhuan, naturally perceptive, pieced together Suke's earlier mention of urgent matters needing attention and swiftly grasped his intent. Yes. Facing Lu Chenhuan's question, Suke nodded calmly. Lu Chenhuan naturally trusted Suke's decision unconditionally.
Still, a lingering doubt remained in her mind. Brother Su, can humans truly form contracts with ferocious beasts? Su-Kei unceremoniously yanked the slender-tailed cat off his shoulder. I didn't believe it either at first, but the insight Divine Eye's talent tells me this little cat can indeed form a contract. Really? Hearing Su-Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyebrows raised slightly. But then, as if something occurred to him, he cast a puzzled glance at the slender-tailed cat. I thought contracts were usually between different genders. Is this little cat a female? But earlier, when it fought us. Skinny cat. Skinny cat. Have you two finished calling me that yet? Hearing Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan scrutinizing it, the slender-tailed cat, still clutched in Su-Kei's hand, instantly flew into a rage. I told you, this beast god has a name. I was once a mighty 9th rank great demon, the half-step beast god, Lord Xia. Xia. Isn't it called Killua? Watching Xia helplessly raging in Su-Kei's grasp, Lu Chenhuan felt a wicked amusement and reached out to grab the little creature's paw. That's because this beast god didn't want anyone to know I'm female. Kyo and Kyo are homophones. I deliberately chose that name to confuse everyone. Listening to Xia's explanation, Lu Chenhuan nodded with feigned understanding, her expression a mix of amusement and skepticism as she looked at Xia. So, you have gender insecurity? Chapter 83 Lord Su-Kei, make a contract with Xia. Gender inferiority my ass? Hearing the mockery in Lu Chenhuan's tone, Xia crossed her little paws over her chest, tilted her head back, and declared proudly. This sovereign merely seeks to dispel the notions of those with ulterior motives. After all, as a 9th-tier female beast god, both ferocious beasts and humans alike inevitably covet this sovereign's body. Concealing my gender spares me much trouble. Hearing Xia's explanation, both Lu Chenhuan and Su-Kei couldn't help but frown simultaneously. Beasts and humans? Beasts I can understand, but why humans? Facing their puzzled looks, Xia cleared her throat and tilted her little head even higher. You wouldn't know that, would you? A bunch of ignorant little ants? After beasts ascend to the 9th-tier Guichu realm and reshape their immortal bodies, they can take human form. In a sense, they're not much different from human beast girls who can transform into beasts. They can even use their human form to contract with human beast tamers. Thus, beyond the covetousness of beasts, powerful human beast masters also covet us. Listening to Xia's explanation, both Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan froze in surprise. They never imagined such secrets lay behind beasts after reaching the 9th tier. Su-Kei, who had already harbored vague suspicions, was the first to accept this reality. Simultaneously, another opposing possibility occurred to him. In that case, could 9th tier male ferocious beasts also form contracts with human beast girls? Correct. Xia nodded lightly in response to Su-Kei's question. Moreover, due to the beast maiden's ability to briefly transform into their beast forms, even those of lower ranks can be captured and imprisoned by powerful beasts. These beasts then force their transformation to satisfy their twisted desires. Listening to Xia's words, Su-Kei's eyes narrowed slightly, and in an instant, countless cold glints flashed through them. Lu Chenhuan beside him also felt a chill run through his eyes. Seeing their reactions, Xia quickly changed the subject, tilting her little head proudly as she addressed Su-Kei. But these are all theoretical matters. From certain perspectives, both humans and ferocious beasts fundamentally reject interspecies contracts. There are virtually no precedents for such agreements. After all, at the 9th rank, there are few threats left in the world. As long as neither side tears apart the relationship in a fight to the death, problems are unlikely. So, you getting a contract with me? You've hit the jackpot. Watching Xia's smug expression, Su-Kei coldly tossed her onto the ground. If it weren't for the fact that you once ascended to the 9th tier, which might prove useful to me in the future, your status as a ferocious beast would have earned you a swift execution long ago. Well, you haven't killed me yet. Xia now crouched low, rubbing against Su-Kei's pant leg with an obsequious expression. Su-Kei, I know you possess extraordinary talent. You'll undoubtedly become a pillar of the human race in the future. If you contract me a strategist who understands beasts, I'll provide unexpected assistance when you face those beast leaders. Xia knew her very survival now rested entirely in Su-Kei's hands, hence her utterly fawning demeanor. After rubbing against Su-Kei's trouser leg for a while, Xia even dared to rub against Lu Chenhuan's trouser leg. Little miss, I know you hold deep affection for that lad Su-Quebec. Surely you don't want him to perish on the beast battlefield, do you? With my assistance, your chances of survival would greatly increase. Hearing Xia's words, even Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but hesitate, glancing at Su-Kei. Brother Su, can you still form a contract? Naturally. Su-Kei looked calmly down at Xia, who was rubbing against Lu Chenhuan's pant leg. Otherwise, I wouldn't have brought this little cat along. I told you to call me Lady Xia. Facing Su-Kei's address, Xia retorted with a haughty expression. Thud. Before her words had even finished echoing, Su-Kei delivered a sharp flick to the top of her forehead. The sudden pain made her yelp in protest. Human insect. How dare you flick Lady Xia's forehead? Thwack. Another smack sent Xia flying, tears streaming from her eyes. Big brother Su-Kei, I'm sorry. Stop hitting her. She's still young. I don't want her showing up with a bump on her head tomorrow. Seeing Cha's flexible attitude, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but chuckle. Though Cha is the one who caused Ruashua's coma, she'll be of great use to us in the future. Moreover, having her join us now could accelerate Ruashua's recovery. Listening to Lu Chenhuan's suggestion, Suke nodded lightly. Lu Chenhuan had a point. And just as Lu Chenhuan had stated, with Cha's participation, the combined nourishment of the three spiritual energies would significantly accelerate Ling Ruashua's recovery. Of course, all this was predicated on Ling Ruashua merely being in a state of suspended animation. If Ling Ruashua had perished in this turmoil, he would have killed Cha the moment he saw her. For now, binding Cha to a contract was giving her a chance to atone for her sins. Having reached this conclusion, Suke addressed Cha directly. Enough. Let's stop bickering and wasting time here. If you want the contract, do it now. Otherwise, I might change my mind later. Hearing Suke's words, Cha blinked her large eyes and immediately hopped over to him in 3 quick steps. Alright, since you've made up your mind, let's get this over with. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. As she spoke, a contract formation materialized directly on Cha's forehead, her gaze fixed intently on Suke. Truthfully, Cha's decision to contract with Suke was also a gamble. A gamble that Suke could still contract with a beast girl. The moment she saw Suke accompanied by more than one beast girl and realized he could see through her flaws, Cha had mentally designated him as her plan B. She was betting Suke could discern her contracted state, and she was betting he could withstand the pressure of contracting a beast girl originally at the 9th tier. To ensure a smooth contract with Suke, she even sacrificed herself, regressing to tier 2 to minimize unexpected complications during the binding process. This would significantly increase the success rate of her contract with Suke. Having sensed the bloodlines of Lu Chenhuan and Ling Ruashua alongside Suke's overwhelming pressure, no one understood better than her just how absurdly immense Suke's future potential truly was. Successfully contracting with Suke would not only provide perfect camouflage for survival now, but also open up a bright future ahead. Yet none of this was shared with Suke. At this moment, she simply stared intently at the familiar yet unfamiliar face before her, her eyes flickering with a hint of pleading. Lord Suke, form a contract with Cha. Chapter 84, You're just too innocent to tease. Looking at Cha, the little kitten before him with that pleading expression, Suke couldn't quite explain why, but he felt a tug at his heartstrings. But quickly, Suke regained his composure and turned to Lu Chenhuan beside him. Huan, stand guard nearby while I form a contract with Cha. Got it. Lu Chenhuan gave a firm nod at Suke's instruction. Suke then approached Cha, who was no bigger than the palm of his hand. He crouched down, then reached out and bit his own finger until it drew blood. With my blood, I bind this pact with you. As he spoke, Suke pressed his finger directly onto the shimmering contract array on Cha's forehead. In an instant, the array before Cha erupted in brilliant light. The celestial and terrestrial chi near the rift erupted violently, surging madly towards Suke's camp. Hum. A peculiar humming sound echoed through the heavens and earth. The array on Cha's forehead instantly expanded, enveloping both figures. Amidst the flickering light, Cha's originally childlike form rapidly grew and transformed, evolving toward a human shape. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a stunning young woman clad in a tiger skin coat, her hair half snow white and half jet black, her figure fiercely alluring. Her eyes shone golden and clear, while fine, snow-white downy hair graced her cheeks and forehead, adding a touch of domineering arrogance. Witnessing this, Lu Chenhuan, the guardian standing nearby, instantly widened his eyes in utter disbelief. She turned into a human? Even Suke, trapped within the formation, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. He hadn't anticipated that signing a contract with Cha would trigger such a transformation. Under the influence of her bond with Suke, Cha now extended her snow-white jade fingers to gently clasp his hands. Moreover, whether it was Suke's illusion or not, he always sensed an inexpressible sorrow in Cha's eyes. Lord Suke, I can finally be by your side. Cha murmured softly, her long lashes gently closing. Honored by your acceptance, I now uphold this bond. Even if we face mountains of blades and seas of fire, even if cycles collapse and cause and effect is inverted, I shall never abandon you. With sun and moon as witnesses, heaven and earth as our seal, this heart shall never waver. As Cha's words fell, a dazzling light shot skyward in an instant. Heaven and earth resounded, sun and moon sang in unison. The entire cosmos seemed to bear witness to their vow in that moment. Lu Chenhuan, watching from the side, stared wide-eyed, a strange, indescribable feeling in her beautiful eyes. Why does their bond also draw such witness from the heavens and earth? Brother Su is clearly a human, and Xia is a ferocious beast. How could they possibly share such a deep connection? A tinge of inexplicable jealousy welled up in Lu Chenhuan's heart. Even when Suke had signed a contract with Ling Ruashua earlier, Lu Chenhuan hadn't felt this pang of jealousy. Yet the moment Xia transformed into human form for the contract, this jealousy surged inexplicably. Even Lu Chenhuan found it peculiar. This can't be right. Why would I feel jealous of a little kitten? Could it be because this little kitten's human form has such a seductive figure? Regardless of his thoughts, Lu Chenhuan understood this was a critical moment for Suke and Xia's contract. He focused his attention, standing guard nearby, ready to handle any unexpected developments. What the hell is that noise? Outside the camp, far away, the patrolling city guards, upon seeing the pillar of light piercing the sky, instinctively turned their heads toward Suke's location. That direction, it seems to be where that prodigy Suke is. For a moment, the nearby soldiers exchanged glances, their hearts stirred. Should we go check it out? Look? Look at what? Look at a big hammer? Just as these soldiers were still debating in their minds, Du Shicheng had already slipped out of his own tent and delivered 2 sharp raps on the heads of several nearby soldiers. Have you forgotten the mission I assigned you? I ordered you to patrol the area and protect that Suke and his beast girl not to ruin their mood. Haven't you noticed they've been holed up in their tent the whole time? Hearing Du Shicheng's words, the surrounding soldiers instinctively showed hesitation in their eyes. General Du means that Suke is currently. What business is it of yours what they're doing? Before several soldiers could finish their sentences, Du Shicheng cut them off with a sharp reprimand. Unless some vicious beast or hostile intruder breaks in, even if there's a huge commotion, you're not to go over there. Who knows what tricks that SSS-Ranked Beast Tamer has up his sleeve? Hearing Du Shicheng's reprimand, the soldier's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. Got it, special talents, special talents. Among beast masters and beast maidens, it wasn't uncommon to find individuals who had awakened special talents related to the study of the sexes. That talent, it kind of feels like a contract. Contract my ass. Aren't both his contract partners right there in the tent? Besides his 2 wives, there's only a little kitten in there. You mean he contracted with a kitten? Don't be ridiculous. Exactly. Talents related to gender studies are inherently connected to contract formation. This resemblance makes perfect sense. As the group watched the pillar of light ascend into the heavens, their minds couldn't help but race with thoughts. Even Du Shicheng couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion at the sight. Truly worthy of an SSS tier beast master. That talent is nothing short of extraordinary. What? Jealous? Just as Du Shicheng gazed upward at the sky-piercing pillar of light, Lin Shue's cold voice rang out beside him. Hearing this, Du Shicheng flinched and quickly turned to face Lin Shue, who had appeared behind him unnoticed. His face twisted into a fawning smile. Shue, you're being too kind. I was just expressing my admiration. Just marveling. Of course, Suke had no idea what wild rumors were already circulating about him contracting Xia. Even if he did, Suke wouldn't care. It was perfect cover for his contract with Xia. After all, his contract with Xia was far more shocking than contracting both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua simultaneously. If word got out that he had contracted a former 9th tier ferocious beast, it would undoubtedly send shockwaves through both the human and beast clans. Before Suke stood Xia, fiery and passionate, clutching his hand tightly, reluctant to let go. Lord Su Quebec. Seeing Xia's sorrow-filled gaze, Suke's brows furrowed slightly. Why are you looking at me like that? Could it be you feel shortchanged by our contract? If you feel cheated, it's too late to regret it now. But unexpectedly, before Suke could finish speaking, Xia broke into a smile. I don't regret it. I just regret that I'll have to change back soon. I won't be able to tease you, you innocent little rascal, anymore. Then, she stood on tiptoe and gave Suke's cheek a light peck before swiftly retreating. In the blink of an eye, she shrank back into that tiny, palm-sized kitten. Chapter 85, You Can Only Cheer Us On from the Sidelines. Seeing Xia back to her palm-sized form at his feet, Suke's eyebrows arched involuntarily. Lu Chenhuan, who had been watching the entire scene, crouched down, grabbed Xia by the scruff of her neck and examined her with genuine curiosity. You little palm-sized creature, she asked, how did you just transform into such a stunning beauty? That doesn't quite follow the law of conservation of energy. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's puzzled expression, Xia rolled her eyes. Big? Where exactly are you referring to? Conservation of energy? In this era of beast girls, who still cares about science? Science? That's last century's nonsense. Oh, and you, human beast girl, show some respect to this Lord Xia. After all, I was once a proud 9th rank, half-step beast god. Please release your grip on my hand. Yet faced with Xia's threats, Lu Chenhuan nearly let a mischievous grin spread across his lips. This lady isn't afraid of threats. Why should I let go just because you tell me to? Who cares what you were before? Now you're just a second-tier little karami. I won't let go, I'm having my fun. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan yanked Xia by the back of her neck and spun her around like a windmill. You dare threaten this lady? Today, I'll make you feel what it means to have passion burning. Whoosh! 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 As Lu Chenhuan swung her arm with all her might, her motion blurred into a blur, nearly shaking Xia's head into mush. Stop! Stop! Spinning wildly by the scruff of her neck, Xia felt the world spinning and her insides churning. I won't! I won't! Hearing Xia's pleas, Lu Chenhuan swung her even harder. But since she was only clutching a lump of flesh at Xia's nape, the sudden slip of her grip during the high-speed rotation sent Xia flying out. No! Propelled by sheer momentum, Xia could only let out a wail before tracing a perfect parabolic arc. With tremendous force, she smashed through the tent roof and flew out. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan's previously triumphant expression froze on her face. She glanced at Suke with a guilty look. Su, sorry, my hand slipped.
Suke sighed, pressing his hand to his forehead in exasperation.
Never mind. Let's just go find Xia first.
If the nearby city guards notice anything unusual, it won't be worth the trouble. With that, Suke led the uneasy Lu Chenhuan toward the direction Xia had just flown out.
Along the way, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but grumble. Xia really is something. With her second-tier strength, why didn't she slow down midway and come back in time? Hearing this, Suke shook his head. She couldn't. Xia is still a ferocious beast. With city guards nearby, she absolutely dared not reveal any unusual behavior.
So the moment she flew out of the tent, she must have already concealed her cultivation aura, pretending to be nothing more than an ordinary mountain cat being tossed out. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan blinked her eyes, her expression growing even more guilty under the cover of night.
Sorry, Brother Su. I've caused you trouble. Suke smiled as he ruffled Lu Chenhuan's hair.
You little tiger cub, the one you should be apologizing to is Xia. Even though Xia is a ferocious beast, she's still our contracted partner for now.
In a way, she's your comrade in arms too. Just keep it in check around people from now on. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up. So Brother Su means I can do whatever I want when no one's around? Suke immediately smacked Lu Chenhuan on the head. You silly girl, what good comes from bullying others? Lu Chenhuan pouted slightly. Nothing good, but I just can't stand her.
Just then, a disapproving murmur sounded nearby. I think you just resent that you're not as big as me. Jealousy's getting the best of you.
Lu Chenhuan's expression darkened instantly.
She quickly turned her head toward the source of the voice. Within her field of vision, a slender-tailed cat with a large bump on its head approached her, its eyes filled with deep resentment.
You damn.
Lu Chenhuan, with his fiery temper, was about to lunge at Xia to teach it a lesson for such provocation and mockery. But Xia had clearly learned its lesson this time. The instant Lu Chenhuan approached, it darted toward Suke, clinging to his pant leg before shooting into his arms and gripping his chest tightly. Master, save me. If you let this tigress lay a finger on me, you'll lose your only beast-type contract partner. Watching the human and beast brawl, Suke sighed helplessly, rubbing his temples.
Enough, stop this. There are too many people around. If anyone notices anything unusual, it'll be trouble.
Any matters can be discussed back at the camp.
The most urgent matter now is Ruashua's recovery. Let's hurry back to camp and try practicing together to speed up her healing.
With that, Suke tucked Xia into his arms and pulled Lu Chenhuan toward the camp tents. Meanwhile, Xia, nestled in Suke's embrace, secretly beamed with pride as she flaunted her position to Lu Chenhuan.
See that? Master keeps me close at all times. I'm the one closest to his heart. Lu Chenhuan shot back with equal sarcasm.
That's because you have no hands, there's nowhere to even hold on to. You just cling on like a leech, thinking you're something special.
Su and I can do anything human partners do, can you? All you can do is stand by, clapping for us.
Listening to Lu Chenhuan and Xia bickering, Suke felt his head splitting. He could already picture how hellish his life would become.
And once Ruashua woke up, who knew what she'd think upon seeing Xia's presence?
Lost in thought, the two humans and the beast returned to the tent. After quickly patching the holes in the tent, Suke addressed Lu Chenhuan and Xia directly.
Stop bickering. Focus on your cultivation first.
Seeing the stern look in Suke's eyes, Lu Chenhuan and Xia, who was nestled in Suke's embrace, exchanged a glance and fell silent in unspoken agreement. Lu Chenhuan and Suke clasped palms together, while Xia sat cross-legged in Suke's embrace, her tiny paws resting on his chest. Within the sea of consciousness, Suke's soul crystal and Lu Chenhuan's beast core glowed simultaneously.
Within the sea of consciousness, Xia's newly added beast core was immense, twice the size of Lu Chenhuan's and Ruashua's combined.
Though still smaller than Suke's soul crystal, which resembled a blazing sun, it was an enormous presence in its own right.
Staring at the colossal beast core, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but stare in astonishment. Damn, even after degenerating to the second stage, this beast core is still this big?
Xia, you've got some seriously solid foundations, you little bastard. Xia's smug voice echoed within his consciousness. Of course. I was once the mighty 9th tier, half-step beast god, Xia-sama. But before Xia could finish, Suke cut him off.
Enough reminiscing. Start cultivating now. Chapter 86, Awakening.
At dawn, Suke opened his eyes from his cultivation. Lu Chenhuan, whose palm was clasped with his own, and Xia in his embrace also opened their eyes.
Lu Chenhuan now gazed at Xia in Suke's arms.
The hostility from last night had vanished from her eyes, replaced by astonishment.
Who would have thought?
You may be weak, but your cultivation speed far surpasses both mine and Ruashua's.
Due to Xia's enormous beast core, its rate of absorbing spiritual energy was twice that of Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan combined.
If Ruashua were to awaken, it would take both of them combined to barely match Xia's pace. Hearing Ruashua's words, Xia's eyes brimmed with pride as she lifted her fluffy little chin. Of course. Remember, this sovereign was once the mighty 9th tier, half-step beast god, Lord Xia. Even when I deliberately regress to save my life, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. How could a mere B-rank beast girl compare to me? With my foundation, I could swiftly regain my full strength even without a contract. For you to surpass me, you'd need at least 2 talent advancements. Listening to Chia's comparison, Lu Chenhuan unusually refrained from arguing. For deep down, she knew Chia's words were undeniably true. Lu Chenhuan's pride, which had been bolstered by her altered talent, began to crumble once more. Su-Kei, standing nearby, instantly caught Lu Chenhuan's inner turmoil. He reached out and gently rubbed her head. It's okay, Huan. You're doing great. Your future potential won't be any less than Chia's. Hearing Su-Kei's encouragement, Lu Chenhuan's face regained its confident expression. Yes. My future potential is limitless. Once I ascend to my ultimate form, reaching 9th tier will be a piece of cake. Seeing the confidence on Lu Chenhuan's face, Xia couldn't help but roll her eyes. Do you really think reaching tier 9 is that easy? Even if you ascend to your ultimate form, the Sky Devouring Taotie, you'll still need massive resources to feed and upgrade. Compared to other beast girls, the resources required for your advancement to the 9th tier will only be greater, not lesser. Lu Chenhuan's eyes, which had just begun to blaze with determination, instantly dimmed at Xia's words. Su-Kei, standing nearby, smiled as he ruffled Lu Chenhuan's hair. It's okay, Huan. With me here, nothing is a problem. Hearing Su-Kei's reassurance, a look of relief returned to Lu Chenhuan's eyes. She gave him a gentle nod. I trust you, brother Su. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan obediently rested her head against Su-Kei's shoulder. Xia, nestled in Su-Kei's embrace, wasn't to be outdone. She too drew her head closer to his chest, her fluffy little ears fluttering as she did so. Su-Kei stroked Lu Chenhuan's head while glancing sideways at Xia nestled tightly against his chest. His eyes flickered. Something's off about Xia. She just contracted with us. I haven't told her about Huan and the others advancing yet. How did she know? And she even accurately named Huan's ultimate SSS tier form the Swallowing Heaven Tyrant. Su-Kei felt his mind swirling with confusion. He began mentally replaying his encounter with Xia, searching for any possible clues. After careful reflection, Su-Kei finally seemed to discover a blind spot he might have overlooked earlier, one that was highly likely connected to the jade gem that had appeared when Xia first manifested as a 7th tier ferocious beast. That jade gem had been able to block the detection of the array above the rift when it appeared yesterday, clearly an extraordinary artifact. Although it vanished after Xia transformed into a slender-tailed cat, Su-Kei remained convinced it was still on her person. Otherwise, given Xia's documented abilities, she possessed no innate skill to conceal her cultivation aura, yet she had managed to perfectly mask it. The only explanation was that the gem remained on her, and Xia could wield it to achieve other mystical effects. Even with these suspicions swirling in his mind, Su-Kei refrained from pressing Xia for answers. For Xia, a ferocious beast bound solely to a human like himself, perhaps these secrets provided her with one of the few sources of security she possessed. His silence signaled that he hadn't yet earned her complete trust. When she was ready to speak, she would. Su-Kei had never been one to force others. Whether it was Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, or the newly contracted Xia, to him, anyone who signed a contract with him became family. He respected every choice they made. After Lu Chenhuan and Xia had processed their emotions, the trio resumed their tedious and monotonous training regimen. By midday, Lu Chenhuan arrived with his men, knocking on the tent flap. Hearing the commotion, the 2 humans and the beast halted their training. Xia swiftly slipped into her disguise, reverting to the appearance of that adorably clumsy kitten. After Su-Kei opened the door, he discovered Lu Chenhuan had brought them lunch and stopped by to check on Ruashua. Having done his homework beforehand, Lu Chenhuan had prepared a generous spread for Lu Chenhuan 6 dishes and a bowl of rice, matching the youth training camp standard. However, he had clearly underestimated Lu Chenhuan's absurd appetite after advancing to the 3rd tier. After devouring 7 large bowls, Lu Chenhuan still licked his lips with a hint of unsatisfied craving. Uncle Lang, can we double the portion next time? After witnessing Lu Chenhuan's astonishing appetite firsthand, both Lu Chenhuan and the meal delivery staff stared wide-eyed. Sure, it's just a few meals, no big deal. The wealthy and generous Lu Chenhuan waved his hand dismissively. Huan, rest assured next time, you'll get all you can handle. Meanwhile, Xia, nestled in Su-Kei's embrace, watched Lu Chenhuan's astonishing appetite with wide eyes, her tiny heart filled with profound shock. After the meal, Lu Chenhuan walked over to Ruashua's side for a brief check-in. He then exchanged farewells with Su-Kei and the others before reluctantly departing. After seeing Lu Chenhuan off, Su-Kei and the others rested briefly before resuming their cultivation. Thus, aside from Lu Chenhuan's daily meal deliveries and check-ins, their days became monotonous routines of cultivation. Time flew by in such a routine, and 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 10 days, Ruashua's condition improved visibly. Her flesh regained its fullness, her spiritual energy recovered, and the color in her face grew noticeably rosier. Judging by the reactions within the sea of consciousness from Ruashua's beast core, her recovery was drawing near. On the 13th day, as dawn broke and sunlight spilled across the land, Su-Kei, Lu Chenhuan, and Xia were preparing to conclude their training. Suddenly, within Lu Chenhuan's sea of consciousness, the once dull beast core burst into light.
A heartbeat-like rhythm pulsed from within the sea of consciousness. Thump! Thump! Ruashua, who had been unconscious beside Suke, abruptly opened her eyes. She had awakened. Chapter 87, Ruashua's Third Stage, Blueprint for the 10,000 Spirits Armor. The instant Ruashua awoke, an unprecedentedly powerful aura erupted from her body. Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were in their cultivation states, immediately opened their eyes and turned to look at Ruashua. Countless strands of spiritual energy now swirled around her, dragon scales continuously emerging. Her beautiful eyes gently opened, and the azure light within her vertical pupils reignited, like the gaze of an ancient dragon. Ruashua! You're awake! Witnessing this scene, Suke and Lu Chenhuan felt a surge of joy well up within them. But then, the fleshy lump on Ruashua's forehead began to slowly harden and keratinize, transforming into two newly emerging sapphire blue horns. Even at the tips of Ruashua's silver-white hair, streaks of azure began to quietly emerge. Is this evolution? Observing the unusual changes in Ruashua's beast form state, Suke immediately used his insight divine eye to examine her. Sure enough, within his vision, Ruashua's status bar began to change. Beast Girl, Ruashua. Realm, Tier 3 Burning Blood. Talent, B rank Frost Blossom Serpent. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Crystal Storm, Extreme Cold Domain, Frostbound Ground, Icy Defense. Flaw, contains SSS-Rank Frost Dragon energy within, but due to the Dragon Crystal Core being eroded by time-eroding toxin, 60% of the energy dissipates, preventing the manifestation of the dragon form. Gazing at Ruashua's lavish information panel within his field of vision, Suke couldn't help but let a faint smile curve his lips. Quite impressive. This unexpected hibernation actually accelerated Ruashua's talent advancement, elevating her to B rank just like Huan. The instant Ruashua ascended to B rank, an information prompt appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! The Beast Master has successfully elevated a D rank Beast Maiden to B rank, receiving a counter-nourishment effect. Congratulations to the Beast Master for obtaining the Armor Design Blueprint 10,000 Spirits Armor. Weapon Armor Blueprint 10,000 Spirits Armor, Special Beast Maiden Weapon Armor Blueprint. Can forge powerful battle armor fusing attributes of different Beast Maidens? As he gazed at the notification filling his vision, Suke's eyes brimmed with even greater delight. A Beast Maiden Battle Armor Blueprint? Suke had gained a basic understanding of Beast Maiden armor during his battle with Xia, thanks to Li Shandong and Ling Qinshu. Beast Girl armor was a protective soft armor that Beast Masters could forge after reaching the 4th rank. Wearing it significantly boosted both defensive capabilities and combat prowess, making it an exceptionally powerful combat aid. However, forging the armor required blueprints and some extremely scarce materials, which served as both a means and a resource for major academies to recruit students. Now, Suke didn't even need an academy to obtain the blueprint. From its description, he could tell this was an exceptionally unique armor capable of fusing the attributes of different Beast Maidens in battle, perfectly aligning with his infinite contract. Lost in thought, Ruashua slowly opened her eyes. She gazed at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who stared at her with delighted expressions. The coldness in her eyes gradually faded, replaced by a moment of stunned silence. You are Brother Su, Sister Huan? After recognizing Suke and Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua instinctively scanned her surroundings, confusion clouding her eyes. Where am I? In the Fengming Grand Canyon. Hearing Suke's reply, a flicker of recognition gradually appeared in Ruashua's eyes. The Fengming Grand Canyon? I remember now. We joined forces here to defeat that despicable 7th-tier beast. As she spoke, a look of confusion returned to Ruashua's eyes. But I thought I was dead? How did I end up back here? Seeing Ruashua's dazed expression, Suke approached with a look of heartache, gently pulling her into his embrace. Silly girl, how could you possibly be dead? You merely exhausted your vital energy and fell into a state of suspended animation. After all our efforts these past days, your condition has recovered, so you naturally awoke. As Suke's words washed over her, Ruashua shook her head, the fragments of her past memories finally snapping into place. Brother Su, Sister Huan, it really is you. Ruashua finally snapped back to reality, her eyes brimming with joy. It's so wonderful to see you both again. You wouldn't believe it, after I lost consciousness last time, it felt like I'd been trapped in an endless dream. In that dream, I was alone on an endless ice plain, as if I were the only living soul left in the entire universe. I thought I'd been transported to another world, that I'd never see you again. Holding Suke tightly, Ruashua choked back sobs as tears streamed down her cheeks and fell onto his shoulder. Feeling the warmth on his shoulder, Suke's heart stirred. He reached up, ran his fingers through Ruashua's hair, and gently patted her back. It's okay, Ruashua. We're here. We've always been here. We'll never leave you alone. Lu Chenhuan stepped forward beside them, gently patting Ruashua's shoulder. Ruashua, don't be afraid. We're always here. Hearing their reassurances, Ruashua's earlier agitation gradually subsided. After a moment, she regained her composure and looked up at Suke and Lu Chenhuan, her eyes brimming with affection. Brother Su, Sister Huan, it's so good to see you both again.
But mid-sentence, her brows furrowed slightly.
Brother Su, why is your chest so bulging?
As she spoke, Ruashua followed the line of Sukei's collar and saw Chia, curled up in his embrace, looking away from her, seemingly afraid to meet her gaze. After all, Chia was the direct cause of Ruashua's slumber.
In a sense, she was Ruashua's enemy.
Yet Ruashua remained utterly oblivious to this at the moment. Upon catching sight of Chia's adorable appearance, her first reaction was pure affection.
What an adorable little kitten. Can I pet her? As she spoke, Ruashua's hand instinctively reached out to stroke Chia's fluffy little head. With a guilty conscience, Chia could only grit her teeth and let Ruashua stroke her head. Feeling the soft texture under her fingers, Ruashua's eyes lit up like little stars. So adorable. Brother Su, where did you find this little one? Faced with Ruashua's inquiry, Sukei cleared his throat nervously and glanced at Lu Chenhuan beside him. Lu Chenhuan, however, was completely blunt, directly revealing Chia's identity. Cute, huh? This is the stinky tiger that knocked you unconscious. Hearing this, Ruashua's hand, which had been stroking the cat, froze mid-motion. Chapter 88, You Won't Even Call Me Dad. Stinky tiger?
After hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua's hand, which had just been placed on Chia's head, froze mid-motion.
Her entire expression froze.
She looked down at Chia in Sukei's arms, her wide, innocent eyes staring back, and a look of confusion spread across her face.
Sis Huan, you're joking, right? How could such an adorable little kitten be the stinky tiger that knocked me unconscious?
Ruashua remembered it clearly. The cracked white tiger that had sent her into a coma was a colossal beast dozens of meters tall. Its mere presence radiated overwhelming pressure.
How could it possibly be connected to this tiny kitten, barely larger than a palm? It was impossible for Ruashua not to think this way.
The difference in appearance between the Chia before her and the cracked white tiger was simply too vast. The two were utterly impossible to connect at first glance.
Sukei, standing before Ruashua, watched her utterly bewildered expression and smiled as he ruffled her hair. Yes, Ruashua, Huan was right.
This kitten in my arms is Chia, the very same cracked white tiger that attacked us in the Rift Valley, forcing you to unleash your dragon's breath and fall into hibernation. Hearing this, Ruashua glanced at Chia, who cowered beneath her touch, unable to meet her gaze. Her brows furrowed slightly.
So it really is that stinking tiger.
The next moment, she abruptly withdrew her hand from Chia's head and stared at it coldly. Faced with Ruashua's reaction, Chia could only guiltily tuck her head deeper into Sukei's embrace, her expression pitiful and helpless.
Witnessing this scene, Ruashua's face remained as icy as ever as she lifted her gaze to Sukei. Brother Su, what's going on here? How did you end up taking in this stinky tiger? And look at the state it's in now?
Ruashua had never liked Chia, who had once tried to harm Sukei, from the bottom of her heart.
Sukei had anticipated Ruashua's feelings.
Before contracting Chia, he had already considered these issues. For such difficulties, the only solution was to work through them together. Through constant interaction, they would gradually resolve these conflicts. Initially, Sukei had bound Chia more to control and utilize her. Yet, after spending time together, he genuinely felt Chia wasn't as bad as he'd imagined. Moreover, he sensed that Chia's appearance involved many coincidences, and he still harbored numerous unresolved doubts that needed clarification. With this in mind, Sukei decided to be completely honest with Ruashua. Ruashua, I know this might be hard for you to accept right away, but Chia has truly become one of us now. She is now our contract partner.
Contract partner? Hearing Sukei's answer, Ruashua's brows furrowed even deeper as she looked at Chia with suspicion. A ferocious beast can become your contract partner, Brother Su? Yes. Sukei nodded at Ruashua.
It should be because Chia was once a 9th-tier ferocious beast.
Since she can take human form, I was able to form a contract with her.
Hearing Sukei's explanation, Ruashua bit her lower lip, her gaze lingering on Chia before her with an ambiguous expression. Facing Ruashua's direct gaze, Chia, who had been huddled in Sukei's embrace, hesitated briefly before gathering her courage to speak to Ruashua.
Miss Lang, I'm sorry. I admit what I did to you and my master in the valley was excessive.
But I swear, I will never again do anything to harm you or my master. Compared to her guilt toward Lu Chenhuan, Chia felt far more remorse toward Ruashua and wouldn't press her as relentlessly as she had with Lu Chenhuan. Hearing Chia's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. You're now Brother Su's contract partner. Even if you wanted to, you couldn't do it. But before Lu Chenhuan could finish, Chia in Sukei's arms glared with her big, watery eyes and raised her tiny paw to swear. I, Chia, swear. I will never even think about harming my master again. To emphasize her solemnity, Chia deliberately tucked her front paw's thumb back, leaving only 4 plump, fleshy paws splayed open. Seeing Chia's adorably dazed expression, Ruashua couldn't help but chuckle. But she quickly remembered her current position, her expression turning cold once more. She gave Chia a haughty snort. Don't think this will earn you my forgiveness. You gave me a long, long nightmare, and this lady doesn't forget a grudge.
With that, Lang Ruashua pouted, crossed her arms over her chest, and lifted her little head high. Watching Lang Ruashua's proud little expression, Suke's eyes softened with affection. He reached out and gently rubbed her head. Alright, Ruashua, don't be angry anymore. You finally woke up. We should share this good news with Uncle Lang and make him happy too. Hearing Suke's words, Lang Ruashua snapped back to her senses and nodded gently. Yeah, I miss Dad too. He must have been worried sick while I was in hibernation. As they spoke, Suke tucked Sha back into his chest and led Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan toward the exit. Du Xiqing, patrolling nearby, saw Lang Ruashua's recovery and his eyes lit up. The young Miss Lang has recovered. Li Xiangdong's mission was to guard the Fengming Grand Canyon and protect Su Quebec. Her recovery essentially signaled the end of his assignment. Overcome with excitement, Du Xiqing immediately sent a radio message to Li Xiangdong and the others before hurrying toward Suke and his companions. Mr. Su, you're out. Hold on a moment. I've already relayed the news of Miss Lang's recovery back to the training camp. Someone will come to pick you up shortly. Seeing Du Xiqing's eager expression, Suke felt a warm surge in his heart. He clasped his fists in a respectful salute and thanked him. Thank you, General Du, for your protection during this time. No need to thank me, no need to thank me. Hearing Suke's words, Du Xiqing hastily waved his hand. Protecting every vulnerable human is our military's sacred duty. Besides, having the honor to protect a future prodigy like Su is truly a blessing in 3 lifetimes for someone like me. Faced with Du Xiqing's polite words, Suke could only keep returning the thanks. Before long, the frantic figures of Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu swiftly approached from the distant horizon. Ruashua! Daddy! The moment Lang Qianqiu appeared, Lang Ruashua, overwhelmed by her longing for her father, instantly released Suke's hand and rushed forward, throwing her arms around Lang Qianqiu. Lu Chenhuan, watching from the side, tightened her grip on Suke's hand slightly. I miss my dad too. Suke's ears twitched as he turned to look at Lu Chenhuan, a faint smile curling the corners of his mouth. It's okay. Once this youth training camp ends, we'll go back together to see Dad. Before he could finish, Lang Qianqiu, still in Lang Ruashua's arms, let out a displeased snort. Son-in-law, why do you call that guy Lu Lingfeng Dad but refuse to call me Dad? Chapter 89, The Guaranteed Promotion Spot. Under Du Xiqing's watchful gaze, Li Xiangdong led Suke and his group straight toward the valley exit. With the absence of the formation, leaving the valley no longer required any teleportation talismans, making entry and exit remarkably convenient. Along the way, through Li Xiangdong's words, Suke gained a general understanding of the changes that had occurred in the outside world during this period. During the Fengming incident, many students had perished in the chaos. Many new recruits developed psychological trauma as a result and voluntarily withdrew from the training camp. Combined with those who had perished, the youth training camp now held less than half its original members. Those beasts are despicable. Li Xiangdong couldn't help but pound his chest in frustration as he spoke. But what's even more despicable are those remnants of the demon god cult who orchestrated all this from behind the scenes. Demon god cult? Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Suke and Lu Chenhuan's brows furrowed slightly. Yes, the demon god cult. At the mere mention of the demon god cult, Li Xiangdong gritted his teeth in fury. The demon god cult has always been the most detested enemy of the great Xia human race. Though they are human themselves, they worship demons as gods and aid those great beasts and monsters in wreaking havoc upon our kind. This time, they've exploited the National Youth Training Initiative to orchestrate disturbances of varying severity across the land, claiming the lives of many young geniuses from our human race. Listening to Li Xiangdong's words, Suke's eyes narrowed involuntarily. The so-called demon god cult must be the group Du Xiqing had discovered and pursued in the canyon last time. Suke knew a thing or two about the demon god cult. Wherever they appeared, they were universally despised and reviled. In common parlance, they are the beast abusers of the human race. The demon god cult dares to target young beast tamers and beast girls. Surely our great Xia won't let them get away with it? Absolutely. Li Xiangdong's face was twisted with hatred at that moment. The Empress has already ordered the cabinet and military department to issue a direct execution order. Anyone encountered from the demon god cult is to be killed on sight. Originally, our great Xia didn't want to waste time on internal strife with the demon god cult. But this time, they've set their sights on the future hope of our human race. This matter has crossed Great Xia's red line. This time, we absolutely cannot let them off easily. Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, both Suke and the others standing nearby Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianqiu nodded in deep agreement. But how did they learn that the 9th rank sky-splitting tiger god still resides within the Fengming Rift Valley? Even we in the Tianhai Naval Command were unaware of this. Moreover, judging by the incidents occurring across the nation, the strength of the beasts in nearly every youth training hunt competition has increased to varying degrees. The sky-splitting tiger god's restored power is undoubtedly the work of the demon god cult. Listening to Li Xiangdong's analysis, Suke, along with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him, instinctively glanced at Xia in Suke's arms. To avoid revealing her unease, Xia guiltily buried her little head in Suke's embrace, not daring to lift her gaze.
Li Xiangdong, who had been speaking, followed their gaze to Chia and Sukei's arms. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. Su, I never expected you to have a pet. Where did you get this little mountain cat cub? Not flinching at Li Xiangdong's probing gaze, Sukei replied without a trace of embarrassment. I found it in the Rift Valley. It looked pitiful, so I took it in. Li Xiangdong nodded at Sukei's answer, then gave Chia another careful look. Beyond the ferocious beasts, ordinary wild animals do roam the mountains. Finding such an adorable little kitten must be fate. As he spoke, Li Xiangdong, who had been burying his head in Xia's fur nestled in Sukei's embrace, seemed to recall something and murmured softly. Ah, if only that white tiger of the Rift Valley had a temperament as gentle as this little creature. Then at least fewer people would have died in this turmoil. Listening to Li Xiangdong's words, Sukei felt a flicker of emotion. If he remembered correctly, Xia hadn't attacked other humans. Instead, the ones responsible for the most human deaths were those second and third tier ferocious beasts. But Sukei kept these thoughts to himself. With so many unanswered questions swirling in his mind during this crisis, and having been preoccupied with helping Ruashua recover, he would need to find an opportunity to settle accounts with Xia and uncover the root cause of these events. Alright, enough of that. Next, I'll explain your upcoming youth training schedule. Once they emerged from the valley, Li Xiangdong shifted the topic and began explaining the youth training process to Sukei. Through Li Xiangdong, Sukei learned that while they had been cultivating in the Rift Valley, their peers in the external youth training camps had also been training rigorously. Moreover, perhaps spurred by the life or death crisis during the Phoenix Cry incident, many had broken through to the second tier during this period, significantly boosting their strength. It could be said that the average strength of this youth training cohort far surpassed that of any previous cohort. In a way, it could be said that everyone turned misfortune into fortune. So this youth training tournament will be a chance to witness a true blossoming of talents. Noticing the anticipation in Li Xiangdong's eyes, Sukei felt a stir within and turned to look at him. So, when is the youth training tournament scheduled? 3 days from now. You guys got out just in time to join. Li Xiangdong answered softly to Sukei's question. Hearing Li Xiangdong's answer, Sukei nodded slightly. We still made it in time. Hearing Sukei's words, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but chuckle to himself. You really don't need to worry, kid. Based on your outstanding performance in the hunting competition, even if you don't participate in the youth training tournament, you're guaranteed a spot in the next level. Guaranteed promotion? As Li Xiangdong explained, Sukei's eyes widened with confusion. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him also leaned in, their eyes brimming with curiosity as they looked at Li Xiangdong. General Li, what exactly is guaranteed advancement? Noticing the puzzled looks, Lang Qianqiu cleared her throat and spoke up. A guaranteed promotion means bypassing the youth training selection process. The youth training director directly recommends you for the capital city exam, granting you an opportunity to enter prestigious universities. Listening to Lang Qianqiu's explanation, Li Xiangdong nodded slightly before turning his gaze to Sukei. Of course, a prodigy like you, Su, wouldn't even need my recommendation. Others will seek you out on their own. Seek me out? Sukei frowned at Li Xiangdong's words. Exactly. Li Xiangdong now wore a look of profound mystery as he regarded Sukei. Quite a few people have already been sent from the capital to Tianhai specifically requesting to meet you, Su. However, since you were still in the valley earlier, they could only wait outside for the time being. Now that you've emerged, it's time to meet with them. Chapter 90, the 3rd Battalion's Regrets. Someone wants to see me? Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Sukei's brows furrowed slightly. That's correct. Facing Sukei's question, Li Xiangdong didn't hesitate, directly revealing the identity of the person seeking to meet him. As things stand, the Capital Spirit Martial Academy, the Capital Science and Technology Academy, and the Great Xiaowar Academy all wish to recruit you simultaneously. They've rushed here from the capital early precisely to secure your enrollment. At this point, Li Xiangdong shot Sukei a meaningful glance. These 3 institutions are currently the top 3 academies in Great Xia. In terms of overall caliber, they are quite comparable, each possessing distinct strengths. Su, you don't need to commit to any of them right away. Wait until they present their offers, then take your time to negotiate and maximize your benefits. Noticing Li Xiangdong's subtle signal, a warm feeling welled up in Sukei's heart. He gave Li Xiangdong a slight nod. General Li, rest assured. I will make my own choice. Since they're all here, General Li, please lead us to meet them first. Hearing Sukei's response, a look of relief spread across Li Xiangdong's brow as he led Sukei and the others toward the youth training camp. Sukei turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him. Huan, Ruashua, what about you? What are your thoughts on choosing among these 3 schools? Given the current options, these 3 academies represented the strongest institutions in all of Great Xia. If Lu Chenhuan or Ruashua had a preferred school in mind, it would undoubtedly be among their top choices. Yet to Sukei's surprise, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua merely shook their heads gently in response to his concern. Brother Su, you needn't worry about us. We'll follow whatever you decide. Exactly. Without Brother Su, forget about universities, even youth training camps would be dreams beyond our reach.
Brother Su, just follow your heart. Don't let us disrupt your plans. Hearing Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's considerate words, Suke felt a warmth in his heart. He reached out, gently pulling the two girls into his embrace, one on each side, and softly stroked their silky hair. You two are so kind. With companions like these, what more could one ask for? This tender scene caught Li Xiangdong's eye from the sidelines, and a hint of envy flashed across his face. How I envy Su. To have such peerless beauties by his side, one on each arm. Meanwhile, Lang Qianxiu, observing the scene, couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. My son-in-law doesn't seem like the type to settle down. I'm truly worried Ruashua might be neglected by this fellow in the future. Of course, there was also Chia, currently buried in Suke's embrace, nearly suffocating under the weight of his massive chest. Her round eyes widened in indignation as she pouted at the towering figure before her. Had it not been for the presence of Li Xiangdong and Lang Qianxiu, she likely would have already begun voicing her grievances. Fortunately, Suke was mindful of the others' feelings and quickly released the two girls, instructing Li Xiangdong to lead the way. Li Xiangdong wasted no time, leading Suke directly into the youth training camp and heading toward his office. Li Xiangdong's office was located in a secluded wooden hut north of the training grounds, requiring a passage through the areas of the 1st and 3rd battalions. At that moment, the trainees of Camp 1, engaged in combat drills on the training grounds, erupted with excitement the instant they spotted Suke. Captain Su! It's Captain Su! Captain Su and the others are back! During the Fengming incident, thanks to Suke's protection, the 1st camp suffered the least casualties in the entire training camp. Aside from a few students who sustained minor injuries while hunting beasts outside, nearly all remained unscathed. Compared to the near-total annihilation suffered by the 7th and 9th battalions, it felt like divine favor. Thus, deep gratitude toward Suke and his team burned in everyone's hearts. From a distance, Suke observed the emotional members of the 1st battalion. He motioned to Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him to wave greetings before continuing northward with Li Xiangdong. The members of the 1st battalion, seeing Suke depart, showed no signs of disappointment. On the contrary, witnessing that Suke and his team were completely unharmed filled their hearts with joy. Thank goodness. Team leader Su and the others are safe. The rumors of Suke and his companions battling a 7th-tier beast were already spreading like wildfire. As the members of the 1st battalion who cared most about Suke, they remained anxious as long as he and his team hadn't shown up. Now, seeing Suke safe and sound, their hearts finally settled. Especially Lu Yun, Wu Shuang, and the others, they clenched their fists, their hearts brimming with joy. After passing by the 1st battalion, they then passed by the 3rd battalion. But unlike the jubilant cheers of the 1st battalion, the 3rd battalion members, upon seeing Suke and his group pass by, couldn't help but turn their gaze toward Shin Songyun, their expressions filled with complexity. Everyone had witnessed Lang Ruashua's overwhelming combat prowess during the Fengming incident, and the 1st battalion had emerged unscathed under her protection. In stark contrast, under Shin Songyun's leadership, the 3rd battalion had suffered heavy casualties, many dead, many wounded, nearly half their comrades on the brink of death. Had Suke and Lang Ruashua not intercepted those two 3rd-tier beasts, the entire 3rd battalion would likely have perished in the Fengming Grand Rift. Later, it was said that Lang Ruashua had sacrificed herself as bait, unleashing an extremely powerful skill to defeat the 7th-tier crackvoid White Tiger alongside Li Xiangdong and the others. The contrast between Shin Songyun and Lang Ruashua was like night and day. It was Shin Songyun and instructor Zhao Yang who had led the others in isolating Lang Ruashua, personally pushing her into the 1st battalion. Thus, deep down, everyone harbored some resentment toward them. Especially now, witnessing Lang Ruashua return unscathed, they felt so ashamed they couldn't even meet their gaze. Yet Lang Ruashua showed no trace of smugness on her face at the 3rd battalion's reaction. Her gaze swept over the ranks, now nearly halved in number, her eyes holding only endless coldness. As for Zhao Yang, the drill instructor, his earlier arrogance had vanished. He now watched the direction of Lang Ruashua with a complex expression. Suke walked beside Lang Ruashua, observing everything with a calm expression. Along this journey, he had endured so much skepticism and astonishment that his heart had long grown accustomed to it. To Suke, these people were merely scenery along his path forward. Compared to these passers-by, the choice he was about to make was far more crucial. Lost in thought, Li Xiangdong had already led the 4 past the 3rd battalion and arrived at his office. It was an extremely simple wooden hut, its roof covered with a rudimentary thatch, the old Dora jar. Mr. Su, the heads of the 3 academies are inside now. Come, let's go in together. Remember what I told you. Li Xiangdong gave Suke a brief reminder before stepping forward and pushing open the door to the small wooden hut. Chapter 91, What they can offer, we can match. General Li, you've arrived? As Li Xiangdong appeared with Suke and the others, several individuals who had been sitting absent-mindedly inside the cabin instantly stood up and came forward to greet them. Their eyes instinctively darted toward Suke and the others behind Li Xiangdong, then lit up. These must be Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua, right? Suke lifted his eyes to look at the figures before him. Within his field of vision, 3 pairs of beast masters and beast maidens came into view. Standing in the center was a burly man with a crew cut, clad in a black t-shirt. A conspicuous scar ran across his left jawline.
Beside him stood a curvaceous woman in black, her figure striking clearly his contracted partner. To the left stood a lean, elderly man wearing reading glasses and impeccably tailored clothing, accompanied by an equally bespectacled elderly woman, their relationship self-evident. To the right stood an unremarkable middle-aged man in a gray hoodie, exuding a lazy demeanor. Behind him was a woman wearing a matching logo hoodie, appearing less spirited than the two groups beside them. Suke knew these three groups were the ones sent to assist him today. You six must be the representatives from the Capital Spirit Martial Academy, the Capital Tech Academy, and the Great Xiao War Academy, correct? Hearing Suke identify them by their institutions, the six men couldn't help but smile. It seems General Li informed Su about us during the journey. Indeed, we are the heads of the three most prestigious institutions in Great Xia. The muscular man in the t-shirt standing in the center, along with his companion, spoke first. We are Chenji and Lin Lan from the Capital Spirit Martial Academy. As Chenji and Lin Lan introduced themselves, the elderly couple wearing glasses spoke up as well. I am Li Ping, and this is my wife, Jean Li Jun. We represent the Capital Institute of Technology in recruiting young talents. As for the hoodie-clad couple, they addressed Suke with a lazy tone. Great Xiao War Academy. Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua. Listening to their introductions, Suke gained a rough understanding of the situation. He took a half step back, aligning himself with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua. Tianhai First High School, Su, Quebec. These two are my contract partners, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua. Hearing Suke's introduction, the elderly couple standing nearby nodded slightly. Young Suke, there's really no need for introductions. Before you arrived, we thoroughly researched your background and are already quite familiar with you. Having broken the ice, Li Ping dispensed with further pleasantries and got straight to the point. I trust General Li has already explained our purpose to young friend Suke during the journey. The six of us have come to Tianhai representing our respective academies to recruit young masters Su, Quebec. Suke nodded upon hearing this, his expression calm as he looked at Li Ping and the others. Since Elder Li has spoken, I won't waste time beating around the bush like others. Tell me directly, what terms can your academies offer to recruit me? I'm a straightforward person. I'll evaluate based on your school's strengths and the sincerity you demonstrate. Hearing Suke's words, Li Ping exchanged a glance with Qin Lijun beside him before turning back to Suke. Young Suke, we trust you've heard of our Capital Tech Academy. Our institution specializes in research and development for combat enhancement, with significant expertise in Beastmaster battle armor, Beast Girl armor, and formation systems. Should you join our institution, we can not only create custom Beast Maiden battle armor blueprints for you, but also procure materials free of charge. Furthermore, we can craft bespoke Beast Maiden armor for Lu and Lang, and provide all necessary research materials for your future endeavors. Listening to Li Ping's words, Suke's brow furrowed slightly as he turned to glance at Chenji and Lin Lan, who stood in the center representing Lingwu Academy. What about you? Chenji spoke up immediately. Our Kyoto Lingwu Academy differs from the Tech Academy. While they are obsessed with external force research, we excel in Lingwu cultivation. Our academy has even produced a 9th-tier Guichu Grandmaster. We possess unique methods and experience in both spiritual power cultivation and martial arts training. If Su joins our academy, we will spare no effort in fulfilling his cultivation needs. We can even offer him our academy's most treasured artifact, the Heaven-tier artifact once wielded by that 9th-tier Beast Tamer, along with his lifetime of cultivation insights. A 9th-tier heavenly grade artifact and his cultivation insights? Listening to Chenji's words, Li Xiangdong beside him couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment, his eyes flashing with envy. Either of these artifacts could send shockwaves through the Beastmaster realm if released into the outside world. Yet now, both were being offered to Suke. Li Ping, standing nearby, grew anxious and quickly chimed in. So what if it's a 9th-tier heavenly grade artifact? It might not even suit young friend Su, Quebec. Our Tech Academy can custom craft artifact armor specifically for young Suke. It'll at least match 9th-tier power, no worse than that 9th-tier artifact. Facing Li Ping's pointed remark, Chenji couldn't help but retort. What magical artifact armor could possibly rival 9th-tier strength? Powerful doesn't mean suitable. Ours is the most suitable. What good is suitability? Has your Science and Technology Academy ever produced a 9th-tier artifact? In an instant, the two factions locked horns over Suke, their arguments growing increasingly heated. Watching Li Ping, though clearly advanced in years, argue with such vigor and vitality, Lang Qianqiu couldn't help but gaze at him with admiration. My son-in-law truly is exceptional. He's got the renowned Professor Li and War King Chenji bickering over him. Li Ping was renowned throughout the Great Xia as a distinguished scholar, boasting extensive research achievements in the Beastmaster realm. Many of the frontline Beastmaster's armor and Beast Maiden suits were his creations. Chenji, meanwhile, was a renowned war king within Great Xia, having single-handedly wiped out an entire branch of the demon god cult and gained immense fame. Suke, however, remained unimpressed by these titles. His curiosity instead turned to Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua, who still sat there looking perfectly composed. What about you two? Cheng Qiji glanced at Li Ping and Chenji, who were locked in a heated argument beside him, his expression unreadable. We have nothing to say.
Whatever they can offer, we can match. Bull.
Chenji retorted before Chung Chiji could finish.
We can give Suke a 9th tier artifact. Can you?
Facing Chenji's challenge, Chung Chiji responded with a cold sneer. We may not possess the relics of the departed 9th tier, but our esteemed War Academy Dean is the living embodiment of the 9th tier Guichu. As long as Su comes, our esteemed Dean will personally craft an artifact for him.
As for the insights? Hands-on guidance from a living 9th tier Guichu, isn't that better than any written teachings?
Listening to Chenji's words, Li Ping spoke up indignantly from the side.
What about the battle armor blueprints, the beast girl armor, and the central array formations? Could you war brutes even craft those? It can't be printed. Facing Li Ping's reproach, Chenji nodded lightly. But our dean can request it from your research institute. Could you possibly refuse a 9th rank Guichu? Chapter 92, Having come to this world, how could one not live with splendor and glory? Pa! Shameless! Exactly.
How can you utter such shameless words? Hearing Chang Chiji's words, Chenji and Li Ping beside him couldn't help but spit in disgust.
Yet Ma Lanhua, standing beside Chang Chiji, spoke with equal self-assurance. What's shameless about it?
This is a world where might reigns supreme. No matter how powerful your two academies are, without any 9th tier cultivators, your words simply lack the weight of ours from the War Academy. With that, Malinois flicked her sleek, jet black hair back, her expression haughty. Besides, our academy's War Emperor Lin Langtian is currently preparing to break through to the 9th tier. Once he succeeds, our War Academy will have 2 9th tier cultivators. That should be the biggest protection for Su, right? But he hasn't achieved it yet. Faced with Malinois's rebuttal, Li Ping and the others murmured weakly, their voices noticeably weaker than before. Nevertheless, they steeled themselves and turned their gaze toward Suke. Young Suke, regarding battle armor designs, the War Academy can only assist you once, not for a lifetime. We are the ones willing to dedicate ourselves entirely to exclusive research for you, for your entire life.
Chenji quickly chimed in. Exactly.
While the War Academy has living 9th tier practitioners, their teaching philosophy has always been war sustains war extremely high risk. If you join them, you're likely to perish during your growth process. Whereas our Lingwu Academy can safeguard your cultivation journey.
We won't let you face danger until you reach at least the 8th rank.
Hearing Chenji's words, Suke's eyebrows lifted slightly as he turned to look at Chang Chiji and the others.
Is that so? Facing Suke's question, Chang Chiji's gaze remained calm. Yes.
Our War Academy adheres to the teaching principle of sustaining warfare through warfare.
Every individual who enters the War Academy must undergo countless trials of blood and fire before graduating.
Other academies send their graduates into battle after they finish their studies, but at our academy, you must enter the battlefield to graduate.
Malinois, standing nearby, nodded proudly in agreement. Therefore, every graduate who walks out of our school is a warrior who has carved a bloody path through layers of blood and fire. Our War Academy never produces weaklings.
At this point, Chung Chiji fixed his gaze firmly on Suke. So, Su, if you're afraid, you don't have to choose our War Academy. After all, our War Academy doesn't accept cowards. Hearing Chang Chiji's words, Chenji beside him immediately grew impatient.
Chang Chiji, don't ing try to provoke him. A prodigy like Su, a once-in-a-millennium talent, should be nurtured and protected to grow into his fullest potential. If he follows you War Academy scoundrels, he'll likely be stifled before he even has a chance to grow.
Li Ping nodded in agreement beside him.
Exactly. A genius like Su shouldn't be thrown into the fray before he's fully developed.
I wouldn't recommend he join a place like your War Academy where even basic safety isn't guaranteed. Facing their objections, Chung Chiji offered no rebuttal, merely fixing his gaze steadily on Suke. As much as I hate to admit it, that old codger and Chenji's little brat do have a point. Suke, you know the pros and cons of each path.
Now, it's time for you to make your choice.
Chang Chiji fell silent after that, and those around him Li Ping, Chenji, and the others also quieted down, their eyes fixed on Suke.
Li Shangdong and Lang Qianqiu understood this was Suke's critical moment of decision and refrained from interfering.
Of course, Xia and Suke's arms dared not utter a sound, pretending to be a pet and feigning sleep. As for Suke, after hearing their words, he turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him.
Huan, Ruashua, what are your thoughts?
Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua were his contract partners, close kin who shared his heart.
If they had any suggestions, Suke would certainly consider them.
But when Suke posed his question, both Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua looked at him with gentle expressions.
Brother Su, you needn't concern yourself with us. Just make your decision. Exactly. Whatever decision you make, we'll always stand by your side. Seeing Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's understanding expressions, a trace of tenderness flashed in Suke's eyes.
All right. Then, Suke turned to face the 6 people before him, quickly making up his mind. With the design blueprint for the 10,000 spirits armor already in his possession, he first ruled out the Capital Research Academy. As for that armor core formation array, he'd find a way to acquire it later. Besides, burying his head in research wasn't his style. Real men fight with real blades and real guns.
Next were the Spirit Martial Academy and the Great Xiao War Academy. Each academy has its own strengths, one offers a dead 9th rank relic, the other a living 9th rank instructor. Comparatively, Suke naturally leaned toward the latter. As Li Ping had pointed out earlier, while a 9th tier artifact was undeniably powerful, it might not suit him. With his innate talents and skills, he functioned like a supercharged version of a Beast Girl collective, meaning his combat style would inevitably differ greatly from that of a conventional Beast Tamer. A living 9th tier entity, however, offered far greater flexibility both in imparting combat experience and providing future protection. Moreover, Suke didn't want to grow into a sapling that only knew how to seek shelter under a great tree. Without enduring the trials of wind and rain, even if his cultivation level rose, he would inevitably face significant shortcomings in actual combat. These flaws would only become more pronounced as his cultivation level increased. While Suke understood the Academy's well-intentioned desire to protect him, it conflicted with his own purpose. Having lived 2 lifetimes already, he had spent one in complacent mediocrity. How could he endure another of such mediocrity in this life? Besides, the resources required for Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's future advancement would only grow harder to find. The battlefield was the best place to gather all that. Everyone, I have reached my decision. I choose. Suke paused here, his gaze fixing directly on Cheng Qiji. The Great Xiao War Academy. Having come to this life, how could I, Suke, not live it with a bang? Excellent. Hearing Suke's words, Cheng Qiji and manhwa beside him couldn't help but burst into applause. Truly the most outstanding beast master of our Great Xia. Such boldness and grandeur, this is the future pillar of our Great Xia. Truly worthy of your SSS-Rank Beast Master status. Yet faced with Cheng Qiji's praise, Suke simply waved his hand dismissively. I haven't even fully grown yet. I'm no outstanding Beast Master of Great Xia. But you are the strongest young prodigy of our Great Xia. Before Suke could finish, Cheng Qiji cut in. An unprecedented SSS tier Beast Tamer. Having received Suke's response, Cheng Qiji grew increasingly pleased with him. He draped an arm around Suke's shoulder and turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua standing behind him. My dear sisters-in-law, prepare yourselves. We'll take Suke with us when we journey to the capital. Chapter 93, Shameless People Can't Be Sent Off. We're starting preparations already? Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua both widened their eyes in surprise. But isn't there still the junior training tournament? Before their words had even finished, Cheng Qiji patted Suke's chest. With Su's caliber, does he even need the competition? But mid-pat, Cheng Qiji's hand froze. Su has a pet? In the field of vision, Xiaohu's head had just taken a hefty smack, glared angrily from Suke's embrace, her tiny eyes wide with fury as she fixed Cheng Qiji with a furious stare. Though unable to speak, she puffed out her cheeks in silent protest. Seeing this, Suke promptly pressed Xiao's little head back against his chest and addressed Cheng Qiji. Nothing much. Just a stray kitten I picked up along the way. Teacher Chang, are you in a hurry? Hearing Suke's question, Cheng Qiji's brow furrowed slightly. Is there a problem? Suke glanced at Li Xiangdong beside him and cleared his throat. Well, I'd still like to take a look at the youth training competition. Noticing Suke's expression, manhwa beside Cheng Qiji couldn't help but speak up with a slightly peculiar look on her face. Su, you're not eyeing the prizes for that youth training competition, are you? Hearing this, Suke immediately responded with righteous indignation. Not at all. Would Suke ever be the type to care about such petty gains? Seeing Suke's righteous expression, Li Xiangdong beside him tentatively spoke up. Suke, if you really want it, I could just hand you the prize directly. Your outstanding performance in the hunting competition this time is more than enough to secure first place. Pulling some strings to give it to you early wouldn't be impossible. Yet upon hearing Li Xiangdong's tentative words, Suke's expression grew utterly stern. Am I, Suke, the sort to casually pull strings? At this point, Suke seemed to recall something. He turned, blinking his eyes as he looked toward Ruashua and Lang Qianxiu standing behind her. Of course, I'm not referring to Ruashua or Uncle Lang. I'm merely stating my personal philosophy. Hearing Suke's deliberate apology, Lang Qianxiu couldn't help but lower his head and press his fingers to his forehead, while Ruashua's face flushed slightly. In any case, if I, Suke, am to win an award, it must be done with complete transparency and integrity. Right. Hearing Suke's bold and spirited words, Cheng Qiji and manhwa beside him couldn't help but clap. Alright, since there's still time before our War Academy opens, we'll stick around to see this youth training competition through before leaving together. It's only 2 or 3 days until the competition anyway, so there's no rush. Li Xiangdong, however, muttered under his breath. He's still eyeing the measly rewards from our youth training camp. But Li Xiangdong kept his thoughts to himself, quickly regaining his composure as he gave Suke a hearty slap on the shoulder. Alright, Su Quebec. You can stay at our youth training camp for a few more days. Make do and give our students some pointers. Suke had already reached the 3rd tier in cultivation, making him more than qualified to mentor the youth academy students. But Suke had no desire to take on such a tedious task and promptly declined Li Xiangdong's offer. Guidance is out of the question. Huan, Ruashua, and I need this time to recover. If I have spare moments, I might share some combat insights I've gained. As for cultivation, someone like Suke and Anomaly shared no common ground with the others. He didn't want to mislead the students. Hearing Suke's words, Li Shangdong nodded in agreement beside him, signaling that they would follow Suke's wishes. As for Li Ping and Chen Ji, the moment Suke made his choice, they understood their two academies were completely out of the running. They could only bow their fists in respect toward Suke. Then, Su, we shan't disturb you further. Once again, we wish you, Lu, and Lang every success in entering the War Academy and making a name for yourselves in the world. Thank you. Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua returned the bow in unison. Generally, we'll be on our way. Hearing their words, Li Shangdong hurriedly rose to see them off, but was interrupted by the four. The youth training camp has many pressing matters. Generally, there's no need for you to see us off. As Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua watched the four depart, they deliberately spoke up from the side. Our affairs aren't so pressing we can see them off. Before Cheng Qiji and the others could finish speaking, Li Ping cut them off impatiently. Shameful people can't see us off. Exactly. How dare you threaten our tech college by calling the dean? Utterly shameless. Get out, get out. I don't want to see these two for even a minute longer. With that, Li Ping and his three companions hurriedly strode out of the wooden hut. After walking about 3 or 4 meters away, Chen Ji from Lingwu Academy seemed to remember something. He turned back and called out to Cheng Qiji. Oh, and Cheng Qiji, you're the real jerk, your whole family are jerks. With that, Chen Ji hurriedly pulled Lin Lan along and they left in a rush. As for Cheng Qiji, still inside the cabin, he hadn't even had time to respond before the four figures vanished from sight. Watching them depart, Suke addressed Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua. If you two elders have no further business, we'll head back to the training camp first. Ruashua has just recovered and needs to adjust her energy reserves. Hearing Suke's words, Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua waved their hands dismissively. We have no urgent matters. If you have business to attend to, Su, you may go ahead. As he spoke, Cheng Qiji seemed to recall something and smiled at Suke. Oh, and stop calling us senior all the time. We're not that much older than you. Just call me Brother Chang. Ma Lanhua chimed in with a smile. As for me, you can call me Sister Chang or Sister Ma, whatever makes you happy. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan beside them immediately nodded eagerly. Sure thing, Senior Chang. No problem, Senior Ma. Cheng Qiji. Ma Lanhua. Alright, then we'll head back to camp first. Suke, having said this, immediately pulled Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua to his feet, turning to look at Lang Qianxiu. Uncle Long, let's go. Alright, son-in-law. Lang Qianxiu, who had been standing by as a backdrop for ages, snapped out of his daze upon hearing this and hurriedly followed Suke toward the exit. Behind them, Li Shangdong watched their departing figures, his eyes gleaming. This youth is destined to become a prodigy of our human race. Who could disagree? Beside Li Shangdong, Cheng Qiji crossed his arms and strolled over to stand beside him. That boy's talent and character absolutely rank among the top of our race. It's just a pity his contract Beast Maiden's potential is a bit low. However, Li Shangdong, who had conducted an in-depth investigation into Suke's background and specifically reviewed his training footage, shook his head. There's nothing to be regretted. No matter what kind of Beast Maiden, as long as she falls into this kid's hands, he will definitely create a miracle. Chapter 94, Master, Save Me. After leaving Li Shangdong's small cabin, Suke led Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua straight back to his original barracks. He no longer needed training now. The most urgent task was to intensify his cultivation, helping the newly awakened Lang Ruashua stabilize the Yuan Qi within her body. As they passed by the 1st Battalion, the cadets there all greeted Suke, hoping for a response from him. Suke, of course, didn't want to disappoint them. He smiled and waved back at them, as well as at their instructor Pang Meng, before continuing on his way. Soon, the three returned to their former camp. During their absence, the camp tents remained untouched, everything left exactly as they had left it. Only after seeing the three safely back at camp did Ling Qianxiu breathe a sigh of relief. Glad to see you're all back safe and sound. Alright, since you're all back, I won't bother you anymore. If you need any help, just send me a message. With that, Ling Qianxiu turned and walked away, leaving Suke and the others space to reunite. Once Ling Qianxiu had walked far enough away, Xia, who had been pretending to sleep in Suke's embrace, couldn't resist lifting her head from his chest and leaping onto his shoulder. Finally, some peace and quiet. I was holding it in the whole time I was about to suffocate. Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xia upon hearing this. You could have chosen not to follow Brother Su. No way. Before Lu Chenhuan could finish speaking, Xia proudly lifted her little head. You're just jealous that I get to be so close to Master. You're trying to find a way to drive us apart. I won't. Just to piss you off. Hearing Xia's taunt, Lu Chenhuan immediately rolled up his sleeves. Oh my, you're asking for a beating, aren't you? Master. Someone's hitting the cat. Someone's hitting the cat. Seeing Lu Chenhuan about to get serious, Xia quickly tucked her little head into Suke's embrace, her tiny paws clutching tightly at his collar.
But Xia never expected Suke to resort to such underhanded tactics. He simply scooped her up and dangled her right in front of Lu Chenhuan. Held by Suke's single hand gripping the back of her neck, Xia twisted helplessly in midair, hastily raising her tiny paw in a bow toward Lu Chenhuan.
Sis Huan, I'm sorry. Please spare me.
Lu Chenhuan, however, wore a cold smile on her lips, her eyes gleaming with wicked amusement as she rubbed her hands together in anticipation.
He, you realize your mistake now? Too late. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan grabbed Xia's head and began vigorously rubbing it up and down.
Xia squirmed and whimpered, her body trembling so violently her eyes rolled back. Nearby, the usually reserved Lang Ruashua couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight. She reached out to discipline Xia herself. Xia, her limbs nearly convulsing from the torment, helplessly extended her tiny paw toward Suke, her voice trembling as she pleaded.
Master, save me.
Seeing this, Suke couldn't help but let a smile play at the corners of his mouth. Though on the surface, Xia still seemed at odds with the two girls, the atmosphere between them had quietly grown warmer and more harmonious. At the very least, the initial hostility and distance had faded. Seeing the mood had reached a suitable point, Suke promptly called a halt.
Alright, Huan and Ruashua, that's enough.
If this keeps up, she'll be pissing herself from all your rubbing. As he spoke, Suke reached out, plucked Xia from Lu Chenhuan's grasp, and cradled her back in his own arms.
Come on, back to camp with me now. Time to continue training.
Hearing Suke's command and glancing at Xia in his arms, her fur disheveled and her face full of resentment, Lu Chenhuan blinked guiltily before obediently following Suke back to camp.
Upon entering the tent, Suke wasted no time. He immediately began cultivation with Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruashua, and Xia.
Thanks to Lang Ruashua's talent advancement, the beast core belonging to her within the sea of consciousness had grown significantly larger than before, accelerating everyone's cultivation pace. With Xia's addition, their cultivation progressed at a breakneck pace within the quadruple cycle. Who would have thought Xia's little feline beast core could be this massive? Its rate of absorbing spiritual energy far surpasses both mine and sister Huanuan's. Having experienced the convenience Xia brought to their cultivation, Lang Ruashua now understood Suke's decision to contract Xia a little better.
Time flew by as everyone immersed themselves in cultivation, and before they knew it, nightfall was approaching.
As dusk fell, Suke opened his eyes from his cultivation. Observing Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, still deeply immersed in their practice, his gaze flickered slightly. He used his insight divine eye to briefly scan their current information panels.
Beast Girl, Lu Chenhuan.
Realm, 3rd tier blood ignition. Talent, B-grade predator prototype of the Taotie. Beast Tamer, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Domain, Blood Burning. Flaw, harbors SSS tier swallowing Heaven Taotie energy within. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, unable to fully activate SSS tier talent.
Beast Girl, Lang Ruashua.
Realm, Tier 3 Blood Burning.
Talent, B-rank Frost Blossom Serpent.
Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Crystal Storm, Extreme Cold Domain, Frostbound Ground, Icy Defense, Blood Burning. Flaw, harbors SSS-grade Frost Dragon energy within, but due to the Dragon Crystal Core being eroded by time-eroding toxin, 60% of the energy dissipates, preventing the manifestation of dragon form. Reading the two profiles, Suke felt a surge of satisfaction.
Though they had nearly faced death in Fengming Valley, the rewards were immense.
Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua had both broken through the D-tier shackles to reach B-tier, simultaneously advancing to the 3rd stage of blood burning. Following their talent breakthroughs, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua now possess domain-type skills, making them exceptional beings. Their newly acquired abilities were exceptionally powerful, rendering them nearly invincible in battles against opponents of the same tier. It could be said that with their current talent and aptitude, even S-rank opponents of the same level would stand no chance against them. With his own assistance, they could utterly crush opponents of equal rank, leaving them powerless to retaliate. This was the confidence stemming from Suke. Talents evolved to be rank are already this powerful. I wonder how formidable the next stage will be. Let me see what conditions Huan and Ruashua need to advance to the next stage. With this thought, Suke activated his insight divine eye to analyze their next advancement plan. Soon, their respective enhancement blueprints materialized within his field of vision. As he examined the repair plans, Suke's pupils involuntarily contracted slightly.
Chapter 95, New Repair Plan. Defect, contains SSS-grade swallowing Heaven Taotie energy within the body. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake from feeding, the SSS-grade talent cannot be fully activated. Repair plan, consume moonlight daily for 1 month. Collect fresh essence blood from 4th tier or higher ferocious beasts to engrave the Taotie pattern on the back, activating the Taotie eye. Reading Lu Chenhuan's advancement plan, Suke couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. Lu Chenhuan's advancement requirements kept escalating. Last time it only required devouring 2nd tier beast corpses, but now it had jumped straight to 4th tier. Still, it's manageable. 4th tier beasts are rare, but they're not impossible to track down. Suke had now grasped Lu Chenhuan's advancement direction. As long as it revolved around energy intake and devouring, the methods were largely consistent. Truly a glutton. With that thought, Suke turned his gaze toward Ruashua. Defect, contains SSS-grade frost dragon energy within, but due to the dragon crystal core being eroded by time-eroding toxin, 60% of energy dissipates, preventing the manifestation of dragon form. Repair plan, collect 9 nether cold iron to reforge the dragon wing bones, devour millennial snow lotus to mend the cracks in the dragon crystal core. Reading Ruashua's repair plan, Suke couldn't help but blink in surprise. Unlike Lu Chenhuan's approach, Ruashua's plan aimed to restore the dragon's body and reclaim the glory of the dragon clan. 9 netherworld cold iron and millennial snow lotus? Judging by the names alone, these must be some rare materials too. Looks like we'll need to tap into Uncle Leng's deep pockets. Though the materials Ruashua required were rare, she was fortunate to have a wealthy tycoon father. When it came to sourcing materials, he never disappointed. Just as Suke withdrew his gaze from Ruashua, he lowered his head and noticed an exclamation mark glowing above Chia's head in his arms. Beast, slender-tailed cat. Tier 2. Innate skills, Beast King Roar, Power Strike. Flaw, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast, the sky-splitting tiger god. Due to severe injuries preventing full recovery and further depletion from major battles, it has regressed to its primal 2nd tier state. Remediation plan, locate and consume vitality restoring potion to temporarily suppress internal injuries. This little Chia actually has a repair solution? Suke's gaze flickered as he looked at Chia in his arms. She sat with her eyes closed, her tiny paws clutching his chest tightly as she meditated. It seemed this defect repair wasn't limited to beast girls, it could also be applied to the ferocious beasts he had contracted. Suke kept this discovery to himself, silently resolving that when he went searching for materials, he would bring some back for Chia as well to mend the countless wounds within her body. As he pondered, Suke glanced back at his personal information panel. Beast Tamer, Suke. Realm, 3rd tier Soul Tamer. Talent, God tier. Contract beasts, prototype of the Taotie, frost-hued dragon, slender-tailed cat. Innate skills, insightful divine eyes, source of evolution, god of all beasts, sympathetic bond, tyrant, spirit binding, soul nurturing. Divine insight eyes, can probe supernatural abilities, physical constitutions, and even flaws in all things. Evolutionary source, aids contracted beast girls in advancing their levels and supernatural abilities while receiving substantial energy backflow. God of all beasts, allows unlimited contracts with beast girls. Bond of unity, the beastmaster and contracted partner achieve spiritual communion, enabling the beastmaster to wield all the partner's skills. Tyrant, consumes spiritual energy to trigger a full-scale berserk state in all contracted beast girls, boosting all attributes by 100% upgradable. Binding spirit, consumes spiritual energy to create an energy contract that restrains beast girls from rampaging and can bind hostile targets. Soul nourishment, consumes spiritual energy to condense a soul nourishment pill, rapidly healing beast maidens and temporarily boosting their 4 core attributes. To be unlocked. Gazing at his stats panel, Suke couldn't help but let a satisfied look flicker across his eyes. After advancing to the 3rd stage of the soul nurturing realm, not only did my cultivation improve, but I also gained a special talent skill for nurturing souls. However, the soul nurturing talent seems somewhat different. Typically, soul nurturing involves using spiritual energy to condense beast rations, accelerating the recovery of beast girls. It can be understood as a minor healing skill common to all 3rd tier beast masters. Yet what I condensed was not beast grain, but pills. Not only could they help my beast girls recover injuries quickly, they could also temporarily enhance their 4 core attributes. Power Healing Pills Plus Edition. Not only that, but he now possessed an extremely rare Beastmaster space and the design blueprint for the 10,000 Spirits armor. Compared to the Beastmaster space, which can be used anytime, the Universal Armor blueprint won't unlock until I advance to the 4th tier Soldier Armor realm. Until then, it would gather dust in the storage. Before that, I'll focus on boosting Chenhuan and Ruashua's talent levels to strengthen both of us. For someone bound by a symbiotic pact, strengthening Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's power meant doubling his own strength. Moreover, the extremely generous mutual benefit rewards awaiting him demanded his full attention. Even without these rewards, given the bond between the three, Suke would never stand idly by. But he was certainly delighted to add icing on the cake. As he pondered, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, and Xia still in Suke's arms simultaneously opened their eyes and turned to look at him. Brother Su, is something troubling you? Why does it feel like your thoughts are agitated? Suke waved his hand lightly at their questions. Nothing. I just used my insight divine eye to project your evolutionary repair plan. Hearing Suke's words, both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua couldn't help but widen their eyes, looking at Suke with eager anticipation. What materials and conditions are required for our next advancement? Suke made no attempt to conceal the information, directly stating the requirements for their advancement. As Suke spoke, Lu Chenhuan's eyes lit up with anticipation. Devouring moonlight? Plus fresh blood from a 4th tier ferocious beast? Those conditions don't seem too difficult. Ruashua, upon hearing the materials required for her advancement, tilted her head in thought, wondering if she had ever heard of these materials before. As for Chia and Sukei's arms, she showed little interest in Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's talent evolution. Lying listlessly in Sukei's embrace, she couldn't even be bothered to open her eyes. Seeing Chia's disinterested demeanor, Sukei refrained from reminding her. He silently resolved to find that primordial nurturing potion. After briefly reviewing the information about their group of 3 humans and 1 beast, Sukei noticed it was dinner time and led Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to eat. Of course, before leaving, Sukei briefly asked Chia if she wanted to join them for dinner. Chia responded with frantic nods, her voice practically dripping with excitement. Eat. 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 I've been trapped in Fengming Valley for centuries, surviving on raw meat and blood. My taste buds have gone completely numb. I absolutely must experience the wonders of seasoning the technology and the boldness. Chapter 96, The Truth Behind the Rift Valley Battle. As Sukei led Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua into the cafeteria, the entire dining hall fell silent. All eyes immediately turned toward their direction. It's Sukei. Sukei and his group are back. Nearly half the participants had received protection from Sukei during the hunting competition, so they harbored warm feelings toward him. Hello, Team Leader Su. Hello, Team Leader Su. The air was soon filled with the greetings of fellow students. The students from Camp 1 immediately surrounded the trio, their faces brimming with excitement. Sukei, you're finally back. Exactly. You have no idea, without your training supervision these past few days, we felt like our morale was down. Exactly. Especially after learning how Captain Lang sacrificed himself to block that 7th-tier beast's attack to save us all, we were so moved and filled with admiration. Exactly. Without you guys, we might have ended up as that beast's dinner. Hearing the crowd repeatedly call it a beastly monster, Chia, who had buried her head in Sukei's embrace, froze. She looked like a little child who'd suffered an injustice too painful to express. She buried her little head deeper into Sukei's chest, as if doing so could shield her from the world. Sukei sensed Chia's unease and paused, his expression softening. He slipped his hand into his coat and gently stroked her head, his warmth soothing her troubled heart. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, standing nearby, unusually refrained from adding their own cutting remarks. Instead, they joined in with smiles on their faces. It's all in the past now. That beast was certainly despicable, but the real mastermind behind all this is someone else. Yes, yes. Just as Lu Chenhuan spoke, a beast master from the 1st Battalion chimed in. I heard from my father that this turmoil has spread nationwide. Almost every training camp organizing hunting competitions has been affected. It seems the demon god cult orchestrated it all. Word is His Majesty has issued a kill order. Anyone spotted with the cult is to be executed on sight. Listening to the discussions, Sukei's eyes flickered. He stroked Chia's little head nestled in his arms, determined to get to the bottom of things tonight to uncover exactly what had happened back in the Fengming Grand Canyon. After finishing his meal with Lu Chenhuan, Sukei pulled both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to bid farewell to the others before rising and leaving directly. As Sukei departed, the diner's patrons were left with mixed thoughts. Especially Zhao Fei and An Ning, positioned between the 2 battalions. An Ning stared at Sukei's retreating figure, feeling the powerful aura emanating from them. A sense of defeat welled up within her. So Sukei and his group have already reached the 3rd tier. When they were at the 2nd tier, they still harbored a sliver of hope that they could face Sukei in battle. But upon sensing his 3rd tier cultivation, even that last shred of pride vanished completely. It wasn't just Zhao Fei and An Ning. Many prodigies in the arena watched Sukei's retreating figure and felt he was growing ever more distant from them. The gap between them had widened to such an extent that it felt as though they were from different worlds. After finishing his meal, Sukei immediately sought out Pang Mang and used his communicator to convey his request to Lang Qianqiu. Uncle Lang, I need some materials. Could you help me get them? The moment Lang Qianqiu realized it was Sukei calling, he immediately responded with his stance. Son-in-law, what are you saying? Do we even need the word help between us? Whatever you need, just tell your father. I'll do everything in my power to fulfill your every request. Faced with Lang Qianqiu's generous offer, Sukei got straight to the point. Nothing much, really. Just need to collect some rather obscure materials. Could you send them over, Uncle Lang? Soon after, upon seeing the list of materials Sukei had compiled, Lang Qianqiu responded over the phone. Don't worry, son-in-law. It's just some 9 netherworld cold iron, a 1000-year snow lotus, and some nurturing essence potion, right? Rest assured, I'll get them all for you. With that, Lang Qianqiu hung up and immediately began mobilizing his connections to source the materials Sukei had mentioned. With Lang Qianqiu's promise secured, Sukei's heart finally settled. He then called Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua back to continue their cultivation, ensuring all 3 recovered quickly to face the challenges ahead. Before that, however, Sukei pulled Xia out from his chest and asked her. Xia, we've been so busy cultivating these past days that we never got around to asking you what exactly happened back in Fengming Rift Valley? Hearing Sukei's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him also revealed inquiring looks in their eyes as they turned to Xia simultaneously. Xia, meeting their searching gazes, hesitated briefly before beginning her tale. Truthfully, I never intended to leave the Fengming Great Rift Valley.
I'd been secluded here, cultivating in solitude, hoping to quietly grow stronger and then astonish everyone. But one day, the day before you arrived for the youth training camp, a group of people suddenly infiltrated Fengming Valley using some unknown method and found me. The leader claimed he could temporarily boost my strength. He said we could use the Green Training Tournament as an opportunity to fight our way through, breaking free from the shackles of Fengming Grand Canyon. Having been trapped in the valley for years, I was naturally desperate and fell for their scheme. After gaining my consent, they performed a blood sacrifice ritual. Using the Beast Control Array Hub, they transferred all their cultivation to me. They also gave me a gene-enhancing serum that, when injected, could temporarily restore my strength to the 7th tier. Hearing this, Suke finally grasped the general truth behind the events of that year. He finally understood why he had encountered that group of strangely dressed humans in the mountains back then. Now he realized they were the fanatical devotees of the demon god cult, willing to sacrifice themselves. Later, when he realized Shaw couldn't hold out much longer, it was actually due to the side effects of the gene serum. I also agreed to their plan of working together from the inside and outside. Using the Chaos Gem, I created the celestial phenomenon to divert attention and conceal the heavenly mechanism's investigation. This drew many people over, disrupting Li Shangdong's investigation and forcing him to unlock the restrictions of the formation.
Lu Chenhuan frowned upon hearing this. Chaos Gem? You mean the gem hanging around your neck when you first appeared?
Yes.
Facing Lu Chenhuan's question, Xia shook her head, and a gem reappeared around her neck. This object can conceal divine secrets and possesses combat capabilities. It's truly extraordinary. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside her couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. So you've been wearing this thing all along? This gem can actually make you invisible?
Yes, it not only conceals my presence but also masks my cultivation aura, preventing outsiders from detecting anything unusual. That's why I've been able to lie low in Fengming Rift Valley all these years without being found. At this point, Xia couldn't help but shake her little head and sigh. I could have kept growing in obscurity. But alas, I was seduced by the demon god cult and grew impatient. Chapter 97, Stance. Then what about those 2 third-tier hyena kings and that pack of second-tier beasts? When they attacked us earlier, they charged headlong into certain death. Hearing Suke's question, Xia fell silent. Perhaps it's because they've awakened rudimentary sentience and formed an emotional bond with me. They likely wanted to block you before my gene serum took effect. That gene serum takes time to take effect, so I timed its administration precisely to coincide with your entry into the mountains. In their minds, perhaps it was out of protection for me, their high-tier beast king, or perhaps it was born of hatred toward the human race. Either way, they were undoubtedly prepared to die. Listening to Chia's words, Suke's gaze flickered uncontrollably. Beside him, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but snort coldly. Beasts deserve to die. They dared invade our human territory and slaughtered billions of our kind. Their deaths are no loss. Oomph. Before Lu Chenhuan could finish, Xia interjected sharply. Does that mean your human race deserves to live? Forget everything else, just look at this Fengming Rift. Isn't it nothing more than a slaughterhouse deliberately created to train humans to raise and kill beasts? Countless beasts perish every year in these so-called tournaments. Were they born to be slaughtered by your kind? By this point, Xia was seething with indignation. Have you ever considered how many young beasts some barely born, having barely seen the outside world, are slaughtered by you for points? Seeing Xia's indignant expression, many words caught in Lu Chenhuan's throat. Suke, however, remained utterly calm. As a member of the beast tribe, Xia naturally holds a different perspective. Such thoughts are only natural. Suke looked at Xia as he spoke. But I believe that just as there are places where humans keep beasts captive, there must also be places where beasts enslave humans. Any human who falls into the hands of the beast clan will surely meet a fate no better than these ferocious beasts kept in human territories. For female beast girls captured and taken to beast tribes, death might even be the best release. As he spoke, Suke adopted a surprisingly old-fashioned demeanor, folding his arms behind his back. Humans and ferocious beasts are locked in an irreconcilable, age-old enmity. Whether it's humans or beasts, encountering the other side inevitably leads to a fight to the death. Therefore, standing on either side is not wrong. I am human, and I will not tolerate my kind being oppressed by foreign beasts. Watching the aura radiating from Suke, Xia beside him felt a moment of dazed stillness. She lowered her head, her gaze filled with complexity. Truthfully, I don't particularly care for the beast race either. But my identity constantly reminds me that I am a member of the beast clan. You dislike the beast clan? Ruashua, standing nearby, heard this and her eyes flashed with curiosity as she looked at Xia. Did something happen to you among the beast clan? Yet to Ruashua's inquiry, Xia remained unusually silent, offering no reply. Suke, standing nearby, waved his hand dismissively. Never mind. Whatever happened in the past, from now on, we're comrades fighting on the same front. I don't expect you to contribute much in fighting the ferocious beasts. As long as you can enhance and accelerate our cultivation, that's already the best use of your remaining abilities. Cultivation. After clarifying the events within the Fengming Rift and gaining a basic understanding of the sequence, Suke ceased dwelling on it. The fact that Xia hadn't harmed the human race was sufficient. As for her past experiences, forcing her to speak when she wasn't ready would be futile. When she was ready to share, she would do so naturally. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him also let go of their concerns, immediately resuming their seats and joining Suke and entering a state of cultivation. Xia, too, snapped out of her recollections and joined the ranks of cultivators. For everyone present, rapidly cultivating to elevate their cultivation base was now the paramount priority. During breaks from cultivation, Pang Meng had specifically sought out Suke to ask him to share combat experience with the 1st Battalion students, but Suke had declined. The reason was simple: his combat style was entirely irreplicable. The only advice he could offer was to heighten vigilance, learn to adapt swiftly to the battlefield, and master rapid analysis. Amidst the diligent cultivation of the 3 humans and 1 beast, time passed remarkably quickly. In the blink of an eye, the second day's evening arrived. After dinner, Suke walked with Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, enjoying the evening breeze. Xia, the little beast in his arms, had jumped down to his feet at some point, its white paws clutching a large chicken drumstick snatched earlier from Lu Chenhuan's bowl, chirping happily. After such intense training, it's nice to finally have time for a leisurely stroll in the breeze. Suke now held Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua by his left and right hands respectively, feeling life was beautiful. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua nestled quietly beside him, their faces radiating happiness. Especially Ruashua, whose eyes held a look of longing. If only I could walk hand in hand with Brother Su like this forever, it seems rather nice. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan observed the contentment in Suke's eyes and couldn't help but let a hint of a knowing smile touch her lips. I doubt Brother Su is thinking that way. Look how his eyes keep darting around. He's definitely thinking 2 of us aren't enough, he'd love to have a few more to hold. Ha! Suke's spirits instantly perked up at Lu Chenhuan's words, his expression turning serious. Huan, what are you thinking? How could I possibly be that kind of person? Having the 2 of you by my side is more than enough. I wouldn't want any more. Oh. Hearing Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan nodded with a knowing smile. So Xia doesn't count, right? Xia, who was gobbling down a giant chicken drumstick, froze upon hearing this and glanced up at Lu Chenhuan. Ruashua, watching Xia's dazed and adorable expression, couldn't help but speak up for Suke. How could a little beast like Xia count? No matter how adorable she is, she could never steal Brother Su's affection from us, right? Yet hearing Ruashua's words, Lu Chenhuan nearly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Ruashua, you're still so innocent. You have no idea. That day when Xia, that little minx, made her contract with Brother Su, her figure, her outfit, tsk. Lu Chenhuan had seen Xia in her human form with her own eyes. Her face was every bit as beautiful as his or Ruashua's, and her figure far surpassed theirs. Add to that the fact that the little thing was constantly clinging to Suke, acting cute and adorable. Thus, in Lu Chenhuan's mind, Xia was her #1 rival. Ruashua, who had never seen Xia in human form, didn't seem particularly bothered by it. No matter how much a ferocious beast is anthropomorphized, it can't be as exaggerated as you describe, right, Sister Huan? As she spoke, Ruashua glanced down at Xia, who had resumed clutching her chicken leg and cooing with delight. Her conviction only deepened. Chapter 98, Twist It Yourself, Xian. Dad, you're here? Just as Suke led Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua back to camp after their walk, they encountered Lang Qianqiu rushing over in a hurry. Xia, who had just finished gobbling down the chicken leg, was bouncing happily on Suke's shoulder. Spotting the newcomer, she immediately darted into Suke's embrace. Lang Qianqiu watched Ruashua excitedly approach him, then reached out to give her a big hug. He then retrieved 2 small boxes from his storage ring. Son-in-law, these are the items you asked me to bring for you. This is the rare treasure, 9 netherworld cold iron, which I procured through considerable effort from various auction houses. And this is the Pei Yuan elixir. I spent a little extra to secure 2 bottles from the research institute. As Suke examined the 2 items Cold Qianqiu handed him, delight flashed in his eyes. Thank you, Uncle Lang. You've truly been a tremendous help to us. Facing Suke's gratitude, Lang Qianqiu waved his hands repeatedly. Son-in-law, you shouldn't talk like that. We're family, your matters are my matters. Besides, you're doing this for Ruashua. It's only natural for her father to lend a hand. At this point, Lang Qianqiu seemed to realize something and feigned displeasure as he looked at Suke. And I've told you countless times we're family now. Why do you still call me Uncle Lang all the time? Can't you drop the formalities? Hearing Lang Qianqiu's words, Ruashua shot him a reproachful glance from the side. Dad. Suke, however, burst into laughter upon hearing this. Father-in-law is absolutely right. We'll be family sooner or later anyway, so there's no harm in changing how we address each other now. Sooner or later? Hearing Suke's words, Lang Qianqiu beside him seemed to catch on to something. He glanced at Ruashua with a look of suspicion. So, Ruashua, you and your husband haven't taken that step yet? What stage? Caught off guard by Lu Chenhuan's questioning gaze, Ruashua froze for a moment.
The consummation of marriage. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua's fair little face flushed crimson in an instant, turning into two bright red apples.
She stomped her foot playfully in mock reproach.
Dad, what are you saying? What do you think I said? Lu Chenhuan's tone was stern and righteous.
I'm not just saying this about you too, but you've been bound by contract for so long it's like you've been married for a month and nothing has happened yet?
Hearing Chenhuan's words, Ruashua's face flushed crimson all the way to her ears. It's not like we have to. Lu Chenhuan raised an eyebrow. Then can we just not have the contract? Ha! Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua instinctively glanced at Xia in Sukei's arms.
Xia, who had been pretending to sleep, instantly sat up straight, looking utterly bewildered.
Oh no, she's after me.
Sukei, however, stepped in to lighten the mood. Father-in-law, there's no need to rush.
Ruashua's been unconscious for nearly half a month now, and her body hasn't fully recovered yet. There's no rush. When Ruashua is ready, it won't be too late. Sukei was confident that both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua would eventually fall for him. It was just that their current dynamic might need some adjustment before truly harmonious scenes could unfold.
Until then, a little more time to blend together wouldn't hurt. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan cleared his throat and quickly changed the subject.
Right, about that son-in-law.
The materials you need are extremely rare.
I've exhausted every avenue these past few days and only managed to secure these two items.
As for that so-called 1,000-year snow lotus, I haven't found it.
Listening to Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Sukei nodded lightly. He hadn't expected Lu Chenhuan to find everything on his list.
Securing 2 bottles of cultivation essence potion and some 9 netherworld cold iron was already a pleasant surprise beyond his expectations.
That's enough, father-in-law.
Some things don't need to be rushed. If these items can't be found now, we'll just keep searching.
There will always be another chance.
Before Sukei could finish speaking, Lu Chenhuan raised an eyebrow at him. But son-in-law, I do happen to have some information about that 1,000-year snow lotus.
And it's within your grasp.
Oh? Observing Lu Chenhuan's expression, Sukei's heart stirred, as if he had already guessed the outcome.
The youth training tournament? Exactly. Lu Chenhuan gave Sukei a thumbs up.
To encourage participation, the grand prize for this youth training competition includes the 1,000-year snow lotus. At those words, Sukei's eyes lit up.
Talk about perfect timing.
He hadn't expected such a coincidence. The top prize for the youth training competition was precisely this 1,000-year-old snow lotus.
Looks like I absolutely have to go check out tomorrow's youth training competition.
Whether to make up for his regret or for the sake of that 1,000-year snow lotus, he absolutely had to be there. Beside him, Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement upon hearing Sukei's decision.
I support you too, son-in-law.
If Li Xiangdong's resources are up for grabs, why not take them?
You can never have too many resources. Alright, since the items have been delivered, I shan't keep you any longer. With that, Lu Chenhuan tactfully turned and departed.
He never interfered with Sukei's cultivation or that of Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua. As Lu Chenhuan's figure receded into the distance, Xia, who had been hiding in Sukei's embrace, couldn't resist darting out and leaping onto his shoulder.
I was suffocating in there.
Oh, and master, don't listen to that old man Leng about how a contract must be this or that.
I'm just a tiny kitten the size of a palm. Even if I wanted to, it'd be impossible.
Faced with Xia's incessant chatter, Sukei promptly smacked her on the head.
Shut up. Don't you think I have more experience than you?
As he spoke, Sukei pulled Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua into the tent, then pulled out the 2 boxes Lu Chenhuan had just given him. One box was large, the other small. The larger one contained the 9 netherworld cold iron specifically prepared for Ruashua, while the smaller one held the chi nurturing potion for Xia. Studying the boxes before him, Sukei analyzed aloud. This 9 netherworld cold iron is for reforging Ruashua's dragon wing bones, while this cultivating essence potion is Chia's healing elixir.
For me?
Xia froze momentarily upon hearing Sukei's words, then her eyes brimmed with emotion.
So my master has always been thinking of me. I thought you never cared about me at all.
As she spoke, Xia stood on Sukei's shoulder and nuzzled her little head against his cheek, her voice sweet and coquettish.
I knew it. You're the best master ever. Get lost.
Before Xia could finish speaking, Sukei grabbed her and flung her onto the bed.
He then tossed 2 bottles of Peiyuan potion in front of her. Open them yourself, Xian.
Chapter 99, Brother Su's gaze held a certain heat. Seeing Sukei toss the 2 bottles of chi nurturing potion her way, Xia's eyes lit up with gratitude. She reached out her claws to catch them, pried the caps off with her nails, and gulped the potions down her throat. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, standing nearby, both fell silent at that moment, their gazes turning toward Xia.
Both bottles emptied into Xia's belly in an instant.
Her little tummy visibly swelled at a rapid pace. In an instant, a vast surge of spiritual energy radiated from Xia's lower abdomen. It transformed into countless strands of pure energy, permeating every limb and bone, rapidly repairing her damaged meridians. Overwhelmed by the energy surge, Xia let out a pained groan. Her little belly convulsed violently from side to side before she flopped onto the bed, limbs splayed out like a dead cat, utterly helpless as the energy raced through her body. Come on, let the potency hit harder. Hearing Xiao's resigned growl, Suke gently pressed his forehead before turning his attention to the 9 netherworld cold iron within the box at his feet. Xia still needs time to process the potion's effects. Let's use this moment to study this 9 nether cold iron and figure out how to forge those dragon wing bones. As he spoke, Suke lifted the 9 nether cold iron from the box. Feeling its substantial weight in his hands, his eyes flickered with interest. This is the 9 nether cold iron. Its touch is bitterly cold, as if forged beneath the 9 nether realms. It truly is excellent material for crafting dragon wing bones. Ruashua reached out to touch it as well, her eyes lighting up with delight. Brother Su, this 9 nether cold iron is inherently cold, perfectly aligned with my innate talent. Merely touching it even increases my absorption speed of the surrounding celestial and earthly spiritual energy. Suke heard this, ran his fingers over the 9 nether cold iron in his hand, and nodded slightly. Just then, Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, spoke up with a hint of confusion. But how are we supposed to use such a huge chunk of iron to forge Ruashua's dragon wing bones? Surely we can't just find a blacksmith outside and have them forge a pair of wings for Ruashua based on some proportions? Hearing this, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. Although he had deduced Ruashua's advancement plan through his insightful divine eye, the focus of his calculations had been on the person herself. He truly had no clue how to utilize this 9 nether cold iron. What do you think, Ruashua? Suke glanced sideways at Xia sprawled out on the bed, then turned his gaze to Ruashua beside him. Upon hearing Suke's question, Ruashua stared at the massive lump of 9 nether cold iron before her own brows tightly knotted. I don't know, but in my judgment, if it's for reforging my dragon wing bones, it definitely won't be like Sister Huan said, just finding any blacksmith shop to forge it. That would be an external armor, not my actual bones. Hearing this, Suke's eyes lit up. Beast girls possess armor. This was precisely the bargaining chip the Research Academy had previously offered him. But this advancement clearly couldn't be about an external object. That's the logic. If it were external armor, they wouldn't mention reforging at all. Taking it literally, this so-called reforging must involve integrating it into flesh and blood, reforging the glorious dragon wings. Suke turned his head and fixed his gaze on Ruashua. Ruashua, how about I try applying it to your back? Let's see if your body has any instinctive reaction. This was the only testing method Suke could currently think of. After all, there weren't many ways to integrate it into the body, and ingesting it through the stomach was definitely out of the question. If swallowed, it wouldn't just be a matter of whether it could be digested. Even if it could, it would surely be converted into iron elements within the body. There was no need to go searching for some 9 netherworld cold iron. Upon hearing this, Ruashua nodded lightly. I'll try it. As she spoke, Ruashua began to slowly peel off her outer garment, revealing a flawless, jade-like back as white as porcelain, turning her back to Suke. Suke watched this scene unfold and instinctively reached out to touch Ruashua's back. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but gently place his hand on Ruashua's back as well, murmuring appreciatively. Truly the gift of the frost dragon, this girl's skin is so white. So smooth and tender. Before Lu Chenhuan could finish his sentence, Suke gently tapped his hand. Alright, Huan. Let me place this 9 netherworld cold iron on Ruashua's back first. We'll see if it triggers any reaction. Though Suke himself wasn't entirely sure, this was currently the most plausible hypothesis. Got it. Lu Chenhuan reluctantly stroked Ruashua's back one last time. Then, he watched as Suke lifted the 9 netherworld cold iron from the box and gently placed it upon Ruashua's beautiful back. As the 9 netherworld cold iron drew near, strange, intricate patterns began to emerge from the areas around her shoulder blades, radiating a deep blue glow. Is it working? Seeing this, delight flashed in Suke's eyes. He swiftly pressed the 9 netherworld cold iron against Ruashua's back. Ah, bing! The instant the 9 netherworld cold iron touched her spine, Ruashua, facing away from Suke, instantly tensed, sitting bolt upright. Yet the moment the 9 netherworld cold iron touched the azure patterns on Ruashua's shoulder blades, it began melting at a visible speed. Lie down. Suke immediately reached out and pressed Ruashua's body down, using his knee as a cushion beneath her. Feeling the flow on her back, Ruashua dared not slack off. She quickly complied with Suke, lying face down and clutching his thighs tightly with both hands. Then, under the influence of those azure patterns, the 9 netherworld cold iron on Ruashua's back rapidly dissolved, seeping along the patterns into her flesh. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but utter a series of tisk sounds. Ruashua seems remarkably compatible with this 9 netherworld cold iron. She's actually ignoring species barriers to absorb and fuse with it. As the 9 netherworld cold iron merged into the patterns, the flesh on Ruashua's back began to writhe. The originally azure patterns started to emit sparks of metallic silver light, intertwining with the azure glow. The beauty of metal and flesh intertwined in that moment until the 9 nether cold iron was fully absorbed. Only then did Ruashua's tense body finally relax. It seems, it worked. Feeling the icy chill vanish from her spine, Lang Ruashua turned to Suke with a delighted expression. Caught off guard by the sudden movement of the two white rabbits, Suke felt as if struck by lightning, his thoughts momentarily frozen. Seems like it. Bull. Lu Chenhuan, who had regained his senses, quickly pulled up the clothes Lang Ruashua had slipped off, then looked at her with concern. Ruashua, how are you feeling? I feel. Brother Su's gaze is a bit intense. Chapter 100, 3rd Tier Black Gold Cub. You nearly blinded Brother Su with your dazzling glow just now. How could he not be intense? Seeing Lang Ruashua's flushed cheeks, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. Hearing this, Lang Ruashua finally realized what Suke had just witnessed. Her face flushed crimson to her ears as she lowered her head, her small feet fidgeting restlessly from side to side. Suke, however, snapped back to his senses. He looked at Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan with righteous indignation. What are you two thinking? My heart belongs only to the great Xia and the human race. The reason my gaze was so intense just now was because I saw Ruashua absorbing this 9 netherworld cold iron. I was overjoyed for her. As for anything Snow White, I didn't see a thing. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan rolled her eyes. You didn't see it, yet you claim to have seen Snow White? Ruashua has such flawless skin, isn't Snow White perfectly normal? So you admit you saw it? No, I just went blind. Then how did you go blind? I was blinded by a flash of white light. So you did see it after all. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's relentless questioning, Suke shrugged helplessly. Fine, I admit it. I saw it. Suke looked at Lang Ruashua with a confident and open expression. But I'll take responsibility for Ruashua. I'm not the type to deny someone just because I close my eyes. Give me a break. Before Suke could finish, Lu Chenhuan curled her lip in disdain beside him. You haven't even taken responsibility for me yet, and now you're thinking about taking responsibility for Ruashua? Suke retorted with righteous indignation. It's just that I've been swamped with youth training and haven't had time to take responsibility for you guys. Once the youth training period ends, we'll find time to properly rest. Before Suke could finish, Lu Chenhuan puckered her lips. Who wants to rest with you? I can. Just then, Lang Ruashua piped up timidly from the side. Spineless. Before Lang Ruashua could finish her sentence, Lu Chenhuan smacked her on the head. Haven't you noticed that Brother Su always has that third wheel and that tagalong cat hanging around him now? With that thing around, don't you find it inconvenient? As Lu Chenhuan spoke, Xia, lying on the bed with a painfully swollen belly, glared at them with wide, furious eyes. Who the hell is talking trash about me behind my back? Once I've fully recovered from my injuries, I'll. Her words cut short as the searing pain inside her body tore her back to a groan. Looks like Xia's condition is still pretty serious. Seeing this, Suke rose immediately, walked to Xia's side, and gently grasped her tiny paw. Spiritual energy surged around him, flowing into Xia's limbs and bones to help stabilize the raging power within her. Under Suke's spiritual energy infusion, the violent potency within Xia gradually subsided, and her body slowly calmed. Master. Xia opened her tear-filled eyes and looked at Suke. Seeing this, Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan approached and placed their hands on Xia's limbs. In an instant, the spiritual energy of the three transformed into countless small hands, helping Xia soothe the raging potion energy within her body. Though Xia's expression remained cold, a flicker of emotion flickered in her eyes as she looked at Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan, whose hands now rested upon her limbs. She promptly closed her eyes. With their assistance, she swiftly channeled the energy to repair her damaged meridians. This process lasted nearly 2 hours. Finally, just as the moon rose, all the potion energy within Xia was fully assimilated, and the majority of her damaged meridians were restored. Then, in that instant, the surrounding celestial and terrestrial energies surged toward the tent where the three were gathered, like a whale gulping water. A wildly violent energy erupted from Xia's body. A brilliant light threatened to burst forth from Xia's body, proclaiming itself to the heavens and earth. But at that very instant, the hidden jade pendant reappeared around Xia's neck. A hazy white light emanated from it, trapping the radiant glow within the tent. Xia's flesh, bones, and skin writhed and shifted, her form steadily growing larger as her fur lengthened. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a giant mountain cat, nearly a meter in length. Her fur remained as snow white as before, but now, from her neck to her back, strands of black gold hue increased. A hint of black gold also spread along her tail, and the character meaning king stood out prominently between her eyebrows. Is this evolution? Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, who stood beside her holding Xia's enlarged paw, watched the scene unfold, their eyes widening in astonishment. Then, a violent aura erupted from the three of them. Third stage. Third tier. Feeling the violent aura radiating from Xia, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's eyes widened in astonishment. It's been less than 2 days since she emerged, yet this little kitten's cultivation has advanced this rapidly? At that moment, Suke activated his insight divine eye to examine Xia's information. Ferocious beast, black gold cub. Tier 3. Innate skills, Beast King Roar, Power Strike, Fighting Spirit, Sky-Splitting Impact. Flaw, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, but severely injured and unable to recover its strength. After enduring a major battle that depleted its vital energy, it regressed to its primal 2nd tier state. Status, contracted. Suke's eyes lit up with satisfaction as he studied Xia's information. Not bad. She really did advance to tier 3. And she's gained 2 new innate skills. Unlike Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who required talent advancement to unlock new skills, Xia's innate abilities would return as her injuries healed and her bloodline strengthened. Simultaneously, a notification appeared before Suke's eyes. Congratulations! The Beast Tamer has successfully advanced the tier 2 slender-tailed cat to a tier 3 black gold cub, receiving cultivation energy backflow. Simultaneously, streams of spiritual energy flowed through the contract into Suke's body. Suke's eyes flickered as he read the notification. I never expected restoring Xia's cultivation would grant a reward. Though it's only a small amount, it's better than nothing. That even a contracted beast could yield rewards was beyond Suke's expectations. Xia, now fully recovered, gazed at her enlarged form with delight. She released her tight grip on the 3 figures and leaped off the bed, admiring her new stature with excitement. I'm bigger. I've grown. The injuries within me have eased, and my cultivation has risen from the 2nd tier to the 3rd tier. Feeling her transformation, Xia bounced around like a child, overjoyed. But she quickly composed herself, turning to face Suke and the others beside her. With a serious expression, she spoke. Thank you, Master. Thank you all. Chapter 101, Xia, can you transform back? Watching Xia's imposing tiger cub form, Lu Chenhuan whistled in admiration beside her. Looks like we can't call you little cat anymore. We should call you little tiger instead. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's playful rephrasing, Xia, who had just been filled with gratitude toward Lu Chenhuan, suddenly glared and snapped. You're the tiny one. Your whole family is tiny. Meanwhile, Ruashua watched the scene quietly without uttering a word. She narrowed her eyes and gently furrowed her brow, her expression seeming slightly pained. Suke, distracted, turned his gaze toward Ruashua. Ruashua, are you feeling unwell? Ruashua nodded faintly at his question. The coldness within the 9 netherworld's cold iron is flaring up inside me. I feel a chilling, stabbing pain near my shoulder blades. It feels like something is trying to pierce through my skin and escape. Suke immediately lifted Ruashua's clothing to examine her back. Sure enough, upon her jade-like, flawless back, bones and flesh were writhing and intertwining, as if nurturing something preparing to emerge. But at that moment, Lu Chenhuan beside them suddenly snapped to attention, turning to stare straight at Suke. Su, what are you doing? How could you lift Ruashua's clothes without our notice? In broad daylight like this, you haven't gone off the rails, have you? Suke rolled his eyes at the visibly agitated Lu Chenhuan. Cut the nonsense. This is serious business. Oh? Lu Chenhuan immediately perked up, craning her curious little head toward Su Quebec. Following his gaze with wide eyes, she froze in surprise. This must be the initial form of Ruashua's dragon bone reforging, right? Suke gave a slight nod. If all goes as planned, it should be. This 9 netherworld cold iron has fused with Ruashua's flesh and blood in a bizarre manner, using her flesh as a catalyst to regrow and reforge the dragon bone. Under the influence of the 9 netherworld cold iron, even Ruashua's body, which normally feared no cold, seemed affected. She instinctively shivered and moved closer to Suke. Brother Su, Lang. Seeing this, Suke felt a pang of pity and instinctively pulled Ruashua into his embrace, using his own body heat to warm her. Holding Ruashua, Suke glanced around at the surroundings, his gaze settling on Lu Chenhuan and Xia, who had also approached. Everyone's exhausted these past few days. Let's rest up tonight and gather our strength for tomorrow's grand competition. As he spoke, Suke reached out and extinguished the lamp within the tent. Holding Ruashua, he made his way toward the bed. He gently laid her on the bed, pulled the quilt over her, and used his warm embrace to drive away the chill from Ruashua. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan quietly slipped over and lay down beside Su Quebec. She reached out to pull up the half-slip clothing on Ruashua. She offered a thoughtful explanation beside Suke. Pull her clothes tight, it'll keep her warmer. Suke. Xia stood guard by the 3 beds, curling up and burying her head in her chest. A good night's sleep. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight touched the earth from the horizon, the trio awoke. After a quick wash, they prepared to carry Xia to the training competition venue. But just before leaving, Suke seemed a bit worried as he looked at Xia, who was over a meter tall. Xia, can you transform back into that tiny palm-sized form? The disparity between Xia's current and previous states was too stark. Taking her out like this risked revealing her true identity as a ferocious beast to those with ulterior motives. Humans and ferocious beasts were currently at odds. If word got out that he had contracted a ferocious beast, it could easily cause a huge uproar. Until he had the power to suppress all opposition, it was best not to reveal Xia's identity. Xia hesitated upon hearing Suke's question. I could, technically. After all, I have the Chaos Gem, which allows me to alter and conceal my appearance. Then transform back.
Hearing the unwavering certainty in Sukei's tone, Xia blinked her eyes and uttered an "oh." Then, the chaos gem between her neck glowed brightly. A blinding flash of light erupted, and Xia's form instantly reverted to that of a palm-sized slender-tailed cat. Now in her slender-tailed cat form, Xia addressed Sukei. While I can temporarily disguise my state with the chaos gem, I cannot engage in combat. Once combat begins, my true form will be revealed. Listening to Xia's words, Sukei waved his hand dismissively. No need. Unless we're out in the wild, we won't have you fighting. Lu Chenhuan chimed in with a touch of pride. Exactly. It's just a minor competition. No need for you to fight. As he spoke, Sukei picked up the shrunken Xia and tossed her onto his shoulder. With Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua in tow, he headed straight for the training competition site. The training competition grounds were set up beside the watchtower, surrounded by temporary battle platforms for rapid selection. Li Xiangdong, Pang Meng, and the others had arrived early, serving as the chief examiners for the competition. As Sukei and his two companions approached, all eyes, instructors and trainees alike turned toward them. After all, during the hunting competition, Sukei's performance had been nothing short of dazzling. He had single-handedly turned the tide when all seemed lost, saving countless lives. Of course, many students who hadn't witnessed Sukei's prowess firsthand had only heard legends about him, and their gazes were filled more with curiosity. Pang Meng and Su Lu led the first battalion to quickly surround them. Sukei, you're here. Team leader Su, you're finally here. Sukei looked at the enthusiastic comrades of the first battalion and gave a slight nod with a smile. Yeah, we're here. Good to have you here. Pang Meng and Su Lu approached Sukei and addressed him. This competition is divided into 7 martial arenas. Participants will battle through anonymous draw and match. Sukei, if you wish to compete, draw your lucky number to enter the tournament. Lucky number? Sukei raised an eyebrow at the suggestion, then turned to look at Lu Chenhuan beside him. Huan, Ruashua, which one of you two will draw? Ruashua glanced timidly at Lu Chenhuan beside her. Sis Huan, you have better luck. You go. Alright. Lu Chenhuan wasn't one to dawdle. She strode forward and grabbed all 3 lucky numbers from the lottery tube beside her. Number 27. Sukei glanced at the number in Lu Chenhuan's hand, a faint smile curling his lips. Alright, then today we'll take the top spot in this youth training competition with number 27. After all the trainees had drawn their numbers, Li Xiangdong stood atop the platform and raised his hand high to address the crowd. Today marks the first day of our youth training competition and your final day of youth training. It's the perfect moment to prove what you've achieved through all this training. Let us conclude our youth training journey with this grand competition. Generous rewards await the top finishers. The champion will receive a 1,000-year-old snow lotus as their prize. I now declare the competition open. Chapter 102. So it was Sukei and his crew. As Li Xiangdong declared the competition open, instructors from all major camps stepped onto the martial arts platform to serve as referees. Students then randomly paired off based on the numbers drawn from the lottery to commence combat. In an instant, the martial arts platform erupted with a flurry of skills. Close combat and ranged attacks unleashed their full potential. Youth is truly wonderful. Watching the students battle fiercely, Cheng Qiji and manhwa stood on a distant platform, murmuring in admiration. After emerging victorious in the struggle to specially recruit Sukei, Li Ping and his group slunk away from Tianhai. As the victors, Cheng Qiji and manhwa remained behind, awaiting the task of escorting Sukei and his companions back to the capital. With nothing else to occupy their time, they naturally wouldn't miss this youth training tournament. Seeing their slightly immature fighting techniques, it reminds me of our younger days. Just like this, raw and passionate. Manhwa leaned against the railing beside him, her voice tinged with nostalgia. I also recall that youth training under the morning sun, our lost youth. But judging by their matches, Tianhai has produced quite a few promising talents in this youth training batch. Especially those 2 S-class players, Zhao Fei and An Ning. These two are. Ha? Shenji, what brings you here? As she spoke, Manhwa glanced at the t-shirt-clad man and the fiery woman who had appeared beside her unnoticed, surprise flitting across her eyes. Cheng Qiji beside her also frowned. Shenji, why haven't you left? Why should we leave? Facing Cheng Qiji's question, Shenji now wore a look of pride. Just because your great Xiao War Academy snatched that SSS tier Sukei doesn't mean our capital Lingwu Academy has no other recruits. Upon hearing Shenji's words, Cheng Qiji instantly guessed who he was referring to. You mean those S-rank youngsters, Zhao Fei and An Ning? But we just approached those 2 the day before yesterday, and they said they'd consider our offer. Hearing Cheng Qiji's doubt, Lin Lan beside Shenji couldn't help but speak up proudly. You said they'd consider it, but they have already agreed outright. The difference speaks for itself. Shenji's earlier disappointment from losing the bid for Sukei vanished completely, replaced by a look of pure pride. While that SSS tier Sukei certainly shone brightly, the S tier Zhao Fei and An Ning weren't exactly slouching either. From my perspective, the future potential of 2 S-rank talents far outweighs that of 1 SSS rank dragging along 2 F ranks.
While Suke can currently maximize the potential of Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua through his own abilities, as their cultivation levels rise, the inherent limitations of their F-rank potential will become increasingly apparent. Observing the pride on Chenji's face, Cheng Chiji's gaze grew slightly somber.
He agreed to you outright? Could it be because he learned Suke chose our great Xiao War Academy? Cheng Chiji had naturally heard about the complicated romantic history between Suke and An Ning.
In fact, based on their assessment, Suke's insistence on choosing an F-rank beast girl like Lu Chenhuan as his contract partner was largely motivated by a desire to spite An Ning. He wanted to prove that even if he contracted the weakest F-rank beast girl, he could train her into a combat partner stronger than An Ning.
Whatever the reason, these two S-rank geniuses are no longer affiliated with your war academy. Cheng Chiji now wore an expression of utter nonchalance. Losing one SSS rank but gaining 2 S ranks, this deal isn't exactly a loss. In fact, I'd say signing these 2 S rankers was a real win. See for yourselves.
As he spoke, Zhao Fei and An Ning teamed up to blast their opponents off the training stage in under 10 seconds. Team 35, Zhao Fei and An Ning, emerged victorious. Watching this unfold, Chen Ji's smug expression grew even broader.
See?
Zhao Fei and An Ning can swiftly resolve a battle against a rank Beast Tamers within half a minute.
Who can deny their talent is formidable? Hearing the blatant boastfulness in Chen Ji's tone, Cheng Chiji couldn't help but scoff in disdain.
I'd say you're just jealous. You didn't sign up Suke, so you deliberately used Zhao Fei and An Ning to show off and prove that your Lingwu Academy isn't inferior either.
So what?
Chen Ji was positively beaming with pride.
Those two youngsters, Zhao Fei and An Ning, are indeed exceptional.
With Lingwu Academy's support, given time, they'll surely become war emperors who strike fear into the hearts of the human race.
Mid-sentence, manhwa suddenly nodded toward Suke's group. Oh, Suke and the others have gone up.
Hearing Manhwa's words, the group instantly stopped arguing and instinctively turned their gaze toward Suke's location. Within their field of vision, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua stepped onto the martial arts platform together, guided by the chief examiner's prompt.
Across from them, the 2A rank 6th Battalion candidates' mouths twitched violently upon recognizing Suke as their opponent. Damn it, how did we get such terrible luck? Drawing the ace of spades right off the bat?
They had been confident that their rank prowess would guarantee some success in this youth training competition.
But encountering Suke and Lu Chenhuan right off the bat?
Unlike outsiders like Shenji, who'd only heard of Suke but never witnessed his combat prowess firsthand, these two had experienced Suke and Ruashua's terrifying killing power up close in the Fengming Grand Rift. A force capable of annihilating a group of Tier 2 beasts and slaughtering 2 Tier 3 monstrosities? They weren't about to provoke such a threat. The psychological trauma from that battle was too deep. Upon recognizing Suke and his group as opponents, they couldn't muster even a shred of fighting spirit. The two men immediately raised their hands.
We concede. Upon hearing their surrender, even the chief examiner paused in surprise before addressing them. Surrender? Are you certain? Once you surrender, you are immediately eliminated and forfeit your chance in the grand competition. We are.
The two showed no hesitation at this moment. At least admitting defeat won't cast another shadow over our Dao heart. Upon hearing this, the chief examiner immediately announced. Due to contestants number 87 Quan Yong and Gao Feng conceding defeat, the team of number 27 Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua is declared the winner.
What? Someone conceded? Who's so spineless?
Hearing this, Li Shangdong and the others, along with the surrounding competitors, all turned their gaze toward stage 5 where Suke stood.
Upon recognizing Suke and his team as the opponents, understanding dawned instantly.
So they faced Suke's team.
That explains it. I'd surrender too better than getting beaten up. Surrendering in a battle you know you can't win isn't shameful. Chapter 103, Shenji's Resentment. This is infuriating. How can these kids be so spineless? They're 2A rank beast masters and beast maidens, yet they lack the courage to even fight? Exactly. How can such cowards possibly shoulder the duty of defending our homeland and repelling ferocious beasts?
Seeing the 2A rank beast masters stand before Suke without even the courage to fight, Chenji, watching from the elevated platform, spat contemptuously toward the ground.
Mind your floor hygiene.
At that moment, Li Xiangdong appeared beside him, his eyes flashing with understanding.
Actually, it's perfectly normal for these students to concede defeat to Su Quebec.
After all, it was Suke who saved them during the Fengming Rift incident. They've witnessed his power up close.
It's understandable they lack the will to fight. Bull. Shenji couldn't care less about Li Xiangdong's explanation.
No matter how strong Suke is, he can't possibly be so absurdly powerful that people won't even dare to fight him.
They're all students from the same youth training program. What's there to be afraid of? They charged 2 S-rank opponents over at stage 3, yet here they're backing down from one SSS dragging 2 F ranks?
Facing Shenji's defiance, Li Xiangdong didn't argue back. Instead, he smiled as he leaned on the railing and looked down below. Director Chen, no need to jump to conclusions. Take a closer look. Cheng Chiji, who had been watching Shenji's slight embarrassment, burst into laughter.
Exactly. Take a good look. Don't rush to conclusions. Chang Qiji understood Chun Ji's frustration. After all, they just praised Zhao Fei and An Ning, only to be instantly overshadowed by Su Ke and his group's imposing presence. It was only natural to feel resentful. It must be an isolated incident. I'll keep watching. I refuse to believe anyone would hesitate to act against Su Ke and his crew. Surely the entire youth training camp can't be full of cowards? Chen Ji leaned against the railing, his gaze fixed on the grand competition below. Beside him, Lin Lan scanned the arena, her eyes darting back and forth toward Su Ke and An Ning's direction. After their victory, Su Ke and his companions walked hand in hand directly down from the stage. Xia, perched on Su Ke's shoulder, seemed genuinely delighted by her master's triumph. Su Ke's got some nerve, bringing a pet into battle like that. Doesn't he worry about accidental injuries? Lin Lan muttered her criticism of Su Ke, already nearly forgetting her earlier desperate desire to win him over. As they watched, the first round of the grand competition eliminated over half the participants, swiftly advancing to the second round. Under the crowd's watchful eyes, Zhao Fei and An Ning swiftly dispatched their opponents within half a minute, drawing gasps of astonishment from the spectators below. Zhao Fei and An Ning truly live up to their S-rank status. A rank beast masters and beast maidens can't even last half a minute against them. Looks like they're locked in for second place this tournament. Exactly. Aside from that freak Su Ke, no one can stand up to them head-on. Listening to the murmurs below, Lin Lan, watching from the elevated platform, frowned even more deeply. The competition hasn't even reached its conclusion, yet everyone is already jumping to conclusions about the outcome. Chang Qiji rolled his eyes at the remark. Lin Lan, didn't you do your homework before coming? Su Ke and his crew are at the third tier now. How are Zhao Fei and An Ning, stuck at the second tier, supposed to compete? Hearing Chang Qiji's complaint, Chen Ji snorted coldly. We're not unaware that Su Ke is third tier. But his beast companion is only F rank. And look at Zhao Fei and An Ning now, they're both second tier, 7th stage. With them teaming up, they might just have a chance. Chen Ji trailed off, realizing his own words sounded absurd, and cleared his throat. Even if they can't win, they can at least hold out for a while. They won't just throw in the towel like all those other useless losers out there. Watching Chen Ji's forced, self-righteous expression, manhwa beside Chang Qiji couldn't help but snort coldly. When facing an opponent you know you can't defeat, giving up can sometimes be a wise choice. The Great Xiao War Academy prioritized real combat experience. For them, preserving oneself for a future comeback was often the true path to victory. Listening to Chang Qiji's words, Chen Ji remained unconvinced. As a son of our human race, how can one be so cowardly and weak? If a ferocious beast were to besiege our city, would we also surrender without a fight? Faced with Chen Ji's stubbornness, Chang Qiji shook his head gently, choosing not to argue. Everyone held different values. Rather than argue with him, it was better to simply enjoy watching these spirited students compete in the grand tournament. As he pondered, the number on the 5th martial arts platform where Su Ke stood cycled back to him once more. Unsurprisingly, Su Ke's trio once again faced their opponent's surrender. Seeing that she hadn't even gotten a chance to fight, Lu Chenhuan beside Su Ke couldn't help but feel a bit disheartened. Sigh, this victory is far too easy. My true strength isn't being showcased at all. Hearing this, Su Ke reached out and gently ruffled Lu Chenhuan's hair. Alright, Huan, don't get cocky after getting lucky. That'll just make people resent you. With that, Su Ke led the two women back down from the martial arts platform. Chen Ji, watching from the elevated platform, saw the scene unfold, his eyes still brimming with resentment. Those students on platform 5 really have no backbone. If it were me, even knowing defeat was certain, I'd still strike at Su Quebec. At least it would prove my worth. Cheng Qiji and Li Xiangdong, standing beside him, merely smiled silently at Chen Ji's indignant frustration. Alright, we all know you're unyielding. Just be quiet for once and quietly enjoy the students' performance. Hearing the veiled criticism in their tone, Chen Ji curled his lips slightly but refrained from further commentary. He turned his gaze back to the martial arts arena below, his voice muffled. As they watched, the grand competition below progressed rapidly. Overall, apart from Su Ke's 5th stage, the students on the other platforms delivered impressive performances. On stage 3, Zhao Fei and An Ning were slaughtering opponents indiscriminately. On stage 2, Shin Songyun stood alone, dominating his corner and leaving others scrambling for their teeth. On stage 1, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang had carved a bloody path through the crowd of competitors. As for platform 4, it belonged to 2 dark horses from the 7th Battalion. It seems the champion of this tournament will emerge from these 5 pairs. Watching the outstanding performances across the stages, Li Xiangdong, head of the youth training program, wore a look of satisfaction. Although there were some unexpected incidents during the hunting competition, it has resulted in a very high caliber of trainees this year. Chang Qiji chimed in from the side. Indeed. But judging by the current situation, Su Ke and his team are still the favorites to take the championship. Chapter 104, The Possibility of Secret Potions. Not necessarily. Shen Ji, standing nearby, voiced his disagreement with Chang Qiji's conclusion. I haven't even seen Su Ke and his team fight yet.
If they actually make it to the finals and play their trump cards, the outcome is still up in the air. Faced with Chenji's defiance, manhwa beside Chengchiji couldn't help but roll her eyes. Did I waste my breath explaining? How can a second-tier fighter possibly take on a third tier? Yet despite Manhwa's skepticism, Chenji remained stubbornly unconvinced. Who says a second-tier cultivator can't fight a third-tier one? Under normal circumstances, a second-tier cultivator definitely can't defeat a third-tier one. But what if the opponent uses a secret potion that temporarily boosts their cultivation level? Secret potions? Hearing Chenji's words, Li Xiangdong beside him narrowed his eyes slightly. While the youth training tournament hadn't explicitly banned secret potions, they were prohibitively expensive beyond the means of most families. Moreover, they carried lasting side effects. Using them for a minor youth training competition simply wasn't worth the cost. Manhwa beside him also frowned. Secret potions are typically used only as a last resort for survival in the wilderness. In a major competition like this, when second place is practically guaranteed, it seems unlikely anyone would risk using them, right? Though the youth training tournament was important, as long as one secured a top placement, there was no need to risk using them. Moreover, Zhao Fei and An Ning were already guaranteed admission to Lingwu Academy, so there was no need to worry about losing their spots. Seeing the skepticism on Manhwa and the others' faces, Chenji's lips curved into a faint smile. Under normal circumstances, it wouldn't be necessary. But don't forget, An Ning once had a connection with Su Quebec. She's always wanted to prove herself to him. An Ning and Su Ke were both recommended into Lingwu Academy. This youth training tournament might be their final chance to face each other. Would An Ning willingly let such an opportunity slip away? Listening to Chenji's words, Chengchiji and the others beside him fell into silence. Especially Chengchiji. Only now did he truly grasp why Chenji had insisted Zhao Fei and An Ning still had a chance to win, despite the vast disparity in their respective strengths. From the current perspective, if An Ning and Zhao Fei use secret potions to forcefully advance to Tier 3, two Tier 3 S-rank combatants might indeed turn the tide of victory. Li Xiangdong, however, listened to Chenji's words and shook his head slightly. Li Xiangdong had fought alongside Su Ke and the others to defeat Xia in the Fengming Grand Rift. No one understood better than him just how formidable the combat power of Su Ke's trio truly was. A power capable of barely holding their own against a 7th-tier sky-splitting Tiger King would surely not fear a mere 3rd-tier fighter who broke through using a hallucinogenic potion? However, to avoid dampening Chenji's spirits, Li Xiangdong kept these thoughts to himself. Chenji, observing Li Xiangdong's subtle shake of the head, couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. General Li, you seem rather dismissive of my explanation? Li Xiangdong immediately cleared his throat. Not at all, Director Chen. I think you're absolutely right. It's always good to have hope. Before the results are in, we shouldn't be too quick to declare who will definitely win. Hearing Li Xiangdong's words, Chenji's expression finally eased slightly. Exactly. I think General Li is right. At the same Tier 3 level, 2 S-rank units aren't necessarily weaker than one SSS-rank unit dragging along 2 F-rank units. Anyway, I'm betting on Zhao Fei's team to win. After hearing Chenji's analysis, even the usually confident Chengchiji's eyes flickered with uncertainty. After all, though he'd heard the legends about Su Ke, he'd never witnessed Su Ke and his team in action. His understanding of Su Ke's true strength remained somewhat vague. Let's see how it plays out. Just then, Li Xiangdong chimed in with a laugh. It's just a game, no need to take it so seriously. Just treat it as entertainment. Winning or losing, it's not that big of a deal. Li Xiangdong's words snapped Chengchiji out of his reverie, as if he'd just woken from a dream. Chengchiji then laughed heartily. General Li is right. That guy Chenji almost messed with my mindset. If you, Chenji, dare bet on Zhao Fei and An Ning to win, then why shouldn't I bet on Su Ke, who already has such overwhelming odds in his favor? I'm betting on Su Ke to win. Fine. Hearing Chengchiji's words, Chenji's lips curled into a defiant smile. Then let's stake a Earth-grade magical artifact as the wager. No problem. Chengchiji looked down at Su Ke, who was sitting idly beside Lu Chenhuan and the others, cracking sunflower seeds. His eyes refilled with confidence. Of course, Su Ke below had no idea that Chengchiji and the others had already placed bets on his victory. At that moment, he was petting a cat with one hand while cracking sunflower seeds with Lu Chenhuan and the others, watching the match unfold below. He couldn't help but let out a series of admiring tisk sounds. This year's students are all incredibly strong. Most have already reached the 2nd tier in cultivation. If deployed, they'd make a formidable group of city defenders. Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement beside him, her gaze drifting toward the 3rd martial arts platform not far away. Zhao Fei and An Ning are pretty impressive too. They both finished their opponents in under 30 seconds, almost half the time it took us back in the day. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan glanced toward Shin Songyun's platform and gently nudged Lang Ruashua's shoulder. Ruashua, that Shin Songyun from your 3rd battalion who used to be at odds with you seems pretty formidable too. Just listen to those cheers, he's making quite a splash over there. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Lang Ruashua turned her silver-haired head toward the direction of the 2nd training platform. Shin Songyun, who had just won his match, seemed to sense Lang Ruashua's gaze.
Turning his head, he caught her looking at him. He quickly lowered his head and pulled his beast companion off the stage. Watching Shin Song-yoon, who now dared not even meet her gaze, Ruashua's expression grew complex. She recalled how the 3rd Battalion had treated her earlier, a stark contrast to their current demeanor. And all of this was because of her contract with Suke. With this thought, Ruashua gently rested her head against Suke's shoulder. What the hell is that noise? Xia, nestled on Suke's other shoulder, flinched. She quickly turned her little head away, catching sight of Ruashua's silver hair and instinctively falling silent. Then, refusing to be outdone, she pressed her body against Suke's neck, resting her head right next to his ear. The next second, Suke grabbed her and pulled her straight into his embrace. No sense of boundaries. Your hair tickles my ear. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, burst into laughter at the sight. Seizing the moment, she hooked her arm through Suke's and nestled her head against his. We're the real darlings of Brother Su. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's show of affection, the speechless Chai glared at him with wide, puffed-up eyes, rubbing her head against Suke's chest repeatedly. Chapter 105, Stubborn as a Mule. Time flew by. Under the watchful eyes of Cheng Qiji and the others, the entire morning passed in a flash. After a morning of competition, the top contenders had been selected from each martial arts arena. Just as Cheng Qiji and the others had predicted, the top spots on stages 1 through 5 were clearly claimed by Lu Yun, Shin Song-yoon, An Ning, Dark Horse Duanjin, and Suke's team. Li Shangdong, the event organizer, saw that the time was nearly up and stepped onto the stage to address the crowd. Alright, after this morning's matches, the top 5 contenders for our youth training competition have been determined. Students with serious injuries will be treated by instructors from their respective camps. Everyone else, go have lunch and rest for a bit. Later, we'll all gather to watch the afternoon finals. As Li Shangdong's words fell, the students split into 2 groups, one staying behind for treatment, the other rushing excitedly toward the cafeteria. Lu Chenhuan, who had been cracking sunflower seeds all morning, perked up at the news. Finally, this boring time is over. Come on, let's grab some food first. You gluttonous little thing, all you ever think about is food. Suke gently teased, lightly scraping Lu Chenhuan's nose. Didn't you know I was a glutton before you bound me? What? Regretting it now? Watching Lu Chenhuan's pouting lips, Suke's lips curved into a doting smile. He turned to Ruashua, who was quietly gathering sunflower seed shells, and took both their small hands. Come on, let's head to the cafeteria. Xia, who had been holding a bag of nuts and munching away with a smug look, quickly stuffed all the nuts into her mouth. With her cheeks puffed out, she hopped onto Suke's shoulders and followed them toward the cafeteria. Watching Suke and the others head unscathed toward the cafeteria, An Ning, who was currently borrowing an instructor's power to restore her spiritual energy, felt a fierce battle rage in her eyes. Suke, this afternoon, I won't let you win so easily. This time, I'll prove to you that your choice back then was wrong. An Ning no longer doubted Suke's strength, yet she still harbored resentment over his choice to reject her for Lu Chenhuan. She would prove to Suke that choosing her over Lu Chenhuan and the others would have been far superior. Beside her, Zhao Fei, his spiritual energy restored, turned to gaze at An Ning's exquisite profile. His eyes held complexity as he murmured softly to himself. Ning, if I help you defeat Suke, will you finally stop caring about him? Watching An Ning and Zhao Fei's gazes, Li Shangdong and Cheng Qiji, who had descended from the high platform and were observing from a distance, couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. Knowing Suke and his team are third-tier cultivators for this afternoon's match, yet both of them are so eager to fight, could they truly be preparing to consume secret potions for this battle? After the unexpected incident during the last hunting competition, Li Shangdong had reason to believe that to prevent accidents, the Zhao and An families must have prepared secret potions as a life-saving backup for Zhao Fei and An Ning. Yet using them in the grand competition felt deeply unsettling, no matter how one considered it. Beside him, Lin Lan observed the stubborn glint in An Ning's eyes, and her own gaze softened with understanding. That girl sees nothing but stubbornness in Suke's eyes, a stubbornness born of her need to prove herself. It's become a mental obsession. Yet Suke's cultivation has always surpassed hers, preventing a fair contest. Yet she couldn't bring herself to ask Suke to lower his cultivation level. So, to prove herself, resorting to secret potions to forcibly elevate her realm isn't entirely incomprehensible. Lin Lan shook her head softly as she spoke. After all, this training session might be their last chance to face each other. If they can't have a proper, decisive battle now, it could truly become an unshakable demon in their hearts for the rest of their lives. Yet as Lin Lan analyzed, Cheng Qiji frowned beside her and spoke up. But if she gives her all and still loses, she'll truly be living in Suke's shadow for the rest of her life. Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Lin Lan narrowed her eyes slightly. But some walls, you just have to run into them yourself before you can truly give up. At least it proves you still have the courage. But just as Cheng Qiji and Li Shangdong were speaking, Chen Ji and the others walked over from the side, their expressions dripping with disdain. Hey, the fight hasn't even started yet. How can you jump to such conclusions? Don't forget, An Ning and Zhao Fei are both S-rank. If they really use secret potions to boost their cultivation levels, the outcome could be anyone's guess. Seeing Chen Ji and Lin Lan striding over, Cheng Qiji and Li Shangdong quickly nodded in agreement. Yeah, Director Chen is absolutely right. We were jumping to conclusions. We shouldn't have made such hasty judgments about the outcome so early. Let's go eat. With that, Li Xiangdong, Cheng Qiji, and Ma Lanhua promptly stood up and left. Watching Li Xiangdong and the others walk away, Lin Lan beside Chen Ji couldn't help but roll her eyes. She then walked straight toward An Ning, who was nearby. Director Lin? An Ning froze slightly when she saw Lin Lan approaching. Lin Lan met An Ning's stubborn gaze, gently patting her shoulder to offer encouragement. Hang in there, An Ning. I believe in you. Seeing the encouragement in Lin Lan's eyes, An Ning nodded firmly. Of course, Su Ke remained completely unaware of everything happening here. He didn't know how Li Xiangdong and Chen Ji had evaluated him, nor did he have any idea what decision An Ning had made in her heart to secure victory. After accompanying Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua through their meal, Su Ke led them directly back to the camp tents for their midday rest. For Su Ke, this grand competition posed little threat. His sole priority was the 1,000-year snow lotus, the prize for first place, the essential material Lang Ruashua needed for her advancement. After a brief rest, Su Ke and the others arrived at the afternoon finals. The finals followed the same format as the morning preliminaries and semifinals, with match order determined by lottery. However, since there were 5 participants, an odd number 1 lucky group would receive a bye, advancing directly to the final showdown. The finals venue was now packed with new students, a sea of people eager to witness who would emerge as the most outstanding trainee of this training camp. Just before taking the stage, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang approached Su Ke's group, offering words of encouragement. Go for it, Captain Su, Captain Lu, Captain Lang. Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan politely responded to Lu Yun and Wu Shuang. You guys do your best too. As he spoke, Su Ke seemed to sense something, glancing toward An Ning and Zhao Fei, who had been watching him intently from a short distance away. Seeing the fierce fighting spirit burning in their eyes, Su Ke couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Why do An Ning and Zhao Fei still possess such fierce fighting spirit, knowing full well we're at the 3rd tier? Could they possibly have some undisclosed means at their disposal? While pondering this, Su Ke and his team proceeded to draw lots using their numbered cards under the watchful eyes of the crowd. Everyone waited nervously for the final matchup of this round. Especially Lu Yun and Shin Song Yun, who stole glances at Su Ke's group out of the corners of their eyes. No one wanted to face this team of killing gods prematurely. Chapter 106, The Peerless God of War. Number 27, Bye. As Li Xiangdong's voice echoed across the martial stage, all the Beast Tamers and Beast Girls except An Ning visibly exhaled in relief. Thank goodness. Su Ke's team, the deadliest of all, got a bye. This gives us a shot at advancing to the top 3. With Su Ke being the only 3rd tier contender, the rest were all 2nd tier. Everyone now had a fighting chance. Subsequently, the match order for the remaining 4 teams was announced. The first match of the first round would feature Lu Yun and An Ning's team. The second round featured Duanjin and Shin Songyun's teams. Seeing that they wouldn't face Su Ke right off the bat, a hint of disappointment flashed in An Ning's eyes, but she quickly composed herself. This is for the best. We won't have to reveal our secret potion too early. As she stepped onto the field, An Ning shot Su Ke and his team a defiant glance. Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, you two just wait. See you in the finals. Seeing the fierce fighting spirit burning in An Ning's eyes, Su Ke's brow furrowed even deeper. Why does An Ning possess such fierce fighting spirit? What exactly gives her this courage? As he pondered this, Li Xiangdong's announcement signaled the official start of Lu Yun and An Ning's battle. Unlike Su Ke's confident demeanor, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang felt their hearts sink halfway when they saw their opponents were An Ning and Zhao Fei. Among the 5 teams competing on site, aside from Su Ke's group, An Ning and Zhao Fei posed the greatest threat. In the previous matches, An Ning and Zhao Fei had swiftly dispatched their opponents in under 30 seconds. In contrast, Lu Yun and Wu Shuang had only made it this far by fighting tooth and nail every step of the way. The gap between them was obvious. But Lu Yun and Wu Shuang were never the type to admit defeat. Back when they first entered the youth training camp, they had dared to challenge Su Quebec. Now, facing opponents of equal rank like An Ning and Zhao Fei, they showed no fear whatsoever. The instant the match began, Wu Shuang immediately activated his beast form. Lu Yun, meanwhile, swiftly pulled back to create distance, began gathering power to draw his bow, and locked his sights on Zhao Fei. Compared to his first tier days, the divine bow in Lu Yun's hands now materialized faster and possessed far greater lethality after his 2nd tier advancement. Seeing his opponent activate beast mode, An Ning reacted swiftly, transforming into a celestial horse himself and charging toward Wu Shuang and the others. Unlike Lu Yun, however, Zhao Fei did not retreat to attack from a distance. Instead, he leaped onto the back of An Ning's celestial steed. With a swift swipe of his hands, a great halberd materialized in his grasp. Close combat beast master. Witnessing this, Su Ke, observing from a distance, activated his insightful divine eye and scanned Zhao Fei's information panel. Beast master, Zhao Fei. Rank, 2nd tier spirit binder. Talent, S-rank. Contract beast, blazing celestial steed. Talent skills, spear strike, backwater battle, war god, peerless, unbeatable. Weakness, overwhelming power but lacking speed, heavily reliant on contract beast enhancements. Separate them to exploit speed advantage and overwhelm defenses. Suke's eyes narrowed slightly as he studied Zhao Fei's information prompt. From his current perspective, Zhao Fei's flaws were entirely different from those of other beast masters. Compared to the glaring weaknesses others possessed, Zhao Fei's flaws were far from fatal. They even held significant room for correction. As he pondered, Zhao Fei had already charged forward on An Ning, targeting Wu Shuang at the front. Spotting Zhao Fei and An Ning charging toward him, Wu Shuang instantly activated his swift step, accelerating sharply. With a single leap, a cold gleam flashed from his beast claws as he lunged directly at Zhao Fei atop An Ning. To catch the thief, first catch the king. Behind Wu Shuang, Lu Yun, who had pulled back to create distance, rapidly focused his divine bow, aiming swiftly at Zhao Fei. Facing Wu Shuang's assault, Zhao Fei, mounted on his horse, showed no sign of fear. A blinding light erupted from the great halberd in his hand, unleashing a terrifying aura that surged from his body. His muscles bulged instantly, tearing his sleeves to shreds. Talent skill, War God. God of War, when facing enemy attacks, temporarily unleashes latent potential, boosting strength and defense by 50%. As his strength and defense surged, Zhao Fei swung his halberd with devastating force, striking directly at Wu Shuang. The sheer force of the strike caused a muffled sonic boom to reverberate through the surrounding void. Zhao Fei, wielding his halberd like a god, charged forward with unstoppable momentum, driving the weapon down upon Wu Shuang. Witnessing this spectacle, the surrounding students couldn't help but let out waves of gasps. Even Chang Qiji, who had returned to the viewing platform, couldn't help but lean on the railing and nod in quiet admiration. Truly worthy of an S-rank beast master. The power unleashed in that strike, even a third-tier opponent would struggle immensely to block it. Hearing Chang Qiji's words, Shanji beside him nodded proudly. That's why I said if Zhao Fei and An Ning teamed up at the same tier 3 level, facing Suke, the outcome would be far from certain. As the words fell, Zhao Fei and An Ning below had already clashed with Wu Shuang. Facing Zhao Fei's terrifyingly powerful strike, Wu Shuang accelerated into a second burst of speed. His body blurred into a trail of afterimages, narrowly evading Zhao Fei's blow. Seizing the moment, he darted to Zhao Fei's side. Silver light flared from his beast claws as he lunged forward, clawing viciously at Zhao Fei. Silver Moon Fall. Faced with Wu Shuang's terrifying burst of speed, Zhao Fei immediately unleashed a surge of spiritual energy, raising an orange-yellow protective barrier around himself. Talent skill, Peerless. Unrivaled, consumes spiritual energy to condense protective chi around oneself, capable of blocking fatal attacks. Boom! As Wu Shuang's attack struck the protective barrier, her expression instantly changed. It felt as though she had collided with a massive boulder. A dull thud erupted from her beast claws, the impact causing her tiger mouth to split open, blood gushing uncontrollably. An Ning instantly flapped her wings and soared into the air, emitting a shrill screech as she spun and delivered a direct stomp toward Wu Shuang. Fierce flames surged from her beast hoof, like molten lava from hell, delivering a terrifyingly scorching kick straight to Wu Shuang's chest. Scorching Sky Stomp. Boom! A dull explosion echoed as Wu Shuang's ribs shattered under the crushing blow. Blood spurted from his mouth as he plummeted straight toward the ground. Watching this from afar, Lu Yun's eyes blazed crimson. His divine bow materialized in his hands, and he swiftly shifted his aim, launching an arrow directly at An Ning. Whoosh! The terrifying arrow light tore through the sky, as if it could split the world itself, carrying an unstoppable, terrifying killing force as it shot toward An Ning. But An Ning reacted faster. As the divine arrow descended, her wings snapped together in an instant, shielding her body. Zhao Fei, perched on her back, seized the moment to leap forward, swinging his halberd with all his might, smashing it down toward Lu Yun from midair. The divine bow's lethal force was completely deflected by An Ning's wings, while Zhao Fei's halberd landed before Lu Yun. It halted 3 feet above Lu Yun's head. Gazing at the halberd suspended 3 feet above his head, Lu Yun's forehead was already covered in a fine sheen of sweat. He bowed his head bitterly. I concede. A mountainous roar of cheers erupted across the arena. Chapter 107, Dare to Underestimate Our Bond? Number 35, Zhao Fei and An Ning win. As Li Shangdong announced the battle's outcome, the crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, especially from the 2nd Battalion, where Zhao Fei and An Ning served. For the 2nd Battalion, Zhao Fei and An Ning were their pride and joy. Seeing their victory, they naturally shared in the glory. Shen Ji, standing atop the elevated platform, observed this scene with satisfaction. He nodded approvingly and boasted to Chang Qiji. See? That's the immense potential of Zhao Fei and An Ning. Even geniuses among the A-rankers were completely outplayed by them. Doesn't this complete domination prove their strength? Their combat prowess and teamwork even surpass what you and I achieved back in our day. At this point, Shenji raised an eyebrow at Chang Qiji. So now, do you still think they wouldn't stand a chance against Suke if they used the secret potion? Chang Qiji, listening to Chenji's words, looked down at An Ning and Zhao Fei below. Recalling their earlier near-perfect coordination, he couldn't help but fall silent. Chenji was right. Zhao Fei and An Ning's coordination had been flawless, with scarcely any significant shortcomings to point out. Reflecting on their earlier performance, Chang Qiji's previously unshakable conviction that Suke would win began to waver.
Mainly, from the start until now, he had never seen Suke and his group take action, so he couldn't judge their true combat strength or teamwork. Meanwhile, manhwa beside him remained utterly composed. Since I placed my bet on them, I'll stick to my conviction. Look at An Ning and Zhao Fei, they're so powerful, yet everyone still had the courage to fight them. But when it comes to facing Suke, no one dares to step forward. They witnessed Suke and An Ning's combat prowess firsthand during the Fengming Rift incident. Their decision stems from that comparison. I'm inclined to believe Suke's group is stronger. Yet as she listened to Manhwa's words, Lin Lan beside her spoke up with a smile. Director Ma, I'm sure you're aware that during the last incident at Fengming Ravine, Suke and his group saved these very people. Have you considered that perhaps their reluctance stems from respect and gratitude? But according to reports, Suke and his group killed 2 third-tier ferocious beasts in Fengming Rift. Facing Lin Lan's skepticism, Manhwa's eyes still held unwavering belief in Suke. Lin Lan shook her head. That report is accurate, but who knows what state those 2 third-tier beasts were in back then? Were they injured or just forcing their way through? Besides, look at An Ning and Zhao Fei now. With the strength they've demonstrated, even facing third-tier beasts, they might just be able to hold their own. After nearly half a month of cultivation, An Ning and Zhao Fei's strength was now incomparable to before, fully capable of holding their own against third-tier beasts. Listening to Lin Lan's analysis, even Manhwa couldn't help but feel a twinge of hesitation. Yet her womanly intuition told her that even if An Ning and Zhao Fei were formidable, Suke and his group were undoubtedly even stronger. For despite witnessing An Ning and Zhao Fei's dazzling display, Suke and his group remained utterly unfazed. They even had the leisure to distract themselves by playing with a cat. An Ning, who had just descended from the martial stage after her victory, felt a flicker of anger at the sight of Suke and his group's leisurely demeanor. Even after showing such overwhelming strength, are we still unworthy of your attention, Suke? You're just looking down on us because of the gap in cultivation, aren't you? Rest assured, I'll make you pay for your arrogance. Having silently vowed revenge, An Ning and Zhao Fei descended the platform first to recover their spiritual energy. As for Lu Yun and Wu Shuang, they were immediately dragged aside for treatment. The next match pitted Shen Songyun against Duanjun, the dark horse of this tournament. As Li Shangdong declared the battle commenced, both combatants swiftly entered combat mode alongside their respective beast companions. With their strengths being relatively evenly matched, the clash on the stage became intensely fierce. After nearly 10 minutes of grueling combat, Duanjun was caught off guard by Shen Songyun and his team, who seized the opening to crush him and secure the victory. Compared to the epic, cinematic beauty of An Ning and Zhao Fei's battles, Duanjun and Shen Songyun's clash felt like the most authentic combat drill, drawing the spectators below into the action as if they were right there. With Shen Songyun's victory, the top 3 spots for this youth training competition were now decided. Next, the top spot among the 3 finalists would be decided. Under Li Shangdong's direction, the 3 teams of beast masters drew lots. This time, Suke didn't get a lucky bye. Instead, An Ning and Zhao Fei were the ones who received the bye. Now, it was Suke and Shen Songyun's turn to face off. Seeing Suke finally get his turn, Cheng Qiji and Chen Ji, watching from above, couldn't help but feel a slight surge of excitement. Are we finally going to see Suke and his team in action? Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua, in particular, were filled with anticipation. Since Suke had yet to show his hand, they were losing their grasp on his true combat prowess, allowing Chen Ji to seize every opportunity to taunt them. If they could witness Suke's true combat prowess firsthand, their experience would allow them to quickly assess his capabilities. As these thoughts swirled, Li Shangdong's announcement cut through the air. Suke set Xia aside and addressed Lu Chenhuan. Huan, keep an eye on Xia. I'll take Ruashua to fight this one. Okay. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan glanced at Shen Songyun on the stage before nodding lightly. She understood in her heart that Suke intended to give Lang Ruashua a chance to vent her frustration and defeat the opponent on her own. Standing nearby, Lang Ruashua witnessed this scene, and a look of deep emotion welled up in her eyes. Brother Su. Shut up. Come with me to seek revenge. Suke, radiating dominance, grabbed Lang Ruashua's hand and strode toward the martial arts stage. Across the arena, Shen Songyun and Chen Miao froze upon seeing Suke bring only Lang Ruashua onto the stage. Their expressions quickly shifted to one of understanding. Is he seeking revenge for the humiliation we inflicted on Lang Ruashua back then? Fine. That'll lighten our burden considerably. We can use this chance to test our own strength. The match begins. At Li Shangdong's command, Shen Songyun and Chen Miao instantly entered combat mode. Chen Miao transformed into a blue-gray rhinoceros, while Shen Songyun mounted its back and charged toward Suke. Clearly, another mounted close combat beastmaster. Watching Chen Miao, mounted on the rhino, lead the charge against them, Suke turned to Lang Ruashua beside him. Ruashua, I won't intervene this time. I'll give you the chance to teach them a proper lesson. With that, Suke crossed his arms and stepped back, adopting an expression of pure entertainment. Witnessing this, the surrounding crowd couldn't help but reveal expressions of shock. He's not going to fight? Leaving the beast girl to handle this alone? Does he think the beast maiden alone can suppress them? Across from them, Shen Songyun felt profoundly disrespected, his face flushing with anger.
Dare to underestimate our bond? Meow meow, we. Before the words could finish, a domain unfolded from Ruashua's feet, instantly enveloping the entire martial arts stage. Then, a torrent of ice crystals descended like a blizzard, crashing down upon Shin Song-yoon and his group. Chapter 108, Could Ruashua be SS rank? A domain-type skill. It's a domain-type skill. The moment Ruashua unleashed her frigid domain, everyone present couldn't help but stare in disbelief. Even though they had long known Ruashua possessed a domain-type skill, witnessing it firsthand still sent shockwaves through their hearts. Especially those classmates who hadn't accompanied them to Fengming Ravine and had yet to witness Ruashua's abilities, their eyes widened in utter shock. Before their eyes, the frigid domain enveloped the entire martial arts platform. Cold Ruashua's body shimmered with azure scales, her gaze icy. As her spiritual energy surged, countless ice crystals rapidly coalesced around her, then transformed into a dense, swirling storm of ice that swept directly toward Shin Song-yoon. The ice crystals spread so widely that they instantly enveloped the entire training ground, resembling a crushing, shattered mountain that threatened to suffocate anyone beneath it. Facing this terrifying assault, both Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao were gripped by fear. Defend! Defend! Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao had originally intended to strike first, hence launching their attack. But upon witnessing the sheer power of Ruashua's ice crystal storm, they instantly abandoned their offensive plans and switched to defense. Under the terrifying shroud of ice crystals, continuing their assault would likely turn both of them into sieves. Especially Chen Miao, an earthy yellow glow emanated from her skin, a thick aura rising from her body and enveloping Shin Song-yoon. Shin Song-yoon immediately altered his offensive stance, crossing his arms in front of him to block the strike. However, trapped within Ruashua's frigid domain, both Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao found their movement and spellcasting speeds drastically slowed. Before they could even establish a barrier or defense, the overwhelming ice crystals crashed down like a colossal silver screen before them. With Ruashua's level and innate talent advancing, the razor-sharp edges of those ice crystals were terrifyingly sharp, almost as if they could tear through the very air around them. Under the shroud of biting cold, even Shin Song-yoon's skin began to tear, fine beads of blood seeping through. Impossible to withstand. Feeling the lethal force of these ice crystals at close range, Shin Song-yoon instantly recognized the gap between themselves and Ruashua. Even with Chen Miao and himself deploying their defenses now, they couldn't withstand Ruashua's strike. Below him, Chen Miao too grasped the chasm between them. As the deluge of ice crystals closed in, his legs buckled and his limbs trembled uncontrollably. If engulfed by this icy tempest, death was unlikely, but severe injury was certain. Facing Ruashua's terrifying pressure and sensing Chen Miao's fear beneath him, all hope vanished from Shin Song-yoon's eyes in that instant. It was as if his very essence had been drained. I surrender. Just as the sky-filling ice crystals were about to engulf them, Shin Song-yoon surrendered the last shred of dignity he had as the captain of the 3rd Battalion. As his words fell, the dense net woven from countless ice crystals halted mere inches from Shin Song-yoon. Then, Ruashua swept her hand, and the frigid domain retreated inch by inch. All the ice crystals instantly melted and dispersed, transforming into a vast mist that dissipated into the heavens and earth. As the last shards vanished, Shin Song-yoon and Chen Miao finally exhaled long, relieved breaths, their hearts still pounding as they patted their chests repeatedly. Just moments ago, they had truly felt the grip of mortal peril. They felt that if they had made even the slightest misstep, today might truly have been their last. Watching the two immediately concede defeat, the audience below the stage couldn't help but gasp in unison. They surrendered. They gave up right after the fight even started? Exactly. They haven't even shown their moves yet, and they're already scared out of fighting spirit? Since they hadn't stepped forward to face Ruashua's imposing presence, they couldn't comprehend the immense psychological pressure Shin Song-yoon and the other had just endured. Yet Shin Song-yoon's formidable strength had been witnessed by all. Seeing the pair surrender without a fight left everyone utterly stunned. This was especially true for Chen Ji and his group, who had witnessed everything from the viewing platform above. Chen Ji's eyes were filled with utter astonishment. Could Ruashua truly wield domain-type abilities? And command such vast quantities of ice elements with such effortless precision, condensing them into ice crystals of terrifying destructive power? All of them were battle-hardened veterans who instantly recognized the immense lethal force concealed within Ruashua's ice crystal storm. Cheng Qiji, standing nearby, couldn't help but utter a series of tisk sounds. Good thing Shin Song-yoon surrendered in time. Otherwise, he would have suffered terribly. If a Beastmaster suffered severe injuries, even with healers on standby, full recovery couldn't be guaranteed. Moreover, Ruashua's control over her domain and these skills is too precise. She managed to halt and withdraw the moment Shin Song-yoon and his team surrendered. That level of control is truly terrifying. Upon witnessing Ruashua's astonishing combat prowess, Chun Ji's initial confidence began to fade. Judging by the combat prowess Ruashua has demonstrated, even if Zhao Fei and An Ning use secret potions to boost their cultivation, their chances of victory are extremely slim. Especially with Suke having 2 beast girls, making it a 3-on-2 fight that's even worse. Cheng Qiji, standing nearby, burst into laughter. I told you, Suke won't disappoint us. Forget everything else, just look at how he's taken cold Ruashua out. Your highly favored Zhao Fei and An Ning are probably in for a real headache. Observing Cheng Qiji's smug expression, Chen Ji turned his gaze back to Lang Ruashua below, his eyes flickering. Is this Lang Ruashua really just an F-rank beast girl? According to the intel we received before arriving, Lang Ruashua should only be an F-rank iceworm beast girl. But judging by how she's fighting now, she doesn't seem like any ordinary F-rank iceworm. Could the awakening data have been inaccurate? Lin Lan, standing nearby, voiced her disbelief. Exactly. Can an iceworm really be this fierce? And seriously, what kind of iceworm grows scales after beast transformation? Is that even a worm anymore? Is that even scientifically plausible? Watching Lang Ruashua currently experiencing her beast transformation, observing the scales slowly vanishing from her body, even Cheng Qiji beside her couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. A scaled insect, that does seem a bit unscientific. Exactly. Before Cheng Qiji could finish, Lin Lan piped up indignantly from the side. Therefore, we have reason to believe Lang Ruashua's awakening test must have failed due to some error. Her true potential is definitely beyond an F rank. In fact, judging by her current performance, we have every reason to believe she's an S rank, or even an SS rank beast girl. Listening to Lin Lan's words, Chen Ji beside him nodded eagerly. Exactly. I heard that when Li Shangdong and the others defeated that sky-splitting tiger god, Lang Ruashua provided crucial assistance. That level of terrifying combat power can only be explained by S or SS tier talent. Chapter 109, for me, there is no right or wrong. So, the cold Ruashua contracted by Su Ke is actually an S or SS tier beast girl. After a round of deductions, Chen Ji and Lin Lan felt they had grasped the truth. Even Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua, standing nearby, found their reasoning quite plausible. Only a beast girl of S rank or higher could possess domain-type skills and such terrifying combat prowess. She effortlessly crushed a rank opponents like Shin Songyun and Shen Miao single-handedly. After deducing the fact that Lang Ruashua was SS tier, Chen Ji and Lin Lan's eyes grew increasingly uncertain. If Lang Ruashua truly possesses S rank or higher talent, paired with SSS rank Su Ke, even dragging down an F rank Lu Chenhuan wouldn't guarantee victory for Zhao Fei and An Ning. Regret now clouded Chen Ji's eyes. I shouldn't have been so overconfident. I should have done my due diligence before betting against you guys. In contrast, Cheng Qiji and his group wore expressions of schadenfreude. Don't even think about backing out now, Shinji. If Zhao Fei and An Ning lose, you're handing over that Earth-grade artifact to us. Seeing the schadenfreude on Cheng Qiji's face, Chen Ji and Lin Lan felt even more depressed. Yet, the probing look they cast at Lang Ruashua grew increasingly intense. If Lang Ruashua isn't an iceworm talented F rank, then what exactly is she? Of course, at that moment, Lang Ruashua below had no idea what Chen Ji and the others around her truly thought of her. After dispelling the ice crystal storm, Lang Ruashua shed her beast form. Her gaze grew complex as she watched Shin Songyun and Chen Miao, who still stared at her in terror even after the match ended. Memories flooded her mind, the days in the 3rd Battalion when Shin Songyun and the others had ostracized and mocked her. Back then, she was the bottom-ranked connection everyone looked down upon in the 3rd Battalion. Now, seeing the fear and dread in Shin Songyun and Chen Miao's eyes, Lang Ruashua felt a sudden realization dawn in her own. Only when Li Shangdong approached her to announce the victory did Lang Ruashua snap back to reality, catching just the sight of Shin Songyun and Chen Miao slinking off the stage. Team 27, Su Ke and Lang Ruashua, victorious. The announcement sparked cheers across the arena. Lu Chenhuan, cradling Xia, jogged up to the stage and playfully patted Lang Ruashua's shoulder. Nice one, Ruashua. You didn't even give them a chance to fight back before they conceded. Too bad, though. Such a perfect chance for revenge, and you let it slip away. Lu Chenhuan's lips curled into a hint of regret at this point. Ruashua, you stopped just in time. If it were me, I'd have driven a few ice spikes into them first before backing off, pretending I lost control. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's sly suggestion, Su Ke beside her gently flicked her nose. Enough. Don't try to turn Ruashua into a schemer too. That was Ruashua's own choice. As long as she's happy. Amidst their exchange, Li Shangdong turned to Su Ke and his companions, addressing them. Now that you've defeated Shin Songyun's team, your next challenge is to compete against Zhao Feining's team for first place. Before that, you can choose to recover your stamina. Do you need to rest? Hearing Li Shangdong's words, Su Ke glanced at An Ning and Zhao Fei, who were watching them intently from below the stage. He shook his head slightly. Defeating Shin Songyun's team didn't take much effort. We don't need it. After hearing Su Ke's response, Li Shangdong immediately turned his gaze to An Ning and Zhao Fei below the stage. Alright, following this round, we now move on to the main event of our youth training competition, the battle for first place. The winner of this final match will receive a cultivation support fund of 5 million Great Xia Federation coins and a 1,000-year-old snow lotus capable of healing injuries. Hearing Li Shangdong's announcement, Su Ke and Lang Ruashua beside him couldn't help but let their eyes light up. The 1,000-year snow lotus was precisely the material Lang Ruashua needed for her advancement. With this lotus, she could now focus on nurturing her cultivation and prepare for the next stage of talent advancement.
As these thoughts crossed their minds, Lu Chenhuan's voice rang out once more. Next, let us witness the most spectacular match of this grand competition. Team 35, Zhao Fei and An Ning, versus Team 27, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua. As Lu Chenhuan finished speaking, Zhao Fei and An Ning walked side by side onto the stage from the opposite end, taking their positions opposite Suke and his team. As the two teams faced off, every student and instructor in the arena fixed their gaze upon the stage, eyes glued to this match. As the two strongest teams in the entire youth training cohort, and with the added spectacle of the Xiantian Bagua advantage, the outcome of Suke and An Ning's match was undoubtedly the biggest draw of the event. An Ning, who had long sought to face Suke, now looked at him with fierce determination. Suke, I've been waiting for this fight for a long time. I'm going to prove to you that your choice back then was wrong. Facing An Ning's intense fighting spirit, Suke's gaze remained as calm as ever. You made that decision first. For me, there was no right or wrong. But this time, I won't let you take first place. For Suke, the prize for first place of 1,000-year-old Snow Lotus was perfectly timed. Missing it now would mean who knows how long he'd have to wait for the next opportunity. This was precisely why Suke had entered the youth training tournament. Were it not for the generous reward, he wouldn't have harbored much obsession over claiming first place. Yet for An Ning at this moment, hearing Suke's words only made the fighting spirit in her eyes burn even brighter. I hope you don't let me win either. After all, I came here specifically to defeat you. If you let me win, I won't feel any sense of accomplishment. Hearing An Ning's confident words, Suke's brows furrowed slightly. He couldn't quite grasp why she possessed such unwavering self-assurance. Could it be that An Ning intends to cheat in this competition? Beyond that suspicion, Suke couldn't think of any other possibility at that moment. But none of that mattered to Suke. His strength was undeniable. No matter what tricks An Ning and her team might pull, he remained confident he could crush them effortlessly. As he pondered, Suke turned to Ruashua beside him. Ruashua, take Xia downstairs to rest. We'll handle things here. The previous battle resolved the pent-up frustration in Ruashua's heart. This battle, however, was the final showdown between myself and Lu Chenhuan for the sake of peace. Alright, brother Su. Be careful out there. Ruashua froze upon hearing this, then grasped Suke's meaning. She cradled Xia and began walking toward the stage exit. Witnessing this scene, both the audience below and Cheng Qiji and the others on the elevated platform couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Suke, that bastard, is he abandoning his numerical advantage again to single-handedly take on Lu Chenhuan and An Ning? Chapter 110, Burning the Boats, Fighting with One's Back to the Water. Seeing Suke actually order Ruashua off the stage, leaving only Lu Chenhuan behind, An Ning across the way froze momentarily before her eyes lit up with delight. This suits me perfectly. This feud began with 3 people, so today was the perfect day to settle it once and for all. And 2 against 2 was fair enough. Yet seeing Suke abandon his numerical advantage, many in the arena still murmured in disbelief. Suke is being far too arrogant. He's throwing away a perfectly advantageous position. If they really get overtaken for first place, it'll be laughable. Exactly. Without Ruashua, the strongest crowd control and magic damage dealer, haven't they lost half their advantage? Even Shenji, who had been standing on the high platform feeling utterly hopeless, suddenly perked up at that moment, bursting into laughter. Who knew Suke was this arrogant? He's sitting on a potential S-tier talent like Ruashua, yet insists on using an F-tier player like Lu Chenhuan? Shenji and his team had scan intel on Lu Chenhuan. In their records, it was Ruashua who delivered the decisive blow against the sky-splitting tiger god. As for Lu Chenhuan, Lu Chenhuan's report merely described her as a powerful support. Though they suspected Lu Chenhuan possessed considerable strength, Shenji and his team didn't believe she could demonstrate the terrifying talent Ruashua had displayed. Seeing Suke abandon the significant advantage of Ruashua, Shenji's earlier sense of hopelessness vanished instantly. Ha ha ha, it seems the scales of victory are beginning to tip once more. Cheng Qiji, I might not need to prepare your Earth-grade magical artifacts after all. On the contrary, you should be the ones preparing. Cheng Qiji and manhwa, witnessing Suke relinquishing Ruashua's participation, couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. Suke actually made such a choice. It fits perfectly with the label of impulsive behavior that's been circulating about him. According to outside rumors, whether it was his initial contract with Lu Chenhuan or later with Ruashua, both were impulsive acts driven by revenge against An Ning. Just activating Lu Chenhuan alone, if Zhao Fei and An Ning had taken the secret potion, the outcome might truly have been uncertain. Cheng Qiji and manhwa weren't entirely clear on Lu Chenhuan's true strength, but in their minds, they mostly believed Lu Chenhuan had likely just coasted to victory alongside Suke and couldn't possibly match Ruashua's dazzling performance. Still, both harbored expectations for Suke. That Suke doesn't strike me as the type to act recklessly. His confidence in choosing Lu Chenhuan alone to face the challenge must stem from solid grounds. Before their words had even faded, Shenji scoffed from the side. Confidence? What confidence? Isn't it just the confidence of overwhelming cultivation? If An Ning and the others actually use that secret potion later, his confidence will be shattered instantly.
Then you'll see that even a brilliant SSS tier Beast Tamer, burdened with an F tier liability, still can't defeat two S tier opponents. Hearing the mockery in Chen Ji's tone, Manhwa's brows furrowed deeply. Chen Ji, you've been harping on this rank theory from the start. I can't help but wonder if Suke had actually chosen your Lingwu Academy back then, would your first move have been to persuade him to break his contract and bind a beast girl with higher talent? Facing Manhwa's questioning, Chen Ji made no effort to conceal his true thoughts. Exactly. This era is all about survival of the fittest. With Suke's exceptional talent, it would be a waste to have him tied to two F rankers. Chen Ji cleared his throat at this point. Of course, as things stand now, there should only be one F rank. Judging by Ruashua's performance, her talent was most likely mismeasured. Listening to Chen Ji's words, Melania rolled her eyes. Have you considered that Lu Chenhuan's talent might have been misidentified too? Hearing Manhwa's words, Lin Lan, standing beside Chen Ji, shook her head immediately. Impossible. How could such a coincidence exist? After finally contracting two F-rank talents, both their aptitudes were misread? After pausing, as if realizing her statement was too definitive, Lin Lan continued. Of course, even if Lu Chenhuan's talent was misjudged, it's absolutely impossible for her to be a genius as dazzling as Ruashua. In Chen Ji's mind, talent like Ruashua's was at least S-grade or higher. Suke's refusal to let her participate was tantamount to cutting off his own arms, utterly foolish. Of course, that was only because Li Xiangdong was currently serving as the referee on the martial arts stage. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly have scoffed at Chen Ji's analysis. No one knew better than Li Xiangdong, who had rewatched the surveillance footage countless times, that Lu Chenhuan's true talent was absolutely no less than Ruashua's. To underestimate her because of this would be the real folly. As for Manhwa, relying on her woman's intuition, she still held out hope for Suke. Just wait, she murmured. I have a feeling that Suke will pull off a miracle. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Li Xiangdong waved his hand and declared the match open. The final battle begins. As soon as Li Xiangdong's words fell, An Ning beside Zhao Fei instantly entered her beast transformation state. Her limbs transformed into hooves, and the Pegasus wings on her back flapped open. Zhao Fei, standing beside her, simultaneously summoned the halberd artifact bestowed by his clan from his storage ring. He leaped onto An Ning's back in a single bound, entering combat mode. Seeing Zhao Fei and An Ning enter combat mode, Lu Chenhuan instantly transformed as well. Golden fur sprouted from her cheeks, her claws extended, and she let out a deafening roar. Meanwhile, Suke channeled his spiritual energy, poised to unleash his skills at any moment. Though he claimed not to care about An Ning and the others, Suke always fought with utmost caution. Even a lion gives its all when hunting a rabbit. As both sides entered combat readiness, the spectators below held their breath, bracing to witness the impending battle. Unexpectedly, as Zhao Fei and An Ning soared into the air on their wings, two pills shot out from before them and were instantly swallowed whole. In that instant, Zhao Fei and An Ning's vital energy surged explosively, their spiritual pressure spiraling upward with frenzied intensity. In that instant, both of their cultivation realms had directly advanced to the third tier, nearing a state of perfection. Feeling the terrifying pressure emanating from them, the spectators below the stage were all stunned for a moment, followed by an uproar. Secret potions. These are temporary cultivation boosting potions. Who would have thought that An Ning and Zhao Fei would resort to consuming their own essence and blood to use secret potions just to win this youth training tournament? Secret potions function like adrenaline, temporarily unleashing latent potential to boost combat power. However, they exacted a tremendous toll on the body. Not only were they difficult to refine, but recovery afterward required an extended period. No one had anticipated that An Ning and Zhao Fei would resort to secret potions for a single tournament. And they swallowed them the very instant the battle began. They're burning their boats, fighting with their backs to the river. Chapter 111, The Eternal Hunger Realm, An Ning's Shock. Seeing Zhao Fei and An Ning swallow the secret potions, everyone present couldn't help but tense up. Originally, few had high hopes for Zhao Fei and An Ning. After all, their true cultivation was only at the second tier. No matter how well they performed, the vast gap in cultivation between them and Suke's group remained immense. Victory seemed nothing short of a pipe dream. Yet now, fueled by the secret potion, both instantly reached the third tier. Their power now subtly surpassed Suke's group, granting them the standing to challenge them. Seeing this, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. The lingering question in his mind was finally answered. No wonder An Ning has been eyeing me so intently today, daring to challenge me. It turns out she had secret potions on her. Secret potions were universally recognized by major clans as life-saving elixirs, typically used for battlefield emergency treatment. Their refinement costs were exorbitant, and the side effects after use were immense. After consuming such a potion, it would take at least 10 days to half a month to fully restore one's vital essence. Suke hadn't expected that, in order to fight him, the two would willingly swallow such a potion. Watching Zhao Fei and An Ning soar into the sky, Suke couldn't help but let a sly grin spread across his lips. An Ning, if you want a fair fight, just say the word. Huan and I will suppress our cultivation to the second tier and face you both. Why resort to risky potions? Yet An Ning, now transformed into a beast, only offered a cold sneer. Beg you? Dream on. I'm here to prove that under equal conditions, I, An Ning, am no less than her, Lu Chenhuan. Your choice back then was wrong. Lu Chenhuan, standing before Suke, heard this and her face twisted with scorn. You dare say Brother Su's choice was wrong? Wasn't it you, An Ning, who chose this path yourself? Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. You just want to prove your potential, make Brother Su regret his decision, and vent your frustration. You're just bitter that Brother Su, who once cast you aside, became an SSS tier Beastmaster and bound me, an F tier. Faced with Lu Chenhuan's piercingly accurate taunt, An Ning's expression froze momentarily before she clenched her teeth. So what if I am? I'm going to prove that Zhao Fei and I are just as good as you too. Zhao Fei, let's go. As the words fell, An Ning's spiritual energy surged explosively, engulfing her in a blazing inferno. Zhao Fei, strapped to her back, gripped his halberd tighter, his eyes burning with fanatical fervor. Below, Lu Chenhuan cracked his neck, transforming into the nascent form of a devouring beast, his eyes blazing with fierce combat intent. Let's fight. Behind Lu Chenhuan, Suke simultaneously activated his insight divine eye, observing the shifts in Zhao Fei and An Ning's strength and innate talents. Beastmaster, Zhao Fei. Rank, 3rd tier soul feeder. Talent, S-rank. Contract beast, blazing celestial steed. Innate skills, spear strike, backwater battle, war god, peerless, unbeatable, soul nurturing. Weakness, powerful but lacking in speed, overly reliant on contract beast buffs. Separate them to exploit speed advantage and overwhelm defensively. Beast girl, An Ning. Realm, tier 3 burning blood. Talent, S-rank blazing celestial Pegasus. Beastmaster, Zhao Fei. Talent skills, beast transformation, sky scorching stomp, blazing wings, Pegasus meteor, blood burning. Weaknesses, swift and explosive, yet defensively vulnerable particularly along the sides of the abdomen and neck, with exceptionally fragile wings. Can be countered in aerial combat. Suke's eyes flashed with sharp focus as he studied the two individuals' profiles. Compared to their previous second-tier state, after forcibly advancing to Tier 3, Zhao Fei and An Ning had temporarily gained the Tier 3 innate skills, burning blood and soul feeding. Moreover, An Ning's current profile differed from the initial awakening data Suke had seen. Back then, the most significant flaw in her profile was that An Ning couldn't unleash her true power due to insufficient training. But now, after her relentless training, that flaw had been overcome, replaced by a flaw inherent to her innate beast girl nature. Huan, target An Ning's speed. Zhao Fei, target her strength. Let's focus our attacks on An Ning first and find a way to separate them. An Ning's weak points, the sides of her lower abdomen and the area between her neck and shoulders. Her wings are most vulnerable when she's airborne. Roger that. The moment Suke relayed the information, Lu Chenhuan instantly activated his eternal hunger domain, enveloping the entire training ground including An Ning and Zhao Fei above simultaneously. A domain-type skill? The moment An Ning and Zhao Fei were engulfed by the eternal hunger domain, their hearts sank instantly. How does Lu Chenhuan possess a domain-type skill? Isn't that something only Lang Ruashua possesses? Earlier at the Fengming Grand Rift, only Lang Ruashua had used a domain-type skill while with Su Quebec. Thus, An Ning and Zhao Fei had prepared themselves for such a possibility. Yet they never imagined Lu Chenhuan would also possess a domain-type skill. Damn it, how does she have a domain-type innate skill too? When did this happen? I distinctly remember she didn't possess this skill before. As An Ning and Zhao Fei watched the world around them instantly darken, feeling their own vitality gradually drain away, a wave of foreboding washed over them. An Ning, in particular, had come here today prepared to burn his boats and fight Suke and Lu Chenhuan to the death. The opponents had even voluntarily withdrawn Lang Ruashua, ensuring a fair 2-on-2 contest. If he lost under these circumstances, his Dao heart would be utterly shattered. Yet Zhao Fei, strapped to her back, flashed a resolute look in his eyes. Things have come to this. We have no choice but to fight. This domain seems to constantly drain our vitality and channel it to Lu Chenhuan. Ning, we must end this battle swiftly. Take out Lu Chenhuan first. Shatter her domain. Charge! Charge! Hearing Zhao Fei's words, An Ning snapped back to her senses. Gritting her teeth, she let out a long, piercing cry and swiftly charged toward Lu Chenhuan, carrying Zhao Fei on her back. Below, Li Xiangdong watched the scene unfold, a faint smile curling his lips. He had anticipated this outcome. His gaze drifted casually toward the viewing platform above. Up on the observation platform, Chen Ji and Chang Chiji's eyes widened the instant they saw Lu Chenhuan unleash the eternal hunger domain. A domain-type skill? How does Lu Chenhuan possess a domain-type skill? Why weren't we briefed on this beforehand? Damn it, Li Xiangdong has been hiding something from us. Look at that smug look on his face, he must have predicted this outcome all along. Is this even F rank? Chen Ji's face darkened like a piece of charcoal. Damn it! Li Xiangdong knew Lu Chenhuan possessed domain-type skills yet kept it from us. No wonder he was so optimistic about Suke and the others. Chang Chiji, however, was laughing excitedly. Director Chen, looks like you might be losing your Earth-grade artifact this time. Seeing Chang Chiji's smug expression, Chen Ji gritted his teeth in frustration. Not necessarily. Their cultivation levels aren't high yet, and their domain type skills excel in group combat. In a 2-on-2 duel like this, they might not necessarily win. Besides, Suke looks rather fragile. If Zhao Fei and his team manage to close in, the outcome could still be up in the air. As he spoke, Zhao Fei had already charged forward on An Ning, closing in on Suke and his group. Chapter 112, Fierce Battle, Shattered Wings. Seeing Zhao Fei charging toward them on An Ning, Lu Chenhuan hesitated not a moment. He unleashed his full third realm cultivation, his overwhelming aura surging like a mighty river, engulfing the entire martial arts platform. Yet Zhao Fei and An Ning, their cultivation boosted to the third tier by the secret potion, showed not a trace of fear in their eyes. With fierce momentum, they charged relentlessly toward Lu Chenhuan and Suke. Behind Lu Chenhuan, Suke watched An Ning and Zhao Fei charge toward them, his expression serene as his mind raced through analysis. They planned to pin down Huan first, shatter her domain suppression, and unleash their full power. Under the relentless pressure of the eternal hunger domain, Zhao Fei and An Ning's vitality drained at a visible rate. The longer the battle dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for them. They had to finish this quickly. An Ning, a speed-type Blazing Pegasus, unleashed her full power and in an instant soared to within 5 meters above Lu Chenhuan. The moment she reached the sky above Lu Chenhuan, An Ning's massive wings flapped violently. Streams of fire surged from the tips of her wings, transforming into a towering inferno that instantly engulfed the area below. Talent skill, blazing heavenly wings. Yet facing An Ning's torrent of flames, Lu Chenhuan didn't flinch. His skin instantly hardened like metal. Stomping violently on the ground, the immense impact carved a massive crater. His body shot straight upward like a metal cannonball, hurtling toward Zhao Fei and An Ning suspended in midair. Sizzle! The terrifying flames struck Lu Chenhuan's skin yet failed to inflict even a scratch. Instead, they only served to accentuate her as a god of slaughter emerging from the inferno of hell. Her eyes now blazed with a bloodthirsty light, and the fangs at the corners of her mouth gleamed with a bone-chilling glint. Witnessing this, An Ning's pupils contracted slightly mid-air. Zhao Fei, perched on An Ning's back, roared with laughter at Lu Chenhuan's decision to fight rather than flee. Bring it on! As he spoke, Zhao Fei's muscles bulged explosively. His God of War buff activated instantly, boosting his strength and defense by 50%. Wielding his great halberd, he swung it directly down toward Lu Chenhuan. Facing Zhao Fei's strike, Lu Chenhuan showed no fear. His tail abruptly transformed into a long chain blade, shifting its target to instantly stab toward An Ning. Meanwhile, Suke below instantly activated his tyrant buff. In that split second, Lu Chenhuan's all attributes surged by 100%. Both speed and strength reached their absolute peak as the chain blade shot toward An Ning's abdomen at an astonishing velocity. Seeing this, An Ning frantically flapped her massive wings to forcefully change direction. However, the distance between them was too close, and the chain blade's speed was too great. Though An Ning managed to evade the sides of her abdomen, the chain blade instantly pierced one of her wings, driving straight through. Witnessing this, Zhao Fei, mounted upon An Ning's back, flashed a murderous intent in his eyes. Dare you harm Ning after my strike? Distracting yourself in battle is tantamount to courting death. As he spoke, Zhao Fei's halberd whirled through the air, closing to within inches of Lu Chenhuan in an instant. But in that very instant, a mocking smile touched Lu Chenhuan's lips. You big fool. The next second, Chain Blade Stage 2 activated. Lu Chenhuan vanished from his original position, reappearing behind An Ning's pierced wing. What? Caught completely off guard by An Ning's sudden vanishing act, Zhao Fei swung his powerful strike into thin air. His center of gravity shifted violently, nearly sending him tumbling sideways. Seizing the opportunity, Lu Chenhuan unleashed his gold devouring claw, tearing viciously at An Ning's wing. Faced with extreme speed and force, Lu Chenhuan's terrifying strike produced a sonic boom that exploded in An Ning's ears. An Ning instinctively tried to dodge, but Lu Chenhuan's teleportation was too swift. Before she could react, Lu Chenhuan's gold devouring claw had already struck her right wing. Rip! The claw ripped through An Ning's right Pegasus wing, blood spattering as violent spiritual energy erupted wildly around them. The moment her wing was torn apart, An Ning's body lurched sideways, sending her plummeting straight toward the ground. Fortunately, An Ning reacted swiftly, immediately channeling her essence blood and spiritual energy to regenerate her wing. An Ning's Pegasus wings were formed from spiritual energy and her own essence blood. After being damaged, they could be rapidly restored by consuming essence blood and spiritual energy. But the resulting drawback was equally obvious. That's because the wings are relatively fragile and extremely prone to damage. But Lu Chenhuan, fully focused on An Ning's wings, wouldn't give her a chance to reform them. He swung his claws again, striking at her wings. Scorching Sky Stomp. Seeing this, An Ning immediately unleashed the burning Sky Stomp, twisting her body to charge straight at Lu Chenhuan. But under the tyrant's enhancement, Lu Chenhuan's speed and strength had been comprehensively amplified. Even An Ning, renowned for her agility, found herself caught off guard. As the burning Sky Stomp descended, metallic light flashed across Lu Chenhuan's skin. He had actually withstood the attack and continued his assault on An Ning. Zhao Fei, swaying with An Ning's body, bounced up and down violently, nearly tumbling to the ground. He wanted to help An Ning repel Lu Chenhuan, but with Lu Chenhuan clinging tightly, he feared injuring An Ning. His already heavy frame felt even more cumbersome. An Ning, sensing this, barked an order at Zhao Fei. Zhao Fei, don't worry about me. Focus on taking down Suke first. Suke's buff is boosting Lu Chenhuan's combat power way too much. Find a way to interrupt him. Originally, Zhao Fei and An Ning's battle plan was to first eliminate Lu Chenhuan and disrupt her domain. But now, seeing Lu Chenhuan's overwhelming strength, they were forced to change their strategy, shifting their offensive target to Suke. The moment An Ning's words fell, Zhao Fei hesitated no longer. He leapt off An Ning's back and swung his halberd fiercely towards Suke's position. Seeing Zhao Fei charge towards Suke, Lu Chenhuan's protective instincts kicked in. Her eyes darkened as she instantly prepared to step in and shield Suke. But An Ning would never let Lu Chenhuan succeed. She stepped directly in front of Lu Chenhuan, a cold smile curling her lips. You want to protect Suke? Impossible. Even if I can't defeat you, I can still stall you for a few seconds. Suke's performance doesn't suggest he's a melee beastmaster. I'm curious to see how he'll block Zhao Fei's attack. Judging by Suke's current performance, he seemed more like a support-oriented Beast Tamer. Especially the terrifying buff from the Tyrant, it was nothing short of the pinnacle of enhancement skills. As Zhao Fei charged toward Suke, the surrounding spectators erupted in gasps. Chapter 113, is this spirit binding? Zhao Fei and his group have changed their target, they're going after Suke now. An Ning seized the chance to hold off Lu Chenhuan, while Zhao Fei charged straight at Suke. The students watching from the sidelines couldn't help but gasp at the scene. Even Li Shangdong, watching from the rear, couldn't help but nod slightly. An Ning and Zhao Fei reacted well, swiftly adjusting to the most effective strategy in such a short time. Chen Ji, observing from the elevated platform, exhaled a long breath of relief as his previously suspended heart settled back into place. Just moments ago, after Lu Chenhuan activated the Eternal Hunger domain and swiftly locked onto An Ning and the others for an attack, Chen Ji had nearly thought the two were doomed. Fortunately, An Ning and his team swiftly altered their combat plan. An Ning held Lu Chenhuan in place while Zhao Fei seized the opportunity to target Suke. An Ning and his team reacted swiftly. Recognizing Lu Chenhuan's formidable challenge, they promptly shifted their strategy to focus on Suke instead. Watching the scene below, Chen Ji exhaled a long breath of relief. He turned to Chung Chi-ji beside him with a smile. Director Chang, it seems our Earth-grade artifact might not be going out as planned. Suke's Beastmaster talent is top tier, but from what we've seen, he's more of a support-oriented Beastmaster. Without the protection of his beast companion, facing a close combat specialist like Zhao Fei is extremely dangerous. Even Lin Lan beside him couldn't help but smile. Exactly. Suke underestimated his opponent this time. If he'd brought Ruashua along for protection while letting Lu Chenhuan handle the offense, Zhao Fei and An Ning wouldn't have stood a chance against him. Too bad he underestimated them. Although Lu Chenhuan's performance this time was astonishing, far exceeding Chen Ji and Lin Lan's expectations, managing to hold his own against Zhao Fei and An Ning's combined assault despite being an F-rank talent. But a Beastmaster's battle isn't just about the gap between their Beast Maidens, the Beastmasters themselves matter too. Chen Ji and Lin Lan didn't believe Suke, a support-type Beastmaster without his Beast Companion's protection, could withstand the assault of Zhao Fei, an S-class melee Beastmaster. Chen Qiji and Manhwa, observing the battle below, couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines for Suke. Judging by Suke's current performance and positioning, he was clearly a support-oriented Beastmaster. Had he been a melee Beastmaster, he would have charged forward alongside Lu Chenhuan long ago rather than hiding behind others. Yet hope still flickered within Chung Chi-ji's heart. Logically speaking, an SSS-tier Beastmaster should possess numerous innate skills. Suke has only unleashed one innate skill since the start. He must still have hidden cards and trump cards up his sleeve. But Zhao Fei wasn't considering any of this. His halberd swung wildly as he fixed Suke with a savage glare. Despite all his training, Zhao Fei had never heard of Suke possessing any significant combat prowess. Even if Suke had hidden cards, Zhao Fei didn't believe he could withstand his assault. As he charged toward Suke, Zhao Fei activated his War God aura. His strength and defense surged by 50% in an instant, his eyes burning with the conviction of certain victory. Yet facing Zhao Fei's onslaught, Suke's eyes held only calmness. A mocking smile curled at the corners of his mouth. You think you can target me? Suke understood Zhao Fei and An Ning's intentions, but he was no pushover. He had held back all this time because no one had been worthy of his attention. Now, in the final moments of the youth training competition, Suke didn't mind showing Zhao Fei and An Ning a little taste of his combat prowess. As he pondered, Zhao Fei had already descended from the sky, dragging his great halberd, landing directly before him. The moment he drew near, Zhao Fei unleashed a spear strike. Terrifying spiritual energy erupted from the spearhead, carrying an unstoppable, terrifying momentum as it swung viciously towards Suke. The sheer force of the strike caused the surrounding space to warp and distort, a testament to its terrifying power. In an instant, the halberd was less than 30 centimeters from Suke, poised to cleave down upon his head. Witnessing this scene, gasps of shock erupted from the surrounding crowd. Even Chang Chiji, watching from above, couldn't help but hold his breath for Suke. Yet facing Zhao Fei's terrifying strike, a faint smile touched Suke's lips. He reached out his hand toward Zhao Fei, who was about to charge at him, and gently clenched his fist. A soft breath escaped his lips. Binding Spirit. In an instant, an energy chain shot forth from Suke's hand, swiftly coiling around Zhao Fei. Witnessing this scene, the surrounding curators and others couldn't help but reveal expressions of astonishment. Binding Spirit? Isn't that a skill used by beast masters after advancing to the second tier to restrain rampaging contracted beast girls? Strictly speaking, skills like Spirit Bind weren't even considered innate abilities, merely minor auxiliary techniques. Why is Suke using Spirit Bind on Zhao Fei? Isn't Spirit Bind only meant for one's own beast girl? And it's not even a combat skill. Exactly. Suke has plenty of combat experience, he shouldn't be unaware of such basics. Could it be he panicked when Zhao Fei closed in? At that moment, no one could fathom why Suke would use Spirit Bind on Zhao Fei. Chang Chiji and Shen Ji, watching from the elevated platform, were also stunned. Even Zhao Fei himself seemed momentarily caught off guard. Binding Spirit? Suke, are you panicking? Seeing Suke unleash Spirit Bind upon him, Zhao Fei felt a surge of confidence wash over him. A faint smile touched his lips, as if he could already see his victory. Even An Ning, suspended mid-air, flashed a look of excitement in her eyes. But the next second, their smiles froze on their faces. Within their field of vision, the Spirit Binding chain swiftly climbed from Suke's palm onto Zhao Fei. The next instant, Zhao Fei's mid-air attack posture froze solid. He plummeted straight toward the ground, still clutching his halberd. Witnessing this scene, shock spread across every face. No, how can Suke's Spirit Binding technique be used on a person? And stop their movements? Everyone present was utterly stunned by the unfolding spectacle. Especially Zhao Fei, the target himself, felt his body and the spiritual energy within him freeze completely in that instant, losing all control. He could only watch helplessly as Suke stepped toward him, swinging a fist straight at his face. Yet even now, Zhao Fei clung to a sliver of hope. Suke is merely a support-type Beast Tamer, he can't possibly cripple me with a single strike. Once this bizarre Spirit Binding ends, I can turn the tide. But the next second, his expression darkened instantly. For within his field of vision, Suke's palm had somehow transformed into beast form, now gleaming with a bone-chilling metallic sheen. Chapter 114, Am I dodging his blades? Lu Chenhuan's innate skill? How could Suke possess Lu Chenhuan's innate skill? Seeing Suke's palm transform, Zhao Fei felt his mind go completely blank. As is well known, beast transformation is a special talent possessed only by beast girls, who alone carry the bloodline capable of such metamorphosis. Yet Suke before them could also transform, though only his hands, a sight shocking enough to leave anyone speechless. The surrounding students stared wide-eyed, their expressions filled with utter disbelief. Beast transformation? How could Suke, a beast tamer, possibly transform? Not only the students, but even the referee, Li Xiangdong, stared wide-eyed, his expression filled with confusion. Shenji and Chang Chiji, observing from above, were equally stunned, their faces frozen in disbelief. Beast transformation? How could Suke, a beast tamer, possibly transform? The four figures standing atop the platform were all frozen in place. Unlike the students who could only yell holy, their wealth of experience quickly led them to consider one possibility. In the history of human beast masters combat, there's only one possibility for a beast master to undergo beast transformation. That is when a 9th tier beast master, having attained the same level of enlightenment as light, can undergo physical beastification while inheriting all the abilities of their contracted beast companion. But that's 9th tier. Suke is only 3rd tier now, how could he possibly achieve beast transformation? The four exchanged glances, suspicion flickering in their eyes. Fortunately, Lin Lan nearby quickly guessed a possibility. It must be some innate skill of Suke's, allowing him to mimic the state of beast transformation. Or perhaps he can temporarily borrow one of his contracted beast's abilities. They simply couldn't believe a 3rd tier beast master could achieve beast transformation. However, the talent to temporarily borrow one of their beast companions' abilities had appeared quite a few times in the history of beast masters. Listening to Lin Lan's speculation, Shenji nodded in agreement beside her. That must be it. Even we 7th tier beast masters can't transform. There's no way Suke, a mere 3rd tier beast master, could be that overpowered. A beast master in beast form was, in a sense, a terrifying existence. Not only could they wield their own innate abilities, but they could also utilize every power of their contracted beast. It was like a supercharged version of their own contracted beast companion, making them extremely difficult to counter. This was precisely why 9th tier beast masters at the Tanshan realm were so formidable and terrifying. At that moment, none of them could have imagined that Suke possessed a symbiotic contract capable of utilizing his contracted beast's abilities. Amidst the stunned silence, Suke's beast claws slammed straight toward Zhao Fei's throat. Yet at the critical moment, Suke held back from delivering a fatal blow. His gold devouring claws lifted slightly, striking Zhao Fei squarely across the face instead. Bound by the spirit binding restraint, Zhao Fei could only watch helplessly as Suke's claws descended upon him. Thud!
A thunderous, hollow thud echoed as Zhao Fei was sent flying by Sukei's palm, now amplified by the tyrant buff. His vision darkened, countless stars streaking before his eyes as he crashed headfirst into the ground. Though Sukei had pulled back his hand, the force remained unabated. Zhao Fei's head was smashed so hard his face contorted, leaving a massive crater in the ground as blood poured from his 7 orifices. Witnessing this, the surrounding students gasped in shock. Zhao Fei, who took that secret potion, got knocked out in one hit? He didn't even have a chance to fight back. Even An Ning, who was desperately entangling Lu Chenhuan in midair, couldn't help but widen her eyes, disbelief evident in her gaze. She never imagined that by sacrificing herself to block Lu Chenhuan and letting Zhao Fei deal with Sukei, she would end up witnessing this outcome. Distracted, An Ning, already outmatched by Lu Chenhuan, was now overwhelmed by her relentless assault. Her wings were destroyed only to regenerate, yet she kept plummeting from the sky. Sukei, having finished off Zhao Fei, now strode toward the location of An Ning and Lu Chenhuan, intent on ending the battle. Zhao Fei, you coward. An Ning, who had pinned all her hopes on Zhao Fei, seemed unable to bear this outcome. She couldn't help but curse him out loud. Zhao Fei, who had been struck senseless by Sukei's claw, seemed to be spurred into action by the outburst. Struggling, he rose once more from before Sukei, propping himself up with his great halberd. His chi and blood surged violently, unleashing an aura several times more terrifying than before. Sukei! Don't you dare come any closer! Boom! A powerful aura instantly swept across the entire martial arts arena. The ground beneath Zhao Fei rapidly caved in as terrifying energy swirled and roared. Hearing this, Sukei turned to face Zhao Fei, who stood blood streaming from 7 orifices, clutching his halberd and glaring viciously. The light within Sukei's insight divine eye flickered. This was Zhao Fei's innate skill, Last Stand. Last Stand briefly reduces one's health to its absolute minimum, granting a 10-second burst of 5 times normal power. Afterward, the user falls into a weakened state, losing all combat capability. This Last Stand skill resembled those that consumed primordial essence for a brief burst of power identical to the barbarian ultimate Sukei had wielded in his past life. Sukei watched Zhao Fei activate Backwater Battle, realizing the opponent was dead set on defeating him. Secret Potion, Last Stand. You've maxed out all negative buffs, sparing no cost. Watching Zhao Fei, who was nearly mad with fury, Sukei sighed inwardly. In a way, regardless of the outcome today, Zhao Fei would pay an unspeakable price. Cheng Qiji, observing from above, also frowned deeply. Zhao Fei's talent skill is clearly one of those critical abilities that drain your very essence to activate. It'll take him ages to recover afterward. To go this far for a single tournament match. Even manhwa beside him couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. With her extensive combat experience, she swiftly analyzed the optimal countermeasure for the current situation. Such an explosive skill won't last long. Sukei only needs to avoid its peak intensity and weather this burst to win without fighting. Shenji, standing beside Cheng Qiji, also let out a quiet sigh. He knew that at this point, victory or defeat no longer mattered. As long as Sukei was clever enough to evade Zhao Fei's current burst, the outcome was already decided. Yet below, on the martial arts arena, Sukei watched Zhao Fei, who had activated his last-ditch battle stance, and a cold smile indeed touched his lips. Avoid his sharp edge? Extreme Cold Domain. In an instant, a deep blue domain erupted from beneath Sukei's feet, spreading wildly outward and instantly enveloping the entire martial arts platform. Under the dual domain's influence, the entire arena transformed into an eerie grayish-blue hue, where the dark gray and azure colors intertwined. Witnessing this spectacle, everyone gasped in unison. Even those watching from above, like Cheng Qiji, felt their pupils contract in shock. Chapter 115, Burning Blood, Complete Beast Transformation. Arctic Domain. Cold as Snow's innate skill Arctic Domain. The moment Sukei unleashed the extreme cold domain, every pair of eyes widened in shock. They never imagined Sukei could not only unleash Lu Chenhuan's innate skill, the gold devouring claws, but also simultaneously activate Ruashua's innate skill, the extreme cold domain. Even Li Shangdong hadn't anticipated this turn of events, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. That little rascal Sukei always manages to pull off unexpected miracles. Even Shenji and the others watching from above were frozen in place. He can actually unleash another contracted partner's innate skill, and it's a domain-type ability. Consider this, on the battlefield, a single domain-type skill is enough to turn the tide of battle. But with Sukei's current team, adding Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua and 3 domain-type skills, such a team composition was virtually unbeatable. The combined effect of overlapping domains would weaken enemy forces to terrifying levels. A genius. This is what a true genius looks like. Even Shenji and Lin Lan, who had been defending Zhao Fei all along, couldn't help but acknowledge the terrifying brilliance of Sukei's talent at this moment. At this point, regardless of whether Zhao Fei's team won or lost, it couldn't overshadow Sukei's dazzling brilliance. This battle was essentially Zhao Fei and his team fighting with their lives on the line, yet Sukei remained effortlessly in control throughout. The gulf between them was starkly evident. Your war academy has indeed recruited a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Shenji finally set aside his last shred of pride and let out a soft sigh. But the battle isn't over yet. Let's see how it ends. On the battlefield, Zhao Fei, now enveloped by the dual domains, flashed a look of horror before it twisted into a grim, ruthless expression. No matter what tactics Su Ke employed, Zhao Fei had already ignited his primordial essence for a last stand. Only one path remained for him now. Charge forward. Kill. Zhao Fei's vital energy now blazed like a towering inferno, a fiery torch piercing the gloomy domain. Wielding his great halberd, he charged headlong towards Su Ke. Yet, enveloped by the dual domains of extreme cold and eternal hunger, Zhao Fei's vital energy rapidly depleted. His already uncoordinated body grew even more clumsy. On the other side, An Ning had already lost considerable vital energy due to the eternal hunger domain, making her increasingly no match for Lu Chenhuan. As the extreme cold domain expanded, her speed instantly slowed. Lu Chenhuan seized the opportunity, using his chain blades to lock onto her back. He teleported behind her and tore both her wings to shreds. With the eternal hunger domain continuously draining her vital energy, An Ning could no longer summon her Pegasus wings. She plummeted straight downward. Having lost her aerial advantage, An Ning was utterly no match for the fully metallized Lu Chenhuan. She was struck squarely in the abdomen by his claws, crashing heavily to the ground. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of her mouth. Just as Lu Chenhuan prepared to withdraw and reinforce Su Ke, An Ning suddenly roared. Her vital essence blazed wildly, her body rapidly transforming into the celestial steed form as human features swiftly faded. Complete beast transformation. Witnessing this, everyone nearby stared wide-eyed in shock. Li Xiangdong's body instantly tensed. Blood burning. A third-tier beast girl could burn her own vital blood to achieve temporary full beast transformation, but it would leave her weakened for 3 days afterward. An Ning and Zhao Fei are going all out. Both An Ning's blood-burning beast form and Zhao Fei's desperate last stand were methods of burning themselves to fight a decisive battle. Combined with the potency of the secret potion, one could only imagine the extent of their exhaustion after this battle. But for the sake of victory in this battle, An Ning and Zhao Fei could no longer afford to care. As they activated their final states, every spectator's nerves tightened to the breaking point, swallowing hard. They knew the decisive moment had arrived. Whether it was Zhao Fei, who had activated his desperate gamble, or An Ning, who had entered the blood-burning state, victory or defeat under these conditions could be decided in the blink of an eye. Su Ke, still in the fray, sensed the threat radiating from both combatants. His eyes narrowed slightly as he prepared to deploy other means. Yet at that very moment, Lu Chenhuan's voice cut through the air. An Ning, you just want to prove to Brother Su that choosing me back then was a mistake, don't you? Since today's battle began because of me, I shall be the one to end it. Let me prove that Brother Su didn't choose you back then precisely because you're not as strong as me. As Lu Chenhuan's words fell, the entire eternal hunger realm erupted in a frenzy. Countless crimson lights surged from the darkness, converging and burning fiercely upon Lu Chenhuan's form. She too chose to ignite her blood, fully transforming into her beast form. Seeing this, Su Ke's brows furrowed slightly. Huan. Su Ke hadn't anticipated Lu Chenhuan choosing to ignite her blood in transform. Su Ke, connected to her through a spiritual bond, instantly understood her reasoning. She wanted to prove to An Ning that her choice was not wrong. If An Ning was willing to burn her essence blood to make Su Ke regret, then she could burn her own essence blood to prove herself. Though Lu Chenhuan and Su Ke could easily win together, she was clearly unsatisfied with mere victory. She intended to demonstrate her strength to the world, to declare to all that contracting her was the right decision. Within the realm woven of dusky blue and gray, the crackling of wind and thunder echoed. Terrifying vital energies surged wildly, and an unprecedented, terrifying pressure erupted from Lu Chenhuan's body. Her form shifted rapidly. 2 golden horns shot out from her forehead, tiger claws extended, her eyes blazed crimson, and her body began to swell. The moment her transformed form appeared, the heavens shook, dark clouds pressed down upon the city, and a terrifying, overwhelming stench of blood filled the entire training camp. Roar! The moment her form fully transformed into the beastly prototype of a Taotie, the terrifying domain began to rapidly expand. Fortunately, Lu Chenhuan managed to control it in time, preventing it from engulfing and affecting the surrounding spectators. Yet within the domain, An Ning and Zhao Fei's eyes widened with terror. Their vitality was draining at an alarming rate, depleting nearly half a layer of their qi and blood in the blink of an eye. Finish this quickly. Realizing the danger, Zhao Fei and An Ning immediately accelerated their attack, determined to finish it quickly. Yet facing their assault, Lu Chenhuan merely gave them a cold glance. The bronze chain's tail instantly sank into the ground. The next second, the entire martial arts platform shook and roared as countless bronze chain blades erupted, piercing through An Ning and Zhao Fei's bodies in a flash, faster than lightning. Countless chilling beams of light pierced through Zhao Fei and An Ning's bodies, pinning them bloodied and broken onto the sunken, cracked martial stage. They resembled nothing more than 2 living specimens, displayed for others to manipulate and observe. Chapter 116, Victory and Speculation on Lu Chenhuan's Identity. An Ning and Zhao Fei, pinned to the ground by the bronze chain blades, never imagined that even with their desperate last stand and blood-burning state activated, they would be instantly defeated in a single exchange. Their already rapidly draining vitality now flickered like a candle in the wind, vanishing in an instant.
In the blink of an eye, they had wasted away to little more than skin and bones. Even their desperate last stand and blood-burning states couldn't hold, swiftly reverting them to withered, emaciated forms. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan, the instigator of it all, sniffed greedily at the air thick with the scent of blood. He extended his fiery red tongue to lick his lips, his crimson eyes gleaming with pure delight. Witnessing this scene, everyone was utterly stunned beyond words. Suke, however, seeing Zhao Fei and An Ning nearly drained dry, instantly activated his extreme cold domain. He then addressed Lu Chenhuan. "Huan, withdraw your domain in chain blades." Lu Chenhuan turned to look at Su Quebec. As if remembering something, the bloodthirsty red light in her eyes gradually faded. With a light flick of her claw, the eternal hunger domain swiftly retracted beneath her feet. Then, with a twist of her tail, she reeled in her bronze chain tail. Clatter! Silence fell over the land, broken only by the sound of bronze chain blades being dragged back into the earth. The instant the bronze chain blades retracted, Lu Chenhuan instantly reverted to human form. Compared to before, however, her complexion was slightly pale, and her body swayed slightly. She seemed not yet fully recovered from her beastly state, nearly losing her footing. Fortunately, Suke stepped forward in time, grabbing her right hand with one arm while wrapping the other around her waist to steady her. He asked with concern. "Huan, are you okay?" Hearing Suke's concerned words and seeing the worry in his eyes, Lu Chenhuan felt a warmth in her heart. She shook her head gently. "I'm fine, Brother Su. Earlier, I absorbed quite a bit of An Ning and Zhao Fei's vitality using the eternal hunger domain. During the blood-burning ritual, I consumed most of their essence blood. Plus, I barely used my beast transformation abilities, so my own energy depletion wasn't significant." Hearing Lu Chenhuan's explanation, Suke's heart finally settled. Glad to hear it. Compared to Zhao Fei and An Ning's condition, Suke was far more concerned about Lu Chenhuan's safety. At that moment, referee Li Xiangdong rushed onto the martial arts platform. Seeing An Ning and Zhao Fei barely clinging to life, their bodies riddled with countless bloody holes and unable to speak, his eyelids twitched frantically. Regaining his composure, Lu Chenhuan hurried forward with Suke's support and addressed Li Xiangdong. "General Li, there's no need to worry. When I fully transformed earlier, I deliberately controlled the angles precisely. I only intended to give them a little jolt. I didn't target their vital points." "Not the vital points." Li Xiangdong stared at Zhao Fei and An Ning, their bodies riddled with bloody holes, feeling as if the sky itself was collapsing. But they're bleeding out so fast. After having their vitality drained by the eternal hunger domain, the two men had little vitality left to begin with. With such massive blood loss, they now resembled corpses. Healer, get up on the stage now. Save them." Li Xiangdong, consumed by panic, shouted to the Beast Girls and Beastmaster instructors below the stage who possessed healing abilities. Zhao Fei and An Ning were, after all, S-rank prodigies. If they were to die in a major competition, it would be nothing short of a disaster. Hearing the call, instructors below the stage rushed up, scrambling to administer aid to Zhao Fei and An Ning. But their injuries were too severe, involving depletion of their very essence, not something easily remedied. Only by pooling their efforts could they cautiously begin repairing the damage to Zhao Fei and An Ning. As for Li Xiangdong, he took the opportunity to step aside and announce the competition's results to the audience below. The first place winners of this competition are number 27, the Suke team. Let us congratulate them. At Li Xiangdong's announcement, the audience finally snapped back to reality and erupted into cheers. Amazing. Absolutely incredible. A mere youth training competition, yet we witnessed such a spectacular battle. This is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. I thought Zhao Fei's desperate last stand and An Ning's blood-fueled fury might turn the tide, but in the end, they still fell to Lu Chenhuan. Let's be honest, Lu Chenhuan's fully beast form was absolutely badass. With just one exchange, he instantly crushed Zhao Fei's last stand and An Ning's blood-boiling state. And look at him after activating blood ignition, bouncing around like a spring chicken. Where's the weakness? Everyone now stared at Suke and Lu Chenhuan with fear in their eyes. They couldn't imagine how long they'd last against a freak like Lu Chenhuan. Chen Ji and Lin Lan, watching from above, still had their mouths wide open, unable to close them. Instantly killed in a single exchange? Both had expected Zhao Fei and An Ning to engage in a fierce battle after activating their last stand and blood-burning techniques. Yet, unexpectedly, Lu Chenhuan had finished them off in a single encounter. How could Lu Chenhuan be this powerful? Is he really just an F-rank beast girl? At that moment, both of them harbored deep doubts about Lu Chenhuan's innate talent. Lin Lan, in particular, narrowed her eyes slightly. Exactly. I recall her awakening records clearly listed her innate ability as Hungry Mole. But look at her fully transformed state just now. How does that resemble a mole at all? The two still couldn't shake the memory of Lu Chenhuan's fully transformed state moments ago. That overwhelming pressure had even caused these two 7th-tier practitioners to feel a tremor of fear deep within their souls. To call that a mole? They simply couldn't believe it. Not only Chen Ji and Lin Lan, but even Chang Qiji and Ma Lanhua standing nearby began to doubt it at that very moment. Could it be that Lu Chenhuan's awakening data, like Lang Ruashua's, was also flawed? As members of the Great Xiaowar Academy, both veterans of countless battles, they instantly recognized that the overwhelming aura displayed by Lu Chenhuan during his full beast transformation could never belong to a mere F rank. That level of overwhelming pressure and combat prowess? Forget S rank, even SS rank is possible. Cheng Qiji and his companion now wore expressions of pure delight. It seems Sukei's contracted Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua are far more than the F rank their records suggest. With that, we won't have to worry about that kid Sukei's future development. Two beast girls this powerful? They're more than worthy of Sukei's SSS rank. Of course, none of them realized at that moment that Sukei's true talent wasn't just SSS tier. If they knew his actual talent level was God tier, it wouldn't just be a few deans mobilized. Cheng Qiji, his heart brimming with delight, seemed to think of something. Clearing his throat, he looked at Chunji and Linlan with righteous indignation, then spread his palms wide. Gentlemen, you've lost. Hand over the Earth Grade artifact we agreed on. Chapter 117, Cheng Qiji's astonishing inference. After Sukei and An Ning concluded their battle for first place, the remaining three contestants Shin Songyun, Duanjin, and Luyan competed in a playoff to determine third, fourth, and fifth place. With Li Shangdong's announcement, the final results of the entire youth training tournament were sealed. Sukei and his team took first place, and Ning second, Shin Songyun third, Luyan fourth, and Duanjin fifth. Following brief medical treatment, each winner ascended the podium to receive their awards as Li Shangdong announced their names. However, second-place finishers Zhao Fei and An Ning were too severely injured to even stand, forcing their battalion instructors to accept the awards on their behalf. In stark contrast, Sukei and Lu Chenhuan, especially Lu Chenhuan, showed little sign of exhaustion despite having used blood ignition to achieve full beast transformation. She stood beside Sukei, clutching her trophy and bouncing with energy. The outcome left the crowd deeply moved. Even Shenji, observing from above, couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Who would have thought that despite An Ning and Zhao Fei pulling out all the stops, they couldn't even scratch Sukei and Lu Chenhuan? Especially that final strike Lu Chenhuan barely even tapped into Sukei's power. In her fully beast form state, she single-handedly crushed An Ning and Zhao Fei. Though Chunji and Linlan were reluctant to admit it, Lu Chenhuan's demonstrated power kept reminding them that her strength far exceeded their expectations. Linlan, in particular, had completely abandoned her earlier belief that Lu Chenhuan was a worthless F rank. The power demonstrated by both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua is absolutely not F rank. What F rank could possibly crush two S ranks? Forget F rank, even geniuses like Shin Songyun and Lu Yun, who were a rank, could only be pushed back when facing S rank opponents like An Ning and Zhao Fei. How could there possibly be such a powerful F rank? Moreover, judging by their beast form states, both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua differ drastically from the innate talents recorded in their awakening profiles. Where could there be a long-scaled insect? And Lu Chenhuan's fully beast form state complete with horns and a pair of formidable tiger claws, how could that resemble a mole? What kind of mole looks like that? Even Cheng Qiji, standing nearby, couldn't help but nod in agreement. Indeed. Judging by their performance in this youth training competition, neither Lu Chenhuan nor Ruashua seems like an F rank. Manhwa beside them frowned slightly. Could it be, as you previously speculated, that their awakening records are incorrect? But how could it be such a coincidence that both of them just happened to awaken as F rank, just happened to contract with Sukei, and just happened to have incorrect awakening records? What kind of coincidence is that? Hearing Manhwa's words, the three people around her all fell silent. Indeed, as Manhwa said, it all seemed far too coincidental. More importantly, the awakening arrays at each academy were personally inscribed and passed down by the ancient human sages. Under normal circumstances, they simply couldn't be flawed. Yet this time, two had gone wrong. No matter how one looked at it, it felt unnatural. Beside them, Cheng Qiji frowned deeply, suddenly grasping a possible explanation. He didn't voice it aloud, however, instead smiling at Chunji and Linlan as he spoke. Well, what a coincidence. Some things in this world just happen to align like that. Never mind all that speculation. As the future directors overseeing Sukei and the others, we should head down to congratulate them first. As the future director overseeing Zhao Fei and An Ning, I suggest you also pay your respects to the two individuals involved. At this point, Cheng Qiji seemed to recall something, grinning mischievously at Chunji and Linlan. Oh, and don't forget to hand over the Earth-grade magical artifact you lost to us. As the academic director of Lingwu Academy, I trust you won't renege on your debt. Of course, if you do renege, I wouldn't mind having our esteemed dean personally visit your Lingwu Academy to collect. You staring at Cheng Qiji's smug expression, Chunji instantly lost his temper, completely forgetting about the earlier incident involving Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan. After delivering his parting shot, Cheng Qiji grabbed Manhwa's arm and hurried down the steps towards Sukei and the others at the award podium. Only after descending the platform did Manhwa, walking beside him, gently poke his elbow with her finger. Old Chang, did something just occur to you? Manhwa, whose mind was linked to Cheng Qiji's, had sensed the thought the moment she saw his expression. But with Chunji and Linlan still present, she felt the timing was wrong and kept it to herself. Now, completely away from Chunji and Linlan, Cheng Qiji relaxed and gave Manhwa a mysterious nod. Manhwa, your guess is correct. A rather bold hypothesis did indeed occur to me just now. Seeing the enigmatic expression on Cheng Chiji's face, Manhwa's heart stirred. What theory? Cheng Chiji instinctively glanced around. Seeing that Chen Ji and Lin Lan hadn't followed, he immediately lowered his voice to speak to Manhwa. Manhwa, tell me, could it be that Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's awakening records weren't mistaken? That with Sukei's help, they underwent a talent transformation? Advanced? At these words, Manhwa's expression shifted abruptly, her pupils dilating in shock. Talent transformation? Manhwa felt a wave of shock wash over her. Talent is fixed the moment it awakens, that's a universally acknowledged law. If this Sukei truly altered their innate talents, it would be an earth-shattering revelation. Indeed. Cheng Chiji nodded cautiously from the side. That's why I didn't voice that speculation earlier. If Sukei truly manages to transform and upgrade the Beast Maiden's innate talent, his value will far surpass what it is now. He might single-handedly forge at least 2 future beast gods. And if he's been holding back on his own talents, it could be even more. Building on that, if he could help non-contracted beast girls upgrade, it would send shockwaves across the entire world. Even the fierce beasts might storm the gates and kill for it. Listening to Cheng Chiji's reasoning, Manhwa's heart was churning with shockwaves. She never imagined Cheng Chiji could arrive at such a conclusion. Yet what was truly astonishing was how plausible this theory seemed, given all the evidence that had accumulated over time. That's precisely why I interrupted the conversation and steered Chen Ji and the others' thoughts elsewhere. Cheng Chiji narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at Sukei and his 2 companions on the podium, their faces aglow with excitement. If they were to deduce this outcome and verify it, then Sukei, just the 2 of us, might not be able to keep him. But Chen Ji and the others aren't fools. It's highly likely that once they catch on, they'll arrive at a similar conclusion. Therefore, after today's competition concludes, we'll take our people and depart immediately. Not a moment's delay on the road. Chapter 118, then we'll wait a little longer. Listening to Cheng Chiji's reasoning, Manhwa beside him nodded emphatically. You're right, Chiji. Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance of this happening, we can't afford to take that gamble. If Sukei truly possessed the ability to alter a beast girl's innate talents, as the 2 suspected, the implications would be enormous. While it might indirectly explain why Sukei dared to contract 2 F-rank beast maidens back then, it would also significantly boost his competitive edge. Once this talent was confirmed, the deans of all 3 academies might well enter the fray to recruit him. More crucially, their involvement could attract the attention of those with ulterior motives, making the situation and circumstances exponentially more complex than they were now. In contrast, swiftly escorting Sukei and his companions out of Tianhai would prevent such probing and avoid numerous complications. Without confirmed probing, all speculation remains mere conjecture, unreliable and carrying little real risk. Reaching this conclusion, Manhwa and Cheng Chiji exchanged a glance before swiftly moving to the nearby award podium, waiting quietly for Sukei and his companions. Sukei reached out and took the 1,000-year-old snow lotus, carefully planted within a jade box, from Li Xiangdong's hands. He opened the box and inhaled the cool, subtle fragrance wafting from within, his eyes brimming with delight. With this 1,000-year snow lotus, Ruashua's advancement materials are finally complete. Now all that's left is to focus on gathering the materials for Huanhuan's next advancement. With the Millennium Snow Lotus secured, all advancement materials for Lang Ruashua's current stage were now complete. The next step was to collect fresh essence blood from 4th tier or higher ferocious beasts to engrave the Taotie pattern on Lu Chenhuan's back, activating the Taotie eye. This would finalize all preparations for their talent advancement in this phase. As they contemplated this, the crowd began to disperse. Cheng Chiji and Manhwa swiftly made their way up to the stage, approaching Sukei and his companions. Su, Lu, and Lang, congratulations on securing first place in this youth training competition. Hearing Cheng Chiji and Manhwa's congratulations, Sukei, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua turned their heads to look at the 2 approaching them in haste. Thank you, directors. No need to be so formal. You'll be joining our war academy sooner or later anyway. We'll be family then. Cheng Chiji hesitated for a moment, then cleared his throat before turning to Sukei and the others. Su, would you 2 have some time? Hearing Cheng Chiji's inquiry, Sukei's eyebrows lifted slightly before he turned his gaze back to Cheng Chiji. What is it, Director Chang? Is there something you need? Cheng Chiji responded, sounding slightly embarrassed. Su, our dean was quite insistent when we arrived. He said he was eager to find talent and insisted we get you to the capital as quickly as possible. Now that the grand competition has concluded, I wonder if we could set out on our journey as soon as possible. Otherwise, Dean Shui might hold us accountable later. Hearing Cheng Chiji's words, Sukei's brows furrowed slightly. So soon? By all accounts, departing 3 or 4 days after the Qingshuan competition concluded would be perfectly normal. But he'd never seen anyone as impatient as Cheng Chiji and Manhwa before. Could it be they have some reservations? As he pondered, Sukei turned to glance at Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan beside him. Ruashua, Huanhuan, what do you think? Hearing Sukei's question, Lang Ruashua hesitated briefly before speaking.
Brother Su, leaving early isn't out of the question, but I'd like to see father before we go. After all, if we just slip away from Tianhai without a word, he'll surely worry.
Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement beside her.
Brother Su, I'd also like to give my old man a heads up before we go tell him we're leaving.
Suke nodded gently upon hearing this, then turned his gaze back to Cheng Chiji. Director Chang, you heard them. Huan and Ruashua wish to see their family before leaving.
I'll accompany them to visit their families before we depart.
Suke, ever the sentimental soul, couldn't bear to let Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua leave Tianhai with regrets.
Can you two wait? Seeing the unwavering resolve in Suke's eyes, Cheng Chiji was momentarily stunned.
He exchanged a glance with Manhwa, and their resolve solidified instantly. Alright, we'll wait a little longer. After you've seen your family, we'll come personally to fetch you and depart immediately.
Hearing Cheng Chiji's reply, Suke's eyes flashed with satisfaction as he nodded lightly.
Alright, Director Chang, we'll keep you posted.
Since Cheng Chiji and his team were willing to make concessions, he wouldn't make things too difficult for them. With that, Suke led Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua straight off the stage. They returned to camp to make simple preparations before setting off to visit their families. As Cheng Chiji and Manhwa watched their departing figures, they exchanged a knowing glance. After today's battle, Suke and his group will become the hottest topic of discussion throughout Tianhai.
We must ensure their constant covert protection to prevent any mishaps before they leave Tianhai.
As they spoke, the two moved stealthily towards Suke and his companions, following them from behind. After Suke and his companions had finished their brief preparations back at camp, they faced a new dilemma.
What should we do about Huan's family and Ruashua's family?
Suke, who was being looked at expectantly by both sides, gently pressed his forehead. He was now bound by contracts to both Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua.
Abandoning one to join the other's household outright was clearly unrealistic.
Regardless of whether Lu Chenhuan or Lang Ruashua might harbor resentment, the parents on both sides would undoubtedly be displeased.
To favor one over the other would be unfair.
In that moment, Suke experienced for the first time the troubles that came with having multiple contract partners. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, seemed to sense Suke's inner conflict and hesitantly spoke up.
Brother Su, how about we visit Ruashua's family first?
After all, you've already been to mine, but we haven't been to hers yet. Lang Ruashua, standing nearby, bit her lip lightly and chimed in. I think we should go to Sister Huan's place first. We've seen Dad many times these past few days, but Sister Huan hasn't been home to visit her family once. I'm sure she misses them terribly. Seeing their thoughtful expressions, Suke felt a warm surge in his heart. He reached out and gently ruffled both their hair. I'm truly blessed to have such understanding contract partners. Just then, the communicator in Lang Ruashua's arms buzzed. She opened it, then handed it to Suke with a peculiar expression.
Brother Su, it's Dad calling. Noticing Lang Ruashua's peculiar expression, Suke raised an eyebrow before answering the call. Hello, father-in-law, it's Su Quebec. Hello? Hearing Suke's response, Lang Chencho's warm voice came through the receiver. Hey son-in-law. I heard you guys won first place in the youth training competition. I specially invited your other father-in-law over too. Come to my place, let's celebrate together. Chapter 119, Gogogo, let's go. Hearing Lang Chencho's voice through the receiver, Suke's eyes flashed with excitement. Father-in-law, this plan is brilliant. Lang Chencho's arrangement instantly solved the dilemma of which family to visit first. Whether it was an impromptu idea or a premeditated plan, upon hearing the invitation, Suke promptly agreed without hesitation. Alright, father-in-law. I'll bring Huan and Ruashua over right away. After hanging up, Suke addressed Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan. Huan, to celebrate our youth team's championship, Ruashua's dad invited us over for dinner. Uncle Lu will be there too. Alright, let's go together. Lu Chenhuan nodded lightly at Suke's words before turning to Lang Ruashua. Ruashua, we've never been to your place. This time, you'll have to lead the way. Lang Ruashua blinked her eyes upon hearing this. Dad already arranged for a driver to wait outside the youth training camp. Wow! Tagging along with our Ruashua sure has its perks. Hearing Lang Ruashua's words, a sly smile flashed in Lu Chenhuan's eyes before she took Suke's right hand. Brother Su, shall we head out then? Suke nodded lightly, flinging Xia who had been cracking sunflower seeds until she dozed off onto his shoulder. Gogogo, let's go. Xia, who had been curled up dozing nearby, instinctively clung tighter to Suke's shoulder. Rubbing her eyes with tiny paws, her gaze lit up with excitement. Finally getting out of this training camp to see the vast world of humanity, huh? Seeing Xia's wide-eyed excitement, Suke promptly gave her a sharp tap on the head. Once we're out, you must be extra careful. Don't let anyone notice anything unusual about you. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to lock you in the dungeon. Suke had a backup plan for exposing Xia's identity, banishing her to the beast taming realm. But unless absolutely necessary, Suke wouldn't deprive Xia of her identity and freedom. So he gave her a verbal warning first. Seeing Suke's stern expression, Xia guiltily nodded her little head. Understood, master. Rest assured, I won't cause any trouble for you. After all, you know I value my life. My little life is important, you know.
Only then did a satisfied look appear in Suke's eyes as he heard Xiao's response.
Alright, let's get moving.
As he spoke, Suke reached out with his other hand, pulling Ruashua toward the exit. At that moment, within the training camp, students were gradually leaving their tents. Some concerned parents had even come to the campgrounds themselves to pick up their children. Spotting Suke and his group emerge, the members of Camp 1 greeted them in unison. Team Leader Su, Team Leader Lu, Team Leader Lang, are you leaving? The training camp is over, so naturally we're leaving, Suke replied with a smile as he greeted them. He didn't mention meeting in Kyoto. After all, many students hadn't achieved standout results during youth training and weren't qualified for Kyoto, so he didn't want to discourage them. But upon reflection, he felt that his silence somehow lacked the youthful fervor he should have shown. Everyone, I'll see you on the battlefield when we fight the beasts. Hearing Suke's words, everyone's eyes lit up. They pounded their chests emphatically in response. See you on the battlefield, Captain Su. Hope we still get to tag along with you then. Seeing the glimmer of hope in their eyes, Suke's lips curved into a faint smile. If the chance arises, I'll have your backs. Let's go. With that, Suke took Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua by the hand and walked straight away. Watching their retreating figures, the parents gathered behind them to pick up their children exchanged puzzled glances. Everyone else is in pairs, but why is that kid holding two? What? He's Suke, the one who racked up nearly 1,000,000 points in the hunting competition, won first place in the youth training tournament, and contracted 2 beast girls? Guess that's just talent for you. Mr. Su, please get in the car. Suke and his 2 companions exited the youth academy gates and climbed into the car prepared by the driver waiting there. Noticing Suke holding one person in each hand, the driver wisely kept quiet. Seated in the middle of the back seat, Suke's arms extended from behind Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's necks. He gently stroked the vehicle's sturdy alloy body, a look of deep emotion flickering in his eyes. In these turbulent times of war and scarce resources, to secure such a highly secure vehicle, father-in-law is quite capable. Hearing Suke's admiration, Ruashua lowered her head slightly, a touch of embarrassment visible. It's nothing special. My family has dozens of these vehicles. If Brother Su likes it, I'll ask Dad to arrange a few for us when I return. Hearing Ruashua's words, Suke reached out and gently rubbed her cheek. We're heading to the capital soon. This thing won't be much use there. But the thought of his vast beast taming space stirred something within Suke. Still, we could get one ready just in case. It'll make getting around easier once we're in the capital. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan frowned beside him. Brother Su, the journey to the capital is long and arduous. We'll pass through several restricted zones along the way. Vehicles won't be able to cross those barriers. A faint smile touched Suke's lips. Leave that to me. I have a clever plan. Hearing Suke refer to himself as husband, both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua instantly flushed crimson to their ears. Meanwhile, Xia, curled up in Suke's embrace, rolled her eyes at the remark before turning away with a soft murmur, burying her head deeper into his chest. Soon, the car entered the bustling city center. Hearing the familiar sounds of traffic and crowds, Suke and the others all craned their necks to peer outside. During their time at the training camp, they had felt completely cut off from the outside world. Beyond their classmates, they had little contact with the outside world, and they were practically going stir-crazy. Now, seeing the familiar buildings and crowds within the city, they suddenly realized they were still within human territory. Even Xia, who had been curled up in Suke's embrace, couldn't resist poking her fluffy little head out from his arms, peering out with curiosity. Compared to the joy and excitement in Suke and the others' eyes, Xia's gaze held more wonder at this world. Especially when she spotted novel and intriguing objects, her eyes lit up with longing as she stared intently with her large, round eyes. Suke glanced down at Xia's wide eyes, brimming with wonder and longing, his own gaze flickering as he lost himself in thought. Lost in thought, he snapped back to reality at the sound of a car horn honking. Brother Su, we're here. Chapter 120, Are you kidding me, Wanhuan? Welcome home, young master and mistress. After stepping out of the car, Suke couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth as he surveyed the row of neatly dressed servants lining the estate's entrance. He knew the Long family was wealthy, but he hadn't expected them to be so grand. In this era of rampant beast chaos, they could still afford to hire so many servants to guard the estate. Moreover, in Suke's perception, none of these servants' cultivation aura fell below the 3rd tier, some had even reached the 4th tier. The usually aloof beast masters and beast maidens greeted him and Ruashua warmly upon their return. However, when their eyes fell upon Lu Chenhuan still holding his hand, their expressions turned peculiar. Fortunately, their upbringing restrained them from gossiping about Suke like people elsewhere might. Instead, they offered him polite smiles. Cold Xianxiu, in particular, dashed out of the estate the moment the trio arrived, greeting them with a warm expression. My daughter, my son-in-law, you've arrived. Come. I've had the housekeeper prepare the meal. Quickly, follow me inside. With these words, Xianxiu warmly led Suke and his companions toward the estate's dining hall. Inside the dining hall, a spacious table was already laden with various delicacies, and Lu Lingfeng was waiting there.
Dad. Upon seeing Lu Lingfeng, Lu Chenhuan's eyes instantly welled up with tears.
She hurried forward and threw her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Feeling the long-missed warmth from Lu Chenhuan, Lu Lingfeng paused in surprise. Then, with tears welling in his own eyes, he gently patted her back.
Silly Huan Huan. Cole Qianqiu and Su Ke, standing nearby, sensibly refrained from interrupting the two.
After a moment, Lu Lingfeng was the first to regain his composure, gently patting Lu Chenhuan's back.
Alright, Huan Huan. There are so many people watching.
Realizing the situation, Lu Chenhuan quickly released Lu Lingfeng and sheepishly stepped aside, grabbing Su Ke's hand. Lang Qianqiu, however, burst into laughter upon hearing this.
What's there to be afraid of? We're practically family now.
For this dinner, I originally planned to invite Ruashua and your former principals and teachers, but after thinking it over, I decided to keep it as a family gathering instead.
After this meal, we'll all be family. Hearing Lang Qianqiu's words, Lu Lingfeng's eyes filled with emotion. Chairman Lang, this is rather.
Truthfully, before arriving, Lu Lingfeng had been filled with unease. After all, given the relationship between Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, they were still rivals in certain subtle ways. As fellow contract beast girls to Su Ke, Lu Lingfeng didn't believe Lang Qianqiu had no ulterior motives for using this banquet. In fact, Lu Lingfeng had mentally prepared himself to confront Lang Qianqiu, the wealthiest tycoon in Tianhai, for Lang Ruashua's sake. Yet to his surprise, Lang Qianqiu's expression showed not a trace of resentment. What's wrong with that? You have no idea how oppressed and melancholic Ruashua was before she met Su Ke and Lu Chenhuan. I'd even resigned myself to the possibility that Ruashua might never find a contract partner in her lifetime.
But fate intervened and found me a son-in-law, and such an outstanding one at that. Lang Qianqiu couldn't be more satisfied with Su Ke.
Not only is our son-in-law exceptionally gifted, but he's also handsome and kind-hearted.
Where else could you find such a wonderful son-in-law? Lu Lingfeng, standing nearby, nodded in agreement.
Truth be told, when he first learned Lu Chenhuan had only awakened an F-rank beast girl talent, Lu Lingfeng had been filled with despair.
Unlike the wealthy Lang family, the Lu clan couldn't afford to protect Lang Ruashua if she remained unmarried for life.
For Lu Chenhuan, possessing beauty alone without the means to support herself would lead to a bleak future. At that time, Lu Lingfeng had even resolved within himself that he would humble himself if necessary to find a place of refuge for Lu Chenhuan. Yet he never imagined that Su Ke, who had awakened an SSS tier talent, would take a liking to Lu Chenhuan.
That feeling of astonished delight remained vivid in Lu Lingfeng's memory even now. Enough of that.
The kids really suffered during their youth training, especially nearly getting killed by that accursed cracked white tiger.
Truly. As Lang Qianqiu spoke, the memory of Lang Ruashua's ordeal flashed through his mind once more, his eyes darkening with hatred.
That accursed beast nearly cost Ruashua her life. Hearing Lang Qianqiu's venom, Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan instinctively glanced toward Xia, nestled in Su Ke's arms. Huddled in Su Ke's embrace, Xia felt a bit embarrassed and buried her head deeper into his chest, chirping softly. As if sensing their gaze, Lang Qianqiu followed their line of sight and saw Xia in Su Ke's arms. Upon seeing Xia, Lang Qianqiu froze in surprise. He had indeed seen Xia before at Su Ke's place, but hadn't paid much attention then. Now, seeing Su Ke even brought her along to eat, a hint of puzzlement flashed across his face.
Is this your pet? Upon hearing this, Su Ke nodded hastily. Lang Qianqiu took the opportunity to step forward, walking beside Su Ke as he scrutinized Xia closely. Seems like a cute little thing, but why do I feel like its aura is somehow familiar?
Lang Qianqiu gazed at Xia's tiny body, barely the size of a palm, then dismissed the lingering doubt.
Such a tiny kitten couldn't possibly be familiar. It's probably just a mistake. Anyway, whatever kind of pet it is, it's far cuter than that damnable cracked white tiger. As he spoke, Lang Qianqiu greeted Su Ke and the others. Come on over, son-in-law.
You guys haven't eaten properly in ages, you must be starving.
I had Auntie whip this up especially for you. Make yourselves at home and dig in tonight.
As she spoke, Lang Qianqiu turned to Lu Chenhuan. Oh, and Huan Huan, I had the cook prepare over a dozen pots of freshly stir-fried dishes just for you.
Dig in.
Hearing Lang Qianqiu's words, Lu Lingfeng turned to look at the pile of over a dozen pots of dishes stacked high beside him, his eyes widening in surprise. Having raised Lu Chenhuan all these years, Lu Lingfeng had no idea she could eat so much. You're joking, right, Huan Huan? Before he could finish his thought, Lu Chenhuan was already standing before Lang Qianqiu with a serious expression, offering his thanks. Thank you, Uncle Lang. Then, Lu Chenhuan, her face aglow with excitement, picked up a large rice bowl specially prepared for her and held it aloft.
Cheers! To family bonds. Chapter 121, The Owl Scheme. Everyone enjoyed the dinner immensely. For the first time, Lu Lingfeng realized just how much Lu Chenhuan could eat.
At the same time, he felt remorseful for having wrongly accused her all those years ago. Back when Lu Chenhuan was still in middle school, the allowance he gave her was often insufficient. When he asked what she spent it on, she claimed it went to food, even insisting it wasn't enough to eat.
Back then, Lu Lingfeng had assumed she was lying, convinced she was squandering the money on frivolous fun.
Only now did he realize that back then, Lu Chenhuan truly hadn't been getting enough to eat.
Moreover, because of his accusations back then, she had suppressed her instincts ever since.
In other words, Lu Chenhuan had never eaten her fill since she was raised by him. Upon learning this truth, Lu Lingfeng, a grown man, actually broke down crying, completely disregarding his image. Fortunately, Lang Qianqiu and this big man were there to drink with him and console him. They said that if they hadn't witnessed Lu Chenhuan's appetite firsthand, they never would have imagined the girl could eat so much.
As Lang Qianqiu spoke, he also recalled Lang Ruashua's illness from years past.
His grew deeper, and he felt even more gratitude towards Suke. During the banquet, Lang Qianqiu even declared Lu Lingfeng his in-law, stating that since Suke was now considered a child of both families, they were effectively related by marriage. Learning both men were now single, the two bachelors felt a shared sense of camaraderie, almost ready to swear brotherhood on the spot. As for Suke, he was immediately pulled into their circle. Over the clinking of cups and glasses, they repeatedly expressed their hope that once they left Tianhai, Suke would take good care of Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua. After all, once you leave Tianhai, you'll be their only family out there. Facing their earnest entrustment, Suke's expression turned solemn.
Rest assured, fathers-in-law. Huan and Ruashua's affairs are my affairs. As long as I'm alive, I won't let them suffer the slightest injustice. Seeing the earnest expression on Suke's face, Lu Lingfeng and Lang Qianqiu gave him a hearty pat on the shoulder. You've always been a man of integrity, and we trust you. With that, the two men raised their cups once more, toasting and clinking glasses with Suke. As for Lang Ruashua, she remained by Lu Chenhuan's side.
Watching Suke and the two fathers slung arms around each other in camaraderie, her eyes brimmed with tenderness. Kaya took advantage of the moment to sneak a bite from every plate, then hid in a corner, purring contentedly, her fluffy fur bristling with satisfaction.
After dinner, Lang Qianqiu had servants escort them to their pre-arranged rooms, instructing them to rest peacefully within the estate for the night.
Suke, tipsy from his joy, was gently supported by Lu Chenhuan and Lang Qianqiu to their spacious, three-person suite. They tenderly helped him wash up before settling him into bed. After all that had transpired the previous night, the two turned off the room's lights and obediently crawled beside Suke. Through countless days and nights in the youth training camp, they had long grown accustomed to this intimate routine. In his drowsy haze, Suke's nostrils twitched slightly as he faintly inhaled the two fragrant scents lingering before him. A tender smile involuntarily curved his lips. You two silly girls. Recalling everything that had transpired recently, he gently drew them both into his embrace, running his fingers through their silky hair as he drifted into a deep sleep. The two in his embrace turned, draping their arms and legs over him. One clutched his left arm, the other his right, and they drifted off peacefully. In the darkness, Xiao's cautious voice called out from outside the door.
Hey, hey, hey! Did you forget something? I haven't gone in yet.
Under the cloak of night, the cool moonlight spilled over a dense forest far beyond the Long family estate.
Two figures lurked within the shadows, their eyes gleaming brightly. Owl, are you sure we should strike here? This is the Lang family's stronghold, heavily guarded.
Owl, concealed nearby, nodded slightly.
What do you know? This is called blind spots under the spotlight.
Tonight, the Long family hosts a banquet precisely when their guard is lowest. If we don't strike now, it'll only get harder later.
Who would ever suspect we'd strike within the Lang family?
Besides, Lang Qianqiu's contract partner is long gone. Even if we face him, we still have the upper hand. As they spoke, the owl crept through the shadows toward the Lang family estate. The bluebird beside him could only follow suit, blending into the shadows as well. The cold moonlight spilled across the land from the horizon, lending the ground an added air of danger. As the owl and bluebird advanced through the shadows, the Lang family estate grew ever closer within their sight.
Unconsciously, a faint smile touched the corners of their beaks. Just as we suspected.
Lang Qianqiu didn't just host Suke and the others tonight, he also arranged a separate banquet for his servants.
Everyone stuffed and out slacking off.
Surveying the unguarded courtyard entrance, the owl and bluebird's eyes brimmed with growing confidence as visions of their plan succeeding danced through their minds. Yet the moment they stepped through the gate, eerie green lights flickered to life from the shadows along the walls on either side, like the eyes of demons rising from hell.
At this sight, both owl and bluebird's eyes widened in terror. Something's wrong. There's an ambush. Retreat. In an instant, the bluebird transformed into a soaring bird, while the owl darted onto its back. Trying to escape? Just as the two prepared to retreat, two figures clad in hoodies appeared before the door. Remnants of the demon god cult. Knew you'd never give up. We've been waiting here for you.
As the words echoed, a shadowy green barrier abruptly unfolded overhead.
Waves of emerald wolves roared from the darkness, charging toward the bluebird and the owl. War King Chengqiji in manhwa.
The moment the two figures materialized, both owl and bluebird's eyes widened in recognition.
Run!
The bluebird let out a piercing shriek, opening its beak to unleash a violent gale that instantly tore apart the swarm of wolves before it. Simultaneously, it began retreating rapidly, attempting to seize the opportunity to escape. The owl, meanwhile, crossed its hands into an eerie posture.
A mystic seal coalesced before it, striking the barrier behind. In that instant, Manhwa's form flickered, transforming into a giant wolf as tall as a small mountain.
Its massive paw slammed down, gathering boundless celestial energy into its palm. A colossal paw print, carrying terrifying power that obscured the sky, crashed down upon the owl and the blue bird. Cheng Qiji leapt into the air, his iron-clenched fist hurtling like a massive cannonball toward the owl and blue bird. With each stride, the void trembled and space itself collapsed. Facing their fierce assault, the owl clenched its jaws, severing one of its own arms. It chanted a strange incantation. In the next instant, his arm exploded outward, swelling to monstrous proportions before shattering into a sky-filling mist of blood. Amidst the swirling crimson mist, the two figures vanished without a trace.
Chapter 122, I thought my master had abandoned me.
Cheng Qiji's eyes narrowed slightly as he inhaled the fading scent of blood and surveyed the misty haze filling the air.
Those remnants of the demon god cult sure got out of here fast.
Ever since they deduced the truth about Suke's ability to upgrade beast girl talents, they had been constantly worried about his safety. Thus, ever since Suke and his companions emerged from the training camp, the two had concealed themselves and followed behind.
Sure enough, the demon god cult members couldn't resist attacking Suke's group again. Thankfully, we anticipated this scenario. Otherwise, the Lang family would have faced major trouble today.
Manhwa, noticing the owls had vanished, waved her hand lightly to dispel the barrier, releasing her beast transformation.
Looks like the demon god cult has set their sights on Suke, that SSS tier talent. Cheng Qiji nodded in agreement.
Yes, among all the chaos surrounding the hunting competitions at youth training camps across the regions, Tianhai has caused the most trouble. They've even involved a 7th tier ferocious beast. Whether it's mere coincidence or not, Suke and his group are in a more perilous situation than we anticipated.
It seems the dean sent us 2 war kings personally to retrieve Suke and his group because he's also concerned about this very issue. Perhaps it's not just our side. Zhao Fei and An Ning from Lingwu Academy must be facing considerable difficulties as well.
Cheng Qiji turned his gaze toward the estate where Suke and his group were staying, a flicker of light dancing in his eyes. Zhao Fei and An Ning are being guarded by Chen Ji and the others. We only need to keep a close watch on Suke and his group.
I have this feeling that the demon god cult's plan definitely has more to it. Until we safely escort Suke and his group to the capital, we cannot afford to relax for even a moment.
Listening to Cheng Qiji's analysis, Manhwa beside him nodded earnestly.
I agree.
Though we're within the borders of Great Xia, where demon beasts aren't as numerous as beyond the demon suppression pass, we mustn't lower our guard. Within the Great Xia, the threat posed by these human members of the demon god cult far surpassed any lurking beasts of darkness. As they spoke, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa slipped back into the darkness. Meanwhile, beneath the night sky, a bird flapped its wings and plunged into the shadows of a dim alleyway in the city's old quarter. The bespectacled owl, supported by the azure bird, appeared in the alleyway. One arm was severed, the sleeve torn and bloodied. The owl's spectacles were now covered in cracks, reflecting a chilling glow within the shadows. Who would have thought Cheng Qiji and Manhwa would disregard the War King's dignity and ambush us at the Lang family estate? Fortunately, we had prepared a contingency plan beforehand. Otherwise, we might have fallen to the Lang family this time. Qingniao panted heavily beside him, his eyes still filled with lingering terror at the memory of their encounter with Cheng Qiji and his men. Since Cheng Qiji and his men have all remained at the Lang family estate, it's likely that Han Chong and the others at the Zhao family have also suffered heavy losses. It seems the high-ranking officials of Great Xia place great importance on these students. The owl, listening to these analyses, narrowed its eyes slightly. It seems our divine cult alone won't be able to accomplish this mission. We need to activate Plan B. The bluebird beside him nodded in agreement. Yes, it's time to contact those lurking outside Tianhai City. As they spoke, both swept their hands lightly across the ground, erasing the lingering bloodstains, before swiftly departing the scene. At dawn, Suke awoke from his slumber and stretched lazily. He had no recollection of what had transpired the night before, only aware that the soft warmth beneath his head felt incredibly comfortable. Gazing at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, both sleeping soundly, Suke gently stroked the strands of hair by their temples. He carefully withdrew his arms from their embrace, where they were held tightly by their delicate hands. Bending down, he lifted their slender legs draped over his own, preparing to slip away.
But just then, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua seemed to sense Suke's movement. Murmuring softly, they opened their eyes. Instinctively, they repositioned their legs onto Suke's thighs and clung tightly to his arms. Lu Chenhuan, acting coy, gently shook Suke's hand while pouting and murmuring, "Just a little longer." Ruashua remained silent, her large, captivating eyes fixed on Suke as she blinked at him repeatedly. Watching this scene, Suke couldn't help but curve his lips into a doting smile. "You two lazybones, I just can't help you. Moments like these are rare anyway. Since you want to sleep a little longer, rest a bit more." As he spoke, Suke tightened his grip, pulling both of them closer by their waists as he prepared to close his eyes for a little more rest. But just then, an untimely pounding sounded at the door. A familiar yet slightly hoarse voice called out from beyond the door. "Hey, hey! Did you two forget what's waiting outside? Open the door now, or I'll call for help."
Hearing this, Suke's eyes snapped open in alarm as he turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him.
Did you leave Chia outside last night? Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua blinked in surprise.
Oh dear, we had a bit to drink last night too. All we remember is helping Brother Su to bed, then we followed him upstairs and fell asleep.
After that, it's all a blur. Chia. I don't recall bringing her inside with us. Hearing this, Suke couldn't help but rub his forehead. He quickly withdrew his hand and leg from Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's embrace, rising swiftly to open the door for Chia.
Chia was, after all, a highly intelligent beast. If he didn't keep a close eye on her and someone else caught a glimpse of her, it could spell big trouble.
With that thought, Suke opened the door.
Instantly, a palm-sized furry ball sprang up from the floor and landed in his arms. Chia now stared at Suke's disheveled, messy hair, looking utterly aggrieved. Master, you have no idea how many times I called out all night. I wanted to come back in, but I was afraid if I called too loudly, someone would find me. So I had to keep my voice down and call you softly. Who knew my voice would go hoarse, and you still wouldn't answer me? Chia's tearful complaints to Suke were so heartbreaking that tears threatened to spill from her eyes, her hoarse voice making him ache with sympathy.
I almost thought you didn't want me anymore, Master.
Seeing this, Suke gently rubbed Chia's tousled hair with a touch of tenderness.
Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. We would never abandon you.
I promise you, from now on, I'll always keep you by my side. Hearing Suke's comforting words, Chia buried her face in his chest, a sly smile of triumph curling at the corners of her lips.
Chapter 123, You Know When to Back Down.
After settling Chia inside, Suke returned to the bed to briefly practice cultivation with Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua. Soon after, the sound of officials knocking echoed outside the door.
Miss, Master-in-law, the master is calling you to dinner. Hearing the steward's announcement, the three snapped out of their cultivation trance. Ruashua called out loudly toward the door. Got it, Uncle Lu. Tell father we'll be right out. Understood, Mississippi.
Hearing Ruashua's reply, Uncle Lu, the steward outside the door, departed immediately.
Suke couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at how Lu addressed them. Is this what it feels like to be born into a wealthy family?
Before coming to your Ling family, I'd never once been called young master or son-in-law in my entire life.
Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, teased him. Well, now you're experiencing it, aren't you?
As for me, even after coming to the Lang residence with you all, I still don't get to enjoy being called young master or son-in-law.
Instead, I've earned quite a reputation as a big glutton. Seeing Lu Chenhuan's feigned displeasure, Suke couldn't help but burst into laughter. So what? Aren't you the very definition of a gluttonous girl? Suke.
Facing his teasing, Lu Chenhuan's lips turned down in a pout, her cheeks puffing out. Watching her adorable little expression, Suke's lips curved into a doting smile as he reached out to gently ruffle her hair.
Just kidding. Our Huan is no gluttonous little girl. Our Huan is a renowned food connoisseur.
Then she's still a gluttonous little girl, isn't she? Just then, Chia, nestled in Suke's embrace, couldn't help but speak up.
I'm hungry for your grandma.
Before Chia could finish her sentence, Lu Chenhuan let out a low growl and reached out to grab Chia from Suke's embrace. Seeing trouble coming, Chia yelped and leapt out of Suke's arms with lightning speed, using her nimbleness to dart and dodge. Without resorting to spiritual power, Lu Chenhuan found it extremely difficult to catch the agile Chia. Yet as she darted about, Chia stuck out her tongue and made a mocking face at him. You greedy little brat, ha ha ha. You think you can get away with this just because we're at the Lang residence, right? You know I can't freely use my spiritual power here? Seeing Chia's brazen attitude, Lu Chenhuan's eyes narrowed. She swiftly grabbed the electric fly swatter nearby and pressed the switch. In an instant, electric arcs crackled and sizzled along the racket's surface. Lu Chenhuan raised it, ready to charge at Chia. Killing cats. Killing cats. Seeing Lu Chenhuan charging toward her with the zapper, Chia screamed and dashed to Suke's feet for protection. Clutching Suke's pant leg, Chia blinked her large eyes at him with a look of utter helplessness, her expression almost tearful. Master. But unexpectedly, Suke reached down and scooped the cat up from the ground, lifting it right in front of Lu Chenhuan. Come on, Huan, go ahead and trample it. Chia was so stunned by Suke's move that she froze, her fate dangling by the scruff of her neck. As the electric mosquito swatter crackled with sparks and came toward her, she instinctively raised both paws. Big sis, I'm sorry. When it came to backing down, Chia was always flexible. But Lu Chenhuan had no intention of letting Chia off the hook. He swung the electric fly swatter hard toward Chia's little face. No! Seeing the electric fly swatter hurtling toward her face, Chia instinctively closed her eyes. Just then, Suke's voice rang out from the side. Alright, Huan, stop scaring Chia. Look how her little legs are shaking. Suke knew Lu Chenhuan's temperament well. Though she sometimes appeared cute yet fierce, she wouldn't really go all out on those close to her. Though Chia's true form was that of a ferocious beast, she didn't possess the wild, savage nature typical of other beasts. On the contrary, through their time together, Suke had discovered that Chia's personality was more akin to that of a human. In terms of stance, she leaned more toward neutrality. Moreover, through their time together, Xia had grown to be like family to everyone. Her speech might be a bit stuttery, but she never harbors any malicious intent toward others. Hearing Su Kei's words, Xia cautiously opened one eye. Staring at the electric fly swatter less than 2 centimeters away, she batted her big eyes adorably at Lu Chenhuan. I knew it. My Huanhuan sister is the most forgiving and gentle girl ever. You're just teasing me, right? You wouldn't really bring yourself to hurt me. As she spoke, Xia deliberately batted her eyelashes at Lu Chenhuan in a cute gesture, her little tail wagging incessantly in a show of affection. Cold Ruashua, watching from the side, couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan's anger subsided considerably. She gave a cold snort. Good for you for knowing your place. Hearing this, Xia's heart finally settled. But just as Xia was breathing a sigh of relief, Lu Chenhuan's electric fly swatter came crashing down on Xia's rear, sending a jolt of electricity through her that made her jump straight up. The acrid smell of singed hair filled the air, and the stinging pain on her buttocks instantly filled Xia's eyes with hurt. Lu Chenhuan, what the hell are you doing? Lu Chenhuan wore a smug expression. Nothing much. Just a little punishment to teach you a lesson. With that, Lu Chenhuan set the zapper aside and clapped his hands at Su Kei and Ruashua. Alright, brother Su and Ruashua, let's go eat now. Hearing this, Su Kei smiled and nodded. He released his grip, and Kaya promptly darted back into his embrace, her face brimming with hurt. Master, you sold me. Su Kei reached out to ruffle Xia's head, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth, offering no reply. It was Lu Chenhuan beside him who spoke up, looking smug. That's right. Brother Su is just letting you know who the real big shots are in his harem. Harem. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua beside them couldn't help but lower her head, her ears flushing crimson. Xia, however, seemed slightly startled by the remark. A flicker of recollection and silence crossed her eyes as if she wanted to say something. Uncharacteristically, she didn't retort to Lu Chenhuan. Su Kei cleared his throat, blinking rapidly as if lost in thought. Soon, the three of them returned to the dining hall, guided by Ruashua. As they entered, both Su Kei and the others beside him Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua couldn't help but furrow their brows slightly. For within their sight, two familiar figures stood beside Lu Chenhuan. Cheng Qiji and manhwa, the very ones who had recruited them earlier. Spotting the trio, Cheng Qiji and manhwa immediately approached with beaming smiles. Su, Lu, and Lung, it's been a while. Hearing their polite words, Lu Chenhuan's brow furrowed slightly. Wait, didn't we just see each other yesterday? Chapter 124, Depart immediately. Perhaps taken aback by Lu Chenhuan's response, Cheng Qiji and manhwa cleared their throats. Their gaze shifted to Xia and Su Kei's arms before they changed the subject. Su, your beast companion looks a bit different today. That fur on its rear end is quite a unique style, fluffy and curly, like it got a professional perm. Hearing Cheng Qiji and manhwa's compliment, Xia and Su Kei's arms pouted her little mouth. She promptly turned her rear end towards Su Kei's embrace, her head facing outward. Seeing this, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's eyes widened in astonishment. Ha? Does this little guy understand what we're saying? So intelligent? As they spoke, Cheng Qiji shot a skeptical glance at Xia, whose head was turned inward, and tentatively addressed her. Are you a big dumb cat? Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Xia, already in a foul mood, pouted and let out a soft whimper. Instantly, she tensed all four limbs, and a loud, piercing sound erupted from her rear end. Poo poo poo. A wave of foul-smelling green smoke billowed from Xia's rear, wafting straight into Cheng Qiji's face, who had just leaned in close. Caught completely off guard by this terrifying assault, Cheng Qiji froze instantly. The pungent stench made it hard for him to breathe, and tears streamed down his face under the fumes' assault. Whoa, what kind of pet cat is this? How can its farts be so eye-watering? Melania, standing nearby, immediately took a step back in disgust, afraid of catching the stench clinging to Cheng Qiji. Cheng Qiji's eyes were filled with suspicion as he sniffled and coughed, scrutinizing Xia. How did this little thing manage to fart the exact moment I approached? Could it be that it actually understood my words and was deliberately messing with me? The sheer coincidence of it all couldn't help but make Cheng Qiji suspicious. Fortunately, Lu Chenhuan, who was nearby, quickly stepped in to smooth things over, smiling as he addressed Cheng Qiji and manhwa. Director Chang, Director Ma, all the dishes are served. Please take your seats. Cheng Qiji nodded slightly in agreement. Alright, we'll gladly accept your kind invitation. With that, he took his seat between Lu Chenhuan and Lu Lingfeng, guided by Lu Chenhuan. Seeing this, Su Kei, Lu Chenhuan, and the others followed suit, picking up their bowls and chopsticks to begin eating. However, whether it was due to the presence of Cheng Qiji and manhwa today, the atmosphere felt less lively than yesterday's meal. Even the wine-loving Lu Chenhuan and Lu Lingfeng merely sipped a small cup of liquor to moisten their throats. Seated between Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, Su Kei watched Cheng Qiji and manhwa enthusiastically accepting toasts from Lu Chenhuan and Lu Lingfeng, his gaze flickering. The moment he saw Cheng Qiji and manhwa, Su Kei understood, it seemed they would be setting off after this meal. He just didn't know whether this rushed arrangement came from the capital or was Cheng Qiji and manhwa's own idea. With people waiting, the meal proceeded swiftly.
In less than 10 minutes, Lu Chenhuan had polished off the 20-odd pots of elaborate dishes before him. Cheng Qiji and manhwa, who were sipping tea nearby, watched with wide eyes. Though they'd heard rumors of Lu Chenhuan's prodigious appetite, witnessing his astonishing consumption up close left them stunned for a long moment. Fortunately, being seasoned individuals, they quickly regained their composure and resumed toasting with Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng. They also seized the opportunity to share the news about taking Su Ke and the others away. Mr. Lang, Mr. Lu, the safety of Su Ke and his companions is our utmost priority at this moment. We humbly request that after today's banquet concludes, you grant us permission to take your daughter and son-in-law away. Hearing Cheng Qiji and Nailan Hua's words, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but let smiles play at the corners of their mouths. What are you two directors talking about? You two have come all the way from the capital to specially summon Huan and the others. Naturally, it's entirely up to your arrangements. Besides, the journey to the capital is long. With both of you escorting us, we'll feel much more at ease. Faced with Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng's words, the two directors promptly raised their wine cups. We humbly request your kind assistance throughout our journey to the capital. Seeing Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng bow their proud heads, Cheng Qiji and manhwa hurried forward to support them. Brothers Lang and Lu, there's no need for such deference toward us. The order to escort Su Ke and his companions came directly from the dean. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, we would have done everything in our power to assist them. Listening to their polite exchanges, Su Ke quickly pieced together their plan, growing even more certain of Cheng Qiji and manhwa's purpose for this journey. The luncheon did not last long. After everyone had nearly finished eating, Cheng Qiji and manhwa spoke up at just the right moment. Tianhai is vast and rich in resources, with abundant produce and truly delicious food. We are deeply grateful for your hospitality. We would have loved to stay longer in Tianhai, but we're here on urgent orders from the dean to escort 3 students to the capital. We can't delay any further. We hope you will understand. Upon hearing this, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng immediately rose and addressed Cheng Qiji and manhwa. How can you say that, directors? If Shui, Su, Ke, and Huan are fortunate enough to be specially admitted to the War Academy under your guidance, that is their blessing. There's no question of needing forgiveness. Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng waved their hands generously as they spoke. It is we who should be thanking you for your consideration. Hearing this, Cheng Qiji and manhwa couldn't help but show satisfaction in their eyes as they looked over at Su Ke and the others. Now then, students, since both parents have given their consent, would you be willing to depart for the capital with us immediately after this meal? Hearing Cheng Qiji and manhwa's words and seeing the eager look in their eyes, Su Ke nodded lightly. Alright, we'll follow the director's lead. After finishing this meal today, we'll set off for the capital without delay. Originally, Su Ke had planned to return to the old city district to visit the neighbors in the affordable housing complex. But seeing Cheng Qiji and manhwa so eager, repeatedly urging them to depart immediately, Su Ke decided to heed their advice. After all, these two were renowned war kings throughout the entire Great Xia Empire. With the imperial examinations in the capital still far off, they shouldn't have been pushing so urgently. Unusual behavior must have a reason. Recalling his experiences during the youth training program, Su Ke chose to trust Cheng Qiji and his companions. Chapter 125, Cheng Qiji's Analysis. After lunch at the Lang residence, Cheng Qiji prepared to take Su Ke and his companions away. However, before departing, Su Ke requested to visit the low-income housing unit where he had once lived. Cheng Qiji and the others understood his request and accompanied him to the modest apartment he had once called home. Midway, Su Ke led them into a large supermarket. Using the prize card he'd won during youth training, he purchased numerous daily necessities and stored them in his storage ring. But as they approached the area where Su Ke had lived, the sight of the dilapidated old buildings before him left him silent once more. After a moment's hesitation, he ultimately chose not to enter. Instead, he handed the supplies from his storage ring to Cheng Qiji and manhwa, who were waiting nearby. Director Chang, Director Ma, please deliver these supplies to the residents of that building. I won't be going in. Why? Cheng Qiji and manhwa raised their eyebrows slightly at his words, turning to look at Su Ke. Su Ke gazed at the familiar building before him, his eyes distant. Once I leave this place, who knows how long it will be before I return to Tianhai. If this visit is merely to bid farewell once more, I see no point in going. It would only add to the sorrow and reluctance without serving any purpose. In Su Ke's heart, if he couldn't return to properly meet with these neighbors and share a meal, then it would be better not to see them at all. Listening to Su Ke's words, Cheng Qiji beside him nodded gently, understanding Su Ke's thoughts. Alright, we'll help you deliver these supplies. Cheng Qiji and manhwa then retrieved the supplies piled on the ground into their storage rings and headed toward the low-income housing complex. Su Ke and his two companions stood silently watching Cheng Qiji and manhwa's retreating figures disappear into the stairwell. Xia, nestled in Su Ke's arms, hopped curiously onto his shoulder. Her wide eyes brimmed with wonder and confusion as she studied the unfamiliar buildings before her. Beside them, lying Ruashua gazed at the dilapidated public housing, her eyes softening with a hint of heartache as she noticed the rusted window railings. Brother Su actually lived in such a dilapidated place. Lu Chenhuan, who had visited once before, showed little change in expression. She only tightened her grip on Su-Kei's right hand unnoticed.
After about 10 minutes, Chung Chi-ji and manhwa reappeared in the stairwell, hurrying toward Su-Kei and the others.
All set. Hearing their reply, Su-Kei's heart finally settled.
Lu Chenhuan, however, turned her curious gaze toward Chung Chi-ji and manhwa.
What did the two directors say when they went in? What else could we say?
Chung Chi-ji chuckled heartily at the question, addressing the three of them. I just said I was delivering warmth that someone named Su-Kei sent me to look after everyone and bring some supplies.
Did anyone ask about Brother Su's recent situation?
Faced with Chung Chi-ji's answer, Lu Chenhuan hurriedly pressed on with her questions.
Of course they did.
Especially that one old man with snow-white hair in the wheelchair. He kept pestering me about how little Su-Kei had been doing lately, whether he was eating and drinking well, and if he'd really encountered danger.
He wanted every single detail. They asked about every little detail, you know. Listening to Chung Chi-ji's description, Su-Kei's gaze grew complex. It must be old Wang.
Back in the public housing days, he was the one who cared about me the most. Seeing Su-Kei's distant gaze, Chung Chi-ji reached out and patted his shoulder.
Don't worry.
Whenever anyone asks, I tell them you're doing great now and will soon be heading to the capital to attend university with some important figures. Hearing this, Su-Kei nodded lightly and thanked both Chung Chi-ji and manhwa.
Thank you.
Hearing Su-Kei's words, Chung Chi-ji waved his hand dismissively.
It's just a small favor, no big deal. No need to thank me. Alright, now that you've come to see us and delivered the items, shouldn't we set off for the capital?
Seeing the eager expressions in Chung Chi-ji and manhwa's eyes, Su-Kei paused thoughtfully before turning to them.
Director Chang, Director Ma, could you tell us why you're so eager to take us to the capital?
If I recall correctly, the imperial examinations in the capital are still some time away.
Besides, we were specially recruited into the academy. There shouldn't be any need for such haste, right?
Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, standing beside Su-Kei, also lifted their heads at that moment, casting curious glances toward Chung Chi-ji and manhwa. This question had also crossed their minds. Chung Chi-ji and manhwa's behavior was simply too unusual, making it impossible not to speculate.
Even Xia, nestled on Su-Kei's shoulder, instinctively glanced over.
Noticing the puzzled looks in the three pairs of eyes, Chung Chi-ji and manhwa exchanged a glance.
After a moment's hesitation, they decided to reveal the truth. Alright, since you've noticed, we won't keep it from you.
Chung Chi-ji and manhwa glanced around to ensure no one was nearby before continuing.
But first, I need to ask you a question.
As he spoke, Chung Chi-ji looked directly at Su-Kei.
Su-Kei, tell me, have Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's talent levels already risen, surpassing F-rank long ago?
Facing Chung Chi-ji's question, Su-Kei frowned and looked at him.
What? Is this related? Chung Chi-ji nodded lightly. It is related, and significantly so.
Whether it was their resistance against that 7th-tier ferocious beast during the hunting competition, your performance in this youth training tournament, or the transformations in Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's beast forms, all these manifestations clearly show they've long transcended the limitations of F-rank beast girls.
Chung Chi-ji looked at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua as he spoke. Wouldn't you agree? Facing Chung Chi-ji's question, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua didn't respond immediately.
Instead, they both turned their gaze toward Su-Kei. This was a matter of great importance. Unless Su-Kei spoke up, they would never admit it themselves.
Chung Chi-ji, seemingly anticipating their reaction, redirected his gaze back to Su-Kei.
Su-Kei, even if you don't say it, we already know the answer in our hearts.
Because after this competition, we took the time to review the footage Li Shangdong left in the database. It's clear that the differences between Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's beast forms are stark.
Hearing Chung Chi-ji's analysis, Su-Kei relaxed his guard and responded with a smile.
Yes, that's correct. I admit that with my help, Huan and Ruashua's talent levels have surpassed their original F rank.
Hearing this, Chung Chi-ji and manhwa's pupils involuntarily contracted.
Just as I suspected. Chapter 126, Full Disclosure.
Though they had braced themselves beforehand, the shock still washed over Chung Chi-ji and manhwa when Su-Kei answered. Especially Chung Chi-ji, who stared at Su-Kei with a flushed face. So, you're saying that after Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua entered into a contract with you, their innate talent levels underwent a tremendous change? Seeing the fervor in Chung Chi-ji's eyes, Su-Kei frowned and shook his head slightly.
Not exactly massive, really. They only went from F rank to B rank.
Since neither Lu Chenhuan nor Ruashua had yet unlocked the next stage of talent evolution, both currently remained at B tier, still far from the SSS tier Su-Kei had anticipated. Yet to Chung Chi-ji and manhwa, these words struck like thunder. Chung Chi-ji, in particular, was so excited he grabbed Su-Kei's arm.
What did you say? B rank? You mean 2 F rank beast maidens, with your help, successfully leaped 4 major tiers to become rare B rank beast maidens?
Across the entire continent, B rank and above beast girls were exceptionally rare, belonging to the elite tier, hence their placement in the youth training camp. Yet from Su-Kei's tone, it seemed he was barely satisfied, as if advancing by a single insignificant tier were nothing special. Facing Chung Chi-ji's excitement, Su-Kei remained relatively calm.
That's correct. Hearing Sukei's definitive answer, Chang Chiji bounced up in sheer excitement. I knew it. I knew it. Based on Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's performance, their talent absolutely cannot be that of an F-rank beast girl. Yet a lingering doubt still occupied Chang Chiji's mind. Sukei, with such a significant breakthrough, why do you seem somewhat unsatisfied? Could it be that Lu and Lang's talents still don't meet your standards? Is there room for further improvement?
Facing Chang Chiji's question, Sukei's brow furrowed slightly. He decided to reveal part of the truth. After all, once he entered the Great Xiao War Academy, he was bound to attract attention, especially from that so-called dean, who was rumored to be a 9th-tier Tongchen expert.
The fact that Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua possess talents capable of advancement would inevitably come to light.
With this in mind, Sukei addressed Chang Chiji directly.
To be perfectly honest, they can continue to improve. But exactly how far they can advance, I have no idea.
What I can guarantee is that it won't fall below S tier. Sukei, keeping his cards close to his chest, revealed partial information to Chang Chiji. He mentioned that Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua possess the potential for advancement, but deliberately concealed the fact that their true talent ceiling was SSS. After all, a team consisting of 2 SSS-tier beast girls and himself, a god-tier Beast Tamer, if the truth were to leak, it would inevitably cause a massive uproar. That would only invite more covetous eyes from those with ulterior motives.
Yet even with the concealment of Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's true potential, Sukei's words still sent shockwaves through Chang Chiji's mind. Not lower than S? Meaning you're confident you can elevate both of their talents to S rank?
Manhwa beside him also widened her eyes, her beautiful gaze filled with disbelief. Observing the shock radiating from both Chang Chiji and Manhwa's eyes, Sukei gave a slight nod.
You can understand it that way. It just takes a little time.
Hearing Sukei acknowledge this fact himself, Chang Chiji's mouth fell open wide.
Powerful. Absolutely incredible.
To elevate a beast maiden from F rank to S rank or higher, what an unbelievable miracle. In the entire history of human beast tamers, there had never been such a precedent. A beast maiden's innate talent level is predetermined from the moment of awakening. There has never been a precedent for defying fate and altering destiny. Beside them, Manhwa's beautiful eyes shone with wonder as she gazed at Sukei, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua beside him. Sukei, however, frowned as he looked at Chang Chiji.
So this is why you were so eager for us to go to the capital? Hearing Sukei's question, Chang Chiji snapped back to attention and nodded hastily. Yes, that's exactly it. Chang Chiji's expression turned serious as he spoke. Sukei, you may not realize it, but your actions have the potential to alter the course of human history. Unlocking the innate shackles that bind the heavenly path, helping beast girls surpass their natural potential. This is an utterly earth-shattering act. Should the great demons and ferocious beasts beyond the frontier learn of this, they may well dispatch armies to our borders demanding your surrender. Worse still, they could secretly send assassins to target you. Listening to Chang Chiji's words, Sukei couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Even if it's limited to my own contracted partner, would it still cause such repercussions? Yes. Facing Sukei's question, Chang Chiji nodded emphatically. Regardless of whether it's limited to your own contracted partner, your experiences hold significant research value for our human race. If we can truly uncover the secrets to enhancing the innate talents of those low-tier beast girls, it would bring an enormous surge in combat strength for our entire human race. Chang Chiji raised his eyes to meet Sukei's gaze. To put it another way, the fact that you are an SSS-rank beast tamer alone makes you a target worth the risk for those ferocious beasts. Add to that your ability to enhance beast girls' talents, and the targeting you'll face will be endless. Listening to Chang Chiji's analysis, Sukei's eyes narrowed slightly. So what? Has our great human race ever not been targeted by those ferocious beasts? One more like me won't make a difference. Observing Sukei's fearless expression, reminiscent of a newborn calf, Chang Chiji's eyes flickered with a trace of nostalgia, as if he were seeing his younger self reflected in the boy. But he quickly snapped back to reality and continued addressing Sukei. That may be true, but it's still wise to prepare for the worst. Since I could deduce from this hunting competition and the youth training tournament that you possess the talent to help beast girls ascend, it stands to reason that others with similar intentions could arrive at the same conclusion. Chang Chiji paused at this point. Although I promptly obtained these recordings from Li Xiang and made him promise not to disclose them lightly in the future, we cannot prevent the speculation of those with ulterior motives or their attempts to test and harm you. To ensure your safety, we must get you out of Tianhai and into the capital as soon as possible. As the heart of the Great Xia Empire, the capital is not only guarded by the Jingzhou Military Command but also protected by the 3 great academies. There, your personal safety will be significantly better assured. Chapter 127, The True Opponent. Listening to Chang Chiji's words, Sukei's gaze flickered slightly. Chang Chiji continued speaking. Lately, the demon god cult has been stirring up trouble for reasons unknown, seemingly targeting this batch of new prodigies. Sukei, your continued stay in Tianhai is far more perilous than you realize. At this point, as if concerned Sukei might not fully believe him, Chang Chiji hesitated briefly before revealing yesterday's incident outright. Just yesterday, the Lang family manor came under attack by 2 remnants of the demon god cult. Had we not intervened, it would have ended in disaster? Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, both Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him couldn't help but widen their eyes. Lang Ruashua, in particular, was utterly incredulous. What? Last night, remnants of the demon god cult actually invaded my Long family? Cheng Qiji observed the shock in their eyes, seemingly pleased with their reaction, and gave a slight nod. Yes. Both of those demon god sect remnants possessed cultivation at least at the 6th tier. Had we not intervened, your cold family would have faced disaster last night? Therefore, if you remain in Tianhai, such incidents could easily happen again. With the enemy prepared and you unprepared, your safety will always be at risk. Hearing these words, both Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua fell silent. Suke, however, glanced at Xia, who had burrowed back into his embrace and pretended to sleep, his eyes flickering. In truth, Suke had sensed something amiss the previous day. During dinner, Xia had quietly informed Suke while he was up, sensing two powerful and familiar auras outside the estate strikingly similar to those of the demon god cult. Suke had immediately chosen to secretly inform Lang Qianqiu of this matter. At the same time, he feigned drunkenness, calling upon Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua to help him into the bedroom, then ordered Xia to stand guard outside. Otherwise, given Xia's cultivation speed, it could have slipped into the bedroom at any moment and wouldn't have been kept outside. As for Suke, he feigned sleep on the surface while secretly entering a state of alertness, ready to act at any moment. Fortunately, Cheng Qiji and manhwa later resolved the matter. Nevertheless, Xia remained loyally guarding outside all night, never disturbing Suke or the others by knocking. Of course, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua remained unaware of these details. Cheng Qiji, however, observing Suke's relatively calm expression, seemed to have his suspicions. He looked at Suke with a deeply meaningful expression. Suke, even if you were mentally prepared for something like this, any resistance is futile when faced with such an overwhelming disparity in power. The only way is to enter the capital and, under the Academy's protection, rapidly enhance my strength. Only with a foundation to stand on can I handle things with ease. Cheng Qiji paused here, his tone turning solemn as he looked at Suke. Suke, I know you're proud of your recent advancement to the 3rd tier. But a 3rd tier cultivation level, while granting you a commanding lead among the newly awakened in Tianhai, remains insignificant when measured against the entire human race, across the entire blue star. Manhwa chimed in from the side, her gaze shifting to Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua. Yes, while I acknowledge your exceptional talent, it is precisely because you are so outstanding that your true adversaries are not your peers, but the remnants of the demon god cult and the ferocious beasts that have already cultivated to power. Especially as your talents become more apparent, you will increasingly draw their attention. Hearing Manhwa and Cheng Qiji's words, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua all fell into silence. Suke, in particular, remained silent, though inwardly he had to admit he had indeed succumbed to arrogance earlier. This feeling had intensified during the youth training tournament, especially after he and Lu Chenhuan had effortlessly defeated Zhao Fei and An Ning, who had forcibly broken through to the 3rd tier. Yet hearing Cheng Qiji's warning now, coupled with yesterday's events, Suke and the others understood that their mindset truly needed adjustment. The adversaries they truly needed to take seriously were the demon god cult lurking in the shadows and the great demons beyond the demon suppression pass. The only true path forward was to strive to elevate their strength as quickly as possible. After fully grasping this reality, Suke first bowed respectfully to Cheng Qiji and the others. Thank you both for your assistance yesterday. Rest assured, I was merely curious and asking questions. I never intended to refuse accompanying you to the capital. All right. Hearing Suke's response, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa's faces lit up with satisfaction as they addressed the trio. Since everyone is prepared, let's depart now. At this, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Lang Ruashua nodded lightly before following behind Cheng Qiji and Manhwa. Led by Cheng Qiji and the others, the 5 of them made their way out of the city gates. Beyond the towering city gates, pairs of soldiers clad in city guard uniforms stood on duty. Upon seeing Cheng Qiji and Manhwa, all the city guards instinctively saluted them with deep respect. Greetings, warlords. Cheng Qiji and Manhwa were renowned warlords throughout the entire Great Xia army, having achieved remarkable military exploits beyond the pass. They were figures greatly admired by these city defense troops. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, witnessed the admiration directed at Cheng Qiji and Manhwa. A look of envy flashed in her own eyes. Cold Ruashua, however, observed the scene without sharing Lu Chenhuan's admiration. She turned her gaze to Suke beside her and bit her lip lightly. Yet, the moment the group stepped through the city gates, Suke and Lu Chenhuan's footsteps halted involuntarily. For within their sight, Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng had been waiting outside the city gates for who knew how long. Dad! Dad! The sight of Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng filled both Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's eyes with delight. Why are you here? The 3 had not informed Lang Qianqiu of their departure time beforehand. Their sudden appearance here could only mean they had been waiting outside the city gates long before, preparing to see them off. Lang Qianqiu wore a warm smile. Our precious daughter and son-in-law are leaving Tianhai. How could a father not come to see them off? Lu Lingfeng nodded in agreement beside him. Exactly. It's only natural for us two dads to see our own daughter off. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's eyes brimmed with emotion. They jogged forward and threw their arms around their respective fathers. Chapter 128, Flying Off? How heartwarming. Watching the scene unfold, Cheng Qiji and manhwa beside Suke couldn't help but gaze at them with nostalgic eyes. Back when we first left the city, it was just like this. Even Xia, nestled in Suke's embrace, stole glances at the heartwarming scene. Her expression was complex, her little mind lost in thought. Just then, Cheng Qiji beside them seemed to recall something and turned to Suke. Suke, your family. I have no family. Hearing Cheng Qiji's question, Suke drew a quiet breath. Ever since I can remember, I've never had parents. I grew up in an orphanage. After entering middle school, I was assigned my own low-income housing unit. I grew up under the care of old Wang and the neighbors in that housing complex. Hearing this, a flicker of pity flashed in Manhwa's eyes beside him. Did you never try to find out about them? Manhwa couldn't believe that in a vast city like Tianhai, there was no trace of Suke's parents. I have. Suke responded calmly to Manhwa's suggestion. My father left Tianhai and vanished when I was 3. As for where he went or what he's doing, I know nothing apparently, he never filed any official notice. As for my mother, there's absolutely no trace of her. Not a single shred of information. Listening to Suke's response, Cheng Qiji beside him frowned slightly. Would it be possible to share some details about your parents? Perhaps our war academy could help track down their whereabouts. At these words, a glimmer of hope flickered in Suke's eyes. The Great Xia War Academy was one of the 3 great academies of Great Xia, and its students were spread throughout the entire realm. Perhaps they truly could help him. With that thought, Suke directly gave Cheng Qiji his father's name. Su Lin. Su Lin? Hearing Suke's words, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa both furrowed their brows simultaneously, rapidly searching their memories. That name sounds unfamiliar. He doesn't seem like a particularly renowned beastmaster. If it were a well-known beastmaster, they would have recognized it immediately, rather than searching their memories for so long without finding anything. He must be a low-tier Beast Tamer, the kind who's never made a name for himself. Cheng Qiji, seemingly afraid of disappointing Suke, hastily added. But don't worry. Once we return, I'll contact our academy students stationed across various regions and instruct them to pay special attention to any beastmaster named Su Lin. I'll inform you immediately if any news surfaces. A flicker of gratitude lit up Suke's eyes as he nodded his thanks to Cheng Qiji. Thank you, Director Chang. Cheng Qiji waved his hand lightly. No need to be so formal. Since you've joined our academy, you're one of us. This is just a small favor, no trouble at all. Cheng Qiji then turned his gaze to Suke. And your mother? What's your mother's name? We'll look into it for you as well. But faced with Cheng Qiji's inquiry, Suke simply shook his head. I don't know the answer to that question. As far back as I can remember, I don't think I've ever seen my mother. The only memory I have is being held by her when I was very young. As for what she looked like or her name, it's all hazy in my mind, I have no recollection. Listening to Suke's account, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa's eyes filled with sorrow. Poor child. In their minds, Suke had likely been separated from his mother due to some tragedy that struck his family when he was young. Later, his father had abandoned him to search for his mother alone. At such a young age, he had to bear a level of independence no child his age should have to endure. Now they finally understood why Suke always seemed so unflappable in the face of adversity growing up without family. He had to learn to weather life's storms alone. Lost in thought, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua rose from the arms of Lang Qianqiu and Lu Lingfeng, running over to pull Suke toward them. Come, give him a hug too. It's a farewell. Hearing the girl's words, Suke and Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but rub their temples. We're grown men, what's with all this hugging? Exactly. That's just too girly. Not right, not right. Watching their awkward hesitation, Lu Chenhuan crossed her arms over her hips. If you won't hug, it proves you don't truly consider Brother Su family. What's the matter? Aren't daughters and sons-in-law the same? Beside them, Ruashua blinked her eyes and nodded in agreement. I think Sister Huan is right. You've never had a family since childhood. We are your family. Brother Su, you should also experience the warmth of family love. Watching the two of them take turns chiming in, Suke and Lu Lingfeng couldn't help but rub their temples. Cold Qianqiu, however, cleared her throat and stepped forward, giving Suke a simple hug. Ruashua and the others are right. Son-in-law, who knows when you'll return to Tianhai after this journey? Take care along the way. From now on, Ruashua is entirely in your care. If you ever need anything in the capital, just let me know. I'll find a way to get it for you. As he spoke, Lang Qianqiu pulled a gold card from his robe and pressed it into Suke's hands. This is a little living expense for you. Take it and spend it. If it's not enough, just send me a telegram anytime, and I'll top it up. Lu Lingfeng stepped forward and gave Suke a brief hug. Son-in-law, take care of yourself on the journey. Huan has a stubborn streak, you must take good care of her in Kyoto.
I'm not as wealthy as the Cold family, but if you or Huan ever face difficulties over there, just let us know. Even if we're far away in Tianhai, we'll rush to your side as quickly as possible." Hearing the concern in their voices, Suke couldn't help but show a hint of emotion on his face. "Rest assured, both fathers-in-law, I will. Whether it's Huan or Ruashua, I won't let them suffer any injustice in the capital." Hearing Suke's promise, Lu Lingfeng and Lang Qianqiu's eyes softened with relief. Knowing Suke's character, they understood he was always steady and reliable, a man who kept his word. He would never break his promise. "Alright, it's time to depart." As the group exchanged pleasantries, Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua spoke up from the side. "The sooner we depart, the sooner we reach the capital, and the sooner everyone can rest easy." Hearing Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua's words, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua reluctantly bid farewell to their two fathers before following Suke to stand before Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua. "Alright, directors, let's get going." Lu Chenhuan glanced at Cheng Qiji and the others with a hint of confusion in her eyes. "But how exactly should we depart?" "Naturally, with this." With a sweeping gesture, Cheng Qiji produced a helicopter from his storage ring. "Ha!" In an instant, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and the others were all dumbfounded. "We're flying there?" Chapter 129, Legends of the Forbidden Land. Seated in the aircraft, feeling the biting cold wind that made his head ache and listening to the roar of the propellers whirring by his ears, Xia and Suke's arms instinctively burrowed her head into his chest. The aircraft Cheng Qiji and the others had brought was a small plane that clearly showed its age. To be precise, it was a modified fighter jet with openable windows, serving as a temporary mode of transportation. Consequently, drafts whistled through the fuselage and it could only fly at low altitudes. Beside them, Lu Chenhuan pressed her face against the cockpit window with wide-eyed curiosity, pointing excitedly at the clouds outside and calling out to Suke. "Brother Su, we're flying so high. This is my first time seeing the world from such a height. Look over there, birds. There are birds." At that moment, Lu Chenhuan resembled a wide-eyed little girl, her eyes brimming with wonder at everything around her. Even Lang Ruashua couldn't help but glance over, following Lu Chenhuan's gaze toward the flock of birds circling the distant cloud edge. Suke watched the scene, his eyes flickering. This world differed from his own. Due to the emergence of beast riding prowess, people prioritized cultivating spiritual energy, causing technology to lag slightly behind. Even aircraft-like vehicles were mostly used as transportation tools, lacking specific combat functions. Lu Chenhuan, however, turned to Ma Lanhua beside him with a curious question. "Director Ma, I heard that all of you battle kings above the 7th rank can fly through the air. Why not just carry us directly to the capital?" Hearing Lu Chenhuan's question, Ma Lanhua couldn't help but chuckle. "Silly girl, do you have any idea how far it is from Tianhai to the capital? If we were to fly there using only our physical bodies without an aircraft, the spiritual energy required would be immense." Cheng Qiji, who was piloting the aircraft nearby, nodded in agreement. "Unless it's an absolute emergency, constantly draining spiritual energy just to rush the journey is extremely dangerous. If we encounter hostile individuals or beasts lurking in forbidden zones mid-journey, our depleted spiritual energy leaves us highly vulnerable." "Forbidden zones?" Hearing Cheng Qiji's explanation, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him both froze in surprise. Their school curriculum had occasionally mentioned forbidden zones, but only in passing describing them as perilous without detailing what lay within. "Director Chang, could you tell us what lies within the forbidden zones?" Even Suke, who had been lost in thought nearby, snapped back to attention at the question, his eyes brimming with curiosity as he turned to face Cheng Qiji and the others. Ma Lanhua, standing beside Cheng Qiji, noticed the curiosity in the three students' eyes and a faint smile touched her lips. "It's not surprising you're curious. Some things simply aren't meant for you to know ahead of time while you're still in school. But now that you've reached the point where you should know these things, allow me to give you a brief overview of the world's general structure. On Blue Star today, the human race and the beast race dwell in separate territories, divided by the Demon Suppression Pass. Within the pass lies the human race, beyond it, the beast race. Our human ancestors led countless beast masters and beast maidens to gradually reclaim our lost territories. They gathered elites from all nations to form the Jinyao Pass as a defensive line. They also trained many powerful beastmasters and beast maidens to station themselves beyond the pass, preventing the great beasts of the beast clan from easily breaching it. But in truth, beyond the Demon Suppression Pass, there are also many territories within the pass where fierce beasts dwell. During the process of reclaiming lost territories, many great beasts and fierce monsters refuse to relinquish their domains, choosing death over retreat. To preserve the strength of the human race, the sages traveled deep into these territories to negotiate with these great beasts. Those harboring treacherous intentions were executed outright. Those of a relatively gentle nature, or those willing to submit to the human race, entered into oaths with the sages. Bound by their word, they were granted designated territories. Within these domains, the great beasts could not venture out, and humans were forbidden to set foot within. They swore oaths to the heavenly way before the sages. Should any violate these vows, they would be subjected to the purifying baptism of heaven and earth's thunder tribulation. The lands where these great demons dwell became forbidden territories.
As Manhwa explained, a flicker of understanding flickered in the eyes of Ruashua, Lu Chenhuan, and Suke. So that's it. The so-called forbidden lands are prisons confining these great demons and ferocious beasts still among the human race?
Manhwa nodded slightly at this, yet then shook her head.
Currently, there are 7 forbidden zones within the human realm.
5 of them can be understood this way, but the remaining 2 cannot be viewed in the same light.
Hearing Manhwa's words, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. What makes these 2 so special?
Manhwa glanced at Chung Chiji piloting the aircraft beside her before turning to face Suke and the others.
Yes.
These 2 forbidden zones are the final resting places of 2 great beasts, both once mighty 9th tier peak level creatures, half-step beast gods slain by ancient sages. These 2 great demons possessed formidable power. Even after death, their divine consciousnesses remained undestroyed, and their spread, staining the surrounding lands into a desolate wasteland. Thus, these forbidden zones harbor no living creatures, only countless undead corpses. They are the most deadly forbidden zones for the human race. Listening to Manhwa's explanation, both Suke and the companions beside him, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, couldn't help but reveal a trace of astonishment in their eyes.
So there's such hidden history behind it. Manhwa nodded lightly.
Therefore, if you encounter these forbidden lands, it's best to steer clear. Cheng Chiji, who was piloting the aircraft beside Manhwa, nodded in agreement. Whether it's the living great demons and ferocious beasts imprisoned within these boundaries, or the lingering spirits of fallen great demons, they are not foes we can afford to provoke. Listening to their explanations, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua finally gained a rough understanding of these so-called forbidden zones. But unnoticed by anyone, Xia, curled up in Suke's embrace, quietly opened her eyes.
A complex light flickered within them.
Just then, Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, seemed to recall something and turned her gaze back to Manhwa.
But Director Ma, I distinctly recall you mentioning earlier that our journey to the capital would take us through the forbidden zone? MHM. Facing Lu Chenhuan's question, Manhwa nodded without hesitation. Beside them, Ruashua blinked her curious eyes at Manhwa. Was that the first type of demon beast forbidden zone you mentioned, or the in-spirit forbidden zone?
Even Suke was curious to know the answer. Seeing the questioning looks in all 3 pairs of eyes, Manhwa cleared her throat. Both. On the road from Tianhai to the capital, we must pass through 2 forbidden zones. A place where a great demon is imprisoned, a place where dark spirits dwell. At these words, the atmosphere in the room instantly fell silent. Chapter 130, The Mysterious Black Bird. Seeing the somber expressions on Suke and the others' faces, Manhwa quickly laughed heartily.
It's nothing to worry about. We know the boundaries of these forbidden zones well. As long as we don't trespass and provoke whatever dwells within, there usually won't be any mishaps.
As she spoke, Manhwa seemed concerned the trio might grow apprehensive, so she continued reassuring them. Besides, we've traversed these lands more than once. When we first arrived at Tianhai, we had to pass through these 2 forbidden zones too. But here we are, safe and sound, proof that as long as we don't overstep, we'll be fine. Hearing Manhwa's reassurances, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside her slowly calmed their nerves, gently patting their chests.
After all, according to Manhwa's description, these forbidden zones harbored terrifying demonic beasts or dark spirits that even 7th tier battle kings like themselves couldn't handle.
As mere 3rd tier Karami, they'd stand no chance if confronted. Only Suke narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing out the window at the swirling clouds streaking past.
Unlike Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, he wasn't an optimist.
On the contrary, after witnessing the demon god cult's 2 recent moves, Suke felt a deep sense of unease.
Suke sensed this demon god sect incident was far from over.
It couldn't possibly conclude so hastily. If they dared defy the restraints of Fengming Gorge's formation and the Cold family's formidable defenses, they certainly wouldn't let this opportunity slip the chance to intercept them as they flew to the capital. The turning point, he suspected, lay within these forbidden zones. As if sensing Suke's worry, Manhwa leaned in close to him. Suke, you look troubled. Are you afraid the demon god cult will cause trouble in the forbidden zones? With his thoughts laid bare, Suke offered no pretense, nodding lightly. Those demon god cultists seem to be watching us very closely. It's definitely a possibility. Hearing Suke's worry, Manhwa couldn't help but chuckle. Suke, you're worrying too much. While the demon god cult's methods are indeed bizarre, the beings within the forbidden zone are bound by the heavenly oath or restrained by resentment. How could they be so easily released? Moreover, beyond the heavenly oath, the great powers within our human domain keep watch over them. Should any dare cross the line and harm others, they will surely face a united assault from our human masters. At this point, Manhwa smiled and gave Suke's shoulder a light pat. Besides, old Chang and I know the routes like the back of our hands. We won't lead you astray. Don't worry. Listening to Manhwa's reassurances, Suke nodded lightly. In a sense, both Manhwa and Chung Chiji were 7th rank battle kings. Even if they faced an 8th rank great demon, they still had the potential to lead their group to safety. He only hoped his worries were unfounded. Lost in thought, the group boarded the plane and headed toward the capital. Since they had set out after noon, night fell quickly, and their stomachs began to rumble with hunger. Fortunately, Suke and Shang Chiji had stockpiled ample supplies in their storage rings beforehand. They retrieved some food to tide them over. Yet just as the evening sun broke through the clouds and bathed the aircraft in its glow, the distant horizon was suddenly engulfed by a vast, inky darkness. What is that? A massive black cloud rapidly swept toward the aircraft they were aboard. Witnessing this, Shang Chiji, who was piloting the aircraft, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. With extensive flight experience, he recognized at a glance that this rapidly approaching cloud was no ordinary formation. Normal clouds formed a solid mass, but the dark cloud in their field of vision was constantly undulating and surging. As the distance closed, the hearts of the passengers began to race. Manhwa, seated beside Shang Chiji, also widened her eyes, scrutinizing the dark mass intently. Birds! They're birds! As the distance narrowed, they quickly discerned the true nature of the apparition filling their field of vision. It was a sky-filling curtain formed by a dense swarm of enormous blackbirds. From afar, its sheer size had been hard to grasp, but as they drew nearer, the sheer terror of the birds' numbers became viscerally apparent. Each bird measured several meters in length, and with tens of thousands of them packed together, they nearly obscured the entire sky. What kind of birds are these? Why have I never seen them in any books? Suke considered himself a theoretical genius at school, yet he had never encountered these birds in any of his studies. Even Shang Chiji, who was piloting the aircraft and observing the scene, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. What kind of birds are these? How come even I've never seen them before? Honey, have you seen this before? In response to Shang Chiji's question, Manhwa shook her head gently, clenching her fists. Never seen them. Hearing this, everyone's hearts instantly sank. A bird this large couldn't possibly be an ordinary species, it was most likely a ferocious beast. That such a massive, numerous bird had never been seen before. This couldn't be a good omen, could it? Who knows whether they come in peace or with ill intent? Shang Chiji and Manhwa were now on high alert, their eyes fixed intently on the flock of birds bearing down on them. Should they show any sign of aggression, the pair would immediately deploy defensive measures, abandoning the aircraft to engage in combat. Yet to everyone's surprise, the blackbirds showed no hostility toward their presence whatsoever. They merely screeched as they swiftly swooped toward their location. Yet their nerves remained taut. Eyes narrowed, they fixed their gaze on the dark birds. The optimal course of action is an emergency landing. Shang Chiji, piloting the aircraft, stated in a low voice. But these birds are moving too fast. We're too close for an emergency landing now, there's no time. We'll have to rely on my skills to weave through the gaps between these birds. The aircraft carrying the 5 passengers was relatively small, not much larger than the birds themselves. With skilled maneuvering, it could certainly weave through them. Yet Shang Chiji still felt a cold sweat in his palms. Because if he made a single mistake in control and collided with any one bird, triggering the entire flock's fury, what followed would inevitably be a bitter struggle. Screw it, charge. Shang Chiji gritted his teeth, yanked the control stick, and dove headlong into the oncoming flock. Just then, Xia, who had been curled up in Suke's embrace, opened her eyes and leapt forward on her own, landing before the cockpit window. Chapter 131, The Egg of the Undying Phoenix. Seeing Xia leap to the window, Ruashua beside Suke instinctively showed signs of tension. Xia, don't go. The countless black beasts outside the aircraft were of unknown origin and extremely dangerous. Even Shang Chiji and Manhwa had entered level 1 combat readiness at this moment, poised to respond to any sudden developments. For Xia to casually dash out like this was extremely dangerous. Though Ruashua knew Xia was a 3rd-tier beast, even a single one of those blackbirds outside far surpassed 3rd tier in cultivation aura. To rush out now would be suicide. Kind-hearted Ruashua instinctively reached out to grab Xia, intending to pull her back inside. But Kaya's tiny claws dug fiercely into the cabin window. Her gaze fixed resolutely on the blackbirds as she tilted her head back and let out a fierce howl. Seeing Xia's unusual behavior, Suke's brows furrowed slightly as he reached out to stop Ruashua's action. Ruashua, don't move. Ruashua halted her movement, frowning as she looked at Xia. Lu Chenhuan beside her and Manhwa had also turned their heads, looking at Xia with curious expressions. Manhwa, in particular, couldn't help but laugh at the sight of Xia, her little neck stretched out as she let out a loud howl. That little kitten really doesn't know its place. How dare it make such a racket at a time like this? Doesn't it fear provoking those blackbird beasts? As she spoke, Manhwa shook her head gently, seemingly resigned to the fact that Suke and the others had brought Xia along. But the next second, Shang Chiji's astonished voice rang out beside Manhwa. Look! Before their eyes, the swarm of blackbirds seemed to receive some signal. Just as they were about to collide with the plane carrying the group, they spontaneously parted to form a passage wide enough for the aircraft to pass through. Witnessing this spectacle, Manhwa beside Shang Chiji gaped in disbelief. How is this possible? Why would these ferocious beasts voluntarily make way for us? It was well known that these beasts harbored a natural hostility toward humans. In a wild encounter like this, where the enemy vastly outnumbered them, there was no reason for these beasts to be so courteous. At this moment, Manhwa stared at the pitch-black passageway emerging from the endless dark tide before her, her eyes filled with unmistakable shock. Why?
Why would these beasts suddenly act this way? Could it be? As she pondered, Manhwa turned to look at Xia, who was crouched beside Sukei's seat, peering out the window. A bold thought began to form in her mind. Could it be related to this little kitten? But the moment this thought surfaced, Manhwa dismissed it outright. Impossible. This little one looks so weak it doesn't seem like it could be the reason these blackbirds are rioting. It must just be a coincidence. These beasts simply don't want conflict with us. Manhwa knew full well that now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. Though the blackbirds had cleared a path for them, no one could guarantee their true intentions. They might suddenly turn hostile midway through their passage, trapping the group within their ranks. Cheng Qiji beside her understood this too, and he shouted to the group. Hold on tight. He then yanked the control stick hard, and the plane roared forward into the passage the blackbirds had cleared. Amidst the deafening roar of the propellers, the crew was instantly engulfed by a sea of blackness, the world before their eyes plunging into darkness. Fortunately, Cheng Qiji swiftly activated the aircraft's floodlights, restoring light to their vision. Before their eyes, a dense sea of black feathers surged ceaselessly, while massive bird talons whizzed past them in a constant roar. Their aircraft resembled a lone boat tossed about within this immense black wave, ever threatened by the possibility of being swallowed whole by the dark torrent. Every heart hung in suspense as they scanned the surrounding landscape. Moments later, Lu Chenhuan seemed to be the first to spot something, pointing forward with his hand. Look ahead, above us. At his command, all eyes instantly focused on the direction Lu Chenhuan indicated. Within their field of vision, countless blackbirds gathered in orderly formation, seemingly protecting something. Beneath their jet-black feathers, faintly visible against a jade-white, polished barrier, strange patterns began to emerge. What is that? As they stared at the barrier engraved with those peculiar patterns, every brow in the group furrowed involuntarily. Look at that curve, it seems like an egg? But how could there be such an enormous egg? It must be nearly 100 meters in diameter. At that moment, everyone was filled with curiosity about the object before them, their minds burning with the urgent desire to know what had appeared in their field of vision. Sukei, however, immediately recognized what it was through his insightful divine eye. Within his vision, information about both the blackbird and the barrier materialized before his eyes. Beast, Dark Mystic Bird. Tier 4. Innate skills, Screech, Pounce, Swarm Call, Fusion, Dark Feather Stream. Vulnerabilities, its beak is quite hard, but its wings and abdomen are relatively fragile. If both wings are damaged, its air superiority will be greatly impaired. Item, Egg of the Undying Divine Phoenix. Tier, Unknown. Innate abilities, unknown. Weakness, currently unhatched, possesses no offensive capabilities. An egg of the Undying Divine Phoenix? Sukei's gaze flickered as he murmured softly, studying the information displayed within his insightful divine eye. Lu Chenhuan and Cheng Qiji beside him couldn't help but frown upon hearing this. Immortal Phoenix? Cheng Qiji, in particular, instantly darkened in expression. Isn't that the beast god from ancient legends? The Undying Divine Phoenix was the beast god of ancient legends, the sovereign of all birds. Legend says the 9th tier ferocious beast, the Fire Phoenix, which battled the sky-splitting tiger god back then, was apparently a descendant of the Undying Divine Phoenix. Hearing this, Sukei and Lu Chenhuan both raised their eyebrows in unison, casting peculiar glances at Xia, who was perched by the aircraft window, watching the dark, sinister bird streaking past outside. But Xia was completely different from her usual self. She wasn't curled up in Sukei's arms, cuddling or rolling around as she often did. Instead, she lay quietly by the window, watching the dark, mysterious bird streaking past outside. Seeing this, Sukei pursed his lips slightly and reached out his right hand to gently stroke Xia's head. Xia! Under everyone's gaze, the pitch-black waves of Xian birds surged relentlessly behind them. Finally, after roughly 10 minutes, a beam of light appeared at the end of the passageway. Pilot Cheng Qiji slammed the throttle, and the world instantly brightened. The sky stretched vast and clear. Chapter 132, The Primordial Forbidden Land. Seeing the long-awaited light before them, everyone couldn't help but breathe a long sigh of relief. Lu Chenhuan pressed herself against the cockpit window, gazing back at the rolling black tide receding toward the horizon, still trembling with lingering fear. That was close. If those black beast birds had attacked us now, we might have been torn to shreds by now. The sheer number of those dark mystic birds was overwhelming. Most possessed 3rd or 4th tier cultivation, while a few concealed terrifying auras within their ranks, making any rash move utterly unthinkable. Thankfully, these black birds showed no hostility. Otherwise, we would have been forced into a fierce battle today. Beside him, lying Ruashua gently patted her chest and nodded. Yes, thankfully these beasts didn't target us. But why haven't they targeted us? Aren't beasts typically highly hostile toward humans? Especially with such a perfect opportunity just now. Cheng Qiji, who was piloting the aircraft, offered his own assessment. Didn't Xiao Shuqiu just mention it? The thing these blackbirds are protecting is the egg of some sort of immortal phoenix. That's likely it. The blackbird's primary mission is to escort that immortal phoenix egg. They have no desire to clash with us mid-journey. Ma Lanhua, standing nearby, nodded in agreement upon hearing this. I think that explanation makes sense.
Beasts possess their own intelligence. Not all are inherently hostile toward humans or warlike, many exhibit relatively docile dispositions.
Listening to Cheng Qiji and Manhwa's analysis, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside Suke couldn't help but nod in agreement.
Suke, however, gazed at Xia, who had burrowed back into his embrace, harboring a different perspective. He couldn't shake the feeling that everything that had just happened was connected to Xia. Whether it was Xia's earlier howl or the connection between the Fire Phoenix and Xia, it all seemed to point to this. Manhwa beside Cheng Qiji also seemed to catch Suke's gaze. Following his line of sight to Xia in his arms, her earlier conjecture resurfaced in her mind. But Manhwa promptly shook her head, dismissing this unreliable notion. Yet lingering doubt remained, prompting her to turn and look at Suke. "Xiao Suke, it seems you care quite deeply about this little kitten. Would you mind telling me where this little kitten came from?" Although they had noticed Suke had Xia as a pet earlier, Manhwa and the others hadn't paid Xia any attention before. Suke didn't hide anything, recounting the story of how he had encountered Xia. Nothing particularly unusual. "After that battle in the Fengming Grand Canyon, while we were tending to Ruashua's injuries, we found this little wildcat in the woods." At this point, Suke gave a feigned, helpless smile. The city guard was searching the nearby woods for stray beasts and remnants of the demon god cult. "This little one seemed scared, stumbling toward us. Huan felt sorry for it and suggested I take it in." Suke recounted the first part of his encounter with Xia truthfully, carefully concealing her true identity. "Fengming Grand Canyon?" Hearing Suke's answer, Manhwa glanced again at Xia, who was barely larger than a palm, and nodded lightly. "It is possible to encounter wildcats like this in the wilderness. Though fierce beasts roamed the wilderness, most harbored little hostility toward other animals. Beyond their daily hunting, they tended to target humans more often." At this point, Manhwa glanced at Xia once more and continued her analysis. "But to survive in the harsh environment of the Fengming Grand Canyon, this little creature must either be extremely timid or have meat that's incredibly tough." Hearing Manhwa's words, Xia, who had just curled up in Suke's embrace, instantly sprang to her feet, glaring fiercely at Manhwa. Seeing this, Manhwa's eyes lit up. "Oh my, this little one seems to understand human speech? Can she comprehend what we're saying?" "Xia, stop it." Before Manhwa could finish her sentence, Suke gently pressed Xia's head back into his embrace. However, Xia's behavior actually eased Manhwa's suspicions about her considerably. After all, if Xia truly had issues and possessed awakened spiritual intelligence, she certainly wouldn't so blatantly reveal her extraordinary abilities. Most likely she was just playing dumb. After the incident with the mystic bird, the previously monotonous journey gained plenty of new topics for conversation. Lu Chenhuan seized the opportunity to ask Manhwa numerous questions about legends like the immortal phoenix and the various events Manhwa and her companions had encountered along the way. The topics were diverse and varied. Yet it also dispelled the lingering psychological pressure that Xian Niao's group had previously imposed on everyone. Amidst their banter, time slipped by unnoticed. As dusk fell, Cheng Qiji's voice came from the driver's seat. "Be careful. We're approaching the first forbidden zone. The primordial forbidden zone." "Primordial?" Suke couldn't help but speak up at Cheng Qiji's words. "Is that primordial forbidden zone wherein spirits are confined, or where great demons dwell?" Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him also turned their concerned gazes toward Cheng Qiji and the others. Manhwa, observing the curiosity in their eyes, smiled and addressed the group. "No need to panic, everyone. The primordial forbidden zone is where a great demon is imprisoned. It is the self-imposed confinement of an 8th-tier great demon named Primordial." Hearing Manhwa's explanation, the tension in everyone's hearts finally eased. Compared to the territory dominated by Yin spirits, a forbidden zone deliberately created by a great demon to imprison itself was significantly less dangerous. After all, Yin spirits harbored deep resentment toward the human race and attacked indiscriminately. Accidentally straying into their territory could easily lead to being caught in the crossfire. But great demons were living, high-tier beasts of prey. First, they feared for their own lives. Second, they bore the heavenly covenant signed with the ancient sages of humanity. Violating it carelessly could easily invite backlash. Thus, under such constraints, these high-tier demonic beasts actually pose less threat. As the aircraft advanced, the group gradually drew closer to this so-called primordial forbidden land. In the distance, a vast plain lay shrouded in thick, impenetrable mist. Within that shroud, all things were indistinct. Everything seemed concealed within the mist, its true form impossible to discern. Only the deep, rumbling roars of beasts echoed through the air, signaling the extraordinary nature of this forbidden land. Yet, just as they neared the so-called primordial forbidden land, the dense fog on the distant plain suddenly began churning violently. Terrifying beast roars echoed from within. Chapter 133, Primordial. Watching the churning clouds on the distant horizon, Suke, inside the aircraft, instantly furrowed his brow. Beside him, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua both revealed unease in their eyes at that moment. Lu Chenhuan, in particular, wore an expression of impatience. "What the hell is this nonsense? Are we really that unlucky to run into trouble again in the Forbidden Zone? The earlier appearance of the dark mystic bird had already planted a seed of unease in Lu Chenhuan's heart. Melania, observing the situation, spoke up to reassure the three. Don't be afraid. The great demon Taichu within the primordial Forbidden Land once swore an oath to the way of heaven before the ancient sages of the human race. He won't attack us lightly. Besides, though our journey takes us near the Forbidden Zone, we won't actually enter it. The danger level is relatively low. Great demons like Taichu of the Forbidden Land had sworn oaths to the way of heaven. First, they would not easily attack the human race. Second, they could not step outside their own forbidden territories. The former boundary is more subjective and less clearly defined, but the latter is an absolute ironclad law. Should they ever breach their forbidden territory, they would face unimaginable heavenly retribution. Cheng Qiji understood the gravity of their mission and would never recklessly approach the Forbidden Zone's airspace. He skillfully maneuvered the aircraft to take a detour around it. Hearing Manhwa's explanation, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua finally exhaled in relief, their tense expressions gradually easing. Suke, though somewhat reassured by Manhwa's explanation, still instinctively glanced at Xia in his arms. As a ferocious beast, Xia seemed to possess a natural talent for detecting danger. Moreover, judging from her recent behavior, Xia seemed to possess some method of communicating with the ferocious beasts, capable of playing an unexpectedly crucial role in critical moments. Sure enough, Xia and Suke's arms climbed back to the aircraft window. This time, however, it didn't open its mouth to howl. Instead, it lay quietly against the window, watching the scenery outside. Manhwa, who had been observing everything out of the corner of her eye, couldn't help but let a faint smile touch her lips. Suke, this little one you've taken in is quite curious and bold, isn't she? It doesn't seem afraid of anything outside at all. Facing Manhwa's teasing, Suke suppressed his emotions and replied with a smile. Perhaps growing up in an environment like Fengming Grand Canyon has forged this little one into someone who fears nothing. Hearing Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua exchanged a peculiar look. Yet they quickly followed his lead, offering a reassuring explanation to Manhwa. That must be it. Otherwise, the little one wouldn't have come looking for us amidst so many people back then. They both remembered Suke's strict warning, Xia's true identity must never be revealed. Especially the fact that she had once been a 9th-tier Guichu, that was something that absolutely could not be mentioned. Hearing the three of them in perfect harmony, Manhwa accepted it without question and turned back to gaze at the churning sea of mist before them. Yet deep within the clouds, unseen by the trio, a pair of crimson eyes watched silently as the plane they rode in drifted slowly past. It made no sound or movement, simply burying its head back into the mist below. Below, deep within the mist-shrouded mountains, a figure clad in demon god cult robes stood respectfully before a cave entrance. It was the owl from the demon god cult, who had journeyed all the way from Tianhai. Faced with an overwhelming power disparity, it had no choice but to personally enter the Forbidden Zone, risking its own life to persuade the half-step demon god Tai before it. A massive head descended from the sky, landing before the owl wearing gold-rimmed spectacles. It seemed like a small mountain had fallen. Two eyes, crimson as large red lanterns, stared at the tiny figure before it. The mouth opened slightly. Come. This place is not for you. Hearing this, the owl spoke with a hint of urgency. Lord Tai, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. That Beast Tamer named Suke truly holds the key to breaking your contract and restoring your freedom. Yet facing the owl's pleas, Taichu merely shook his head. I won't believe it based on your few words alone. If I risk my life to intercept him and fail to find what I seek, the backlash from the Heavenly Path contract will condemn me to a fate worse than death. Hearing Taichu's words, the owl remained unconvinced. But master, can you truly accept this? To be imprisoned within this tiny human cage, never to glimpse freedom for the rest of your life? Facing the owl's persuasion, Taichu's gaze remained serene. No need for such reverse psychology. Compared to the elusive freedom, I value my life more. I've told you before, this is no place for you. You're far too noisy. Were it not for that one from the demon god cult, you'd already be dead. As he spoke, Taichu's high nose twitched slightly. With each breath, the scenery around the owl began to shift wildly. Thick fog churned ceaselessly, and the ground receded rapidly. In the blink of an eye, the owl's figure materialized on an open patch of ground outside the Forbidden Zone. Gazing at the swirling fog of the Forbidden Zone before him, a flicker of reluctance flickered in the owl's eyes. Damn it, this primordial is far more cowardly than I imagined. Looks like everyone was right. These great demons, confined within human territory, have had their edges worn down. Not a shred of the fierce beast spirit remains in their hearts. If the plan here fails, then we have no choice but to retreat. From Tai's earlier words, the owl understood clearly that Tai had lost patience with it. If it dared venture into the Forbidden Zone again to disturb Tai, it would likely face a swift end. As he spoke, the owl concealed his form and slipped back into the shadows, vanishing swiftly from the spot. Yet deep within the mist, unseen by the owl, Taichu's eyes red as lanterns glowed with a hint of nostalgia. Xia, my old friend. If not for you, I might have truly lost my temper just now. I never imagined you would willingly settle for being nothing more than a pet, confined to the side of that human boy.
Perhaps you truly can offer a glimmer of hope for our futurist great demons imprisoned within human territory. Just moments ago, when Taichu had craned his head to look at Suke and the others in the aircraft, he had spotted Xiao lying against the window. He had even sensed a hint of threat emanating from her. Though he couldn't fathom why Xiao would be by Suke's side, his instincts told Taichu that she and that human youth might truly bring unexpected upheaval to both human and beast clans in the future. Chapter 134, The Taiyin Forbidden Land. Those aboard the aircraft remained oblivious to the events that had just unfolded, let alone suspecting they had narrowly escaped a deadly ambush. Especially Chang Chiji, who was still gloating as he addressed Suke. "See, Xiao Suke? I told you there'd be no problem. As long as we don't directly enter that beast Taichu's territory, we won't provoke it into attacking. After all, these demon beasts have long-standing agreements with the sages and wouldn't dare to overstep their bounds." Faced with Chang Chiji's smug response, Xiao beside Suke couldn't help but roll her eyes. Yawning, she burrowed back into Suke's embrace. Fortunately, no one noticed Xiao's subtle expression or drew any further conclusions from it. Suke, however, suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Chang Chiji and the others. "Director Chang, are these restricted zones all mandatory routes when traveling from Tianhai to the capital? If that's the case, must all the students who go to take the imperial examinations in the capital each year endure this ordeal?" Hearing Suke's question, Manhwa, seated beside Chang Chiji, turned her head and smiled wryly. "Do you think everyone gets special treatment like your little one? Passing through 2 restricted zones is merely our aerial route to the capital. Ordinary students wishing to reach the capital must travel through major cities, taking the safest route possible." Suke nodded slightly at Manhwa's explanation, while lying Ruashua beside him blinked curiously at Manhwa and the others. "But this route clearly has a lower safety rating. Why would we choose it?" "Because it's faster." Before Lang Ruashua could finish her sentence, Chang Chiji, who was piloting the aircraft, chuckled. "Traveling through major cities to Kyoto may be safer, but it takes an incredibly long time, at least 10 days. But by air, we can reach the capital in less than a day." Chang Chiji paused here, and Ma Lanhua chimed in beside him. "Besides, the land route being safer only applies to most people. For someone like Xiao Shuchua, that might not be the case. Because the greatest threat you face now isn't those terrifying entities lurking within the Forbidden Zone. The greater danger comes from the remnants of the demon god cult. Taking the land route means fewer beasts, but more people. And more people means more opportunities for those human traitors of the demon god cult. After all, the hardest part about guarding against them is that they share our bloodline. They can blend seamlessly into ordinary crowds. With you lot being targeted by the demon god cult, crowded places are actually the worst places to be." Across the 18 major and minor cities of Great Xia, aside from the capital, most had already been infiltrated to varying degrees by traitors of the demon god cult. Under their deliberate surveillance, moving between major cities made accidents far more likely. Suke understood this logic now and nodded lightly in agreement. "That's true. The threat from beasts is at least out in the open, making it somewhat easier to guard against. But the threat from the demon god cult lurks in the shadows. With our strength barely at the 3rd tier, traveling through major cities isn't wise." Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, standing nearby, exchanged glances. Their eyes lit up with sudden understanding as they nodded in agreement. "That does make sense." As they spoke, dusk deepened, and night completely enveloped the world. Even the starlight above illuminated the path for the travelers. After the false alarm with the dark mystic bird and the primordial forbidden land, the group now felt much more relaxed and at ease. Their initial tension had eased considerably. The carefree Lu Chenhuan even rested her head on Suke's shoulder, using it as a pillow as she began to doze off. Beside them, lying Ruashua remained cautious, clutching Suke's sleeve nervously while occasionally turning her head to peer out the window with curiosity. Yet the low sky outside was shrouded in night, utterly devoid of the day's sweeping grandeur. Watching Lang Ruashua's cautious grip on his sleeve, Suke's lips curved into a soft smile. He reached back, gently captured her small hand, interlaced their fingers, and placed her palm on his thigh. Feeling Suke's gesture, Lang Ruashua's cheeks flushed. She turned her head shyly, stealing a glance at Lu Chenhuan, who was slumped against Suke's other side, mouth agape in an unguarded nap. Without a word, she shifted her hips closer to where Suke sat, drawing herself nearer to him. Just then, Lu Chenhuan, who had been leaning against Suke's shoulder, suddenly shifted. She drew her body closer to him, nuzzling her small head against his. Her golden hair brushed against his skin, sending a tingle through his nerves. Witnessing this, a faint smile touched Suke's lips. He gently curved his hand, reaching out to tilt Lu Chenhuan's head closer to him. His fingers lightly traced the delicate contours of her jade-like face. Sitting ahead, Ma Lanhua observed the scene out of the corner of her eye. A hint of envy flashed in her gaze as she teased Suke. "You're quite the lucky bastard, aren't you? Contracting 2 beast girls as beautiful as celestial beings at the same time." When they learned Suke had contracted 2 F-rank beast girls, Ma Lanhua and the others initially felt it was a pity for such a talented beast tamer. But upon discovering he could actually help Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua improve their innate abilities, their feelings toward Suke shifted to pure envy. Who wouldn't give him a thumbs up for having two stunningly beautiful and exceptionally talented beast girls by his side? Of course, that was before Manhwa learned that Xia was also one of Sukei's contracted partners. Had she known, her astonishment would have been multiplied many times over. Lost in thought, Chung Chiji's slightly puzzled voice broke the silence. "Ha? I seem to recall I didn't fly this route?" Hearing this, Manhwa frowned and shot Chung Chiji a look. "Old Chang, you've been a veteran pilot for years, how could you possibly take a wrong turn? You're not pulling my leg, are you?" Yet, despite Manhwa's questioning tone, a hint of unease crept into Chung Chiji's voice. "Something's off, this route really is problematic. I've flown the Tianhai-Kyoto route at least 10 times, but this time, the flight path seems genuinely off course." "Ha?" Hearing this, Manhwa leaned her face close to the cockpit window, gazing out at the nightscape shrouded in darkness. "Then where the hell are we headed?" Mid-sentence, Manhwa's eyes narrowed slightly. "Oh no, it seems we've entered the domain of the first lunar forbidden zone." At her words, everyone instantly perked up. Even Lu Chenhuan, who had been dozing off, snapped awake. Chapter 135, Illusions. Taiyin Forbidden Land? Hearing Manhwa's words, Suke and the figures beside him Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua couldn't help but show confusion in their eyes. Is this another forbidden land we must pass through on our journey? Facing their questions, Manhwa nodded gently, gazing at the ever-shifting scenery shrouded in the night. Yes, it's another in-spirit forbidden land. This land was originally the domain of a 9th-tier great demon named Taiyin. He refused to be confined within boundaries and fought to the death against the ancient sages here. After his demise, his true spirit remained undying. His sky-piercing resentment wiped out all living beings within a 100-mile radius, transforming them into shadow spirits just like himself. Listening to Manhwa's description, the others felt the howling wind around the plain was nothing but chilling gusts. Even the mountains and rivers bathed in moonlight seemed tinged with eeriness. Named Taiyin in life, transformed into a shadow spirit in death, it seems Taiyin was destined to become a shadow spirit. Suke's ears echoed with Manhwa's words as he turned his head, staring intently at the scenery beyond the airplane window. The world below was now shrouded in night, the cold moonlight filtering through the clouds and spilling onto the earth, faintly revealing the landscape beneath. Unlike the Taiyu Forbidden Land, which had been shrouded in mist, the Taiyin Forbidden Land offered no such haze to obscure the view. The mountains below receded rapidly beneath the plain as it swept over them. The Taiyin Forbidden Land is a highland region with numerous mountains and complex terrain. If our plane is forced to make an emergency landing, the probability of disaster is extremely high. Listening to Suke's analysis, Manhwa felt a surge of unease. We deliberately avoided this Taiyin Forbidden Zone when planning our flight path. How did we end up here? Don't worry, Chung Chiji, who was piloting the plane, reassured everyone. It's likely just a minor deviation from the flight path due to the hazy night conditions. I'll turn the aircraft around now and quickly exit this Taiyin Forbidden Zone. As he spoke, Chung Chiji swiftly maneuvered the aircraft to turn back toward their point of departure. As the plane turned, the scenery below began to recede, and the tension in everyone's hearts finally eased. Manhwa spoke up to reassure Suke and the others. Don't worry. We've only just entered the edge of the restricted zone. As long as we don't approach the center, even if something dangerous happens, we can get out in time. It's just a momentary navigation error. Old Chang will correct it promptly and get us back on track. Chang Chiji chimed in from the side. Rest assured, we've flown this route countless times. We've got experience. Hearing their reassurances, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's nerves finally settled. Still, they instinctively tightened their grip on Suke's large hands holding them. Suke's expression, however, remained as grave as ever. I'm not so sure. For Xia, nestled in his arms, had just poked her little head out again. Watching the rapidly passing scenery outside with unease, she began to whine. Perhaps fearing Suke wasn't paying enough attention, she simultaneously extended her tiny paws, scratching relentlessly at the fabric of his chest. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside them both stiffened simultaneously. They knew full well that Xia possessed human-like intelligence and could speak human language. To avoid revealing her true identity as a ferocious beast, she had been carefully concealing it until now. Unless facing grave danger, it would never risk such actions. Suke understood this principle all too well and immediately glanced out the window. Manhwa also noticed Xia's unusual behavior in Suke's arms, and she couldn't help but furrow her brows slightly. Has this little one sensed something again? After the incident with the dark mystic bird, Manhwa had sensed that Xia might possess a talent for forewarning. Now, seeing Xia react again, she couldn't help but feel a bit worried. Could another unexpected incident be unfolding? As she pondered, Chung Chiji beside her seemed to notice something, frowning as he spoke. Strange. Why do I feel like we've been flying for ages without returning to our original flight path? Suke, who had been carefully observing the scenery outside the window, also spoke up at this moment. Something's wrong. Not only have we not left this Taiyin Forbidden Zone, but we seem to be getting closer and closer to its core area. Upon hearing this, Manhwa's expression changed abruptly. She hurriedly followed Suke's gaze downward. The scenery within their field of vision had changed again at some unknown moment. The aircraft they were on was now flying straight toward the countless mountains at the center of the Forbidden Zone. A psychic influence? An illusion? Damn it! When did this illusion start? Chung Chi-ji, piloting the aircraft, snapped out of it at that moment. He bit his tongue to stimulate himself awake with the sharp physical pain. He instantly channeled his spiritual energy, activating his psychic powers. Forming his fingers into a sword seal, he shouted with clarity. Break! In an instant, the world before their eyes sharpened, the disruptive factors rapidly fading. Looks like we've been had today. Drawing on his prior familiarity with this flight path and past experiences navigating these restricted zones, Chung Chi-ji admitted his initial carelessness. These forbidden zones never made a move when we passed through them before, but today, unexpected incidents keep happening one after another. Most likely, the demon god cult has colluded with these forbidden zones to cause trouble. Drawing on his extensive experience, Chung Chi-ji made his assessment immediately. Daring to lay a hand on us from the War Academy, they clearly don't want to live. Hearing Chung Chi-ji's words, manhwa murmured softly from the side. But the spirits within the primordial forbidden grounds are already dead. Chung Chi-ji. Then I'll scatter their damn ashes today. Though he spoke boldly, Chung Chi-ji's heart was pounding. A place like the Taiyin Forbidden Zone had endured for so long precisely because its existence served a purpose. The price to wipe it out would be enormous, otherwise, the Great Xia Empire wouldn't tolerate such a festering sore in its heartland. Orchid, I'm calling the plane back. If anything goes wrong, you must prioritize protecting these three little ones. I'll handle whatever comes next. Understood. Ma Lanhua now grasped the gravity of the situation. Spiritual energy surged around her, readying her for combat at any moment. Suke, lying Ruashua, and Lu Chenhuan beside her saw this and immediately heightened their alertness. Spiritual energy circulated around them, preparing to meet whatever unexpected events lay ahead. As Chung Chi-ji yawed the plane and slammed the throttle, the aircraft raced back along its original route. But at that very moment, a massive blackbird descended from the sky, its wings spread wide. It charged toward the group, its presence filled with a palpable, sky-piercing aura of resentment. Beneath its pitch-black, withered feathers lay a colossal skeletal frame stretching over 100 meters in length. Chapter 136, The Fierce Beast Taiyin. Beast, Skeleton Black Feather. Tier, 7th. Innate skills, Soul Roar, Pounce, Black Feather Burst, Black Claws, Violent Gale. Weaknesses, skeletal frame is rigid but lacks agility. Neck injury. Sight is relatively vulnerable as a Yin spirit creature, fears lightning and fire. 7th tier Ferocious Beast, Skeleton Black Feather. The moment the Insight Divine Eyes information appeared, Suke frowned and exclaimed. A 7th tier Ferocious Beast? Cold Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan beside Suke instantly paled, instinctively tightening their grip on his hand. The shadow cast by Xia during their battle in Fengming Ravine still lingered heavily. Hearing that this giant bird before them was a 7th tier beast, they couldn't help but tense up. Xia, nestled in Suke's embrace, leapt out and perched on his shoulder, staring intently at the skeletal bird ahead. In principle, Xia avoided intervening whenever possible, but the current situation was far too perilous to adhere to such rules. The 7th tier giant bird spanned nearly 100 meters in wingspan. With a single flap, its wings shrouded the world before them. Its massive talons reached out, clawing toward the plane carrying the group. The small aircraft, designed to carry 4 people, looked like a mere morsel before this colossal beast. Manhwa, now fully aware of the danger, addressed Chung Chi-ji directly. Old Chang, just focus on flying. Let me handle this thing. A mere 7th tier in spirit? I wasn't afraid of it when it was alive, let alone a corpse. Without waiting for Chung Chi-ji's objection, Ma Lanhua shoved open the nearby aircraft door and leaped out in a single bound. In that instant, as she leapt from the door, Manhwa transformed into a colossal grey heron. Beast Girl, Ma Lanhua. Rank, 7th tier Breakthrough 3rd Tribulation. Talent, S-rank Azure Winged Grey Heron. Beast Master, Chung Chi-ji. Innate skills, Beast Transformation, Gale Speed, Azure Wing Impact, Bloodlust, Wing Blade, Stellar Phantom. Weaknesses, Vulnerable Neck, Impaired Eyesight, Reduced Night Vision. Comparing the data on Melania and the skeleton bird, Suke felt considerably more at ease. Compared to Li Xiangdong, Manhua's strength was clearly a tier above. Facing this 7th tier skeleton bird, she had a significantly higher chance of victory. Still, to help Manhwa swiftly eliminate this nuisance, Suke shouted outside the airlock door the moment she leaped out. Director Ma, that skeleton bird has a hard skeleton but lacks agility. Its neck injury is a weak point. It's a Yin spirit creature, vulnerable to lightning and fire. After relaying the weaknesses displayed in the information panel to Manhwa, Suke was confident she could devise a targeted strategy to deal with the skeleton bird. Thanks. Hearing Suke's warning, Ma Lanhua called out her thanks from outside before activating Stellar Phantom without hesitation. The Stellar Phantom was an innate skill awakened by all Beast Girls upon reaching Tier 6, allowing them to amplify their spiritual energy and unleash combat power several times greater than their own. In an instant, a star shadow hundreds of meters tall unfolded. Countless star energies descended from the heavens, coalescing into an enormous azure-winged buzzard. Die! With the stellar phantom activated, manhwa flapped her massive wings. Terrifying star power surged forth, striking the neck of the skeleton bird exactly where Suke had warned. The terrifying stellar energy instantly illuminated the heavens and earth, bathing the entire world in a blinding light as bright as day. Under this overwhelming spiritual energy, the shadowy figures lurking in the darkness were all exposed. Upon the peaks of the mountains, colossal specter beasts lay sprawled, their massive forms sprawling across the landscape. Roar! As if provoked by the stellar energy, a shrill screech pierced the darkness. One by one, the shadow beasts roared and charged toward the group suspended mid-air. Those capable of flight immediately activated their abilities to soar, while the rest relied on terrifying leaping power to propel themselves skyward. They extended their claws, intent on snatching the people suspended in mid-air. Seeing the colossal beasts filling their vision, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua felt their scalps tingle. Even Suke beside them felt his heart leap into his throat. So many Een spirits? All 5th tier or higher? They've been lying in wait for us here all along. Old Chang! Get everyone out of here! Manhwa, suspended mid-air, shouted fiercely. I'll hold them off and cover your retreat. Cheng Qiji, realizing the urgency of the situation, pushed aside any lingering romantic thoughts. He slammed the accelerator, driving the group rapidly toward the exit of the forbidden zone. Perhaps finding the plane too slow, Cheng Qiji narrowed his eyes and gritted his teeth as he watched the ferocious beasts charging toward them below. Forget it, we're going. With that, Cheng Qiji summoned a colossal hand of spiritual energy, snatching Suke and the others into its grasp. His 7th-tier cultivation surged as he burst through the aircraft door, soaring skyward with his companions. Whoosh! Propelled by immense inertia, the group was swiftly lifted from the aircraft by Cheng Qiji, streaking toward the Forbidden Zone's perimeter at terrifying speed. Beneath their feet, the aircraft plunged into the swarm of ferocious beasts that had been closing in, instantly triggering a violent explosion. Didn't see that coming, did you, little beasts? Cheng Qiji tossed the remote control panel aside, a wicked grin spreading across his lips. A little parting gift for you before I go. Hold on tight, Ruashua. As he spoke, Cheng Qiji yanked the others up and sped madly toward the exit of the Forbidden Zone. At Cheng Qiji's full speed, the exit of the Forbidden Zone grew ever closer. Hope reignited in Cheng Qiji's eyes, now filled with utter contempt. A bunch of mindless ghosts think they can outsmart us? Once we're back in the capital, I'll report you straight to the principal. He'll come and flatten this Taiyin Forbidden Zone, shake it until the egg yolk spills. But before he could finish, his words caught in his throat. For within his field of vision appeared a colossal creature unlike anything he'd ever seen. 1,000-meter-long colossal creature stood at the exit of the Forbidden Zone, coldly surveying the group. Its head bore long, crimson horns, its body covered in bluish-brown fur. Claws like a tiger's gripped the ground, and 2 long tails dragged along the earth. Its flesh had long since rotted away, revealing the faint outline of bleached bones beneath. A foul stench assaulted their senses, while its eerie, emerald-green eyes glowed with a demonic light, utterly devoid of regard for life. At the sight of this monstrous, terrifying creature, Cheng Qiji's pupils instantly contracted. The fierce beast Taiyin. Facing this decaying specter, Cheng Qiji's expression darkened instantly. The rotting corpse before him also began to utter broken sounds at that moment. You want to leave? I won't allow it. Chapter 137, The Sinister Radiance of Menace. Gazing upon the colossal, 1,000-meter-long decaying corpse before them, everyone's gaze darkened involuntarily. Suke immediately activated his insight divine eye to scrutinize the monstrous beast. Beast, Taiyin Yingling decayed corpse form. Tier, 8th. Innate skills, Dark Moon Roar, Star Summoning, Moon Banishment, Undead Infection, Yin-Yang Reversal, Undead Manipulation, Stellar Illusion. Flaw, originally a 9th-tier ferocious beast. After sustaining severe injuries, it forcibly activated the Return to Void, causing its physical body to dissipate. It attempted to reshape an immortal spirit body using the essence of myriad beasts, but due to severe bodily decay and deep-seated resentment, its soul and flesh are poorly aligned. Its movements are slightly uncoordinated, allowing attacks to target either its soul or body separately, forcing it to fight on multiple fronts. Status, contractable. Suke's brows furrowed slightly as he studied the shadowy, moonlit transformation data before him. Another high-tier ferocious beast that can be contracted? It seemed that beasts above the 9th rank all possessed the potential to form a contract with him. But according to the logic of contracts between beastmasters and beastgirls, does that mean this Yingling is also female? As he pondered, Suke quickly shook his head. He decided it was best not to dwell on the matter of contracts. The Yingling before him was nothing like Xia. Its aura of darkness was nearly overflowing, and it clearly seemed to be in a state of mental confusion. Survival alone would be a victory. The matter of a contract could wait. For now, his priority was informing Cheng Qiji of this young's weaknesses to secure a path to survival for his group. Director Chang, this creature's soul and physical form aren't fully integrated. It currently only possesses an 8th-tier cultivation level and moves clumsily. We can attack its soul and body separately, forcing it to fight on 2 fronts.
Hearing Suke's description, Chang Chiji turned back with a look of surprise. Chang Chiji had known Suke possessed the ability to discern others' weaknesses, but he hadn't expected him to even spot the flaws of an 8th-tier ferocious beast. Understood. The moment he grasped the Yu Ying's weakness, Chang Chiji swiftly devised a countermeasure. He addressed Suke directly. That beast is so massive. Flying in the air only makes us easier targets for its attacks. We should descend together. Utilizing the rugged terrain of these mountain peaks, we can split up and evade pursuit more effectively. I'll handle distracting it with attacks. Suke, you take Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua and find a way to get out of here fast. As long as you two escape successfully, with my cultivation and lanhwas, we'll be able to pursue and catch up quickly. A stage 18 spirit fiend beast was utterly beyond the reach of Chang Chiji and Manhwa, both only at stage 7. The only strategy was to each strike at the beasts of the scene spirit domain, drawing the Yao Ying's hatred to create an escape window for Suke and the others, then seize an opportunity to follow them out. Hearing Chang Chiji's instructions, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua all nodded solemnly. At this life or death juncture, following Chang Chiji's plan was the wisest choice. Dive. After finalizing their battle plan, Chang Chiji immediately led Suke and the others in a swift descent toward the earth shrouded in the night below. In an instant, their figures vanished into the dimly lit mountain forest. The moment their figures dropped into the woods, the dark spirits lurking nearby seemed to awaken simultaneously. In the darkness, pairs of eerie green eyes lit up from all directions, glaring in the direction of Suke and his companions with low, menacing growls. Retreat first. Though these shadow spirits were low level, mostly 3rd or 4th tier, this was clearly not the time to engage them. The ghostly light ahead, upon seeing the group land and prepare to flee, revealed anger in its large, moon-like eyes, emitting indistinct murmurs. You think you can leave? I won't allow it. Roar. A savage beast-like roar split the heavens, a violent sonic wave crashing down from above, crushing toward the group's position. Amidst the raging sound wave, an intensely nauseating stench of decay instantly filled their nostrils, nearly making the group vomit on the spot. Where the sound wave passed, towering trees were shattered into dust, scattering across the sky like fine powder. Chang Chiji's speed surged violently beneath his feet. Seizing the moment, he dragged the others toward the narrow gap at the base of Yu Ying's claws. Seeing Chang Chiji and the others attempting to escape beneath its feet, the dark figure let out a furious roar, raising its rotting claw to stomp down on them. Standing upon the earth, the group had a tangible sense of Yu Ying's immense form. Those massive claws loomed in their vision like small mountains. If truly crushed beneath them, Suke and the others' mere 3rd-tier bodies would be sent to meet their grandmothers on the spot. Under the crushing weight of its overwhelming size, even as Suke and the others strained every muscle to flee, they could still feel the shadow of that mountain-like presence closing in with terrifying force. As the shadow descended, a terrifying sonic boom exploded, causing the very void to tremble violently. Witnessing this, Chang Chiji, who had led Suke and the others to safety, flashed a look of resolute determination. Suke, you go first. I'll cover your retreat. As he spoke, spiritual energy surged around Chang Chiji. A colossal hand formed from this energy seized Suke and his companions. With every ounce of strength, it hurled them like cannonballs toward the shadowy figure's rear. In an instant, Suke and his companions were lifted off the ground, hurtling backward at breakneck speed. During the flight, to prevent separation, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua clung tightly to each other's hands, ensuring they would land together. Xia, clutched in Suke's arms, dug her tiny claws into his collar. Even as the icy night wind whipped her fur into a wild tangle, she refused to let go. Having completed these actions, Chang Chiji roared. A layer of pale green armor instantly materialized around him. He slammed his palm down onto the ground, sending several array flags flying. From his sleeve, he poured a vial of fresh blood, letting it drip directly onto the flags. The moment the blood seeped into the ground, countless azure array patterns spread wildly in all directions. A massive formation abruptly materialized, bathing the surrounding world in a brilliant azure glow. Amidst the array patterns, Chang Chiji's form instantly swelled, transforming into a 100-meter-tall giant. He reached out, directly supporting the massive beast claw descending from the heavens. Boom! A deafening collision shook the entire landscape, the mountain peak where Chang Chiji stood collapsing instantly under the crushing blow. Rocks shattered, and countless scene spirits were hurled away by the terrifying shockwave. Those specters caught directly in the energy shockwave between Chang Chiji and the Yaoing beast's claw had their bodies shattered by the force, their spirits extinguished. Fortunately, with the aid of his beast maiden armor and the formation, Chang Chiji managed to withstand the blow, protecting Suke and the others from further attack. Suke and his two companions seized the moment to tumble to the ground, then spun around and dashed frantically toward the edge of the Forbidden Zone. Chapter 138, All-Out Battle. Boom! The energy clash between Chang Chiji and the unleashed terrifying shockwaves that swept across the landscape, uprooting trees in the surrounding mountains and forests as if they were withered and rotten. The immense force nearly sent Suke and his companions, who hadn't even regained their footing, flying through the air. Fortunately, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and Ruashua swiftly channeled their spiritual energy, instantly stabilizing themselves before dashing toward the forest's edge. As the trio attempted to flee, the colossal Ewing coldly looked down upon them, preparing to stomp them once more. But how could Cheng Chi-ji possibly allow Ewing to harm Suke and his companions now? Ghost Hyein, I am your opponent. As the words left his mouth, the formation beneath Cheng Chi-ji suddenly blazed with light. Streaks of azure energy shot skyward from his feet, like ribbons coiling around the Yoying's rotting beast claws, striving to tear them off. Cheng Chi-ji, the man at the center of it all, grabbed Yao Ying's claw directly and yanked it downward with all his might. Roar! Yao Ying, whose claw had been twisted out of shape by Cheng Chi-ji, seemed to feel the pain radiating through its fingers. It roared in fury and swung its other massive foot at Cheng Chi-ji, aiming to kick this bothersome insect to death. Can a Yin spirit corpse feel pain? Hearing Yu Ying's deafening roar, lying Ruashua instinctively turned her head to look behind her, confusion flashing in her eyes. But she quickly turned her head back and ran alongside Suke. Now was not the time to dwell on such details. The priority was finding a way out of this Taiyin forbidden land. Boom! Just as the group swept past another mountain forest, they caught sight of Manhwa in the distance. She was battling several other Yin spirit beasts, her aura gathering into a shimmering starlight. Compared to Cheng Chi-ji's side, where they were being brutally overwhelmed, Manhwa's battle, though fierce, showed signs of her gaining the upper hand. Once she disposed of those beasts, she would have a chance to come to their aid. Yet the Taiyin beast here refused to grant Suke and his companions any chance to escape. Its eyes flickered with eerie green light as it let out a piercing howl, summoning the Yin spirits. In an instant, all the Yin spirits within the surrounding mountains and forests seemed to answer the call. They awoke from their slumber, roaring as they charged toward Suke and his companions. Looks like another brutal battle. Hearing the deafening footsteps echoing through the surrounding mountains and forests, Suke and his companions' expressions instantly darkened. Distracted by battling Yuying and other high-tier beasts, Cheng Chi-ji and Manhwa clearly couldn't come to their aid in time. With matters having come to this, escape lay only in hacking a bloody path through the horde. Perpetual Hunger Domain. Understanding the Yao Ying's intentions, Lu Chenhuan hesitated not a moment before activating the Eternal Hunger Domain. The Eternal Hunger Domain not only drained the vital energy of the living but also possessed a suppressing effect on these Yin spirits, absorbing their essence. Frostbite Domain. The moment Lu Chenhuan unleashed his Eternal Hunger Domain, his Extreme Cold Domain instantly unfolded as well, freezing everything within hundreds of meters in an instant. With the dual constraints of the Eternal Hunger Domain and the Extreme Cold Domain, the speed and strength of the attacking Yin spirits would be drastically reduced, making them far easier to defeat. Suke immediately activated Tyrant, instantly granting everyone a berserk buff that greatly enhanced their combat prowess. Feeling the Tyrant buff surge through her body, Xia couldn't help but feel her blood boil. Spotting Cheng Chi-ji in the distance, distracted by fighting the ghostly light, she rubbed her hands together eagerly and whispered to Suke. Master, should I join the fight? It could lighten your load. However, Suke firmly shook his head at Xia's suggestion. Don't panic. It's not your time to fight yet. Unless absolutely necessary, Suke was unwilling to reveal Xia's true identity as a ferocious beast. Should Xia join the fray and transform into a tiger cub fighting by his side, it would inevitably arouse suspicion from Cheng Chi-ji and the others. But master, the situation is critical. Necessity calls for flexible measures. If I can't help you at all, I won't be able to rest easy. Xia's eyes brimmed with urgency as she pleaded with Suke. Suke gazed at the Yin spirits surging madly toward them from the distant mountains, narrowing his eyes slightly as his mind raced through calculations. Logically speaking, this Taiyin Yingling is at least an 8th-tier Yin spirit beast. It shouldn't be fixated on me and the few 3rd-tier beast masters and beast maidens like Huan and Ruashua. But since the battle began, this Yingling has deliberately or unintentionally targeted us. There must be some secret behind this. First, it recognized my exceptional beastmaster talent, knowing I could enhance beastmaid's innate abilities, and now wants my help to improve its current state. Or it sensed Xia's aura, realizing I can form contracts with beasts. It wants to seize this chance to bind itself to me, using our contract to break free from the ancient contracts that once bound them all and escape this place. Whichever possibility held true, he held immense value. Suke narrowed his eyes as he turned to look at Xia. Xia, is there any way you can communicate with this Yingling fierce beast? Hearing Suke's question, Xia paused before responding. I do have a way, but the Yin spirit's current state is unstable. I'm not certain if its spiritual intelligence remains intact or if it can even understand my words. Facing Xia's hesitation, Suke's lips curved into a faint smile. Don't worry about that. From my observations, this Taiyin Yingling still retains some rationality. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been distracted enough to target us 3rd-tier cultivators. There should be something on me that it desires. I need you to deliver a message. The situation was urgent. To break the deadlock and protect themselves, they had to take some risks. Xia was startled by Suke's words at first, but then nodded. Very well, master. Since you've asked, I'll give it a try. However, that Taiyin head is too far from us, and the nearby battle's aftereffects are too chaotic. I'll need to cast a secret technique to establish communication with it. Before that, you must clear all the Yin spirits from the surrounding area. Leave that to us.
Hearing Xia's words, Lu Chenhuan beside her boasted, slapping his chest emphatically. Hearing this, Xia leapt from Sukei's shoulder to the ground beside them. She bit through her own claw and pressed it firmly into the earth. Then, she let out a piercing howl at the direction of Yuying. Though Xia appeared petite, her voice carried an extraordinary penetrating power, piercing the darkness and reverberating through everyone's eardrums. Simultaneously, countless specters surged from all directions, driven by Yuying, closing in on Sukei and his companions. The dense swarm of skeletal corpses, driven by the most primal hunting instinct, surged towards Sukei and his companions like a tidal wave. Ice Crystal Storm. Countless ice crystals instantly crystallized and exploded around Ruashua, shooting out like a violent storm toward the shadowy spirits and beasts in all directions. Chapter 139, The Despair of Chengqiji and manhwa. Crackling. Under the pitch-black night, countless ice storms coalesced around Ruashua, pouring down upon the surrounding shadow beasts charging madly. In an instant, terrifying ice crystals plummeted with a fierce momentum, their sharp points piercing through the surrounding in-spirits' bodies. As their souls were obliterated, they emitted shrill, wailing cries. Lu Chenhuan manipulated the eternal hunger domain, ceaselessly draining the dwindling vitality and soul essence from the surrounding shadow spirits. Simultaneously, he shielded Xia, preventing the charging shadow beasts from interrupting her. Xia served as the primary bridge through which Sukei communicated with the Taiyin Yingling. If her connection were severed, the group would find themselves in an extremely vulnerable position. Not far away, Chengqiji, who was desperately resisting Yuying, saw Sukei and the others surrounded by the dark spirits. Anxiousness flashed in his eyes. "Sukei, you must leave now." But Sukei showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he and Lu Chenhuan were determined to establish contact with the Yin spirit. AOW. Xia's piercing cry echoed through the entire mountain forest, ringing in the ears of every living creature. Further away, the starry flower, standing before several seventh-tier Yin spirit beasts, turned its massive starlit form toward Xia's location at the sound. A strange gleam flashed in its eyes. That little brat again? After everything that had transpired on the plain, manhwa already harbored suspicions about Qianya. On multiple occasions during perilous moments, Qianya had intervened. Though manhwa couldn't discern what Qianya had done, her intuition told her that Qianya must be hiding a secret. Hearing Xia's piercing howl now only reinforced the suspicion in manhwa's mind. The instant Xia's voice echoed out, the massive form of Yuying currently locked in combat with Chengqiji froze momentarily. An opening. Spotting the opening, Chengqiji seized the moment, soaring upward to unleash a piercing shriek directly at the stunned Yuying. Soul-shaking scream. This innate skill, unlocked upon reaching the 6th tier of Beast Master, allowed one to emit a piercing mental shriek, temporarily controlling non-contracted targets. While it couldn't fully control a high-tier ferocious beast like Taiyin Yuying, it could exert a brief mental influence. Sure enough, under the soul-shaking scream, the spirit of the Yin ghost, already somewhat disconnected from its physical form, trembled slightly, letting out a roar of pain and rage. Roar! With a fierce cry, countless stellar energies from the heavens converged upon its form. The massive moon suspended in the sky transformed into a blood-red orb, its terrifying crimson glow instantly engulfing the entire Forbidden Land. Then, behind Yuying, countless starlight and putrid blood coalesced, instantly forming a colossal phantom several kilometers tall. Gazing upon this phantom, several times larger than Yuying herself, despair welled up within the crowd. Yuying's original form was already colossal, but with this shadow's expansion, it now resembled a small planet, utterly suffocating. Is this truly an 8th-tier being? Chengqiji's heart filled with despair as he gazed upon the colossal phantom that nearly consumed the entire world before their eyes. Indeed, beings within the Forbidden Zone are far beyond what mere 7th rankers like us can provoke. Chengqiji and his companions weren't strangers to clashing with 8th-tier beasts at the Demon Suppression Pass. Yet the oppressive aura emanating from those beasts paled in comparison to the sheer terror radiating from the Yingling before them. It could be said that when facing ordinary 8th-tier beasts, Chengqiji and his companions still harbored a sliver of fighting spirit. Yet, confronted by this terrifying, shadowy presence, their hearts held not a shred of will to fight, only a desperate urge to find an opportunity to flee swiftly. Swoosh! At that moment, manhwa slashed down 2 7th-tier Yin spirit fiends, breaking through the encirclement of the higher-tier beasts. She flapped her wings and swooped in front of Chengqiji. Old Chang! I'm here to help you. In an instant, the starlight projection by manhwa descended before Yuying and launched its attack. Yet before Yuying, manhwa's starlight projection was as insignificant as a fledgling chick. Yuying delivered a direct kick to its body, causing countless cracks to instantly spread as starlight energy began to dissipate. Chengqiji seized the opportunity to create distance. A divine bow materialized in his hands. He drew the bowstring taut, and countless beams of divine light frantically gathered between his fingers. In the blink of an eye, they coalesced into 3 divine arrows, each gleaming with radiant light. I'll die standing if I must. All or nothing. Fire! As Chengqiji drew his bow, the 3 divine arrows shot from between his fingers, streaking toward Yuying's colossal form beneath the heavens. The arrows grew in length as they cut through the wind, transforming in an instant into 3 divine beams hundreds of meters long. They whistled toward Yu Ying's eyes. The arrow's roar shattered eardrums with terrifying sonic booms as the surrounding void tore apart inch by inch. With an unstoppable, terrifying momentum, they slammed forward. Simultaneously, Chang Qiji seized the moment of firing to unleash another soul-shaking roar with his dwindling spiritual energy, attempting to disrupt Yu Ying. Yet facing Chang Qiji's all-out assault, Yu Ying shook her head to resist the mental assault. Her phantom claws rose, channeling the power of countless stars, and she stomped down. Boom! The stars of the heavens were violently stirred in that instant. Miniature celestial bodies materialized beneath Yu Ying's feet, transforming into a boundless cosmos that crushed the arrow hurtling toward her. Boom! The three divine arrows, towering like pillars piercing the heavens, were crushed beneath that single claw, utterly unable to advance another inch. Explode! Seeing the divine arrows halted, Chang Qiji clenched his teeth and instantly detonated the arrows, unleashing the boundless divine power they contained. In an instant, a deafening explosion erupted, blinding light shot skyward, and a terrifying energy shockwave reverberated outward in all directions. Even the Millennia Flower before Yu Ying was forced back by the shockwave, its starlight illusions shattering. The mental strain caused both Millennia Flower and Chang Qiji to spit out mouthfuls of blood. In contrast, though the beast's claw projection showed slight cracks, it remained largely unaffected. It swung its claws once more, lunging toward the two. Witnessing this, despair flashed in both manhwa and Chang Qiji's eyes. It's too powerful. This Taiyin Yu Ying may be nothing more than a decaying corpse, but its power is overwhelming. Even giving our all, we remain utterly helpless. Even with its limited intelligence, relying solely on primal instincts and lacking any flashy teamwork, this Yaoing was beyond the capabilities of two mere 7th-tier cultivators. Venturing into this forbidden land today has truly been our downfall. It's such a pity for Xiao Shuchue and the others. Such boundless talents, destined to perish alongside us here. Exhausted, Chang Qiji and Manhwa exchanged glances, their hearts seemingly resolved to something. No. Even if we die today, we must find a way to cripple this beast and create a chance for Suke and the others to survive. Chapter 140, The High-Stakes Gamble and the Response. Deep within the mountain forest, Suke watched Chang Qiji and Manhwa, who had been knocked into a daze by Yu Ying's blows. Anxious concern flashed in his eyes. The Taiyin Yu Ying's power far exceeded everyone's expectations, vastly stronger than Xia had been. Even knowing its weaknesses and flaws, they still couldn't inflict any damage. If this keeps up, Director Chang and the others might be the first to go. Suke's voice carried a hint of urgency as he addressed Xia, who was still howling. Xia, still unable to establish contact with that Yu Ying? Hearing Suke's question, Xia shook her little head. No luck. That Yang doesn't seem to want to acknowledge me. I can sense it heard my communication request, but it doesn't want to respond. Facing Xia's response, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly. If he hears but doesn't respond, there can only be 3 reasons. 1, it's distracted by battle and unable to answer. 2, it doesn't want to. 3, it doesn't understand. The current Yu Ying existed in an eerie state between death and life. Suke couldn't be certain whether it had actually heard him or if its mind was even lucid. There's only one course of action left. That is to gamble. Gamble that it can understand our words. Bet that its mind is still somewhat lucid. We seek no response, only to deliver our message. Suke shifted his approach, addressing Xia directly. Xia, no need to request communication. Tell it directly I have a way to free it from this place. If it wants to be reborn, to leave this forbidden land that imprisons it, then stop. Otherwise, it will never leave this place in this lifetime. Hearing Suke's words, Xia immediately altered her voice, howling to convey the message to Yu Ying. At that moment, before Yu Ying, Chang Qiji and the human form restored Manhwa clasped hands once more. Gazing deeply into each other's eyes, 2 immense, violent surges of spiritual energy erupted from their intertwined palms. Old Chang, let us join hands in the afterlife. Before we die, let's give this beast a little shock. Though their figures were small, the violent spiritual energy swirling around them blazed like stars, 2 fiery suns illuminating the dark mountain forest. They were preparing to expend their last reserves and perish together with the dark aura. As they spoke, they lifted their heads to stare at the shadow spirit, colossal as a mountain range, their eyes filled with utter resolve. Beast! Come on! The dark aura seemed to understand their taunts, a mocking glint flashing in its eerie green eyes. Enveloped in terrifying stellar power, it lunged toward the two. Yet at this critical moment, Xia's voice pierced the heavens and earth, striking the heart of the dark aura with devastating force. The creature, poised to strike, froze instantly. The massive Yu Ying twisted its rigid body, turning its head to stare fixedly in the direction of Suke and the others. Chang Qiji and Manhwa, who had been preparing to face death with resolve, felt their hearts skip a beat at this sight. Why did that beast stop? No, what if it's changing targets to attack Suke and the others first? As they pondered, they watched the enormous body of the ghostly light truly abandon its attack on the two and turn toward Suke's group. Witnessing this, Chang Qiji and Manhwa's heart sank. Their earlier willingness to sacrifice themselves had been precisely to buy Suke and the others a sliver of chance to escape. Now, seeing Yu Ying shift its target to Suke, how could they possibly accept this? You beast! We are your opponents.
Cheng Qiji and Manhwa immediately unleashed their full power, darting forward at lightning speed to block the path before Yu Ying's massive form. Yet Yu Ying seemed to ignore them entirely, continuing to stride toward Suke and his companions. "You beast, don't even think about it." Witnessing this, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa immediately prepared to detonate themselves, hoping to halt Yu Ying.
Yet Suke, positioned amidst the mountain woods, seemed to discern their intent.
He urgently shouted toward Cheng Qiji and Manhwa.
"Don't be rash, directors. Perhaps I can pacify this Yu Ying."
Hearing Suke's words, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa's eyes grew even more skeptical.
"You?"
They found it hard to believe Suke could truly pacify Yu Ying.
Yet, seeing the confident expression in his eyes, they couldn't help but hesitate.
From what they knew of Suke, he didn't seem like the type to make empty boasts. At such a life or death moment, there was no room for jokes.
Perhaps this kid really has a solution?
Cheng Qiji and Manhwa now held Suke in half-believing, half-doubting trust. Yet, to guard against any unexpected turn, they swiftly darted towards Suke's location. This way, should disaster strike, they'd be positioned to rush to their comrades' aid. Within their sight, the shadowy figure strode across the mountains towards Suke's group. It halted amidst the woods where Suke and his companions were, bending down to peer at them. The Yu Ying's immense form seemed to fill the entire world before Suke and his companions, its eyes like a pair of eerily green moons gazing down upon them. Xia, standing before Suke, saw the approaching Yao Ying and immediately changed her voice. She began to howl incessantly at the creature, conveying the message Suke had earlier instructed her to deliver. As Yu Ying's somewhat decayed, massive head turned to look at them, Suke and the others couldn't help but feel their hearts tighten. If Yu Ying were to attack them now, at such close range, most of them would likely meet their end right here.
This was a high-stakes gamble.
Cheng Qiji and Manhwa, who were frantically rushing over from a short distance away, had palms drenched in sweat. Uncertain of Suke's intentions, they stood ready to strike at any moment, prepared to go down with Yu Ying if necessary. Yet for now, Yu Ying merely lowered her head, her gaze fixed intently on Suke, Xia, and the others. She made no move and uttered no sound. Seeing this, Xia strained her voice, howling at the top of her lungs in a desperate attempt to elicit a response from Yu Ying. Watching Xia's frantic howling directed at her, a flicker of human-like emotion seemed to flicker in Yu Ying's emerald green eyes. All the ghostly spirits fell into a deathly silence at that moment, ceasing their advances against Suke and his companions. Cheng Qiji and Manhwa, who had approached nearby, witnessed this scene and dared not act, fearing they might provoke Yu Ying into attacking Suke and his companions. Moments later, Yu Ying lowered her head and painfully opened her mouth, joining the howling with a faint growl. A putrid, rotting stench assaulted their senses, instantly making Suke and Cheng Qiji nearly retch.
Yet Qiania's delighted voice cut through the air. "It's responding. It's responding. It says we can talk." Chapter 141, No Guts, No Glory. This little kitten can talk?
Hearing the voice emanating from Xia's throat, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa, who had rushed over to protect Suke and the others, couldn't help but freeze in surprise. Suke observed the astonishment in their eyes, yet his own expression remained utterly calm. When he decided to have Xia relay the message to Yu Ying, Suke had anticipated their cover would be blown. But he knew this wasn't the time to explain to Cheng Qiji and the others. He turned to Xia and asked directly. "Xia, ask her quickly how should we proceed?" Xia was currently his only bridge to communicate with Yu Ying, but relying solely on her to relay messages presented numerous inconveniences. As a former 9th-tier ferocious beast, Yu Ying surely possessed her own means of communication.
Otherwise, that contract prompt wouldn't have appeared in the first place.
Upon hearing Suke's request, Xia immediately raised her voice to communicate with Yu Ying.
Yu Ying lowered its massive head, fixing its gaze firmly on Suke's location. After scrutinizing him for a few moments, it let out a low growl in his direction. Yet upon hearing Yu Ying's growls, hesitation flickered in Xia's eyes as she turned to Suke with a troubled expression. Seeing this, Suke's brows furrowed slightly. "What's up, Xia? Why do you look so hesitant?" Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside them couldn't help but show puzzled expressions, both turning to look at Xia. "Xia, what exactly did that Yu Ying say?" Xia, seeing the anxiety in everyone's eyes and glancing once more at the enormous head of the Yu Ying beneath the sky, hesitated before speaking to Suke. "Master, the Yang said it wants to carry you to its lair." At those words, everyone's expressions changed instantly. Entering the Yu Ying's cave, what difference would that make from lambs led to the slaughter? Even Cheng Qiji and Manhwa, who had just landed, paled and urgently warned Suke. "Suke, don't agree to this beast." "Exactly. We still have a chance to fight our way out here. But if we follow this thing to its lair, once it decides to kill, there's no escaping." Cheng Qiji and Manhwa had fought tooth and nail precisely to protect Suke and the others. Seeing Suke about to walk into the tiger's den, how could they bear to let him go? At this moment, they completely forgot that Xia could speak, grabbing Suke's shoulders urgently. "Suke, listen to us. Leave now. Though we're only at the 7th tier, we can still muster our last reserves to shield you for a while." Yet, looking at the two anxious faces, Suke gently shook his head. From their earlier battle, Suke had already seen that Cheng Qiji and Manhwa were no match for Yu Ying.
Facing Yuying, they were already fighting on borrowed time.
Trying to completely block Yuying and create an escape opportunity for themselves would only lead to certain death. Suke considered himself not the sort to stand idly by while others sacrificed themselves for him. Never mind, directors. I, Suke, appreciate your kindness. I know exactly what the outcome of the next battle will be. Besides, even if you two directors gave it your all, it's far from certain we could escape this place. Going to speak with the Een Flame carries immense risk, but the chances of success are also high. Suke had his own assessment of the Een Ling. Having been imprisoned here for so long, and having lured them into this Taiyin forbidden land, it surely had ulterior motives. If his guess was correct, this Taiyin Yaoing sought rebirth and escape from its confinement. Yet as they listened to Suke's words, Cheng Chiji and Malanawa's eyes remained filled with worry. But Suke, you are a once-in-a-millennium prodigy among our human race. The risks of this venture are truly immense. Facing their concerns, a faint smile touched the corners of Suke's lips. You can't catch fish without getting your feet wet. Since this An Ning agreed to negotiate with me, it clearly harbors no intent to harm me. Otherwise, I doubt I'd be standing here meeting with you two directors right now. At this point, Suke turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him. Huan, Ruashua, stay right here. Wait for me to return after negotiating with Xia. If things turn sour, follow the two directors and escape immediately. Yet Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, who had always followed Suke's orders, shook their heads simultaneously at this moment. No, Brother Su, wherever you go, we'll follow. Lu Chenhuan, in particular, stood with her arms crossed across her chest, a look of defiant pride on her face. Brother Su, do you remember the oath we swore when we signed our contract? Even if we face mountains of blades and seas of fire, even if reincarnation collapses and cause and effect turns upside down, we will never abandon you. Do you really think we're less worthy than that little kitten Xia? Lang Ruashua looked at Suke with a pitiful expression. Brother Su, could it be you think we're just dead weight? Seeing the pleading looks on their faces, Suke hastily waved his hands. Huan and Ruashua, it's not what you think. This journey is extremely dangerous. Honestly, if it weren't for needing a translator, I wouldn't even want to bring Xia along. You'll be safer staying here. Yet despite Suke's explanation, Lu Chenhuan fixed him with a stern gaze. Brother Su, you know it's dangerous too? Then we should definitely come along for backup. Besides, Lu Chenhuan lifted her head and fixed her gaze on Suke. Brother Su, remember what you once said? That no matter what happens, you'd never abandon me? Do you really think I could go on living alone if something happened to you? Beside him, Lang Ruashua also lifted her sapphire blue eyes to meet Suke's. Brother Su, I don't want to be separated from you either. No matter what happens, I refuse to be separated from you. Along their journey, the two women's feelings for Suke had grown ever deeper, unwilling to be abandoned by him. Seeing their resolute expressions, Suke's heart softened. He sighed softly and gave them a gentle nod. Alright, I'll grant your wish. We'll head to the cave of thee together. Hearing Suke's decision, Cheng Chiji and Manhwa beside him also showed signs of anxiety in their eyes. Suke, please take us along too. Our mission was to escort you back to the capital. If something happens to you, how can we account for our failure? Yet Suke flatly refused their invitation. Directors, this is Suke's own reckless venture. I won't drag you into this because of me. Please wait here. If there's good news, we'll return. If not, I urge you both to leave this place immediately. Suke knew full well that with Cheng Chiji and Malanawa's abilities, leaving this place would be a breeze without the burden of his group. With that, Suke didn't wait for their response. Following Xia's guidance, he quickened his pace toward the Chapter 142, The True Yang. Suke. Seeing Suke heading toward the Cheng Chiji and Manhwa instinctively reached out to stop him. But at that moment, Yuying let out a powerful snort. A terrifying blast of air instantly sent Cheng Chiji and Manhwa flying. Then, it lowered its head toward Suke and his companions. Xia, nestled in Suke's embrace, spoke up. It means we should step up. Hearing Xia's explanation, a flicker of astonishment flashed in Suke's eyes. He then stepped directly toward Yuying's head. Moments later, the group leapt from the mountain peak onto Yuying's head. The creature then tilted its head upward and strode purposefully into the depths of the night. Watching the backs of Suke and the others standing atop Yuying's head, Cheng Chiji and Manhwa, who remained in the forest, couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion. Who would have thought that the arrogant Yuying would personally carry Suke and his companions to its lair? Cheng Chiji nodded silently to himself as he observed the scene. From what we've seen so far, this Yaoing truly doesn't seem to harbor much hostility towards Suke and his companions. Had the Yaoing harbored murderous intent towards Suke and his companions, it would never have carried Suke away. Instead, it would have struck violently as they approached, leaving the trio facing certain death. Perhaps this kid really can create a miracle. Since setting out from Tianhai, Cheng Chiji and the others had witnessed Suke create one miracle after another. Manhwa, standing nearby, nodded softly as well. Let's hope this kid can successfully negotiate with the ghostly light and get us all out of here safely. Otherwise,
As she spoke, a cold gleam flashed in Manhwa's eyes. Then even if we die, we'll send word of our misfortune to the capital. I'm sure the old headmaster will be delighted to personally visit this tiny forbidden land and crush that beast. As they spoke, Ying, carrying Suke and the others, vanished from Chung Chiji and Manhwa's sight. The dark spirits and ferocious beasts lurking in the surrounding mountains and forests, deprived of Ying's control, gradually slipped back into slumber. Guided by Ying, Suke and his companions traversed layer upon layer of mountains until they finally arrived before a towering peak. This towering peak stood as the highest mountain within the entire Taiyin Forbidden Land, its surface strewn with jagged rocks and sheer cliffs. At the summit of its steepest cliff, a massive cavern opened. Within, countless black jade crystals formed a vast passageway, filled with howling yin energy. Before reaching the cave entrance, Ying lowered her head once more and presented it before the cave. Seeing this, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. Does this mean she wants us to go inside? Xia, nestled in Suke's arms, gave a slight nod with her small head. That's right. Gazing at the cave before him, Suke couldn't help but feel puzzled. Though the cave was fairly spacious, with a height of 2 full stories, it seemed impossibly small compared to Ying's massive form. From Suke's perspective, it even resembled a cage prepared specifically for them. But since they were here, they might as well make the best of it. Since we've chosen this path, no matter if this place is a mountain of blades or a sea of fire, we must forge ahead. With that thought, Suke turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua behind him. Huan, Ruashua, stay close to me. With that, Suke led the way, leaping down from the head of the and striding into the cave. Behind him, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were on high alert, their expressions cautious as they guarded either side of Suke, following him into the cavern. As the trio advanced, the cave's full grandeur unfolded before their eyes. The entire interior was inlaid with black jade, its eerie glow appearing even more sinister and magnificent under the night sky. The moment the trio entered, the glowing creature outside seemed to have completed its task. It lay down beside the mountain and closed its eyes. Glancing sideways at the closed eyes of the spirit outside, Suke felt his confusion deepen. How can we negotiate with Ying when she's practically asleep? Could there be some hidden secret within this cave? Lost in thought, the trio decided to ignore the external glow and swiftly followed the black jade passageway deep into the mountain. After traversing the winding mountain path, a vast, cavernous chamber soon came into view. The cavern was remarkably spacious, adorned with black jade formations everywhere. At its very center, a bed crafted entirely from black jade came into view. Upon that bed lay a woman with pale skin, clad in a black gauze dress, her face concealed by a black veil. The moment they saw the woman on the bed, everyone's brows furrowed involuntarily. Why is there a woman here? Did the ghostly light carry us here just to see this woman? Her skin was unnaturally pale, as if coated with layers of plaster, devoid of any hint of color. She looked every bit like a corpse. A corpse? I'd like to see who you are. Upon seeing the corpse, Lu Chenhuan hurried forward, intent on tearing away the black veil shrouding the woman's face. But at that very moment, the corpse's eyes snapped open. A ghostly green gaze locked onto Lu Chenhuan before her. It's come back to life. Seeing the corpse's eyes open, Lu Chenhuan shuddered in fright and scrambled backward. Suke swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself between Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua as he stared at the corpse. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the real Ying, correct? Hearing Suke's words, a flicker of surprise flickered in the corpse's eyes. She slowly sat up from the black jade bed, flexing her stiff limbs, and turned to look at Suke with genuine interest. It seems the demon god cult's description was accurate. You, little one, are a beast tamer of extraordinary talent. How did you come to that conclusion? Suke responded calmly to the corpse's question. I figured it out when the corpse-eating ghost led us into the mountains. Legend says that after reaching the 9th tier, ferocious beasts can enter the void. Even if their physical forms dissipate, they can reshape immortal spirit bodies using the essence of 10,000 beasts. This cave gathers densine energy likely intended for nurturing corpses and shaping spirits. If my guess is correct, you and that decaying corpse are 2 spirits sharing one body. It safeguards your safety, while you command its actions. Hearing Suke's deductions, Ying burst into laughter. You're a sharp one, kid. Truly worthy of a beast master who can contract a 9th tier ferocious beast. Hearing this, Suke's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at Xia in his arms. You know her? Gazing at Xia in Suke's arms, Ying rose to her feet and approached him. I don't know her personally, but I've heard of her. This form must be Lord Kyo, the traitor of our beast clan from back then, right? Chapter 143, Ying's Flaw. Hearing Ying recognize her, Xia's gaze flickered involuntarily. She no longer concealed her aura, leaping directly from Suke's embrace to reveal her form as a black gold cub. She looked at Ying. Since you recognize me, I shall no longer conceal my form. Xia looked at Ying, a trace of arrogance flickering in her eyes. You're Ying, right? I seem to recall some impression of you. Back then, you were just a 7th tier minor demon, weren't you? But after my battle with the Fire Phoenix back then, I fell into a deep slumber. I never imagined you would break through to the 9th stage and become a scattered spirit within this Taiyin Forbidden Land. Truly, life is full of twists and turns.
Hearing Cha's words, a cold smile touched Yu Ying's lips. Indeed, who could have foreseen it? Who could have imagined that Xinjiao, the half-step beast god who once dominated the realm, was actually a woman and ended up as the contract beast of some lowly human beast master? At this point, Yu Ying shot Cha a meaningful look. When the demon god cult told me this, I found it hard to believe. But now, it truly surpasses my wildest imagination. The mighty demon Shiyao, who once ruled the winds and clouds, ultimately bowed her noble head to the human race. Facing Yu Ying's sarcasm, Cha's eyes sparkled with amusement. You look down on my contract with the human race, but that's because you don't know my master's true identity. Besides, didn't you bring us here hoping for a sliver of chance? You want to know why I bound myself to my master, and more than that, you want to know if my master can truly help you escape this prison. Faced with Cha's taunts, Yu Ying fell into an unusual silence. She had to admit that summoning Suke had been precisely to test whether he could truly help her escape. After all, trapped for so many years in this desolate, lifeless Taiyin forbidden land, Yu Ying was on the verge of madness. If there was a way to rise from the ashes and leave this place, she would spare no cost. That was precisely why she had lured Suke and the others here in the first place. Standing behind Sha, Suke had also noticed this. He addressed Yu Ying directly. Yu Ying, do you want to leave this place? At his words, Yu Ying lifted her head, her gaze fixed intently on Suke. Do you have a way? Suke didn't answer immediately. Instead, his eyes flickered as his insightful divine eye activated, studying Yu Ying. Beast, Taiyin Yu Ying soul form. Rank, 7th tier. Innate skills, Dark Moon Roar, Star Summoning, Moon Banishment, Undead Infection, Yin-Yang Reversal, Undead Manipulation. Flaw, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast. After sustaining severe injuries, it forcibly activated the Return to Void, causing its physical body to dissipate. It attempted to reshape an immortal spirit body using the essence of myriad beasts, but due to severe bodily decay and deep-seated resentment, the soul and body failed to harmonize. Its soul condensed into black jade in energy, hiding within the mountains to manipulate its physical form. This state is relatively fragile. Shattering the black jade can weaken its soul strength. Status, contractable. Reading Yu Ying's information, Suke's lips curved into a faint smile as his gaze returned to her face, veiled in black gauze. Yu Ying, if I'm not mistaken, you're currently in a soul state, right? At these words, Yu Ying's pupils contracted sharply. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him stared wide-eyed at Suke. Brother Su, are you saying this Yu Ying before us isn't physical, she's a soul? Exactly. How could such a lifelike form be a soul? It wasn't that they doubted him, it was simply that the Yu Ying before them looked so utterly human. No one would have imagined she was a mere spirit. Even Xia, standing before Suke, couldn't help but furrow her brow slightly. At that moment, Yu Ying narrowed her eyes slightly, fixing Suke with a dangerous glare. What makes you think that? Is this state I'm in like a soul state? Seeing Yu Ying shake her head, Suke remained unhurried, smiling as he continued to speak to her. Of course not. After all, you're a soul form condensed from the Yin energy within the black jade of this black jade mountain. The mountain holds such abundant Yin energy that it solidifies your soul body, making it impossible for ordinary people to detect anything unusual. Suke raised his head and gestured toward the cave walls, which were entirely covered in black jade. Yu Ying, if I'm not mistaken, this black jade is the primary source sustaining your current form, right? If we were to destroy this black jade, the impact on you would be immense, wouldn't it? Your decaying corpse remains outside. If we forcibly destroy this black jade, your power would be severely weakened. Hearing Suke's deadly double-barreled questions, Yu Ying's eyes narrowed sharply as she fixed Suke before her with an intense stare. Well done, Su Quebec. How did you figure all this out? Facing Yu Ying's interrogation, Suke's eyes held only calmness. You intercepted us because you must have obtained information about me beforehand from the demon god cult. But judging by your expression, they must not have told you that I possess the ability to see through others' weaknesses. To my eyes, you're like a woman without undergarments. I know every mole on your body. Hearing Suke's vivid metaphor, even the worldly wise Yu Ying flushed instantly. Not even the black veil over her face could hide her blushing cheeks. Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, secretly pinched Suke's arm. Su brother, you're so naughty. Your mouth just can't keep its mouth shut. Cold Ruashua, however, blinked innocently at Suke. So, brother Su, did you see clearly? Where exactly is sister Yu Ying's mole? Hearing Ruashua's soul-searching question, Suke cleared his throat and patted her head. That's not important. What matters is that I have this ability. Got it? Hearing Suke's explanation, Ruashua nodded, looking as if she half understood. It was Cha who spoke up for Suke at that moment. So, Yu Ying, my master's meaning should be quite clear by now. He can see through every flaw in you. To him, you're nothing but a bundle of weaknesses. Facing Cha and Suke's words, Yu Ying's gaze flickered unceasingly. So what? You possess this ability, and then what? Then plan to use that ability against me? Yu Ying's tone now dripped with scorn. Don't forget, even though my physical body is elsewhere and I'm currently only in soul form, I still possess 7th tier strength. With your current cultivation levels, even combined, you couldn't possibly be my match. To think you could destroy these black jadine crystals in front of me? That's nothing but a pipe dream.
Hearing the scorn in Yu Ying's voice, Xia shook her head helplessly. I wonder if staying in this cave too long has made you lose your mind. The master's meaning is that since he can see through your flaws, he can find a way to mend them all to aid your rebirth in the void and free you from this place. What? At these words, Yu Ying's pupils dilated sharply, her breathing becoming uncontrollably rapid. Chapter 144, Xia's Threat. As Xia's words echoed, Yu Ying's eyes burned with fervor, fixed intently on Su Ke before her. Su Ke, is what Yu said true? Ever since that battle years ago, when Yu Ying was forced to disintegrate into the void, she had stumbled upon Black Jade Mountain. Using it to nourish her lingering consciousness, she slaughtered all the ferocious beasts in the vicinity, gathering their essence in an attempt to reshape her body with the spirits of 10,000 beasts. However, due to her incomplete consciousness in the early stages, these ferocious beasts perished, and the area became the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Left with no choice, it used the remnants of the beast's essence to cobble together a rotting corpse from decaying carcasses. This act severed all traces of life within him, preventing true rebirth in the void. For countless years, the soul drifted through this desolate land, imprisoned within the forbidden zone like a cage, forever trapped like a goldfish unable to break free from its glass confines. For all these years, she had not even found someone to talk to. Most of the time, she could only speak to her own decaying corpse, unable to alleviate the profound loneliness within her heart. Now, hearing that Su Ke before her might offer a chance to escape this torment, how could her heart not surge with excitement? Seeing the fervor in Yu Ying's eyes, Su Ke nodded gently. Yes. After reading Yu Ying's message, Su Ke had already guessed what she had endured all these years in the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Though he harbored no affection for Yu Ying as a ferocious beast, in this critical moment, he could leverage this knowledge to secure survival for himself and his companions. He might even have the chance to bind her to a contract. Hearing Su Ke's response, Yu Ying could no longer contain herself. She rushed forward, grabbed Su Ke by the collar, and gasped for breath. Speak! Speak now! Tell me how I can be completely reborn and escape this hellhole. Watching Yu Ying's chest heave with each ragged breath, Su Ke's gaze lingered, surprise flickering in his eyes. Who would have thought that a body in a soul state could react just like a normal person's, with such visible undulations? Noticing Su Ke's gaze fixed on her chest, Yu Ying's brows furrowed involuntarily. Su Ke, what are you looking at? At her question, Su Ke cleared his throat and looked at Yu Ying with an expression of righteous indignation. I'm looking at your flaws, of course. What else do you think I'm looking at? And what did you find? Yu Ying, now gripping Su Ke's collar, wore a look of pure skepticism. It's huge. Su Ke coughed awkwardly at this point. I mean, your flaw is huge. Besides, you're the one needing my help. Could you at least keep your attitude in check? Listening to Su Ke's words and glaring at the man whose collar she held, Yu Ying cleared her throat haughtily. No. You need to understand your place. It's not that I need you, it's that you must agree to my terms to stay alive. I was once a mighty 9th rank great demon. Begging you? Utterly ridiculous. Yet faced with Yu Ying's haughty defiance, Su Ke merely shook his head with an expression of utter indifference. Yu Ying, since we dared to come here, we've long cast life and death aside. Truthfully, even if death awaits us here, I fear it not. And now that we know your secret, we're confident we can drag you down with us before we die. Su Ke glanced at Yu Ying indifferently as he spoke. But are you truly content to guard this place for eternity? After discovering this possibility, has your heart never stirred? Can you truly accept that you personally extinguish this living hope? As Su Ke's words echoed, Yu Ying's eyes narrowed slightly, her gaze brimming with a dangerous glint. Reason told her Su Ke's logic held merit, yet her pride refused to yield. Su Ke, do you think you have the right to negotiate with me? After staying here so long, my heart has grown cold. Do you truly believe a few words from you could make me bow to you? Discussion is possible, but you must understand clearly, it is you who need me. You should agree to all my conditions. Otherwise, you won't be leaving Black Jade Mountain alive today. Yet facing Yu Ying's threat, Su Ke merely extended his hand calmly, gently grasping her wrist and pulling her hand away from his chest. Yu Ying, I've told you I'm not afraid of death. From the moment I set foot here, I was prepared to die. Besides, do you really think killing me would only mean I'd spend the rest of my life trapped in this Taiyin Forbidden Land? You're far too naive. At this point, Xia, standing beside Su Ke, looked at Yu Ying with unshakable confidence. Exactly. Do you know that our master is the only SSS-ranked Beast Tamer in human history? And did you know that even the 3 great academies of the capital fought tooth and nail to recruit our master? If not for their duty to preside over their respective institutions, those deans would have personally come to welcome him. Xia's face twisted into a cold sneer as she fixed her gaze on Yu Ying. If you kill our master here today, it won't take 2 days before the 9th rank powerhouses from the capital come personally to wipe this Taiyin Forbidden Land off the map. Upon hearing this, Yu Ying's expression shifted uncontrollably. She had considered Su Ke important to the human race, but never imagined he held such significance. Even a 9th tier powerhouse had turned their gaze toward him. Are you telling the truth? Yu Ying's eyes now fixed on Xia, tinged with disbelief.
Faced with Yu Ying's command, Chia's little head perked up proudly. As fellow 9th rank beings, I have my dignity. Why would I deceive you over such trifles? At this point, Chia shot Yu Ying a cold, mocking glance. Besides, Yu Ying, you should know that my cultivation back then far surpassed yours. I was but a half step away from touching the threshold of the beast god. Do you truly believe my true cultivation is only what I've shown on the surface? Do you truly believe I have no hidden cards up my sleeve? As Chia's words fell, Yu Ying's expression grew increasingly complex. Just as Chia and Suke had said, after living here for so many years, Yu Ying had grown afraid of this endless, bottomless loneliness. Even the fervent passion she once held for the Beast Clan had been gradually eroded by the endless solitude. Yet in Yu Ying's eyes now, a final flicker of Beast Tribe fervor still burned. Suke, since you hold such importance to the human clan, wouldn't killing you be a boon to our Beast Clan? Facing Yu Ying's threat, Suke's eyes remained utterly calm. Then go ahead and try. Try the feeling of personally crushing your own hope in its infancy. Though Yu Ying kept threatening him, Suke felt an increasing sense of calm within. For if Yu Ying truly intended to kill him, she wouldn't have continued negotiating. Her actions were driven more by a desire to keep the initiative firmly in her own hands. The more she pressed, the more Suke needed to appear unconcerned. Only then could he avoid being manipulated. Watching Suke's unyielding demeanor, Yu Ying gritted her teeth, her eyes blazing with fury. Chapter 145, The Temptation of the Contract. Observing Suke's unflinching demeanor, Yu Ying's fury radiated through the black veil, her spiritual energy pulsing violently. Suke, you're so brazen, do you truly believe I wouldn't dare kill you? Hearing Yu Ying's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside Suke instantly activated their own spiritual energy, causing the black jade in the cave to vibrate and hum. Even Xia bristled, her spiritual energy roaring skyward. Then go ahead and try. In an instant, the cave became a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with tension. Witnessing this scene, Suke, the very person at the center of it all, remained the calmest of them all. With an expression of utter calm, he waved his hand at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua behind him. Don't worry, Yu Ying won't kill me. If she intended to kill me, she wouldn't have brought us to Black Jade Mountain in the first place. Suke spoke calmly, his gaze fixed on Yu Ying. Yu Ying, at this point, there's no need for us to burn our bridges. If you wish to leave this place, the best way is to cooperate with me. Hearing Suke's words, Yu Ying's emotions gradually calmed. Her eyes, visible beneath the black veil, fixed steadily on Suke. Can you truly help me succeed in the return void and escape this place? Hearing this, Xia before Suke regained her senses and gave Yu Ying a cold snort. What else? Why would I have made a contract with my master otherwise? If he couldn't aid me, why would I stoop to serving a mere human? Hearing Xia's words, Yu Ying's eyes finally snapped back to focus, fixing on Xia. You actually made a contract with this kid? Though Yu Ying had suspected as much, the moment Xia admitted it, disbelief flashed in her eyes. Her gaze shifted to Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua standing behind Suke. Then those two. Are they also your contract partners? So you can contract 3 partners simultaneously? Facing Yu Ying's stunned expression, Suke's gaze remained utterly calm. Yes. To be precise, more than 3. If I wish, I can bind an infinite number. Hearing Suke's answer, Yu Ying's beautiful eyes widened in utter disbelief. Infinite contracts? Though Yu Ying wasn't human, she'd interacted with humans extensively in the past. She understood all too well how absurd it was to possess multiple contracts. No wonder I heard from those demon god cultists that you only awakened a month ago, yet your cultivation has already broken through to the 3rd tier. So it was multiple contracts. The ability for contracted partners to share cultivation progress was a profound mystery common to both the human and beast clans. It was the greatest advantage the beast race envied in the human race. The reason the human race had developed so rapidly in such a short time, producing many geniuses capable of rivaling the great beasts of the beast race, was precisely because of this bond between beast masters and beast maidens. Given the same amount of cultivation time, humans with contracted partners progress at least twice as fast as beast kin. How could they not be envious? Of course, the beast race possesses its own innate advantages. They are born with thick, resilient hides, and high-tier ferocious beasts with pure bloodlines come equipped with powerful innate abilities. Yet, compared to the cultivation methods of the human race, these still present certain disadvantages. Of course, great beasts like Yu Ying who have ascended to the 9th tier are eligible for contracts with humans. Yet several new problems now confront them. Setting aside the long-standing animosity between humans and beasts, the question remains, at nearly 9th tier themselves, with whom should they form a contract? A high-tier human beast master? But they usually already have their own contracted beast masters. Who would trust a contract with a beast of a different race? But choosing a low-tier beast master? That would only drag down their own strength. Carrying dead weight into battle? Absolutely not. Thus, for high-tier beasts like Yu Ying and her kind, it could only be a matter of envy. But as Suke gazed into Chia's eyes, he saw that very look of envy. A faint smile touched his lips. You envy? Actually, if you really wanted to, you could too. Me too?
Hearing Sukei's words, Ewing first frowned involuntarily, then her eyes instantly widened, revealing a glint of murderous intent.
You little brat, are you implying you want to contract this noble lord? Do you even know what you're saying?
Though Yu Ying's cultivation had plummeted and she was now forced to exist in both soul and decaying corpse forms, she still carried the pride of her former status as a 9th-rank great demon beast.
You, a mere 3rd-tier human beast tamer, dare to contract me, a 9th-tier great demon beast?
Who knew that? In response to Yu Ying's furious outburst, Xia beside her simply rolled her eyes.
So what if he's 3rd tier? Don't you know our master is an SSS tier beast master, a rarity that comes along once in 10,000 years?
Besides, even this majestic 9th-rank perfected beast, once a half-step beast god, bound itself to our master.
What gives you, a mere ordinary 9th rank, the right to be so arrogant?
Yet, hearing Xia's words,
Yu Ying retorted sharply. Do you think everyone is like you? Willingly betraying your own kind?
Facing Yu Ying's scorn, Xia retorted without restraint.
And you truly believe the beast tribe is entirely composed of noble beasts? If I hadn't been abandoned by the beast clan first, how could I have given up on them? Besides, I never sided with the humans either. On the contrary, I've always remained neutral.
I despise the beast clan's burning ambition toward the human clan, just as I detest the human clan's practice of confining beasts in territories for hunting and entertainment. I understand these are decisions both sides must make for their own racial interests. But in my view, all beings possess spirit. Humans and beasts should find a more harmonious way to coexist, rather than this endless cycle of fighting and killing, with neither side willing to back down. As Xia spoke, both Sukei and Yu Ying looked at her with surprise in their eyes. They never imagined Xia's values could be so noble, elevated to such a lofty level. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, in particular, stared at Xia with utter disbelief, completely unable to reconcile her with the rebellious white tiger of the phoenix-crying ravine.
Xia now looked at Yu Ying with a deeply meaningful expression.
Yu Ying, the fact that our master can contract a 9th-rank great demon like us may itself become a miracle for the future integration of our two clans. Moreover, your current state is not that of the 9th-tier great demon who once required no contract.
It is precisely in this state that you are most suited to form a contract with the master.
After the contract, the master can utilize innate skills to help you devise a solution for repairing the injuries from back then, enabling you to reconstitute your physical form and achieve successful rebirth in the abyss. At this point, Xia paused briefly before continuing. Furthermore, the Beastmaster contract is currently the highest tier Heavenly Path contract. Its rank even surpasses the binding contract that person imposed upon you back then. Once you bind yourself to the master through this contract, there's a strong possibility the Beastmaster's contract could neutralize the curse he placed upon you, allowing you to finally escape this cursed place.
A single contract could yield so many benefits. Are you truly not tempted? As Xia spoke, a flicker of temptation and inner conflict began to surface in Yu Ying's eyes. Chapter 146. Now, offer me your contract.
Though she didn't want to admit it, as a former 9th-rank great demon, Yu Ying's vast experience constantly reminded her that Xia was telling the truth. This was the best way to escape her current predicament. Yet the thought of truly entering into a contract with Sukei meant she would inevitably lose the autonomy that came with being a 9th-rank great demon.
Pride was tormenting Yu Ying.
As struggle flickered in Yu Ying's eyes, Xia's alluring voice seized the moment. Yu Ying, even I, Xia, a half-step beast god, have made a contract. What are you afraid of? Besides, aside from the master, do any other humans even have the qualifications to bind a contract with you? And who else could truly help you overcome your current predicament? As Xia's words echoed, the turmoil in Yu Ying's eyes deepened. Had these words come from Lu Chenhuan or Ruashua, Yu Ying might have dismissed them. But coming from Xia, a fellow former 9th-rank great demon, they struck a profound chord within her.
But I am still a beast.
Deep within Yu Ying's heart, the pride of her beast clan still lingered.
To form a contract with a human beast master and turn against my own kind? I cannot do it.
It was precisely this fervent devotion to her beast clan that had propelled Yu Ying step by step to the realm of a 9th-rank great demon. Now, to submit to a human beastmaster and stand against her own kind, her heart remained filled with resistance. Facing Yu Ying's apprehension, Sukei approached with a calm expression, fixing his gaze upon her emerald eyes. Yu Ying, even if you form a contract with me, you won't have to turn against your own kind. After our contract, aside from daily training, you can simply be a mascot like Xia, nothing more. Unless I face mortal danger, you'll have the choice to remain uninvolved. Hearing Sukei's words, Yu Ying's expression faltered, the struggle in her eyes intensifying. If Sukei truly offered these terms, facing such tempting conditions, Yu Ying found it hard not to be swayed. It would not only help her escape this place but also perfectly resolve the moral conflict gnawing at her heart. Xia, standing nearby, seized the moment to pour fuel on the fire, fanning the flames further. Yu Ying, look at the generous terms our master has offered. Why hesitate? It's like you don't have to do anything, just sit back and enjoy the fruits of your cultivation. What's there to hesitate about? According to Sukei's terms, she wouldn't need to lift a finger unless he faced mortal peril. Such a deal was pure profit. It seemed like a bargain no matter how you looked at it. At this point, Yu Ying knew it was time for her to make a decision.
After all, she had been confined in this lifeless, desolate place for far too long, so long that she was beginning to forget what it felt like to be a living being. With that thought, Yu Ying lifted her head to look at Suke, swallowing nervously. Suke, if I bind myself to you, can you truly repair my physical form and lead me out of this cursed place? Seeing the longing and probing in Yu Ying's gaze, Suke's lips curved into a smile, knowing she was already tempted. He could easily take advantage of this moment to lure her away, but Suke chose to lay everything out plainly instead. My talent allows me to detect flaws in all things. If you contract with me, I can deduce a repair plan tailored to your specific defects. However, while I can devise the repair plan, I cannot guarantee its immediate success. At this point, Suke glanced at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua standing behind him. Take Ruashua and Huan, for example. Even if I deduce the path for their advancement, gathering the materials or fulfilling the conditions still requires time. Your situation is far more complex than theirs. Achieving a complete repair in the short term is practically impossible. All I can promise is to give you hope, while doing my utmost to help you find the necessary materials for the fix. Suke paused, casting a glance at Yu Ying. Of course, since you're my contracted partner, you needn't worry, I won't give it my all. After all, having another reliable high-tier life-saving trump card by my side is something I'd certainly welcome. Seeing the sincerity on Suke's face, Yu Ying's gaze grew complex, her eyes filled with even more hesitation. I need some time to think. Suke made no move to pressure Yu Ying into a decision, simply standing before her, waiting quietly for her choice. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, standing beside Suke, kept a wary eye on Yu Ying, guarding against any sudden outburst. Xia, however, yawned boredom-strickenly nearby. Far from fearing Yu Ying's potential outburst, she instead confronted her directly. Yu Ying, you were once a great demon who witnessed the 9th-tier scenery. How can you be so indecisive? This is a golden opportunity falling from the sky, why hesitate? With that, Xia tilted her little head and strode up to stand directly before Yu Ying, meeting her gaze. Yu Ying, think carefully. If you miss out on the master, will you ever encounter another chance to help you escape in this lifetime? What will become of you then? Wait until the humans achieve complete victory, then turn around and settle the score by wiping you out? Or are you pinning your hopes on the beast tribe conquering human territory to aid your revival? At this point, Xia shot Yu Ying a meaningful look. Yu Ying, we are both of the Beast clan. I trust you understand better than I that even within our own kind, factions exist due to racial differences. There are those who show no mercy. The essence of 10,000 beasts and souls you've gathered in the abyss to those high-ranking great demons, it's nothing but a delicious tonic. Are you truly certain that what awaits us is revival, not annihilation? As Xia's piercing words sank in, Yu Ying's mental defenses began to crumble. In an instant, she made her decision deep within her heart and lifted her head to look steadily at Suke. Fine, Su, I'll trust you this once. If you truly help me escape this place and regain my freedom, I will repay you with my life. But if you deceive me, I'll force the contract's termination even if it means suffering its backlash. We'll both perish here together. At this moment, Yu Ying had staked her entire hope on Su Quebec. There was no room for error. If this hope shattered, Yu Ying would drag Suke down with her in death. Suke listened to Yu Ying's threatening words, and a smile did indeed appear at the corner of his mouth. Rest assured, I won't deceive you. If you're willing to trust me, I'll surely repay you with a surprise. Having said this, Suke took 2 steps toward Yu Ying, extending his hand toward her as he looked down at her from above. Now, present your contract formation to me. Chapter 147, Contract with Tyene, Earth and Sky Tremble. Gazing up at Suke's overbearing gaze due to their height difference, Yu Ying's eyes narrowed in concentration. In that instant, she felt a soul-stirring palpitation surge within her heart. Impossible. I was once a 9th-rank great demon. I couldn't possibly feel the stirring before that little brat Su Quebec. It must be an illusion. Yao Ying quickly regained her composure, then fixed her gaze firmly on Su Quebec, gritting her teeth. Countless strands of soul energy began to gather at her forehead, coalescing into a green contract formation. All or nothing. Come on. Watching the emerald array emerge on Yu Ying's forehead, Suke's eyes flickered. He hadn't expected that Yu Ying, in her soul state, could actually form a contract with him. But Suke quickly snapped back to his senses. He bit his finger, drawing blood, and pressed his finger directly onto the contract formation on Yu Ying's forehead. The instant Suke's blood merged with Yu Ying's contract array, a violent force erupted from before them. In that instant, it transformed into a torrent of fury that tore through the entire Black Jade Mountain, sending a pillar of eerie green light skyward. The entire mountain shook violently under the onslaught of this force, causing countless pieces of black jade to rain down. The dark veil of Yu Ying was violently torn away by the force, revealing the breathtakingly beautiful face beneath. It was a face radiating an aggressive, otherworldly beauty. Gazing upon Yu Ying's breathtakingly beautiful face, even Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua couldn't help but feel their pupils contract slightly, a vague sense of urgency rising in both their hearts. Xia, standing nearby, couldn't help but let out a gasp. What a little vixen, truly a nation-ruining beauty. Her looks are almost as stunning as mine, no wonder she hides her face behind that black veil. But at that moment, Yu Ying was too preoccupied to heed Xia's mockery. Her gaze fixed on the black jade raining down within the cave, her heart instinctively tightened. For these black jade shards were the very foundation that helped her consolidate her soul power. If they were all destroyed, her strength in her soul state would be severely diminished. Yet in the very next second, all traces of anxiety vanished from Yu Ying's heart. She could clearly sense that the moment her contract with Suke was formed, the realm she had previously relied on the yin energy of the black jade to maintain had stabilized directly. In other words, even without these black jade shards, her current cultivation realm remained unaffected. Upon realizing this, surprise and delight filled Yu Ying's eyes as she looked at Suke. Before she could speak, the contract formation's light flared intensely, instantly pulling Yu Ying's consciousness into Suke's sea of consciousness. There, she saw the beast cores of Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan, sparkling like brilliant stars as they breathed and cultivated. She also saw Chia's enormous beast core, several times larger than those of the two women, and most strikingly, Suke's colossal soul crystal, radiant like the sun itself. The instant she entered Suke's sea of consciousness, an overwhelming pressure emanating from his bloodline enveloped Yu Ying's heart, causing a flash of understanding to appear in her eyes. No wonder Chia holds this boy in such high regard. No wonder he can form infinite contracts with ferocious beasts. He carries the aura of the beast god we worship. Upon sensing this overwhelming pressure, all of Yu Ying's previous reservations toward Suke vanished in that instant. She willingly bowed her head before him. With this soul, I pledge eternal devotion. By the heavenly way is my oath, let the sun and moon bear witness. As Yu Ying's words fell, the light upon the contract formation blazed even brighter, piercing the gloomy sky and illuminating the surrounding world. Heaven and earth resonated. At that moment, Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua paced anxiously within the forbidden wasteland. That brat Suke and the others have been gone so long with no word. Could something have happened? Exactly. That's a former 9th tier great demon. Even in its battle-damaged state, it's beyond what two battle kings like us could handle. Killing Suke and his 3rd tier companions would be child's play. Though Suke's cultivation far surpassed his peers, it was utterly insignificant compared to a forbidden great demon like Taiyin Yu Ying. Especially since the Taiyin Forbidden Land was Yu Ying's home turf. Even an 8th tier beast master and beast maiden might not fare well here. Had the ancient sages of humanity not sealed Yu Ying's soul within this domain, it would likely require 9th tier beast masters and beast maidens to stand a chance against this monstrosity. The more Cheng Qiji thought about Suke's dazzlingly brilliant performance throughout their journey, the more anxious he grew. The more extraordinary Suke proved himself, the more crucial he became to their war academy, indeed, to the entire human race. If he perished under their escort, Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua would bear the guilt for the rest of their lives, finding no face to remain among the human race. Amidst their mounting anxiety, a green pillar of light erupted from the distant horizon, piercing the sky and illuminating the entire gloomy world of the Taiyin Forbidden Land in an instant. Boom! The terrifying commotion shook the wilderness. One by one, the shadow beasts lurking in the gloom opened their eerie green eyes, gazing toward the direction of Black Jade Mountain where the pillar of light originated. As if sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the pillar of light, the shadow beasts instantly prostrated themselves, kneeling in submission toward Black Jade Mountain. All beasts prostrated themselves, countless spirits howling. What the hell is that noise? Witnessing this scene, Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua stared wide-eyed, their pupils dilating in shock. What's happening to Suke and the others in that gloomy cavern? How did they cause such a commotion? Could it be that he has gone berserk? Gazing at the pillar of light piercing the heavens, Cheng Qiji's brow furrowed deeply. But this energy doesn't look like it's from a rampage at all. Meanwhile, Ma Lanhua, observing the towering pillar of light and the green light patterns reflected beneath the sky, furrowed her brow slightly. I can't shake the feeling that the image reflected in that pillar of light resembles a formation. Could it be a contract formation? Through the interlacing light, Ma Lanhua could roughly deduce that the pillar reflected a magical formation. However, she wasn't entirely certain what kind of formation it was, only able to make a rough guess based on its shape. A contract formation? Hearing Ma Lanhua's conjecture, Cheng Qiji beside her couldn't help but tremble, then shook his head hastily. No, impossible. This kind of commotion couldn't possibly be caused by a contract formation. Your guess is probably right, it is some kind of formation. But it shouldn't be a contract formation. It must be something else. It must be those kids Suke and the others who entered that gloomy cavern and accidentally triggered some mechanism Yao Ying had set up beforehand. This theory only made Cheng Qiji feel a rising sense of urgency. We can't just sit here waiting idly any longer. Now that we know the location of that gloomy cave, let's sneak in and rescue Suke and the others from those beasts. Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua exchanged glances at this point, then spread their green wings and soared toward Black Jade Mountain together. Chapter 148, Yu Ying's Rebirth Plan. Within Black Jade Mountain, Yu Ying snapped out of her contract state, reopening her eyes to gaze at Suke before her. The contract formation on her forehead gradually dissipated. A sense of connected minds surged through her, causing a strange light to flicker in Yu Ying's eyes. So this is what a contract feels like. As a former 9th rank great demon, Yu Ying had never imagined she would truly form a contract with a human beast master.
After the contract was formed, Yu Ying could distinctly sense that she and Suke were now bound as family. Should she ever harbor thoughts of harming Suke, she would face severe punishment from the way of heaven. Observing Yu Ying's slightly dazed, otherworldly features, Suke's lips curved into a faint smile. Now that the contract is successful, from this day forward, you and I are family. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who had been watching from the side, finally let out a sigh of relief upon witnessing Yu Ying successfully bind herself to Suke. Xia, standing nearby, smiled and began wagging her tiger tail as she approached Yu Ying.
Yu Ying, welcome to the master's family.
Yet as Xia's words of welcome reached her ears, Yu Ying suddenly remembered something. She immediately turned to Suke with a stern expression. Even if we've formed a contract, don't expect me to call you master. To me, you'll always be little Suke. Deep within Yu Ying's heart lay the dignity unique to a 9th rank great demon. Agreeing to the contract was already the greatest concession she could make. She would never allow herself to call a human beast master.
Faced with Yu Ying's insistence, Suke naturally didn't mind. Fine by me.
Succeeding in persuading Yu Ying to contract with him was already the greatest surprise and reward of this journey. Of course, Xia deserved the lion's share of the credit. Without Xia, another 9th rank great demon, acting as an intermediary, Suke alone might have needed to spend much more effort persuading her, and even then, he might not have earned Yu Ying's trust. Now that Yu Ying had agreed to the contract, his primary goal was achieved. As for titles and their future interactions, there would be plenty of time for that later. Seeing that Suke held no coercive intent, Yu Ying's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled. Clearing her throat, she looked at Suke. Suke, remember our agreement once we formed the contract, you'd devise a solution to fix my current state.
Help me out already. What exactly do I need to do to escape this damnable forbidden zone? Hold on.
Without hesitation, Suke activated his insight divine eye and began analyzing the information on Yu Ying's defects. Yu Ying watched Suke intently, her face tense as she waited for his answer. Moments later, the information before Suke's eyes began to coalesce and transform.
Beast Tamer Yu Ying soul form. Realm, 7th tier. Contract partner, Suke. Innate abilities, Dark Moon Roar, Star Summoning, Moon Banishment, Undead Infection, Yin-Yang Reversal, Undead Manipulation. Flaws, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast.
After sustaining severe injuries, it forcibly activated the Return to Void, causing its physical body to dissipate. It attempted to reshape an immortal spirit body using the essence of myriad beasts, but due to severe bodily decay and deep-seated resentment, the soul and body failed to harmonize.
The soul nouses black jade in energy, concealed within the mountains to manipulate its physical form. This state renders it significantly more fragile. Shattering the black jade can weaken its soul strength. Repair plan, the current soul and body remain fundamentally incompatible. Separate repairs must be performed on both before final fusion. Soul restoration, depart the realm of Yin spirits. Consume abundant yang energy and naturally absorb the essence of sun and moon. On the night of a total lunar eclipse, deploy the 9 Yin gathering evil array. Locate an ancient bronze cauldron as a vessel. Add Kunlun Ice Soul, Thunderstruck with Spirit, and Mermaid Beast's Reverse Scale as auxiliary ingredients. Perform a 49-day soul refinement to recast the soul core. Physical restoration, the rebirth of decayed flesh requires enduring 3 calamities and 9 tribulations. First, harness the molten lava of the Earth's core to purify the rotting skeletal frame. Next, use the biting winds of the dark moon to strip away residual decayed flesh. Finally, summon the divine thunder of the 9 heavens to actively strike the physical form, allowing flesh to regenerate from the scorched remains. Each process must be sustained for 49 days. Even Suke couldn't help but twitch his lips as he examined the restoration plan he'd deduced through his insight divine eye. Compared to the repair plans for Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, or Xia, Yu Ying's was brutally difficult. For Yu Ying's soul, it required soul refining in a bronze cauldron. For her physical body, she must endure 3 calamities, the agony of bone melting and skin stripping rebirth, followed by phoenix-like rebirth from charred remains amidst thunder tribulation. Each of these processes demanded a continuous 49-day ordeal. The sheer agony involved was enough to make Suke wince at the very thought. Watching Suke's hesitant expression, Yu Ying's heart skipped a beat. She frowned and looked at him. Xiao Suke, with that hesitant look on your face, are you guys trying to pull the wool over my eyes? Could it be that even you can't deduce my repair plan? Gazing into Yu Ying's haunting eyes, Suke sighed softly. It's not that there isn't one. The plan exists, but it requires you to endure some hardship. Yet as Suke spoke, Yu Ying's eyes suddenly lit up with excitement. Overwhelmed with emotion, she grabbed both of Suke's hands. Just having a solution is good enough. Who cares if it's difficult or not? Hurry up and tell me, what is this solution? In this desolate land, Yu Ying had imagined countless scenarios of regaining her freedom. Now that hope was within reach, who cared about hardship? Watching Yu Ying's hands clasp his in agitated excitement, Suke cleared his throat before laying out the repair plan in full. There is a plan, but the process will be a bit painful. It goes like this. As Suke spoke, Yu Ying's eyes began to flicker uncontrollably. Beside her, Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but twitch their lips. You call this a little discomfort? Had they not known Suke well, they might have thought he was discussing how to torture Yuing. Even Xia's tiger-like eyes showed a hint of sympathy. Yuing, this repair process is going to be a bit more painful for you. But after Suke finished explaining everything, Yuing unexpectedly burst into laughter, completely contrary to her usual demeanor. I thought it was something else. Turns out it's just a minor ordeal of refining my soul and flesh. Rest assured, having faced life and death before, these minor trials are nothing to me. As long as I can be reborn completely, what does this suffering matter? At this point, Yuing seemed to recall something and looked at Suke with a puzzled expression. But the repair plan you proposed seems more focused on my rebirth. It doesn't mention how to escape this Taiyin Forbidden Land. Especially for me in my current soul state, is leaving this Taiyin Forbidden Land a prerequisite? In my current state, how am I supposed to leave? Observing the confusion in Yuing's eyes, Suke frowned in thought. The repair plan indeed didn't cover that aspect, but since we've now formed a contract, I believe we can attempt to leave this place by leveraging this bond. If that fails, I have another plan. Chapter 149, The Forbidden Lands Barrier. Hearing Suke's words, Yuing couldn't help but freeze in surprise. If we can't get out, you have another way? Yuing didn't believe Suke possessed the power to counter the binding contract imposed by that formidable human from the past. Seeing the skepticism in Yuing and Xia's eyes, Suke shook his head gently. I can't guarantee success. All I can say is we'll have to try. Hearing Suke's words, Yuing fell silent. But she quickly accepted the reality. I've been stuck in this godforsaken place for so long, I never imagined I could ever leave. The fact that you're giving me hope is already something. Let's try it first. What if it really works? As she spoke, Yuing seemed to sense something, her brows furrowing slightly. Your two teachers seem to be on their way here. Strictly speaking, the entire Taiyin Forbidden Land was Yuing's domain. The slightest disturbance from Cheng Qiji and manhwa would be detected by her. Hearing Yuing's words, Shichie felt a surge of relief. Thankfully, she'd taken the gamble to come and form a contract with Yuing. Otherwise, if they'd gone head-to-head with her, the Cheng Qiji couple and her own group of third-tier minions would have had no chance of escape. As Yajin observed Cheng Qiji and Malanawa's movements, her brows furrowed slightly. I am a ferocious beast. This contract between us must never be known to other humans or beasts. Otherwise, it will bring you catastrophic disaster. Suke nodded in understanding. In that case, let's try to leave this place before they arrive. If we succeed, I'll find a way to conceal your presence. Xia, standing nearby, nodded in agreement as the jade pendant around her neck glowed softly. If you need help concealing your aura, I can assist as well. Xia's spirit stone was renowned for its effectiveness in concealing auras, capable of masking the aura of a fierce beast like Yuing. We'll figure that out later. Let's get out of here first. Hearing Suke's words, Yuying's eyes flickered. Without hesitation, she reached out and pulled Suke up, addressing Xia and Ruashua. Hold on tight. I'll lead you out of here first. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua wasted no time, immediately striding forward in linking arms. Xia seized the moment to transform into her slender-tailed cat form, leaping straight into Suke's embrace. Let's go. As Suke's words fell, a flash of light erupted within Black Jade Mountain. The surrounding void rippled like pond water, and in the next instant, the group vanished from their original spot. In Suke's perception, the surrounding scenery rapidly blurred and shifted. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves back at the border of the Taiyin Forbidden Land where they had come from. Seeing this, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. You can teleport this far? Doesn't that mean if you'd wanted to kill us earlier, we wouldn't have had a chance to escape? The entire Taiyin Forbidden Land is essentially my domain. Theoretically, yes. Yuing narrowed her eyes slightly as she gazed at the invisible barrier before the Forbidden Land. But this innate teleportation ability can only be wielded by my soul form. And since my soul form relies on nourishment from the Black Jade Mountain's energy, I've always feared revealing my true form and falling prey to schemers. That's why I've never ventured far from the mountain. Only now, after forming a contract with young Suke, do I no longer require the yin chi of Black Jade Mountain to maintain my state? That's why I dared to venture out and try. Having said this, Yuing turned her gaze back toward Suke's location. Suke, your two teachers will soon arrive at Black Jade Mountain. Before they get here, we must try to break through the barrier's confinement and escape. Otherwise, it will be even harder to slip away without revealing any flaws once they're here. MHM. Suke nodded lightly upon hearing this, lifting Xia from his embrace and setting her on the ground. He then turned to Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him. We don't know what might happen when we break through the barrier. You two should move away first, just in case something unexpected occurs. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua nodded in understanding, lifting Xia and retreating toward the rear. Suke turned to look at Yuing, tightening his grip on her hand. Now, let's activate the power of our contract together. We'll see if we can break through this barrier's shackles with its force. Alright. Yuing tightened her grip on Suke's hand as they strode directly toward the barrier. However, just as they were about to touch the barrier, countless ripples suddenly surged from the previously empty forbidden zone ahead. Streaks of golden light rapidly unfolded like a barrier. The barrier severed the entire world from the Taiyin forbidden ground, standing like a wall of despair. Witnessing this scene, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, watching from afar, couldn't help but see their pupils contract. Is this the confinement that the ancient sages used to suppress Yuying? Indeed. We entered without any reaction, yet the moment Yuying approached, it revealed its full form. Truly divine and mysterious. Now, gazing at the barrier humming incessantly at its approach, the yin-yang spirit swallowed hard. She couldn't recall how many years it had been since she last attempted to approach this barrier. Back when she first took shape in the abyss, the ghostly light had made countless attempts to break through this barrier, only to fail every single time. Eventually, she developed a reflexive aversion to it, her body instinctively recoiling at the sight. Now, facing it once more, Yuying felt an intense nervousness. It was the feeling of hope dangling before her eyes, yet being utterly terrified of failure. Suke sensed the tension in Yuying's heart. He gently squeezed her hand, offering encouragement. Come on, let's give it a try. See if today we can finally get you out of here. Hearing Suke's encouragement, Yuying gritted her teeth, then nodded firmly. Summoning her courage, she took a step forward. But the instant Yuying touched the barrier, a tremendous force surged upward, violently hurling her backward. Caught off guard, Suke was also sent flying. The barrier completely ignored the power of her contract with Suke. Failure. Staggering backward, the hope that had flickered in Yuying's eyes shattered instantly, replaced by a face twisted with fury. Watching her hopes vanish, Yuying now glared viciously at the barrier before her, clenching her fists. Damn it! Even after all these years, you still won't let me go. You won't let this old woman out. But today, I'm getting out. The deranged Yuying rose again and charged madly toward the barrier. Boom! 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 The massive barrier shook violently, causing the entire forbidden land to tremble. Yet with every impact, Yuying was mercilessly flung back, her soul energy leaking from her 7 orifices as she retreated farther and farther. Chapter 150, Has Brother Su Lost His Mind? Boom! 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 A massive golden barrier materialized between heaven and earth, causing the entire land to shake violently. Chengqiji and manhwa, mid-flight, witnessed this scene and both widened their eyes in shock. A forbidden zone barrier? Legend says this only appears when being sealed within the forbidden zone attempt to break through. Could it be? Chengqiji lowered his head, exchanging a glance with Manhwa's enormous falcon-like head. Could it be that the yin-yang spirit is trying to force its way through the barrier to escape? What exactly happened to Xiao Shuchue and the others over there? How could they have provoked this Taiyin Yaoing into such a frenzied rage? Chengqiji and Manhwa felt their hearts grow heavier with worry. Hurry! Faster! Hurry to the Yingling's lair! Find out what happened. As they deliberated, their speed surged once more, and they raced madly toward Black Jade Mountain. Meanwhile, before the barrier of the Forbidden Land. Damn the heavens! Why must you toy with me like this? I abandoned my beast clan's dignity to make a pact with a human brat, yet you still refuse to give me hope. Seeing her hopes of leaving the Forbidden Land shattered, Yuying plunged into a state of utter fury, raging madly at the barrier before her. But the barrier was inherently merciless. Facing Yuying's impotent rage, it continued to display its cold, unforgiving form. Once again knocked back and crashing into the rocky ground, Yuying's lips curled into a bitter, self-mocking smile. So then, am I destined to be locked away within this Forbidden Land's cage for the rest of my life, never to know freedom? Not necessarily. Seeing Yuying's emotions settle, Suke quickly approached her side. I have one more option. Earlier, when Yuying was consumed by rage, Suke's words fell on deaf ears. He had waited until her fury had subsided before approaching to comfort her. Now, gazing at Suke's face still strikingly handsome even in the night's dim light, Yuying shook her head with a bitter smile. Even the Beastmaster contract barrier won't recognize you. What possible way could a lowly third-tier Beastmaster like you have to get me out of here? Yuying no longer believed Suke could truly lead her out of this cursed place. Yet to her surprise, Suke remained utterly calm in the face of her doubt. There is one more way. Since this barrier doesn't recognize our Heavenly Path contract, it proves this barrier isn't like those great demon forbidden zones. It's a Heavenly Path confinement forced into existence, a barrier summoned by the heavens themselves. This barrier was personally cast by that ancient human sage himself. Listening to Suke's analysis, Yuying couldn't help but press her hand to her forehead. Wait, even if you've deduced the origin of this barrier, what good does that do? A barrier I, an 8th-tier cultivator, couldn't break. How could you, a mere 3rd-tier cultivator, possibly find a way? Facing Yuying's skepticism, Suke nodded lightly. This barrier was specifically designed to target you. It hasn't blocked me, Huan, or even Xia, another ferocious beast. It only reacts to you. So does that mean if we erase your existence from the barrier's perception, it won't detect you? At this, Yuying's brows furrowed even deeper. Erase my existence? You want to kill me? Hearing Yu Ying's accusation, Suke shook his head. No need. We simply need to remove you from this realm. Once we're outside the barrier, we'll release you. Ha! Faced with Suke's words, Yu Ying's already furrowed brow deepened even further. You, a mere third-tier Beast Tamer, can remove me from this world? Do you realize that even many ninth-tier great demons can't perform such a feat? Just because they can't, doesn't mean I can't.
Suke, having now grasped the barrier's operational principles, turned to face Yu Ying with unwavering focus and extended his right hand toward her.
Take my hand. Surrender yourself completely to me. I'll lead you away. Seeing Suke's utterly serious expression, Yu Ying couldn't help but freeze.
It felt as though, from the day she was born until now, no one had ever looked at her with such unwavering certainty. An inexplicable flutter stirred within her heart, but Yao Ying instantly suppressed it. She drew a deep breath, then reached out and grasped Suke's large hand as it extended toward her.
All right. I'll trust you this once.
From this moment on, I place myself entirely in your hands.
Do with me as you will.
Before she could finish the word use, Yu Ying felt herself violently dragged by a colossal force. The next instant, the world before her eyes began to violently collapse. Before Yu Ying could process what was happening, she found herself transported to another realm. This new space featured mountains and water, and the place she stood seemed like an island floating upon the sea. The long mist, fresh scent of earth in the air made Yu Ying greedily inhale deeply. Standing on the island, she looked around curiously. Ruashua, I was in the Forbidden Zone, right? What the hell are you doing here? Is this even Blue Star anymore? In response to Yu Ying's questions, Suke's spirit-formed figure materialized before her. This isn't Blue Star. It's my beast-taming realm. This realm stands apart, isolated from Blue Star. It should be able to deceive the Forbidden Zone's barrier. Wait while I test it. Let's see if you can leave the Forbidden Zone from within the beast-taming space. Hearing Suke's explanation, Yu Ying's eyes, which had lost all hope, instantly brightened once more. A beast-taming space that forms its own realm? In all her years, Yu Ying had never heard of a beast-taming space. But if it truly formed its own realm, perhaps it could indeed work as Suke suggested, blocking her aura and evading the barrier's detection. Wait for me. Suke's divine sense dissolved into the beast-taming space, and he reopened his eyes. At that moment, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, and Xia, watching from afar, saw Yu Ying's figure vanish and stared wide-eyed. Where's Yu Ying? Did she run away? Unfamiliar with Suke's beast-taming space, they hadn't considered he could seal someone into another realm entirely. Suke, now with his eyes open, gazed at the barrier before him as its light gradually faded. He took a deep breath and stepped directly toward the boundary, walking out of the barrier. Hum. The sound of the barrier dissipating echoed beside his eardrums as Suke stepped unscathed beyond the Forbidden Zone's boundary. He then quickened his pace forward a few steps, turning back to gaze at the now motionless barrier, his eyes brimming with excitement. Success! I did it! Inside the barrier, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, and Xia watched Suke, who was jumping up and down with excitement, blinking their eyes in disbelief. That barrier couldn't have stopped anyone. Why is Brother Su so excited about walking out? Has Brother Su lost his mind? Chapter 151, Rebirth Beyond the Barrier, Telepathy. Ha! Did we forget something? Watching Suke's ecstatic expression beyond the barrier, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, and Xia exchanged glances. With that Yao Ying gone, doesn't this mean we can slip away now? Though they didn't know why Yu Ying had vanished, the group had no time to ponder it. They grabbed Xia and dashed toward the boundary's exit. Lu Chenhuan, especially, was laughing so hard he was practically squealing. Now I get why Brother Su was laughing. I'd be laughing too. A once-in-a-lifetime chance to escape. Ha ha ha. As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan had already dragged Ruashua and Xia out of the barrier, turning his gaze toward Suke. Su, you're so clever. But seriously, why did you run off alone without calling us? At that moment, Suke snapped out of his elation upon hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, staring blankly for a second. Ha? What do you mean, ran off alone? Seeing Suke's dazed expression, Lu Chenhuan playfully jabbed his arm with a teasing scold. Su, stop pretending. You just took advantage of Yu Ying leaving to slip out, didn't you? Ruashua nodded in agreement beside him, but then seemed to recall something as she turned to look at Suke. But Brother Su, I can't shake this feeling that we've forgotten something? That Director Chang and Director Ma are still inside. Hearing Ruashua's concern, Lu Chenhuan beside them waved his hand dismissively. So what if they are? Director Chang and Director Ma are 7th-tier battle kings. Without us holding them back, they'll actually find it easier to escape this tiny forbidden land. Only Xia looked at Suke with a hint of puzzlement, as if she had guessed something. She cast an odd glance at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside her. Have you considered that the master is happy because he brought Yu Ying out? You know, Yu Ying has already formed a contract with the master. What does he have to fear from her now? Hearing Xiao's analysis, Lu Chenhuan, who had been smugly pleased, froze in place. Yeah, right. Yu Ying is now Brother Su's contract partner. What is there to fear? Realizing this, Lu Chenhuan cautiously glanced at Suke.
Brother Su, you didn't actually bring Yu Ying out, did you? Seeing Lu Chenhuan's slightly guilty expression, Suke found himself both amused and exasperated. Yes. With a wave of his hand, Yu Ying's figure materialized before everyone. At the sight of Yu Ying, Lu Chenhuan's previously delighted expression froze instantly. Ruashua blinked in surprise, turning her gaze towards Suke. However, Yu Ying herself was completely unaware of what had transpired earlier. After Suke placed her within his beast taming space, she had been cut off from the outside world. She had even taken the opportunity to explore the space, completely oblivious to the events unfolding outside or the conversation between Lu Chenhuan and the others. Her focus now was entirely on the barrier not far away. Seeing herself pass through the barrier into the outside world, Yu Ying's eyes now brimmed with unprecedented excitement, tears welling up. I'm out. I'm really out. I never imagined I'd break through this barrier's confinement and leave this hellhole in my lifetime. Yu Ying pointed at the barrier before her and burst into laughter, her face streaked with tears. You old fool never imagined it, did you? That I, Yu Ying, would one day break free from your control and leave this forbidden land? From now on, the sky is my limit, the sea is my playground, I'll roam wherever I please. In this moment, Yu Ying seemed reborn beyond the barrier. Watching Yu Ying's tear-streaked face, gazing at the golden barrier slowly fading before him, Suke felt a sudden realization dawn within him. Forbidden land, forbidden land. Not only is it a place humans cannot tread, but it is also a place where beasts cannot escape. Within Suke's heart, curiosity gradually grew toward that ancient human sage. What kind of extraordinary genius could have single-handedly led the entire human race toward the light during that dark and turbulent era, standing toe-to-toe with countless great beasts of the beast tribes? Beside him, Xiao watched the scene unfold, her eyes flickering. On the surface, it appears to have left the forbidden land, yet it has bound itself to its master through a contract, gradually integrating into the human race. Yu Ying, have you truly broken free from his control? However, Xiao did not voice these thoughts to Yu Ying. Instead, she turned her complex gaze toward the depths of the forbidden land. Just then, Yu Ying snapped back to awareness, glancing at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who stood beside her, staring blankly. What? Your silence suggests you're displeased with my emergence? Satisfied. Satisfied. As soon as Yu Ying finished speaking, Xiao chimed in from the side. We're all family now, weathering this storm together. What's there to be unhappy about? Sis Huan and Ruashua are just so happy for you, they don't know what to say. Oh, I see. Hearing Xiao's words, Ying looked at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua with a hint of skepticism. Suke, standing nearby, gently patted Yu Ying's shoulder. Yu Ying, now that we're outside the barrier, can you still sense the physical bodies inside the forbidden zone? Can you sense Director Chang and Director Ma's situation? When they had departed earlier, Cheng Qiji and manhwa had already set off toward Black Jade Mountain. Suke worried that if they were gone too long, Cheng Qiji and manhwa might arrive at Black Jade Mountain and encounter Yu Ying in her decaying state, potentially causing trouble. Wait a moment. Yu Ying snapped out of her relation and immediately focused her mind to communicate with her physical body within the forbidden zone. After all, if Cheng Qiji and manhwa discovered the news of her contract with Suke, it would cause a major uproar. An existence imprisoned within the forbidden land by the ancient sages of the human race had escaped. No matter how one looked at it, this would undoubtedly cause a huge uproar. Moments later, Yu Ying opened her eyes, her gaze brimming with excitement. Even after leaving the forbidden land, I can still grasp the situation within through my physical body there. I can also manipulate that body with my divine consciousness. Seeing the excitement in Yu Ying's eyes, Suke smiled and nodded lightly. What about Director Chang and Director Ma? Yu Ying asked Suke through her divine sense. The two directors you mentioned are about to arrive at Black Jade Mountain. It's time for us to return. Heeding Yu Ying's suggestion, Suke gave a slight nod before focusing his mind. Yu Ying, follow me into the beast taming realm. I'll take you back to the forbidden grounds, back to Black Jade Mountain. Alright. Yao Ying's figure flickered, returning to the beast taming space. Suke led her back to the forbidden land. Meanwhile, within the forbidden zone, Cheng Qiji and manhwa were now less than a kilometer from Black Jade Mountain. Chapter 152, A Kind Lie. Isn't that figure crouched before the mountain Taiyin Yu Ying? If Yu Ying is here, where are Suke and the others? Right. Didn't they say they were discussing? Where are they? Seeing only Yu Ying on Black Jade Mountain, a terrifying thought rose in Cheng Qiji and manhwa's hearts. Could it be that Suke failed to strike a deal with this beast and was devoured? Cheng Qiji and manhwa, their eyes now blazing with fury, stared down at Yu Ying. Damned beast! Below, he sensed their fury. Slowly, it opened its eyes, large, eerie green orbs like lanterns gazing up at them with utter indifference. Facing the creature's icy stare, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's rage boiled over. They roared at the creature in unison. You beast! Where have you taken Suke and the others? If you know what's good for you, hand them over immediately. Otherwise, the War Academy will pursue you to the bitter end. As the words left his mouth, rage-fueled Cheng Qiji charged toward Yu Ying, his aura surging violently, shaking the very heavens and earth.
The giant falcon, transformed from manhwa, let out a piercing cry and followed Cheng Qiji in his charge toward Yuying. Yuying, naturally, showed no fear toward Cheng Qiji in manhwa. Her massive form rose from the ground like a mountain, her eyes fixed on them with icy coldness. Stop! At that very moment, a thunderous shout erupted from the cave behind Yuying. Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and their companions swiftly emerged from the cave. Seeing Suke and the others appear at the cave entrance, Cheng Qiji and manhwa immediately halted their actions. The two watched Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were completely unharmed. Cheng Qiji and manhwa swiftly rushed to Suke's side, disengaging from combat. With faces full of excitement, they patted Suke's shoulders. You're not dead. You bastard, you're not dead. When we lost sight of you, we thought that Beast had devoured you. Suke looked at the two, their faces flushed with emotion, and smiled at them. Don't worry, I'm standing right here, aren't I? I told you it was a negotiation. Why would I just drop dead like that? If I didn't have confidence, would I have come here? At the critical moment, Suke had led Yuying into the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Yuying then activated teleportation, transporting everyone back to the Black Jade Mountains. Hearing Suke's answer, Cheng Qiji and manhwa finally let out a sigh of relief. They cautiously glanced at the cold, watchful glow now coiled outside the mountain, then turned their gaze to Suke. So what now? How did your negotiations go? How did you end up in these mountains? Seeing the concern in Cheng Qiji and manhwa's eyes, Suke smiled and delivered the explanation he had long prepared. The mountain itself signaled us to enter. We can use the Black Jade within to communicate directly with the Yang. We just successfully negotiated with Yuying through the Black Jade, revealing our identities as the War Academy. We threatened that if we perish here, their entire Taiyin Forbidden Land will be razed to the ground. Hearing Suke's explanation, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's hearts finally settled completely. Good, good. Glad the negotiations succeeded. A successful negotiation meant they wouldn't suffer casualties here today. Cheng Qiji and manhwa now turned their gaze toward the Yaoing lurking before the mountain, its eyes fixed on them with malice. Their own eyes burned with resentment. What a pity. That beast insists on using this Black Jade to communicate with it. Otherwise, why go through all this trouble? Earlier, Cheng Qiji and manhwa had already threatened Yuying with words once, but at that time, Yuying had ignored them. Now they realized it was because of the language barrier. Of course, the real truth was quite different. Yuying's soul was connected to its physical form, allowing it to naturally perceive Cheng Qiji and the others' intentions. The reason it hadn't heeded them then was purely to meet Suke. In other words, even if Suke hadn't instructed Xia to communicate with Yuying, she would have led them to her cave residence anyway. Though the circumstances would have been, well, forced. Now, upon learning Suke had successfully negotiated with Yuying, Cheng Qiji cautiously glanced at the spirit lurking beyond the mountain, its gaze fixed on them. Since the negotiations succeeded, does that mean we can leave now? Suke gave a slight nod. That's correct. It has just agreed to let us leave whenever we wish. Hearing Suke's reply, Cheng Qiji and manhwa both exhaled long sighs of relief. Thank goodness. But then, as if suddenly remembering something, both frowned and turned to look at Suke. Oh, Suke, what was that pillar of light that shot up from the Black Jade Mountains earlier? And what caused the disturbance in the barrier? Suke froze for a moment upon hearing this, then blinked rapidly as he addressed them. I have no idea. We were deep inside the mountain negotiating with Yuying. As for what happened outside, we have no idea. Perhaps other factions have also breached this Taiyin Forbidden Land. It's possible. Suke paused here before addressing Cheng Qiji and manhwa. Oh, right. During our talks, Yuying told us she attacked us because she was deceived by the demon god cult. They claimed we were hiding a secret treasure that could help her escape the Forbidden Land, that's why she struck. Hearing this, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's eyes narrowed instantly. The demon god cult again. Then the earlier commotion must have been orchestrated by the demon god cult lurking in the shadows, working with Yuying. After learning this truth, Cheng Qiji and manhwa immediately turned their gaze toward Suke and his two companions. Enough of that. This Taiyin Forbidden Land is fraught with danger. Whatever the demon god sect and Yuying are scheming, it's none of our business. As long as Yaoing agrees to let us leave, those demon god cult minions won't be able to stop us. No time to waste. Let's go before Yuying changes her mind. For Cheng Qiji and manhwa, Yuying's presence posed an extreme threat far beyond what two 7th rank battle kings could handle. Now that Yuying was momentarily intimidated, it was the perfect chance for them to slip away. With that, Cheng Qiji grabbed Suke and the others, mounting the beast-transformed manhwa as they shot skyward. Before departing, they cast a worried glance back at Yuying, fearing she might change her mind. Little did they know that the true Yuying had been secretly retrieved by Suke into his beast-taming space, now accompanying the group as they sped toward the exit of the Forbidden Zone. Under the cover of the beast-taming space, the group safely escaped the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Seeing the long-missed lush greenery beyond the Forbidden Zone, Cheng Qiji's eyes flashed with excitement. We're finally back. Chapter 153, Spouting Nonsense. Gone, gone.
Feeling the soul entity's departure, the faint glow crouching before Black Jade Mountain murmured softly, its eyes sparkling with delight. Yet at that very moment, a figure lurking in the distant shadows emerged with a hint of urgency. Lord Yueying, are you truly going to let them leave like this? Su-Kei possesses extraordinary talent. If we let him go now, he will surely become a great scourge to your beast clan in the future. The newcomer was none other than the owl-like member dispatched by the demon god cult. He had been the instigator behind Yueying's initial attack on Su-Kei and his companions. He had secretly watched Su-Kei and his companions enter the mountain earlier. He had expected the three to perish at Yueying's hands, but to his surprise, they had managed to leave Black Jade Mountain unharmed. Now, seeing Su-Kei and his companions depart, he couldn't help but feel resentful. With a hint of anger, he addressed Yueying. Lord Yueying, have you been away from the beast clans so long that you've forgotten you were once one of them? Hearing the accusation from the demon god cult member, Yueying's massive form turned its head, gazing coldly at the cultist. Whether I am a member of the beast clan is something you, a mere human sect member, need to question? Then, with a thunderous stomp, his massive foot crushed down. With a piercing scream, the demon god cult member vanished completely from this world. That was close. This trip to the Taiyin Forbidden Land nearly cost us our lives. On the helicopter, Chung Chi-ji piloted the backup aircraft while reflecting. Thankfully, Su-Kei and the others acted wisely. Contacting Net at the critical moment saved us from certain peril. Chang Chi-ji's tone couldn't hide his admiration for Su-Kei. Su-Kei wasn't just exceptionally talented in combat, he also handled crises with remarkable composure. Most third-tier beast masters like Su-Kei would likely lose their nerve facing even a 5th or 6th tier beast, let alone an 8th tier one. Yet Su-Kei faced it with composure, even finding a glimmer of hope in the midst of peril. He was willing to risk his own life to seek a way out. Such character would undoubtedly carve out a place for him on the battlefield in the future. Meanwhile, manhwa, standing beside Chung Chi-ji, seemed to recall something after the weight lifted from her heart. She turned her puzzled gaze toward Xia in Su-Kei's arms. Su-Kei, earlier during the battle with that young, wasn't it this little beast that helped us establish communication? And if I recall correctly, this little one actually spoke, didn't it? Hearing Manhwa's suspicion, Su-Kei blinked in surprise. I did indeed use this little one to establish contact with the Yang. It's one of my innate abilities. I can use beasts around me to communicate with fierce beasts. Hearing Su-Kei's tall tales come pouring out, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him nearly burst out laughing. But they quickly composed themselves, turning serious as they looked at Manhwa. We can vouch for this. Brother Su truly can use beasts as intermediaries to communicate with ferocious beasts. Lu Chenhuan added emphatically. That's also why Brother Su thought to take Xia as a pet back then. Hearing their words, Manhwa nodded, seeming to grasp the concept yet not fully understanding it. Makes sense. It all ties together. But what about the talking? I clearly heard that little kitten speak. How do you explain that? Faced with Manhwa's pressing question, Su-Kei blinked his eyes and cleared his throat. That's the magic of my innate skill. Once my innate skill activates, my pet temporarily gains the ability to speak human language, making it easier for me to communicate with ferocious beasts. Ha! Listening to Su-Kei's explanation, Manhwa's eyes widened in disbelief. That's outrageous? You can make your pet speak human language? At that moment, Manhwa felt nothing but disbelief. She looked at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua with astonishment. You too, is Su-Kei telling the truth? Faced with Manhwa's question, Ruashua blinked her big eyes rapidly, while Lu Chenhuan spoke to Manhwa with righteous indignation. Of course it's true. Director Ma, don't forget that Brother Su is an SSS tier genius Beast Tamer, a talent that comes along once in a millennium. With him, any miracle is perfectly plausible. Lu Chenhuan didn't forget to drag Chung Chi-ji into the conversation. Right, Director Chang? Brother Su has brought you plenty of surprises along the way, hasn't he? Adding one more to the list doesn't seem too out of the ordinary, right? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Chung Chi-ji, piloting the aircraft, burst into laughter. Indeed, indeed. Su-Kei and you two young ladies have shown us so many miracles along the way, one more certainly won't hurt. But then Chang Chi-ji's tone shifted abruptly, growing serious. Su-Kei, speaking as someone who's been there, I'm giving you some well-meaning advice. Whether your talent is real or not, you absolutely must never let anyone find out. And whatever you do, don't let anyone find out that your pet Xia can speak. Manhwa nodded in agreement beside him, her expression carrying a seriousness Su-Kei and the others had never seen before. Yes, old Chang is right. This matter must never be revealed to anyone beyond us. This is a matter of great importance. You must remember this. Hearing Manhwa and the others speak, a flicker of relief crossed Su-Kei's eyes. In truth, Su-Kei had already picked up on the unspoken meaning in their words. Yet, rather than exposing him, the two women chose to caution him and the others instead. Su-Kei, however, chose not to expose their intentions either, merely nodding with a smile in response. Rest assured, directors. We understand. Thank you for your concern. Upon hearing Sukei's reply, Chang Chiji and Ma Lanhua finally relaxed, their expressions easing as they continued piloting the aircraft toward the capital. Sukei watched their retreating figures from the back seat, his eyes flickering as he began contemplating his path forward. After passing the Taiyin Forbidden Zone, the journey to the capital held little danger. Throughout their journey, the demon god cult had repeatedly interfered, causing many of Sukei's secrets to be exposed to Chang Chiji and Ma Lanhua. Fortunately, they had the sense not to press further, easing Sukei's mind considerably. Once they entered the capital, his safety would no longer be such a concern. He did wonder, however, if Yuying had been fine all this time confined within his beast taming space. Lost in thought, Sukei's consciousness instantly plunged into the beast taming space. Yuying, who had been digging in the soil within the space, saw Sukei's consciousness descend. A look of delight immediately appeared in her eyes. "Little Sukei, you came to see me?" Chapter 154, The Capital. The Capital. The sun broke through the dawn, the first light of day breaking. "Attention all. We're approaching the capital." As Chang Chiji's words echoed, everyone snapped back to attention. Throughout the journey, everyone's nerves had been stretched taut. Fortunately, after the turmoil in the Taiyin Forbidden Land, the latter half of the night passed without incident. The carefree Lu Chenhuan had even leaned against Sukei's shoulder and fallen asleep. As for Ruashua, though she too had rested her head on Sukei's shoulder and dozed off, she hadn't fully fallen asleep. At the slightest sound or movement, her eyes would snap open, and she would nervously grip Sukei's sleeve. As for Sukei, he appeared to be dozing, but in reality, his divine sense had slipped into the beast control space, interacting with Yuying. Upon hearing Chang Chiji's call, Sukei withdrew his consciousness from the beast taming space and turned his gaze toward the world before him. His vision cleared as the sky broke through the clouds, revealing a colossal fortress looming ahead of the helicopter. It was a steel colossus coiled across the land like a black dragon, surrounded by patrolling guards. A massive barrier enveloped the entire city, its walls bristling with defensive mechanisms. Tianhai's defenses were utterly insignificant compared to those of the capital. Observing this scene, Sukei finally understood what Chang Chiji and the others had meant when they said he would be safe in the capital. Indeed, even from the outside, the sense of security Kyoto exuded was incomparable to the small Tianhai. Even from high above amidst the clouds, he could faintly discern the orderly patrols of the city's guards below. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who had just awakened beside him, stared wide-eyed at the spectacle, curiously surveying this sacred capital revered by beastmasters and beast maidens alike. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the skies above the capital are off limits. Chang Chiji explained to Sukei and the others as he maneuvered the aircraft into a descent. Man Lanhua chimed in beside him. "Therefore, we must now descend to undergo the city's security clearance before entering the capital." As he spoke, their aircraft glided smoothly onto a designated landing zone before the capital city. Chang Chiji then swept his hands, stowing the aircraft back into his storage space before leading Sukei and the others toward the city gates. After touching down, Sukei stood gazing up at the massive city walls, once again feeling his own insignificance. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, arm in arm beside him, stared wide-eyed at the spectacle before them, their mouths agape. How magnificent the capital city is. Exactly. Even the lowest-ranked soldiers patrolling the perimeter are at least 4th tier, and there are so many 5th tier officers. And those 2 officers leading the front guard? They're actually 6th tier. Feeling the strength of the patrol force, Lu Chenhuan and the others couldn't help but marvel repeatedly. In a small place like Tianhai, a 4th-tier beastmaster was already considered quite rare, while 5th-tier practitioners were usually those who could reside in the city lord's mansion. But in the capital, 4th-tier practitioners were a dime a dozen, and 5th-tier ones were merely squad leaders. Even Xia, curled up in Sukei's embrace, couldn't help but sneak glances around, her wide eyes brimming with curiosity. "Brother Su, it seems our safety is assured now that we've arrived in the capital." Seeing the formidable patrol force, Lu Chenhuan felt a deep sense of security welling up inside her. Ruashua, meanwhile, curiously held Sukei's hand as she observed the throngs of people entering the city. Before their eyes, the crowd waiting to enter the city stretched into a dense, long line. The throng of people was a stark contrast to the scene they had witnessed leaving Tianhai. In Tianhai, the daily flow of people entering and exiting the city was extremely sparse, almost non-existent. Witnessing this scene, Sukei's eyes flashed with light. Are there this many people entering and leaving the capital city every day? Facing Sukei's question, Chang Chiji nodded lightly. The capital isn't just the nation's center of learning, but also its trade hub. Countless goods and resources pass through here daily for transit trade. Naturally, there are also many traveling merchants, as well as beast masters and beast maidens heading out for training. Chang Chiji smiled at Sukei as he spoke. And of course, with such abundant resources, the materials you need to help the beast girls advance will be easier to find here. Listening to Chang Chiji's explanation, Sukei's mind suddenly clicked into place. He recalled how his father-in-law, Lang Qianxiu, had helped them source supplies back then, likely through this very Kyoto connection. Lost in thought, the group slowly approached the city gates with the procession. The city gates were not only fortified by the walls themselves, but also protected by a barrier outside the city as a second line of defense against surprise attacks.
Beyond the barrier, squads of guards stood in 5 rows beside 5 massive metal gates, watching the people passing through. These metal gates resembled an upgraded version of the security scanners Suke had encountered at train stations in his previous life. As people passed through, a beam of light swept over them. Amidst the flickering green light, one by one, his fellow citizens were allowed entry into the city. Observing these high-tech measures, Suke couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. The gap between Tianhai and the capital was truly immense. Back in Tianhai, inspections were mostly done by human eyes compared to the capital. It felt like a backwater. Back in Tianhai, Suke had never experienced such advanced technology, mistakenly believing this era had abandoned science. Now, upon arriving in the capital, he felt the stark difference. It wasn't that the era had abandoned technology, rather, these advancements hadn't reached small places like Tianhai. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, standing nearby, had never seen these novel devices either. They turned their heads curiously to examine them. Cheng Qiji stood before them, smiling as he explained. These are all research achievements from the Technology Academy. While they may not excel in combat, their contributions to public convenience and military support are undeniable. Hearing Cheng Qiji's explanation, Suke and the others felt a sudden realization dawn within them. So these are the Science and Technology Academy's research achievements. Just as they were lining up, the metal door of one of the teams suddenly turned red as it scanned a middle-aged man wearing a hat. The door emitted a beeping alarm. Alert! The moment the alarm sounded, the surrounding patrol soldiers instantly lunged toward the middle-aged man. Seeing this commotion, the man let out a loud howl. His clothes burst apart, and in an instant, he transformed into a massive wolf 10 meters long, its body covered in bulging muscles. It's the demon god cult's concealment technique. As the giant wolf appeared, the surrounding soldiers instantly charged forward. Before it could plunge into the crowd and cause casualties, they executed it on the spot. The burly-looking squad leader at the front coldly surveyed the giant wolf's corpse, his eyes filled with utter indifference. Since a wolf concealed by camouflage techniques has appeared, there's a high likelihood of remaining demon god cult accomplices nearby. Everyone, be vigilant in your search. Chapter 155, Astonishment. The giant wolf's appearance caused considerable commotion among the crowd. Fortunately, most of those entering and exiting the city were seasoned beastmasters and beast maidens who had seen their share of the world. With the city guard's reassurance, the commotion quickly subsided. Suke, however, gazed at the giant wolf's corpse and found himself slightly frowning. Camouflage technique? What's that? Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside Suke also turned their curious gazes toward Cheng Qiji and manhwa. Manhwa, standing behind Cheng Qiji, observed the giant wolf's corpse and spoke softly. The concealment technique is a special method used by the remnants of the demon god cult. This secret art allows the killer to temporarily disguise themselves as human, though they cannot engage in combat. Once combat begins, their true form is instantly revealed. Listening to Manhwa's explanation, Suke and the two behind him, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, exchanged glances of sudden understanding. Yet both seemed to recall something, their eyes turning worried as they glanced at Xia and Suke's embrace. Suke, meanwhile, discreetly observed Xia in his arms with the corner of his eye, his expression growing grave. The concealment technique Manhwa described bore a striking resemblance to Xia's jade-like ability. Suke feared that carrying Xia into the city would alert the guards. The thought made Suke immediately consider sending Xia into his beast taming space. Yet, with so many people around, abruptly making Xia vanish would surely attract unwanted attention. After all, only storage-type magical treasures possess the ability to make objects vanish into thin air. Yet it was universally acknowledged that such treasures could not contain living beings. He needed to find an opportunity when no one was looking to get Xia away. With this thought, Suke reached out and gently stroked Xia's head. He applied slight pressure, intending to press her into his chest where she would be completely hidden by his clothes for easier handling. Yet Xia seemed unappreciative of Suke's gesture. She tilted her little head, shifted her body to the other side, and promptly perched herself on Suke's shoulder with a swagger. Watching this, Suke's face darkened, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and speak. Xia. But Xia was too busy gazing curiously at the surrounding scenery to notice the threat in Suke's tone. Fine, do as you please. Observing Xia's behavior, Suke harbored a hunch. She likely believed the presence of the jade would shield her from detection by the metal door. But Suke disliked such reckless behavior. After all, the stakes were high. If anything went wrong, it would be impossible to explain later. Fortunately, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa, standing nearby, couldn't help but smile fondly at the sight of the proud little Xia perched on Suke's shoulder. This little brat sure has some spunk. Cheng Qiji shot Suke a meaningful look before patting his shoulder. Don't worry, Xiao Shuchue. I'm the director of the War Academy. Many of these city defense troops are our alumni. I'll have them cut you some slack later, no need for thorough inspections. As he spoke, the metal gate nearby clanged open again. A patrol squad immediately pinned down the individual, searching his storage space and uncovering several prohibited items. Witnessing this, Lu Chenhuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Seriously? They can even detect things inside storage spaces?
The tech college's methods are getting a bit too aggressive. Watching this unfold, Suke's brow furrowed even deeper. The peculiar nature of this metal door exceeded his expectations. He wondered if the within his beast taming space would be affected. Though Suke didn't truly believe this device could surpass the barrier set by the ancient human sages. But he still needed to be prepared for any necessary precautions. Cheng Chiji, standing nearby, noticed Suke's shifting gaze. He exchanged a glance with Manhwa beside him and gave a slight nod. By the way, directors, I have a question. Can this metal door detect members of the demon god cult? Just then, Lang Ruashua, standing behind Suke, hesitated before asking. Hearing Lang Ruashua's question, Cheng Chiji shook his head regretfully. It cannot. After all, at their core, those demon god cult members are human beings, just like us. Humans, as long as they aren't carrying any prohibited items, will pass through this metal door's detection 100% of the time. Members of the demon god cult were originally human beast tamers and beast girls who had defected. Some were even high-ranking members of the human race, well hidden in their daily lives. Unless they took action themselves, it was extremely difficult to detect their presence. This was precisely why, despite the Great Xia Empire's long-standing struggle against the demon god cult, it had never managed to truly uproot them. Hearing this, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly as he instinctively scanned the surrounding crowd. After all, the demon god cult had targeted him multiple times along the way. No one could say for certain whether they might suddenly strike at the capital's city gates. Fortunately, the demon god cult members did not appear bold enough to act. Even as Suke and his group approached the metal detector gate, there was no sign of their unusual movements. As Suke prepared to act upon the metal detector gate within arm's reach, Cheng Chiji suddenly stepped forward and tapped the lead captain on the shoulder. Olju, long time no see. The captain, Olju, looked up in disbelief, his gaze settling on Cheng Chiji and Manhwa before him. Director Chang? Director Ma? Why are both directors personally leaving the city today? Is there some disturbance at the demon suppression pass? Hearing their exchange, others nearby turned their attention toward them. Aren't those the two War King directors from the War Academy? Why are they out here? Typically, warlords like Cheng Chiji and his colleagues spent most of their time within the academy, fulfilling dual duties of guarding and overseeing. Facing the crowd's questions, Cheng Chiji turned his gaze toward Suke and the others behind him. Well, the dean personally intervened and summoned us to Tianhai to escort the third young master back to the capital. Oh? Upon hearing Cheng Chiji's explanation, astonishment flashed in the eyes of those gathered around. Two War King directors personally sent to fetch them? What's their background? A few traveling merchants chimed in with laughter. We've heard some rumors around here. Apparently, they're SSS-tier beast tamers who just emerged from Tianhai. That's why the two directors insisted on going to fetch them personally. I hear directors from all three major academies went. In the end, the kid ended up at the War Academy, leaving the directors of the other two academies fuming with rage. Chapter 156, Metropolis. Upon hearing Suke and his companions' identities, many in the crowd couldn't help but turn their gaze toward them. An SSS-tier genius beast master? Before this kid showed up, the highest talent in the entire Great Summer was only SS, right? This kid is insane. An SSS-tier beast master? What rank of beast maiden did he contract? It must be at least S-tier, right? The crowd now focused on Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua standing behind Suke. That kid has two stunningly beautiful girls behind him. Wonder which one is his beast maiden? Ah, you wouldn't know that. Word is he has two beast maidens, both contracted in that backwater place, Tianhai. Ha? He can contract two beast maidens simultaneously? Doesn't that mean he can stack the cultivation of 3 people at once? Is being an SSS-rank beast tamer that awesome? What are these two beast girls' innate abilities? Could they be S-rank too? Seeing the heated stares from the surrounding crowd, the informant cleared his throat, glanced toward Suke's group, and shook his head slightly. It's a shame, really. Suke possesses SSS-tier talent, yet he contracted 2 F-tier beast girls. What a waste. Rumor has it both beast maidens are breathtaking beauties. If I'm not mistaken, they're the two ladies behind that kid. F-rank? Hearing this response, the surrounding crowd erupted in commotion. What? An SSS-tier genius beast master with 2 contract slots, yet he bound 2 F-tier beast maidens? What kind of freak is that? Exactly. Even if those 2 girls are genuinely gorgeous and blinded this kid with their beauty, he should have at least saved 1 slot, right? He possesses such god-tier talent to bind 2 beast girls, yet he wasted both slots on F-rank trash? Exactly, what kind of potential could an F-rank beast girl possibly have? If I recall correctly, F-rank whether beast master or beast girl 2 ranks is the absolute ceiling, right? Man, this kid's got his head up his ass. He just made 2 decisions that go against everything our ancestors stood for. The ancestral graves finally got a flicker of hope, only for this kid to extinguish it completely. The crowd now looked at Suke and his companions with pity in their eyes. Olju, hearing the murmurs around him, now looked at Suke with a hint of pity. Director Chang, is this the trio of geniuses you personally recruited?
Though he envied Suke's SSS tier talent, Olju could only sigh upon hearing that he had contracted 2 F-tier beast girls. Behind Suke, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua heard the gossip, yet their eyes no longer held the former weakness and lack of confidence.
Ever since discovering their true SSS tier talents, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua had become supremely confident.
Especially after Suke enhanced their talents, their self-assurance only deepened. As for Suke, he had long grown accustomed to such rumors and paid them no mind whatsoever. Cheng Qiji and manhwa, who stood before Suke, naturally remained indifferent to the rumors after learning the truth.
There was no need to prematurely expose Suke's talent just for the sake of a petty rivalry.
Their sole focus now was to get Suke and his companions to the capital as quickly as possible. After all, the journey had been fraught with unexpected dangers. As they neared the capital, they had even encountered a ferocious beast whose aura was concealed by a masking technique. Cheng Qiji, lost in thought, patted Lao Yu's shoulder. "Olju, we've urgent matters to attend to and can't linger here any longer."
As he spoke, Cheng Qiji drew an identity token from his robe and held it up. "How about we get checked too?"
Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Olju glanced at the token.
A fawning smile immediately spread across his face as he pushed the identity token back. What further verification would 2 directors need to enter the city? Just lead these 3 youngsters through the side gate.
As he spoke, Olju waved his hand toward the soldiers behind him.
Proceed.
Seeing this, Cheng Qiji made no further excuses. He smiled and patted Lao Yu on the shoulder.
"Olju, we'll head into town first. I'll treat you to hot pot another day."
With that, Cheng Qiji led Suke and the others through the metal gate side entrance in a hurry. As for the rest of the group, they obediently remained in line for inspection. No one raised any objections to the preferential treatment Cheng Qiji and his group received. Led by Cheng Qiji, Suke and the others bypassed the barrier through the side gate and entered the main city, walking along the broad city gate towards the city center. Guards stood rigidly at attention along both sides of the gate, their spines straight as flagpoles standing tall in the wind, a stark contrast to the patrol soldiers moving about. Lu Chenhuan, walking beside Suke, glanced back at the silhouettes of the patrolling soldiers before blinking at Cheng Qiji in front of them.
"Director Cheng, are these soldiers just letting us pass like this?"
Manhwa, standing beside Cheng Qiji, smiled and turned to look at Lu Chenhuan. "That's because some high-ranking officials, for their own interests or special needs, occasionally carry prohibited items on their persons. If you're acquainted with the commanders or guards stationed here, you can use the method I just demonstrated to build rapport with them. They'll let you pass through the city gates." Manhwa paused here, clearing her throat before continuing. "Of course, not everyone enjoys such privileges. If you're unfamiliar with the city guards and have a history of past offenses, then you'll have to obediently follow the proper procedures to enter." As they listened to Manhwa's words, a look of sudden understanding flashed in Suke and the others' eyes. With that, they passed the sentry guards and stepped fully into the heart of the capital city, the core of the Great Xia. Beyond the massive black iron walls, towering skyscrapers stood densely packed in every direction. On the wide boulevards, colorful cars sped along the center lanes in a never-ending stream. Sidewalks on both sides were lined with countless shops bustling with people, and every few blocks, signs pointed to underground shopping mall passages. The streetgoers sported fashionable attire, with many young beast masters and beast maidens sporting piercings in their ears and lips, looking decidedly trendy.
Witnessing this scene, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside Suke gaped in astonishment.
This scene felt like 2 entirely different worlds compared to the Tianhai he once knew. Compared to this sprawling metropolis, Tianhai felt like a remote, provincial town. As Suke took in the scene before him, a look of realization dawned in his eyes. In that moment, it felt as though he had been transported back to the 21st century he once knew.
Chapter 157, Academy Legends. Finally back in the capital. The long-lost scent of freedom. Upon returning to the capital, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa couldn't help but wear smiles never seen before. Especially Cheng Qiji, glancing back at Suke and his 2 companions, who stood gazing blankly at the scene before them, a smug smile curled at the corners of his mouth. "Well, does this capital city match your expectations?" As the head of the War Academy, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa had welcomed countless new students to the capital. Without exception, they had witnessed the same look of bewilderment and awe in every pair of eyes. Manhwa murmured softly beside him. "Every first-timer to the capital looks just like you lot. It's only natural. The technology here is vastly different from most cities, and there are so many new things to see. Being amazed is perfectly normal." Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua nodded instinctively upon hearing this. The sights of the capital truly are worlds apart from our Tianhai. Back in Tianhai, no building except the city hall would ever be this tall. Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement. "Exactly.
Vehicles are practically luxury items only accessible to well-off families like Miss Lang's.
For us commoners, they're basically out of reach. And those colorful, eccentric outfits on the streets? You hardly ever see anything like that in Tianhai." Lu Chenhuan glanced at her own attire and cleared her throat.
"Except for oddballs like this lady."
Yet what was an anomaly in Tianhai was the most commonplace backdrop in the capital.
Listening to Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's words, Chang Chiji raised his head to gaze at the towering skyscrapers before him and the steel behemoths rumbling along the roads, his eyes distant. Truthfully, your envy is understandable. The splendor of the capital, compared to other major cities outside the Demon Suppression Pass, is like a dimensional strike. The bustle you've witnessed is merely a glimpse of the city's entrance. Beyond lie countless merchant guilds, entertainment establishments, and high-end restaurants. Those are the true sights that dazzle the eyes. Many people may never witness the splendor of the capital city in their entire lives. As Chang Chiji described it, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's eyes grew even brighter. Is the capital really this full of fascinating things? It's truly so advanced. How enviable. Yet as she listened to the girl's admiration, manhwa beside them seemed to recall something. She shook her head softly and smiled wryly. Advanced? The dean of the Academy of Technology once said that these things passed down for generations aren't high technology at all, they're just commonplace tricks that could be universal. But in these chaotic times, beyond the capital with its heavily guarded walls and powerful cultivators, many small border towns face the constant threat of annihilation. Had we not won that decisive battle 20 years ago, mobilizing the entire human race to drive most of the great demons and beasts beyond the Demon Suppression Pass, perhaps the Great Xia would be in even worse shape now. Our human cities would be far fewer. For those small cities perpetually threatened by demonic hordes and rebellion, spreading such knowledge would serve little purpose. Chang Chiji sighed softly as he spoke these words. Take these towering structures, for instance. Even if we squandered manpower and resources to build them in places like Tianhai, should a high-tier beast like the sky-shattering tiger god that appeared in Fengming Ravine breach them, decades of foundation would crumble in an instant. To avoid such unnecessary waste and loss, we've opted for simplicity, providing basic shelter for everyone first, cultivating beast tamers for the Great Xia. Only when the situation stabilizes will we pursue a higher quality of life. Hearing Chang Chiji's response, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who had been somewhat excited moments before, gradually grew quiet. They began to ponder his words deeply. Suke, however, seemed to grasp something as he snapped back to attention and turned his gaze toward Chang Chiji. Director Chang, are you implying that these technologies have existed in the capital for quite some time? Chang Chiji nodded lightly upon hearing this. With so many great masters residing in the capital, the transmission of technological and cultural knowledge has remained largely unaffected. These technologies have been passed down for hundreds of years now. Centuries? Listening to Chang Chiji's words, Suke's brows furrowed slightly. He never imagined that Kyoto's technology had already reached this level hundreds of years ago. Chang Chiji chuckled beside him. It's rather laughable, really. Hundreds of years have passed, yet these civilizations' technology hasn't advanced one bit. And these technologies were unearthed hundreds of years ago by the Academy of Science from ancient ruins on Blue Star. Ha! Upon hearing this, Suke's eyes widened abruptly as he turned to look at Chang Chiji beside him. Ancient civilization? That's right. Chang Chiji frowned, deep in thought for a moment. According to the Academy of Science, when they excavated this civilization, they only uncovered a portion of its legacy. Though they didn't know the civilization's name, the technology within still held many valuable applications. Based on these remnants, they constructed skyscrapers, researched aircraft, and even produced communication devices to facilitate easier contact between soldiers. However, things like computers, chips, and AI, since the Academy's data was incomplete, they weren't very useful for our era, so they eventually abandoned those projects. Listening to Chang Chiji's explanation, Suke felt his heart begin to pound wildly. Computers, chips, AI? These ancient civilizational legacies. These terms were utterly familiar to a young man who had traveled through time from the 21st century. He tentatively asked Chang Chiji. So within this ancient civilization's legacy, what is the name of the capital city we're in? Chang Chiji frowned, deep in thought for a moment before shaking his head. I've forgotten. You should ask those old fossils at the Tech Academy about such things. But in their civilization, I think they called our blue star something like the sphere? Earth? Hearing Suke's question, Chang Chiji slapped his thigh. Right, Earth. How'd you know that? Suke gave an awkward chuckle. Well, we're standing on the ground, right? Calling the Earth seems pretty normal to me. On the surface, Suke appeared somewhat relaxed, but in truth, his mind was filled with shock. For within Suke's mind, a bold conjecture had taken root. If his guess was correct, the blue star he now inhabited wasn't some parallel universe at all. It was Earth, as it had been for countless years. Chapter 158, Secrets from 20 Years Ago. After reaching this conclusion, Suke's heart tightened involuntarily. No wonder the history of this world felt so different from his past life. None of the historical civilizations from his former existence had left any traces here. He had previously assumed this was a parallel world entirely independent from his past life, but he had never imagined it to be Earth millions of years in the future. If that was the case, then he hadn't crossed through space, but through time. Perhaps by seeking out those ancient civilizations, he could uncover the mystery of his own journey and find a way back to his original world. As shock rippled through his mind, Suke snapped back to reality. This was vastly different from his earlier assumptions, and the evidence he had gathered so far was insufficient to fully support his conjectures. Besides, those were matters for the future. Right now, the most important thing was to integrate into the capital, enroll in the War Academy, and strengthen his abilities before considering anything else. Lost in thought, Chung Chi-ji hailed a cab. "Driver, War Academy." The taxi driver's eyes lit up upon seeing Chung Chi-ji and Ma Lanhua.
"Isn't this Director Chang and Director Ma? Hop in."
Su-Kei watched the scene unfold, his eyes flickering with interest.
"Seems like you two directors are pretty famous in the capital."
"Of course.
"Don't you know who we are?"
Chung Chi-ji and Ma Lanhua, their eyes brimming with pride, pulled Su-Kei and the others into the cab. After picking them up, the driver stepped on the gas and headed straight for the War Academy. Seated in the car, Su-Kei turned to Chung Chi-ji with a puzzled expression.
"Director Chang, why aren't you driving yourself?" Lu Chenhuan beside him blinked curiously at Chung Chi-ji as well. "Exactly. You can pilot a plane. Pulling a car out of your storage space and driving it shouldn't be a problem, right?" Even Long Ruashua turned her curious gaze toward him. Faced with their curious stares, Chung Chi-ji couldn't help but clear his throat awkwardly. Ma Lanhua, seated beside them, chimed in with a smile. "Well, that's because old Cheng doesn't have a driver's license." "Driver's license?" Hearing Ma Lanhua's words, everyone froze in surprise.
Su-Kei, who had heard of driver's licenses, froze.
Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan, who hadn't, were even more stunned.
In a small place like Tianhai, if you had a car, you could drive it, no license required, no restrictions whatsoever.
Chang Chi-ji chuckled awkwardly. "Yes, the capital isn't like Tianhai. Here, you need a driver's license to drive. I thought I was too busy to get a license, so I couldn't just drive around.
Otherwise, it would be unlicensed driving." As they listened to Chung Chi-ji's explanation, a look of bewilderment spread across everyone's faces.
Driving without a license seemed utterly out of place in this era.
Su-Kei, however, gained a fresh perspective on the capital.
The more attention he paid to these small details, the more it proved Kyoto's safety. While Su-Kei was deep in thought, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's attention was quickly drawn to the bustling scenery outside the car window.
Excitedly, they gazed at the shops passing by as the vehicle sped along.
"What's that? A hot pot restaurant? And bubble tea? What's bubble tea? Is it tea squeezed out of milk? An electronics toy store? Kyoto has electronics toys? Ha? Adult products? What's that new term?" Compared to the barren landscape of Tianhai, the sights of Kyoto utterly surpassed Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's understanding.
Su-Kei, however, gazed at these familiar scenes and felt his memories being abruptly pulled back to the 21st century. For a moment, it seemed as though he had never traveled through time at all. Soon, with the driver speeding along the bustling streets, they arrived at the War Academy. The moment they stepped out of the car, everyone was instantly captivated by the Academy's entrance. Contrary to expectations of folding or sliding structures, the entrance featured two massive, heavy iron gates flanked by a smaller side door for two people. Standing on either side of the main gates were colossal statues of mythical beasts. It depicted a massive serpent coiled atop a stone pillar, a creature with horns protruding from its forehead, for claws emerging from its belly, and its entire body covered in scales. It glared coldly at passers-by. "A dragon?" Upon seeing the divine beast statue, Su-Kei couldn't help but frown as he turned to look at Chung Chi-ji beside him. "Director Chang, what is this statue?" "Oh," Chung Chi-ji responded promptly upon hearing Su-Kei's question. "This is the former president's wife." Chung Chi-ji seemed to realize his explanation wasn't quite accurate and quickly added, "This is the former dean's wife's innate form." To honor her memory, the dean specifically commissioned this statue to be erected at the Academy's entrance. "Commemorate? The former dean's wife?" Hearing Chung Chi-ji's words, Su-Kei's brows furrowed slightly. "Could it be that the dean's wife?" "Yes." Before Su-Kei could finish his sentence, Ma Lanhua beside him sighed softly. The great battle at the Demon Suppression Pass 20 years ago nearly wiped out half of the human race's elite forces. Though humanity achieved a great victory in that conflict, the dean's wife was left behind forever beyond the pass. It's even said that the dean's wife sacrificed herself in the dean's moment of dire peril. Using her own life as a catalyst, she dragged 3 great demon beasts of the Beast clan to their mutual destruction, forcibly carving out a path to survival for the dean. Listening to Chung Chi-ji's account, Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan beside him couldn't help but reveal expressions of deep emotion and longing in their eyes. Such devotion is as true as heaven and earth itself. No wonder the dean placed her statue at the Academy's entrance. He must cherish her memory too deeply to let go. And to serve as a warning to future generations of scholars, never forget the hard-won, fleeting peace of the human race. Both Su-Kei and Lu Chenhuan had heard of the great battle that occurred 20 years ago. Although minor clashes between the two races had occasionally erupted at the Demon Suppression Pass before, they were mostly probing attacks. Only that great war 20 years ago ignited genuine fury. Both the human and beast tribes suffered near catastrophic losses, with nearly half their elite forces vanquished in the conflict. The Beast clan, once arrogant and eager to invade the human clan, had their spirit utterly crushed in that battle.
For over a decade afterward, they dared not trespass upon the borders of Jinyao Pass. Yet, as Suke gazed upon the coiled dragon statue before him, his mind remained filled with questions. If the dean and his wife shared such a deep bond, why was only a statue of the beast of talent erected, and not one of the wife herself? Was their bond truly as deep as the rumors suggested? And the true secrets of that battle, are they really as the outside world claims? Chapter 159, The Scandal of the Land of Cherry Blossoms. Well, now that we've paid our respects to the dean's wife, let's head inside. Cheng Qiji stood beside Suke and the others, smiling as he addressed the group, forcibly pulling their thoughts back to reality. Coming to their senses, Suke and the others gave Cheng Qiji a slight nod before stepping toward the small gate. Before the door stood a makeshift security booth. Inside, a guard dozed with his cap pulled low over his face, snoring loudly. His thunderous snores rattled the glass panes surrounding the booth, as if they might shatter at any moment. Cheng Qiji and his companions, however, seemed utterly unfazed by the scene. They approached and gently tapped on the security booth's glass window. Old Wu. Old Wu. Open the door for us. Who is it? Can't even get a decent night's sleep. Old Wu, who seemed to be neglecting his duties, pulled his cap away from his face. Rubbing his sleepy eyes, he glanced at the group with obvious irritation. The moment he recognized Cheng Qiji and manhwa, the guard's irritation instantly melted into obsequiousness. Ah, it's the two directors returning. Oh my, forgive my rudeness. I didn't recognize you two at all. As he spoke, Old Wu lifted his cap and glanced at Suke and the other two standing behind Cheng Qiji and manhwa. He froze for a moment. These three are. They're the people the president specifically requested us to greet. Oh. Hearing manhwa's introduction, Old Wu's face grew even more tense with formality. He hurriedly stepped out of the security booth, opened the small gate, and bowed deeply as he spoke. Since the principal specifically requested that the two directors personally greet them, please come right in. Old Wu's face was now a picture of earnest deference, a stark contrast to his earlier image of a grumpy, sleep-deprived man. It was as if that person had died. Cheng Qiji and manhwa, however, seemed utterly unfazed by the scene, immediately addressing Suke and the others. Come on, follow us inside. The two then led the three through a side iron gate, stepping over the threshold into the War Academy. Contrary to expectations of grim, martial atmosphere, the moment they stepped through the gate, a long corridor stretched before them. Both sides were lined with small shrubs and flowers, and every few steps, a cherry blossom tree appeared. Delicate petals drifted to the ground on the breeze, transforming the once lifeless passage into a vibrant scene. As the gentle breeze swept through, countless petals rained down beneath some cherry trees, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, both with a love for beauty, couldn't help but inhale softly at the sight of this enchanting scene. The fragrance lingering in the air filled their senses, and their eyes glowed with a look of pure delight. How fragrant these cherry blossoms are! Though they seemed somewhat different from those we saw in Tianhai. Hearing the women's questions, Cheng Qiji smiled and explained to everyone nearby. Of course. These were brought over from the land of cherry blossoms. How could they compare to the wild ones? The land of cherry blossoms? Upon hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Suke and the others couldn't help but frown. In their understanding, the only nation revealed in this world thus far was the Great Xia. They had no idea when a land of cherry blossoms had suddenly appeared. Seeing the confusion on their faces, Cheng Qiji patiently explained. Beyond our Great Xia, there are actually quite a few other nations existing on Blue Star. However, due to the encroachment of the ferocious beasts, the territories of many nations have fallen, becoming their domains. The human populations of those nations have consequently been enslaved by the beasts, reduced to their playthings or forced labor. Of course, there are also smaller nations that cling to existence under the protection of our Great Xia, sheltered behind our borders. But due to the current difficulties in transportation and communication, contact with them is rare. As Cheng Qiji explained, a look of sudden understanding spread across everyone's faces. Then what about these cherry blossoms? Facing their confusion, manhwa beside them flashed a look of contempt. The Cherry Blossom Kingdom was the first traitorous nation to betray humanity and willingly defect to the beast tribes after the beast era descended. Not only did they willingly become playthings for the beasts, but they also volunteered to aid the beast race in conquering other nations and launching attacks against our human race. They even went around preaching about establishing some so-called human-beast coexistence zone, urging everyone to abandon their prejudices and integrate into a world ruled by the beast race. By this point, manhwa was seething with rage. Such a way of betraying one's own kind for personal gain is utterly contemptible to us. As manhwa spoke, disdain and contempt flickered in the eyes of the assembled crowd. Such despicable actions render him unworthy of being called one of our kind. Suke, in particular, recalled the enmity between his homeland and the land of cherry blossoms in his previous life. His eyes narrowed slightly as he clenched his fists. Wherever they go, these Sakura nation scum never change their ways. They harbor nothing but sinful hearts. If he ever encountered these members of the Cherry Blossom Nation, he would make them pay dearly, teaching them a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. And these cherry blossom trees. They were saplings the dean personally brought back from the land of cherry blossoms when he went there to seek justice for the lady. At this point, Melania turned to gaze at the petals drifting gently down with the breeze, her lips tightening slightly. Though the people of Sakura Nation may be lacking in character, the cherry blossoms that grow from their soil are truly beautiful. Chang Chiji nodded in agreement beside her. The young lady is quite lovely too, beautiful, gentle, and a good homemaker. Before Chang Chiji could finish, Manhwa's broad face suddenly appeared beside him, her eyes widening as she stared at him. You've met her? Seeing the murderous intent in Manhwa's eyes, Chang Chiji hastily waved his hands with righteous indignation. What do you mean, had contact? Nothing like that. I've heard about her. As he spoke, noticing the lingering doubt in Manhwa's eyes, Chang Chiji cleared his throat awkwardly to change the subject, turning his gaze toward Suke and the others. Enough of this nonsense. Now that we've safely brought you into the capital, we should first pay our respects to the dean. Ever since learning of your arrival, the dean has been eager to meet you personally. He specifically instructed us to ensure your safe return to the academy. Now that our mission is complete, it's time to return and report to the dean. Come on, let's go. Without waiting for Suke and the others to react, Chang Chiji grabbed Suke's arm and hurried toward the principal's office inside the academy. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, trailing behind Suke, quickly followed suit. Before long, as they advanced, a somewhat dilapidated teaching building came into view. Standing before it, a white-haired yet sprightly old man beamed at them with a warm smile. Young ones, you've finally arrived. Chapter 160, leave it to me. Dean. Spotting the figure, Chang Chiji hurried over with an excited look on his face. Finally, I get to meet you, Dean. At that moment, Chang Chiji was nowhere near the composed director he usually portrayed. His face was teary as he reached out to take the old man's hand. The old man was none other than Wu Guanru, dean of the War Academy. But before Chang Chiji could even get close, Wu Guanyu swiftly kicked him square in the chest. Don't get all mushy with me. Chang Chiji was sent flying over 3 meters by the kick, a clear imprint of the sole of Wu Guanyu's shoe left on his chest. Witnessing this scene, Suke and Lu Chenhuan behind him couldn't help but twitch their lips. This meeting between the director and the principal felt decidedly unorthodox. As one of the 3 major academies in the capital, the atmosphere wasn't as solemn as he'd imagined. After being kicked by Wu Guanru, Chang Chiji didn't get angry. Instead, he sat on the ground, looking at Wu Guanru with a look of grievance. Principal, it's been quite a while since we last met. Is this how you treat your star player? A long time? How long? Wu Guanru rolled his eyes at the remark. I remember sending you out only a few days ago. You're making it sound like some long, drawn-out separation. Facing Wu Guanru's dismissive glance, Chang Chiji let out a soft sigh. It wasn't long, but the parting was real. Life and death hung in the balance. We truly came close to not making it back, director. Hearing Chang Chiji's words, Wu Guanru's previously slightly unorthodox expression instantly turned serious. He frowned and looked at Chang Chiji. What happened? Just then, Manhwa, standing beside Suke and the others, spoke up. Nothing much, director. On our way back to the capital from Tianhai, we passed through the Taiyin Forbidden Land. The Yin spirit Taiyin within the Forbidden Land used its tricks to pull us closer, and we ended up in an encounter battle with it. What? Upon hearing Manhwa's explanation, Wu Guanru hurried forward, stepping in front of Manhwa and Su Quebec. He spread his divine sense, scanning them for any injuries. But his brow immediately furrowed. This doesn't add up. I know that you being a 9th tier great demon reborn from the abyss. Though its current cultivation is only 8th tier, you couldn't possibly have been its match. How did you survive under its attack? Wu Guanru now looked at Chang Chiji with a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Manhwa, you tell him. Facing Wu Guanru's doubt, Manhwa glanced at Suke and the others beside her, then gritted her teeth and addressed Wu Guanru. Truthfully, we were meant to fall to that beast. But at the critical moment, Suke and the others made contact with Yuying. After communicating with her and clarifying our identities as members of the War Academy, she finally stopped and let us leave. As he listened to Manhwa's explanation, surprise and delight flashed in Wu Guanru's eyes. He immediately turned to look at Suke and the others standing nearby. Good lad. You didn't flinch in the face of danger. Not only were you unfazed by an 8th tier beast, but you managed to turn the tide by communicating with it at the critical moment. Truly a genius worthy of our War Academy's attention. At this point, Wu Guanru adopted a solemn expression and extended his right hand towards Suke and the others. Allow me to formally introduce myself. I am Wu Guanru, Dean of the War Academy. Seeing Wu Guanru looking at him with such solemnity, Suke promptly extended his own right hand. Suke, Tianhai First High School. Behind me are my 2 partners, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua. As Suke made the introductions, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua stepped forward in unison, standing beside Suke to greet Wu Guanru politely. Greetings, Dean Wu. Seeing the bright smiles on all 3 faces, a satisfied smile spread across Wu Guanru's own. What a perfect match, a golden boy and a jade girl. Alright, on behalf of our War Academy, I welcome all 3 of you. From this day forward, you are part of our War Academy. As Wu Guanru spoke, Lang Ruashua piped up timidly from the side. But I heard that to enter the 3 major academies, you need to take some kind of capital city entrance exam? What Kyoto Grand Examination? Hearing Lang Ruashua's question, Wu Guanru chuckled and stroked his snow-white beard.
I personally dispatched 2 directors to fetch you both from Jinghai.
What grand examination could possibly be needed? Chang Qiji, who was limping over, quickly chimed in. Exactly. You're practically our academy's pre-selected students now. Once this major exam concludes, you'll be admitted directly. Hearing Chang Qiji's words, a look of sudden realization flashed in Lang Ruashua's eyes. Oh, I see. So that's how it is. What else could it be? You 3 are such outstanding young talents, how could we not give you special treatment? At this point, Wu Guanru cleared his throat and glanced at Chang Qiji and manhwa beside him. Spill it. When you went to Tianhai, what kind of conditions did you sweet-talk these 3 youngsters into agreeing to? Facing Wu Guanru's questioning gaze, Chang Qiji shifted his eyes awkwardly before addressing the principal. Well, principal, I told them that whatever the other 2 academies could offer, our school could match. Not only would Dean Wu personally instruct them, but you'd also help them secure blueprints for battle armor, beast girl armor, and central array formations from the Research Institute. Before Chang Qiji could finish, Wu Guanru's face twisted into fury. Do you bloody well think I'm a bandit? Teaching students is fine, but you want me to go snatch them away? Seeing Wu Guanru's beard bristling high, Chang Qiji spoke to him with a hint of unease. But those were the demands the Research Academy made. If I wanted to snatch people, wouldn't I have to bring you into it? Besides, weren't you the one who repeatedly stressed before leaving that we must snatch Xiaoxuchue and the others at any cost? Given our War Academy's resources, this is the best offer I can make. Chang Qiji paused tentatively before continuing. Anyway, the 3 youngsters haven't officially enrolled yet. You can still change your mind if you want. How about I send Xiaoxuchue and the others to Lingwu Academy or the Research Academy instead? Before Chang Qiji could finish, Wu Guanru shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting, you young upstart? Talents like Xiaoxuchue and the others, geniuses of such extraordinary brilliance, have practically been delivered to our doorstep. How could we possibly hand them over to someone else? At this point, Wu Guanru stroked his white beard, cracked his neck, and declared with solemn seriousness. What's the big deal about some design blueprints or armor array control units? You 3 youngsters just focus on your cultivation. Leave the rest to this old man. Chapter 161, this is simply fantastic. I knew it. Whenever we run into trouble out here, mentioning our headmaster never fails. Seeing Wu Guanru's proud expression, Chang Qiji hurriedly flattered him. Wu Guanru clearly relished Chang Qiji's flattery, waving his hand with an air of satisfaction. Not at all, it's simply my duty as principal. Since you've both made this promise in front of the youngster, it falls to this old man to make good on it. So everyone will know that at War Academy, my word is final. Chang Qiji listened to Wu Guanru's words and promptly applauded enthusiastically. Excellent. Truly worthy of our War Academy's principal, what a bold spirit. Suke and Lang Ruashua, watching from the sidelines, blinked in disbelief, their eyes filled with indescribable astonishment. Somehow, the principal and Chang Qiji together seemed like a pair of comedians, bearing no resemblance to the fearsome leaders of the War Academy as rumored outside. While basking in Chang Qiji's flattery, Wu Guanru suddenly seemed to recall something. His expression turned serious as he turned to Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and the others. Your journey was a near-death experience. That so-called shadow flicker from the Taiyin Forbidden Land dared to target you. They clearly hold our War Academy in utter contempt. This grievance, I shall help you avenge. So the world may know the War Academy is not to be trifled with. Those who dare offend the War Academy shall be hunted down, no matter how far they flee. Once I've arranged lodging and meals for you youngsters, I'll personally head to the Taiyin Forbidden Land and bring back that Yu Ying's head to atone for this. As he spoke, Wu Guanru couldn't help but roll up his sleeves. No. Seeing this, Chang Qiji and Suke spoke up simultaneously to stop him. Oh? Wu Guanru's brows furrowed slightly at Chang Qiji and Suke's reaction. Why are you stopping me? Suke blinked in response, while Chang Qiji, standing before him, cleared his throat awkwardly. Principal, I know your divine might is unmatched, but you are the cornerstone of our War Academy. You cannot lightly leave the capital. Besides, the forbidden zones within our human territories have long been governed by strict agreements of non-interference. If you forcefully intervene and disrupt this peace, it could stir up trouble among the major forbidden zones within the human territories. Besides, even though we had a minor skirmish with the Yueying, we're still in one piece. There's no need to go looking for trouble with them. Suke quickly chimed in to agree. Exactly. It was all just a misunderstanding. After communicating with that Yang, we discovered it had been deceived by the demon god cult's followers. That's why it attacked us. Once it learned we were from the War Academy, it released us. She's been perfectly cooperative. Dean, please be magnanimous and let it go. Joking aside, Yueying was currently lounging in his beast taming space. It would be ridiculous to let her rest peacefully only for her home to be robbed. After the contract, Yue Ying is now on our side. I'll stand by her. Though only her incomplete physical form remained in the forbidden zone, my insight into its flaws allowed Yue Ying to leave a portion of her consciousness there to begin repairing and tempering the body. Once both soul and body were fully restored, she could consider merging them for rebirth. At that point, I would possess an incredibly powerful trump card for survival. Therefore, he absolutely could not allow Wu Guanru to cause trouble for Yue Ying now. Wu Guanru, facing the pleas of Cheng Qiji and Suke, looked at the two men standing unscathed before finally nodding. Enough, enough. For your sake and speaking for her, I'll spare its life this time. But if it dares lay a finger on anyone from my war academy again, don't blame me for showing no mercy. Hearing Wu Guanru's threat, Suke hurriedly nodded. It won't happen again. It definitely won't happen again next time. Wu Guanru narrowed his eyes at Suke's expression. How would you know, boy? You're not the one involved. Faced with Wu Guanru's questioning gaze, Suke blinked rapidly and cleared his throat. Because during my communication with that, I could tell she holds our War Academy in high regard and has quite a favorable impression of it. After learning our War Academy's identity, she became downright enthusiastic. Ha! Wu Guanru's expression froze slightly as he heard Suke's words. Qiji, is that what he said? Cheng Qiji blinked his eyes in confusion beside him. I don't know. I wasn't there. It was Xiao Suke and the others who risked their lives to negotiate with that Yue Ying personally. By the time we arrived, everything had already been settled. Cheng Qiji added after pausing. But it's true that Yue Ying never gave us any trouble afterward. It must be genuine. Listening to Cheng Qiji's analysis, Wu Guanru finally nodded in satisfaction. That's more like it. Very well. Since that beast is being so cooperative, I shan't go. Alright, since the three of you have arrived, I'll arrange your dorm rooms. Come on, follow me. Speaking with warmth, Wu Guanru led the way ahead. Suke and the others quickly followed behind. The academy's interior far exceeded Suke's expectations. Wide roads crisscrossed the grounds, offering every conceivable recreational facility, even shops dotted the landscape. It was utterly indistinguishable from a commercial complex. Before long, they passed through several academic buildings and crossed a shopping street before finally arriving at an apartment complex. Gazing at the apartment building before them, Suke and Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. Is this our dorm? That's the place. Wu Guanru smiled as he led the group inside. The dormitory differed from the ordinary university dorms Suke remembered. There was no dorm supervisor at the gate. They simply walked through the entrance, pressed the elevator button, and rode up. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, experiencing an elevator for the first time, gazed curiously at the enclosed space around them. Manhwa, standing nearby, explained with a smile. This is called an elevator. It makes it easier for people living in tall buildings to get around. Most residents in high-rise buildings around the capital use elevators to go up and down. As she spoke, the elevator stopped on the 10th floor. Once the doors slid open, Wu Guanru eagerly led them to room 1003, pulled out his key, and unlocked the door. Alright, this is where you'll be staying. Seeing the one-bedroom apartment with a kitchen and bathroom beyond the open door, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's eyes lit up. A suite? The school treats us this well? Ha! And a huge open-air balcony? They even thoughtfully installed handrails on the balcony and in the bathroom? This is absolutely amazing. Chapter 162, Eat, Sleep, Play Cards. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were visibly thrilled by the room before them. Lu Chenhuan, in particular, let go of Suke's hand and practically ran toward the bedroom door. Upon catching sight of the large bed inside, she stood at the doorway, practically jumping 3 feet high with excitement. Brother Su! A bed! A luxurious bed! Watching Lu Chenhuan's boundless excitement, Suke couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. He raised a hand to his forehead, cleared his throat, and turned to look at Wu Guanru beside him. I'm glad it's a suite. Thanks, Principal. When Suke arrived, he had imagined what the dormitories at the War Academy might be like. In his mind, it would be like high school dorms, separate rooms for boys and girls, with several people sharing a room and bunk beds. He never imagined they'd be small dorms with private living spaces. Facing Suke's gratitude, Wu Guanru waved his hand with a beaming smile. This is what you deserve as cadets. No need to thank me. Besides, it's just a suite. What's there to thank me for? Did you imagine it would be a traditional dormitory with separate living quarters for men and women? Faced with Wu Guanru's question, Suke nodded honestly. Yes. How could that be possible? Before Suke could finish speaking, Cheng Qiji burst out laughing beside him. Separate dorms for men and women are relics from middle and high school. You're all beast masters and beast maidens with partners now. Whether for cultivation or daily life, you should have your own little couple suite. Listening to Cheng Qiji's words, Suke nodded lightly. Indeed, whether from the perspective of cultivation or daily life, a couple suite was the most suitable arrangement for them beast tamers and beast girls alike. Meanwhile, Wu Guanru glanced at Lu Chenhuan, who stood quietly beside Suke, holding his right hand.
A thought seemed to occur to him, and he addressed Suke with a hint of embarrassment. Su, you see, since our human history has never recorded such an exceptional case of a 3-person contract, all our dorms are designed based on a monogamous structure. Basically, each unit has 1 bedroom and 1 living room. At this point, Wu Guanru glanced at Lang Ruashua beside Suke and Lu Chenhuan standing by the bedroom door, clearing his throat. So, for now, I can only arrange an extra large bed for you two to make do with. Please bear with this arrangement for now. As for the future, I've already instructed someone to search for 2-bedroom apartments in the capital. Once we find one, we'll arrange it for you immediately. However, upon hearing Wu Guanru's words, Lu Chenhuan, who had been standing by the bedroom door just a moment ago, darted over instantly, her expression turning serious as she addressed Wu Guanru. Principal, no need. I think this is just fine. This bed is big enough 3 people could easily fit on it. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Wu Guanru instinctively turned his head to look at Lang Ruashua beside Suke. Lang Ruashua, realizing the situation, quickly spoke up to Wu Guanru. Sis Huan is right. As long as the bed is big enough for me and Sis Huan, it'll be fine. Even back in the youth training camp, Brother Su, Sister Huan, and I all shared 1 bed. We're used to it. Hearing Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's words, Suke nodded in agreement beside them. Yes, Principal. It's actually more convenient for the 3 of us to train in 1 room. There's no need for you to worry about that. We're already very satisfied that you've arranged this suite for us. Suke wasn't particularly concerned about these living arrangements. As long as Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua were comfortable, he would follow their lead. Seeing that Suke and the others had reached a consensus, Wu Guanru relented. He gave them a slight nod. Very well. Since none of you object to this dormitory, you may temporarily reside here. This dormitory area itself is built near a spiritual spring, which will benefit your cultivation. With that, Wu Guanru waved his hand dismissively at Suke and the others. Alright, you've traveled all the way from Tianhai. You must be exhausted from the long journey. Rest first. If you get hungry later, there's a snack street near the dorms. You can go explore there. At this point, Cheng Qiji chimed in with a smile. Of course, if you're unfamiliar with the area, Xiao Suke, I'd be happy to serve as your guide. Facing Cheng Qiji's offer, Suke gently declined with a wave of his hand. No need. Director Chang, you've already gone through the trouble of escorting us here. You should rest first. If I need anything, I'll contact you later. Lu Chenhuan nodded in agreement beside him. Exactly. Besides, Brother Su, Ruashua, and I all enjoy exploring on our own. We won't trouble you with such minor matters. Hearing this, Wu Guanru gave a slight nod. Alright, since you've all made up your minds, we'll leave it at that for now. As he spoke, Wu Guanru seemed to recall something and turned his gaze back to Suke and the others. Oh, right. Do you have any further questions? Actually, yes. Suke pondered for a moment before looking at Wu Guanru. Dean Wu, when does the semester start? This was Suke's foremost concern. He had come to the capital specifically to join the War Academy as soon as possible. He intended to leverage the Academy's resources and platform to help Lu Chenhuan, Lang Ruashua, and Xia rectify their weaknesses and accelerate their growth. Hearing Suke's question, a hint of approval flashed in Wu Guanru's eyes as he addressed Suke. Once the capital city examinations conclude and student quotas for each major academy are allocated, our academy will officially commence classes. Hearing Wu Guanru's reply, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. So we're here too early? So until the capital city exams, we're not considered official students of the academy? Facing Suke's query, Wu Guanru cleared his throat. Theoretically, that's correct. But with my endorsement, you're only 1 opening ceremony away from being a full-fledged student. Rest assured, a treasure like you the War Academy wouldn't dream of letting you go. Yet Suke's brow remained furrowed as he listened to Wu Guanru's response. That's not what concerns me. Before the capital exam, aside from regular cultivation, does that mean we have nothing else to do? Hearing Suke's question, Wu Guanru cleared his throat. Well, you can still practice, eat, and play cards. Hearing Wu Guanru's reply, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua beside him instantly flushed crimson. Wu Guanru, seeing this, hastily waved his hands to clear his name. I meant playing cards like landlords. Don't get the wrong idea. Cheng Qiji, standing behind Wu Guanru, quickly chimed in. I can vouch for our dean, he's not that kind of person. When he suggested playing cards, he meant real playing cards. Chapter 163, Want to take a bath together? Principal, we believe you. Facing Wu Guanru's explanation, Suke nodded solemnly. I just wanted to ask, does that capital city exam come with any rewards? Hearing Suke's question, Wu Guanru couldn't help but pause. The Imperial Capital exam? Rewards? I don't believe there are any. The purpose of the Imperial Capital examinations is to screen students for the various academies. Being selected by one of those academies is already the best reward. If you insist on rewards, I suppose gaining renown in the capital during the competition could count as one. If you're eager to make a splash, it's not impossible.
I can put in a word with the admissions office, they can arrange for you to join anytime. Hearing Wu Guanru's response, Suke instantly lost all interest in the Kyoto Grand Examination. Forget it. He had initially thought that if the Kyoto Grand Examination offered generous rewards like the youth training competition he once participated in at Tianhai, he might consider joining. But now that he knew there were no rewards, it held no interest for him. Suke was never one to rise early without a profit. For him, wasting time on something merely for show and bragging rights was less worthwhile than dedicating himself to cultivation and self-improvement, or taking Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua out for meals and shopping to strengthen their bonds. Hearing Suke had lost interest in the competition, Wu Guanru felt no need to persuade him otherwise. Alright. Since you're not interested in gaining fame through this grand examination, you may arrange your own schedules for the coming period. Should you require anything, feel free to approach me, Director Chang, or Director Ma at any time. At this point, Wu Guanru seemed to recall something. He retrieved 3 communicators from his storage ring and handed them to Suke and the others. These are communicators. If you need anything, feel free to call me or the 2 directors. He then pulled a gold card from his breast pocket. This is a gold card for nearby shops. It has a balance of about 2 million. You can use it for meals or shopping. Make do with this for now. If it runs out, just call me, I'll have someone top it up immediately. Faced with Wu Guanru's generosity, Suke's eyes welled up with emotion. Wu Guanru was truly generous. He had taken care of all their logistical concerns for their stay in the capital. With this, they could focus entirely on their cultivation and await enrollment. Thank you, Dean Wu. Suke bowed deeply to Wu Guanru, his gratitude sincere from the bottom of his heart. Although he had earned some prize money during the youth training competition, Wu Guanru's generosity was exceptionally lavish. It completely eliminated any worries about daily living expenses, making it much easier for him to purchase repair materials for Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua later. Alright, since everything is settled, you may rest now. Considering the hardships Suke and his companions had endured on their journey, Wu Guanru waved his hand dismissively. The 2 directors and I won't disturb you any longer. Rest easy. With that, Wu Guanru rose to leave. Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua also bid farewell to Suke. Get plenty of rest, and remember to call us if you need anything. Alright, you too. After listening to Suke and the others bid farewell, Wu Guanru led Cheng Qiji and Ma Lanhua straight out of their dormitory. As the door closed, the room seemed to grow a bit quieter. Xia, nestled in Suke's embrace, couldn't help but leap out from his collar, stretching lazily with evident contentment. Phew, finally gone. This beast god can finally have some peace. Earlier, while Wu Guanru was present, Xia had been on edge, terrified that Wu Guanru, a 9th rank cultivator, might detect something amiss and eliminate her in the next instant. After all, these veterans who had fought in the Demon Suppression Pass battle had witnessed countless horrors of ferocious beasts slaughtering their kin. Their hatred for such creatures ran far deeper than that of ordinary people. That's why Xia dared not make a single abnormal move earlier. She had stayed completely still, playing dead in Suke's embrace, not making a sound. Fortunately, Wu Guanru didn't notice Xia's peculiarity. Only after watching them depart did the weight on his heart finally lift. Now, Xia strode through her territory like the undisputed master of the house. Her tail stood rigid as rebar, and she paraded around with the confident swagger of a queen, surveying every inch of her domain. Suke turned to Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua with genuine concern. You must be exhausted after traveling non-stop without rest. Come, let's get some rest. Wu Guanru had thoughtfully prepared everything in advance, even the bedding was ready, making it as easy as unpacking your bags and settling in. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan playfully jabbed his shoulder with a teasing look. We've been walking all this way, and we even had a fight in the Taiyin Forbidden Zone. We're soaked in sweat and stink to high heaven. I need to shower before sleeping. Beside them, Ruashua blinked her sapphire blue eyes and spoke softly. Me too, Brother Su. I want to shower before sleeping. Hearing the 2 women's words, Suke's eyes instantly crinkled into slits with laughter. You too. Hee, since you both want to get all clean and fresh, I'll join you. Let's wash together. Ugh. No sooner had Suke finished speaking than Lu Chenhuan, standing beside him, thrust her delicate fist forward and playfully punched him twice. Who wants to bathe with you? You stink to high heaven. Suke grinned mischievously as he leaned closer, chuckling softly. What's wrong with bathing with me? I can even scrub your backs for you. With these strong hands of mine, wouldn't it be a waste not to scrub you? Pervert. Before Suke could finish, Lu Chenhuan's face flushed crimson. But, Ruashua is still here. It was Ruashua, standing nearby, who spoke up timidly. Actually, I don't think it's impossible. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan's eyebrows shot up in outrage. Well done, Ruashua. You've betrayed our steadfast sisterhood. Admit it, you're trying to snatch Brother Su for yourself, aren't you? Facing Lu Chenhuan's accusation, Ruashua timidly crossed 2 fingers in front of her chest. I didn't. Oomph. Lu Chenhuan looked utterly unconvinced by Ruashua's explanation. I don't buy it. You look innocent enough, but you're the most ambitious of us all. To keep an eye on you, I've decided we'll shower together. With that, Ruashua grabbed 2 pairs of slippers and pulled Ruashua straight toward the bathroom. Fortunately, the bathroom was spacious enough to comfortably accommodate both of them bathing at the same time. Through the slightly blurred frosted glass, Suke watched as the two of them shed their clothes and turned on the faucet. Well, little minx, so you've been hiding this all along. To punish you, watch out. Sis Swan, stop tickling me, it's ticklish. A silver bell laughter echoed from within, mingling with the sound of running water, making Suke's heart flutter. Chapter 164, I'm tired, I want to sleep. Sacred relics, form is not separate from emptiness, emptiness is form itself, I am form. Outside the bathroom, Suke gazed through the frosted glass at the sharply defined silhouettes reflected in his eyes. Listening to the silver bell laughter echoing from within, he recited sutras over and over to calm his restless heart. The splashing water sounded like a demon, tugging at Suke's heartstrings. Kaya prowled around Suke's feet like a cat, lifting her little head with a mischievous grin. Master, your heart seems rather unsettled. Suke shot Cha a glare. You're not me. How would you know my heart is unsettled? Cha chuckled at Suke. Well, you're not me either. How do you know I don't know your mind is unsettled? Seeing the exasperated look on Suke's face, Cha quickly added. Alright, just kidding. Master, if you want to see, just wait until I can transform into human form, then you can look your fill. And you can touch me whenever you're bored. Hearing Cha's words, Suke's mind inexplicably flashed back to the moment they'd forged their contract, the fleeting glimpse of her exquisite form. Just then, Lu Chenhuan's voice echoed from the bathroom. Su-gu, help me out. Suke frowned, glancing at the faintly visible, alluring figure beyond the bathroom door. What's wrong, Guanhuan? Brother Su, we rushed in just now and forgot to bring a towel. Could you grab one for us? Hearing this, Suke couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated. Sure, hold on a sec. As he spoke, Suke got up to look for towels. Soon, he found 2 unopened towels inside the wardrobe. No wonder Huan and the others didn't have towels in the bathroom, they hadn't even opened these yet. After opening the towels, Suke held them in his hands and knocked on the bathroom door. Alright, Huan. But how should I get these towels to you? Hearing Suke's question, Lu Chen's cheerful laughter echoed from inside the bathroom. Su-gu, just push the door open and hand them to us. There's no one else here anyway. Hearing this, Suke felt his heart skip a beat, his mouth suddenly dry. But he quickly regained his composure. We're about to do something big. Don't tell me you lack even this much self-control and restraint? We sleep together every day, haven't you built up immunity yet? With that thought, Suke pulled the bathroom door handle, opening a crack just wide enough for an arm. He then reached through and handed in 2 towels. Here, for you. Ooh, Brother Su, you're standing too far away, we can't reach. Lu Chenhuan's voice suddenly turned sweet and seductive. But Suke wasn't falling for that. His voice remained cold and firm. Want them? If not, I'm taking them back. Yes. We want it. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's voice hurriedly echoed from the bathroom. Ruashua, you go. At his command, Ruashua's soft footsteps echoed across the floorboards. She approached the bathroom door and extended her jade-like hand, still glistening with moisture, to take the 2 bath towels from Suke's grasp. Then, her small head, flushed slightly from the steam, peeked out from the side. Droplets of condensed moisture trickled down her temples and neck as she timidly addressed Suke. Thank you, Brother Su. Seeing this, Suke smiled and reached out to ruffle Ruashua's silver hair. Got it. Go on in. As he spoke, Suke ruthlessly reached out and pulled the door handle shut. Ha! Kaya sauntered around Suke's pant legs, glancing at him with surprise. Those 2 girls don't seem to mind you at all. Why not go in and feast your eyes? Forget it. Suke waved his hand dismissively. I'm afraid if I went in, it wouldn't just be about feasting my eyes. Some things can wait for later. Now isn't the right time. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were close, but not so close that they could share such intimacy with him simultaneously. Forcing them into something they resisted before their bond was truly deep could damage their relationship later. Take it slow. Haste makes waste. As he pondered, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua had already dried themselves off. Casually draping towels over their shoulders and slippers on their feet, they stepped out of the bathroom. Lu Chenhuan's slightly damp blonde hair fell lazily over one shoulder. Her snow-white skin was faintly visible beneath the loose bathrobe as she smiled warmly at Suke. We're all done, Brother Su. Why don't you go in and freshen up? Suke smiled and nodded, slipping on his slippers before picking up a towel and heading into the bathroom. Passing by Ruashua, who stood timidly beside Lu Chenhuan, her hands clutching the hem of her towel, he reached out once more and gently ruffled her hair. Unlike Lu Chenhuan and the others, Suke turned on the shower and finished bathing in no time. He casually wrapped the towel around his waist, pushed open the door, and headed straight for the bedroom. Inside the bedroom, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua appeared exhausted. Unbeknownst to him, they had each drifted off to sleep on opposite sides of the bed, their eyes half closed. For convenience, their bath towels had been removed and neatly folded by the bedside. Now, they were both wearing Suke's everyday t-shirts. The oversized t-shirts fell just to the top of their thighs, the faintly visible outline concealing the view beneath, revealing two pairs of flawlessly white, jade-like legs. As if sensing Suke's arrival, Ruashua kept one eye half closed while attempting to sneak a peek at him through the slit of her other eye. On the other side, Lu Chenhuan turned her body toward him with open grace, beckoning Suke with a radiant smile. "Hey, Uncle Su, come play with us. You're such a tease." Watching this scene, Suke walked straight to the bedside wrapped in his towel, stepped over Ruashua, and squeezed himself between the two women. Seeing Suke stride over wrapped in his towel, even the feigning sleep Ruashua couldn't help but blush, immediately raising her hand to cover her eyes. "Eek. I saw something I shouldn't have. I'm gonna get a sty." "Sty? What sty? Silly girl, what did you see?" Facing Suke's mischievous grin, Ruashua gently bit her lower lip. I don't know. I'm tired. I want to sleep." Lu Chenhuan, standing nearby, couldn't help but burst into laughter. "That little Ruashua still has skin as thin as ever. How are we ever going to train together with brother Su like this? Forget cultivation for now. Everyone's been through a lot on this journey. Let's rest first. Sleep it off. When you wake up, you can do whatever you want." As he spoke, Suke reached out and wrapped his arms around the slender waists of the two women. With a firm pull, he drew them both into his embrace before closing his eyes. Feeling the warmth of Suke's large hands, the two women blushed, then wrapped their arms around him and closed their eyes. Outside the door, Zhao's figure darted in like a flash of lightning, burrowing into Suke's chest. Chapter 165, The Little Rogue. When Suke awoke, evening had already fallen. The afterglow of the setting sun streamed through the half-open window, bathing the bed in light. It was like a golden quilt gently draped over the three of them. Suke lay in bed, gazing at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua sleeping soundly on either side of him, their arms wrapped around his own. A faint smile touched his lips. Lu Chenhuan, though usually boisterous, slept quite demurely. She clung quietly to his arm, draping one jade-like leg lazily over him. Ruashua clung a bit tighter, drool nearly dripping onto his shoulder, her legs tightly wrapped around his thigh, leaving it slightly numb. Upon her chest lay Chia, fast asleep and curled up into a ball, emitting soft snoring sounds. Watching this peaceful scene unfold, Suke felt for a moment that life could be quite good like this. But reason swiftly pulled Suke back to reality. Glancing at the two women and one cat nestled beside him, his thoughts began to churn. Now that he had arrived in the capital, the threats he faced in Tianhai had been temporarily neutralized, greatly enhancing his safety. Now, he could focus on enhancing Lu Chenhuan and the others' innate talents, accelerating his own cultivation progress, and swiftly boosting the strength of his entire group. With this thought, Suke activated his insightful divine eye and scanned Lu Chenhuan's information panel. Beast Maiden, Ruashua. Realm, 3rd tier Burning Blood. Talent, B rank Frost Blossom Serpent. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Crystal Storm, Extreme Cold Domain, Frostbound Ground, Icy Defense. Flaw, contains SSS grade Frost Dragon energy within, but due to the Dragon Crystal core being eroded by time-eroding toxin, 60% of the energy dissipates, preventing the manifestation of dragon form. Beast Maiden, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, Tier 3 Blood Ignition. Talent, B rank Predator Prototype of the Taotie. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Domain, Chain Blade Assault, Blood Burning. Flaw, harbors SSS tier Swallowing Heaven Taotie energy within. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, unable to fully activate SSS tier talent. After this period of cultivation, both women's realms stabilized at Tier 3. The difference was that, compared to Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua lacked the blood-burning talent. She held the title of Stage 3 in name only, unable to fully beast transform by igniting her blood in critical moments. Full beast transformation, though draining of vital energy, proved remarkably effective in critical situations. Suke gained a deeper understanding of this after witnessing Lu Chenhuan's full beast transformation. Yet their paths diverged. Ruashua was a formidable team control mage who fought independently, while Lu Chenhuan was an elite spearhead warrior. One controlled the battlefield, the other delivered decisive strikes. Currently, Ruashua's advancement materials were fully prepared. The 9 netherworld cold iron had already fused into her body. As for the 1,000-year snow lotus, it would be administered upon her awakening to prepare for the next stage of evolution. Lu Chenhuan's advancement materials, however, remained unsecured. For now, she would continue her daily regimen of absorbing moonlight. Once fresh 4th tier beast essence blood was found, the Taotie mark could be engraved upon her back, activating the Taotie moon. The capital offers abundant resources and opportunities. With the academy providing numerous trials, finding some 4th tier beast essence for Huan shouldn't be too difficult. As Suke pondered this, he glanced down at Xia, who slept soundly against his chest. Beast, Black Gold Cub. Tier 3. Innate skills, Beast King Roar, Power Strike, Fighting Spirit, Sky-Splitting Impact.
Flaw, originally a 9th-tier monstrous beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, it suffered severe injuries that prevented its power from recovering. After enduring a major battle that depleted its vital energy, it regressed to its primitive 3rd-tier state. Status, bound. After consuming the previous nourishing elixir, Chia's injuries healed somewhat and her cultivation advanced from Tier 2 to Tier 3, restoring her to the form of a black gold cub. Now, let me see what Chia's new enhancement plan entails. As he contemplated, Suke activated his insightful divine eye, beginning to analyze Chia's innate deficiencies. Moments later, Suke identified a corresponding solution for Chia's innate deficiency. Repair plan, locate Tiger's soul essence to restore her damaged soul essence. Tiger soul? Glancing at the other repair proposals, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the repair plans for Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, Chia's solution was unusually straightforward. Yet the simpler the solution, the harder it was to find. Unlike items with clear target criteria, this tiger soul was something he'd never even heard of before. He had absolutely no clue where to start. Never mind. I'll ask Xia when she wakes up. She should have a better idea. Xia herself had once been a 9th-tier tiger-type ferocious beast. She should be familiar with this tiger spirit. At the very least, she'd have more clues than I do. The repair plans for Huan, Ruashua, and Xia are all accounted for. Now it's time for Yuying. Unlike Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, Yuying existing solely as a soul within Suke's beast taming space couldn't freely appear in his daily life. He hadn't released her yet. As this thought crossed his mind, Suke's consciousness sharpened and he instantly materialized within the beast taming space. Yuying, who had been lying around bored and sleeping in the beast taming space, felt Suke's presence and her eyes lit up. "Xiao Suke, you're here." Though their contract was successfully formed, Yuying still couldn't bring herself to change how she addressed him, persistently calling him Little Suke. Suke looked at the excited Yuying and nodded at her with a smile. "I'm here. It took us a while after entering the capital, and we just took a short rest. As soon as we finished resting, I came straight to find you." Hearing Suke's explanation, Yuying waved her hand dismissively. I get it. It's my fault too. Back in the Taiyin Forbidden Land, I gave you guys a hard time, causing you to expend a lot of energy. Both directors even sustained minor injuries. It's fine. Just make sure you're well rested. Anyway, I've been stuck in the Taiyin Forbidden Ground for so many years. What's a little more time? Though Yuying said this, her feet kept kicking at the mud beneath her, betraying her inner restlessness. Suke observed this scene, a knowing smile curling his lips. His thoughts moved, and he instantly appeared before Yuying, his expression serious as he looked at her. How could that be? Since I brought you all the way to the capital, how could I possibly leave you cooped up in this stuffy beast taming space? I came here specifically to lead you out of the beast taming space, to truly breathe in the fresh air of the mortal world. Within the Taiyin Forbidden Grounds, Yuying spent her days surrounded by death spirits, immersed in the stench of decay and decay. Now that he finally had the chance to bring her to the capital, he naturally wanted to give her a pleasant surprise. With a flicker of Suke's intent, Yuying and his divine consciousness instantly departed the beast taming space. The next second, Yuying's soul form appeared before Suke, floating in midair as she gazed upon his muscular physique wrapped only in a bath towel, his arms around the two women. Her face flushed crimson instantly. "You little rascal." Chapter 166, The Vessel of Cultivation. "Ya!" Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were startled awake by Yuying's shriek. As they opened their eyes, they saw Yuying suspended upside down in midair. Instinctively, they covered their faces and screamed. The two women instinctively clutched the hems of their loose t-shirts, fearing Yuying might see something she shouldn't. Moments later, they regained their composure and looked at Yuying with awkward embarrassment. "Yuying? How did you get out? Why shouldn't I come out?" Yuying rolled her eyes at the two women clutching Suke's hands. "I was practically suffocating in Xiao Suke's beast taming space the whole way here. What's wrong with getting some fresh air? What? Did I interrupt the fun between you two girls and little Suke?" Yuying's face twisted into a mischievous grin as she turned to look at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua. "Or were you two hugging little Suke while indulging in some unspeakable fantasy that I interrupted?" Hearing Yuying's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's cheeks flushed crimson. They shot Yuying a pouty glare. "What nonsense are you spouting?" "Exactly." Xia, who had been lying in Suke's arms, was awakened by the commotion. She lifted her head and shot Yuying a resentful look. "Can you please stop hovering over us like a balloon and chattering nonstop? As a contract beast to its master, you have absolutely no sense of propriety." Xia had never been particularly kind to Yuying, unlike Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua who held some reservations. Faced with Xia's retort, Yuying immediately flew into a rage. "You think I'm like you? You ungrateful creature. Xiao Shuqiu and I signed a beastmaster contract, not a slave contract selling my soul. I'm not as shameless as you, constantly calling yourself master. Have you forgotten you were once a 9th-tier ferocious beast?" Hearing Yuying's retort, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua who were clinging to Suke's arms immediately paled. They turned to look at Xia. Yuying's words struck Xia right where it hurt. To be honest, if they were in her shoes, they probably wouldn't have held back either.
Even Sukei's brows furrowed slightly, displeasure flickering in his eyes. Yet Xia seemed utterly unfazed by Yu Ying's taunt, instead lifting her little head with a look of pride. So what? I'm happy to. To form a contract with my master is my greatest honor. So what if I've forgotten my roots? At that moment, Xia's eyes brimmed with pride. You haven't forgotten your roots, you didn't make a contract with a human. You hypocrite. I can't stand your two-faced act. You damn. Hearing Xia's retort, Yu Ying instantly flew into a rage, rolling up her sleeves. But Xia showed no sign of backing down, stubbornly thrusting her neck toward Yu Ying. Go ahead and hit me. Go ahead. Do you dare make a move? This is the capital city, the heart of the Great Xia human territory. If we start a fight here and make a scene, drawing the attention of the Great Xia human clan's higher-ups, we're both finished. Xia spoke with utter confidence. Didn't you have enough of that damn Taiyin Forbidden Land? Are you planning to get sealed back in? Or do you simply wish to abandon this chance at survival and be obliterated into nothingness once more? Faced with Xia's threat, Yu Ying fell silent. She admitted it, she was utterly terrified of returning to that sunless existence in the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Sukei, lying on the bed and witnessing this scene, immediately released Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's delicate arms and sat up. He spoke up to stop the two beasts' quarrel. Enough. We've now forged a contract with each other. Our hearts are connected, we're family. Xia has always maintained neutrality in the conflict between the two clans. There's no question of forgetting one's roots. Yu Ying is the same. Having lived so many years, she's naturally older than me, and her way of addressing me is perfectly normal. We're all family. There's no need to quarrel over such trivial matters. Sukei spoke calmly as he reached this point. After all, for us now, accelerating our cultivation and swiftly enhancing our strength is paramount. Securing a foundation for survival in these chaotic times is what truly matters. Hearing Sukei's words, Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan beside him sat up, nodding in agreement. Yes, whether it's us or you, whose strength has plummeted, we all need to repair and enhance ourselves. Hearing the three speak, the anger in Yu Ying and Xia's hearts slowly dissipated. Xia nuzzled her little head against Sukei's chest. Master and the others are right. I won't hold it against you anymore. But just as Yu Ying was about to say something, her figure began to sway and blur, a look of pain spreading across her face. Seeing this, Sukei's brows furrowed slightly. What's wrong? Yu Ying hurriedly steadied herself before speaking. Perhaps because my soul was originally reconstructed from the Guishu. After leaving the Taiyin Forbidden Land and being separated from my physical body, I cannot sustain my soul form for too long outside. Otherwise, my spiritual awareness will begin to dissipate. Hearing this, Sukei's brow furrowed slightly. Not even within the beast-taming realm? Yu Ying shook her head. Your beast-taming space is profoundly extraordinary. I am not affected by such limitations there. But out here, I cannot remain in my soul state for long. Listening to Yu Ying's words, Sukei's frown deepened. Then how are you supposed to properly absorb the essence of the sun and moon? For Yu Ying to fully recover in her soul state, absorbing the essence of the sun and moon was a prerequisite. If she couldn't appear normally in the outside world, that condition would certainly remain unfulfilled. This is my first time reborn in the abyss. I have no experience and don't know. Rebirth in the abyss was a rare occurrence to begin with, and each person's experience was unique. It was difficult for any established methods to be passed down. It was Xia, who had jumped back onto Sukei's shoulder, who spoke up at this moment. I've heard of a method for this situation. You need to find a soul crystal to serve as a vessel for your spirit. Placing it within any corpse or container will allow you to use it as a temporary body. Hearing Xia's words, Sukei's eyes lit up. Are there any requirements for the soul crystal or the corpse? Whether Yu Ying could cultivate normally was crucial for their group. After all, the more people who cultivated, the faster their own cultivation progress would be. Moreover, Yu Ying was currently their strongest combat asset. If they could successfully summon her to their side, they would face any future dangers with greater confidence. Facing Sukei's inquiry, Xia frowned and thought. For the soul crystal, it's best if it's at least 7th tier, like Yu Ying's. As for the physical vessel to contain the soul crystal, if it's solely for cultivation, there are basically no requirements. But if combat is required, it's best to have a physical body whose cultivation level matches the soul crystal. Chapter 167, Turn around, I bet your eyes won't be empty. After hearing Xia's advice, Sukei's frown gradually eased. With a clear goal in mind, the task suddenly seemed much simpler. Though his current finances and savings couldn't quite cover it, he could seek out Chung Qiji and the others to scrape together some gold coins. He was confident they'd have a solution. As for the favors and money owed, he'd carry that debt for now. Debts never weigh one down. As he pondered this, Sukei's heart stirred upon seeing Yu Ying's faintly pained expression. Alright, since you can't stay out for long right now, you'll have to endure being back in the beast taming space for a while. Once I find you a soul crystal and a physical body, you can come out again. Facing Sukei's suggestion, Yu Ying knew this was the best solution for now. Reluctantly, she took one last deep breath of the fresh air outside. Alright, I'll return to your beast taming space. But just as she was about to return, Ewing seemed to think of something else and spoke to Suke. Even though your beast taming space is quite large, it feels a bit empty. Suke glanced at Ewing in surprise. Do you have any suggestions? Facing Suke's inquiry, Ewing cleared her throat awkwardly before speaking. What I mean is, since this space is empty anyway, with soil and such, you could establish your own ecosystem within it. Hearing Ewing's suggestion, Suke's eyebrows raised slightly. Seeing Suke's puzzled expression, Ewing cleared her throat again. I'll just come out and say it then. I think you could plant some flowers and plants in your beast taming space. I'm just sitting around in there anyway, so it could be a fun hobby. If any medicinal herbs grow, it could even bring in some extra income. Hearing Yu Ying's words, Suke instantly understood her idea. So you want to farm? No problem. We'll swing by the nearby garden center tomorrow and pick some up for you. It'll help fill the void and boredom you've been feeling lately. Hearing Suke's promise, Ewing gave a slight nod. Alright, I'll be going now. Under Suke's mental control, her figure flickered and vanished instantly from the spot. Watching Ewing vanish, Xia couldn't help but crack her neck. That clueless woman is finally gone. At least we'll have some peace and quiet again for a while. Hearing this, Suke reached out and gave Xia a sharp flick on the forehead. Stop picking on her. Sure, she did cause trouble for us back in the Taiyin Forbidden Land, but at least no one got hurt, right? Now she's a contract beast just like you. We need to coexist peacefully from now on. Listening to Suke's earnest lecture, Xia's little head nodded eagerly. Got it. Whatever my master says, I'll listen. Just as Xia nodded, Lu Chenhuan tugged gently at Suke's sleeve. Alright. It's all good now that we've talked it out. Let's go eat first. I've been sleeping all day and I'm starving myself into hallucinations. Lying Ruashua nodded in agreement beside him. Yes, Brother Su, let's go eat first. I haven't even tried the local delicacies here in the capital yet. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Suke chuckled heartily. Alright, let's fill our stomachs first. Then we'll come back to practice after eating. Alright. As they spoke, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua bounced off the bed. Suke grabbed them and started pulling them toward the door. Su big brother, don't rush us, we haven't even gotten dressed yet. Lu Chenhuan called out to Suke with a hint of embarrassment. Turn around first. Suke chuckled heartily at her words, promptly releasing his grip. He turned his back to the two girls, keeping his eyes fixed on his nose and his mind focused inward. Hearing the rustling sounds behind him, Xia on Suke's shoulder chuckled mischievously. Master, you really won't turn around and take a look? I bet you won't see anything if you do turn around. Hearing Xia's goading, Suke promptly delivered another sharp flick to the back of Xia's head. Don't disturb my state of mind. Xia clutched her head, pouting. Disturb what? You're not Tang Sang. I'm watching whether you are or not. Mid-sentence, Xia turned her head away, shamelessly watching Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua change clothes. Then she got kicked square in the cat face. Rogue cat. Close your eyes. Kia, kicked straight off the bed, looked utterly aggrieved. What do you mean pervert cat? I'm a girl too, you know. We're both women, what's wrong with me enjoying the view? Besides, your little scenery here doesn't hold a candle to my human form. Listening to Xia protest like a little troublemaker, Suke couldn't help but curve his lips into an indulgent smile. Compared to Ewing, Xia seemed to always stand by his side unconditionally. She had a touch of tsundere, but it felt more like dependence on him. Yet as he smiled, Suke suddenly frowned as if recalling something. What's all the fuss? You're not Tang Sanzang. The words echoed inexplicably in Suke's mind. Wait, how does Xia even know about Tang Sang? If he remembered correctly, after forming the contract with Xia, though they'd playfully teased each other, he'd never once mentioned the legend of Tang Sang. How did Xia know about it? Could it be she'd come across the ancient civilization legends mentioned by Wu Guanru and the others? Or had she heard these tales from someone long ago? Suke stared down at Xia, who had just leaped back onto his shoulder from under the bed, his eyes filled with scrutiny. Seeing Suke's probing gaze, Xia couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Master, why are you looking at me like that? I'm a little scared. Scared of what? Xia's words had barely left her mouth when Lu Chenhuan's voice rang out beside Suke's ear. He then grabbed Xia by the scruff of her neck and yanked her over. Brother Su, we're all set. Let's go. Suke turned his head at the words. By the bedside, Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua still wore their oversized t-shirts, but now with built-in support. Underneath, they each sported identical 3/4-length denim shorts. The sight of their two pairs of fair, jade-like legs made Suke squint, unable to look directly. Brother Su, stop spacing out. Let's go, come on. As she spoke, Lu Chenhuan stepped forward, hooking her arm through Suke's left elbow and guiding him toward the door. Lang Ruashua followed closely behind, biting her lower lip as she carefully took Suke's right hand. Feeling the warmth radiating from her fingertips, Suke tightened his grip. His fingers interlaced through hers, their 10 fingers locked together. Holding Lu Chenhuan's arm, he walked toward the door. Chapter 168, I'm just plain greedy. The restaurant owner and customers stared wide-eyed at the mountain of plates piled high on the table. Is this even human? Such a beautiful young lady, how could she be such a glutton, such a big eater? I feel sorry for the cute guy sitting next to her for a second. Give me a break. He's got 2 gorgeous girls by his side. You should feel sorry for yourself. Wonder which one is his beast girl. She hasn't shown any jealousy yet, lucky her. Overhearing the surrounding whispers, Ruashua, seated beside Lu Chenhuan, bit her lower lip in slight embarrassment. Suke, however, was long accustomed to such scenes. Watching Lu Chenhuan, unfazed by the commotion, devour her meal with gusto while Ruashua blushed shyly beside her, a tender smile spread across his lips. As for Chia, she had somehow hopped onto the dining table, clutching a braised chicken wing and gobbling it down with gusto. Smells so good. The food here in the capital is truly excellent. Lu Chenhuan stacked the plate in her hand atop the towering pile overhead with satisfaction, letting out a contented burp. Owner, the check, please. The shop owner scurried over at the sound of their request, his face plastered with flattery as he looked at the 3 of them. Your total for this meal comes to 2,597. I'll round it down for you, 2,500 will suffice. Hearing the owner's words, the surrounding customers collectively gasped in astonishment. In this small eatery where the average bill was only a few dozen yuan, Suke and his 2 companions had managed to rack up a 2,500 bill. It was proof enough of Lu Chenhuan's terrifying appetite. Sympathy filled the eyes of those who looked at Suke. While Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were undeniably attractive, that appetite was truly staggering. If they could eat like that in a small place, who knew how much they'd devour in a fancy restaurant? The cost of feeding her was astronomical, far beyond what an ordinary family could afford. However, Suke had the credit card provided by Wu Guanru and the others, so he wasn't the least bit worried. He simply pulled out the card and handed it over. Charge it. Hearing this, the shop owner's expression froze. What's wrong? Seeing the shopkeeper's peculiar expression, Suke's brow furrowed slightly. The shopkeeper cleared his throat awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. This is a small business. No one has ever swiped a card for a meal here before. Before the shopkeeper could finish, Lu Chenhuan chimed in with a hearty laugh. Well, today you'll see it happen. Hold on just a moment, please. I'll go get the card reader. The slightly plump shop owner bounced happily toward the upstairs storage room. Before long, he returned with the card reader, handing it to Suke. Suke pulled out the card Wu Guanru and the others had prepared for him and swiped it through the machine. As the transaction confirmation beeped, the 2,500 yuan meal cost was charged. Suke then beckoned to Cha, who had just finished showing off the last braised chicken drumstick. Let's go, Cha. Cha heard him, grabbed a tissue to wipe her little paws, then leaped onto Suke's shoulder. Together, they left the small shop. The customers behind them watched the scene unfold, their eyes widening in disbelief. Did I just see that right? That little kitten wiped its paws? What kind of god is this guy? He's got 2 gorgeous girls by his side and a pet that's so human-like? We've lived near the War Academy for so long, yet we've never seen anyone like him before. He looks unfamiliar. Could he be a new recruit for the academy? Don't be ridiculous. The imperial exams haven't even started yet, how could there be new students already? Well, you're out of the loop. I've got inside info, apparently the War Academy did special admit 1 new student this year. In an instant, the small shop buzzed with lively discussion, everyone's minds filled with speculation about Suke and his companions' identities. Only the shopkeeper didn't care at all about Suke's background. Right now, he was just watching their retreating figures with a silly grin. Looks like I've got a big spender coming my way. Of course, none of this mattered to Suke. Right now, after finishing his meal, he was holding hands with Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua as they walked along the snack street toward the dormitory apartments. The dim streetlights cast their glow upon the trio's shoulders, stretching their silhouettes long and thin. From the steaming eateries lining both sides of the street wafted mouth-watering aromas. Smells so good. Inhaling the aromas wafting from the shops, Lu Chenhuan greedily drew in a deep breath of the nearby air. The food in this city is just too good, it makes your mouth water just smelling it. Suke chuckled beside her, ruffling Lu Chenhuan's hair. Huan, are you still hungry? If you're not full, shall we find another place to grab something to eat? No need for that, Lu Chenhuan quickly waved her hand at the suggestion. I'm just a glutton. There's still time before school starts. We'll have plenty of chances later. We can try a new place every day. Lu Chenhuan glanced at Suke with a touch of embarrassment. Though Brother Su's card might suffer. What's there to suffer? Suke burst out laughing. It's someone else's card anyway, just swipe it. No regrets. Besides, Dean Wu promised us he'd refill it if we run out. Free perks? Might as well take advantage of them. Hearing Suke's reassurance, Lu Chenhuan's initial unease gradually gave way to a sense of justification. That's exactly right. The other 2 academies offered way more perks when recruiting us. What's wrong with freeloading a bit on their meal allowance? Holding Suke's other hand, Ruashua couldn't help but giggle at his words. Her silver hair rustled softly, catching the attention of nearby customers in the shop. Then they caught sight of Lu Chenhuan playfully tugging at Suke's hand beside him, and envy flashed in their eyes. Damn it, why does that guy get to have two such gorgeous girls? Exactly. How come his beast girl is so generous, not caring at all that he has another partner? Facing the envious stares, Ruashua's cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly lowered her head and pressed closer to Suke, while Lu Chenhuan lifted her chin high, like a triumphant little cockerel. Suke, however, gazed at the two women beside him with an indulgent expression, his eyes brimming with tenderness. He knew deep down that these peaceful, tranquil days wouldn't last long. He had to cherish this time. The War Academy was notorious for its rigor. Once classes began, such moments would vanish forever. Lost in thought, the trio returned to dorm 1003. Lu Chenhuan, stuffed to the gills, eagerly released Suke's hand, promptly kicked off her shoes, and flopped onto the bed, sprawling out in a relaxed heap. All stuffed and ready for bed. Before Lu Chenhuan could finish speaking, Kaya had already positioned herself on his stomach, raising her paw defiantly. Sleep my ass. Get up and practice. Only a few days in, and you're already slacking off? Chapter 169, The Secret of the Tiger Soul. On the balcony, Suke and the other two held each other's hands. Together with Xia perched on their shoulders, they simultaneously entered a state of cultivation, drawing in the essence of heaven and earth to begin their practice. The day they arrived in the capital from Tianhai had left them no time for cultivation, wasting a full day of practice. Now, bathed in the bright moonlight, spiritual energy swirled around them, howling as it flowed through their beast cores and soul crystals into their bodies. The balcony was a spacious, staggered open-air structure, perfectly suited for absorbing the essence of sun and moon. This environment met the exact requirements for Lu Chenhuan's advancement, which demanded the absorption and consumption of moonlight. I wonder if it's because the capital's spiritual energy is so dense, or if the academy dormitory's location was carefully chosen. The celestial and terrestrial spiritual energy absorbed here feels purer than anywhere else. This thought simultaneously arose in the minds of the three individuals currently absorbing the celestial energy. Even Xia couldn't help but nod in admiration. With each breath of the three humans and one beast, the soul crystals and beast cores within their spiritual seas resonated in unison. Vibrating and surging with the surrounding celestial energy, they formed swirling vortexes of spiritual power. Fortunately, for the convenience of the trainees' cultivation, an array had been set up over the balcony of each dormitory, shielding them from others probing. As the three humans and one beast cultivated, their cultivation levels surged at a rate several times faster than ordinary practitioners. Within the beast taming space, Ying, who had been sleeping, opened her eyes. Sensing the unusual activity within the sea of consciousness, Suke's soul crystal and the beast cores of the others, her eyes lit up with delight. Even within this beast taming space, I can share in the cultivation of spiritual energy from that brat Suke and those little girls. Because their soul crystals and beast cores were bound by a heavenly path contract, their fortunes were intertwined. Even though Ying was in the beast taming space, her cultivation could still rise in tandem with theirs. Too bad those little ones' cultivation is far too low. Compared to my 7th tier realm, this boost is hardly worth mentioning. If only I had a physical body to anchor my cultivation, then the boost I could give them would be immense. At this thought, Ying couldn't help but yearn inwardly for Suke to grant her a physical body. But she quickly suppressed those thoughts. Never mind. No point in getting ahead of myself with such high hopes. 7th tier soul crystals and those physical body materials are extremely hard to come by. Even if this kid wanted to find them, it wouldn't be that easy. I'll wait a bit longer. Tomorrow, when Xiao Suke brings the saplings and such into this beast taming space, I'll start cultivating the land inside to stretch my legs. For now, I'll just leech off their cultivation gains. Once I get my physical body, I'll repay them. Suppressing this thought, Ying closed her eyes once more. At dawn, as the first rays of morning sunlight pierced through the clouds and spilled onto the balcony, Suke and his two companions opened their eyes from their cultivation. After a night of cultivation, the cultivation levels of the three humans and one beast had all made significant progress. Truly befitting the capital city, the spiritual energy here is so abundant. With the same amount of time invested, our cultivation progress is significantly faster than it was back in Tianhai. At this rate, it would only take about another month before they could break through to the 4th tier. After briefly savoring the allure of cultivating in the capital, Suke turned his gaze toward Ruashua. Ruashua, how is the fusion progressing between your 9 netherworld cold iron and the Millennium Snow Lotus? Hearing Suke's concern, Ruashua closed her eyes once more, focusing her mind on sensing her spine and internal body. Moments later, she opened her eyes. The 9 netherworld cold iron, nurtured within my flesh and blood, is gradually merging with my body. It has now solidified half of the dragon wing skeletal structure. As for the 1000-year snow lotus, after I consumed it, the energy that had been scattered within my body began to slowly converge toward my chest. That energy seems to be crystallizing and merging. However, as for the dragon crystal, no initial form has manifested yet. Listening to Ruashua's response, Suke nodded lightly. It hasn't even been 2 days since we left Tianhai. Having half the dragon wing skeleton solidify is already quite impressive. As for the dragon crystal, there's no rush. Take your time. The dragon crystal within you is shattered, its energy fragments scattered throughout your body. Mending it will undoubtedly take considerable time. No rush as long as there's a glimmer of hope. At this point, Suke glanced at Lu Chenhuan, who stood nearby looking slightly dejected. He reached out and gently rubbed her plump little cheeks. Don't be discouraged, Huan. Once you gather all your materials, you too can embark on the path of talent advancement. And based on past experience, once you gather your materials, your talent advancement will be much faster than Ruashua's. Ruashua's advancement was like water slowly coming to a boil. It required gradual integration, a natural progression. Lu Chenhuan, however, was like boiling an egg in hot water. It cooked instantly. Hearing Suke's reassurance, Lu Chenhuan nodded firmly, her bright, cheerful smile returning once more. Suke, meanwhile, took the opportunity to turn his gaze toward Xia on his shoulder. Xia, do you know what Tiger's soul is? Tiger's soul? Hearing Suke's question, Xia's little head tilted slightly. Tiger's soul, it's the unique spirit essence of tiger-like beasts. It's what tiger creatures possess when. Mid-sentence, Kaya looked at Suke with a hint of doubt. Master, what do you need this for? Hearing Xia's question, Suke saw no reason to hide it from her and spoke directly. Your injuries are severe. To mend your soul, you need this tiger soul. At these words, Xia fell silent. Hesitating, she spoke to Suke. You should focus on helping those two girls. Don't worry about me. This mere wound to my divine soul I can mend it myself. What? Is this tiger soul essence so hard to find? Seeing Xia's state, Suke couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. You don't need me to find it? Facing Suke's persistent questioning, Xia took a deep breath before responding to him. No need. I'll mend it slowly on my own. Master, you needn't concern yourself with me. You should go buy some seeds for Yu Ying to plant instead. Hearing Xia's response, Suke's eyes flickered with a complex expression. From Xia's demeanor, it was clear she knew about the tiger's soul and its ability to heal her spiritual wounds. Yet something seemed to hold her back, preventing Xia from accepting his offer to help her find the tiger's soul. Faced with this situation, thoughts swirled through Suke's mind. Regardless, based on Xia's description, this tiger's soul seems to hold some unspeakable secret. Since Xia refuses to tell me, I'll go to Dean Wu. As fellow 9th rank cultivators, he should know the secrets of this tiger's soul. I'll inquire about the materials Yue Ying needs from Dean Wu and see if he has any connections. That way, I can quickly prepare a physical body for Yue Ying and bring her into our cultivation ranks. Chapter 170, just off the top of my head. After making up his mind, Suke took Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua with him, dragging the reluctant Xia along as they headed out. Instead of seeking out Wu Guanru and the others first, the trio headed to the floral and horticultural market. There, they purchased numerous plant seeds, several half-grown seedlings, and a variety of flowers and herbs. Suke promptly transported them all into the beast taming space. Inside the beast taming space, the bored Yu Ying saw Suke bring in so many plants and seeds that her eyes lit up. She patted her chest emphatically and assured Suke. Suke, you can rest assured. Entrust these plants and seeds to me, and I'll return a beast taming space that's like a paradise. Seeing Yu Ying's eager expression, Suke couldn't help but smile and nod. Seems like you really enjoyed farming in your past life. You can barely contain your excitement. Alright, I'll be waiting for your good news. I'll come visit this place often. With that, Suke exited the beast taming space once more. How's it going, brother Su? Coming back to his senses, he looked at Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, who were watching him with concern. Yu Ying seems quite satisfied. Next, we'll go directly to Dean Wu. With that, Suke tucked Ye into his arms and led the two women toward the school administration building. Of course, before reaching the building, Suke made a call to Cheng Qiji and Wu Guanru. Cheng Qiji, who received the call, hurried downstairs from the upper floor. Xiao Suke, you're here? Yeah. Suke led the two women as they followed Cheng Qiji up the stairs. In Cheng Qiji's office upstairs, Wu Guanru was already waiting on the sofa with a beaming smile. Xiao Suke, what brought you to seek us out so suddenly? Is there something you need our advice on? Suke didn't hide anything from Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji's inquiries, looking directly at the sofa where they sat. To be perfectly honest, gentlemen, I did come here because I have a problem that requires the dean and director's guidance. Seeing Suke's earnest expression, Wu Guanru paused for a moment before responding with a smile. No problem, go ahead. Suke didn't hold back, immediately asking for the information he needed to understand. I have two questions for you. First, I'd like to ask the director and dean, do you know what Tiger's soul is? Tiger's soul? Since Yu Ying refused to speak, he would seek the answers himself. Holding Yu Ying in his arms, Suke's question caused her body to tremble slightly, clearly unsettling her. Faced with Suke's inquiry, both Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji's brows furrowed slightly. Cheng Qiji pondered before speaking. Tiger's soul is an exceedingly rare essence of heaven and earth. It requires a tiger-type ferocious beast, at the brink of death, to willingly use the secret techniques of the tiger clan to condense and send forth its own spirit essence. Only then can tiger soul be formed. But when fierce beasts battle our human race, they fight to the death. Especially the proud tiger clan, they would rather perish than let us live. Thus, tiger essence is exceedingly difficult to obtain. What? Young Suke, do you have a use for this tiger essence? As they listened to Cheng Chiji's explanation, Suke and the three companions beside him Lang Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but reveal a look of sudden understanding in their eyes. They finally understood why Xia had been reluctant to discuss the origin of the tiger essence. She likely didn't want to accept this gift, mindful that fellow ferocious beasts might die because of her. Compared to Yueying, Xia was a more saintly neutral party. It was understandable that she wouldn't want her kin to suffer harm because of her. Once Suke understood the tiger spirit's origins, he no longer dwelled on the matter. He wasn't the type to force his will on others. Since Xia had her reservations, he wouldn't pursue that elusive tiger spirit essence. But if one were readily available, he certainly wouldn't pass it up. You came all this way just to ask about that tiger spirit, didn't you? Suke's thoughts were interrupted by Cheng Chiji and the others' voices, snapping him back to reality. Suke cleared his throat at their words and turned to face the two. Just one more small question. I was wondering if there are any relatively safe areas near the capital where dangerous beasts gather? Preferably where the beasts are mostly around the 4th tier? Now that the advancement materials for Lang Ruashua were complete, he needed to gather information about Lu Chenhuan's advancement materials to prepare for the next steps. Beast clusters? Tier 4? Hearing Suke's inquiry, both Cheng Chiji and Wu Guanru exchanged meaningful glances. Suke's criteria were too precise, so precise that both instantly guessed his intentions. Suke, you're eyeing those 4th tier beasts? Facing their inquiries, Suke didn't deny it, simply nodding. Yes. As I mentioned earlier to Director Chang, I can discern the flaws in beast girls and help Huan and Ruashua advance their talents. This fresh 4th tier beast essence blood is precisely what I need. Fresh 4th tier ferocious beast? Hearing Suke's words, both Wu Guanru and Cheng Chiji's brows furrowed slightly. After a moment, Cheng Chiji was the first to respond. There are many areas near the capital occupied by ferocious beasts, including high-tier demonic beasts. But territories exclusively inhabited by 4th tier beasts are uncommon. Typically, areas inhabited by 4th tier beasts also contain 5th tier ones, and occasionally even 6th tier beasts. Cheng Chiji glanced at Wu Guanru before addressing Suke directly. If you're seeking fresh 4th tier beast essence blood, I could accompany you on a trip. Wu Guanru nodded in agreement beside him. Anyway, the major exams haven't started yet. Director Chang and the others have plenty of free time. It's the perfect opportunity to accompany you to the Starry Forest. It's far too dangerous for 3 3rd-tier youngsters like you to go hunting 4th-tier beasts. It's just gathering materials, not testing you. Agree to it. Hearing Wu Guanru and Cheng Chiji's words, Suke didn't hesitate for a second before agreeing. Alright, I'll take Dean Wu and Director Cheng up on their offer. We'll need Director Cheng to accompany us. He had been agonizing over how to obtain the 4th-tier beast's essence blood without putting himself in mortal danger. Now that Cheng Chiji and Wu Guanru had voluntarily offered to accompany him, he was more than happy to accept. Hearing Suke agree without so much as a moment's hesitation, Cheng Chiji's expression instantly darkened to the color of a bitter melon. I was just saying it offhand. We were just saying. Cheng Chiji hadn't even finished speaking when Lu Chenhuan chimed in beside Suke. Surely the esteemed director of the War Academy wouldn't go back on his word and deceive us? Before Lu Chenhuan could finish, Cheng Chiji proudly tilted his head back like a swan's neck. Absolutely not. Chapter 171, Starry Forest. You little. Seated in the taxi, Cheng Chiji shot a look at Suke and the others that was part exasperation, part amusement. He ultimately boarded the trio's ship of thieves, agreeing to help them subdue the 4th-tier beast. As he boarded the carriage bound for the capital once more, Suke gazed out the window at the passing scenery and couldn't help but sigh. How fast time flies, a whole day gone in the blink of an eye. But before Suke could finish his sentence, Lu Chenhuan delivered a sharp smack to the back of his neck. What nonsense are you spouting, brother Su? We've only been here a day, just eating, drinking, and sleeping. Of course time flies. Hearing this, Cheng Chiji beside him couldn't help but chuckle. Exactly. Who knew you'd be such a sentimental, sunshine-loving guy? It's only been a day, and you're already nostalgic for the past? Just one day, what exactly are you nostalgic for? Suke cleared his throat. This day feels like a year. As they spoke, Suke and his two companions arrived at the East Gate, a different location from their previous visit. The capital boasted 4 major city gates, each manned by sentries. Unlike their previous thorough inspection, or perhaps because leaving the city gates didn't require security checks. In any case, Suke and his companions passed through without a single hitch. As they exited, someone even called out in broken capital dialect to Cheng Chiji, who was following behind Suke. Goodbye, Director Chang. Watching Cheng Chiji and his group receive such warm welcomes at every gate, Lu Chenhuan beside Suke couldn't help but glance at him with a look of curiosity in his eyes. Director Chang, how come you guys seem to get along so well everywhere you go? Is it because you once ventured deep into the beast territories and became that so-called war king? Of course. Before Lu Chenhuan could finish, manhwa beside him craned her neck skyward like a proud little rooster. For us ordinary folk, the only things worthy of their respect are strength and faith. Old Chang and I are both 7th tier war kings. It's only natural that we're well known and respected. Cheng Chiji, speaking here, cast a meaningful glance at Suke and the others. Come on, today I'll take you to the renowned starry forest nearby. That starry forest is teeming with high-tier beasts perfect for your needs. Though I wonder how much blood we'll need to collect to truly help you. Suke's response and conditions were so vague that neither Cheng Chiji nor Manhwa felt confident about it. They had no idea how much he would require this time. Of course, that was because Suke himself had no concrete measure. The repair plan mentioned consuming moonlight daily for a month, collecting fresh blood essence from 4th tier or higher beasts to engrave the Taotie pattern on his back and activate the Taotie eye. But that was merely a method. The actual requirements would depend on how much could be utilized at the time. More or less, they would only know once they put it into practice. After leaving the city in a taxi, guided by Cheng Chiji, the group swiftly set off toward the starry forest, a place renowned throughout the entire capital. Soon, as they journeyed forth beyond the city gates, a vast sea of trees appeared on the horizon. This is the starry forest, the most perilous beast-infested region near our entire capital city. Cheng Chiji gazed at the undulating green tide swaying in the distance, took a deep breath, and spoke to Suke and the others with narrowed eyes. In a sense, the starry forest is a cage that imprisons and restrains the beasts within. Although human trainees come here periodically for trials, it remains fraught with danger. Once we enter the starry forest, never act alone. Stay close to us. Only then can we ensure your safety should any unexpected situation arise. Facing Cheng Chiji and Manhwa's admonitions, Suke and the others nodded firmly. Then, Manhwa's form shifted, transforming into the massive green-winged peregrine falcon. Climb aboard, I'll carry you. Faced with Manhwa's invitation, the group naturally accepted without hesitation. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, in particular, looked thrilled and hurried over. Following Suke's lead, they climbed onto Manhwa's falcon back. Urged on by Cheng Chiji, they swiftly soared toward the starry forest. Unlike Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who were curiously touching everything left and right, Suke sat upright on Manhwa's falcon back. His eyes held a profound gaze as he watched the scenery below grow increasingly distant from the ground. A sudden thought popped into his mind. He wondered when he would ever be able to ride into battle with his own wife, just like Cheng Chiji. Visually speaking, Ruashua's transformed beast girl form seemed far more suited for riding. Noticing Suke's pensive gaze, Lu Chenhuan chuckled beside him and nudged his elbow with hers. Brother Su, what are you thinking about? Why are you sitting there grinning like an idiot? I'm not grinning. You're mistaken. Suke's expression was one of righteous indignation, his face stern and unyielding. With Manhwa pushing them forward at full speed, the forest scenery soon came into view before Suke. Dense thickets of shrubs rooted nearby, while the forest trees weren't particularly tall. Small groups of second-tier beasts were prowling around the rolling logs. Cheng Chiji, standing beside the group, began to explain at this moment. This location is the outermost perimeter. The beasts here are predominantly second-tier in strength, with only a few third-tier ones and the occasional fourth-tier escapee venturing out. It's specifically reserved as a trial ground for students, the ideal place for the various academies to bring their newly enrolled pupils for their trials. The risk is minimal, but the rewards are equally low. If you ever want to come back for fresh fourth-tier beast essence blood, this isn't the place to do it. To hunt fourth-tier beasts, you'll need to venture deeper. Listening to Cheng Chiji's description, Suke nodded lightly. Soon, carried by the flying orchid, the group ventured deeper into the forest's heart. As they neared the heart of the forest, the trees of the starry forest grew increasingly towering. Their dense canopy blanketed the sky above like a suffocating net. From the dense undergrowth below, terrifying growls of ferocious beasts echoed out, carrying a powerful, chilling aura that sent shivers down the spine. Through their senses, Suke and his companions could vaguely detect the presence of numerous fourth-tier beasts, and even some fifth-tier powerhouses lurking within. Had they ventured here alone, the danger level would undoubtedly have been far greater. We're here. As Cheng Chiji's words faded, Manhwa, transformed into a peregrine falcon, descended toward a clearing within the forest. Chapter 172, Legends of the Starry Forest. Towering, verdant trees stood lush and dense, breaking the sunlight streaming down from the sky into scattered fragments that fell across the forest floor. It's a bit dim in here. Suke squinted slightly at the dimly lit woods surrounding him. This scene reminded him of the Fengming Grand Canyon in Tianhai. The canyon had been similarly gloomy and dim, sunlight struggling to penetrate its depths, creating an eerie, dangerous illusion. At that moment, Ruashua and Lu Chenhuan beside him both instinctively drew closer, their eyes scanning the surroundings with cautious vigilance. Cheng Chiji, however, looked completely at ease as he gave Suke a light pat on the shoulder. What's there to fear? It's not just the three of you. We're here to protect you. Exactly, added Manhwa, who had already shed her beast form and returned to human shape, smiling as she addressed Suke and the others. We might not be able to run rampant deep within this dense forest, but in these outer and middle regions, we're confident we can keep you safe. Hearing Cheng Shiji and Ma Lanhua's words, Suke and his companions didn't relax their brows. Instead, they furrowed them slightly. Even two 7th rank battle kings like you two directors have reservations about this starry forest? Back in Tianhai, their own combat strength barely reached tier 5, let alone tier 7. In their minds, tier 7 war kings represented the pinnacle of power figures so formidable that even meeting them was nearly impossible, let alone conversing. Yet here in the starry forest, Cheng Shiji and Ma Lanhua still harbored reservations. Hearing Suke and the others' questions, Cheng Shiji and Ma Lanhua hesitated for a moment. Then Cheng Shiji directly delivered the message to Suke. This starry forest, he stated, appears to be a place where ferocious beasts are bred for the trials of human members. But in reality, it is a forbidden zone. A forbidden zone? Hearing Cheng Shiji's words, Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and the others couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. The term forbidden zone had been mentioned countless times throughout their journey, and they understood exactly what it signified. Could this Taiyin Forbidden Land be like the primordial Forbidden Land, imprisoning some 9th-tier ferocious beast? There were two types of forbidden lands, those imprisoning living ferocious beasts, and those haunted by lingering spirits of the dead. Though the starry forest was densely wooded, its canopy obscuring the sky, it was, in a sense, teeming with life. There were no visible signs of lingering spirits. Noticing the probing glances in Suke and his companion's eyes, Cheng Shiji gave a slight nod. Yes. Within this starry forest, there truly exists a living 9th-rank great demon. However, because this great demon is gentle by nature, never attacks humans first, and excels at concealing its aura, no one has ever seen its true form. Hearing Cheng Shiji's answer, Xia, who had been curled up asleep in Suke's embrace, couldn't help but flinch slightly. She then pretended nothing was wrong and continued to huddle in Suke's arms, feigning sleep. Seeming to sense Xia's movement, lying Ruashua beside them frowned slightly and glanced at the pair. Does the capital city not worry about it suddenly lashing out? Do you know how large the area it's confined to is? If it covers the entire starry forest, it would pose a tremendous danger to the humans training within. Facing Lang Ruashua's inquiry, Manhwa beside them narrowed her eyes in recollection. If our memory serves us correctly, this 9th-tier ferocious beast has never been rumored to be confined. Its range of activity remains unknown. We don't even know if it was truly confined by the ancient sages in the first place. Hearing Manhwa's response, Suke's eyes narrowed further. In that case, this 9th-tier ferocious beast is a highly unpredictable and unstable factor. Exactly. As soon as Suke finished speaking, Cheng Shiji nodded in agreement beside him. The human elders back then likely thought the same, which is why the starry forest was initially treated as forbidden territory. They even stationed heavy military forces around the forest to guard against any entities within escaping and causing chaos. But after prolonged observation, they discovered that the entity within the starry forest harbored no malicious intent. After initial cautious probing confirmed the starry forest entity showed no reaction whatsoever, everyone gradually grew bolder. Later, after the dean ascended to the 9th tier, he personally ventured deep into the forest's heart to negotiate with that unknown great demon. Cheng Shiji paused at this point. Strangely, however, no trace of that great demon was found within the forest. Some even speculated that the great demon might have long since departed the starry forest, returning to the Beast Clan's territory or journeying elsewhere. Hearing Cheng Shiji's account, the others finally let out a collective sigh of relief. So that's how it was. Yes. Manhwa nodded gently beside him, but then turned to Suke and the others with a serious expression. That said, these are all just speculations. We still can't afford to be careless. Even without that beast king, the innermost part of the forest's center still harbors several 7th-tier ferocious beasts. There are even rumors of an 8th-tier beast lurking there. So when you come here in the future, try not to venture too deep into the innermost part. That way, if danger arises, you'll have time to escape. Don't worry. Suke smiled and nodded at Manhwa's reminder. We're not reckless fools who throw caution to the wind. Unless absolutely necessary, we wouldn't dare venture deep into such dangerous areas. If things look bad, we'll be the first to make a run for it. Hearing Suke's response, a satisfied look finally appeared on Manhwa's face. She then gave the surroundings a quick glance. Now that everything's been covered, let's get moving. Old Chang, you stay here to protect them. I'll go find those beasts around 4th tier strength. With that, Manhwa's wings flapped on her back, instantly transforming her into her beast form. With a long, piercing cry, she soared toward the distant dense forest where the beast's roar had originated. Cheng Shiji, meanwhile, leaned against a large tree beside Suke and his companions, a smile playing on his lips. Just wait. A mere 4th tier beast? Orchid will have it for you in no time. Bolstered by their 7th tier strength, this was Cheng Shiji and his companions' absolute confidence. Before long, a piercing cry echoed from the distant thicket. Manhwa reappeared before Suke and the others, her jaws clamped around two 4th tier ferocious beasts resembling cicadere. After shedding her beast form, Manhwa tossed the 2 deer at Suke's feet. Here, I just hunted these. They're still warm. Eat while they're hot. Without hesitation, Suke beckoned to Lu Chenhuan. Huan, come. Chapter 173, Engraving the Taotie Pattern. Chapter 173. Engraving. Lu Chenhuan's current talent advancement required collecting fresh essence blood from 4th tier or higher ferocious beasts to engrave the Taotie pattern on her back, thereby activating the Taotie eye. However, there was a prerequisite: she must consume moonlight daily for an entire month. Nearly 20 days had passed since Lu Chenhuan's last advancement to the 3rd tier. Originally, Su Ke had planned to visit the school to inquire with Cheng Qiji and the others, hoping to obtain advance information. But since Wu Guanru had specifically requested Cheng Qiji and the others to bring their group to him early, such an opportunity couldn't be missed. While time is a prerequisite, the repair plan doesn't explicitly state that the activation of the Taotie eye must only begin after the full duration of moonlight absorption. Engraving the Taotie markings ahead of schedule should have minimal impact. Su Ke, lost in thought, glanced at Lu Chenhuan who had approached him, then cast a sideways look at Cheng Qiji standing nearby. Director Chang, could you step aside for a moment? We need a bit of privacy. Hearing Su Ke's words, Cheng Qiji froze in surprise. Step aside? How am I supposed to protect you if I leave? Before Cheng Qiji could finish speaking, manhwa delivered a swift kick to his side. Why not just set up a shield array? Watch me. At her words, Cheng Qiji's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. He immediately addressed Su Ke. Lanhua's right. Just wait. As he spoke, Cheng Qiji immersed his consciousness into his storage space. He retrieved a set of formation flags, pricked his finger to activate them, and thrust the flags into the surrounding earth. Instantly, a barrier rose, enveloping Su Ke, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, and the others within its protection. As the flags took root, a milky white barrier rose, enveloping Su Ke, the others, and the 2 beasts' corpses within. The barrier completely severed the view between the outside and inside, obscuring any sight of what was happening within. Seeing this, Su Ke nodded in satisfaction before addressing Lu Chenhuan directly. Huan, relax. Sit down. I'll help you remove the garment from your back. Lu Chenhuan obediently walked to Su Ke's front and sat down, her back facing him. Ruashua stood nearby, keeping watch over the two and providing a second layer of protection. Once Lu Chenhuan was seated, Su Ke sat down beside her. He gently slid the fabric of her back down, revealing a flawless, jade-like expanse of pale skin. Such a beautiful back, it's a shame. The thought of tattooing Lu Chenhuan's pure, flawless back filled Su Ke with a pang of regret. But he understood this was for Lu Chenhuan's future well-being. Besides, barring any unforeseen complications, this tattoo wouldn't be the kind of permanent, harmful ink you'd get at a tattoo parlor. With this thought, Su Ke refocused his mind, concentrating his consciousness on Lu Chenhuan's back. Engrave. Ruashua, bring the beasts. Upon hearing this, Ruashua swiftly dragged one of the slain beasts' corpses over and placed it before Su Ke. Su Ke then invoked a secret technique, gathering spiritual energy around him to extract the essence blood from the cicadere carcass. Using his finger as a brush and the blood as ink, he began engraving upon Lu Chenhuan's back. Thanks to some painting skills from his previous life, Su Ke could barely manage to carve the Taotie patterns that surfaced in his mind. As Su Ke's fingertips guided the beast's blood onto Lu Chenhuan's back, the essence blood began to condense and dry, seeping deep into her skin. A faint, shimmering pattern then appeared on Lu Chenhuan's back. There's a template. Watching this unfold, Su Ke couldn't help but rub his forehead. If you just said there was a template, I wouldn't have had to strain my memory so hard. Su Ke then drew the beast blood to trace the pattern onto Lu Chenhuan's back. Yet the Taotie pattern on Lu Chenhuan's back seemed to come halfway to life, greedily devouring the continuously drawn essence blood. Only after being fully sated did it begin to fully manifest, gradually coming to life. Even after Su Ke drained the essence of an entire cicadere, only 1/10 of the blood pattern on Lu Chenhuan's back had materialized. As expected, just 2 beasts' essence blood isn't enough. Witnessing this, Su Ke shouted loudly outside the formation. Director Ma, please help us find about 8 more 4th tier ferocious beasts. Only then can we fully manifest the patterns on Huan's back. Understood. Hearing their request, Ma Lanhua outside the formation responded with a nod before the sound of flapping wings carried her away. Cheng Qiji, however, didn't even move a step. He remained stationed nearby to protect Su Ke and the others, ready at any moment to handle any unexpected emergencies. Feeling the urgency, Su Ke wasted no time. He immediately instructed Ruashua to bring the second beast corpse and continued extracting its essence blood to engrave the Taotie pattern onto Lu Chenhuan's back. As the blood seeped in, the Taotie pattern on Lu Chenhuan's back gradually turned a vivid crimson, giving it a spine-chilling appearance. Soon, under Su Ke's incantation, the second ferocious beast's essence blood was drained dry, its body collapsing to the ground like withered wood. Just then, the sound of Manhwa's wings flapping echoed as she approached. Finally, a small crack appeared in the barrier, and 7 or 8 corpses of different types of ferocious beasts were tossed inside. Alright, Xiao Su Ke, these are freshly killed all prime. Use them up. If you need more, just call me. Hearing Manhwa's words, Su Ke nodded gratefully. Thank you, Director. With the assistance of Manhwa and Cheng Qiji, this journey had saved him a great deal of trouble. Otherwise, juggling the engraving of array patterns while fending off attacks from those ferocious beasts would have slowed him down considerably. Unlike now, where he could focus solely on engraving the patterns on Lu Chenhuan's beautiful back. Lost in thought, Suke continued drawing blood to trace the Taotie pattern onto Lu Chenhuan's back. The more he traced, the more Suke sensed the mystical power of this Taotie pattern. As the pattern's color deepened, the Taotie image seemed to come alive, actively absorbing the beast essence blood Suke drew. It felt less like tracing and more like feeding. This is getting a bit too bizarre. Suke murmured to himself, watching the scene unfold. But it does align perfectly with the Taotie's gluttonous nature. As the corpses of the ferocious beasts on the ground withered one after another, the Taotie pattern on Lu Chenhuan's back grew increasingly vivid and vibrant. Finally, at a certain moment, the Taotie on Lu Chenhuan's back could no longer contain itself. It rose to its feet and let out a piercing howl. Lu Chenhuan, who had been sitting quietly before Suke, receiving the engraving of the blood pattern, opened her eyes at that very moment. Her gaze was filled with crimson bloodlight, and she too let out a piercing howl. Chapter 174, The Taotie Marking Comes Alive. Roar! As a terrifying roar pierced the heavens, the entire star forest trembled violently, startling countless birds and beasts. One by one, the ferocious beasts lurking in the shadows opened their eyes, their bloodthirsty gazes turning toward Suke and Lu Chenhuan's location. Terrifying auras began converging on Suke's location. The entire forest was now in turmoil. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Qiji and manhwa, who were guarding Suke's group, instantly turned grim. Could that beast's roar have truly stirred the entire starry forest? The two exchanged glances, each seeing the gravity in the other's eyes. Let's hope it's just because this beast's roar was unusual. Don't let it attract some high-tier ferocious beasts to come gawk. Both were filled with tension, desperately hoping that Lu Chenhuan's talent advancement wouldn't go awry. Otherwise, if Suke and the others met with misfortune near their base in the capital, they would have no way to account for it to Wu Guanru upon their return. It shouldn't. Xiao Suke and Lu Chenhuan are only at the third tier. A mere talent advancement shouldn't draw the attention of those deep within the starry forest. After all, the gap in their cultivation foundations is undeniable. But before their words had fully left their mouths, their expressions abruptly changed. Something's wrong. An extremely powerful beast Sora is approaching our location. Seems to be 7th tier. Not just one. Cheng Qiji and manhwa's expressions instantly darkened as they swiftly moved toward the large formation where Suke and the others were positioned. They knew full well that Suke had taken such solemn measures this time Lu Chenhuan's talent advancement ceremony absolutely couldn't be disrupted. At such a critical moment, we absolutely cannot let those beasts come and disrupt them. Cheng Qiji snorted coldly, shedding all traces of his previous languor. A regal, commanding aura unseen before began to emanate from him. Let's hope these beasts are merely curious. If they dare lay a finger on young Suke and the others, I'll make them understand the meaning of cruelty today. Cheng Qiji now radiated pure combat intent and icy detachment. Beside him, manhwa lacked Cheng Qiji's towering bravado. She stood guard before Suke's formation, gazing anxiously at the milky white barrier behind her. Within the barrier, Lu Chenhuan let out a piercing howl to the heavens. The Taotie markings on his back writhed violently, as if they had come to life. To be precise, it had already come to life. More. I need more. Whether influenced by the Taotie mark or not, Lu Chenhuan's eyes burned with a bloodthirsty intent. He whipped his head around, fixing his gaze directly on the ferocious beast-like blood corpse behind Suke. Lu Chenhuan's sudden turn brought a flash of snow white into Suke's vision, causing him to freeze in surprise. But the surging blood energy now enveloping Lu Chenhuan instantly snapped Suke back to reality. He looked up into Lu Chenhuan's eyes, now brimming with bloodlust, his own gaze heavy with gravity. Lu Chenhuan's rationality seemed on the verge of being overwhelmed by the savage, ravenous nature within him. His voice grew low and hoarse, emitting an indistinct, muffled growl. Blood. Blood. Seeing this, Suke hesitated not a moment. He swiftly channeled his spiritual energy to draw the beast's vital essence, attempting to engrave and infuse it into the Taotie mark on Lu Chenhuan's back. But at that very moment, Lu Chenhuan abruptly stood up. Behind her, the Taotie mark began to grow wildly, expanding like a wind-driven shadow. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a towering, 10-meter-high phantom of the Taotie. Seeing this, Suke's brows instantly knitted together. Even Lung Ruashua behind him couldn't help but gasp in shock. It's alive. The Taotie pattern on Sister Huanuan's back has come alive. No one had anticipated that the Taotie array pattern, once etched onto her back like a lifeless object, would suddenly come alive and transform into a phantom in this instant. Even more terrifying was that it didn't require Suke's guidance. After coming to life, the Taotie phantom immediately turned and lunged at the blood corpse closest to Su Quebec. With a single swipe of its claws, it snatched the corpse and shoved it straight into its own mouth. The blood meal entered its mouth only to be instantly torn apart into a mist of blood. Then devoured by the Taotie phantom. Watching this scene, lying Ruashua behind Suke felt her scalp tingle. The tattoo eats ferocious beasts? Even Suke, who had mentally prepared himself long ago, couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly. He began to focus his mind intently on the Taotie's phantom behind Lu Chenhuan, trying to discern any abnormalities. Suke didn't believe a mere phantom could possess its own digestive system.
Sure enough, under Suke's scrutiny, he quickly detected something peculiar about this shadow.
Unlike normal ferocious beasts consuming prey, this Taotie shadow merely appeared to swallow the blood corpses whole. In reality, it did not chew them before sending them into its digestive system.
Instead, the moment the blood corpses entered the shadow's mouth, they were instantly shredded by the violent, brutal aura within, their vital energy extracted and fused into the shadow itself.
The remaining bodies dissolved into wisps of withered dust, vanishing into the surrounding heavens and earth. Witnessing this scene, a flash of understanding lit up Suke's eyes. I understand now.
This phantom is actively absorbing the vital essence of these ferocious beasts to perfect its own body, preparing for the gradual advancement of its innate talent. Meanwhile, Lu Chenhuan, the very subject of this process, followed the phantom's lead, frantically consuming the beast's vital essence.
A look of greedy satisfaction spread across his face.
Watching this, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly. I wonder if it's just my imagination, but it feels like as Huanuan's innate talent advances, the ferocious nature of the Taotie is gradually emerging, and her own personality is starting to be affected. For Suke, this was not a welcome development. What distinguishes humans from those beasts ruled by their instincts is their capacity for fundamental emotions.
Once these emotions were gradually swallowed by savagery, what difference would there be between them and beasts?
Beside him, Long Ruashua watched the scene with cautious vigilance. As she observed Lu Chenhuan merging with the phantom and greedily draining the beast's vital energy, her gaze grew profound, her thoughts hidden. As Suke and the others pondered, the very ground beneath their feet began to tremble. A series of deep, muffled sounds echoed from outside. Thud! Thud! It sounded as if some colossal entity was drawing near, its footsteps echoing with that deep rumble. A ferocious beast is approaching. Feeling this, Suke's expression instantly grew grave. He lifted his head, gazing toward the source of the sounds beyond the barrier. However, the barrier obscured his view of the outside world. The only thing he could sense was the silent, oppressive tension emanating from Cheng Qiji and manhwa outside.
Chapter 175, The Terror of High-Tier Monsters.
Gazing at the colossal black bear before them, towering like a small mountain, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's expressions darkened to an unprecedented degree.
Black fierce bear? The famed 7th-tier ferocious beast of the starry forest's inner circle, the black raging bear?
This black giant bear was a notorious oddity within the starry forest.
Though massive in stature, its temperament was relatively mild, rarely attacking beast tamers or beast girls who ventured into the inner circle. Of course, there have been attempts by 7th-tier beast masters to venture deep into the starry forest to capture this black giant bear, but all have returned empty-handed. Many were even carried out by their fellow academy members. Fortunately, the black raging bear itself possessed a relatively docile nature, never provoking others, which is why it never drew special attention from the various academies. Historical records indicate this black raging bear possesses a docile nature coupled with an extremely strong territorial instinct, which is why it has always remained content within the inner circle of the starry forest. But now it has defied its usual behavior, venturing out of the mountains and into the outer and middle zones, the territory of the major factions. Unusual indeed.
Upon recognizing the black raging bear, Cheng Qiji and manhwa first exhaled a long sigh of relief, yet their hearts remained suspended in suspense.
For the nature of ferocious beasts is inherently violent. Even a docile beast could erupt into savagery in the next instant. The very presence of this black raging bear in the outer zone was already abnormal. Caution was paramount. The two stood cautiously before the barrier, their eyes fixed intently on the black raging bear. Cheng Qiji, regardless of whether it could understand, bellowed at the black raging bear. Giant bear! Know your place and get the hell out of here. Or don't blame us for being rude later.
But to their surprise, the black raging bear seemed oblivious to Cheng Qiji's words. Instead of responding, it craned its neck, its expression filled with curiosity as it stared intently at the milky white barrier behind Cheng Qiji.
Seeing this, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's bodies instantly tensed.
Furious bear, I advise you not to set your sights on what's inside.
Otherwise, we'll fight to the death today.
Facing Cheng Qiji's threat, the black raging bear seemed utterly unconcerned, its gaze still fixed with curiosity on the barrier behind the two. Fortunately, perhaps due to the effect of Cheng Qiji's threat, the black raging bear only watched and did not advance further. In fact, to get a better view, it sat down in a human-like manner, leaning its massive back against several sturdy tree trunks as it watched everything unfold. Seeing this, the tension in Cheng Qiji and manhwa's hearts eased slightly.
Thankfully, the black raging bear showed no intent to attack. Otherwise, a major battle would have been unavoidable.
Truthfully, battle held no fear for the battle-hardened Cheng Qiji and manhwa. What truly worried them was the possibility that their own actions might inadvertently affect the young ones Suke, Lu Chenhuan, and the others who were currently at a critical juncture. Since the black raging bear showed no signs of attacking, the two of them were happy to sit back and watch the spectacle. Yet before their tense thoughts could fully relax, the earth trembled once more beneath their feet.
Again?
Cheng Qiji and manhwa's expressions changed instantly as they whipped their heads around. Within their field of vision, a massive creature resembling a sloth was slowly moving its massive frame, advancing toward their group.
A raging sloth? Seeing this, Chung Chi-ji abandoned his pursuit of the black bear. His body flickered, and in the next instant, he materialized before the creature, halting just short of its barrier. Rampaging brat, halt! Do not advance any further. Otherwise, today we will inevitably face a life or death battle. As he spoke, a hint of uncertainty crept into Chung Chi-ji's voice. For he knew the name frenzied sloth all too well. While sloths were renowned among beasts for their lazy and docile nature, this berserk sloth was an exception. An exceptionally violent and short-tempered 7th-tier ferocious beast. Its tendency to easily fall into a berserk state had led to numerous conflicts with high-tier beast tamers and beast girls. On several occasions, it had even knocked down fellow sloths who had just ascended to the 7th rank, trampling their dignity as it flaunted its power. Were it not for the fear of that great demon within the starry forest, one never seen by mortalized humans would likely have already sought its demise. Fortunately, like the black raging bear, this sloth rarely ventured beyond the inner circle, thus avoiding relentless pursuit by desperate humans. Chung Chi-ji stared at the familiar form of this ferocious sloth beast before him, his eyes twitching slightly. Unlike the docile black giant bear, he had clashed with this ferocious sloth beast several times. Though he had never managed to slay it, he had at least inflicted severe wounds upon it. Now, seeing this sloth again, Chung Chi-ji's sense of unease grew even stronger. An old enemy like the frenzied sloth naturally filled Chung Chi-ji with apprehension. He feared the beast would recognize him and, driven by a fierce hatred for enemies, charge headlong into battle regardless of the consequences. It wasn't that Chung Chi-ji feared the sloth. The real problem was that he now had to focus on protecting Suke and the others, while another 7th-tier ferocious beast lurked nearby, watching him intently. He couldn't easily break free. He feared that once the fighting began, it could easily spread to Suke and the others. Sure enough, the enraged sloth bared its teeth and growled lowly the moment it spotted Chung Chi-ji, its eyes blazing with fury as if roaring in anger over their past acquaintance. This is bad. Witnessing this, Chung Chi-ji instinctively clenched his fists, his spiritual energy surging instantly as he prepared to act. But at this critical moment, the sloth took half a step back, halting its actions and closing its mouth. Seeing this, Chung Chi-ji's brows furrowed slightly. This doesn't match the image I have of that unyielding, ferocious sloth. Why did it back down? Chung Chi-ji even had the illusion that the sloth had deliberately retreated to prevent him from misunderstanding. Something's off. That powder keg of a sloth, always ready to explode at the slightest provocation, why is it acting so out of character today? Could there be something hidden behind this? Chung Chi-ji's heart raced at the thought. Everything that had happened today was too unusual. He mustn't be fooled by the scene before him, he had to stay alert. Could this be the enraged sloth's ploy to lure enemies? Yet, even as Chung Chi-ji pondered these possibilities, the world before him suddenly darkened. The scattered sunlight vanished completely, as if swallowed by some immense shadow. Chung Chi-ji stared at the suddenly darkened world and quickly looked up ahead. Before him, a colossal figure appeared to form dozens of times larger than the berserker sloth or the black giant bear. It seemed as if a mountain had descended from the heavens, completely obscuring the entire sky and earth. Chapter 176, Thor Giant Ape. 8th tier. An 8th-tier monstrous beast. Thor Giant Ape. Gazing at the colossal ape before him, even Chung Chi-ji, a man accustomed to the world and usually composed wide-eyed, let out a startled cry. Even Melania beside him felt her pupils contract sharply, her entire body tensing up, her breathing becoming slightly labored. An 8th-tier beast not just within the human territories of the pass, but even beyond the demon ceiling pass, an 8th-tier beast was already considered a famously powerful demon among beasts. Beasts of the 8th rank and above were considered great demons, possessing intelligence no less than that of humans. Naturally, their threat level was correspondingly greater. As the teaching directors of the Great Xiao War Academy, Chung Chi-ji and manhwa had long heard rumors of 8th-tier beasts dwelling within the starry forest, yet they had never witnessed one firsthand. The most formidable beasts they'd ever clashed with were 7th-tier creatures like the rampaging sloth. Now, witnessing an 8th-tier beast roaming before them, they were already feeling the pressure. 2 7th-tier beasts plus 1 8th-tier beast, if they actually attacked, what chance did they stand? The two men stared in shock at the barrier behind them where Suke and the others stood, their eyes filled with bitter resignation. These youngsters merely advanced 1 talent tier. How could they attract the attention of such terrifying beings as the Thor Giant Ape? Are these beasts merely passing through, or were they drawn here by Suke and his little friends? Their minds raced frantically, desperately seeking an escape route. If these beasts were merely passing through, there might still be a sliver of hope they could wait for them to move on. But if they were drawn here by Suke and his companions, the situation could turn dire. They couldn't even begin to imagine how they would face the onslaught of these 3 terrifying beasts. Melania instinctively pulled out her communicator, intending to contact the outside world, only to discover it had no signal whatsoever. Damn it! That Thor Giant Ape is an 8th-tier lightning attribute beast. It can naturally interfere with magnetic fields and disrupt communicators. Once the communicator was jammed, their connection to the outside world was severed. Despair like she'd never known before filled Malanoa's eyes. Beside her, Chung Chi-ji heard her explanation and his own eyes darkened with despair. A stage 8 beast plus 2 stage 7 beasts. No matter how he looked at it, there was no hope of victory. Without Suke and the others, Chung Chiji and manhwa might still have a chance to break through and escape. They couldn't guarantee escape, but at least there would be a glimmer of hope. Yet judging by the current situation, escape seemed highly unlikely. The colossal ape before them, its form like a mountain obscuring the world, seemed to sense Chung Chiji's thoughts. A mocking, almost human-like sneer curled its lips. Seeing that mocking smile, Chung Chiji narrowed his eyes slightly. He reached up and touched his chest lightly, a look of resolve flashing in his eyes. It was an extremely rare teleportation talisman. Teleportation talismans are relics of ancient civilizations, irreproducible and exceedingly rare. They enable instantaneous travel beyond spatial constraints, with each use permanently depleting the talisman. Even as directors of the War Academy, Chung Chiji and manhwa each possessed only one. This explained why, earlier in the Taiyin Forbidden Grounds, they had shown no fear even when facing an 8th tier Firefly. For them, protecting Suke and his companions was paramount. As long as Suke's group could depart safely, they could rely on the teleportation talismans to escape at the critical moment. Now, in the Starry Forest, they faced a similar situation, even worse. This Thor giant ape could sever all external communications, and its thunder magic abilities were truly terrifying. Rumors even circulated that this Thor giant ape had once clashed with a 9th tier Beast Tamer and still lived to leap about today, proof enough of its formidable strength. Comparing the strength of a decaying corpse of a ghostly firefly, barely pieced together through the void, to that of an 8th tier giant ape at its peak, the outcome was obvious. Both of them had struggled against the decaying corpse of the ghostly firefly, how much more so against the Thor giant ape from years past? Not only Chung Chiji and manhwa, but even Suke and Ruashua, currently within the barrier, saw their expressions darken instantly upon hearing the cries of alarm from outside. Suke's expression grew even heavier as he glanced at Lu Chenhuan beside him, who was frantically consuming blood under the influence of the bloodthirsty beast's blood pattern. Based on the current situation, Huan will finish absorbing the blood soon, but the arrival of these 8th tier beasts is extremely problematic. Suke couldn't be certain whether these 8th tier beasts had been drawn by the aura of Lu Chenhuan's talent advancement. If that were the case, and they intended to interfere, then even this brief window was fraught with danger. At this moment, Suke could only pin all his hopes on Chung Chiji and manhwa, who were guarding the perimeter. Simultaneously, he braced for the worst. Spiritual energies surged around him as he mentally connected with the beast control space, ready to respond to any emergency. Beside him, Ruashua stood tense, ready to act at a moment's notice. Even Xia, nestled in Suke's embrace, opened her eyes. She leapt onto his shoulder, perched like a small tiger, glaring intently beyond the barrier. In principle, Xia was forbidden to intervene. Yet in the face of such mortal peril, all principles ceased to be principles. Survival was paramount. Xia, do you recognize any of those ferocious beasts outside? Suke's voice was steady as he looked at Xia, who remained on high alert. Xia shook her head slightly and replied in a low voice. I don't recall these low-tier beasts. But precisely because they're unfamiliar, they're all the more dangerous. Hearing Xia's answer, Suke gained a rough understanding. Who cares if it's dangerous or not? We'll just charge through it. If a conflict breaks out, I'll temporarily seal Huan, who's still in her delirious state, into the beast taming space. Then we'll figure out how to break through. This was Suke's primary plan. If that failed, Suke had a backup plan, to seal everyone including himself within the beast taming space. However, he had never tested whether the beast taming space could actually accommodate his own body as its master. Thus, this approach carried immense risk, and Suke would only resort to it as a last resort. Yet for the immediate situation, it was the only viable option. Just as Suke and his companions prepared for battle, the colossal form of the Thor giant ape outside began to shift. Like an endless shadow, it loomed toward them, threatening to engulf them all. Thor giant ape, you dare? Seeing the colossal ape bearing down on them, Chung Chiji steeled himself and barked the warning. We are members of the Great Xiao War Academy. If anything happens to us here, our 9th rank Dean Wu Guanru will never let you off. They might even slaughter the entire Star Forest. Yet in response to Chung Chiji's threats, the Thor giant ape emitted only a disdainful snort from its mouth. Who's Wu Guanru? You think a mere name can intimidate me? As the words echoed, shadows swiftly spread. Chapter 177, The Battle of the Giant Ape. Watching the dark shadows relentlessly closing in, both Chung Chiji and manhwa felt their hearts leap to their throats. Only now did they grasp why the two 7th tier beasts had lurked nearby, hesitant to advance. Turns out this 8th tier beast had its sights set on them too. Yet Chung Chiji and manhwa steeled themselves, stepping forward boldly. They flashed their credentials and issued another verbal warning to the Thor giant ape. Thor giant ape, we repeat, we are the directors of the Great Xiao War Academy. If you insist on fighting us, Director Wu will certainly not let you off. Faced with this life or death crisis, their only hope lay in the colossal ape recognizing the name Wu Guanru and showing some restraint. After all, this Thor giant ape had reached the 8th tier of cultivation and possessed the intelligence to communicate with humans and weigh the consequences of its actions.
If it truly spared them out of fear of Wu Guanyu's reputation, it would be a happy ending for all. But who could have predicted that when confronted with Wu Guanru's threat, the ape wore an expression of utter indifference?
So what if it's Wu Guanru? Do you really think I fear him?
He's just a 9th-tier beast master who lost his beast maiden.
What's there to fear? But these little ones you're protecting?
Now they pique my interest.
Today, no matter what, I will see them.
As he spoke, the Thor giant ape stretched out its massive hand, reaching directly toward the barrier protecting Suke and the others. Seeing this, Chang Chi-ji instantly bristled. You beast!
Don't even think about it.
At that instant, Chang Chi-ji's spiritual energy erupted violently.
His peak 7th-tier cultivation exploded outward, unleashing a terrifying aura that instantly engulfed all the ferocious beasts nearby.
Beside him, Manhwa also unleashed her cultivation, instantly entering her beast form. As your spiritual light shot skyward, intertwining with Chang Chi-ji's aura like two beacons of hope within the forest. The blue-winged heron that Manhwa had transformed into flapped its wings and landed beside Chang Chi-ji, standing shoulder to shoulder with him, glaring fiercely ahead.
These 3 youngsters are students of our war academy. As the principal, I would rather die than let you lay a single hair on them.
Hearing Manhwa and Chang Chi-ji's words and sensing the power surging from them, the Thor giant ape showed no fear.
Instead, a trace of mockery flashed in its eyes. 2 mere 7th-tier humans think they can stop me?
These 3 little ones today, I will claim them. As he spoke, Thor the giant ape's massive hand descended like a mountain. Wherever the palm passed, countless towering trees snapped into splinters from the crushing pressure at their tips.
Wood chips flew everywhere as terrifying sonic booms pierced everyone's eardrums like crashing waves.
Witnessing this scene, Chang Chi-ji and Manhwa's eyes darkened with unprecedented gravity.
Looks like this beast is dead set on attacking. Let's go all out.
With no more holding back, both unleashed their full power and charged toward the Thor giant ape. Resolution burned in Chang Chi-ji's eyes as he reached into his robe, pulled out the teleportation talisman he always carried, and pressed it into Manhwa's claw.
Lanhua, if anything happens to me, you must protect Suke and the others. If you truly cannot choose, do whatever it takes to protect Suke first.
Get him out of the starry forest. To Chang Chi-ji, Suke's importance far surpassed that of Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua.
The potential Suke displayed was astonishing.
Safeguarding him meant safeguarding the very hope for the future of the entire human race.
Seeing Chang Chi-ji produce his very last teleportation talisman, Manhwa understood he had resolved to die.
Tears welled in her enormous eyes as she nodded softly to Chang Chi-ji. Old Chang, rest assured. I will protect Suke and the others as they leave this place. But if you die, I won't save myself alone. Should you perish, I will surrender my own teleportation talisman to aid young Suke and the others in escaping this place. Rather than clinging to life alone, I'd rather give little Suke and the others one more chance at hope before I die.
Hearing Manhwa's words, Chang Chi-ji burst into laughter. You truly are the wife of Chang Chi-ji.
Meeting you in this life has made it all worthwhile.
Then as you say, we'll give it our all, we'll fight to carve out a path to survival for Ruashua and the others.
At that very moment, the milky white barrier surrounding Suke and the others shattered instantly. A crimson light, as red as blood, shot skyward. Within that light, Lu Chenhuan's figure appeared before everyone's eyes.
Lu Chenhuan had now fully transformed into her beast form.
An overwhelmingly violent aura radiated from her body, spreading outward as her physique underwent significant changes. Her frame had subtly grown larger, her back now covered in blood-red Taotie patterns, and 3 pairs of blood-red compound eyes had opened beneath each armpit.
At the sight of Lu Chenhuan's transformed form, everyone froze in shock.
Even the attacking Thor giant ape paused mid-strike. Chang Chi-ji and Manhwa stared wide-eyed.
What is this? Evolution succeeded.
Seeing Lu Chenhuan's drastically altered appearance, the two knew without a doubt that his innate talent had evolved. Suke was telling the truth, he really can help his beast girl advance her talent. Though they hadn't tested Lu Chenhuan's talent, judging by the overwhelming aura emanating from his bloodline, his current talent rank was undoubtedly formidable. Earlier, when Suke claimed he could aid the evolution of his beast girls, they'd harbored doubts without witnessing proof firsthand. Now, witnessing Lu Chenhuan's talent and appearance both evolve, they harbored not a shred of doubt about Suke. Their resolve to save Suke and his companions only grew stronger.
No matter what, such a brilliant and talented beastmaster absolutely cannot perish here today.
Even if it costs us our lives, we must protect this boy.
As these thoughts raced through his mind, Thor the giant ape snapped back to reality. The fire in his eyes as he looked at Lu Chenhuan burned even brighter. Hand her over.
His words were accompanied by a swift acceleration of his movements, intent on snatching Lu Chenhuan and the others away. Facing the Thor giant ape's assault, Chang Chi-ji and Manhwa swiftly activated their innate abilities. Countless divine lights erupted, and stellar illusions descended, determined to halt the beast's advance. Countless bolts of lightning instantly coalesced upon the giant ape's massive hand. A terrifying crackling sound erupted as purple thunderbolts, carrying an apocalyptic aura, crashed down. The moment they touched the Thor giant ape, Manhwa and Chang Chi-ji were instantly engulfed by the lightning bolts.
Even their prideful starlight illusions were torn apart and obliterated in an instant. Both figures spat blood in great gulps, retreating frantically as terror filled their eyes. How could they possibly withstand such overwhelming power? Suke, take these teleportation talismans and flee. Exchanging a glance, they simultaneously hurled the teleportation talismans behind them, bellowing the warning to Suke and the others as they unleashed another surge of spiritual energy. Chapter 178, Lightning and Fire Intertwine, Overload Activated. Beast, Thor Giant Ape. Tier, 8th Tier. Innate skills, Thunder Roar, Thunderous Might, Heaven Shattering Strike, Divine Thunder Crash, Stellar Phantom, Indestructible Lightning Body. Weaknesses, sustained severe chest injury and youth concentrated fire may prove effective. Additionally, fire element skills can counter its abilities, triggering an overload reaction and causing chain explosions. The instant Suke emerged from the barrier, the Thor Giant Ape's information instantly appeared before him. Indeed, an 8th Tier ferocious beast. Suke's pupils contracted sharply upon seeing the gorilla Thor's data. Moreover, he now realized that not only was the Thor Giant Ape present, but 2 7th Tier beasts flanked it front and rear, forming a pincer attack. And it wasn't just these 3 high-tier beasts. The surrounding jungle seemed to harbor numerous 5th and 6th Tier beasts lurking in the shadows, watching intently. Before Suke could ponder further, Chang Chiji and Lu Chenhuan, both repelled by the Thor Giant Ape, hurriedly tossed their teleportation talismans toward Suke and his companions, blocking the path ahead once more. Chang Chiji and manhwa now bore an unprecedented look of utter resolve in their eyes as they shouted at Suke and the others. Suke, this teleportation talisman can get you out. Crush it. In the blink of an eye, the 2 teleportation talismans landed before Suke, snatched firmly into his grasp. As Suke seized the talismans, Malanoa's voice followed immediately. Suke, this teleportation talisman can only take one person out. Make your decision quickly. We'll hold off this beast for you. I know this is a difficult choice, but now is not the time for hesitation. You must decide quickly. As she spoke, the Thor Giant Ape swung its fist once more. Purple thunder roared from its fist, crackling with electricity. A thunderous blast spanning hundreds of square meters crashed down like an apocalyptic seal. Seeing this, Suke's eyes narrowed instantly. The teleportation talisman could help him escape this predicament, but he didn't need to. With his beast taming space, he could briefly seal Lu Chenhuan and the others inside before using the teleportation talisman to escape a flawless plan. With that thought, Suke flung one of the teleportation talismans back toward Chang Chiji and manhwa. Simultaneously, he barked out a cold command. Directors, I only need one. I have a way to get us all out using just one. One of you stays to take one, the other comes with me. The beast taming space could not only hold his own tamed beasts but also living creatures like humans. As long as Chang Chiji and manhwa were willing to open their minds, he could take them away. But Thor's power was undeniable. As a mere 3rd Tier practitioner, completing the teleportation required someone to stay behind and hold it off first, allowing him to lead the others away. Thus, the remaining piece served as the lifesaver for the one left behind. Hearing this, manhwa acted before Chang Chiji could react. With lightning speed, she snatched the teleportation talisman Suke tossed over and bellowed at Chang Chiji. Old Chang, I'll hold off this beast. You go with Suke and the others. Though neither of them understood what method Suke had in mind, they had no choice but to take the gamble. Hearing Manhwa's command, worry flashed in Chang Chiji's eyes. Everyone knew that whoever stayed behind to cover their retreat would face far greater danger. Yet manhwa gave Chang Chiji no chance to refuse, waving the teleportation talisman in her claw at him. Old Chang, I hold the teleportation talisman. You have no choice. If our deaths here are caused by your hesitation, I'll never rest in peace. Hurry up and leave with Suke and the others. Getting the principal to help us is the best option. Even if I do die here, at least someone will avenge me. Seeing the resolute determination in manhwa's eyes, Chang Chiji clenched his fists. Though he didn't want manhwa to risk herself, the initiative now lay in her hands. He had no choice. All right. After we leave, you must find a way to teleport out immediately. Chang Chiji hesitated no longer. His figure flickered as he swiftly darted towards Suke and the others. At the same moment, Suke began communicating with his beast taming space, preparing to retrieve them. Huan Ruashua. Open your mind. Director Chang, you too, relax your mind and entrust yourself to me. At this moment, Suke cared little for the risk of exposure, barking orders directly to the group. In an instant, a shimmering light flared around Sukwa Beklang Ruashua and Xia's forms began to blur as Suke directly absorbed them into his beast taming space. Lu Chenhuan, still dazed from her recent breakthrough, stood frozen in place. Huan. Suke's loud shout snapped Lu Chenhuan back to her senses. She quickly regained her human form and, following Suke's instructions, also entered the beast taming space. Watching Lu Chenhuan and the others vanish instantly, manhwa, observing the scene from mid-air with a glance, couldn't help but reveal a flicker of excitement in her eyes. Hope flickered across Chang Chiji's face in that very instant. With Suke possessing such extraordinary talent and methods, he might just be able to take us all away. Once they were all gone, the remaining manhwa would have fewer reservations, making her chances of escaping even greater. The mountain-like figure of the Thor giant ape witnessed this scene, instantly narrowing its eyes, its gaze filled with icy glare. Think you can leave? Thunder and lightning. The Thor giant ape clearly had no intention of letting them leave. Above their heads, clouds churned violently in an instant. Countless bolts of lightning extended like branches from its massive hands, coalescing into a terrifying thunder cage thousands of meters wide. It descended madly, closing in on them. As the thunder roared, the void itself twisted violently, seemingly capable of sealing off spatial abilities. Facing such terrifying thunderous assault, Melania roared, her wings pulsing as spiritual energy coalesced into a sky-filling storm of wing blade energy, charging toward the thunder cage to intercept it. Crackle! The countless gale blades couldn't withstand the terrifying cage for even half a second, instantly torn apart by the lightning bolts. Director Ma, use a fire element skill. Overload interception. Seeing this, Suke shouted at Ma Lanhua. Ma Lanhua's eyes flickered with bitterness. Through their journey across the sky and sea, Ma Lanhua had come to understand Suke's ability to perceive flaws. The problem was, she possessed no fire element skills. At that very moment, Chung Chiji, who had been rapidly descending toward Suke below, abruptly spun around. Facing upward, he drew his bow and nocked an arrow. Spiritual energy instantly coalesced in his hands into 9 massive arrows engulfed in raging flames. Lanhua, get out of the way! Bang! 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 9 massive arrows, enveloped in blazing flames, whistled through the air. Their crimson tails streaked across the sky like shooting stars, hurtling straight toward the descending thunder cage. Boom! The instant thunder and fire collided, an overload reaction ignited, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that radiated outward in all directions. Chapter 179, Xia's Secret. Amidst the intertwining thunder and fire, explosions erupted like an art form covering the heavens and earth, while terrifying shockwaves instantly leveled the surrounding mountains and forests. The 2 7th-tier beasts watching nearby were violently thrown back by the shockwave, their massive paws crushing trees in the forest as their terrifying weight sent tremors rippling through the mountains and fields. Director Chang, over here. Amidst the chaos, Suke bellowed at Cheng Chiji. Cheng Chiji used the explosive shockwaves to swiftly dart toward Suke's location, aiming to join forces and escape the starry forest together. But at that very moment, the rampaging sloth, which had been lurking nearby, charged forward, blocking Suke and his companions. It aimed to strike them while they were distracted. It sought to sever their reunion before Chang Chiji and Suke could connect, aiming to capture Suke. Seeing this, Cheng Chiji's pupils contracted involuntarily. If this enraged sloth got close to Suke and his group, the situation would become extremely dangerous. No! They must not get near Suke. Cheng Chiji abruptly changed his plan, bellowing at Suke. Suke, activate the teleportation talisman immediately. I'll hold off this beast. Hearing this, Suke couldn't help but show concern on his face. But. No buts about it. Hurry! At that moment, Cheng Chiji abandoned his attempt to join Su Quebec. He drew his bow once more, a divine light gathering and whistling before him. Turning, he aimed the arrow at the rampaging sloth. You beast, die! Yet at that very moment, the black raging bear that had been lurking in the shadows burst forth. Its massive paw shot out, crushing down toward Suke. Seeing this, Cheng Chiji's eyes flashed with panic. At that very moment, Manhwa plummeted toward the ground like a kite whose string had snapped. But she forced herself to suppress her injuries and restore her spiritual energy. Mid-air, she flapped her wings and spun around, charging toward the black berserker bear about to pounce on Suke and the others. Simultaneously, she bellowed at Suke once more. Run! Suke, deeply appreciating the opportunity they had bought for him, immediately squeezed the teleportation talisman in his hand. But in that instant, he felt a sudden, fleeting weakness in his hands, so weak he couldn't even muster the strength to crush the teleportation talisman. How could this be? Frowning instantly at this development, Suke continued his attempt. But at that very moment, thunderbolts pierced the void once more, filling the sky. While the combination of fire and lightning elements could indeed cause overload, the vast disparity in strength between Cheng Chiji and the Thor giant ape meant the barrier couldn't hold for long. Witnessing this, Suke's fists clenched involuntarily. Xia's figure had somehow broken through Suke's beast control space and returned to perch on his shoulder. With a mighty roar, she instantly grew larger, transforming into a black gold cub. The jade pendant around her neck glowed brightly, and golden light flashed in her eyes. Master, I'll hold it off. You run! Seeing Xia break through the beast control space to appear beside him, Suke couldn't help but feel a jolt of surprise. How had Xia appeared beside him without his permission? Not far away, Cheng Chiji and Malanhua watched Xia transform right before their eyes, her ferocious beast aura radiating outward, causing their eyes to widen in shock. A ferocious beast. Suke's pet is actually a ferocious beast. And one that can speak, too. Yet Xia, seemingly unconcerned about her identity being exposed, bellowed at Suke. Master, leave. As she spoke, spiritual energy surged wildly around Xia. A brilliant jade light erupted skyward from the space between her neck and shoulders. Her form began to transform wildly.
Between her slender limbs, a face as pure and white as jade revealed itself before everyone. In an instant, a fiery-haired beauty appeared before them, half her hair snow-white, half jet-black, draped in a tiger skin coat. Cheng Qiji and Manhwa stared wide-eyed at the sight. A beast that can take human form. 9th tier. The pet by Sukei's side is actually a 9th tier ferocious beast. Only 9th tier beasts could transform into human form. This was the consensus throughout the entire Beastmaster realm. At that moment, neither of them could have imagined that the sleepy little kitten usually nestled in Sukei's arms was actually a hidden 9th tier ferocious beast. Not only were Cheng Qiji and Manhwa stunned, but the two 7th tier beasts currently attacking them also froze instantly, seemingly awestruck by Chia's revealed form. Even the attacking Thor giant ape stared wide-eyed, its gaze filled with utter disbelief. 9th tier. This human Beastmaster's pet is actually 9th tier. 9th tier that was a level approaching the threshold of a beast god. For other members of the beast tribes, it was an insurmountable chasm. Seeing a 9th tier beast appear before them now, fear and confusion welled up in Thor the giant ape's heart for the very first time. Why would a 9th tier great beast betray our beast tribe and show favoritism toward a human youth? With it here, how can we possibly stop this human from leaving? But the moment this thought arose, Thor the giant ape seemed to notice something. Something's off. This 9th tier beast isn't truly 9th tier. Though she can assume human form, the aura emanating from her is incredibly weak. She's bluffing us. Either she's a fake 9th tier, or she's still wounded and can't possibly stop me. Realizing this, a fierce light flashed in Thor the giant ape's eyes. Tiger demon, whether you're a fraud or an old wreck who's been wounded before, since you chose to betray the beast tribe and side with humans, don't blame me for being ruthless. Die. As he spoke, divine light surged around Thor the giant ape once more. Countless bolts of thunder coiled around his arms as he unleashed his innate skill. Seeing this, Sukei seized the moment to activate Tyrant while preparing for a desperate fight. To him, after spending so much time together, whether it was Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, or Chia, they had all become like family. He would not allow any of them to be absent from his life. Even knowing this action was impossible, he still chose to act. But at that very moment, Xia once again stepped in front of Sukei. Master, leave. Xia's eyes now held an unprecedented resolve. You saved my life back then. Now, I can repay you. Hearing this, Sukei's body trembled involuntarily. Xia recognized him? Memories flooded his mind the first time he had formed a contract with Xia, when she had taken human form. Even then, her gaze had seemed different. During the Phoenix Crying Ravine incident, she had appeared to attack him, yet had never truly harmed him. And that heartfelt confession before the contract? Sukei had remembered it for a very long time. Lord Sukei, I can finally be by your side. Yet he was visiting this world for the very first time, and this was his first encounter with her. What on earth was going on? Before Sukei could ponder further, Xia's aura blazed brightly as she strode toward the Thor giant ape. In the next instant, her figure vanished from the spot, reappearing 1,000 meters above, directly before the giant ape. Chapter 180. What kind of twisted sense of humor do you have, old man? Before the colossal form of the Thor giant ape, Xia's figure seemed so frail and insignificant. Yet Thor the giant ape now faced her as if confronting a formidable foe. His enormous eyes narrowed, pupils contracting as he fixed his gaze intently upon Xia before him. He sensed a genuine threat to his very existence emanating from her. How could this be? The aura emanating from this girl before me is merely 3rd tier. Why do I sense a hint of mortal danger? The Thor giant ape had once followed that great master in countless battles, honing an extremely keen premonition. This sixth sense had saved him from life-threatening crises many times. Therefore, Thor the giant ape now regarded Xia with extreme caution. But glancing downward with the corner of his eye, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Forget it. Today, I must take these humans with me. I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeve, I refuse to believe you could actually harm me. As he spoke, the giant ape's body pulsed with spiritual energy, countless arcs of electricity crackling along its arms as it unleashed a direct punch toward Xia standing before it. Crackle! Terrifying bolts of lightning tore through the void, charging toward Xia with unstoppable momentum. Facing this assault, Xia's eyes flashed with resolute determination. Her spiritual energy surged, drawing countless starlight from the heavens to converge upon her. Below, Sukei watched the scene unfold, his heart racing with panic. Xia! But Xia paid no heed to Sukei's cries. Terrifying stellar illusions coalesced frantically behind her, hurtling toward the Thor giant ape. Witnessing this, Cheng Qiji and Manhwa below couldn't help but stare in shock. Stellar illusions? That's a talent skill only usable after reaching the 6th tier Starfall stage. How could this 3rd tier girl possibly wield it? What surprised them even more was that the stellar phantom gathering behind Xia wasn't beast-shaped, it was humanoid, just like her. What a pity. The gap in cultivation is too vast. Even with the special means used to form that stellar phantom, there's no chance of defeating this Thor giant ape. The Thor giant ape's power was overwhelming, far surpassing even typical 8th tier beasts. Even battle-hardened war kings like Cheng Qiji were being completely dominated. Now, the Thor giant ape had fully realized this, preparing to crush Xia to death with its overwhelming cultivation advantage.
I don't care what tricks you have up your sleeve. With this absolute gap in cultivation, there's no way you can make even a ripple. Just as their attacks were about to collide, a cold shout suddenly echoed across the heavens and earth. Halt! The surrounding void froze momentarily, as if suspended in time. The thunderous fist descending with fury, the stellar illusions coalescing into form, and the clashing forces of Chung Chi-ji and the rampaging sloth, all movements froze in that instant. Yet their consciousnesses remained active. High above in the distant sky, a figure approached with leisurely strides. Each step covered a kilometer, yet he moved with the ease of a garden stroll, closing in with ghostly swiftness. A vast, serene aura radiated from his body, spreading out across the heavens and earth. What is this? A 9th-tier aura. Upon sensing this aura, Thor the giant ape's pupils abruptly contracted. Meanwhile, Chung Chi-ji and the others were overcome with joy. The Dean! It's the Dean! At this critical moment, Dean Wu Guanru arrived. Wu Guanru strode forward in a few strides, waved his large hand, and the space that had been frozen instantly returned to normal. The moment the space returned to normal, everyone felt a wave of relief wash over them. The energies poised to collide vanished without a trace. All combatants were abruptly halted in their offensive stances, reverting to a state of peace. Witnessing this, the Thor giant ape's eyes filled with even greater apprehension. The two 7th-tier ferocious beasts before Chung Chi-ji and manhwa immediately sought opportunities to sneakily retreat backward. But their massive forms were too cumbersome. As they retreated, they uprooted several large trees. Spotting Wu Guanru's cold, piercing gaze, they abruptly halted their movements, their faces contorting into an almost human-like expression of appeasement. After all, Wu Guanru's cultivation level was undeniable. If he truly intended to kill them, not a single beast would escape. In that instant, Wu Guanru flickered and materialized midair, positioning himself between the Thor giant ape and Xia. Wu Guanru strolled directly before the Thor giant ape, gazing intently into its massive ape-like eyes. Little monkey, didn't you say you weren't afraid of me? Is a mere name not enough to intimidate you? Why stop attacking? Hearing Wu Guanru's taunts and seeing him less than 100 feet away, the Thor giant ape's pupils contracted with tension. He swallowed unconsciously. It didn't even know how to respond. Seeing the Thor giant ape cowering like this, Wu Guanru snorted coldly before turning his gaze to Xia beside him, his eyes brimming with admiration. From the moment I first saw you, I sensed you were no ordinary being. Little did I know you were a 9th-tier degenerate disguised as a little tiger. This little tiger of yours is loyal indeed, risking life and limb to save that brat Su Quebec. Not bad. Faced with Wu Guanru's praise, Xia showed no gratitude whatsoever, snorting coldly at him. Little tiger? By age, I could be your grandmother. You old geezer. Were you lurking in the shadows all along? How else would you show up so conveniently? Wu Guanru showed no sign of evasion in the face of Xiao's retort. Indeed. I've concealed my presence and followed you since the moment you entered the Starry Forest. After all, the Starry Forest is fraught with danger. It's always wise to take precautions in advance. Hearing Wu Guanru's response, Wu Guanru and Su Ke below all stared wide-eyed. So Wu Guanru had been trailing behind them all along. It turned out their earlier display of death-defying resolve had been completely for naught. Especially Chung Chi-ji and manhwa, the realization that every word and action had been observed by Wu Guanyu made their faces flush crimson. Principal, you old. Ah. Unlike Chung Chi-ji and manhwa, Xia's expression grew even colder upon learning Wu Guanru had been lurking in the shadows all along. Pfft, and you have the nerve to speak? We were in danger just now, and you had the nerve to hide and watch? Were you deliberately enjoying everyone's embarrassment? Or do you old codger have some twisted, perverse hobby? Do you even realize someone nearly died just now? The teleportation talisman was about to activate. The moment her identity was exposed, Xia no longer cared about offending Wu Guanru, unleashing a barrage of accusations directly at him. Facing Xia's accusations, Wu Guanru just laughed heartily. After surviving that life or death ordeal, I understand your little tiger's mindset. Wu Guanru shifted his tone mid-sentence, turning his gaze to the others. But how else could I objectively assess how you handle crises and desperate situations? Chapter 181, The Demon Moon Immortal. If you always knew I was there, you'd have a crutch in your minds, preventing you from unlocking your full potential to face this battle. Nor would it allow me to assess your chances of survival should you face danger in the future. Facing Xia's reproach, Wu Guanru spoke calmly. Besides, without this ordeal, I might never have fully grasped your identity, little one. Am I right, former sky-splitting tiger, Shen Chang? Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Xia's expression faltered slightly as she looked at him. How did you figure out who I am, old man? Even after advancing to the 9th realm, I never revealed my true human form. How did you come to this conclusion? Facing Xia's question, Wu Guanru's face remained cheerful and smiling. Indeed, you never casually revealed your human form to the world back then. People didn't even know what you looked like, let alone whether you were male or female. The number of humans who ever came into contact with you was exceedingly small. Wu Guanru paused here.
But it's worth mentioning that I once followed the sages to the Sky Sea, participating in reinforcing the barrier sealing the Phoenix Cry Gorge above it. There, I caught a trace of the lingering aura from your battle with Huofeng. And this trace bore a striking resemblance to the aura I encountered back then. But since you possessed almost no cultivation, I couldn't be entirely certain. It wasn't until just now, when you risked exposing your aura to strike at the Thor giant ape, that I became 99% certain.
As Wu Guanru spoke, a look of sudden realization dawned in Xia's eyes. Who knew you old fox was so cunning? Risking the future of your own new student and the headmaster just to test us. Fine, you're a tough nut to crack. With that, Xia stormed off towards Suke and the others below. Moments later, she landed back on Suke's shoulder, muttering angrily under her breath. You old fool. You wicked old fool. You've exposed this great Xia's identity once again. But before Xia could finish her rant, Wu Guanru, beaming with a warm smile, addressed both Xia and Suke. Don't worry. With me here, no one can harm you. Though it seemed perilous just now, everything was under my control. You two were never in any real danger. As he spoke, Wu Guanru shot a meaningful glance at Suke and Xia. Besides, if I don't do this, I won't be able to judge your ability to protect yourselves when danger arises in the future. After all, your talents are exceedingly rare among all humanity. I need to have a clear assessment in mind. Listening to Wu Guanru's words, Suke nodded slightly. He understood Wu Guanru's approach and recognized it as a responsible stance. Ever since entering the forest, Wu Guanru had been secretly following behind them, proof enough of the dean's dedication. Though the journey had been perilous, as long as no one had truly come to harm, the outcome was acceptable. On the contrary, having faced high-tier ferocious beasts now gave them invaluable experience for future encounters. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Suke made a decision. He immediately released Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua from his beast control space. Living creatures couldn't be kept in the beast taming space for extended periods. With Wu Guanru now present and the danger averted, there was no need for Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua to remain confined. The moment Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua emerged from the space, they immediately turned to Suke with concerned expressions. Brother Su, did we escape? Before the words had fully left their mouths, their expressions shifted abruptly as they took in the familiar surroundings. Why are we still stuck in this godforsaken place? As they spoke, Suke gestured toward Wu Guanru standing before them. Don't worry. Dean Wu has come to rescue us. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua finally shifted their attention away from Suke and looked around. Seeing Wu Guanru standing before the group with a beaming smile, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua snapped back to reality, surprise and delight flashing in their eyes. Dean Wu. Though they had only met Wu Guanru twice, his sudden appearance brought immense hope to everyone present. Wu Guanru, observing the two women's elated expressions, nodded approvingly. I'm sorry for causing you worry earlier. But from this moment on, you can put your minds at ease. I guarantee you won't suffer another injury. As he spoke, Wu Guanru turned his gaze toward the colossal Thor gorilla before him and the two 7th-tier ferocious beasts flanking it. Little ape, I know what you did today was not your own choice, it was the command of Xie Yuxian behind you. Since no one was seriously injured, a simple kneel and apology will suffice. Hearing Wu Guanru's words, the Thor giant ape's enormous eyes flickered with light as it looked at Wu Guanru with hesitation. But Wu Guanru wasn't about to indulge it. He barked coldly at the still hesitant ape. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I command you to kneel. Admit your mistake. As the words fell, a 9th-tier fury erupted from Wu Guanru's body, instantly enveloping all nearby beasts in its overwhelming pressure. Repent, or die. Hearing Wu Guanru's emotionless, cold rebuke, the two 7th-tier beasts cast aside all pride. They immediately knelt before Wu Guanru, their mountain-like bodies prostrate on the ground. They slammed their heads against the earth, their blows causing the ground to tremble incessantly. Even Thor the giant ape, an 8th-tier beast, seemed to finally grasp the reality of the situation. Reluctantly, he knelt down and bowed heavily in Wu Guanru's direction. But Wu Guanru merely snorted coldly at the sight. The one you should be apologizing to isn't me, but the two directors of our academy and our newly enrolled student, Su Quebec. Hearing this, the three beasts swiftly turned their bodies, each bowing toward the direction of Chengqiji, Manhwa, and Suke. As for the surrounding low-tier ferocious beasts watching this scene, they dared not even breathe. Under the weight of Wu Guanru's imposing presence, they all prostrated themselves on the ground. Seeing this, Wu Guanru's brow furrowed slightly. Xia Yuxian, are you still not coming out? Old man, do you truly care not at all that I'm humiliating your beast clan like this? Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Suke beside him couldn't help but frown slightly. Xia Yuxian? Yes, Chengqiji nodded softly, snapping back to attention. Rumor has it that the master of the starry forest is this Xia Yuxian. But aside from the ancient sages, no one has ever seen it. No one knows its form, its true nature, or even if it resides within the starry forest. It should be within this starry forest. Chengqiji had barely finished speaking when Wu Guanru shook his head. My intuition tells me the demon moon immortal is concealed within this starry forest. Yet its methods of concealment and disguise are too formidable, even I cannot pinpoint where it hides. Its sudden attack on you must have been drawn by something triggered during your recent advancement. At this point, Wu Guanru took a deep breath and bellowed toward the surrounding area. Xiaoxian, if you've got the guts, show yourself. What's the point of hiding like a turtle all the time? Chapter 182, The Tor Giant Apes Surrender. What kind of creature is Xiaoxian, exactly? Seeing Wu Guanru's resentful expression, Suke couldn't help but whisper from the side. We don't know either. Facing Suke's inquiry, Cheng Qiji shook his head flatly. Ever since the sages departed long ago, no one has seen who this Xiaoxian truly is. Forget its appearance, we don't even know its species. Wu Guanru nodded slightly upon hearing this. Indeed. If we knew even a single detail about their race, we would have followed the trail long ago and made a huge discovery. The Xiaoxian is simply too cautious, and possesses secret arts that shield them. Aside from the sages, no one has ever seen their true form. Cheng Qiji, standing nearby, nodded in agreement as he listened to Wu Guanru's words. Exactly. That name Xiaoxian sounds eerie enough, and she's a master of concealment. Finding any leads is incredibly difficult. As he listened to their descriptions, Suke began to form a rough understanding of this Xiaoxian. He's essentially a three-void fiend, void of identity, void of information, void of appearance. We don't even know if this creature is even in the Starry Forest. The Starry Forest was vast. If Xiaoxian truly intended to hide, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. But Wu Guanru seemed utterly convinced that this so-called evil moon fairy was hiding somewhere within the mountains and forests. Xiaoxian, are you coming out? You incited these minions to attack my war academy today. Do you really think I won't retaliate? If you don't come out, don't blame me for showing no mercy to your men. As he spoke, Wu Guanru lifted his head and coldly fixed his gaze upon the Thor giant ape standing before him, not daring to move an inch. But at that moment, the Thor giant ape spoke to Wu Guanru. Dean Wu, there's no need for further testing. You won't be seeing our master. Besides, we never intended to harm any of you. We simply wanted to capture this human youth and his beast girl for research. Once we're done studying them, we'll return them to you. Before Thor the giant ape could finish, the battered and bruised Cheng Qiji immediately chimed in. Dean, don't listen to it. Earlier, it said it wouldn't be afraid even if you, the Dean, came personally, it would still attack. He said it. Hearing Cheng Qiji's accusation, Thor the giant ape's expression froze. He immediately protested. You're lying. When did I ever say such a thing? I only said that a mere name wouldn't intimidate me. By this point, Thor the giant ape's face was flushed crimson. Besides, I was just joking around and showing off with everyone. Now that the Dean is here in person, I certainly won't say anything like that again. The giant ape's face was now utterly flustered, completely devoid of the domineering and unrestrained aura he had exuded as an 8th-tier ferocious beast. Enough. No need for explanations. Wu Guanru listened to Cheng Qiji and Thor the giant ape's words before speaking coldly. I already said it earlier, I've been following those kids, Suke and the others, from the very start. I know exactly what you've said and what you haven't. At this point, Wu Guanru shot a cold stare at the Thor giant ape. You may not have intended to kill, but you forced Qiji and the others to nearly exhaust 2 teleportation scrolls. You owe us an explanation for this. Also, don't stand so tall. It's exhausting for me to crane my neck to talk to you. Hearing Wu Guanru's words, the Thor giant ape's form immediately began shrinking frantically. Within moments, it had retracted to a height comparable to an ordinary person, gazing at Wu Guanru with a fawning smile. Dean Wu, how about this height? Satisfied? Seeing the sycophantic grin on Thor the giant ape's face, Wu Guanru waved his hand dismissively. Cut the nonsense and get to the compensation. The Thor giant ape clenched his jaw upon hearing this, then a drop of essence blood shot out from his brow. Dean Wu is correct. This is a drop of my primordial essence blood. When activated with spiritual energy, it can briefly manifest a primordial avatar of mine, possessing the strength of 2 full power strikes from me. It can be used as a life-saving measure. Watching the essence blood coalesce from Thor the giant ape's brow, Wu Guanru couldn't help but let a faint smile touch his lips. That's more like it. But besides you, the other 2 who attacked Qiji and Suke must also pay a price. Otherwise, it wouldn't be fair. Hearing this, the Thor giant ape clenched its teeth before letting out a deep, low roar directed at the 2 7th-tier ferocious beasts, communicating with them. The 2 7th-tier beasts hadn't reached the realm to speak human language like the Thor giant ape, so they could only communicate through their beast clan's prophecy. Moments later, both beasts opened their mouths, each expelling a single drop of heart's blood. Thor the giant ape gathered them in his palm and offered them to Wu Guanru. This is the heart's blood of my 2 brothers. Though it cannot manifest combat forms like my primordial essence blood, it remains an extremely rare material. It can be consumed to temporarily boost cultivation, or used for alchemy and other purposes. Wu Guanru nodded with satisfaction, observing the 2 drops of essence blood held in Thor the giant ape's palm. Considering you haven't truly caused any harm and have paid a price, today's matter will be forgiven. Wu Guanru paused here, casting a meaningful glance at the Thor giant ape. However, once you return, I advise you to caution your master. If he has no intention of meeting me directly, he'd be wise to think twice before targeting my war academy again." Hearing Wu Guanru's words, the Thor giant ape's form faltered momentarily before nodding to Wu Guanru. "I will convey the message." With that, the Thor giant ape turned and gave a low growl to the gathered beasts behind him, leading them away past Suke and his companions. However, due to their fear of Wu Guanru, the beasts instinctively avoided Suke and his companions, wary of drawing Wu Guanru's displeasure by drawing too close. Two 7th-tier beasts even mimicked Thor the giant ape, shrinking their forms to human size as they cautiously followed alongside him. Watching the formidable beasts depart in a mighty procession, Chang Chiji's lips curled into a cold smirk. "What's the point of calling so many of your kind? Someone unaware might think you're starting a gang fight. What good are so many beasts? Are they just for show? Or are they saving them to block our escape?" Hearing Chang Chiji's sarcasm, manhwa, who had relaxed beside him, joined in with a laugh. "I reckon these beasts are just here for the spectacle, or drawn by the aura of Xiao Shuchue and his crew breaking through." Suke, however, frowned slightly at their banter. Though their theories made sense, something felt off to him. Why would so many ferocious beasts gather to watch? Lu Chenhuan's talent breakthrough attracting some special high-tier beasts made sense, but the appearance of so many low-tier beasts felt off. It felt like they were covering something up. Covering something up. The thought struck Suke, who immediately activated his insight divine eye to scan the passing beasts. Moments later, Suke seemed to discover something, his pupils instantly widening. Chapter 183, The 9th-tier Ferocious Beast, the Evil Moon Rabbit. Beast, Evil Moon Rabbit. Tier, 9th tier. Innate skills, Dark Moon Pull, Blood Entanglement, Crimson Eyes, Gentle Throw, 8th-segment Overlord Fist, Concealment, Golden Body, Sound Transmission. Weaknesses, extremely reliant on close-range burst damage. Maintain distance and wear it down with ranged attacks. Possesses acute hearing loud noises can disrupt its movements. Status, contractable. Suke froze in place upon seeing the information panel appear in his field of vision. He quickly scanned the information panel downward. Within his field of vision, a snow-white rabbit mingled among the beast herd, following behind the Thor giant ape and its companions. Judging by its aura, this rabbit was only around the 4th tier. No one would have imagined that such an ordinary-looking rabbit beast could be the legendary 9th-tier beast, Xiaoyu Xian. Xiaoyu. Just as Suke pointed toward the herd, about to alert Chang Chiji and Wu Guanru beside him, the Xiaoyu rabbit seemed to sense his unusual focus. It turned, narrowing its eyes to stare at Suke. Then, a cold, clear female voice echoed within Suke's mind. "Youngster, I advise you not to reveal my identity. Otherwise, I can't guarantee I won't deal with you." Hearing the evil moon rabbit's threat, Suke's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared at the large white rabbit amidst the herd, its gaze fixed intently on him. Moments later, Suke abandoned any attempt to expose the evil moon rabbit's identity. In terms of cultivation realm, the evil moon rabbit was no less formidable than Xia or Yueying, a battle-scarred 9th-tier beast. This was the only complete 9th-tier ferocious beast he had ever encountered. Although Wu Guanru, another 9th-tier being, was nearby, he lacked a contracted beast companion. Facing the Xiaoyu rabbit, a fellow 9th-tier opponent, the outcome was uncertain. Or to put it another way, if the Dark Moon Rabbit insisted on silencing them by killing them in front of Wu Guanru might not be able to stop it. Even if he could, Suke didn't want to take that risk. It was clear the Dark Moon Rabbit was deeply concerned about his concealed identity. If he didn't want Wu Guanru to recognize him, then Suke simply wouldn't speak. Lost in thought, Chang Chiji beside him suddenly seemed to notice something amiss and turned to look at Suke. "Xiao Suke, what are you staring at over there?" Suke snapped back to attention and smiled at Chang Chiji. "Nothing much. Just spotted a cute rabbit and felt like petting it." Chang Chiji immediately followed Suke's gaze and quickly spotted the evil moon rabbit disguised as a 4th-tier ferocious beast. "This little guy is kinda cute, huh?" Manhwa and Lu Chenhuan beside them also followed their gaze. "Among this bunch of ugly beasts, this rabbit does have some looks." As she spoke, Manhwa suddenly leaped toward the evil moon rabbit, reaching out to grab it. "Come here." Manhwa's sudden movement instantly alerted the beast herd. The Thor giant ape whipped around in that instant, glaring furiously at Manhwa. "Human, what do you think you're doing? Are you going to break your word and attack us?" Observing the Thor giant ape's heightened vigilance, Manhwa cleared her throat. "Nothing much. Just wanted to grab a rabbit for a little petting." "What? You, an 8th-tier beast, care so much about this rabbit?" Hearing Manhwa's words, the Thor giant ape paused, then seemed to recall something. Suppressing his emotions, he spoke. "Every beast within this starry forest is our kin. I care about every single one. But you clearly agreed to let us pass. Are you suddenly going back on your word?" Facing Thor the giant ape's slightly angry expression, Wu Guanru glanced at Suke and the others out of the corner of his eye before quickly stepping forward to stand before the giant ape. "Rest assured, I gave my word to let you pass, and I always keep my promises. But right now, these little ones have taken a fancy to this big white rabbit and want to pet it. Would that be alright? After all, such an adorable and rare beast is truly uncommon." Hearing Wu Guanru's words, the disguised evil moon rabbit tensed up, while Thor the giant ape instantly clenched his fists. But moments later, it seemed to come to terms with something, turning to Wu Guanru and the others with a gentle smile. Fine. It's just a low-tier beast. Go ahead and touch it. But don't go overboard. After all, once they reach the 4th tier, they basically develop their own sentience. Hearing Thor the giant ape's words, Wu Guanru pointed at the dark moon rabbit and burst into laughter. Alright. I'm right here. Whoever wants to pet it, come on up. Hearing this, manhwa couldn't wait to step forward and give the evil moon rabbit's head a pat. Her eyes immediately lit up with delight. This big white rabbit's fur is so soft. It feels amazing to touch. You guys should come try it. Lu Chenhuan and manhwa, standing beside Suke, hurried over as well. Running their hands over the evil moon rabbit, they exclaimed with delight to Suke. Brother Su, it really is so soft. Come over quickly. Suke's eyes twinkled mischievously as a sly grin spread across his lips. He nonchalantly followed suit, reaching out to stroke the demon moon rabbit. As he stroked it, he couldn't help but marvel. This texture is truly something else. Watching the scene of several people gathered around stroking the evil moon rabbit, Wu Guanru burst into laughter and addressed Cheng Qiji beside him. Qiji, why not go up and experience it for yourself? Cheng Qiji heard this and waved his hands repeatedly, staring at the seemingly harmless white rabbit. I don't want to get killed. Alright. Moments later, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, having finished petting the rabbit, returned holding Suke's hand. The demon moon rabbit was carried away by Thor the giant ape and the others. Just before departing, beneath its shaggy little head, the evil moon rabbit glared at Suke and the others with two wide, hate-filled eyes, as if it wanted to devour them. Fortunately, after a glance at Wu Guanru, it silently chose to depart. Watching the fierce beasts vanish from sight, Lu Chenhuan squeezed her palm wistfully. Who'd have thought this fierce beast pack could produce such an innocent little white rabbit? Soft fur, smooth to the touch, truly a rare gem among beasts. Of course it's a gem, Wu Guanru interjected meaningfully before Lu Chenhuan could finish his sentence. How could the fur of a 9th-tier ferocious beast not be soft? At this point, Wu Guanru turned to look at Suke, his face beaming with amusement. I was right, wasn't I, little Suke? Unlike the evil moon rabbit, who knew nothing of Suke, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji were well aware of Suke's ability to see through all flaws. Thus, when Suke had been staring blankly earlier, both Cheng Qiji and Wu Guanru had begun to harbor suspicions. Later, they even used the excuse of examining the beasts to test them. Though no obvious flaws were revealed at the time, the reactions of Thor, the evil moon rabbit, and Suke had already given them a rough confirmation. Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Suke smiled and nodded. Indeed, nothing can be hidden from the two directors and the dean. That large white rabbit you saw earlier was indeed the 9th-tier ferocious beast, the evil moon rabbit. Chapter 184, Wu Guanru's request. That harmless-looking white rabbit is a 9th-tier ferocious beast? Upon hearing Suke's answer, Lu Chenhuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Even Long Ruashua beside him gaped in disbelief, staring at her own hands. So I just petted the head of a 9th-tier ferocious beast? Who could have imagined that an ordinary-looking rabbit was actually the legendary Shayusian, a mysterious beast as elusive as a dragon glimpsed only from afar? This experience alone was enough to brag about for a lifetime. Yes. Suke nodded softly beside him. But that Shayua rabbit just now forbade me from revealing its identity. I see. Before Suke could finish speaking, Wu Guanru beside him nodded and murmured. Actually, the reason I had Qiji step forward earlier was to verify the identity of this 9th-tier ferocious beast. Who would have thought it would willingly let you kids pat its head just to avoid exposure? Manhwa beside them nodded softly as well. If not for Xiao Suke's unusual behavior, we might never have noticed this giant white rabbit. It probably never imagined that Xiao Suke's talent could see through all flaws, exposing its identity long ago. Listening to Manhwa's words, Wu Guanru shook his head slightly. There's another possibility: it may have already realized we suspect its identity. Even if it knows we're testing it, as long as we don't expose it outright, it won't turn hostile. After all, as long as it doesn't turn hostile, its identity remains mere suspicion. Without concrete evidence, it still can't prove to the outside world that this is indeed it. After hearing everyone's analysis, Wu Guanru waved his hand dismissively. Stop dwelling on these meaningless topics. As long as Xiaoxian hasn't truly revealed its true form, it doesn't exist within this forest. What its true form is doesn't matter either. Once we leave, keep today's events completely confidential. Pretend nothing happened. Seeing the stern expression on Wu Guanru's face, the others looked startled for a moment before nodding firmly. Wu Guanru then led them directly out of the starry forest. As they departed, the entire starry forest fell back into silence. Deep within the forest, watching their figures vanish into the horizon, the dark moon rabbit which had been trailing behind the Thor giant ape leapt onto its shoulder. It stared coldly in the direction they had departed. A bunch of greenhorns, trying to take advantage of this noble lord. Especially that brat named Suke. Who'd have thought he could recognize this lord's identity? I'll remember that. As it spoke, the dark moon rabbit's aura blurred, its fur gradually darkening.
The identity of the white rabbit has been exposed.
I can't use it anymore.
I need a new disguise. Observing the dark moon rabbit, now merely a different shade, Thor the giant ape hesitated, unsure whether to suggest she should at least alter her appearance. But Thor the giant ape thought better of it.
Better safe than sorry.
In the end, he kept his mouth shut. Instead, he followed the evil moon rabbit's gaze and stared blankly at the distant sky.
When will I be able to leave this place? Dean, are we really just leaving like this?
Outside the starry forest, the group stood atop the green-winged heron transformed by manhwa, swiftly flying toward the capital city.
What else? Hearing Chang Chi-ji's question, Wu Guanru rolled her eyes. Do you seriously want to stay inside and completely ruin things with that evil moon rabbit, just so you can deal with it?
Hearing Wu Guanru's teasing, Chang Chi-ji rubbed the back of his head awkwardly.
That thing's cultivation is so high, how could we lowly Karas hope to take it on?
If anyone's going to show off their prowess, it should be you, Dean.
We'll gladly let you have that chance.
Facing Chang Chi-ji's flattery, Wu Guanru shook his head lightly. Chi-ji, you're already a department head, yet you're still so scatterbrained. Chang Chi-ji chuckled at the remark.
I only act like this in front of you, Dean. Rest assured, I'll maintain proper decorum around the students.
Hearing this, Wu Guanru nodded slightly before turning his gaze toward Suke and Lu Chenhuan, who were staring blankly at the starry forest behind them.
What? Still thinking about what happened in the starry forest just now? At Wu Guanru's question, Suke snapped back to reality and nodded slightly. I can't figure it out. Why would Huanuan's advancement, she's only a third-tier beast girl talent, draw so many high-tier ferocious beasts to watch? Even the legendary Sheiyue Xian risked exposure to witness Huanuan's advancement. Why? As he spoke, Lu Chenhuan beside him nodded in agreement. I haven't figured it out either.
Even lying Ruashua beside them pursed her lips, blinking her eyes curiously as she turned to look at Wu Guanru. Chang Chi-ji also turned his head at that moment, eager to hear Wu Guanru's perspective.
Meeting the gazes of everyone, Wu Guanru laughed heartily. Why are you all looking at me? I'm not one of them, how would I know? Perhaps it's the aura emanating from Lu that caught their attention. At this point, Wu Guanru waved his hand dismissively. Besides, does it really matter? Now that we're all out here, why bother with that? But Lu, did your talent truly advance this time? As he spoke, Wu Guanru turned his gaze toward Lu Chenhuan beside him.
Although he had previously learned from Chang Chi-ji and others that Suke possessed the ability to help Lu Chenhuan advance her talent, witnessing it firsthand still left him somewhat incredulous.
Facing Wu Guanru's questioning gaze, Lu Chenhuan gave a slight nod. Yes. Though the breakthrough was arduous, I have indeed advanced. Then could you show me your current beast form? Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Lu Chenhuan hesitated. Should I demonstrate it on Sister Orchid's body now? Seeing the hesitation on Lu Chenhuan's face, Wu Guanru burst into laughter. Of course not. If you agree, we can test it later at the school's training ground. There happens to be a talent assessment machine there, perfect for checking both your and Lang's current talent levels. Hearing this, a trace of hesitation flashed across Lu Chenhuan's face as he glanced at Suke beside him. Brother Su. Suke, seeing this, knew exactly what was troubling Lu Chenhuan. He waved his hand with a hearty laugh. Huanuan, there's no need to hold back. Since both directors and the principal already know about our advanced talent progression, there's no point in hiding anything from them. In a few days, they would all be part of the War Academy. With everyone already aware of their backgrounds, there was no need for further concealment. Hearing Suke's response, Lu Chenhuan finally nodded to Wu Guanru. All right. Seeing this, Wu Guanru burst into laughter. Chapter 185, Why didn't you mention this sooner? The group entered the city swiftly. The city guards, upon seeing Wu Guanru, not only refrained from inspection but even parted their ranks to welcome him in. Welcome back to the city, Dean Wu. Not only the garrison troops, but even the citizens waiting in line spontaneously parted to make way for him, bowing respectfully as he passed. This academy headmaster, renowned throughout the entire Great Xia for his role in quelling the Demon Suppression Pass rebellion, commanded their respect. Suke and the others accompanying Wu Guanru naturally became the focus of heated discussion. Isn't that Director Chang and Director Ma? Who are those three young men accompanying them? Who else would President Wu personally go out of his way to greet at the city gates? Could it be that genius youth from the small city of Tianhai and his clumsy beast girl we've been talking about lately? What genius prodigy and dim-witted prodigy? Well, you just wouldn't understand. Rumors about Suke and his companions began swirling once more. But Suke and his companions had long grown accustomed to such talk. Wu Guanru observed Suke and his companions, unfazed by the rumors, and a hint of admiration flickered in his eyes. These three remain unperturbed by praise or criticism. Their composure is truly rare. They are destined for greatness. As he pondered this, the group entered the capital city. Wu Guanru then produced a 7-seater vehicle from his storage ring and motioned for everyone to get inside. Seeing the SUV before them, Long Ruashua beside Suke blinked in surprise and turned to Wu Guanru, her voice faint. Dean Wu, didn't you say we need to follow traffic rules in the capital? Have you even gotten your driver's license? Hearing this, Wu Guanru burst into laughter. Do you think I'm some good for nothing like Chi Ji? After all these years in the capital, I haven't gotten my driver's license? What sort of person do you think I am? A mere driver's license? Child's play. Hearing Wu Guanru's mockery, Cheng Chi-ji's anger flared instantly. Hey, old dang, you've got the nerve to mock me? All these years, if it weren't for me serving as your director, diligently handling your affairs, would you old fool have had the leisure to get a driver's license? Old Wu, keep mocking me and see if I quit on the spot. Faced with Cheng Chi-ji's displeasure, Wu Guanru cleared his throat nervously. Well, what I meant was, Chi-ji has worked so hard. Driving? How could we possibly trouble him with that? I rarely have free time. Getting a driver's license to serve as your chauffeur is only fitting. Right? Watching Wu Guanru's expression shift so swiftly, Suke finally understood why Cheng Chi-ji had been so confident back in Tianhai, why he'd guaranteed Wu Guanru could handle retrieving items from the two major academies. Turns out most of the school's affairs were shouldered by Cheng Chi-ji and his crew. Lost in thought, Wu Guanru extended his hand to the group without a trace of pretension. Directors, and you three young friends, please get in. Now that's more like it. Seeing this, Cheng Chi-ji lifted his chin with a smug look and strode straight into the car. Behind him, manhwa sighed helplessly, pressing her fingers to her temples. She seemed utterly embarrassed by her husband's antics. At that moment, Suke finally understood why Cheng Chi-ji sometimes seemed like a stubborn child. Smiling, he took Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua by the hand and stepped into the car. Hold on tight. Once inside, Wu Guanru floored the accelerator, driving the car toward the school. As usual, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua turned their heads to gaze at the surrounding streets, curiously taking in everything. As for Chia, it had returned to Suke's embrace the moment Wu Guanru appeared, lying still as if playing dead. Suke made no effort to draw attention to it, letting it hide in his arms. Soon, the car roared into the school grounds, Wu Guanru flooring the accelerator all the way to the training hall. Seeing the locked training hall doors, Lu Chenhuan beside Suke blinked in surprise. Dean Wu, why is there hardly anyone around your school? Does Beastmaster University have summer break too? Hearing this, Wu Guanru's movements paused momentarily before Cheng Chi-ji, standing beside him, burst into laughter. Generally speaking, most colleges and universities have summer and winter breaks. We're currently in that time frame. But our War Academy is a bit unique. Many seniors are out on the front lines accumulating merit points right now. Earning merit points? Hearing Cheng Chi-ji's explanation, Suke couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Yes. Manhwa, standing beside Cheng Chi-ji, chimed in. These are special exchange points within our academy. They can be used to obtain various resources, magical artifacts, and even extremely rare skill scrolls. It's the primary way for students to grow stronger. In the future, if you wish to grow and advance, you'll need to do so through this method as well. Ha! Hearing Manhwa's words, Lu Chenhuan beside Suke immediately widened his eyes. Wait? Didn't you promise us full resource support after entering the academy? Why do we still need to earn them ourselves? Even Ruashua frowned slightly, turning to look at Cheng Chi-ji and the others from her seat beside Suke. Hearing this, Cheng Chi-ji nodded uneasily. I said resources would be available, but I never promised full coverage. You can work on those early things like the soldier armor blueprints, the beast girl armor, and the central array formations. And, well, the artifact that Dean Wu promised to custom make for little Suke, you can work on that too. What magical artifact? Wu Guanru, standing nearby, couldn't help but frown. What custom-made magical artifact? Why haven't you mentioned this to me? Seeing Wu Guanru's expression, Suke couldn't help but rub his forehead. This principal and director are way too unreliable. Cheng Chi-ji, standing nearby, hurriedly explained. Dean, didn't you tell me to offer whatever conditions were necessary to win over young Suke? A mere artifact, is that really a problem for someone of your stature? But if we lose a group of geniuses like Su and his peers over this, that would be a huge loss. As he spoke, Cheng Chi-ji shot a meaningful glance at Wu Guanru and subtly tilted his head toward Suke. Wu Guanru, noticing Suke's slightly exasperated expression, cleared his throat awkwardly. What I meant was, why didn't you mention this sooner? A genius like Su deserves an artifact crafted personally by me. Why would I hesitate? You should have informed me sooner so I could prepare in advance and complete it for Suke earlier. Understand? Faced with Wu Guanru's reprimand, Cheng Chi-ji nodded frantically. Understood, it's my fault. Cheng Chi-ji cleared his throat at this point and turned to look at Suke. Su, rest assured. Every single condition I promised you earlier will be fulfilled. But when it comes to the resources you'll need for advancement later on, you'll have to earn those yourselves. Hearing this, Lu Chenhuan's lips instantly puckered in disappointment. You're just digging a pit for us to fall into. Chapter 186, The Shocked Wu Guanru and Cheng Chi-ji. Squeak! Wu Guanru pushed open the long sealed doors of the training hall. Then, one after another, elevated platforms came into view. What are these? Suke, Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, and the others beside him stared wide-eyed at the platforms, their faces brimming with curiosity. Cheng Qiji, standing nearby, noticed the wonder in their eyes and explained with a smile. These are training platforms. Each platform utilizes technology and formations to manifest opponents of varying cultivation levels for combat practice. Opponents of different cultivation levels? Hearing Cheng Qiji's answer, Suke and the others all showed curiosity in their eyes. Then what form do these opponents usually take? Seeing the curiosity in their eyes, Wu Guanru chuckled softly from the side. That would naturally be this old man. Every projection here was meticulously crafted based on my own cultivation at each stage back in the day. When you battle these projections, it's as if you're fighting the old me from those times. To surpass it is to surpass me. Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Suke couldn't help but rub his forehead. This headmaster truly had an unexpected way of doing things. Gradually, it dawned on him why the other two academies viewed the War Academy as so utterly unconventional. Judging by the principal's approach, the teaching style after enrollment would undoubtedly differ greatly from other schools. Enough of that. Let's head to the testing platform to assess the current aptitude of Lu and Lang. Wu Guanru's mind was now filled with curiosity about Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's aptitudes, eager to discover whether their talents had truly changed. Facing Wu Guanru's request, the others didn't hesitate. They quickly followed his pace and walked onto the testing platform. Beside them, Cheng Qiji whispered to Suke. Suke, remember this well, the free usage time for this training platform is limited each month. After the free time expires, the remaining sessions must be exchanged for merit points. Merit points again? Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Suke couldn't help but furrow his brow slightly. Lu Chenhuan beside him pouted in displeasure. Why does it feel like we have to fight for everything at this school? It feels like we're getting ripped off. Don't tell me we have to pay to use this testing platform too? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's discontent, Wu Guanru shot Cheng Qiji a glare before quickly addressing Suke and the others. Don't listen to Director Chang stirring things up, making it sound like our school charges for everything. Unlike the training stations, this testing platform is free. It's meant to help everyone gauge their progress before and after training. Cheng Qiji nodded in agreement. Of course, it also serves as a convenient tool for certain individuals to show off. Faced with Cheng Qiji's blunt honesty, Wu Guanru couldn't help but pout inwardly. He quickly put on a smile again, pointing at the machine on the testing platform as he addressed Suke and the others cheerfully. This is the testing machine. Engraved beneath it is a central array that aids the testing process. Its effect is similar to the awakening array you encountered during your own awakenings. By communicating with your spiritual energy and vital essence, it can evaluate your current realm and strength. Following Cheng Qiji's description, Suke and the others looked ahead. Within their field of vision, atop the massive testing platform, stood a machine resembling an awakening device. Beneath it lay a vast array formation, radiating an ancient aura. Unlike the awakening devices they had used in Tianhai, however, this machine in the Academy's training hall featured a screen mounted above it. The screen remained unlit at the moment, so it was unclear what exactly it would display. Lu, since your talent advancement has just been completed, you may step forward and enter the formation to demonstrate your progress. Wu Guanru spoke to Lu Chenhuan with eager anticipation. Seeing Wu Guanru's eager expression, Lu Chenhuan didn't want to dampen the mood. He gave a light nod and then, under the expectant gazes of the crowd, stepped onto the testing platform. He extended both hands toward the apparatus on the platform. The moment his hands touched the instruments, the awakening formation beneath the platform suddenly began spinning rapidly. Surges of colossal energy surged through the array patterns, causing even the air to hum with intensity. Drawn by the energy array, the power within Lu Chenhuan seemed to stir within him. He couldn't help but let out a growl as his form rapidly transformed. In an instant, a colossal beast emerged before the crowd, its back covered in the blood-red patterns of the Taotie. 3 pairs of blood-red compound eyes opened beneath each armpit, glaring at the onlookers with a bloodthirsty intent. Taotie! Upon seeing the blood patterns on Lu Chenhuan's back, the well-traveled Wu Guanru couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This little girl's bloodline is that of the ancient beast, the Taotie. Taotie? Beside him, Cheng Qiji frowned upon hearing Wu Guanru's words. The mythical beast Taotie from ancient Ruashua legends? Exactly. Wu Guanru now stared intently at Lu Chenhuan and the Taotie blood mark on her back, his breathing growing ragged. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Taotie. As Wu Guanru spoke, the spiritual energy within the formation resonated with that within Lu Chenhuan's body. Her information appeared on the screen before her. Beast Girl, Lu Chenhuan. Rank, Tier 3 Blood Burner. Talent, S-Rank Abyss Devourer. Beast Master, Suke. Innate skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Domain, Chain Blade Assault, Blood Burning, Abyss Devourer, Crimson Eyes. The moment Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji saw Lu Chenhuan's stats panel, their eyes widened in shock despite having mentally prepared themselves beforehand. S-Rank? An S-Class Abyss Devourer? Shock filled every one of them. Though Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji had encountered numerous S-rank and even SS-rank prodigies at one of the Great Xiao's 3 premier academies, they had never witnessed a beast girl like Lu Chenhuan ascend from low tier to high tier. If I recall correctly, Lu's initial awakening rating was F, right? Wu Guanru swallowed hard, trying to steady his own astonishment. From her awakening to now, barely a month or two has passed. Yet she shattered her genetic limitations and surged straight to S-rank? If this gets out, it'll send shockwaves through the entire academy. Beside him, Chang Qiji took a deep breath to steady his own emotions. Exactly. The ability to break through the constraints of the laws and elevate a low-tier beast girl to a high-tier S+ beast girl. If word of such talent gets out, the 2 academies that had given up hope will likely storm back in to fight over her. Forget the department heads, both academy presidents would personally come. It might even shake up the entire high-level establishment in the capital. Chapter 187, You're Defying Heaven. The moment Lu Chenhuan's information surfaced, it wasn't just Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji, even Long Ruashua beside them had her beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. Though she'd learned in the Starry Forest that Lu Chenhuan had advanced her talent using the blood essence of those ferocious beasts, she never imagined she could leap 2 tiers at once, rising directly from B rank to S rank. S rank that was synonymous with genius throughout the entire Great Xia human race. Sis Huan has advanced directly to S rank talent. If I fully refine and absorb the 9 netherworld cold iron and the 1,000-year snow lotus, could I also reach S rank? At that moment, Lang Ruashua gazed at Lu Chenhuan's imposing and peerless figure, her eyes likewise revealing a look of longing. Su Ke, however, remained the calmest among them. Back in the Starry Forest, when Lu Chenhuan first achieved her breakthrough, Su Ke had already discerned her innate talent through his insightful divine eye. Besides Su Ke, Chang Qiji couldn't help but grab Su Ke's arm. Su Ke, how can you stay so calm at a time like this? S rank. S rank. You've taken a worthless F-rank beast girl, one whom the entire world dismissed, and nurtured her step by step into a world-renowned S-rank genius beast girl. Aren't you happy? Facing Chang Qiji's burning gaze, Su Ke's expression remained as calm as ever. It's fine. I anticipated this outcome long ago. Seeing Su Ke's composure, Wu Guanru beside him couldn't help but flash a look of admiration. However, his gaze shifted to Lu Chenhuan on the testing platform, who was currently detransforming from her beast form. He then looked at Su Ke with a deeply meaningful expression. Young Su Ke, if I'm not mistaken, this isn't Miss Lu's ultimate innate form, is it? Ha! At this remark, Chang Qiji beside him couldn't help but widen his eyes. How could that be? Didn't little Su Ke tell us that Lu and Lang Ruashua's talent caps were S rank? You just believed him? Before Chang Qiji could finish, Wu Guanru shot him a glare. Did you all see the blood pattern on Lu Chenhuan's back just now? That's a Taotie blood pattern. But while she bears some resemblance to that Taotie form now, I can sense this isn't her final evolutionary stage. At this point, Wu Guanru turned his head and fixed his gaze on Su Ke. Su Ke, if my guess is correct, Lu's ultimate direction must be connected to that Taotie, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have that look on your face. Su Ke turned to look at Wu Guanru and gave a slight nod. Since Dean Wu has already seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. S-class is indeed not the ultimate evolutionary path for Huan and the others. Their pinnacle of evolution lies at SSS class. Su Ke had intended to conceal this information, but since Wu Guanru had already guessed it, there was no point in hiding it anymore. To Su Ke, Wu Guanru had already proven himself trustworthy by secretly escorting them into the Starry Forest and stepping in to save them during the crisis. Anyway, staying at this war academy meant the truth would come out sooner or later. Better to lay all cards on the table now, allowing Wu Guanru and the others to make a clearer assessment of their abilities for future teaching. SSS? Upon hearing Su Ke's words, Wu Guanru, along with Chang Qiji and manhwa standing beside him, all widened their eyes in disbelief at that very moment. An SSS tier talent? Unheard of in the entire history of beast girls among the human race? Throughout the entire history of the human race, the most gifted beast girls have only ever reached the SS tier, and SSS tier has never been heard of. An SS tier beast girl already possesses the potential to challenge the rank of 8th tier battle emperor. An SSS tier beast maiden, provided no unforeseen setbacks occurred during her growth, could very well challenge the rank of 9th tier war emperor in the future. Chang Qiji now looked at Su Ke with a complex expression. Who would have thought, little Su Ke? You hid this so deeply from us. We assumed Lu and the others at S rank were your limit, but now it seems there's potential for SSS. If Lu Chenhuan and the others successfully advanced to SSS tier, it would send shockwaves not just through the entire human race, but across the entire blue star. Even the usually calm and optimistic Wu Guanru now had a gleam in his eyes, revealing a hint of worry for the first time. SSS rank would indeed draw far too much attention. Regardless of whether it's from humans or beast folk, it's bound to attract covetous eyes. No, this information absolutely cannot be leaked. As this thought crossed his mind, Wu Guanru glanced at Lang Ruashua, who stood behind Su Ke, discreetly tugging at his sleeve. Miss Lun, would you like to take the test as well? Faced with Wu Guanru's request, Ruashua, like Lu Chenhuan, first turned her head toward Suke, seeking his consent. Brother Su. No problem. Watching Ruashua's timid gaze fixed on him, Suke rubbed Lu Chenhuan's silver hair affectionately. Dean Wu isn't a bad person. Huan has already taken the test. You should too give Dean Wu and the others some peace of mind. Feeling Suke's large hand gently kneading her head, Ruashua nodded softly. All right. She then rose and walked toward Lu Chenhuan, who was descending the stairs. As they passed each other, they exchanged a glance, understanding each other without words. Soon, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Ruashua stepped onto the testing platform. Mimicking Lu Chenhuan's actions, she placed both hands over the testing apparatus. As the testing array resonated, Ruashua's information panel swiftly appeared on the instrument's screen for all to see. Beast Girl, Ruashua. Realm, 3rd tier Burning Blood. Talent, B rank Frost Blossom Dragon. Beast Master, Suke. Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Crystal Storm, Extreme Cold Domain, Frostbound Ground, Icy Defense. Compared to Lu Chenhuan, who had just broken through to S rank, Ruashua's attributes were still only B rank, naturally lacking the impressive stats of Lu Chenhuan. Yet, upon seeing Ruashua's B rank talent, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji still stared in astonishment. Just as expected, Xiao Suke, both your Beast Girl's talents have evolved to varying degrees. Melania, standing nearby, cast a tentative glance at Suke. Suke, tell us honestly, is Cold's ultimate talent also SSS tier? As the words fell, both Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji instinctively turned their gazes toward Suke. Yes. Facing the collective gaze, Suke showed not a hint of hesitation. Hearing Suke's words, the three individuals in the room sucked in their breath once more. Whoa! 2 Beast Girls with future SSS tier potential. You're going to defy the heavens. Chapter 188, Error Correction, Time Rewind. Defying the heavens. Absolutely defying the heavens. Upon learning that both Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua possessed ultimate SSS tier talents, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji couldn't help but widen their eyes, their chests heaving uncontrollably. Even manhwa looked at Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua with a complex expression. Who would have thought that 2 F-rank Beast Girls, once so underestimated by the world, could possess such terrifying innate potential? Cheng Qiji beside him murmured in astonishment. Exactly. Who would have thought that Lu and Ruashua, both mocked as useless by everyone, would turn out to be SSS tier talents, 1 in a million? If it weren't for Xiao Suke standing firm against the crowd back then, those 2 girls would have been wasted for life. At this moment, they finally gained a tangible understanding of Suke's talent for discerning hidden potential. Even Wu Guanru found himself momentarily stunned. Yeah, sometimes fate works in mysterious ways, bringing you 2 together. Otherwise, even with his talent for spotting flaws, Suke might never have found Beast Girls with such potential. Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him nodded softly. Yes, that's why we've always been so grateful to Brother Su. If not for Brother Su's appearance, we might have had all our confidence shattered by now, facing a bleak and hopeless future. Indeed, without Suke, Lu Chenhuan would forever remain that F-ranked delinquent girl in everyone's eyes. Ruashua would just be that useless connection who only knew how to pull strings, oblivious to the vastness of the world. It could be said that it was Suke's keen eye for talent that rescued them from a crowd filled with malice. Thinking of this, both girls reached out and gently clasped Suke's hands, their hearts overflowing with affection. Witnessing this scene, Cheng Qiji couldn't help but chuckle. Well, you 3 little ones get along remarkably well. No jealousy or rivalry like those second wives and mistresses. Before Cheng Qiji could finish his sentence, manhwa smacked him hard on the head. Hey, old Cheng, you're way off topic. We're talking about city gates here, and you're rambling about crotch bones? Xiao Shuchue and the others get along just fine. We don't need you pointing fingers here. Wu Guanru nodded with a smile from the side. Exactly. It's rare to find a trio like yours who get along so harmoniously. Hope you keep it up, stick together through thick and thin. At this point, Wu Guanru shot Suke a meaningful look. Hey, Suke, how about you give it a shot too? Let us really get to know you? Faced with Wu Guanru's invitation, Suke hesitated. The reason was simple, his true awakened talent wasn't SSS tier, but rather a god tier talent unprecedented in human history. Suke didn't know how Wu Guanru would react upon learning this. But recalling his experiences along the way and observing Wu Guanru's actions, Suke found himself hesitating. From what he'd gathered so far, Wu Guanru seemed fundamentally decent, someone worthy of trust. Moreover, as his dean, Wu Guanru would inevitably discern his extraordinary nature given time and careful observation. If they could be open and honest now, strengthening their mutual trust, it would provide an extra layer of support for him in times of crisis later on. Besides, the testing formation might not be superior to the awakening formation, it could actually reveal his true talents. At this thought, Suke chuckled. Why not? Since the dean wants to see it, I'll show you. It'll help you update your records. With that, Suke strode swiftly onto the testing array, placing both hands over the instruments before him. As his hands touched down, the surrounding array erupted in a blinding radiance. 5 colored beams swirled around him, and in an instant, a dazzling light burst forth, illuminating the entire training hall. Witnessing this scene, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji's brows furrowed slightly. Su's test is making quite a commotion. How can a mere test cause the formation to resonate and harmonize like this? Under everyone's gaze, the light surrounding Suke surged madly into the instrument before him. At this moment, Suke's mind seemed to return to that vast expanse he had experienced when he first awakened. Between heaven and earth, mist hung sparse and faint. Across the desolate land, ravines crisscrossed, lava surged, and terrifying beasts knelt in prostration toward his direction. Subtitles began appearing on the screen of the testing apparatus before him. Test successful. Beast Tamer, Suke. Realm, 3rd tier Soul Tamer. Talent, God tier. Contract Beast. But halfway through the subtitles appearing, the screen began to vibrate. Error. Error. Detected unknown interference. Error. For reasons unknown, the screen before Suke began to glow red, and a piercing alarm sounded. Seeing this, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji, standing before the testing platform, instantly widened their eyes in disbelief. Error? How could there be an error? Exactly. This testing array was left by our ancestors, and the instruments were personally set up by the Dean of the Science and Technology Academy. How could there be an error? And this God tier? That brat Suke is God tier? As they spoke, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji swiftly approached, intent on investigating the matter. Seeing this scene, Suke's brow furrowed involuntarily. But just then, the red glow on the screen before Suke faded, and a line of text appeared before his eyes. Detected unknown factor. Error correction in progress. Error correction successful. The next instant, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji, who had been near Suke's formation, rapidly retreated. Even the expressions on their faces seemed to shrink and rewind, as if time itself had reversed. In the blink of an eye, Cheng Qiji and Wu Guanru returned to their original positions, their eyes once again filled with shock. SSS tier. He's genuinely SSS tier. The records weren't falsified like Lu Chenhuan's. The Suke is the genuine article, SSS tier. Hearing this, Suke couldn't help but frown, immediately glancing at the screen before him. Within his field of vision, the data that had previously exposed his God tier status had silently undergone a change. Beast Tamer, Suke. Realm, 3rd tier Soul Feeding. Talent, SSS tier. Contract Beasts, Abyssal Devourer, Frost Blossom Wyvern, Black Gold Cub, Dark Moon Blow. Innate Skills, Insightful Divine Eyes, Source of Evolution, God of all Beasts, Bond of Unity, Tyrant, Spirit Bind. Chapter 189, Who'd have thought, kid? SSS tier. Little Suke, you really are SSS tier. Gazing at the information panel displayed by Suke, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji's eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight. Even though they had mentally prepared themselves beforehand, their eyes still lit up with delight upon seeing Suke's information panel. Cheng Qiji even pointed at the instrument screen and exclaimed excitedly to Wu Guanru. See? I told you this kid Suke was no ordinary talent. He's only at the 3rd tier, hasn't even unlocked his 2nd skill panel, and already possesses 5 innate skills. Wu Guanru examined Suke's panel display and nodded approvingly. Impressive. Truly worthy of an SSS tier beast master. But as they studied the display, Cheng Qiji, standing beside Wu Guanru, suddenly seemed to notice something. His pupils widened once more. Something's off. What's displayed in that contract slot? Black Gold Cub? Taiyin Ying? Manhwa hurried over from the side, staring at the contract panel in utter bewilderment. What the hell is that? Taiyin Ying? Isn't that the ferocious beast we encountered in the Taiyin Forbidden Grounds? How did that ferocious beast end up contracted by that brat Suke? And that black gold cub must be the little cat in that brat Suke's arms, right? During this journey through the starry forest, Chia's appearance had also left a deep impression on Cheng Qiji and Manhwa. Though Chia had played dead since returning from the starry forest, Manhwa and the others hadn't forgotten her heroic deeds within the forest. Even Wu Guanru noticed this, casting a peculiar glance at Suke on the testing platform. That kid actually contracted 2 ferocious beasts? Wu Guanru, a powerhouse who had ventured into the 9th tier, knew full well that for a ferocious beast to contract with a human, it must possess at least the foundation of the 9th tier. But recalling Chia's selfless act of transforming into human form to rush to Suke's aid during their peril, Wu Guanru's mind cleared. A ferocious beast capable of taking human form must undoubtedly be 9th tier. And that Taiyin Ying, that pseudo-9th tier beast that ambushed us midway through our journey to Tianhai, was also contracted by this kid. No wonder he stopped me when I said I'd pursue the matter earlier. As he pondered, Chia and Suke's embrace peeked out furtively. Spotting the contract panel displayed on the screen, she instinctively reached up with her tiny paw to cover her face. Oh no, oh no. This testing device is just too sensitive. Looks like a lot of secrets won't stay hidden now. Chia had already steeled herself mentally.
Even if exposed this time, when Wu Guanru and the others questioned her, she would claim she was protecting Suke out of gratitude for his kindness, refusing to admit she was his contracted beast. After all, this secret wasn't just embarrassing for her, it was dangerous for Suke too. But now, under the test device's display, everything was laid bare.
Hey, hey! Master, snap out of it. Our secret's out. Xia reached out with her tiny paw and tugged gently at Suke's collar. Suke snapped back to reality in that instant. Gazing at Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji at the testing station, who were lavishing praise on his talent, and at the screen displaying only an SSS tier talent rating, he felt his mouth go dry. He clearly remembered Wu Guanru and the others having witnessed his god tier talent earlier, rushing over together to investigate. Yet now, it felt as if everything had been rewound and altered. In Wu Guanru and the others' eyes now, he was nothing but an SSS tier talent. Is this my imagination? Or had time truly been rewound, correcting everything that was about to happen? Suke gently shook his head, trying to steady his thoughts. If it was the former, it was unervingly realistic. But if it was the latter, it was downright terrifying. It would prove that some unseen hand was setting things right for him. To erase temporal memories and forcibly alter a 9th tier powerhouse like Wu Guanru without detection, Suke couldn't fathom the magnitude of such power. Was this power directed at the testing apparatus? Or at himself? But Suke quickly calmed his thoughts. Now was not the time for such contemplation. For the moment, he must address the inquiries of Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji. Sure enough, the moment he regained his composure, Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji were already striding toward him again. You two again. Hearing Suke's words, Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji both froze in surprise. Again? Did we just come by? Hearing their confusion, Suke quickly laughed it off. Nothing, just a slip of the tongue. Hearing Suke's explanation, Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji quickly dropped the subject. Instead, they walked up, slapped Suke on the shoulder, and pointed at the information panel, bursting into laughter. You've been keeping some deep secrets, haven't you? Hiding the fact that you've contracted 2 9th tier beasts from us. Chang Qiji especially clapped Suke's shoulder with a smirk. No wonder I asked how you convinced the Yaoing to let us go back then in the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Turns out you bound her to you. Pulling off a trip into the Forbidden Zone and snagging a contract beast to boot? You're something else, kid. Chang Qiji no longer held back, turning his gaze directly to Xia, who now sat somewhat helplessly in Suke's arms. Spill it. What's the story? Wu Guanru, standing nearby, also shot a curious glance his way, eager to learn the truth behind Suke's 2 contract beasts. Seeing there was no point in hiding it any longer, Suke lifted Xia out of his embrace. Allow me to formally introduce my contract beast, Xia. You 2 directors should be familiar with her. Hearing Suke's words, Chang Qiji and Manhwa, who had followed behind, nodded slightly. If memory serves, you mentioned finding her in Fengming Valley during your Tianhai youth training. Yes. Suke nodded in response to their words, then cleared his throat. That's true enough, but I actually concealed her true identity back then. Her true identity is the sky-splitting white tiger that once rampaged through Fengming Grand Canyon, the sky-splitting tiger god forced into seclusion after its battle with the fire phoenix. The sky-splitting tiger god? Upon hearing Suke's explanation, both Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji before him couldn't help but widen their eyes. Especially Chang Qiji. How did I not make the connection? This little kitten is the legendary sky-splitting tiger god from back then? The sky-splitting tiger god? That was a famed 9th tier ferocious beast back in the day, one that was but a half step away from attaining the status of a beast god. What a pity. For reasons unknown, it fought a battle with its own kind, the fire phoenix, and in the end, both perished. Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought that such a legendary beast not only survived but became your little buddy's contract beast? Chapter 190, Xia and Yueying's Secret. I should have seen it coming. A legendary beast like the sky-splitting tiger god couldn't possibly have been killed so easily by Li Shandong and his crew. Even Manhwa nodded in agreement. I said it back then when I revisited the scene. All I saw were traces of blood. The sky-splitting white tiger's beast core and corpse were nowhere to be found. I was puzzled how thorough Li Shandong and his crew were back then. Who knew the real deal was right here with you, you little brat? You actually contracted it as a beast girl. Beside them, Chang Qiji recalled the graceful and dashing figure of Xia when she had acted in the Starry Forest, a look of envy appearing in his eyes. That Xia in human form is quite the looker. You're one lucky bastard, aren't you? Hearing Chang Qiji's words, Suke couldn't help but clear his throat. Xia, realizing her identity was exposed, shed all caution. She leapt onto Suke's shoulder in one swift bound, tilting her little head up with a look of pure pride. Of course. Don't you remember that I am the esteemed Lord Xia, a half-step beast god? Before Xia could finish her sentence, Suke smacked her on the head with a resounding thud. Enough with the half-step beast god nonsense. That's ancient history from years ago. You're just a measly 3rd tier now. Don't get so cocky in front of the 2 directors and the dean. Xia, stung by Suke's smack, yelped, clutched her head with her tiny paws, and crouched down, looking thoroughly disgruntled. So what? A starving camel is still a camel. What's wrong with me indulging in a little boastful talk? Back when this great being ruled the skies, they probably weren't even born yet. Hearing Xia's words, Wu Guanru, who had been watching her intently, cleared his throat. Suke, to be honest, Xia is right. In terms of seniority, she truly has the right to call herself this one in front of us. At this point, Wu Guanru shot Xia a meaningful glance. Besides, Xia was once a half-step beast god. Even though her cultivation has fallen to the third realm, she must still possess some life-saving trump cards. The third realm is merely her surface cultivation level. If she were to fight with her life on the line, she could still pull off many miracles. Hearing this, Suke glanced at Xia with the corner of his eye and silently nodded. He recalled how Xia had stepped forward to block the Thor giant ape in the starry forest, and how she had fearlessly confronted the Yin-Yang Forbidden Land's eerie glow. All these moments proved beyond doubt that Xia possessed hidden reserves to protect her life. But she probably couldn't use them too many times. Otherwise, when facing the Thor giant ape, Xia wouldn't have worn that expression of unwavering resolve. Faced with Wu Guanru's praise, Xia couldn't help but clear her throat. It's not really that miraculous, she said. I just saw my master in danger and threw caution to the wind, determined to break the restrictions at all costs. Hearing Xia's words, admiration deepened in Wu Guanru's eyes. A contract beast this loyal, you've hit the jackpot, Xiaosu Quebec. As he spoke, Wu Guanru turned his gaze back to Suke. We know Xia's identity now, but what about Yuying? What's her story? Cheng Qiji and manhwa, hearing this, also turned their heads toward Suke with curiosity. Suke responded softly. Yuying's situation is slightly more complicated. Currently, I've only contracted her soul state. Soul state? Cheng Qiji and manhwa both froze upon hearing Suke's words. We clearly remember that Yuying was a huge figure when she fought against us. Suke nodded slightly upon hearing this. Yes, the decaying corpse you two directors encountered earlier in the Forbidden Zone was merely a physical body controlled by Yuying's soul. Her true soul is hidden within that Black Jade Mountain we once entered. Black Jade Mountain? At this mention, Cheng Qiji and manhwa's eyes instantly lit up with realization. So when it carried you to that Black Jade Mountain to talk, you were actually conversing with her soul. And then conveniently bound her soul to a contract? Yes. Facing Cheng Qiji and manhwa's astonished expressions, Suke nodded with utter nonchalance. Cheng Qiji and manhwa couldn't help but grimace at Suke's words. You bastard, Suke! Who'd have thought that one trip to the Fengming Grand Rift and the Taiyin Forbidden Land would land you two contracts with former 9th-tier demonic beasts? Cheng Qiji frowned at Suke as if recalling something. Spill it, just how many beast girls can you actually contract? Facing Cheng Qiji's inquiry, Suke offered no concealment. Theoretically speaking, I can contract an unlimited number. Unlimited contracts? Hearing Suke's words, both Cheng Qiji and manhwa couldn't help but widen their eyes. Does that mean you could contract an entire regiment or even an entire city's worth of beast girls if you wanted to? Suke nodded slightly at the remark, but then shook his head. Theoretically, yes. But for someone like me with average talent, I find it beneath me. I also don't want to bother with all the management and administration, so for now, I've only contracted 4 partners. Wu Guanru, standing nearby, nodded in deep agreement. Exactly. Having too many contract partners isn't ideal either. You'd have to drag a whole crowd around wherever you go. If someone were to exploit that, or if there were individuals among the contracted partners harboring ulterior motives, it could become quite troublesome. Besides, since both parties in a contract are mentally connected, they influence each other. If you have too many diverse contract partners, it can easily lead to mental issues. Listening to Wu Guanru's words, Suke nodded lightly. Precisely. That's why I've always been cautious in selecting my contract partners. Wu Guanru's face lit up with admiration at Suke's honest response. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he turned his gaze toward Suke. Suke, may we see Yuying? Cheng Qiji and manhwa, standing nearby, immediately turned their gaze toward Suke. They were equally curious about this legendary 9th-tier beast rumored to lurk within the Taiyin Forbidden Land. Noticing their eager gazes, Suke's eyes darted about before he cleared his throat and addressed the trio. I'm afraid that won't be possible. Not possible? Why? Cheng Qiji couldn't help but look puzzled at Suke's response. Suke cleared his throat again. Because Yaoing currently exists within me as a soul entity. She cannot be exposed to the air for extended periods. To communicate with her or utilize her abilities, we must first find a 7th tier or higher soul crystal and a physical vessel for her. Only then can she move freely within this world. Upon hearing this, Wu Guanru gave Suke a meaningful look before bursting into laughter. You little schemer. Don't worry, that's no problem. Once we get back, I'll start searching for one right away. Suke, however, hesitated upon hearing this. According to the Academy's rules, how many merit points would this require to exchange? Wu Guanru's lips curved into a faint smile. Not this time. Consider it a gift. Chapter 191, The Promise. Upon hearing Wu Guanru had agreed to gift him a soul crystal physical body capable of containing Yueying at no cost, delight flashed in Sukei's eyes. Then I'm truly grateful, Dean. You're welcome. Before Sukei could finish speaking, Wu Guanru waved his hand dismissively. You're exceptionally gifted, young man, and you've kept so many secrets hidden. You're bound to become a great asset to our human race in the future. But the more dazzling your early achievements, the more likely you are to attract the covetous eyes of those with ulterior motives. I'm giving you Yueying's physical vessel for 2 reasons. First, to accelerate your joint cultivation progress. Second, to provide her physical form as a life-saving trump card that can be deployed for you in critical moments. At this point, Wu Guanru cleared his throat. But rest assured, I won't be making any more exceptions like this in the future. From now on, any materials you require for your cultivation journey must be exchanged for merit points, just as Chi-Ji and the others previously explained. After all, our War Academy has always upheld a ruthless education system, survival of the fittest, no room for idlers. Hearing Wu Guanru's words, Sukei hastily clasped his fists in a gesture of gratitude. I am profoundly grateful for the Dean's extraordinary assistance. I shall henceforth adhere to the Academy's rules, earn those merit points diligently, and live up to the headmaster's expectations. Wu Guanru nodded with satisfaction upon hearing this. Alright, now that we have the test results, we won't keep you any longer. The imperial examinations in the capital are imminent, and we must focus on preparing for the related affairs. For now, focus on your cultivation. Once the examinations conclude, you may enroll alongside this year's students. Wu Guanru paused here, casting a meaningful glance at Xia on Sukei's shoulder before continuing. One more thing, whether it's the sky-splitting tiger god Xia or the Darkeen ghost, you must never reveal their identities unless absolutely necessary. Otherwise, it will invite countless unnecessary troubles. Rest assured, Dean. I won't have them intervene unless absolutely necessary. Sukei nodded solemnly to Wu Guanru before leaping down from the testing platform. He walked over to Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, who had been waiting below. Then we'll take our leave now, Dean Wu and directors. Wu Guanru responded with a smile. Alright, take care on your way back. If you need anything, just give us a call. Got it. With that, Sukei took Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's hands and walked toward the exit. Let's go. Before leaving, Lu Chenhuan also waved goodbye to Wu Guanru and Shang Qiji. Ruashua, though too shy to speak, waved silently as well. The 3 of them, holding hands and accompanied by Xia, left the training hall together. Watching their retreating figures, Shang Qiji pursed his lips slightly. Dean, would you truly impose resource restrictions on a once-in-a-millennium prodigy like Sukei? Wu Guanru watched Sukei's retreating figure with his hands behind his back, his eyes glinting with shrewd insight. Of course not, he replied. Whatever resources this kid needs, I can get them for him. Yet formally, we must maintain this pretense to spur him on, lest he grow complacent. As Wu Guanru spoke, a trace of nostalgia flickered in his eyes. Such prodigies require even more rigorous training and supervision. Otherwise, once they realize we can provide anything they desire, they'll lose their drive. Without the tempering and forging of war, even with their extraordinary talent, they'll struggle to break through the shackles of the 9th tier. And when war comes, they'll be crushed by those alien races with battle-hardened experience. Listening to Wu Guanru's words, manhwa beside him nodded in agreement. Talent and luck are only part of the equation. Combat experience and capability are the true ladder to godhood. True geniuses are forged in the crucible of blood and fire. We've witnessed countless examples of prodigies falling. We must never relax our oversight of talents like Su Quebec. Facing Malanoa's resolve, Wu Guanru nodded lightly before turning his attention to the testing apparatus behind him. The results of this test must not be disclosed to anyone, nor recorded in any files. Especially the fact that Sukei contracted a 9th tier great demon, not a whisper of this may be revealed. Regarding Sukei and Lu Chenhuan's information files, only their cultivation realm and abilities should be updated. Their innate talents and other details must remain recorded according to the original data transmitted from Tianhai. This is to prevent it from falling into the wrong hands and causing unnecessary chaos. Shang Qiji and Manhwa nodded emphatically at Wu Guanru's instructions. Understood, Dean. Before their words had fully faded, Wu Guanru gave them a hearty pat on the shoulder and chuckled. Why so formal with your responses? Alright, since everything's been arranged, you two can head back now. I'll look into that 7th tier soul crystal and physical vessel Sukei mentioned. We'll get them for the kid as soon as possible. With that, the 3 headed toward the training hall entrance. But as they passed the main gate, Wu Guanru stumbled slightly. A book slipped from his pocket and landed on the ground with a crisp thud. Shang Qiji and Manhwa instinctively turned to look, only to see a manga with a cover radiating youthful energy staring back at them. Puella Magi Madoka Magica? Staring at the manga on the floor, Shang Qiji and Manhwa exchanged peculiar glances before fixing their gaze on Wu Guanru. Wu Guanru's face flushed crimson at the sight of the fallen manga. He swiftly picked it up and fixed the two with a stern gaze. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen the manga I brought for my granddaughter? But director, you don't have a granddaughter. I said my goddaughter. What's wrong with me having a goddaughter I adopted outside? With that, Wu Guanru tucked the comic into his robe and sternly ushered the two of them toward the exit. Off you go. Keeping this training hall open during the holidays wastes electricity. Hurry up and leave, don't waste time. With that, Chung Chiji and Manhwa were pushed out the training hall doors. With a creak, the training hall once again fell into seclusion. Brother Su, do you think the principal and those two directors really won't leak our information? On the way back, Lang Ruashua clung to Su-Kei's arm and asked timidly. Hearing this, Su-Kei reached out and gently ruffled Lang Ruashua's hair. Based on our interactions with them so far, they wouldn't do something like that. Besides, from the moment we entered the War Academy, we had no choice but to trust them. Su-Kei believed that under the constant watchful eye of a 9th rank powerhouse, the secrets he carried couldn't remain hidden for long. At this point, our greater concern should be the great demonic beasts lurking within the starry forest. They are the ones most likely to expose our identities. Chapter 192, Lu Chenhuan's new breakthrough conditions. After returning from the training hall and having a simple meal, Su-Kei and the others resumed their cultivation. Before beginning, however, Su-Kei habitually glanced at Lu Chenhuan's current information panel. Beast Maiden, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, 3rd tier blood ignition. Talent, S-rank Abyss Devourer. Beast Tamer, Su-Kei. Innate skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Domain, Chain Blade Assault, Blood Burning, Abyss Devouring, Crimson Eyes. Flaw, harbors SSS-Rank Devouring Titan energy within. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, unable to fully activate SSS-Rank talents. Among the innate skills, Su-Kei gave a particularly close look at the two newly awakened abilities Lu Chenhuan had just obtained. Abyssal Devour, consumes vitality to temporarily activate Abyssal Devour, briefly suppressing the opponent. Links to extract their life force, with a chance to directly devour them when their health is critically low. Crimson Gaze, emits intense bloodlight from both pupils, generating formidable piercing power. Observing Lu Chenhuan's newly awakened abilities, Su-Kei couldn't help but nod in silent approval. Abyssal Devour and Crimson Eyes were both offensive skills, but functionally, Crimson Eyes leaned more toward direct assault, while Abyssal Devour favored control and execution. Su-Kei was quite satisfied with these two newly awakened skills of Lu Chenhuan. After reviewing the descriptions of both abilities, Su-Kei reactivated the insightful Divine Eye's predictive capabilities to address the flaws in Lu Chenhuan's next round. Repair plan, daily absorption of solar essence and lunar radiance for 3 consecutive months. Persist in consuming ancient bronze daily. Personally defeat and consume 1 7th tier ferocious beast. Ha! Upon seeing Lu Chenhuan's repair plan, Su-Kei's eyes instantly widened. Ancient bronze? A 7th tier ferocious beast? The first part about sun essence and moon dew was understandable, but the latter about ancient bronze and a 7th tier ferocious beast was utterly absurd. Ancient bronze sounded like some incredibly rare material. A 7th tier ferocious beast was even more absurd. After all, their current strength barely reached tier 3. To personally defeat and consume a tier 7 ferocious beast? That was nothing short of a pipe dream. Must we defeat it ourselves? Su-Kei was puzzled. Why would such a breakthrough condition appear? As he pondered, Lu Chenhuan, seated before him, also noticed Su-Kei's unsettled expression. Furrowing his brow, he turned to Su-Kei. Brother Su, why do you look so grim? Did you notice something? Su-Kei snapped back to attention at the question, smiling as he ruffled Lu Chenhuan's hair. Nothing much. Just a bit surprised by your breakthrough condition. Oh? Hearing Su-Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but frown as she looked at him. What kind of conditions would surprise even Brother Su? Even Lang Ruashua beside him and Xia on his shoulder turned their heads curiously toward Su-Kei, eager to know what the breakthrough conditions for Lu Chenhuan's next stage were. Su-Kei made no attempt to conceal it, directly revealing Lu Chenhuan's talent breakthrough requirements to the three of them. Upon hearing Su-Kei's words, all three of them stared wide-eyed. What? A 7th tier ferocious beast? The first two conditions were exchanged between them with mutual glances, but they were utterly stunned by the final condition. All three now wore deeply furrowed brows. Even Xia, who was usually well-traveled and knowledgeable, found herself at a loss for words. A 7th tier ferocious beast, and we have to defeat it ourselves? How could there be such an absurd breakthrough condition? Cold Ruashua nodded in agreement beside her. It is bizarre, but compared to your tiger soul, it doesn't seem quite so absurd. Lu Chenhuan. How can you be so bad at conversation, you little brat? Lu Chenhuan, however, quickly regained her composure after the initial shock. Actually, reaching the 7th tier isn't that difficult. We're already at the 3rd tier now, and with the 4 of us sharing our cultivation speed, our realms will rise quickly. Lang Ruashua nodded in agreement beside her. Exactly. Once Yueying gains a physical body and can move freely outside, the combined cultivation of 5 people will accelerate our progress even more. Besides, the spiritual energy in the school dorms is quite dense.
We've only been in the capital for 2 days since arriving from Tianhai, yet our cultivation has already shown visible progress.
It'll be quick. Suke nodded lightly upon hearing this.
Indeed, while the 7th tier might seem daunting to ordinary people, it wasn't so unattainable for them. Since awakening in Tianhai, less than 2 months had passed, yet their cultivation had already reached the 3rd tier, poised to break through to the 4th.
For ordinary people, this was simply unimaginable. Besides, whether it was Lu Chenhuan, Ruashua, or Chia and the others, they couldn't be measured by the standards of ordinary beast maidens or ferocious beasts.
Empowered by their incredibly potent innate abilities, their combat prowess was exceptionally formidable.
Crossing realms in battle wasn't impossible for them. Meanwhile, Ruashua, upon seeing Lu Chenhuan's new enhancement plan, wore an expression of pure envy.
Sis-Wan already has her next stage talent enhancement plan ready, while I haven't even completed my current breakthrough yet.
And I even gathered all my materials first. Hearing the slight disappointment in Ruashua's tone, Lu Chenhuan hurried to comfort her.
Ruashua, don't lose heart. With your talent, you should be able to fuse the 9 netherworld cold iron and the 1,000-year snow lotus soon. Once that happens, your breakthrough will come naturally.
If anyone should be envious, it's me of you.
Your breakthroughs happen effortlessly and naturally, unlike mine I have to take such huge risks. This time, I nearly dragged Brother Su and even Director Chung into trouble. Who knows what unexpected complications might arise next time.
Upon hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Ruashua blinked her eyes in surprise. It does seem to be true. Lu Chenhuan's breakthroughs always came faster than hers, but the risks were also far greater. Alright. Now that we know Huanuan's repair plan, we can focus on preparing for it.
Literally speaking, Huanuan's next breakthrough phase might still take some time, and this prerequisite demands formidable personal strength. So before that, let's focus on cultivating and growing, striving to elevate everyone's cultivation levels to fully prepare for what lies ahead.
Listening to Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua couldn't help but nod in agreement.
Indeed, whether it was to establish themselves in this chaotic world or to break through the limits of their innate talents, it would require the joint efforts of all of them. Soon after, Suke led them back to the balcony, where they sat down, joined hands to draw in the essence of heaven and earth, and began their cultivation by channeling the sun's energy into their bodies. As for Chia, she perched as usual on Suke's shoulder. The 3 humans and 1 beast, their energies intertwined, swiftly entered a state of cultivation. Chapter 193, Breaking Through to the 4th Tier. With no distractions, aside from daily meals, Suke and his companions holed up in their apartment, devoting themselves entirely to cultivation. The restaurant owners had grown familiar with Suke and his companions during this period. Eager to court them as big customers, the proprietors would personally step outside to hail and greet them whenever the trio descended for meals. Their eyes gleamed as if they were looking at walking cash. It wasn't just the restaurant owners who noticed Suke and his companions, even the diners who came to the snack street for meals began to take notice of the trio. At times, Suke could faintly overhear whispers of those gluttonous beast girls in others' conversations. But whenever Lu Chenhuan would climb onto a table, clutching the restaurant's specially made food basin, and loudly demand to know who the glutton was, everyone would fall silent in unspoken agreement, not daring to meet her gaze. Rumors, however, aren't something you can stop by shutting them down on the spot. The legendary glutton beast girl had already caused quite a stir during this time. Some people even made special trips from other parts of the capital just to eat here, hoping to catch a glimpse of this legendary figure. Thus emerged an extremely rare phenomenon: wherever Lu Chenhuan dined, the restaurant would be packed to capacity. The restaurant owners were thrilled by this turn of events. They went out of their way to serve customers, even offering Suke and his group a flat 20% discount, terrified of losing the golden goose that was Lu Chenhuan.
Of course, the onlookers also put considerable pressure on Suke and his companions.
Even the usually carefree Lu Chenhuan restrained his eating mannerisms somewhat. Faced with this situation, Suke felt somewhat helpless. After all, the onlookers meant no harm, they simply wanted to catch a glimpse of the spectacle. He couldn't very well shoo them away. Still, Suke remained unperturbed. He understood that this phenomenon was like the short video craze from his past life, it would burn bright for a while before fading. Once the novelty wore off, it would lose its appeal. Wu Guanru and Chang Qiji, who were preparing for the imperial examinations in the capital, had also heard these rumors. Upon learning of them, the group found themselves both amused and exasperated. They never imagined that Suke and his companions would attract so much attention even before officially enrolling. Wu Guanru, in particular, had never actually witnessed Lu Chenhuan and the others eating. Once, he had even staged a chance encounter to observe a gluttonous feast up close, leaving him even more astonished by Lu Chenhuan's voracious appetite. Of course, these were merely interludes. As time passed, everyone's lives settled back into calm, their attention shifting toward new focal points. The imperial capital examinations. The imperial capital examinations were set to begin in just a few days. As the date drew near, students from all regions began arriving in the capital in waves, stirring up considerable commotion.
Walking down the streets, Suke and his companions overheard whispers about prodigies like the Wolf Pack Leader and the Blunt Sword Master. It seemed this year's cohort had produced quite a few promising prospects. But such talk held little significance for Su Quebec. To him, no matter how brilliant these prodigies might be, they could never match the genius of himself and his companions. This stemmed from his supreme confidence as a god-tier Beast Tamer. The freshmen entering alongside him were no longer the ones he needed to compare himself to or chase after. Suke's sights were now set on the seniors from previous years. Just 3 nights before the capital city exam, Suke and his companions were cultivating in their dormitory when suddenly, as if sensing something, all 3 humans and the beast opened their eyes. A colossal aura erupted from their bodies. The aura was so overwhelming that even the dormitory's protective array couldn't conceal it. It stirred up countless storms beneath the heavens, drawing the attention of everyone. That aura, someone has broken through. That direction seems to be the War Academy's youth dormitory. That aura, it's 4th tier. And there are 4 of them. Could it be that an upperclassman has returned? In an instant, shock and disbelief filled the eyes of everyone nearby. At that moment, in the principal's office, Cheng Qiji was handing over the documents in his hands to Wu Guanru. Principal, this is the list compiled from the recent Imperial Capital examinations. Quite a few prodigies emerged in this examination. As he spoke, Cheng Qiji waved a document in his hand. Among them is an S-rank wolf beast girl. She possesses the innate ability to summon packs of wolves from another world and can even command weaker wolf beasts. Truly extraordinary. There's also an S-rank beast master. Despite being a beast master, she refuses to contract with any beast girls. Armed only with a heavy sword, she swept through the local youth training competition, securing first place single-handedly. But the most noteworthy of all is an SS-rank beast girl Hu Ji. An SS-rank beast maiden? Hearing Cheng Qiji's words, Wu Guanru, who had been slumped on the sofa, instantly sat up straight and turned his gaze to the documents in Cheng Qiji's hands. Though he'd recently endured the intellectual shockwaves from Suke and the other prodigious geniuses, rendering ordinary S-rank beings insignificant in his eyes, an SS rank still demanded his attention. After all, before Suke and his group appeared, SS rank was already the pinnacle of this world. Yes. Seeing Wu Guanru's interest piqued, Cheng Qiji promptly handed the documents over. This year, 2 SS-rank geniuses have emerged. One is a Beast Tamer, and the other is a Beast Girl. And surprisingly, neither of them has a contracted partner. Gazing at the photo of the lowly with twin ponytails in his hand, Wu Guanru's brow furrowed slightly. Why do you say this SS-tier Beast Girl is noteworthy? What about the other SS-tier Beast Master? Facing Wu Guanru's probing question, Cheng Qiji cleared his throat. The other SS-ranked Beast Master hasn't arrived in the capital yet. The news is still under lockdown, and I haven't received any files. But this SS-rank Beast Girl arrived first and specifically requested to enroll in our War Academy before the start of classes. At Cheng Qiji's words, Wu Guanru's eyes lit up involuntarily. Why? Could it be one of our old comrades? How come we didn't get any advance notice? No, manhwa cleared her throat beside him. It's because this little girl heard about Suke's early admission to our school and actively requested to enroll here herself. According to her, it seems she's deliberately aiming to contract an unprecedented SSS tier spirit to vie for Suke's contract rights? Put. Before Manhwa could finish, Wu Guanru couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of old tea. What kind of nonsense is this? But at that very moment, the 3 seemed to sense something. They instantly stood up and turned their gaze toward the direction of the youth dormitory. That aura. Someone's broken through to the 4th tier. It's Suke and the others. Chapter 194, The 2 SS-ranked Geniuses. As the dean and director of the War Academy, Wu Guanru and Cheng Qiji knew better than anyone that none of the current students had arrived on campus yet. The only ones residing in the youth dormitory were Suke and Lu Chenhuan. The moment they sensed the breakthrough of a 4th-tier aura, all 3 men sprang instantly to their feet. Cheng Qiji narrowed his eyes, carefully sensing the energy. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 auras have simultaneously broken through to the 4th tier. Hearing this, Manhwa beside them watched intently, her eyes darting back and forth. That means Suke and his 2 companions, along with that contract beast named Sha, have all broken through to the 4th tier. Yes. Cheng Qiji nodded lightly, his eyes filled with awe. Powerful. Incredibly powerful. Our capital's grand examination hasn't even begun yet, and those youngsters Suke and the others have already broken through to the 4th tier. Exactly. That kind of breakthrough speed completely surpasses any genius in the history of our human race. Even Wu Guanru, usually the most composed, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This kid's cultivation realm is already in a completely different era from the other freshmen in his cohort. Even at the Capital Grand Examination, which gathers countless prodigies, the strongest contenders based on current intelligence are only those 2 SS rankers. Yet he's already broken through to the 2nd tier. Breaking through to the 2nd tier in just 2 short months would be a sensation worthy of widespread acclaim in any era. Yet in the presence of Suke and his peers, who had now broken through to the 4th tier, it felt like nothing more than a joke. The talent of these youngsters Suke and the others is truly staggering. They've created a generational gap, leaving their peers far behind. Cheng Qiji, listening to Wu Guanru's musings, nodded in agreement. Exactly. It's a good thing they were specially recruited. If they'd participated in the capital city exams, who knows what kind of devastating blow they'd have dealt to those so-called geniuses. Perhaps it's actually better for them not to see those little rascals. Otherwise, those self-important geniuses might just have their spiritual foundations shattered. Facing Cheng Qiji's unreserved praise for Suke, Wu Guanru surprisingly found himself in agreement. After all, the talent Suke and his peers displayed was on an entirely different level compared to their contemporaries. At that moment, Wu Guanru sensed the aura emanating from the youth dormitory, his eyes narrowing slightly. Since Suke and the others have advanced to the 4th tier, their enrollment procedures and coursework needn't follow the same path as others. As he spoke, Wu Guanru seemed to recall something. I promised to arrange special enrollment terms for this kid earlier. We need to secure those quickly. And the physical body and soul crystal prepared for Yuing must be secured without delay. Such prodigies, the sooner they develop, the sooner they become the hope of our human race. Cheng Qiji, standing nearby, nodded in deep agreement with Wu Guanru's words. The dean speaks wisely. I've already dispatched orders to secure these items through every available channel. Rest assured, they will be obtained before this youngster's enrollment. Hearing this, Wu Guanru nodded in satisfaction before rising. Alright, Qiji, you go about your business. I'll take this opportunity to check on Suke and the others, see how their breakthrough progress is coming along. With that, Wu Guanru pushed open the door and left the office. Behind him, Cheng Qiji and manhwa both yearned to check on Suke, but they were buried in a mountain of tasks related to the imperial capital examinations. They could only watch Wu Guanru's receding figure with a look of deep resentment. All the dirty, tedious work always falls on the two of us. Life sure is tough. Sooner or later, we'll replace this useless principal. In a secluded courtyard within the capital, a youth opened his eyes from meditation, his gaze brimming with pride. At this imperial capital grand examination, I will make the world know that I, Zhan Xiong, am the strongest Beast Tamer among this generation of humans. The only one in this world worthy of me, Zhan Xiong, is Wang Qingya, also an SS rank. Before binding a contract with Wang Qingya, I hold no one else in my regard. But just as the youth declared his ambitions with fiery resolve, a voice cut through the air with a bitterly sarcastic remark. Young Zhan, don't forget, besides you, there's another SSS tier genius Beast Tamer over in Tianhai. Rumor has it he was specially recruited by the War Academy. Hearing the mockery, Zhan Xiong turned to face a stunningly beautiful woman in her 30s standing nearby, his lips curling in disdain. So what if he was specially recruited? Didn't all 3 major academies extend olive branches to me? I turned them down to wait for Wang Qingya. Otherwise, I would have accepted that special recruitment ages ago. That SSS-ranked beast master might have some talent, but his brain isn't up to par. He's contracted 2 F-rank beast maidens, that's the absolute ceiling for his potential. But me? Once I form a contract with Wang Qingya, we'll become the strongest duo of this generation. Some small-town flash in the pan genius? I could crush him with 1 foot. Watching Zhan Xiong's wildly arrogant demeanor, the stunning woman beside him couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle, whether out of satisfaction or mockery, it was unclear. Not far from the War Academy, within a luxurious presidential suite, a young girl stood at the massive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out over the entire world. Perched at an exceptionally high elevation, the hotel offered sweeping views over most of the capital city, making it an ideal vantage point. The girl gazed toward the War Academy, her large eyes brimming with hope as she turned to an elderly woman beside her. Third grandmother, do you think that youth dormitory is where Suke and the others are staying? I heard they were specially admitted early by the War Academy's 2 directors and have already moved in. The elderly woman beside her followed the girl's pointing finger and nodded gently. Barring any surprises, that dormitory should be where Suke and the others are currently staying. As she spoke, the old woman seemed to recall something and hesitated before addressing the girl. Qingya, why must you insist on contracting Suke, who already has a partner? War Hero SS has always made his feelings for you clear. If you want, you could form a contract with him anytime. What kind of thing is Zhan Xiong? Before the old woman could finish, Wang Qingya cut in with a cold sneer. He's just some lowly SS rank. Why would I ever look at him? If I, Wang Qingya, am going to form a contract, it will be with the strongest. Faced with Wang Qingya's response, the old woman persisted with earnest advice. But that Suke already has a partner. So what if he has a partner? Before the old woman could finish, Wang Qingya cut her off. I can help him dissolve the contract and more than compensate for any harm he suffers afterward. Wang Qingya turned to gaze at her own stunning reflection in the glass window, confidently tossing her silky hair. I refuse to believe that under such tempting conditions, he'd still cling to 2 F-rank worthless beast girls. But at that very moment, a terrifying aura erupted skyward from the nearby youth dormitory. Chapter 195, Wen Qingya's Delusions. What the hell is that noise? Feeling the four surging auras erupting from the youth dormitory, Wen Qingya, who had been admiring the view from the floor-to-ceiling window, couldn't help but narrow her pupils. The old woman beside her flinched violently, rushing to stand before Wen Qingya. With a grave expression, she closed her eyes to sense the aura emanating from the youth dormitory. Moments later, the old woman opened her eyes and stared toward the youth dormitory in utter shock. Someone in the youth dormitory has broken through to the 4th tier. 4 4th-tier breakthrough auras. A breakthrough to the 4th tier in the youth dormitory? Hearing the old woman's words, Wen Qingya narrowed her eyes and looked toward the youth dormitory. I thought father mentioned that War Academy students earn merit points outside during winter and summer breaks? The dorms shouldn't have anyone at this time. The only ones who should be there are Suke and his group. But, as she spoke, uncertainty clouded Wen Qingya's eyes. But Suke and the others awakened alongside us, how could they possibly be at the 4th tier? Even the old woman beside them nodded in agreement. It's impossible. It's only been about 2 months since your cohort awakened. For ordinary people to break through to Tier 2 is already remarkable. Tier 3 would shatter the human race's records. 4th tier? Unrealistic. I've seen my share of the world, and I can confidently say the probability of such a thing happening is 0. Hearing the old woman's analysis, Wen Qingya felt her heart settle. I knew it. It couldn't possibly be Suke and his group. And with 4 distinct breakthrough auras? That makes it even more impossible. According to the intel we gathered earlier, Suke and the 2 beast girls only make 3 people. It doesn't add up. It must be some seniors from the War Academy who returned early, and the commotion was caused by their breakthroughs. The more Wen Qingya analyzed the situation, the more certain she became. If Suke truly was a 4th-tier cultivator, 2 entire realms above her, she wouldn't have the slightest desire to form a contract with him. Especially if Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside Suke had also broken through to Tier 4, she'd have no face to even mention a contract. If 2 F-rankers she looked down on could advance to Tier 4, what kind of justice would that be? It's a pity. Without a beast master, my cultivation progress has been slowed by nearly half. Otherwise, I'd probably be knocking on the door of the 3rd tier by now. Wen Qingya gazed toward the youth dormitory, her eyes gleaming with determination. Regardless, I'm getting into the War Academy this time, no matter what. And that Suke, I'll bind him to me. I'll show the world that a phoenix deserves a phoenix. A common pheasant will never be worthy of a phoenix. Like Zhang Xiong, Wen Qingya had also received special admission offers from the 3 major academies beforehand. However, upon hearing that an SSS-tier genius beastmaster had emerged from the small town of Tianhai, she had temporarily declined the offers, wanting to see which academy Suke would choose. Upon learning Suke had chosen the War Academy, Wen Qingya resolved to take the entrance exam and enroll there herself, determined to form a contract with him. Unaware that Suke possessed the ability to form infinite contracts, she had mentally prepared herself for potential conflicts with Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua over Suke. She had even prepared the costs and compensation for terminating the contract. The old woman beside her watched the stubborn resolve in Wen Qingya's eyes and couldn't help but sigh softly. This little princess of hers had been spoiled since childhood, always acting on her own whims. Now that she'd made this decision, who knew whether it would turn out for better or worse? The old woman could only pray silently that Suke was a man of discernment. Otherwise, she would have no choice but to resort to force. The young princess of the Wang family in the capital, whatever she set her sights on, she always got. Of course, Suke was unaware at that moment that he had already caught the eye of the young princess of the Wang family, Wen Qingya. After the breakthrough, Suke and his 2 companions, along with the beast, all opened their eyes. Feeling the surge of their newfound power, their eyes brimmed with astonishment and delight. We've broken through! We've broken through! As they sensed their newly attained 4th-tier strength, their faces were consumed with delight. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, in particular, were struck by a wave of realization as they recalled the scene just 2 months prior when they had first awakened their abilities. Back then, they could never have imagined that after awakening F-rank talents, not only would they not be swallowed by cruel reality, but they would even break through to the 4th tier in just 2 short months. The lucky star who made all this possible was Suke. Brother Su. Thank you. Brother Su, you're so kind. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, completely disregarding their composure, excitedly threw their arms around Suke, wrapping their arms around his neck from either side. Xia, perched on Suke's shoulder, was caught off guard by the sudden embrace. Instantly crushed beneath the massive shadow, she gasped for air, nearly suffocating. Her eyes slightly bloodshot, Xia struggled to speak. You 2 little devils, have you forgotten there's someone else here? People? Where are the people? Oh, there seems to be a cat. Hearing Xia's words, Ruashua instinctively froze for a moment before snapping back to reality. She hastily pulled her hands away from Suke's shoulders. Lu Chenhuan, however, kept her arms wrapped around Suke's neck, glaring at Xia with obvious annoyance. Xia, could you show some consideration and hop down from Brother Su's shoulders? Don't you have any sense of timing? How dare you keep standing on Brother Su's shoulders and ruin the mood? Hearing Lu Chenhuan's sarcasm, Xia instantly flared up. Say I lack tact? You're the one lacking tact. Could you at least look around before getting cozy with the master? Haven't you noticed something else on the master's body?
Before she could finish, Xia was yanked by the scruff of her neck by Lu Chenhuan and shoved down.
There. Now it's gone. You damn. Caught off guard, Xia was flung backward.
Mid-air, she executed an extreme flip, instantly regaining her footing.
With a scowl, she lunged to scratch Lu Chenhuan's ankle. Little did she know that Lu Chenhuan had anticipated this move.
As Xia charged forward, he swiftly kicked out at her.
Fortunately, Xia was agile. She sidestepped the kick and leaped toward Lu Chenhuan's pant leg.
Lu Chenhuan quickly pulled away from Su Kei's side, focusing his attention on countering Xia's assault.
The two wrestled back and forth right in front of Su Kei.
Meanwhile, Ruashua, despite being directly involved, hadn't drawn Xia's ire at all, blinked her eyes and quietly edged closer to Su Quebec. She carefully rested her head on his shoulder, watching the scene unfold with a smile. As for Su Kei, he secretly activated his Insight Divine Eye to review the data on his group's breakthrough.
Chapter 196, Shameless. Beast Girl, Ruashua. Realm, 4th tier, Penetrating the Void. Talent, B rank Frost Blossom Serpent. Beast Tamer, Su Kei.
Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Ice Crystal Storm, Extreme Cold Domain, Frostbound Ground, Icy Defense. Flaw, contains SSS-Rank Frost Dragon energy within, but due to the Dragon Crystal Core being corrupted by time-eroding toxin, 60% of the energy leaks out, preventing the manifestation of the dragon form.
Beast Maiden, Lu Chenhuan. Realm, 4th tier, Penetrating the Void. Talent, S-rank Abyss Devourer. Beast Master, Su Kei.
Talent skills, Beast Transformation, Gold Devouring Claws, Metal Defense, Eternal Hunger Domain, Chain Blade Assault, Blood Ignition, Abyss Devouring, Crimson Eyes.
Flaw, harbors SSS-Rank Devouring Taotie energy within. Due to prolonged insufficient energy intake, unable to fully activate SSS-Rank talent. Su Kei couldn't help but let a satisfied smile spread across his face as he looked at the information panels of Lu Chenhuan and the others before him. After this advancement, all of them had reached the 4th tier. 4th tier beast girls are known as Tanyu. At this stage, beast maidens could begin learning to communicate with their animal counterparts or ferocious beasts. Those with greater ability could even attempt to command animals of their own kind, proving remarkably effective in wilderness combat. However, Tanyu abilities weren't classified as skills, so they weren't prominently displayed on the information panel. Looking at the skill panel, Lu Chenhuan's 2 additional skills were due to advancing to S rank. As for Ruashua, her current number of skills remained unchanged. Su Kei, pondering this, turned his gaze toward Xia. Ferocious Beast, Black Gold Tiger. Tier 4. Innate skills, Beast King Roar, Power Strike, Fighting Spirit, Void Shatter, Elemental Slash. Flaw, originally a 9th tier ferocious beast, the sky-splitting tiger god, it suffered severe injuries that prevented its power from recovering. After enduring a major battle that severely depleted its vital energy, it regressed to its primitive 3rd tier state. Status, contracted. Su Kei's gaze brightened slightly as he studied Xia's information panel. Black Gold Tiger? Unlike Xia and Lu Chenhuan, Xia's form was tied to her cultivation realm. Having now ascended to the 4th tier, its form underwent another transformation, evolving from a black gold cub into a black gold tiger. Not only that, but with its cultivation advancement, Xia had also gained a new skill, Elemental Slash. Her combat capabilities had significantly increased. However, Xia hadn't yet entered combat mode and hadn't revealed her true form, so Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside her hadn't realized Xia had evolved. Thinking of this, Su Kei looked at Xia with a smile. Xia, did you evolve? Come on, show yourself, little darling. Let everyone see your new look. Hearing Su Kei's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside him quickly turned to look at Xia together. Xia, have you evolved? Xia met the gazes of the three, recalling Su Kei's affectionate nickname, Little Darling. Her cheeks, hidden beneath the cat fur, flushed involuntarily. Well, it's like this. Before Xia could finish, Su Kei cut in eagerly. Enough with the it's like this, show us what you've got. Seeing the eager glint in everyone's eyes, Xia didn't hesitate. With a mighty roar, she entered battle mode, her form rapidly transforming. In an instant, she became a massive tiger, about 2 meters tall, its coat a striking blend of black gold and snow white. Compared to her earlier black gold cub form, Xia was now significantly larger and more imposing. The king character on her forehead was more pronounced and majestic, radiating an aura of awe-inspiring power as she stood there. Wow! So majestic! Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, watching Xia's mature black gold tiger form, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Lu Chenhuan, especially excited, reached out to stroke Xia's coat. Feeling the luxurious texture of the tiger's fur, her eyes lit up. Wow! So soft! Lu Chenhuan slid her hand from Xia's belly toward its back, but froze when she touched the shoulder blades. She quickly turned to look. Why are there bumps here? Suke and Ruashua immediately looked over too.
Within their sight, two small, barely noticeable flesh bulges had formed at Xia's shoulder blades.
What are these? Suke stared at the fleshy protrusions on Xia's shoulder blades. Instantly, his mind flashed back to that day in the Fengming Grand Canyon when Xia had clashed with him and the others, the image of two massive black gold wings unfurling from her back. If I'm not mistaken, little Xia, these must be the embryonic forms of the twin wings you'll eventually evolve, right?
Hearing Suke's words, Xia, who was busy puffing herself up with pride, nodded eagerly.
Yes, yes. Starting from the 4th tier, my wings will gradually grow.
After the 5th tier, they'll fully extend.
Then I'll be able to soar freely through the skies, rivaling flying beasts.
Hearing Xia's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beside her instantly lit up with hopeful glances.
Does that mean we'll be able to ride you everywhere then?
Faced with Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's longing gazes, Xia felt a bit embarrassed and nodded lightly.
Theoretically, yes. But as a beast, would you really dare to ride me everywhere? Hearing Xia's doubt, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua blinked in surprise.
Indeed, the fact that Xia was a ferocious beast wasn't exactly something to shout from the rooftops. Suke, however, remained utterly unfazed.
Don't worry. We'll just avoid drawing attention in urban areas. We can roam freely in the wilderness.
Besides, I've already done some discreet research.
There are precedents of humans enslaving and coercing beasts.
If we're ever discovered by other humans, we'll just claim Xia was forced into this.
Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's eyes lit up. It seems Brother Su has a point.
With that excuse to cover our tracks, it's perfect.
Yet as Xia watched Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua beaming with excitement, her gaze remained dark and somber.
It's perfect for you.
But have you considered that I'm the one being ridden? So what?
Before Xia could finish, Lu Chenhuan casually slapped her shoulder. If you're feeling a bit uneasy and want a ride, I'll let you ride me after I shift. We're family anyway, so who's riding who matters.
Lu Chenhuan chuckled as he stroked Xia's thick tiger leg.
If you want to experience riding a human, you can just take human form like before and hop on my back.
Let me feel your cute little butt cheeks too.
Feeling Lu Chenhuan's unrestrained touch and hearing her bold words, Xia felt her old face flush.
You little minx. You're shameless. Chapter 197, Xiaosuke, you're here? Whoosh.
After revealing her new form to everyone, a flash of jade white light flickered around Xia's neck, instantly restoring her to her previous kitten-like appearance.
Even Xia, who had lived for many years, couldn't remain entirely composed while listening to Lu Chenhuan's lecherous remarks.
Lu Chenhuan, however, couldn't help but burst into laughter upon seeing Xia's reaction.
Little Xia, why not let me pet you some more? Are you feeling shy?
At his words, Xia stubbornly lifted her little head.
Who's shy?
I'm just worried that staying in this state for too long might attract unwanted attention from those with ulterior motives, causing trouble.
Yet Lu Chenhuan immediately shot down Xia's reasoning.
Every dorm balcony has an array to conceal it.
How could anyone discover us? You're just being shy.
Faced with Lu Chenhuan's undermining, Xia couldn't help but snort coldly. I am the once mighty Xia, a demi-beast god who has seen countless worlds. How could I possibly be embarrassed by a mere 3rd tier, no, 4th tier now, a lowly 4th tier human? Besides, you're a woman.
How could you possibly make me shy? Only my master could make me feel that way. With that, Kaya leapt onto Suke's shoulder, nuzzling her little head against the crook of his neck. Master, were you satisfied with my beast form just now? If you're satisfied, maybe we can go for a little stroll in the wild sometime.
Oh? Out for a stroll, are we? Before Xia could finish speaking, Lu Chenhuan leaned in, her gaze fixed on Xia with a mischievous glint.
Be honest, did you just make up an excuse so Brother Su could ride you? Faced with Lu Chenhuan's accusation, Xia's words instantly choked in her throat.
Admitting it would make her seem cheap. But if she denied it, she feared Suke might harbor resentment and refuse to fight alongside her from now on. Suke, however, instantly saw through Xia's inner turmoil.
He reached out and smacked Lu Chenhuan right on the head. Huan, you're picking on Xia again.
When it came to banter, Xia was no match for Lu Chenhuan. Though she often boasted about being a half-step beast god, her skin was as thin as Ruashua's. A few teasing remarks were enough to make her crumble.
But Xia's personality wasn't like Ruashua's quiet nature.
She was a bit clumsy yet playful, often bickering with Lu Chenhuan before getting flustered and turning bright red, unable to speak for ages. At that moment, Suke smiled warmly as he ruffled each of their heads, addressing them cheerfully.
Today we've made a rare breakthrough to the 4th tier. Let's take a day off to feast, explore, and rest well tonight. We'll push forward again tomorrow. Hearing Suke's words, Lu Chenhuan's eyes instantly lit up. Yay! Yay! Ruashua's eyes sparkled brightly too.
Her right hand, interlocked with Suke's, tightened slightly, betraying her inner excitement. Even Xia was so delighted she bounced around Suke's neck, excitedly clapping her little paws.
Yes. After all these exhausting days, I finally have time to relax. And let me experience the splendor of this human capital city. Feeling the weight on his shoulders, Suke looked at the excited expressions of Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, a tender smile spreading across his lips. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua were, after all, just two 18-year-old girls. Forcing them to train day in and day out had truly been hard on them. Then there was Cha. Though nominally an ancient demon who'd lived for ages, her mindset felt much like Lu Chenhuan and the others, still just young girls who hadn't seen much of the world. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Suke's thoughts drifted to Yuying. Because Yuying existed in a soul state, she rarely appeared within his and the others' field of vision, causing him to nearly forget about her at times. Huan, you two get ready. I'll check on Yuying first and see if she needs anything. Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua nodded in understanding at Suke's words, then dashed excitedly toward the bedroom. Suke, however, closed his eyes. With a flick of his mind, his consciousness coalesced once more within his beast taming space. Upon entering the beast taming space, Suke couldn't help but pause in surprise. Within his vision, various flowers, plants, and trees were meticulously cultivated in distinct sections. Many seedlings had already sprouted tender green shoots, forming a lush, vibrant expanse. On the ground of the space, Yuying was crouched down, carefully watering two rose bushes. Seeing Yuying's beautiful figure, her silhouette faintly visible through her black gauze dress as she stood with her back to him, Suke couldn't help but pause. At that very moment, Yuying sensed Suke's presence. She swiftly lifted her skirt hem, spun gracefully, and turned to face him with a delighted expression. Xiao Suke, you're here? Seeing Yuying's delighted expression, Suke's lips curved into a smile as he gave a slight nod. Yeah, I'm here. Suke looked at Yuying, whose face was radiant with excitement, and spoke with a hint of guilt. You've been alone in this beast taming space all this time. You must have felt pretty lonely, right? Suke felt a twinge of guilt toward Yuying. He had bound her to his contract, yet never allowed her to interact with others, leaving her alone in this empty beast taming space. It was indeed a lonely existence. Unexpectedly, facing Suke's guilt, Yuying waved at him with a smile. Lonely? Compared to my barren, lifeless Taiyin Forbidden Land, this place is quite pleasant. In the Taiyin Forbidden Land, I couldn't even see a single speck of green. Due to the influence of the Guichu before her death, all vitality had been drained from the Taiyin Forbidden Land, leaving only withered tree trunks and countless decaying corpses of ferocious beasts. Thus, when Suke purchased these green plants for Yuying to cultivate, her heart overflowed with gratitude. Speaking of which, I must thank you, Xiao Suke, for helping me escape that desolate wasteland. Watching Yuying overflow with gratitude over such a small gesture, Suke's gaze grew complex. He sighed softly, then turned to look at Yuying with solemn earnestness. Rest assured, Yuying. The Dean and Director have personally promised to find a soul crystal and physical body capable of containing your spirit. Soon, you'll be able to join us and experience this beautiful world together. Seeing Suke's earnest expression, Yuying's face lit up with a smile. It's fine, Xiao Su Quebec. I'm not in a hurry. After waiting all these years, a little longer won't make a difference. As she spoke, Yuying seemed to sense something. She lifted her head and gazed beyond the sky of the beast taming space. Seems like those two little girls are calling for you. Don't mind me. Go ahead and take care of your business. All right. Suke nodded lightly upon hearing this, then his consciousness blurred and he vanished from the beast taming space. The next second, his eyes snapped open only to be instantly blinded by two ultra-short skirts. Chapter 198, Wang Qingya's Little Scheme. When Suke opened his eyes, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua had already dressed. Whether by prior arrangement or not, both wore identical JK uniforms. Their full blouses tucked into waists, the snow-white skin peeking beneath their striped miniskirts nearly dazzled his eyes. The only difference was the color of their striped miniskirts. Lu Chenhuan's was a vibrant light red, perfectly complementing her fiery red hair, while Ruashua's was a pale blue, harmonizing beautifully with her silver locks. Overall, Lu Chenhuan in her JK outfit resembled a lively, adorable, and sassy young woman, while Ruashua appeared as an aloof, frosty beauty. Now, arm in arm like sisters, they stood before him, winking mischievously. Brother Su, can we set off now? Seeing the eager expressions on their faces, Suke's face softened into a doting smile as he gently ruffled both their hair. You two little rascals, have you been cooped up at home too long? Alright, since you're so eager to go, let's set off now. As he spoke, Suke glanced toward the balcony. Xia had somehow transformed back into her black gold tiger form and now stood before the glass, admiring her own reflection. Xia, let's go. Hearing Suke's call, Xia promptly responded. Her form instantly shrank into that of a slender-tailed cat, darting into the room from outside the balcony with lightning speed before leaping onto Suke's shoulder. Let's go, master. Suke burst into laughter at the sight, then led Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua out the door. Shortly after they left, urgent knocking sounded at their door. Xiao Suke. Xiao Suke. Are you there? After knocking for a long time with no response, Chung Chiji glanced at manhwa staring at him and cleared his throat. Those little ones must have stepped out for something. No worries, we'll wait nearby. They'll be back. Hearing Chung Chiji's words, manhwa nodded in agreement. No worries. We'll just find a tea house downstairs to wait. No rush. With that, the two turned and left the corridor once more. Of course, Suke was unaware that Chung Chiji and Manhwa had come looking for him. At that moment, he was out on a major shopping spree with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua. It must be said that Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua's already stunning beauty was accentuated by their high-end attire, drawing constant glances from passers-by on both sides. Those gazes held envy, jealousy, and other complex emotions. Their head-turning rate was practically 100%. Flaunting the intense stares of the crowd, Lu Chenhuan proudly clasped both of Suke's hands, her head held high with unshakable confidence. Meanwhile, Lang Ruashua, holding Suke's other hand, shyly lowered her head. She gently squeezed the fingers intertwined with hers and rested her head against Suke's shoulder. Suke, holding both women by the hand, met the stares of passers-by with a resigned smile. Since it wasn't mealtime yet, Lu Chenhuan suggested they visit clothing stores and similar places first to catch up on the latest trends in the capital. Lang Ruashua's face lit up with uncontrollable delight at the suggestion. The two girls tugged Suke toward the mall. Inside the mall, onlookers stared intently at Suke and his companions, their eyes brimming with envy. This is clearly a monogamous beastmaster society. How can this guy get to have them both? Exactly. Which beast girl is his? Doesn't he mind at all? Do you think it's possible both of them are his beast girls? Impossible. Unless it's that rumored one. That SSS-Rank beastmaster Suke from the small town of Tianhai? The crowd watched Suke stroll through the mall, arm in arm with Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, their eyes filled with astonishment and uncertainty. After all, none of them had ever seen Suke before, and they couldn't be entirely sure if the person before them was indeed him. Just as Suke and his companions entered a women's lingerie store, a girl with twin ponytails was browsing the mall accompanied by an elderly woman. Hearing the murmurs around them, the girl's eyes flickered. She tugged lightly at the sleeve of the old woman beside her. Grandma-san. The elderly woman, catching the look, couldn't help but let a knowing smile touch her lips. She gave a slight nod to Wang Qingya. Alright, let's go take a look. With that, the two followed into the lingerie store where Suke and his group were. Upon entering, Wang Qingya didn't immediately reveal her identity. Instead, she pretended to shop for lingerie, following the elderly woman along the display racks until they reached the opposite side of Suke and the others. Suke stood awkwardly to the side, while Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua chattered excitedly, circling several lingerie sets and offering their opinions. This fabric feels nice, soft and comfortable. It must be super comfy to wear. Ruashua, you're still too young. Fabric? That's not what matters. Style is king. Look at this cut, it has a gathering effect. The fit is absolutely top-notch. Sis Wan, but I don't really need that kind of effect. You mean I need it? I don't need it either. Then how about we ask the salesperson to wrap up two of these comfortable styles? Ahem, I think we could take one of the shaping styles as a backup. Not that I need it, mind you, just curious how it'd look. If you're curious, I suppose you could try it on. Who wants to try it? Wrap them up one of each. Watching Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua, both beaming with excitement, Wang Qingya stood across from them and narrowed her eyes slightly. Ruashua, Huan. Suke. In an instant, Wang Qingya instantly recognized Suke's identity and instinctively began walking toward him. The elderly woman beside her understood immediately, quickly stepping aside to make room for Wang Qingya. Wang Qingya pretended to browse clothes, positioning herself not far across from Su Quebec. She discreetly lifted her eyelashes, stealing a glance at him. Suke, unusually free at that moment, stood with his arms crossed over his chest, watching Lu Chenhuan and Lang Ruashua with an indulgent expression. Xia on his shoulder yawned boredom. Gazing at Suke's handsome face illuminated by the lights, Wang Qingya felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart. Who knew this guy could be kinda cute? Her previous desire to contract Suke had been purely driven by admiration for strength. In Wang Qingya's mind, as long as Suke was powerful, even if he was a bit rough around the edges, it wouldn't matter. But she hadn't expected Suke to be this handsome. Chapter 199, sorry, we're not that close. Hey, little missy, what are you staring at my big brother Su for? Just as Wang Qingya stared blankly at Suke, the ever-cautious Lu Chenhuan instantly grew wary. She quickly grabbed the underwear and pulled Lang Ruashua toward Suke. Lang Ruashua, however, remained largely unfazed. In her mind, it was only natural that a man as flawlessly powerful as Suke would attract attention. Even she, who was usually as cold as ice, had found herself drawn to Suke the very first time she met him. In her mind, Suke was like a precious jade. It was only natural that the world would gaze upon him. As long as others didn't actually come to compete with her, it didn't matter. Even if they did, it wouldn't matter. Suke's nature as an infinite contract meant he wouldn't force anyone into a choice between two options. He wouldn't abandon her or anyone else, he would have them all. As for Lu Chenhuan, though she knew Suke could enter infinite contracts, he was the first she had ever contracted. Naturally, she felt jealous. Moreover, upon seeing Wang Qingya, Lu Chenhuan's innate feminine intuition instantly warned her that this young woman was no ordinary girl. Wang Qingya's gaze towards Su Ke was far from innocent. While others looked at Su Ke with envy and admiration, Wang Qingya's gaze held blatant desire. More importantly, there was no man by Wang Qingya's side, only an old woman. In the paired-up world of Beast Tamers, this was highly unusual. Still, Lu Chenhuan couldn't help but feel a twinge of suspicion. She smiled at Wang Qingya. "Young lady, staring at my brother Su like that, aren't you afraid your contract partner might find out and get the wrong idea?" Facing Lu Chenhuan's question, Wang Qingya returned the smile, lifting her head to meet Lu Chenhuan's gaze without a trace of fear. "Sorry, I don't have a contract partner yet." "Oh?" Hearing Wang Qingya's reply, Lu Chenhuan's brows furrowed slightly. "So you haven't awakened yet?" In Lu Chenhuan's mind, someone this age without a contract partner likely hadn't awakened yet. Once awakened after graduation, everyone would choose a contract partner to cultivate together for mutual advancement. A contract partner synchronized both parties' cultivation progress. The sooner you chose, the sooner you benefited. Yet to Lu Chenhuan's surprise, Wang Qingya maintained her cheerful expression. "No, I'm just like you, I've just finished my junior training and am here to take the capital city exam." Hearing Wang Qingya's words, Lu Chenhuan's heart skipped a beat. Her woman's intuition screamed that this young woman before her meant trouble. Even Ruashua, who had been indifferent, couldn't help but furrow her brows. Su Ke, standing nearby, narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Wang Qingya with a hint of amusement. "Miss," he said, "from the way you speak, it seems you know us?" Every word from Wang Qingya hinted at her deep familiarity with everything concerning Lu and the others. Facing their puzzled gazes, Wang Qingya made no attempt to hide her intentions, speaking directly. "I know your name is Su Quebec. And these two beside you are your contracted beast girls, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, correct?" At this point, Wang Qingya extended her right hand toward Su Ke with unabashed confidence. "My name is Wang Qingya. It's a pleasure to meet you all." However, Su Ke didn't immediately step forward to shake her hand. Instead, Lu Chenhuan stepped forward swiftly, raising an eyebrow at Wang Qingya. "Wang Qingya, I seem to have heard about you during dinner. You're one of the 2 rare SS-rank talents in this class, right? I've heard rumors that both you and Zhang Xiong are single. What? Are you two planning to join forces in the capital?" Listening to Lu Chenhuan's analysis, a faint smile touched Wang Qingya's lips. What kind of big shot is Zhang Xiong? If I, Wang Qingya, am going to form a contract, it has to be with the strongest. In my eyes, the only one worthy of a contract with me is your brother Su. Wang Qingya's lips curved into a confident smile as she spoke these words. Otherwise, why would I care so much about your information? Hearing Wang Qingya's words, Su Ke's heart sank. Oh no, she's coming for me. Lu Chenhuan, standing before Wang Qingya, instantly narrowed her eyes. Sure enough, a woman's intuition hadn't deceived her. This little vixen truly meant trouble. She was after Su Ke. Even Ruashua instinctively stood shoulder to shoulder with Lu Chenhuan, blocking Su Ke's path as if fearing he might be snatched away. After all, this Wang Qingya was a rare SS-class talent, unlike the indecisive An Ning of the past. Her goal was crystal clear from the start. She wanted to form a contract with Su Ke. For this single-minded purpose, she had even sacrificed her early cultivation progress, deliberately delaying the formation of any contract. Observing the cautious expressions on Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua's faces, a proud smile touched Wang Qingya's lips. You needn't try to stop me, it won't work. A man I, Wang Qingya, set my sights on will be mine. Facing Wang Qingya's provocation, Lu Chenhuan spoke in a deep voice from the side. Not necessarily. While I admire your restraint in enduring this period of emptiness for the sake of contracting with Brother Su, whether you can contract with him ultimately depends on whether he deems you worthy. Hearing Lu Chenhuan's words, Wang Qingya covered her mouth and giggled. If he can't even see the value in someone like me in SS rank, who else could he possibly find worthy? Besides, even if Brother Su doesn't care about potential and is just a looks-obsessed person, does that mean my looks are worse than yours? Hearing Wang Qingya's words, Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua both fell silent. Indeed, Wang Qingya's talent and looks were both top tier, holding their own even against Lu Ronghua and the others. Yet Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua felt no shame. They knew better than anyone that their true potential was SSS tier. Could a mere SS tier talent like Wang Qingya ever match their future promise? The crucial question was whether Su Ke would take notice of her. Wang Qingya understood this point perfectly well. She lifted her head, her gaze sweeping past Lu Chenhuan and Ruashua, fixing directly on Su Ke with unmistakable candor. Su Ke, would you consider me? As your contract partner, I'm absolutely no worse than these two F-rankers. And behind me stands the colossal power of the Wang family. If you marry into our family, the support I can offer you will far exceed what these two little girls can provide. Wang Qingya paused here before adding one more sentence. If you're worried about suffering losses after terminating the contract, rest assured my Wang family can afford to compensate you. Not only can we swiftly restore your damaged essence in a short time, but we can also provide you with ample spiritual medicines to aid your cultivation. Wang Qingya's face grew increasingly confident as she spoke. She was certain that Suke, hailing from a small place like Tianhai, would find her generous offer irresistible. Unexpectedly, Suke merely waved his hand politely. Sorry, we've only just met and aren't very familiar yet. Besides, I have no desire to marry into a family. You're a good person. Thank you.